Chapter 1. The journey begins with a directed mission to Azkaban. In the early morning, within a quaint attic room, a youthful lad stared at an envelope before him in contemplative silence. Only moments prior, he had pushed open the window to inhale the fresh morning air, when suddenly, an owl swooped in through the window, flapping its wings vigorously, clutching a letter bound to its leg, this very letter now resting on his desk. That moment, he had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation. It was only when he casually picked up the envelope from the owl's talon that he noticed the emblem upon it, a shield adorned with the letters H, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Beneath the emblem, two ribbons bore the inscriptions Hogwarts and Muggle. Do not disturb, an owl messenger. Hogwarts. A flood of distant memories surged into his mind upon seeing this letter, prompting the boy to recall the globally celebrated tale of Hermione and her two blunders. No, it was Harry Potter. Indeed, in a past life, he was a time traveler. Yet upon his arrival in this new realm, he possessed neither a golden finger nor was he embroiled in any grand events. Although he had become a foreigner, it was not in the medieval era. He had merely arrived 40 years earlier than his previous existence. Examining his family, he found both parents present, each a nondescript employee in a company neither too many nor too few. He had no siblings and even bore the common name Adam Smith, a moniker that was almost ubiquitous in England. He was not a protagonist. The greatest advantage of his time travel lay in having a past. This was Adam's self-perception over the past 11 years. With knowledge of the future renowned enterprises, his ambition was to invest in stocks, achieving a life of joy without the burden of work. Who could resist the allure of being a carefree slacker? Yet now, a single letter had shattered his dreams of languor. This was not the world he had envisioned. The wealth amassed through stock investments could vanish at any moment. The adversary need not wield a firearm, a mere wooden stick, accompanied by a few incantations such as Expelliarmus or, even more dreadfully, soul separation could leave him, oblivious to the identity of his assailant. And this was merely a matter of extortion. If it were a matter of life and death, the process would be even more straightforward. Contemplating this, the once complacent slacker suddenly felt an urgent sense of peril. However, he was not one to resign himself to fate, hoping that misfortune would not befall him. The very fact that he had received an admission letter indicated that he could indeed learn magic. He could no longer afford to be a slacker. At the very least, he needed the means to protect himself. A plan began to form. First, he would study magic at Hogwarts, focusing primarily on protective spells, and then return to the Muggle world to resume his leisurely existence. With determination, Adam fixed his gaze upon the envelope, finally reaching out to tear it open, revealing the parchment within. Number 7, Fadaloo, Attic, Mr. Adam Smith. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Smith, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term is set to commence on June 1st. We eagerly await your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. As Adam finished reading the last line of the parchment, a black interface with golden edges suddenly materialized before his eyes. The interface displayed 4 icons: a pointed hat, a scroll, a wand, and a book. This sensation was peculiar. It felt as though he had gained an additional perspective that did not obstruct his normal vision. Yet he could perceive the interface with startling clarity. Could this be a golden finger? Did he truly possess such a thing, only requiring the letter from Hogwarts to unlock it? Adam paused momentarily, then began to explore the functions of this golden finger. The pointed hat represented Adam's personal information, including his name and spells. However, as Adam had yet to learn a single incantation, it merely displayed an empty name. The scroll contained tasks and achievements, but there were currently no tasks available. However, under achievements, there was one completed entry. First encounter. This marks your first contact with a magical realm, and you cannot help but marvel at this strange and wondrous world. Achievement goal. Receive the Hogwarts Acceptance Letter 11. Achievement reward. Freshman gift pack. The wand was intended for spell refinement, but since Adam had yet to master any spells, this feature was currently inaccessible to AS. For the final book, Adam was entirely at a loss regarding its function. Unlike the wand refinement, which at least provided a name and informed him of the spells he had yet to learn, this book offered no hints whatsoever. Though he was uncertain how much assistance this golden finger could provide him, having it was certainly better than not having it all. Rubbing his hands together, Adam gazed at his freshman gift pack, which lay nestled within his personal panel, tied with a golden satin ribbon. Freshman Gift Pack contains 3 max-level spells and a magical creature. The types of spells and creatures are random. Embark on your magical journey with them. 3 spells were quite impressive, especially at max level. Although he couldn't recall precisely which spells existed in Harry Potter, any spell learned to full mastery would surely prove beneficial. With a stroke of luck, he might even draw a powerful incantation, such as the Patronus charm one that lingered in his memory. As for the magical creature, he wondered what it could possibly be. He still remembered Newt's adorably delightful Niffler, though it seemed Hogwarts did not allow Nifflers. With a heart full of anticipation, Adam opened the gift pack. As the satin ribbon was gently unfastened, for beams of golden light shot upwards, transforming into stars suspended within the interface. Wow, golden legends! Surely, they must be wonderful treasures. However, in the next moment, 3 golden lights transformed into a profound darkness, and a surge of information flooded Adam's mind, causing the expression of eager anticipation on his face to freeze instantly. In an ephemeral instant, he beheld countless figures, both male and female, and even non-human entities. Some lay on the ground, wailing and struggling. Others had collapsed in a state of rigidity after a blinding green light, never to utter another sound, while yet others wandered in a daze, resembling puppets. Crucio, Avada, Kedavra, Imperio. Countless voices overlapped, and the experience of casting these spells imprinted deeply into Adam's consciousness, allowing him to master these 3 incantations almost instinctively. That moment, he felt as though he could perform these spells without the aid of a wand. Such was the formidable power of a fully mastered curse. Yet, Adam found himself engulfed in darkness, mirroring the obscurity of his future. Although he had forgotten many spells, the infamous unforgivable curses remained vividly in his memory. These 3 incantations bore their literal meaning. Unforgivable, the kind that would condemn one to a lifetime in prison if cast. Learn these unforgivable curses as a wizard, especially all 3 at once, seemed to set him on a direct path to Azkaban. Chapter 2. The Letter. In the realm of wizards, 3 spells are designated as the unforgivable curses: the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse. These spells lack countercurses and demand an overwhelming surge of negative emotion and formidable magical power to wield. Much like many advanced dark arts, their usage distorts the wielder's psyche. Thus, these curses are deemed unforgivable should one be discovered using them. They would face a life sentence in Azkaban. Randomly landing on these 3 unforgivable curses in a world where prophecies truly exist made Adam question what his golden finger might be hinting at. Do not worry, Adam. Do not frighten yourself. He reassured himself with a pat on the cheek. Are you not aware of whether you are a good person or a bad one? Learning these spells does not necessitate their use. Moreover, given their immense power, should one encounter a life-threatening situation, having the means to resist would not be entirely without merit. After a moment of self-reassurance, Adam felt considerably better and turned his attention back to the interface, recalling that he still had a magical creature to claim. By Merlin's grace, may it be something adorable. If it turns out to be a villainous creature, I might truly panic. Perhaps Merlin himself heard Adam's earnest prayer, for as the golden light erupted, the space before him twisted, and a small, silver-gray, furred kitten leaped forth. Meow. The kitten's ears were remarkably large, enhancing its cuteness, and it approached Adam with a soft voice, squinting its eyes and bobbing its head. Adam's heart melted instantly, and he hurriedly crouched down to cradle the little kitten. The kitten twitched its tail and curled itself into a ball, nestling into Adam's embrace. That moment, Adam noticed something peculiar about the kitten's tail. It was quite short and stiff, with only the tip adorned by particularly fluffy and lengthy fur, reminiscent of a lion's mane. What kind of extraordinary creature was this? Extraordinary creatures came without information. Adam glanced at the interface and flipped to his personal information, where he found the species of the kitten listed under extraordinary creatures. Cat raccoon. Upon closer inspection, Adam discovered that the cat raccoon was similar to a common cat, yet distinctly more intelligent and spirited. Due to its resemblance to cats, while possessing noticeable differences, ownership of a cat raccoon necessitated a license. After searching in vain for a license, Adam looked down at the little cat raccoon, which was purring contentedly in his arms, eyes half closed. Well, it certainly was adorable, but it was still illegal. Fortunately, the extraordinary creature section also offered a storage service, allowing one to keep extraordinary creatures within the interface, ensuring that they remained content and healthy as long as food and water were provided. After cuddling the little cat raccoon for a while, the creature gazed up at Adam with its sapphire blue eyes. I've never owned a cat before and am not particularly skilled at naming them. So how about you be called Tom? I hope you possess the same resilience as another cat of that name. With that, Adam stored Tom in the interface, planning to inquire at the magical creature shop in Diagon Alley about obtaining a license for a cat raccoon. It seemed absurd to have to keep such an adorable creature in secrecy on his first day in the magical world. Adam sighed, feeling both mentally and physically drained, as if he had just awakened from a long slumber. He read through the Hogwarts acceptance letter once more, then perused the accompanying list of necessary items. After folding the 2 parchments and placing them in an envelope, he turned and descended the stairs. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. After a flurry of chaotic moments, the 3 gathered around the dining table, Adam's parents casting skeptical glances at the letter on the table. Karen, can you believe this? I mean, magic? Adam's mother, Grisa, looked utterly unconvinced. Dear, I find it hard to believe too, but I trust Adam wouldn't lie. At the very least, this letter must have been delivered by an owl. Thanks to his past lives' memories, Adam, despite his attempts to conceal it, had always exhibited a maturity beyond that of his peers. Karen picked up a piece of parchment to inspect it closely. Are you suggesting this is a prank, or perhaps a scam? Grisa seemed to be coming around to the idea. Doesn't the letter state that they will be awaiting our response? Why not give it a try? Adam blinked and replied. However, with the 3 spells he had been able to conjure, none had proven effective, leaving him unable to even validate the existence of wizards. But the letter mentioned that they would be expecting our owl, Karen remarked, flicking the parchment with her fingers. Did they not consider that the recipient might not have any prior exposure to magic before sending the letter? How exactly do they select their students? With a chuckle, Karen dismissed the inquiry, deeming it merely a playful jest and not worthy of such earnest contemplation. Why not give it a try? Write a letter and see if an owl comes to collect it, Adam suggested, glancing at the letter resting on the table. Truth be told, he felt uncertain, yet he reasoned that if no response arrived, surely someone would come to check on the situation. After all, how would those young wizards, whose parents were muggles, ever manage to enroll? Karen and Grisa exchanged glances, finding Adam's rare display of childlike wonder utterly charming, and thus refrained from dissuading him from writing the letter. They even assisted him in composing the message, which conveyed their lack of magical experience and their hope for a guide to assist them. However, the sheepskin parchment remained by the window, and by afternoon, no owl had come to retrieve the correspondence. It's all right, Mom and Dad. I was merely testing the waters, Adam reassured, observing his parents' hesitance in how to comfort him. He was acutely aware of the wizarding world's existence, so he felt no disappointment, only a tinge of regret that this meant his journey to Diagon Alley would be significantly delayed. Unbeknownst to them, fate often intervenes unexpectedly. Just as the family had cast the letter from their minds, a sudden tapping sound resonated against the window pane. At that moment, Karen, seated by the window with a cup of tea and a book, turned upon hearing the noise and was met with the sight of an owl, head cocked quizzically at him from outside. Initially, he thought nothing of it, assuming the owl had merely bumped into the window and was now curious about humans, so he raised his teacup in a casual greeting. However, the next moment, the owl did not fly away as Karen had anticipated. Instead, it pecked at the window with its beak, producing the same sound as before, as if it were knocking. Karen was taken aback. This owl seemed remarkably sentient, as if it were under some enchantment. Wait. Magic. An owl. The letter from the morning. Grisa. Adam. Come quickly. An owl has arrived, Karen exclaimed, hurriedly opening the window. The owl flapped its wings and swooped into the house, circling once before landing on the dining table, right beside the letter. Karen stood in astonishment, rendered speechless by the scene before him. Chapter 3. First encounter with transfiguration. Relax, Dad. Mom, the one arriving shortly, will be my future teacher. Why are you both more anxious than I am? Following the earlier letter, Karen and Grisa had reluctantly come to accept the reality of magic. They had also seen the subsequent letter that arrived last night. And this very morning, a professor from Hogwarts will be coming as a guide to accompany Adam to Diagon Alley 4. The necessary supplies for new students. But what if you have to go to Diagon Alley alone? What if you encounter danger? Today is a weekday. After the teacher arrives to pick up Adam, they will head off to work, leaving Grisa quite anxious about not being able to accompany Adam to Diagon Alley. Even if magic truly exists, not all who wield it possess benevolent intentions, do they? Mother, do not worry, the professors at school are certainly far more capable than those with ill intentions. As Adam spoke, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind when it comes to danger. There are likely few in the wizarding world who are more perilous than he. Ding dong. Grisa was about to say something when the doorbell rang. The 3 exchanged glances before turning their attention towards the door. Karen and Grisa were a bit nervous, but Adam stood up and walked directly to the door, taking a deep breath. Who could it be that was coming? The door clicked open, and as Adam looked outside, the first thing he saw was a deep green robe. He slowly raised his head and saw a slightly serious woman's south face with square glasses. "Nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Smith. I am Minerva McGonagall, the transfiguration professor at Hogwarts." Upon seeing Adam, the witch's gaze softened slightly as she extended her hand. "Nice to meet you for the first time, Professor McGonagall. My name is Adam Smith, though you probably already know my name." Adam felt that he had somewhat overestimated himself. When he saw Professor McGonagall, he realized he was actually quite excited, even to the point of struggling to speak. In response to Adam's state, Professor McGonagall seemed to be used to it. As she followed Adam into the room, she greeted Karen and Graciela again. "Professor McGonagall, in fact, we still can't quite accept magic, you know." After the greetings and inviting Professor McGonagall to take a seat, Karen couldn't help but say, of course, I understand. This is also one of the reasons I'm here. In fact, even if Mr. Smith doesn't reply, we will send professors to guide the Muggle family's little wizards to Diagon Alley a few days before school starts." Professor McGonagall nodded with a smile, then took out her wand and waved it in front of her. The apple on the table instantly transformed into a rabbit. Once the rabbit was transformed, it twitched its ears and jumped off the table. Karen and Graciela finally believed that magic really existed upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, Adam grabbed the rabbit by its ears and lifted it up. "Professor McGonagall, is this transfiguration?" Adam looked at the struggling rabbit and reached out to poke its belly with his finger, causing the rabbit to struggle even more. "Yes, this is the transfiguration spell. I will be in charge of teaching this course after you enroll," Professor McGonagall said. "So if I bite this rabbit, will I get a mouthful of fur or a bite of apple? Or does the transfiguration spell only change the appearance of the object? Or does it change its essence as well?" Hearing Adam's question, Professor McGonagall looked at him in surprise. "In fact, you would bite into an apple. However, before my magic wears off, what you bite into will be an apple that feels like rabbit fur. So, the transfiguration spell cannot permanently change the form of things. Then, are all the actions of this rabbit now controlled by you, Professor?" Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's surprise deepened. "Not at all. This is just its natural reaction as a rabbit. In fact, it does not possess true intelligence." Natural reaction? Adam thought for a moment. "So, did the professor preset these reactions when transforming?" "No, I didn't preset anything. I just turned it into a rabbit to make it more realistic. In fact, this is precisely where the real challenge of transfiguration lies." Professor McGonagall frowned and thought for a moment. "I shouldn't have told you this so early, but since you asked about the essence of spells, it is the result of the interplay between consciousness and magic." Consciousness and magic? With the thoughts of a past life and the 3 unforgivable curses at max level, Adam understood what Professor McGonagall meant. If we consider spell casting as the process of building a structure, then consciousness is the blueprint, magic is the building material, and the wand and incantation are the experts guiding the construction site. When the construction crew is inexperienced, they cannot succeed, but when they are skilled, they can do without. During the construction process, if there is a problem with the blueprint but the materials are sufficient, then the construction crew can only improvise. And the building produced will likely be wrong. If the blueprint is correct but lacks materials, the crew cannot build anything. And if both have problems, then needless to say, the idea of transforming into a rabbit that Professor McGonagall just demonstrated is the blueprint, or rather, the title of the blueprint. Therefore, the difficulty of transfiguration lies in how to depict the blueprint titled transforming into a rabbit in enough detail and perfection when there is sufficient magic. In practical terms, it means thinking about what the rabbit looks like in the caster's consciousness when trying to transform into a rabbit. If one only thinks of a white, furry rabbit with red eyes, the transformed rabbit will likely not move. If all the rabbit's appearance, habits, etc. are taken into account, then the transformed rabbit will be hard to distinguish from a real one. Professor McGonagall's explanation was somewhat unclear because she could do it from the start. Being able to articulate the problem is already a result of many years of teaching experience. The wizarding world is like this. The history of schools is far too short compared to the history of the wizarding world, and there is no truly complete and clear educational system. Don't understand? Go back and figure out yourself. I made it very clear. I can do it, and if you can't, it's your own fault for being slow. Because magic is inherently a matter of talent. The above thoughts have led to many instructional materials being recorded with a first do this, then do that approach. Wizards who can achieve it once think, yes, that's how it is. As for those who don't understand, they will remain confused. If few wizards can do it, they won't think there is a problem with the materials. After all, some have learned it. Wizards will only think that these contents are indeed very difficult. What to do? Well, just put it in the advanced textbooks. What? Few wizards can learn it? That just means it's too difficult. Let's not set assessment requirements for it. Put it in the library and let those truly talented and interested wizards learn it themselves. Chapter 4 Gringotts. It's okay. It's normal not to understand it now. You can think slowly about it when you enter Hogwarts and start formal studies. Seeing Adam deep in thought, Professor McGonagall comforted him, her tone full of encouragement. In fact, this involves the essence of spells, and many wizards won't think about these things until graduation. It's already impressive that you could think of this the first time you encountered the transfiguration spell. Once you enter Hogwarts, if there's anything you don't understand about transfiguration spells, you're always welcome to come and ask me. At this moment, Professor McGonagall still didn't realize that this decision would cause her many headaches in the future. Adam lifted his head and showed Professor McGonagall a socially acceptable smile. Okay? Thank you, Professor McGonagall. He indeed had many questions and thoughts about the transfiguration spell. But these questions shouldn't be asked by a child who had yet to step into the wizarding world. He was also wondering if it would be inappropriate to keep asking questions after school started, but now that Professor McGonagall had brought it up, it couldn't be better. Professor McGonagall looked at Adam with great satisfaction. Which teacher wouldn't like a smart, eager to learn, and thoughtful student? It's just a pity that students with such characteristics are likely to be sorted in a Ravenclaw, though not necessarily. Being eager to learn doesn't mean lacking courage. With that thought, Professor McGonagall stood up. All right, it's time for us to set off. Be careful on the way, and remember to take care of yourself. After listening to the conversation between Adam and Professor McGonagall, the Smiths believed their son was indeed capable of taking care of himself. So they didn't say much more and went off to work with peace of mind. Following Professor McGonagall, Adam looked at her. Professor McGonagall, how do we get to Diagon Alley? Normally, apparition and flue powder are ways to get to Diagon Alley, but there are no fireplaces connecting to Diagon Alley nearby. So we will apparate there. Professor McGonagall led Adam into a deserted alley and then took his hand. Hold tight, don't let go. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Adam suddenly felt as if his body had turned into nothingness. He instinctively tightened his grip on Professor McGonagall's hand, and after a few seconds, that sensation gradually faded, and he began to hear the sounds of bustling people. We've arrived. Adam opened his eyes. They were standing at the entrance of a dirty, narrow bar, which seemed quite out of place between the clean and tidy buildings on either side. This was the Broken Cauldron, located on London Street, visible only to wizards. Come with me. Professor McGonagall released his hand and led Adam into the bar. Professor McGonagall, it's been a long time. Would you like to sit down for a drink? The owner, who was polishing a glass, clearly recognized Professor McGonagall and greeted her. No, Dom, I have a student with me. Professor McGonagall glanced at Adam, signaling him to follow, and then walked past the bar into a courtyard surrounded by walls. Professor, do wizards have cleaning spells? Of course they do. Then why was that bar so dirty? And why was the owner using a dirty cloth to wipe the glasses? Professor McGonagall looked at Adam. Using magic and choosing to use it are two different things. Many wizards actually don't care about these things. But I do care, which is why I never come here to drink. Remember, no drinking before you're of age. All right, Professor McGonagall. Adam obediently agreed. Professor McGonagall nodded and took out her wand again, saying, watch closely, apparition can directly take you to Diagon Alley. But you'll have to wait until you're 17 to learn it. The next time you want to enter Diagon Alley, you'll need to come to the Leaky Cauldron yourself, and then take this route. As Professor McGonagall spoke, she pointed her wand. Count 3 bricks up from the wall above the trash can, and then 2 bricks across, and give the wall 3 gentle taps with your wand. As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking and performing the action, the bricks around the specified one began to tremble and shrank inward, ultimately transforming into an archway. On the other side of the archway was a bustling commercial street. Diagon Alley looked quite similar to some marketplaces, except that the passers-by were all wizards, and the decorations seemed a bit old-fashioned or outdated. Let's go exchange some currency. Muggle money isn't accepted in the wizarding world. It must be exchanged at Gringotts. Do you have any money? Professor McGonagall asked, looking at Adam with some concern. Of course, Professor McGonagall. Adam patted his satchel to make sure he had enough money. He had brought a lot of pounds. All right, follow me. Professor McGonagall led Adam into Diagon Alley. Adam also saw the famous words on the second door of Gringotts. Enter. Stranger, but take heed. Beware the consequences of greed. Those who seek to take without effort shall face the harshest punishment. Thus, if you wish to take from our underground vault a wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. It sounded quite serious, but unfortunately, it was of no use. After passing through the two doors, there was a spacious marble hall, where about 100 goblins were hastily recording in a large ledger behind a long counter. Some weighed coins on scales, while others inspected gems with magnifying glasses. "Professor McGonagall, is there anything I can assist you with?" A sharply dressed goblin immediately approached them with enthusiasm. "Help this student exchange currency," Professor McGonagall said, looking at Adam. "Please come this way for currency exchange." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, the goblin instantly lost interest and left after showing them the way. Never trust the goblin's kindness towards you. Professor McGonagall thought, worried that Adam might misinterpret the situation, but she didn't expect Adam to look up and smile slightly. "I know, Professor. They're just keen on money." Professor McGonagall was taken aback, then couldn't help but feel even more pleased with Adam. "Yes, you were right." The currency exchange process went smoothly. The goblin barely glanced at Adam, probably because those who exchanged Muggle currency were wizards of Muggle descent. Although goblins had historically lost to wizards, they still looked down on wizards from Muggle backgrounds. Little did they know, as Adam exchanged galleons, he thought to himself that he was surprised there was no limit on the exchange between Muggle and wizard currency. If he were a bit more unscrupulous and did something clever, he could probably bankrupt Gringotts. After all, wizarding currency had magical anti-counterfeiting features, while Muggle currency, well, that was a different story. However, even without any tricks, the wizarding world had few entertainment options, and there was basically no large-scale economic circulation, making money quite valuable. The Muggle world, on the other hand, was different. So, in fact, exchanging pounds for galleons was already a profitable venture in itself. As for the exchange rate of 1.5 for galleons to pounds, it can only be said that either the goblins truly looked down on Muggles and didn't bother to investigate the purchasing power of pounds, or they simply loved money and had no understanding of economics, casually calculating the exchange rate. Chapter 5. Ollivander due to carrying needs. Adam only exchanged 100 galleons. Then Professor McGonagall took him to buy a ticket for Platform 9. At King's Cross Station, run straight towards the third pillar from Platform 6 to Platform 10, and you will reach Platform 9. Next was the wand, established in 382 B.C., standing in front of the small, shabby shop. Adam looked at the sign and muttered, "This shop hasn't been renovated since 382 B.C. Has it?" He remembered the dilapidated state of the Weasley family's home. It seemed most wizards did the same, fixing things with spells as long as they could still be used. Don't worry, the craftsmanship of the Ollivander family is trustworthy. Almost every wand for Hogwarts students is purchased from them. Professor McGonagall pushed open the small door, and Adam followed her inside. Ollivander was organizing wands that nearly reached the ceiling and turned around upon hearing the noise. 6.5 inches, you would, dragon heartstring, hard. Long time no see. Professor McGonagall, it feels like just yesterday you were here buying a wand. It seemed Ollivander noticed Professor McGonagall's wand before he saw her. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. Professor McGonagall stepped aside to let Adam through. "Oh, a new student from Hogwarts?" Ollivander finally noticed Adam behind Professor McGonagall, but the shop was simply too cramped. "Adam, I'm going to buy some things if I'm not back after you finish getting your wand. Wait for me at the shop across the street." Professor McGonagall knew what would happen when young wizards got their wands. After saying that, she left Ollivander's wand shop. "Gulme, child, I believe you can't wait any longer. What is your dominant hand?" Ollivander didn't mind. Ever since he saw Adam, it seemed his eyes were only on selecting a wand for him. Perhaps it was this passion for wands that made his wand-making skills so superb. "Right hand, sir." Adam answered Mr. Ollivander's questions while constantly adjusting to the measuring tape that was jumping around him. But he wasn't quite sure what the diameter of his nostrils had to do with the wand. "Mr. Ollivander, are these measurements really related to the wand?" "Of course. Every wand is unique, just as every wizard is unique." After taking the measurements, Ollivander turned around and pulled out a wand from the tall stack of wand boxes, opened it, and handed the wand to Adam. "Give it a try." Adam waved his hand casually, and in the next moment, a large pile of wand boxes buried the two of them like an avalanche. Cough, cough. Back to normal. A wand struggled to poke out from the pile, and then the wand boxes floated back to their original positions. "It's okay. This is a normal phenomenon. Let's try something else." Under Adam's stunned gaze, Ollivander tidied his hair and calmly pulled out another wand to hand to Adam. Then, bang, let's try this one. Boom, how about this? Sizzle, Mr. Ollivander. Adam looked helplessly at Ollivander, who was about to start selecting again. "If I remember correctly, you just tested my data. Why do we need to try so many times? I'm afraid if we keep this up, your shop won't be able to hold on." "Oh, don't worry, kid. By the way, that's a good question." Ollivander pushed over a ladder and slowly climbed up. The truth is, I can't fully measure all your data, can I? A wizard's uniqueness isn't just reflected in their physicality, but also in their magical power, personality, past experiences, and so on. Ollivander came down with a wand box, dusted it off, and handed it to Adam. So, the purpose of the previous data is to help me narrow down the selection range, so I don't have to try every wand in here. Saying this, Ollivander smiled slightly. You're not the most picky customer I've ever met, so don't worry, it's normal. From Ollivander's adept handling of the situation, it was clear that he had become accustomed to this. Well, since even the dismantled Ollivander doesn't mind, I certainly have no objections, Adam thought. In fact, he was quite interested in the process of trying out wands, and hoped to try a few more times. Many young wizards unleash a destructive force during magical surges and wand selection that far exceeds the damage they cause with spells. Why is that? Especially during wand selection. Young wizards don't chant spells or follow strict gestures. They simply wave their hands casually. Why can the effect be stronger than a spell? With another wave of the wand. Amidst a series of explosions, Adam carefully felt the changes in his magical power. It flowed into the wand, causing a momentary, slight, chaotic change, and then the explosion occurred. The next time Adam tried again, there was a completely different change, and a large number of wand boxes were pushed out by the shockwave. On the next attempt, Adam intentionally guided his magical power to follow the pattern of the change from the previous time. The magical power still fluctuated chaotically. He didn't fully succeed, but he got the changes closer to those of the earlier attempt, resulting in another explosion. Adam's eyes lit up. What is this? Could this be the process of spell invention? To avoid accidentally experimenting and getting himself killed, Adam immediately asked Ollivander, almost causing the old man to fall off the ladder. Absolutely do not do that again. Ollivander unusually dropped his wand and quickly returned to the ground, grabbing Adam's shoulders and seriously advising him. You guessed correctly. That is the process of spell invention, but it was used by wizards a long, long time ago, even before my ancestors started making wands. Back then, some wizards believed that magical power had a spirit of its own, so they allowed magical power to operate freely and tried to explore the rules within those operations. Which are spells. They believed this was the choice of their own magical power, and these spells were the ones most suitable for them. Adam frowned upon hearing this. This method sounded reasonable. A spell evolved from one's own magical power was essentially a personal divine ability. However, hearing Ollivander say that this method had been abandoned for many years made him wonder. Could it be because it was too dangerous? Adam guessed. That's right. Ollivander nodded. The death rate of wizards using this method is extremely high, and as the wizards who used it died off, no one continued to use it. According to later wizard studies, magic itself does possess a spirit, but this spirit tends towards disorder, chaos, and destruction. Spells that allow magic to run rampant are indeed powerful, but they also lead to the wizard's own demise. Chapter 6, 13¼ inches, purple wood, tail feather of a night stallion. I understand, Mr. Ollivander. I won't try again. After hearing Ollivander's words, Adam immediately abandoned his original experimental plan. Ollivander's mention of magic having a spirit that leans towards chaos and violence reminded him of a magical creature called the Silent. Ollivander sighed in relief and turned again to find a wand for Adam. I think I have a good idea of what type of wand would suit you. Ollivander walked to the back of the shop, holding 7 wand boxes for Adam to try one by one, then spoke. Do you know what the true purpose of a wand is? To amplify the power of spells? To increase the stability of magic? Adam waved his wand and raised an eyebrow. This wand was quite interesting. A gentle breeze swirled around the shop a few times before dissipating. Switching wands, Ollivander handed him a second one to try and continued the previous topic. You're not wrong, but in fact, the greatest function of a wand is to regulate the chaotic input of magical power. Adam waved the second wand, feeling it was not as good as the first. This time he switched to the third wand himself, while watching Ollivander for further instructions. When young wizards are still unfamiliar with spells, they often release their magical power impulsively without being prepared, resulting in chaotic and aimless magic. Without specific methods, young wizards are mostly unable to unleash this magical power. But once it is released, it can lead to terrifying consequences, as you just demonstrated. Therefore, the most important function of a wand is to contain this chaotic magic, preventing young wizards from casting dangerous and unknown spells before they have learned the exact incantations. Ollivander's tone was complex as he said this, and it seemed he was reminded of something. At this moment, Adam switched to the fourth wand, and he recalled a certain demolition genius who could use every spell with a thunderous explosion effect under the wand's capabilities. That could be considered a rare talent, right? Just as he was lost in thought, Adam switched to the fifth wand. The moment he picked up the wand, he suddenly felt all the magic power in his body come alive, flowing smoothly along his arm into the wand. A dark, deep stream of light erupted from the tip of the wand, swirling around Adam's body several times. Adam's eye twitched at the sight of the black light, reminding him of some unpleasant memories. Sure enough, 13¼ inches, made of purple heartwood, the tail feather of the night steed symbolizes a powerful combination of death, suited for those extremely talented yet easily extreme wizards. Adam felt a sense of resentment in his heart. How was he an extreme genius? And how was he prone to extremes? He was clearly just a salted fish who had to struggle temporarily for a living, and would eventually return to a simple and happy life. These evaluations must be the fault of those unforgivable curses. However, Ollivander looked very excited and walked up to Adam, looking at the wand he was holding. This wand, made with the core of a few nightmare tail feathers, was a product of mine after hearing about that legendary wand in my youth. Unfortunately, no wizard has ever been able to wield them. I was almost forgetting about them. Would you like to try this Elder Wand instead? It was clear that Ollivander was indeed very excited. Otherwise, he would have insisted that each wizard is matched with only one wand. All right, Adam's heart stirred upon hearing this, knowing that Ollivander was referring to the Elder Wand. After agreeing, he casually asked, "Mr. Ollivander, are the cores of these wands from the same thestral?" "Of course not," Ollivander replied with a reminiscent look. "At that time, in pursuit of the ultimate power of the legendary wand, I specifically sought out a thestral that had never had its tail feather taken. The tail feather of a thestral symbolizes death, so at the moment I killed them, I took the strongest tail feather, hoping to obtain the most powerful core material." Ollivander did not see anything wrong with this. The vast majority of wizards viewed magical creatures as walking materials. However, as the number of magical creatures dwindled, the increasingly high prices for materials forced wizards into sustainable practices. After trying a replica of the Elder Wand with no response, Adam also breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that his wand did not have the misleading brother wand concept. Otherwise, he would have had to buy all 7 of these wands with a stiff upper lip. It is important to know that Ollivander's wand shop is a legitimate establishment, and purchasing a wand is protected by an invisible magical contract. This means that the wands bought here are traceable and cannot be used to evade tracking or for other inconvenient tasks that the original wand could perform. Those kinds of wands must be sought out in Nocturne Alley. Although Adam was somewhat disappointed that the Elder Wand did not resonate with him, Ollivander was very pleased to finally entrust one of his proud creations to someone, even including many complimentary items such as wand care materials and a velvet wand case. "Mr. Ollivander, does this wand really only cost 8 galleons?" Adam was slightly skeptical. After all, he had directly killed a nightmare to make this wand. "Of course, my pricing is very reasonable." Ollivander winked mysteriously, and besides, the Ministry of Magic provides subsidies for young wizards' wands, with 8 galleons being the limit. Any amount exceeding that is covered by the ministry. In an instant, Adam seemed to understand why Ollivander was so happy and offered him so many freebies. After leaving the wand shop, Adam saw Professor McGonagall waiting for him across the street. Adam thought about how long he had actually spent choosing his wand. "Looks like you're quite picky," Professor McGonagall teased him when she saw Adam finally come out. "Take good care of your wand. It will be your most loyal companion." "I will, Professor McGonagall." Adam touched the wand in its case, the pale wand covered with runes he couldn't understand, feeling uneven yet oddly comfortable in his hand. Remembering the bracelet from his previous life, Adam suddenly thought that playing with the wand might be a nice way to pass the time. Next, Professor McGonagall took Adam to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Flourish and Blots, the Potage's Cauldron, and Elop's Owl Emporium in turn. After refusing Adam's request to buy materials at Slug Jigger's potion shop to try brewing potions himself, they stopped at the entrance of the magical menagerie. "Actually, you can come back to buy a pet next time," Professor McGonagall said, looking at Adam, who was loaded with bags. In fact, there was only one small bag with other things, mostly books purchased from Flourish and Blots. After asking Professor McGonagall, Adam bought a full set of the 7-year fixed textbooks, books he was interested in, and those that Professor McGonagall recommended as worth reading and very interesting. After all, the opportunity to buy books with a professor's company was probably just this once, so he had to make good use of it. "It's okay, I'm just looking." He only wanted to ask how to get a license for the Kneazle. Hearing Adam's words, Professor McGonagall sighed, recalling how Adam had said he was just browsing when he asked her which books were well written in the bookstore. Chapter 7, A Bunch of Achievements Back Home. Adam collapsed on the bed with a blank expression. It wasn't because he was too tired from wandering around Diagon Alley today. nor because he bought too many heavy items. It was because he had just glanced at an interface he hadn't seen in a long time. Adam thought that since today was his first day in Diagon Alley, there should be some achievement to earn, right? Who knew that when he opened the panel, he found a big surprise. Fallen Eye, a newcomer who has just stepped onto the path of corruption, there is still much to learn. Achievement goal. Learn 1 unforgivable curse. 11. Achievement reward. Dark arts talent boost. Fallen 2. It seems you are gradually getting used to the life of corruption. Keep it up. Achievement goal. Learn 2 unforgivable curses. 22. Achievement reward. Dark arts talent boost. Fallen 3. A completely fallen soul. Embrace the darkness. Achievement goal. Learn 3 unforgivable curses. 33. Achievement reward. Dark arts talent boost. Born bad. Incredible. Perhaps you're naturally suited for these forbidden curses. Achievement goal. Learn unforgivable curses and directly reach max level. 31. Achievement reward. 1 random max level advanced dark magic. This achievement can be completed repeatedly. Dark Lord, the killing curse is your wand. The Cruciatus curse is your sword. The Imperius curse is your throne. Countless souls wail to crown you. Without a doubt, you are the Dark Lord. Achievement goal. All unforgivable curses reach max level. 33. Achievement reward. Cast dark magic without emotional assistance. The Puppet Master. Incredible. How did you do it? Until that day, they had no idea you were the true Puppet Master. Achievement goal. All unforgivable curses reach max level. 33. Without being discovered in one instance. Achievement reward. Traces of using dark magic cannot be indirectly observed by any means, including but not limited to tracking spells, prophecies, time turner spells, truth serums, meditation bowls, soul capture spells, etc. Adam? What does this mean? What does it mean? What does it mean to be a natural-born bad seed? How did I fall? What does Dark Lord mean? Is the curse that I have no nose? Heaven bear witness. This unforgivable curse was clearly forced upon me by you. Reaching max level was also your doing. It has nothing to do with me. What do you mean I've never been discovered? I really have never used it even once. Adam hadn't had the chance to check out the rewards for going to Diagon Alley when he was suddenly bestowed with a triple jump in dark magic talent, along with 3 random max level advanced dark spells awaiting his use. Which good person at Hogwarts hasn't even started school yet and already has 6 max level dark spells? Not to mention Voldemort. Even Grindelwald would be impressed. More importantly, the last 2 achievements are invisible and intangible, yet they allow Adam to use dark magic, especially the unforgivable curses, with almost no worries. It won't affect him, nor will it be traced back to him later. As long as he doesn't use it flamboyantly in front of others, it won't impact Adam at all. Isn't the interface clearly tempting him? Hey, don't say it. You really can't say it. Adam was indeed feeling a bit eager to try it out. He slapped his hand, which was about to reach for his wand, and took a deep breath to suppress the urge within. Although he no longer needed to summon negative emotions to cast dark magic, the very act of casting dark magic, especially the unforgivable curse, was inherently negative in purpose. If he immersed himself in the thrill of casually casting dark magic, ignoring public order and morality, his soul would inevitably be distorted. Therefore, the restraint on dark magic was two-way. Since Adam was no longer bound by external limitations, he needed to exercise even more self-control. Moreover, he had already bought the textbooks, so couldn't he wait to learn a regular spell before using it? If he couldn't even manage this level of control, would he have to remain in the dangerous and backward wizarding world just to be able to use magic freely? Adam, cheer up. You're going to return to the Muggle world as a couch potato. Just think about the future computers, phones, PSPs, chips, snacks, and soda in the Muggle world. These are just a few minor unforgivable curses. You can do it. After a moment of self-comfort, Adam successfully calmed his emotions, as if entering a state of wisdom. The unforgivable curses seemed utterly unappealing in the face of soda. Now Adam not only felt indifferent, but even casually clicked on the 3 dark magic achievements without any ripple in his heart. The familiar sensation of information flooding into his brain washed over him. After a moment, Adam snapped back to reality. As for the 3 dark magics he obtained this time, well, the first dark magic is called the Fiendfire Curse, a flame that devours everything indiscriminately to grow stronger, which can only be extinguished with a counter curse. If the user is not careful, it can even backfire. Adam received the max-level Fiendfire Curse, so he didn't have to worry about backfiring. However, he does not know the counter curse, which means this curse is basically useless. The second dark magic is called the Spirit-Driving Curse, a spell Adam had never heard of, used to expel, control, and kill those illusory spirit beings, including ghosts and some non-existent entities. In Adam's memory of the original work, aside from Boggarts, it seems that ghosts and non-existence are mostly found in Hogwarts and Azkaban, so this curse is basically not useful at all. The third dark magic is the most outrageous. It's the possession curse, which allows the caster to possess another living being when on the brink of death, using the other's life force to continue their own life. The specific effect can be referenced to Professor Quirrell's face on the back of his head. Can this even be considered high-level dark magic? Regardless, the moment Adam received this curse, he decided that even if it meant death, he would absolutely never use this curse. What the hell? Adam complained, looking at the achievement interface. The information about the possession spell was too eye-watering. He needed some just and bright achievements to cleanse it. The wizard's first stop? Remember how to enter Diagon Alley. Who heartlessly kicked over the trash can. Achievement goal. Reach the leaky cauldron and enter Diagon Alley through the pub's patio. 11. Achievement reward. Wizard talent upgrade. The first commercial street. Yes, you read that right. Although it looks dirty, messy, and backward, this is indeed the most prosperous commercial street in the British wizarding world. Achievement goal. Reach Diagon Alley once. 11. Achievement reward. 100 galleons. The first gold. Wow. A shiny galleon. Achievement goal. Obtain your first galleon. 11. Achievement reward. Currency storage function unlocked. The first wand. Hold this little stick tightly. Most of your sense of security in the coming life will come from it. Achievement goal. Obtain a wand. 11. Achievement reward. Wand skin function unlocked. The first set of uniforms. The two main features of a uniform. Warmth, ugly. Achievement goal. Purchase a set of uniforms. Achievement reward. Wizard skin function unlocked. The first textbook. Knowledge is the ladder of human progress. Come on, get another book. This one is still a bit short. Achievement goal. Purchase a textbook. 11. Achievement reward. Spell talent upgrade. The first cauldron. The first step in brewing any potion is to clean your cauldron. Achievement goal. Purchase a cauldron. 11. Achievement reward. Potion talent upgrade. A 10 galleon throw. I want all of these. Achievement goal. Spend a total of 10 galleons in one transaction. 11. Achievement reward. Seamless expansion pocket. Chapter 8. Am I in the same year as Harry? Unexpectedly, after a trip to Diagon Alley, Adam gained more than 2 pages of achievements. His attention was first drawn to the unlocked functions. The currency storage function, as the name suggests, provides a space in the interface to store currency indefinitely. Of course, it is only for storage, although it doesn't charge a fee. It won't generate extra money either. Good stuff. Opening a vault at Gringotts costs money, and both opening an account and maintaining it are expensive. The most critical thing is that accessing it is not very convenient. Adam immediately deposited all the remaining money he had spent today, and in addition, there's also 100 gold gallons from achievement rewards inside. Adam looked at the other 2 systems. Seikin. Upon seeing these 2 words, Adam couldn't help but gasp, suddenly feeling a bit reluctant to continue. There was no other reason. He had been burned by these words in his previous life. After much hesitation, Adam decided to click in, while firmly resolving that if this feature required money, he would not spend a single copper cent on it. After clicking in, he did not see a dazzling mall, and Adam breathed a sigh of relief. But it wasn't until he finished reading the explanation of the feature that Adam realized he had been too quick to relax. The wizard skin feature, simply put, is a combination of changing outfits and disguise. Adam can create his own costumes, hairstyles, makeup, etc., with a fixed image costing 100 gold crowns. Adam trembled as he covered his chest with his hand. So expensive yet so tempting. This is a shape he created entirely by himself. Whether for cosplay or simply to mold beautiful clothes, it's a magical tool. Converting it, a set of skins costs 500 pounds, which would be about 4,300 in his previous life's exchange rate. When you think about it, it doesn't seem that expensive, does it? Adam's gaze fell on his account balance, which had just over 100 gold gallons. No way. He hasn't started making money yet. He can't spend recklessly anymore. Adam forced himself to look at the wand skin system. It was the same as making it himself, the same cost of 100 galleons for a set, and he could customize the appearance, wand body, and core himself. He could even change the color of the spells he cast. If he were to cast a green, disarming charm, wouldn't Professor McGonagall be scared out of her wits? Seeing the ability to change colors, Adam's first reaction was this. But then he realized, what if he cast a red killing curse? What about the colorless killing curse? Adam shook his head vigorously. Why was he thinking about the killing curse again? It must be because he had encountered the unforgivable curses too many times in the past couple of days. With that thought, Adam angrily closed the interface. He had seen through the malicious intent of this interface. It was determined to turn him into the Dark Lord, and then have him rob Gringotts of galleons to spend on it. The so-called currency storage function was just to facilitate his spending. How would he fall for that? Better to study. Learning makes me progress. Learning makes me happy. Learning gives me the capital to be a lazy fish. Adam randomly pulled a book from a pile on the table. He had no specific goal. He didn't have much understanding of magic or the wizarding world yet. He hadn't read the original texts, only seen the movies, and that was in his previous life. So he planned to quickly read through all the books here before school started, and then choose a first-year textbook to study. Important magical events of the 20th century? Well, it would be nice to read it as a storybook. A look at the recent history of the wizarding world wouldn't hurt. Adam lay on the bed, propped up by a pillow, and started to read. However, after a while, he felt somewhat disappointed. The writing in the wizarding world was riddled with flaws, and many parts clearly had issues. It wasn't even very qualified as a storybook. Oh, there's actually Voldemort? The Ministry of Magic is working hard to protect the public under Voldemort's intimidation. Adam couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he saw, in 1680, the boy who survived, Harry Potter, was born. He defeated Voldemort in 1680? Isn't that about the same age as me? Adam suddenly sat up, his expression blank. Harry Potter is the same age as him? Does that mean he is also starting at Hogwarts this year? Wouldn't that mean he would directly run into Voldemort? Please forgive Adam for not considering this issue before. He hadn't forgotten about this person. When he watched the movie, he thought the timeline of the plot couldn't be too different from reality. And until just now, he had thought that by the time Harry Potter started school, he would probably be close to graduating. Calm down, this is still good news. Compared to the first year when Voldemort came directly at them, this is already pretty good. Besides, dealing with Voldemort is the protagonist's job. What does it have to do with a little background character like me? Adam was no longer careless this time. He carefully recalled that in the movie, apart from the final battle, it seemed that none of the students died. After confirming this several times, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he honestly acted as an ordinary student and didn't get involved when the main characters were causing trouble, he would get into any trouble. By the time he graduated and returned to the Muggle world with his diploma, Voldemort would have already been defeated by Harry, making his laid-back life even safer than originally planned. Although he sorted through his thoughts, the realization that he was in the same year as Harry wiped away Adam's previously relaxed mood. He had thought that the coming days would be a youthful campus drama, only to find out that it was actually a thriller mystery. With this in mind, Adam glanced at the book in his hand, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century, and lost the motivation to continue reading. He could only sigh and put the book back in the pile, then obediently pulled out a standard spell book for beginners. Half an hour later, Wingardium Leviosa. Adam carefully focused on the spell and the movements, magic flowing smoothly from his arms into the wand. The standard spell in front of him, the levitation charm, began to hover steadily. The theory seemed complicated, with pieces scattered here and there, but in practice, it turned out to be unexpectedly simple. Successfully casting a spell for the first time made Adam feel a surge of excitement. The book in midair fell back onto the table with a thud, and Adam was momentarily taken aback. Okay, next time I need to remember to gently withdraw the magic, or else things that are floating will fall. This small mishap did nothing to diminish Adam's excitement. He practiced dozens of times until he felt his magic was running low. By now, he could confidently and skillfully use the levitation charm without being overly cautious about making mistakes. Unable to resist, he opened the interface to see what level his self-taught levitation charm had reached. A level 5 spell maxes out at level 10. Was level 5 already the proficiency level? Adam pondered the differences in mastery between the level 5 levitation spell and the fully mastered dark magic spells. The fully mastered spells felt almost instinctual. As long as he had the intention to use them, he could cast them in the next moment. Adam even believed he could do so silently and without a wand, but he found himself unable to use any of those spells. In contrast, while he could proficiently cast the level 5 spells, there was still a process from reaction to recollection to actual use, and the proficiency was clearly not on par with the fully mastered spells. Additionally, the precision of control seemed to be a key aspect of level advancement, such as levitating multiple objects simultaneously and minimizing the ineffective consumption of magical energy. Adam noted these differences bit by bit, as these were the key areas he needed to improve on while learning spells. Relating to his life and safety, Adam's autonomy in learning was even higher than during the college entrance examination. First, he set a small goal. There was just over a month until school started, and he aimed to master the iron armor spell before then. Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station. Adam got off the train with Karen. Be careful on the way. Did you bring all your luggage? Dad, I just brought some books, lunch, my school uniform, and my wand. As for the other luggage, didn't you check everything before sending it to school? All right, don't worry, you go to work. All right to you. Just wait for my owl. After saying goodbye to Karen, Adam walked into the station with his hands in his pockets. Today, he was wearing a beige trench coat and carrying a shoulder bag, strolling leisurely towards the third pillar between platforms 6 and 10. It was clear that a circle of space had been left open around him, as the nearby muggles didn't glance this way at all, evidently under the effect of a constant muggle-repelling charm or another similar spell to reduce presence. After taking a look at the pillar and confirming he hadn't miscounted, Adam took a deep breath and quickly dashed forward. Adam felt as if he had crashed into a mass of darkness, but after taking a few more steps, the surroundings suddenly brightened. In front of him was a platform that was completely different from before, with a crimson steam engine puffing steam beside him. He wondered if in a few decades, they could negotiate with the East to replace it with a Hogwarts high-speed train. It probably wouldn't even take an hour to get there. While feeling a bit shocked by this scene that also seemed somewhat outdated, Adam couldn't help but think. Since Adam had no family to bid farewell to, he simply found a door and boarded the express train. The ticket he had purchased earlier had no seat restrictions. So Adam found a compartment at the end of the carriage and sat down. He casually placed his shoulder bag beside him and took out a small pouch from it. He then reached his whole hand inside to feel around and eventually pulled out a book. This pouch was a reward for a previous achievement that granted him a permanent and highly advanced undetectable extension charm. It contained roughly several cubic meters of space and could almost completely negate the effects of weight. The book he had bought but hadn't had the chance to read, the water he would drink on the way, and his lunchbox were all inside, making it very practical. He opened a detailed guide to practical transfiguration highly recommended by Professor McGonagall and flipped to the page marked with a feather bookmark, quickly immersing himself in the sea of knowledge. There was a reason Professor McGonagall recommended this book. Although some of its content was so profound that Adam couldn't understand it at all right now, it didn't solely focus on advanced transfiguration spells. The author discussed how even the most basic transfiguration spells could be helpful in practical situations, all the way to how to use or even rely solely on advanced transfiguration spells against enemies, including how to better utilize animagus for infiltration and ambush. According to Professor McGonagall, this book had greatly inspired her at the time. It could be said that this was a book that could accompany a wizard from the beginner stage of transfiguration all the way to mastering it. What was most remarkable was that as a practical guide, the author's explanations were very clear. At the time, Adam was puzzled why Professor McGonagall didn't use it as one of the textbooks. She explained that for most young wizards, they wouldn't even use 1/5 of the book. After all, the peak difficulty of the OWL's exam that one must pass to graduate only assessed the disarming charm, which was already quite challenging for many students. Considering how many shops in Diagon Alley couldn't even understand a simple cleaning charm, Adam could only reluctantly accept this fact. If only he had known that transfiguration could be used this way, wouldn't that be incredible? Adam wasn't just passively observing. With the knowledge he had accumulated from the cultural explosion of his past life, he could even draw inferences from the tactics he read about in the book. Of course, some of the techniques might be ones the author was aware of, but simply felt embarrassed to include in the writing. Just as Adam was mentally rolling through countless dirty tricks, the carriage door was suddenly opened. "Hello, may we sit here?" A pair of red-haired twins poked their heads in, asking in half-sentences, looking very lively. Of course, Adam nodded. Red-haired twins, could it be? Thank you. After the twins placed their luggage down, they sat opposite Adam, jostling each other for a while before stopping to greet Adam. "I'm George. This is Fred. What's your name?" "I'm Adam," as Adam confirmed while answering. It really is this pair of lively characters. He remembered that during the later battle, it seemed that one of the two had died, but unfortunately, he couldn't recall who it was. He thought he might consider trying to save them when the time came. Fred, unaware of Adam's thoughts, noticed that Adam was reading a book and suddenly exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, "Oh my gosh, George, did you see that? Someone is reading on the way to Hogwarts." "Oh, I saw it, Fred." George also covered his freckled face, his expression matching his shout. Then the two spoke in unison. "You must be going to Ravenclaw." Children grow quite a bit in a year, so it's actually easy to distinguish between the grades. Adam's height clearly indicated that he was a first-year student. Adam was a bit curious upon hearing this and looked at the twins. "So what did you guys do on the way to Hogwarts before?" When he was a child, he would spend long train rides reading books, and later on, he had a mobile phone, so he was quite curious about it. The twins exchanged glances. Feeling that something was off, Normally, new students should be curious about the sorting process at this time, right? However, they still replied, "Usually we just chat, or go find friends to hang out with." Adam nodded in understanding. "I see. So you must have a great relationship with lots to talk about." "Of course." The two instantly put their arms around each other's shoulders, completely forgetting the moment they almost tore each other apart over a half-inch difference in position. "By the way, what book are you reading? I don't think I've seen this cover before." "It's a detailed explanation of transformation combat." Adam explained amid the twins' obvious shock. "I come from a Muggle family. When Professor McGonagall took me to Diagon Alley before, I asked her to recommend some books worth reading from Flourish and Blots." Upon hearing this, the twins were not even interested in Adam's Muggle background. They clung to each other, staring at him in horror, as if looking at a beast crawling out of hell. Could there really be humans who seek books about their courses beyond the textbooks? They couldn't understand. At that moment, a long whistle sounded, and the Hogwarts Express began to move. After leaving King's Cross Station, it traveled along the tracks across the plains and fields, white steam billowing out and gradually merging with the white clouds in the sky. Adam couldn't help but look out the window. The vibrant green scenery was refreshing. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Hogwarts is even more breathtaking than this." The twins, who had just been joking around, exchanged knowing smiles and also looked out the window. Adam's reaction reminded them of their own feelings when they first boarded the Hogwarts Express. "I'm really looking forward to it." Adam had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he had no intention of giving up the entertainment and security of the Muggle life, who could refuse a journey into the magical world? Chapter 10, the demand for memory charms, became urgent as the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down. Adam had already turned his attention back to the book. After all, no matter how beautiful the wilderness scenery was, one couldn't look at it all day. The twins had also left the compartment more than once to play with their classmates, and it was unclear whether they had gone to find Ron and the others. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the train, reminding the young wizards that the train was about to arrive, and that any luggage left on the train would be delivered to their dormitories by house elves. "Adam, don't you have any luggage? Did you put everything in your pockets?" The three of them stood up to change into their uniforms, and while speaking, the twins, who were taking their uniforms out of the suitcase, curiously looked at Adam, who had taken off his coat and put it into his pocket, then pulled out his uniform from the same pocket to wear. Earlier, Adam had also taken his lunch out of his pocket, which made them wonder if all of Adam's luggage was indeed in that pocket that had an undetectable expansion charm. "How could I possibly carry all that? I sent my luggage to the Owl Post earlier and had it sent directly to Hogwarts." Adam shook his head. He didn't want to carry those cauldrons and clothes all the way to Hogwarts. He had already packed everything, including the owl, and sent it to Hogwarts. The twins froze at his words, glancing at the heavy luggage in their hands, and fell silent. All right, we've arrived. The Hogwarts Express came to a slow stop, and since their compartment was at the very back, there was no rush to get off. Adam adjusted the collar and cuffs of his robe before pushing the door open and stepping outside. As soon as he got off the train, a gust of cold air hit him, and Adam couldn't help but shiver. Warmth and protection against the cold. He quickly cast a warming charm on himself and felt the cold air no longer sapping his warmth, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. "Give us one too," the twins exclaimed, hugging Adam tightly and refusing to let go. Warmth and protection against the cold. Warmth and protection against the cold. "All right, you two hurry up. I still have to go over to the first years." Adam quickly cast the warming charm on both of them and pointed to the tall figure standing out among the crowd, loudly calling the first years over. "Adam, you're amazing. You have to come play with us once we get to Hogwarts." Adam hurried towards Hage, while the twins behind shouted loudly. "Got it." Adam was one of the last new students to join the team due to distance. After looking around, he noticed that the older students had already set off, and the new students were gathered here. Hagrid raised his lantern and began to lead the way. The path they were walking on was steep and narrow, and it was dark. The only source of light for the entire group was the small lantern in Hagrid's hand. Adam was at the back, watching as the young wizards in front of him almost stumbled several times. Coupled with his own stumbling, he couldn't help but raise his wand, Lumos. The soft glow that lit up instantly attracted the surprised and grateful gazes of the surrounding young wizards. The group then passed through a dense forest and stopped by a dark lake. Adam glanced at the slightly restless crowd in front of him and raised his wand to look. On the opposite shore of the Black Lake stood a magnificent castle, with 3 towering spires, undulating stone walls, and countless lights shining brightly in the darkness, creating a stunning sight. That was Hogwarts. A voice beside him expressed a sense of wonder. Indeed, Adam subconsciously responded, and then realized and turned his head. A small round face came into view. "Hello." My name is Navi. Navi seemed a bit nervous as he looked at Adam and said, "Thank you for the fluorescent spell you just cast." "You're welcome. My name is Adam. Adam scheming.After. Neville." The name didn't leave a deep impression on him. It took Adam a few seconds to remember that he was the Sword of Gryffindor. However, he only recalled that Neville had once killed that big snake with a single sword strike. "Can I sit in the same boat with you?" Neville invited, seeming a bit awkward about initiating conversation, his face turning red. Of course. The two followed the group forward, and soon it was their turn. Hagrid was shouting nearby that no boat could exceed 4 people. Adam got on the boat first. Seeing that Navi was a bit scared, he, "Come on up." Navi stepped onto the boat with Adam's strength, and his whole body stiffened when the boat started moving and swaying. It wasn't until the boat stabilized that he slowly relaxed. "Thank you." Navi looked like he was about to cry. Adam couldn't help but sigh. The kid was really too introverted. A group of them sailed past the steep cliffs, through a curtain of ivy, and finally stopped at a dock. As they got off the boat, Adam glanced back at the lake behind him. "What's wrong, Adam?" Navi asked curiously, turning to look back. "It's nothing. Just checking if I left anything behind." Navi was not only introverted, but also a bit timid. He still didn't tell Adam that they had been brought over by a giant squid. He initially thought the boats were enchanted, following a fixed path to the castle below. But he couldn't sense any magic on the boat. It was only when he looked down that he realized a massive squid was propelling the water to carry them here. Hearing Adam's words, Navi touched his body and suddenly turned pale. "Oh no, my leaf." "Leaf?" Adam was confused. "It's my toad. I forgot about it." Navi was anxious, but Adam remained relatively calm. "When you greeted me before, I didn't see Leaf. Did you bring Leaf with you when you got off the train?" Navi thought for a moment and shook his head uncertainly. "I don't think so." "All right then." Adam nodded, at least confirming that Leaf was with us before we reached the lakeside. "If it was on the train, the house elf would have brought it to your dormitory. If we don't see it after we return to the dorm, it means it must have been somewhere along the way, and we can come back to look for it tomorrow." Seeing Adam so calm, Neville seemed to be affected and calmed down a bit too, but just for one night. "Don't worry, Neville. Leaf must not be an ordinary toad, right? Just staying out in the wild for one night shouldn't be a problem. I'll give it a try." Adam looked at Neville with a worried expression. He knew that Neville seemed fine now because he was there, but if they had to wait until the next morning, the child would likely break down. He took out his wand. Levi Corpus. He cast the spell, unsure if it would work since Leaf was too far away, and his magic might not be strong enough. To his surprise, a shadow flew over from a nearby boat. With a snap, a fat toad appeared in Adam's arms. "Leaf." "Thank you, Adam." Neville couldn't hold back any longer, and tears streamed down his face as he hugged Leaf and thanked Adam. "I'm so glad we found you." Adam's breath was faint as a thread, slowly raising his hand to give himself a thorough cleaning. The tactile sensation from just a moment ago had added another fragment to the memories he wanted to erase with the memory charm. It was decided he would learn the memory charm next. As for the guardian charm, the seamless extension charm, and the loyal heart charm, they could be pushed to the back for now, as they weren't urgently needed. Chapter 11. The sorting ceremony after finding Rafe. The two hurriedly joined the line. Fortunately, not many noticed them. The line passed along a cobblestone path and arrived at a large door. Hagrid stepped forward and gave the door a few knocks with his palm, which was as large as a fan. Before long, the door slowly opened, revealing a familiar figure to Adam. Professor McGonagall was still wearing her deep green robe, her hair curled and tied up in a high bun. She seemed a bit more serious than when she had taken Adam to Diagon Alley before. "All the first-year students are here, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid." "I'll take it from here," Professor McGonagall replied, pulling the door wider to let Hagrid pass through. She then glanced at the new students before turning and walking into the entrance hall. Adam followed along while observing his surroundings. The stone walls looked somewhat plain, with sculptures on the walls, each holding a torch, from which flames burned as if they would never extinguish. At the same time, Adam noticed that the heads of these winged sculptures represented the 4 houses: badger, lion, eagle, and snake, rotating in groups of 4. This was much more exciting than watching a movie. Adam couldn't help but think. Finally, they arrived outside the hall doors. Professor McGonagall stopped, turned to look at them, and said, "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a moment, you will walk through this door and enjoy dinner with your classmates. But before that, you must first go through the sorting ceremony to determine which house you will belong to, and this is very important. During your time at school, it will be like your home. You will attend classes with your housemates, stay in your house dormitories, and spend your free time in your house common room." As Professor McGonagall spoke, her gaze swept over the new students. The school has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each with its own proud history and each having produced outstanding wizards. If you perform well, you can earn points for your house. But breaking school rules will result in point deductions. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest points will win the house cup. Hearing this, Adam felt indifferent. The house cup had already been predetermined for the next 7 years. However, at that moment, Professor McGonagall's gaze happened to fall on him, and Adam blinked and offered a well-behaved smile. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, and after a barely perceptible nod, she moved her gaze away. The sorting ceremony will begin in a few minutes, so I suggest you tidy yourselves up while you wait. You will be sorted in front of the entire school faculty and students. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and left the entrance hall. After the professor left, the new students sighed in relief and began to whisper to each other. Suddenly, a voice that was taller than everyone else's cried out in terror. "What is that?" The discussion ceased immediately. It turned out that over 20 ghosts had suddenly emerged from the walls, whispering to each other as they floated by, leaving the new students in silence. Neville turned pale, almost matching the ghosts, and clutched his toad, Trevor, looking at Trevor's legs flailing helplessly in the air. Adam seemed to understand why this toad always tried to escape. After lamenting Trevor's tumultuous life, Adam couldn't help but glance at the ghosts, curious about what the effect of the banishing charm would be. Of course, it was just curiosity. The ghosts, unaware of Adam's thoughts, floated in the air, trying to converse with the new students, but no one responded, and they drifted away when Professor McGonagall returned. Now everything was ready. Form a single line and follow me. The new students followed Professor McGonagall through the hall doors, where teachers and upperclassmen at the 4 long tables were all watching them. Adam looked up, and the ceiling was indeed like the one described in the history of Hogwarts, a sea of stars. However, tonight the sky outside was overcast, and only the moon was visible. Clearly, this ceiling was not transparent, but had merely transformed into the appearance of a starry sky. After experiencing the magical whispers of the sorting hat, Professor McGonagall stepped forward and unfurled the parchment in her hand. "When I call your name, put on the hat and sit on the stool. The sorting hat will assign you to your house." Hannah Abbott. One by one, the new students stepped forward and were sorted into different houses by the sorting hat. Hermione, Neville, Draco, Harry. One familiar name after another was called out, and then assigned to their destined house. Adam looked at the scene before him and suddenly felt a bit dazed. What did his arrival mean for this world? Would the story unfold as it did in his memories with his presence, a character who originally did not exist? Adam Smith. Professor McGonagall's call brought Adam back to his senses, making him feel that he was overthinking. He stepped forward, picked up the sorting hat, put it on, and then sat on the stool. Gryffindor. The sorting hat shouted without hesitation. Adam was a bit surprised, but he quickly took off the sorting hat and walked to the Gryffindor long table amidst applause, sitting down next to Neville. "We're in the same house." "That's great," Neville said excitedly. Adam smiled to reassure him and suggested that he find a place for Trevor first so it wouldn't interfere with their meal later. As Neville began looking for a place to settle Trevor, Adam looked towards the front where the sorting ceremony was still ongoing, feeling puzzled. How could he be in Gryffindor? Among the 4 houses, he had thought he would be sorted into Hufflepuff. His dream was to be a slacker, lacking courage, which didn't meet Gryffindor's criteria. He had no ambition and came from a Muggle background, which didn't meet Slytherin's criteria, although he was studying diligently now. It was to better fulfill his dream of being a slacker rather than purely for the sake of knowledge, which didn't meet Ravenclaw's criteria. Besides that, he had considered that the sorting hat might send him to Ravenclaw based on the spells he knew, or to Slytherin based on the dark magic he could perform. The only thing he and T thought of was being sorted into Gryffindor. Little did he know, when the sorting hat called out Gryffindor, it wasn't just Adam who was surprised. 2 others were as well. Professor McGonagall was surprised that Adam didn't end up in Ravenclaw, but then felt happy for Adam joining Gryffindor. Dumbledore was surprised, but also relieved. Previously, Ollivander had written him a letter regarding Harry's wand, mentioning Adam in it. He had been prepared to pay more attention and be cautious to prevent another tragedy like Tom's. But now it seemed he had been overly sensitive due to the current timing. The wand only showed a tendency and didn't truly represent the wizard. Over here, Adam couldn't make sense of it and decided not to dwell on it anymore. Maybe the sorting hat recognized his inner youthful spirit and placed him in Gryffindor? He didn't deny that. After all, a man remains a boy at heart until death. What? Why not learn a brain-blocking spell first to prevent the sorting hat from discovering he could perform the unforgivable curses? There was no need for that. The unforgivable curses weren't illegal. Using them was. Adam hadn't used the unforgivable curses. Moreover, as a hat passed down from the time of the 4 founders, The Sorting Hat had seen more cruel spells than Adam could imagine. The witch hunts and the Inquisition's cleansing of unforgivable curses weren't even significant in that era. In comparison, was T using a brain-blocking spell to conceal memories an even more suspicious act? Chapter 12. The welcome feast. The sorting ceremony quickly came to an end, and after Professor Dumbledore's ambiguous speech, everyone happily began to eat. Sighing, Adam cut a piece of steak and added a sausage to his plate. "What's wrong?" Neville asked, his mouth full of roasted meat, with grease at the corners of his mouth. "Nothing, just thought I should have eaten less at lunch. It's a bit of shame." Adam did not say that he regretted not being sorted into Hufflepuff. The kitchen is right at the entrance of the Hufflepuff dormitory, which is no different from the snack street at the back door of the school dormitory in his past life. Neville, however, nodded vigorously in agreement. "The sandwich my grandma prepared for me was hard by lunchtime." Just then, the ghosts of the school also took their seats, and as nearly headless Nick floated over, Adam could clearly feel the appetite of everyone at the long table decline. He believed the same was true for the other three houses. The good news, nearly headless Nick was very interested in Harry and didn't go elsewhere. The bad news, Harry, also a new Gryffindor, was sitting not far from Adam, just 3 people away. Seeing nearly headless Nick about to show why he was called nearly headless, Adam quickly turned Neville around. "What's wrong?" Neville asked, still gnawing on a chicken leg, as Adam nudged the chicken leg a bit tighter into his hand. "Nothing, keep eating." Adam stuffed a French fry into his mouth. Before he finished speaking, several gagging sounds erupted nearby. It seems quite. So, the school ghost won't run away. Why choose to scare oneself during mealtime? As the meal progressed, the students gradually began to chat more animatedly. They were kids, after all, and being Gryffindors, they couldn't possibly talk about their study progress. Instead, they could only discuss pets, favorite games, and family matters. Most of them gathered around Harry to ask questions and talk, while Neville shared stories about how his uncle had repeatedly pushed him to the brink of life and death, ultimately leading to him showcasing his magical talent. Adam was quietly sitting in place enjoying the food, only occasionally chiming in. For example, right now, he was nibbling on an apple pie while hesitating whether to eat the meat sandwich in front of him. Although it looked quite tempting, the thing was actually passed over from the twin classmates, and to be honest, he wasn't very willing to eat food made by the twins. When Adam looked over, they gave a thumbs up. Well, now he was even more afraid to eat. "Adam, are your parents both wizards?" "Huh?" Adam turned his head and Neville Ron, and Harry all looked at him curiously. "Both of my parents are muggles, and in fact, if it weren't for the letter I wrote being picked up by the school's owl that night, my parents and I would have thought it was a prank." "What?" Neville's mouth dropped open, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. "But you clearly used so many spells just now." "That was from self-studying the textbooks." Adam blinked innocently and said, "I bought the textbooks at the end of July, and today is already the end of August. Isn't it normal to learn a few spells in over a month?" "No, that's not normal at all. Who studies the textbooks at home before school starts?" Adam's words almost made a group of disinterested children feel self-conscious. But Hermione, who had not joined the boys' conversation at the long table, raised her head upon hearing this, looking as if she had found a worthy opponent. Adam didn't notice Hermione and continued, "Speaking of which, time is still too tight. Compared to you who have been in the wizarding world since childhood, I know almost nothing about magic, and the gap between us must be huge. But a month has passed, and I've barely read a quarter of the books I bought, and just these are already quite difficult." Hermione listened and proudly raised her head. She had read half of them. Moreover, she had also bought a few extracurricular reference books. But then she heard Adam say, "The spells in the standard spell series conflict with some from the 18th century spell selections and the Book of Spells. I don't know which one to trust. As for transfiguration spells, I don't even dare to practice the content involving living transformations on my own. I can only save up the questions I encounter and ask the professor later." Adam scratched his head in distress and expressed the pain he had felt over the past month under the chaotic educational system of the wizards, only to find that everyone was looking at him with a confused expression as if to say, "What are you talking about? What's wrong?" Adam was taken aback, although his words had a hint of boasting. After all, his talent had been enhanced, and his progress should be a bit faster. It should resonate with everyone, right? Did anyone else find the textbook confusing? Was he the only one struggling? He had originally vowed to learn the iron armor spell in 2 months, but they taught him a lesson instead. Can you believe that the same spell has different syllable spellings in 2 books? Would you dare to practice it? Ah, so spicy. In the silence, Ron suddenly screamed, and a group of people looked over in shock, only to see Ron with his mouth wide open, one hand fanning his mouth while the other poured pumpkin juice from the table into his mouth. This was Adam keenly noticed the meat sandwich on Ron's plate, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Looking back at his own plate, he found it was indeed identical. Glancing towards the twins, their identical, mischievous smiles made Adam silently slide the meat sandwich off his plate onto the table. It wasn't long before the food on the table disappeared one by one, and Professor Dumbledore stood up to begin speaking. Now that everyone is full and satisfied, I have a few words to say to you all. At the start of a new semester, I want to remind everyone of a few important points. First-year students, please note that the forest behind the school is off-limits to all students, and some of you older students would do well to remember this too. Professor Dumbledore gave a pointed look at the Weasley twins. Additionally, Mr. Filch, he gestured to Filch, who was standing by the wall with Mrs. Norris in the auditorium, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term, so any students interested in joining the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must tell you all not to go near the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor of the library, unless you want to experience a most painful death with blood streaming from all your orifices. Harry thought Professor Dumbledore was joking and laughed heartily at the remark. Adam took notes seriously about things he had long forgotten, and he had no intention of going to that forbidden place. Harry was able to confront Voldemort thanks to the protective magic left by his mother. Did he really plan to face Voldemort with the head and the Horcrux? After the speech, Professor Dumbledore led everyone in singing the school song, and Adam once again experienced the feeling of being overwhelmed by the magical sound. Should we go, Adam? Adam. Neville nudged the dazed Adam, and Adam finally came to his senses. Huh? Is it over? It's been over for a while. We should head back to the dormitory. Chapter 13. The morning of the first day of school, the new students followed Percy back to the Gryffindor dormitory tower and found their respective dorms. Adam, we're together again. That's great. Sitting on the bed, Neville excitedly hugged Leaf, only to discover that Leaf was missing again. Adam had to use the summoning charm once more, but this time he was prepared and avoided any close contact with Leaf. Yes, I'm really happy to be in the same dorm as you. After checking his luggage, Adam sat on the bed and said, half happily, half resigned. He knew that it was probably based on the relationships the little wizards had shown during the journey when they assigned the dorms, and he was quite pleased to be in the same dorm as Neville. However, he felt resigned because the remaining 3 beds were occupied by Harry, Ron, and Seamus. This arrangement of being near the main characters made him feel like he could easily get into trouble, but then again, it was uncertain. He couldn't remember who he had replaced, and as long as he stayed out of trouble, he should be able to manage. Speaking of which, among the 3 roommates, Seamus left a deeper impression on him than Neville, as Neville's impression was mainly from the final battle scene, while Seamus, the explosive genius, made an impression in almost every installment. I'm so tired today. I won't think too much. I'll give myself and the bed a good clean-up, Adam said as he kicked off his shoes and flopped onto the bed, lazily stretching out his limbs. It's great to have magic. I won't shower today. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow. After Adam finished speaking, his clothes suddenly transformed into a snug and comfortable pair of pajamas, and he rolled himself up in the blanket, resembling a silkworm. Yes, although he resisted the temptation of a cool skin, Adam ultimately succumbed to the drowsiness before sleep, treating himself to an incredibly comfortable set of pajamas as a skin. It must be said that every day when Adam changed into his outfit with one click and lay down in the blanket, he felt that his 100 gold galleons were truly well spent. This magic is just too convenient. Harry looked at Adam in the next bed, thinking about how he still had to drag his tired body to take a shower, and secretly resolved to master magic. Thanks to go to bed early the previous night, Adam's biological clock worked normally the next morning, waking him up. Glancing at his 4 roommates who were sleeping like pigs, and seeing that there was still plenty of time before the first class, Adam decided not to disturb their sleep. He quietly got out of bed, changed back into his school uniform with one click, freshened himself up, and left the dormitory with his bag. Good morning, fat lady. Pushing open the portrait of the fat lady and stepping out of the Gryffindor common room, Adam greeted her, who still looked a bit sleepy. Good morning, dear. You're up really early, the fat lady remarked. The morning air is always uplifting, Adam replied with a smile, while silently thinking to himself, if it weren't for his life and safety, who would be willing to endure this suffering? Once he graduates, he will definitely sleep at 2 and wake up at 12 every day. After saying goodbye to the plump lady, Adam went to the empty auditorium, grabbed a piece of toast smeared with jam to fill his stomach, and walked towards the owl shed while eating. Athena, have you missed me? Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow rushed in with a gust of wind and landed in front of Adam. It was a brown and black female juvenile eagle owl, standing on the ground tall enough to reach Adam's calf. If it landed on his arm, he wouldn't be able to hold it at all. Good girl. Have you been doing well these past few days? Adam gently hugged the somewhat excited girl, stroking her head while taking out a dozen strips of raw meat from the interface. Each strip was as wide as two of Adam's fingers and as long as his arm. Athena swallowed one strip at a time. This was a feature unlocked from the interface after Adam bought Athena from Diagon Alley, allowing him to purchase feed that would make the owl stronger and faster, costing 1 gallon for 10 kilograms. To be honest, it was a bit expensive, but Athena liked it, and the little girl was still growing. Moreover, she didn't eat it every day. It was just an occasional treat. Adam gritted his teeth and bought it. Usually, Athena hunted for herself at home, but now at Hogwarts. A house elf fed her. After feeding Athena and playing with her for a while, Adam slowly returned to the Great Hall. By this time, the hall was much more crowded than before. Adam found a seat, grabbed a glass of milk and a ham sandwich, and took out a book to read while eating. Once he finished eating, he closed the book and stuffed it back into his bag, heading towards the classroom. Although there was still time before the first class, Adam thought it wouldn't hurt to go a bit early, considering the mischievous nature of Hogwarts stairs. It turned out Adam was right. Half an hour later, after experiencing several instances where the stairs suddenly turned just as he was about to reach his destination, winding around the second and third floors, Adam finally stomped into the transfiguration classroom, suppressing his anger. There were less than a third of the people in the classroom, and most of the front seats were empty. Adam confidently walked to the front row and sat down, then stared at Professor McGonagall at the podium. Ahem, actually Gryffindor's pretty good too. At least their head of house can turn into a cat. Adam's gaze was so intense that even Professor McGonagall, in her animagus form, was startled when she looked over with her arms crossed. From Adam's eyes, Professor McGonagall realized that this clever student seemed to have discovered her identity. Had he already seen part of the animagus information? She had originally planned to surprise the students by demonstrating advanced transfiguration to spark their interest in learning. But now she hesitated about whether to change back. Under the students' watchful eyes, she felt embarrassed to seriously pretend to be a cat. Fortunately, at that moment, Adam seemed to realize that this was a bit inappropriate and withdrew his gaze, taking out a copy of Advanced Transfiguration Guide from his bag to read. After hesitating for a moment, Professor McGonagall still did not change back, but she lifted her head to take a look. Seeing that Adam was not just pretending, but was seriously reading, and that he had made some notes on the parts he had read, Professor McGonagall instantly felt satisfied. Squinting her eyes and nodding, her tail unconsciously swaying. Adam, who was watching Professor McGonagall out of the corner of his eye, nearly had a nosebleed at the sight. No. He had to quickly leverage his connection with Harry to find Hagrid and get the permit to raise a Kneazle. This permit was not particularly difficult to obtain. As long as there was a letter from a magizoologist, it would suffice, basically certifying that the wizard had the ability to raise a Kneazle and wouldn't be discovered. However, magizoologists generally worked in remote areas, and it would be hard for Adam to find one willing to write him a letter, except for Hagrid. After all, magizoologists didn't have a specific certification. It was more about work experience and industry reputation. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Hagrid could certainly be recognized as a magizoologist. Chapter 14. Transfiguration class time had already passed when Ron and Harry finally arrived, and Professor McGonagall leaped down from the podium, dispelling her animagus form. The entire classroom of students was stunned, especially Adam, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. The original goal had been achieved. However, Professor McGonagall was not as pleased as she had planned, because these two students had arrived late for the first class. Maybe I should turn one of you into a pocket watch to help you understand the importance of time? Sorry, Professor, we got lost, Harry apologized weakly. Then how about turning into a map? Professor McGonagall did not respond with a kind expression. I assume you don't need a map to find your seats, do you? The two of them dejectedly found empty seats and sat down as Professor McGonagall returned to the podium. The transfiguration spell is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. If anyone misbehaves in my class, I will ask them to leave and never allow them to return. I have warned you. Saying this, Professor McGonagall turned the podium into a pig and then back again, eliciting another round of gasps from the students. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall began her lesson. At this point, Adam had put away the Advanced Transfiguration Guide and taken out the Beginner's Transfiguration Guide. Although he could barely use the spells written in it, they were all self-taught shortcuts. And seeing that the Transfiguration spell level was only at level 3 indicated his skill level. Adam himself didn't dare to use it normally. If he wanted to learn Transfiguration properly, he still needed to attend Professor McGonagall's classes. Professor McGonagall's warnings before class were no joke. Transfiguration was indeed one of the most dangerous spells in their textbook, which was why she was so furious. Changing the shape of inanimate objects was one thing. But when it came to transfiguring living beings, just think about the consequences of a surgical error. And you can imagine how terrifying it would be if something went wrong with living transfiguration. The transfiguration spell that turns others into animals leaves the transformed individual with blurred memories. Animal brains do not support such logical memory and thought. Otherwise, becoming an animagus wouldn't be so complicated with potion making. This means that once someone is turned into an animal, if they are not turned back, they might even start to think of themselves as that animal. Additionally, there are spells that send targets to unknown places, with no recorded cases of creatures or inanimate objects ever reappearing after being subjected to vanishing spells. And summoning spells that call object from elsewhere also fall under the category of transfiguration. Just looking at these examples, the dangers of transfiguration are evident. The content Professor McGonagall covered was complex and profound for students who had not prepared in advance, but Adam kept up quite well. He listened while comparing it to his previous notes, occasionally correcting his earlier misunderstandings. After one class, the students were sweating profusely, struggling to keep up with their notes, which was exhausting. Adam was also sweating heavily, shocked to discover that so many of his previous understandings were wrong. It was fortunate that mistakes with inanimate transfiguration wouldn't go too far. By outputting a bit more magical power and making some adjustments, he could usually salvage it, which he hadn't realized before. No wonder he always felt that casting transfiguration spells was much more tiring than other spells. With such a shaky foundation, it was a good thing Adam had never attempted living transfiguration, especially transforming a living creature into another living creature. Otherwise, he might have ended up creating something that would make people lose their sanity. After a good portion of the class, Professor McGonagall asked the students to try to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. Adam picked up the matchstick from the table, raised his wand, and tapped it. Transformed quickly. The matchstick rapidly elongated, its edges rounding, the tip becoming pointed, and it glimmered with a metallic sheen. Adam was pleased to find that his transformation spell had improved significantly. It was fantastic. Professor McGonagall stood at the edge of the podium, to Adam's left front, and was very surprised to see Adam's smooth transfiguration. She suggested, "Next, you could try to create patterns based on the needle, starting with something simple." Adam recited the spell again, and a layer of cross patterns appeared on the needle. Though some were deep and some were shallow, and there were slight differences in size and angle. This was due to the imprecise imagery he had created while casting the spell. Adam modified it once more and finally produced a perfect cross pattern. Good. It's normal for it to be imperfect at first. With more practice, you'll be able to do it in one go. Thanks to Mr. Smith's excellent transfiguration spell, Gryffindor gains 5 points. Professor McGonagall added points for Adam with satisfaction, then moved on to other students. "How did you do that, Adam?" Neville tugged at Adam's sleeve. Yes, Adam's desk mate was indeed Neville. Although sitting in the front row with Adam was a bit intimidating at that moment. Seamus and his friend Dean had already taken their seats, and Harry and the others hadn't arrived yet. Compared to sitting with unfamiliar classmates, Neville gritted his teeth and chose to sit next to Adam. "You try first, and I'll watch." Adam turned to look at Nawi. As Nawi cast the spell, the matchsticks in front of him remained unchanged. Ugh, Nawi was extremely frustrated. "Don't rush, take your time. Don't be fooled by how relaxed I seem now. When I practiced at home, I didn't see any results for half an hour." Adam picked up Neville's book. "Come on, let's sort out what Professor McGonagall just taught. Once you understand it, practicing will be much easier. If you understood the lesson Professor McGonagall just gave, the matchstick will change to some extent. Right now, it just indicates that there is a problem with the casting process." During the teaching process, Adam was also reorganizing his thoughts, which could be considered a form of review. At the same time, he discovered that Neville actually had quite a bit of talent. Even one could say was very good. It's just that he always self-doubts, and Adam had to keep encouraging him for him to learn normally. By the time class was nearing the end, Neville was already able to turn the matchstick into a metal rod, and all that was left was to sharpen one end and create a needle hole at the other. Success was not far off. This progress ranked third in the entire class, just slightly behind Adam and Hermione, while the other students' matchsticks had not shown any movement. Although Neville's achievement was partly due to Adam's help, it also demonstrated that Neville's talent was definitely not lacking. Should we say, as expected of a Gryffindor sword master? "Thank you, Adam," Neville exclaimed, holding the metal rod, almost crying with excitement. As Professor McGonagall had even used the metal rod he transformed as a reference for the whole class. "No need to thank me. This is the result of your hard work. I can't just shove knowledge into your brain. Adam patted Neville on the shoulder and said, if I were you, I would definitely write to your grandma about this good news. You achieved impressive results in your first class. All right, I have to find Professor McGonagall for something. You and Harry should go have lunch. After bidding farewell to Neville, Adam pulled out a notebook from his bag and ran towards Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, do you have time to answer a few questions for me? Oh, of course. Professor McGonagall smiled when she saw Adam approaching. It had been a long time since Gryffindor had such a worry-free student. Come with me. Chapter 15. After class, tutoring Professor McGonagall took Adam to her office. As soon as they sat down, Adam eagerly asked with his notebook in hand, Professor McGonagall, I've noticed that there are some discrepancies in the theories regarding the process of material transformation between Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and Intermediate Transfiguration. Which book is correct? Well, since they are not part of the same series and not even written by the same author, it's normal for there to be conflicts. As for who is right or wrong, there isn't really a definitive conclusion. For different wizards, one might be more suitable or the other might work better. You just need to choose what suits you best. Adam was taken aback and made a half-hearted mark after the question. Professor McGonagall was quite pleased. Adam was making good progress in his reading, but he wasn't focusing entirely on the spells, which was good. Without theoretical support, transfiguration spells would be stiff and rigid, making it hard to progress and lacking in future potential. Subsequently, Adam asked a few questions related to the knowledge points covered in class. And he also took out his own beginner's guide to transfiguration, which Professor McGonagall flipped through. Well, I just wrote this based on what I read, and a lot of it is wrong. Adam felt very embarrassed, as most of his notes were filled with mistakes. Who wouldn't feel awkward in his place? No, you wrote very well and had good ideas. Professor McGonagall didn't see any problem with it. On the contrary, she thought Adam was remarkable for being able to self-study to this extent without formal education. Moreover, because he hadn't undergone formal training, his notes revealed an undeniable spirituality. This was rare, especially for those complex transformation spells. For wizards who could study these transformation spells, theory was no longer a barrier. Spirituality, or talent, was the most important. How about this? You leave the textbook with me, and I'll help you revise it when I have time and return it to you in the next class. Really? Adam was overjoyed. He knew this was a big project, and he didn't expect Professor McGonagall to be willing to do such a thing. Well, some of your ideas are quite interesting. Because there hasn't been formal instruction, you can propose intriguing questions, which is helpful for me too. Professor McGonagall closed the book and placed it on the table, looking at Adam. These notes are your thoughts when you first encountered transfiguration. Although some are incorrect, it doesn't mean they lack value. I won't erase your notes. I'll just insert a slip of paper. When you finish studying the knowledge in this book and then look back at your notes from that time, you'll gain something. I understand. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. After asking a few more questions, Adam tidied up and took his leave. He actually had many more questions, but they were beyond what he could ask at his current level, such as the transformation of inanimate objects and the secondary manipulation of spells, etc. Now is not the time to bring those up. As he walked out of the office, Adam was very satisfied. Several key questions had been resolved, and his transfiguration had already reached level 4, allowing him to use inanimate transformations smoothly. Inside the office, Professor McGonagall was also very happy, knowing another student was being brought into the true realm of transfiguration by her. Adam sat down in the hall, where everyone was still eating heartily, as there was still over an hour until the afternoon transfiguration class. Hey, Adam. Neville said you want to see Professor McGonagall. What did you talk to her about? Ron asked curiously. I just asked her some questions about transfiguration spells. It was sort of like a tutoring session. Adam was also quite hungry and couldn't wait to shove a piece of bacon wrapped around roasted mushrooms into his mouth. Ron suddenly lost interest. He had been scolded by Professor McGonagall before class today, and now he couldn't muster any enthusiasm for the entire transfiguration lesson. Due to Ron's obvious mood, Adam noticed a hint. Ron, you aren't angry with Professor McGonagall, are you? Of course not. Harry, Neville, and Seamus blinked. It was obvious he was angry. Ron poked at the roasted potatoes on his plate in frustration. They were late, which was their fault, but it wasn't entirely their fault. If the stairs hadn't taken them to the 4th floor and Filch hadn't chased after them, they wouldn't have been late. And even if they were late, Professor McGonagall scolding them in front of the whole class while that detestable Malfoy was watching made it even worse. Ron felt a bit hurt due to his bruised pride, while Harry felt a little upset but wasn't dwelling on it too much. Ron, Harry, Professor McGonagall is angry for your own good. Adam thought for a moment and said, Do you know about the 5-legged creature? 5-legged creature? Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Harry was sure he had never heard of it, and Ron hadn't either. It was a product of a botched transfiguration spell, a monster transformed from a wizard, classified by the Ministry of Magic as XXXXX, and recorded in where to find magical creatures. Because of the transfiguration spell, they forgot who they were and genuinely believed they were five-legged creatures, a man-eating monster, rather than wizards. So, just as you would resist being turned into another animal, they also resist any attempts to turn them back into wizards, and they take pleasure in eating humans. Seeing the growing fear on the faces of the two, Adam continued. This is the horror of the transfiguration spell. Professor McGonagall wasn't joking with us. One must be meticulous in their attitude toward transfiguration. If approached with a careless mindset, death would be a fortunate outcome. The two thought for a moment. Being turned into another species, and even forgetting they were human, was indeed worse than death. No. Why must they choose one? They wanted to live normally. The two shivered and nodded frantically to show they understood. Although Adam's words didn't make them fall in love with the transfiguration spell, at least they had mostly let go of their resentment towards Professor McGonagall for today's lesson. Adam, after a while, seemed to emerge from the shadow of the five-legged creature. Harry looked at Adam and asked, "Can you tell us how you successfully turned a matchstick into a needle?" Upon hearing this question, the surrounding classmates moved a bit closer. There were only 3 students in the class who had successfully transformed a matchstick, and Adam and Neville, sitting together, stood out particularly. Neville had already been asked, but he stumbled and couldn't explain clearly, eventually saying that Adam had learned it long before, so he was quicker. It was Adam who taught him how to do the transformation, so they had no choice but to seek advice from Adam. As for Hermione, to be honest, her personality was not very likable. She also understood a lot, but Adam never took the initiative to show off. When she performed well in class, Hermione would proudly lift her head, while Adam would simply say, "I just learned it a bit earlier than you." Although they wouldn't take the time to preview the textbook knowledge after hearing that, at least it made them feel a bit more balanced inside. "Well, why don't you all share how you transformed it?" Adam didn't refuse, but he didn't really understand teaching either. He just let Harry and the others explain how they did it, comparing it to his own method. Harry and the others exchanged glances. Just aim the spell at the match and think about it turning into a needle? After Harry said that, the other students nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed like that. I think I get it now." Adam twitched the corner of his mouth, realizing that you all didn't listen to Professor McGonagall at all and just stubbornly changed. Well, Adam actually did the same thing at first. But after 10 minutes without any results, he realized that the method was wrong. First of all, Chapter 16, Potions class. The 2 days after that, Adam lived a fulfilling and pleasant life. Specifically, he had things to do outside of class, but he wasn't too busy. As for the classes, in Charms class, Adam showed the advantage of having prepared in advance, and Professor Flitwick was very pleased with his levitation charm, although he didn't give Adam any points for it. Instead, after Neville blew up a feather, Adam quickly cast a clean water and a healing charm for Gryffindor, earning an additional 5 points. After Charms class, Adam also approached Professor Flitwick with questions. Professor Flitwick was quite surprised by Adam's learning progress and the questions he raised. However, after answering questions for over 10 minutes in the classroom, Professor Flitwick helplessly scheduled another time with Adam. Before leaving, Professor Flitwick also recommended a few book titles to Adam. Some were related to Adam's questions, while others were supplements to the textbook content, all very suitable for Adam's learning pace. In herbology class, Neville rarely showed extraordinary enthusiasm, taking notes with his quill, more detailed than Adam's revised notes, which startled Adam. History of Magic. This was a class where even Adam would rest his head on the desk. There was no way around it. Professor Binns lectured entirely from the textbook. This material could just be highlighted and memorized for the final exam, and there was no need to listen at all. As mentioned before, the poor narrative style in the wizarding world made it impossible for Adam to even pretend to listen to a story. In the blink of an eye, it was already Friday. "Adam, didn't you feed Athena today?" Harry asked Adam at the breakfast table. Just now, Hedwig brought a letter from Hagrid, which reminded Harry that Adam hadn't fed Athena today. "Athena helped me deliver a letter last night, and she'll come back after hunting today, so no need to feed her." Adam spread a thick layer of raspberry jam on the bread in his hand, and then handed it to Ron, who had been waiting for a long time. "What class do we have today?" Harry asked again. "Let me see, 2 potions classes with Slytherin," Ron replied, a visible look of disdain in his eyes. "They say Snape, the head of Slytherin House, favors his own students. I want to see if that's true." It turned out to be true. Moreover, Harry felt that Professor Snape seemed to dislike him. No, he hated him. Oh yes, when Professor Snape called out Harry's name, he paused and said in a tone that was slight but clear enough for everyone in the classroom to hear, "Harry Potter, our new arrival, the famous one." Snape scanned the room with his cold, hollow gaze, and when it met Adam's eager eyes, he frowned uncomfortably. You are here to learn the precise and rigorous craft of potion making. Since there's no silly waving of wands here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the wonderful essence of a cauldron simmering on low heat, emitting fragrant aromas. You will not truly understand the liquid flowing through people's veins, that enchanting magic that stirs the heart and confuses the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew honor, and even prevent death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of foolish idiots I often encounter. The entire class was stunned by Professor Snape's opening remarks. But Adam's gaze grew even more eager. In fact, his interest in potions was no less than that in charms. Before the school year began, although he hadn't tried brewing potions himself, he had read many books about them. Initially, he thought potions were similar to traditional Chinese medicine, using the principles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy, balancing, amplifying, and offsetting the medicinal properties of materials to achieve effects. However, it didn't take long for him to realize something was off. Traditional Chinese medicine couldn't possibly have strict requirements on the number of stirs. Moreover, among the three quantifiers, pieces, slices, and drops, only drops could be said to have strict control, while the ranges for the first two were just too broad. In the end, Adam formed a hypothesis. The essence of potions is actually the brewing of spells. Those potion ingredients only need to contain the mystical elements of their magical properties during the brewing process and the act of stirring, as well as the numerical value of the number of stirs, also affect the potion. In magic, numbers also hold power. Brewing potions is actually the process of casting a spell in advance and storing it. This also explains why, regardless of age or gender, potions are consumed one bottle at a time. The effectiveness does not fundamentally come from the dosage of active ingredients in the potion, but rather the entire bottle of potion is a spell, and drinking it all is the complete casting of that spell. Feeling uncomfortable under Adam's gaze, but with little Potter right in front of him, Snape ultimately decided to target Harry first. Potter. Snape suddenly turned to Harry. What happens if I add daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion? Harry looked blankly at Ron and then glanced at Adam, who was 2 seats away. Adam opened the book and shook his head, indicating that it was too far for him to help. I don't know, Professor. It was really impossible to see Adam's book from such a distance, and in the end, Harry could only say this. Snape clicked his tongue twice, looking somewhat disdainful. It seems that fame does not represent everything. Ignoring Hermione, who was raising her hand beside him, Snape continued to question. Let's try again, Potter. If I asked you to find a dungstone, where would you go to look? Harry was sweating. I don't know, Professor. The trio of Malfoy beside him nearly fell to the ground laughing. I imagine you haven't opened a single book before school started, have you, Potter? It was another round of torment, and in the end, Harry thought that Gryffindor lost a point as the price to finally escape Professor Snape's entanglement, at least for now. During the practical session, Snape targeted Harry again. The group centered around Harry was also affected, with almost every action being criticized, and a few with poor mental states were on the verge of tears. Adam was an exception, under the gaze of Professor Snape, who himself seemed somewhat perplexed. Adam humbly accepted every drop of venom from Professor Snape, and each time he would respond with phrases like, "Yes, Professor, I will pay attention in the future. Thank you, Professor." Instead of wilting under Snape's venom, Adam grew rapidly in a bizarre way. In the end, Professor Snape stared at Adam for a full half-minute, and after finding no points to criticize, he dragged his swirling cloak and went to glare at other students. Cool. Ron looked over Neville at Adam and asked, "How'd you do that?" "What did I do?" Adam skillfully placed the prepared materials into the crucible like flowing water, while glancing at the nearby group. Simo, the crucible needs to be moved away from the fire first, or it will explode again. Oh, hearing about the explosion, Dean reacted even more strongly than Simo, immediately stopping Simo from adding the porcupine quills and moving the crucible away from the fire. At that moment, Ron finally organized his thoughts. Exactly. Don't you think Professor Snape is targeting us? How can you still be so relaxed? Chapter 17, The True Gryffindor. Are you saying Professor Snape is staring at me? I don't feel like Professor Snape is targeting me at all. Adam's actions were quick. He had brewed a potion for boils exactly according to Snape's requirements. After bottling it, he placed it on the table. Professor Snape had high demands, but it also allowed me to improve rapidly, adjusting my mindset. It was actually a good thing that Professor Snape was watching me. By focusing on potions and correcting my mistakes as Professor Snape suggested, I would find my potion-making skills improving by leaps and bounds. Ron, who watched Adam's progress in this class, remained silent, thinking to himself that most of these mistakes were made because Snape was watching him. In fact, Ron and the others did not understand Adam's thoughts. The chaotic educational system in the wizarding world also brought a convenience. Under the extreme shortage of educational resources, the teaching quality at Hogwarts was terrifying. Aside from the defense against the dark arts professors who changed every semester, even Professor Trelawney was a leader in her field, at least she could genuinely predict, which already surpassed 66 of the diviners in the wizarding world. Take Professor Snape, for example, the youngest master of potions, who would be equivalent to an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in his past life. His potion-making skills ranked among the top 3 in the entire wizarding world. Having such a master standing beside you, nitpicking during experiments, was not a form of targeting. He was pointing out Adam's mistakes, not standing there cursing. Could that be called targeted? Adam would even wish that Professor Snape could target him every day. An hour later, Professor Snape scrutinized the potion submitted by Adam and remained silent for a few seconds. Not too stupid. The corners of Professor Snape's mouth curved into a slightly mocking arc. But Adam was very pleased and smiled. "Thank you, Professor. Your guidance has been very helpful to me. May I ask you questions after class?" The students waiting behind looked at Adam as if he were crazy. Professor Snape maintained a serious face and locked eyes with Adam's sparkling eyes for a full minute. Adam still had that hopeful look, and finally, Snape spoke. "If your questions have no value, I will directly throw you out." "Thank you, Professor." Adam's smile was even brighter. "My Merlin." After class, Ron dreamily hugged Harry's shoulder and whispered, "I originally thought there was a problem with the sorting hat placing Adam in Gryffindor. He should have gone to Ravenclaw. But today I realized Adam is a true Gryffindor, although it had only been a week since school started. The basic characteristics of the 4 houses had already sunk deep into the hearts of many young wizards." Harry nodded in agreement. "I'm back." After persistently negotiating, Adam finally set a time to meet Snape in his office over the weekend, and he jogged to catch up with the group. "When we're going to find Hagrid?" Adam had mentioned during breakfast that he had something to discuss with Hagrid and wanted to go with Harry, who readily agreed. "Let us head out in the afternoon." Harry patted his rumbling stomach. Just being stared at by Professor Snape was exhausting enough, and Adam, who boldly approached, was indeed brave and fearless. At 5 minutes to 3, the well-fed group finally left the castle for Hagrid's hut, with Ron joining them out of boredom. Upon arrival, Hagrid warmly welcomed them, pointing out the rock cakes. Harry and Ron struggled to bite off even a crumb from the cake, while Adam hesitated whether to break it into pieces. He even suspected the cake had been subjected to a hardening charm, but there was no evidence. In the end, Adam fed the cake to Fong, who seemed to adapt well to the hardness of the rock cake. It was unclear whether Hagrid used this to help Fong with his teeth. "Oh, there are plenty of rock cakes here. Don't be shy." Hagrid noticed that Adam had quickly finished his rock cake and urged him to take more. "No thanks, Hagrid. This cake is too big. I can't eat that much." Adam smirked as he pushed Yaya towards Harry, who, seeing the situation with Adam, decisively sought help, as he really couldn't take another bite. Ron also quietly nudged the rock cake towards Yaya's mouth. "It seems you all really like Yaya, and Yaya likes you too." While getting up to pour some water, Hagrid noticed Yaya running around a few people. Harry quickly pulled back the remaining piece of rock cake, making sure he didn't notice. Yes. The 3 of them chuckled awkwardly. "It's nice. It reminds me of your brother." "Of course, not the twins, but Charlie. He also loves magical creatures," Hagrid said to Ron with a sigh. Though his words couldn't hide his headache over the twins, it seemed he often suffered because of them. "By the way, Hagrid, could I ask you to write me a letter of permission to keep a Kneasel? I want to have one, but I don't have a permit." Adam made the request at the right time. "Oh, of course." Indeed, for Hagrid, who loves magical creatures, Adam's request is no problem at all. "I will write to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and you can call Adam Smith." Adam mentioned his name. "Okay, I will remember that." Then they talked about the professors at Hogwarts. Regarding Harry's concern that Snape was targeting him, Hagrid said he treats all students that way. Actually, there is nothing wrong with this statement, except that it would have been better if Hagrid hadn't avoided Harry's gaze when he said it. Doubting Hagrid's explanation, Harry posed a new question to him about the break-in at Gringotts, which happened on the day they went to Diagon Alley. This time, Hagrid's avoidance seemed even more deliberate. Handing Harry a rock cake seemed like an attempt to silence him. On the way back, with heavy thoughts, Harry asked Adam, "What do you think the attack on Gringotts was for?" Of course, it was for the stuff inside, treasures or galleons. Could it be those goblins? Adam recalled how the interface tried to deceive him into robbing Gringotts for its nefarious purpose of getting him to spend money. "Aren't you worried?" Harry couldn't help but ask again. "Not worried, I don't have any money stored in Gringotts. Adam waved his hand casually and said, Is this what I asked about? Those are terrorists who attack banks. The kind that haven't been caught yet. Harry held his breath, sensing that Adam seemed reluctant to engage with the matter. So he stopped asking. However, a sudden worry crept into his mind. With the money from Gringotts at his home, what if it got robbed one day? Chapter 18. Professor Snape's after-class tutoring on Saturday morning. While most of the students at Hogwarts were still in dreamland, Adam had already finished breakfast and fed Athena. Professor Snape had scheduled a meeting with him at 7:30. Perhaps he thought that an early weekend meeting would discourage him. Who knows? After knocking and greeting at Professor Snape's office door, it opened automatically, revealing Snape sitting behind his desk with a stern expression. Mr. Smith, perhaps you could come up with some truly thought-provoking questions so that I don't waste my time setting aside a cauldron of potions? His deep voice was still filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure, but knowing that Professor Snape wasn't a bad person, Adam felt immune to it. Professor, I want to know how potions work, Adam asked. Professor Snape closed his eyes, unable to look at him directly. You just need to drink them, Mr. Smith. You could go now. I wasted potion class time on you, Gryffindor. He was even too lazy to scold or maintain a cold expression. Realizing that his usual harsh words were ineffective against this guy. As a legilimens, he might not use legilimency on an ordinary student. But basic emotional perception was easy for him. Adam truly wasn't afraid of him at all. No, Professor, how are the stored spells released through the act of consumption? Upon hearing Adam's words, Snape, who was initially at his wit's end, opened his eyes and looked intently at Adam. After a long pause, Snape waved his wand and the office door closed. He and T closed the door earlier to let Adam leave easily. Stored spells. Professor Snape pronounced the words with his characteristic enunciation, biting each syllable. Why do you say that? Seeing that Snape hadn't thrown him out directly, Adam sighed in relief and expressed his understanding, feeling a bit excited. Snape's attitude suggested that his guess might indeed be correct. After listening to Adam, the faintest hint of softness appeared on Snape's face. The process is quite interesting, but your lack of knowledge has led you to the wrong conclusion. Wrong? Adam was a bit stunned. What do you think a potion is? Can it be stored? Potions can't be stored. Ignoring Snape's mocking expression and gaze, Adam began to recall. In the fantasy works of his past life, there were magical books and scrolls that could record spells, so he envisioned potions as spells stored in liquid form. But now Professor Snape had denied that, indicating that this assumption was wrong. Nevertheless, the fact that Professor Snape didn't directly tell him to get lost meant that this assumption had some value. At least enough for Professor Snape to want to continue speaking with him for a few moments. So, if potions are not stored spells, then what exactly are they? He recalled what he had read in books, what Professor McGonagall had said, what Ollivander had said, and even what Professor Snape had said. Finally, a line from Professor Snape's opening remarks suddenly flashed through Adam's mind. Since we are not foolishly waving our wands here, many of you will not believe this is magic. The essence of potions, Professor Snape had told everyone on the first day. Potions are not stored spells. Like spells, they are part of magic. Magic, thus, the process of a potion taking effect is the same as that of a spell taking effect, with no additional steps. Reaching this conclusion, Adam looked at Professor Snape with delight, and this time he did not receive a new round of sarcasm. Not bad. Professor Snape slowly nodded. This was the first time Adam had received a clear, non-negative evaluation from Professor Snape. Long ago, even before Hogwarts was established, some wizards used natural materials to cast spells. They mixed parts of animals and plants, assisted by dances, incantations, and other actions, applying them to the target at specific times or ingesting them. This was the original form of potions. Later, compared to the direct method of casting spells, this way gradually fell out of favor in combat. However, because it had irreplaceable capabilities, especially in healing, many wizards continued to study it, eventually forming the current field of potion making. So, potions were originally a kind of spell, but this method of casting sounds a bit like Uncle from Jackie Chan Adventures. A magic flashed through Adam's mind. Animagus? That's right. Animagus is a form of magic that has been passed down to this day. Transforming oneself into an animal while retaining the memories and wisdom of being a wizard is one of the irreplaceable abilities of this form of magic. Professor Snape looked at Adam with a complex expression, likely conflicted about why a perfectly good potion prodigy happened to come from Gryffindor. You can come to me every Saturday afternoon to ask questions, but don't waste my time with stupid ones. This was an acknowledgement that Adam would be coming often in the future. Thank you, Professor. Adam's eyes lit up, and after a moment of thought, he asked, Professor, can I come here to brew potions? Have you already self-studied the content for this semester? The content in the textbook will be practiced in class. And Professor Snape thinks that Adam's intelligence should not lead him to waste materials here. Yes. Adam took book after book out of his bag and placed them on the table in front of Snape. I've already memorized all of these. During this time, Adam has also achieved several first-level XX course accomplishments, each reward corresponding to a talent increase. Any course talent includes, to some extent, the ability to memorize, and combined, Adam is almost able to remember everything at a glance. Now, as long as Adam reviews periodically, he basically won't forget the knowledge from books. Professor Snape glanced at the books on the table, the top one being 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, and began to ask questions based on its content, all focused on details and obscure points. Adam often took a few seconds to think before answering, clearly having memorized the book's knowledge. Let's take a look at advanced potion making. The potions listed there barely waste my materials. Adam was deeply moved. Professor Snape was actually willing to let him use his potion materials. Professor Snape. I read that book too. Professor Snape was taken aback, moved the stack of books aside, glanced at the spines, and wrote down 3 book titles in the air with his wand. Look at these 3 books. You can brew the potions listed in them when you come over. Okay, Professor Snape. Professor Snape nodded. Now, you can go. Take your books with you. Stepping out of Professor Snape's office, Adam felt a sense of relief and gratitude. Although he knew that Professor Snape was not a bad person, he was still a bit anxious about whether Professor Snape would be willing to tutor him after class. He originally thought that the probability of Professor Snape refusing was much higher than agreeing. Fortunately, perhaps it was his thoughts that made Snape feel he had a talent for potions, which led Professor Snape to endure his disgust for Gryffindor and carve out a little precious time each week to teach him. Speaking of which, where did his talents actually improve? How come he only felt a slight improvement in memory and didn't notice any other changes? Chapter 16. Flying class. The weekend always slips away unnoticed, and starting from the second week, the first-year student schedule included an additional flying class. It was on Thursday, which was today. Due to excitement, almost all the new Gryffindors woke up early today, gathering in the common room to enthusiastically discuss their thoughts on flying. Adam, did you preview the flying class at home? Harry was a bit worried. Among all the new students, only he and Adam grew up completely in the Muggle world and had no foundation for riding a flying broom. How could that be? Can you really learn this just by reading? It's one thing to read in the room and practice spells, but if I were to ride a flying broom in the Muggle community, the Ministry of Magic would just arrest me. Adam rolled his eyes, knowing that Harry had been a bit scared these past few days listening to everyone discussing the great achievements of riding flying broomsticks. He pulled Harry closer and whispered in his ear, "They're just bragging. Even kids from wizarding families can't ride broomsticks at home before school. Just like Muggle parents can't let their kids drive cars. Just treat it as a story and don't call them out on it. After all, everyone is lying, and exposing a lie can be really embarrassing." Harry's eyes widened as he knew that almost all the new students were sharing stories about riding broomsticks at home. "You'll see when you get to class later." Adam shrugged his shoulders and continued to look at the beginner's transformation guide in his hands. Professor McGonagall had completed all the notes in just a week, and the book, filled with sticky notes, was almost twice as thick as before. Adam suspected that Professor McGonagall must have used some kind of magic, like having a quill automatically write down thoughts, and then finished reading Adam's book, which is how the notes were ready so quickly. During breakfast, Hermione kept mumbling about the amazing content of Quidditch, and it was clear that this Muggle-born little witch was just as nervous as Harry. "Adam, aren't you worried?" Seeing that Adam was still the same as before, and remembering that Adam's parents were also Muggles, Hermione found it hard to understand. Worried about what? Adam also couldn't quite understand Hermione's nervousness. "Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself in flying class? I mean, we have had no experience with, flying broomsticks, Quidditch, or anything like that before. What's there to be afraid of? Do you want to participate in a Quidditch match?" Adam Bidinkit. No, but even if he didn't play Quidditch, Hermione was a bit conflicted about her grades in flying class. "So you were worried about this, huh? You can rest assured. Ovu. El. S involved 12 subjects, including 7 compulsory and 5 elective ones, and flying class is not among them. In other words, this class is not graded. Its purpose is to help you master the basics of flying and to let students who like Quidditch learn about it. If you really aren't good at flying, it won't affect your graduation at all." Even though Adam said this, Hermione was still very nervous. She wasn't just concerned about graduating, but simply wanted to excel in every subject. Seeing this, Adam decided not to persuade her any further. Unlike Hermione, who was a perfectionist with her grades, he was a practicalist when it came to abilities. He studied cursed classes diligently to enhance his strength and ensure survival in dangerous situations. while he didn't pay attention in history class. In his eyes, the importance of flying class was similar to that of history of magic class, with a slightly higher practicality. But history of magic class had exams. At that moment, a group of owls flew in, and one of them landed in front of Adam, who would send themselves a letter. Adam carefully protected his breakfast and, somewhat puzzled, took down the letter and opened it. After reading the contents, Adam understood. His raccoon pet license had been approved. Great! He could finally enjoy having a cat openly. After putting the attached license into his bag, Adam heard Nav's lament next to him. Oh, what's wrong, Nav? During this time, Adam had grown accustomed to Nav's various unexpected situations. After all, they were desk mates in all their classes. My grandma's memory orb turned red, which means I've forgotten something, but I can't remember what it was, Nav said with a sad face. Adam glanced at the memory ball in Neville's hand, snatched it away, and stuffed it into his pocket. Don't worry about it, Neville. If you forget it, you forget it. I got your back on the really important stuff, like homework. Just put it away in your dorm after dinner. The memory ball can tell you that you've forgotten something, but it can't tell you what you've forgotten. It's useless except for making you feel sad in advance. Well, that's true, Neville thought, feeling less upset. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered on the grass in front of the castle's main gate, where 20 flying broomsticks were neatly arranged. The flying lesson was taught by Madame Hooch, who was also the referee for Hogwarts Quidditch matches, with short gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk. All right, what are you all waiting for? Stand next to a broomstick. Hurry up, let's go. The students from both houses lined up, and Adam looked down at the broomstick on the ground. Its branches were all tangled, unfit even for sweeping the floor. He extended his right hand, placed it above the broomstick's handle, and said, "Up, up." Adam also shouted, and to his surprise, the flying broomstick jumped right into his hand. Then Mrs. Hooch began to explain how to properly hold the flying broomstick and how to sit on it without falling off. Malfoy was criticized for his incorrect grip for a long time, and Harry also believed that his previous claims about chasing airplanes and such were all just bragging. Adam quickly passed Mrs. Hooch's inspection and began fiddling with the broomstick in his hand. He had always thought that riding this thing would be uncomfortable, and now he realized there was a spell on it that provided an invisible cushion when seated. Finally, after everyone had been checked, Mrs. Hooch began to let them try to take off. When I blow the whistle, you kick off the ground with your legs, and you need to kick hard, Mrs. Hooch said as she brought the whistle to her lips. Hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward and drop back to the ground vertically. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Neville, not waiting for Mrs. Hooch to blow the whistle, nervously kicked off the ground. 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet. Come down, Mrs. Hooch shouted, but in his panic, Neville couldn't respond effectively. Reduce speed. Obstacles everywhere. Adam took out his wand and cast 2 spells on Neville, one to prevent him from falling and getting hurt, and another to slow down his ascent. Aside from that, he had no other options. Harry was able to fly up to save him thanks to his father's good genes. His dad was quite skilled with a broomstick, but flying brooms were a challenge for muggles. Chapter 20. The duel appointment. Neville didn't manage to stay in the air for long before he lost his grip and fell off the broom with a thud, landing in the grass. Madame Hooch quickly rushed over to check on him. Adam's 2 spells seemed to have had some effect, at least on the surface. There were no visible signs of fractures or serious injuries. He healed as good as new. Adam waved his wand, but there seemed to be no obvious effect. After all, Neville looked like he had internal injuries from falling, and the healing charm itself had limited effectiveness. Wizards mainly relied on potions for treatment. Adam, still stunned, lay on the ground motionless, tears streaming down his face. He was terrified. All right, kid, I'll take him to the nurse's office. Your spell was a big help. Gryffindor gets 1 point. Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief after examining Neville and patted Adam on the shoulder. Madam, can I go with you? I'm a bit worried about him. All right. Madame Pomfrey didn't refuse. Given the circumstances, there wouldn't be any new lessons in this class. She then turned to the other students. You all put the brooms back in their places and don't touch anything. Otherwise, be prepared to be expelled. Madame Pomfrey and Adam took Neville to the nurse's office, while the students put the brooms away, suddenly feeling a psychological shadow over riding brooms. Once Madame Pomfrey was out of earshot, Draco burst out laughing. Did you see his stupid face just now? Ha ha. A group of Slytherin students joined in a mocking laughter. Most of them considered themselves noble and felt ashamed of their inner fears, trying to vent their anxiety by ridiculing Neville. Harry watched this scene, and his anger became increasingly uncontrollable. At dinner, Neville, who had recovered, arrived in the dining hall with Adam. Adam learned from Harry that he had been selected by Professor McGonagall to join the Quidditch team, along with the backstory. It turned out that although Neville had lost his memory of the incident, Draco still provoked Harry, and in retaliation, Harry sarcastically mentioned his flying experience, only to be scolded by Madame Pomfrey for not even holding the broom correctly. Exposed for his lies, Draco was furious and challenged Harry to a broomstick contest, only to be caught by Professor McGonagall. You don't know, when Professor McGonagall was leading me forward, I was already thinking about what to do after being expelled, Harry said, still feeling a bit anxious. In fact, he had already fantasized about staying at Hogwarts by helping Hagrid carry bags as an assistant. By the way, don't tell anyone. I won't start training until next week. Wood wants me to be a secret weapon. As they spoke, the twins arrived. They were the Quidditch team's beaters and came over to express their excitement and welcome after hearing the news from Wood, believing that with Harry's addition, they would definitely win the Quidditch Cup this year. That's hard to say. Adam put a small rib into his mouth. He remembered that Wood only finally lifted the Quidditch Cup trophy the year before graduation. This meant that Gryffindor hadn't won this year or last year. Shortly after the twins left, Draco swaggered over with 2 lackeys. Are you having your last meal, Potter? Were you taking the train back to the Muggles? Harry immediately retorted, saying that Draco was only tough with his words and had been shaking in fear up in the air. This time, Draco was genuinely shaking with anger. But since the professors were all dining at the staff table, he couldn't make a move even with his 2 sidekicks, so he provoked Harry into a wizard duel. Not knowing what a wizard duel was, Harry was at a loss, but Ron agreed for him. After Draco left, Ron explained what a wizard duel was to them. Hermione, who had been listening nearby, couldn't take it anymore. You are breaking school rules. You will get Gryffindor points deducted. You are eavesdropping on us. Ron, who was loudly plotting with Harry about sneaking out for the duel at night, was startled. If you get caught, you'll definitely lose a lot of points. You're being so selfish. Although Ron and Harry were speaking loudly and not hiding at all, eavesdropping was still eavesdropping. Hermione didn't deny it, but frowned and scolded the two. This is none of your business, Harry said sternly. He didn't want to show weakness in front of that bastard Malfoy. You. Hermione was furious and turned to Adam. Aren't you going to stop them? Those are points we've worked hard to earn. This was true. Most of Gryffindor's points were earned by Hermione and Adam. I don't know how you view house points, Hermione. To me, these points represent the professor's acknowledgement of our efforts, and that has already been achieved when the professors awarded us points. Adam was not as excited as Hermione thought. Instead, he was very calm. Even if we lose points, it's okay. I just enjoy the process of gaining points. The score itself is of no use to me. It can't be spent, and whether we win the House Cup or not doesn't matter to me. It's just a title that doesn't provide any real help. Hermione found the boys utterly incomprehensible and stormed off in anger. Adam, you're so great. Unlike Hermione, who actually eavesdropped on us, Ron said, throwing his arm around Adam's neck, his greasy hand making Adam's eyelid twitch. Harry looked at Adam with gratitude. After all, Adam was the one letting them lose the hard-earned points. Little did they know that Adam wasn't worried about any of this. Losing a few points for the night, duel was nothing. Even if Harry deducted all the points from Gryffindor's score, Professor Dumbledore would still ensure it became Gryffindor's at the end of the term. It's your own fault for talking too loudly that made her hear you, and besides, what you said behind her back last time wasn't any better. This referred to the incident where Ron, after Charm's class, said that Hermione loved to show off, and it was overheard. At that time, Adam was still asking Professor Flitwick questions. It was only later, when Harry told him why Ron and Hermione's relationship was so bad, that Adam understood. Whose side are you on, anyway? Ron said, blushing as he released Adam. Adam casually freshened up his school uniform. I'm just stating the facts, and reminding you to keep it down next time. By the way, while Gryffindor doesn't care too much about breaking the rules, it's best to avoid doing so. At least don't get caught. Right now, it's just that Hermione feels you're wasting her efforts. If you really cause Gryffindor to lose points, the students who feel embarrassed in front of the other houses will end up hating you. No way. Harry and Ron felt a little scared. No? Why did you agree to Malfoy's duel? Isn't it just for face? So if you make the whole Gryffindor look bad in front of Slytherin and the other 2 houses, do you still think it won't matter? Listening to Adam, the 2 of them had a hard time swallowing. Adam also knew that once the words were out, it was impossible for the 2 to give up just because of his one statement. He could only remind them again, be careful when you go. Malfoy is a standard Slytherin and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up facing Professor Snape. Hiss. Thinking of Professor Snape's gloomy face made Harry shiver involuntarily. Anyway, Adam, thank you for supporting us. Chapter 21. Coincidence? Fate? Adam, are you really not going with us? That night, Harry and Ron quietly got up to prepare for the duel. Adam, who was shaken awake from his dream, sat up holding Tom. and the two pairs of eyes glowed with a similar, eerie green light. You continue to sleep? Keep sleeping. Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, and the two rolled and crawled out of the dormitory, kindly closing the door behind them. Adam sat for a while until the drowsiness passed, looking at the dormitory door and sighing. Tom, go help them out. It's time for you to use your connections. Meow. Tom stretched lazily in Adam's arms. All right, you're a creature of the night anyway. Didn't you get enough sleep while I was in class during the day? Meow. Tom got up, shook his fur, and leaped down from the bed. Adam couldn't remember what happened next. When he woke up, Harry and Ron were dragging him to share the wonderful adventure from last night. From Hermione blocking the door at first, to being chased by Filch, and finally Filch inexplicably following Mrs. Norris to another place. While they were chased by Peeves all the way to the forbidden area on the 4th floor, where they entered a room and encountered a terrifying three-headed dog. Really? Wow. That sounds amazing. Adam kuliput polititi. Hey, Adam, is that all you have to say about our thrilling experience last night? Just a wow. Ron slammed his hand on the table, and when he noticed the classmates nearby looking over, he gave a sheepish smile and lowered his voice. That was a three-headed dog. Yeah, a three-headed dog. The headmaster clearly said it was a place where you could die, and with a Dementor inside, I'm not surprised you all made it back. You really are lucky to be alive. Ron mumbled, I actually found it pretty exciting. Although he was scared to death at the time, thinking back on it later, the adrenaline rush was indeed intoxicating. The three-headed dog is an extremely dangerous magical creature. Its powerful body is immune to most spells, and its terrifying strength could easily bite a wizard who cast the shield charm to death, just as effortlessly as biting through a crisp bone. After Adam finished speaking, Ron felt that the crispy bone in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor, and he inexplicably felt a pang of phantom pain when he bit into it. Speaking of which, after last night's events, I actually think Hermione is pretty good. Harry quietly spat out the crispy bone in his mouth and awkwardly changed the subject. She could have left us behind, but she never did, and in the end, we were able to get through that locked door thanks to her. Oof. But obviously, she can do much more. She must be feeling quite proud of herself right now. If it weren't for her opening the door, we wouldn't have encountered that three-headed dog. Ron said with a nose that wasn't quite right and eyes that weren't quite right, and immediately received a tap on the back of his head. If it weren't for me, you would have been caught by the professor long ago. Hermione put away the book she had just tapped on Ron's head, turned around, and strode away. Adam and Harry exchanged glances and looked at Ron, who was holding the back of his head and unable to speak, and shook their heads in unison. Deserved it. Getting caught talking bad about someone behind their back twice. How unlucky could that be? Harry helplessly changed the topic and talked about the day Hagrid took him to Diagon Alley to retrieve a small cloth bag at the request of Professor Dumbledore. In addition, Harry mentioned the discovery he made during his last visit to Hagrid's hut. On the same day Hagrid took the small bag, Gringotts was invaded. Harry suspected that the small bag was related to the Forbidden Zone on the 4th floor. What do you think it could be? He asked. It must be something special, valuable, and so precious that it can't be bought with money. No amount of money could buy it, and it might even be unique in this world. Adam thought for a moment, stroking his chin, and said, Why do you say that? Ron was still puzzled, but Harry, hearing Adam emphasize money several times, suddenly realized, that's it. That person attacked Gringotts, but didn't take a single galleon. Clearly, their target was the special function of that thing, and it's something that can't be bought with galleons. Otherwise, even if the item was gone, they could have taken some galleons to buy something else elsewhere. Harry looked very excited, and after hearing Harry's analysis, Ron also realized it. The two began discussing what could meet these requirements, but in the end, they couldn't come up with anything, so they turned to Adam again. Adam rolled his eyes. How would I know about such things? All the clues I have are what you told me. If you want to know, go ask Professor Dumbledore. If he can tell us, he definitely won't hide it. The two immediately shook their heads. They weren't bold enough to probe into the headmaster's secrets in front of him. Professor Dumbledore clearly hid this thing because he didn't want anyone to know. The group fell silent, and Adam lowered his head to sip some mushroom soup. Did Professor Dumbledore really not want anyone to know? Was Harry's run to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor just a coincidence? Last night, Mrs. Loris had led Filch astray under Tom's influence, but Harry and the others still went to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor and encountered that room. Logically, they were chased there by Peeves, who isn't even a ghost. He's a poltergeist, a non-being. In all of Hogwarts, aside from the Bloody Baron, no one can scare Peeves, and nothing can harm him, let alone make him do anything. This whole thing seemed like a complete coincidence. Harry had stumbled into the forbidden corridor in a panic, and unexpectedly discovered the school's hidden secret. But Adam just happened to know a spell that could make the poltergeist obey, the banishing charm. Adam did not lift his head, but his thoughts fell on a figure at the teacher's table. So, as the greatest wizard of the 20th century, does Professor Dumbledore know this spell? As for whether this curse is dark magic, Professor Dumbledore is not an old-fashioned person. After all, when he was young and with Grindelwald, Voldemort hadn't been born yet. If Professor Dumbledore had delved into dark magic, Voldemort might not have been able to outmatch him, but it was Dumbledore's character that determined he wouldn't do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen out with Grindelwald just 2 months after being together. Although Adam was somewhat skeptical of the headmaster, he did not make rash decisions. This world has language and divination, and the existence of fate is not impossible. Perhaps Harry was destined to go to that place at that time. However, Adam instinctively refused to believe in such forces that manipulate everything. He believed in cause and effect, but did not believe in fate, as fate renders sacrifice and effort worthless. Chapter 22. Proper rest. Work and rest combined. If there was any unexpected gain from that night's experience, it was that Harry and Hermione's relationship improved. Although they didn't go looking for Hermione to hang out, at least Harry and Ron were no longer as resistant to her as before. After all, they had shared the bond of breaking school rules and escaping from a three-headed dog. For a period afterward, Harry began Quidditch training, and would treated him as the savior of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, making him practice every evening until dark. Adam, on the other hand, was even worse. He spent less and less time with his friends, and eventually, from the time he got up in the morning until he went to bed at night. The only times people could see him were during class and meals. Adam, are you okay? I mean, you look a bit off. Neville asked with some concern one Sunday afternoon. Adam's messy curly blonde hair was a bit disheveled as he stared absent-mindedly at a large book, occasionally taking a big gulp from a cup of homemade lemon mint water. Adam? Adam. Simon reached out and shook Adam's shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Huh? What? What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Oh my gosh, Adam. You can't keep looking like this. Your body won't hold up. Harry slammed his hand down on the book in front of Adam. Recently, he had been riding a flying broomstick to chase golf balls for over an hour every night, and he wasn't as exhausted as Adam was. I seem to be a bit off lately. Thanks for your concern. But don't worry, I'm still quite energetic. Adam rubbed his throbbing temples with a wry smile. He was experiencing mental exhaustion, though his body was holding up well. There was no way around it. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall were nothing like their more restrained selves during class when it came to after-class tutoring. Their explanations were wildly imaginative, often linking a single concept to 3 or 4 books Adam hadn't read, not to mention some professional journals. Professor Snape, on the other hand, spoke less, but assigned potions that were anything but simple. The last potion in the book he was currently practicing was the Felix Felicis, and Adam was still polishing his knowledge in preparation to brew his first potion. Faced with the meticulously prepared after-class sessions from 3 professors, he increasingly felt his knowledge was lacking. So, what to do about the lack of knowledge? Study. Most of what he learned for the college entrance exam in his previous life was useless outside of exams, and he had worked so hard for it. Now, all the knowledge was highly practical. Should he really go to the professors and ask them to lower the quality of their after-class tutoring? Study. As long as he didn't study to death, he would study to the limit. A bit of hard work now would lead to a lifetime of happiness. For a more comfortable tomorrow. With this belief in mind, Adam had been shuttling between his dormitory, classroom, office, and library recently. His goal was to digest 1 book after another, aiming to consume about 1 to 3 books every 2 days. After such intense studying for so long, even Adam was starting to struggle. He didn't know where all those talents and his achievements had gone. By all accounts, with so many talents added, he should be considered a genius by now. Yet reading felt more like a chore than a refreshing experience. And he was on the verge of nausea from all the reading. Should he take a break? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Adam squashed it. Sheila was sitting right there in the teacher's seat. Time was pressing. Besides, he didn't have to study like this forever. He was this exhausted because his foundation was too weak compared to the professors, and he urgently needed to strengthen it. He wasn't aiming to reach the professor's level all at once. If all went smoothly, he would likely be able to return to a more relaxed pace after next Wednesday or Thursday. Victory was in sight, but he couldn't let it slip away at the last moment. Just then, as Adam picked up his book to continue reading, Neville snatched it away and closed it. I want you to take me to find Hagrid. The white sapling Professor Sprout gave me to take care of has been looking a bit wilted lately, and I want to ask Hagrid for some animal dung from the Forbidden Forest to use as fertilizer. Find Hagrid? Adam was taken aback and looked at Harry and the others. Let Harry or Ron take you. I'm just busy for a while. It'll be done soon. We don't have time. Harry quickly replied. I have to focus on training, you know. Isn't that in the evening? Today it's earlier. It's the entire Quidditch team's training. What about Ron? He is going with me. You know, both of Ron's brothers are beaters. We have to train together, and we need to check it out. Ron nodded repeatedly, although he couldn't even come up with a lie. Adam was indeed warmed by these little friends. Anyway, there was originally a day's buffer for emergencies, so taking a proper break to refresh his mind was also good. Adam glanced at the group of eager friends concerned about him and nodded helplessly. All right, Neville, after we finish eating, I'll take you to Hagrid's. Let's eat a bit more now. I promise you won't want to eat Hagrid's rock cakes. Trust me, the rocks aren't necessarily harder than that cake. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. The last time they left, they had been generously given a bag of rock cakes, and after returning to the dormitory, Adam really went at the rock cakes with a vengeance. Guess what the result was? He could break rocks into pieces, but only managed to break the rock cake into a quarter. When they saw the result, both Adam and Harry couldn't help but admire Ron, who had stubbornly bitten off a corner of the rock cake that day. After finishing their meal, Adam then took Neville to Hagrid's hut. To thank Hagrid, Adam also brought along the little kitten Tom. Roar, roar, roar. Look at this. What a cute little guy. As soon as Tom was in Hagrid's arms, he began playing with Hagrid's thick beard. The tiny kitten was no bigger than a quarter of Hagrid's hand, and Hagrid carefully touched Tom with one finger, unable to stop smiling. After playing with Tom for a while, Hagrid seemed to notice that he had neglected his two guests. Ah, sorry. Look at me. I've forgotten to prepare some snacks for you. No need, Hagrid. We just had lunch and are very full now. Adam quickly stopped Hagrid from turning to get some snacks, stuffed the drooling Yaya into Neville's hands, and started discussing serious matters. Just kidding. Hagrid snacks could be used as building materials. Fertilizer? I've been sending fertilizer to Professor Sprout all along. Hagrid was a bit confused. It wasn't that Professor Sprout needed it, but rather that she had given a young white root seedling to Neville to take care of, so he needed it. Adam aplain it. Professor Sprout was quite fond of Neville, a gifted yet introverted student in herbology. Encouraged by Adam and driven by his own passion, Neville mustered the courage to seek extra herbology lessons from Professor Sprout. She immediately agreed and handed Neville a young white ash seedling to care for as his first lesson. The white ash seedling, known for its excellent healing properties, is relatively easy to nurture. All right, no problem, Hagrid assured. There's plenty of manure fertilizer in the Forbidden Forest, if nothing else. I have some top-quality mooncalf dung. I'll go get it for you. Chapter 23. The Halloween feast. Hearing Hagrid's words, Adam suddenly remembered that the Forbidden Forest was indeed full of treasures, and it was about time he figured out a way to make some money. Not to mention, the venom from a giant acromantula alone was worth 100 galleons per pint, and there were thousands of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. 100 galleons could buy a skin or a ton of provisions for Athena in the marketplace. Although the acromantula was formidable, it was hard to say who would fear whom if Adam unleashed his full power. It's impossible to rob Gringotts with dark magic. He could only barely manage to survive by robbing a few acromantulas. Moreover, relying on Professor Snape's materials to brew potions wasn't a sustainable plan. If he failed several times in a row, even if he wasn't afraid of Snape's stern demeanor, he would still feel embarrassed. Adam grew more and more excited, but there was still one problem. He didn't know the counter curse for the Fiendfire yet. He decided to ask Professor Flitwick about it after some time. Although his target was the acromantula, Adam still preferred to avoid using the unforgivable curse if possible, and Fiendfire was also well suited for the environment of the Forbidden Forest. With maxed out Fiendfire, there was no need to worry about the threat of losing control. At this moment, Hagrid was still unaware of Adam's plans for the Aragog he was raising, and was enthusiastically inviting the two of them to try some of his baked muffins. However, knowing how terrifying Hagrid's snacks could be, Adam and Neville repeatedly declined. After chatting with Hagrid for a while, they left. Those muffins were truly frightening, Neville sighed. When Hagrid took the muffins out of the oven, one of them fell and hit the wooden floor with a thud, yet the muffin remained completely intact, showing no signs of damage at all. All right, you go to the greenhouse. I'll head back first. Seeing Neville's worried little round face, Adam couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry. Since we're planning to take a break today, I won't sneak off to study. Besides, after next week, I won't be studying so hard. I'm not that passionate about learning. Adam said this, and although Neville still looked skeptical, he at least walked away. Little did I expect that one day I could also become the kind of child who loves learning in the eyes of others. Watching Neville's back, Adam couldn't help but sigh again. Time always flies by in a regular routine. Adam hardly noticed until one day he woke up to the aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor, realizing that Halloween was approaching. What happened to Ron? After class, Adam followed the crowd to the dining hall, ready to enjoy the special dinner for Halloween Eve, but he found Ron looking out of sorts. He had once again spoken ill of Hermione behind her back after their charm class in the morning, and Hermione seemed to have caught him at it, even crying. Now, Hermione had been missing all afternoon and wasn't even in class. Harry was at a loss. Ron usually didn't say bad things about Hermione, but every time he did, he got caught. How was I supposed to know she was so sensitive? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. Ron exclaimed angrily. Today, Professor Flitwick had them trying the levitation charm again, and after several failed attempts, he felt his pride as a man wounded while Hermione lectured him. But now, having made a girl cry was also not something a man should do, and Ron couldn't bring himself to apologize, so he remained stuck in this situation. Adam and Ron couldn't help either. They couldn't just apologize on Ron's behalf, right? However, Ron's awkwardness only lasted until the middle of the feast. I think you should know that Professor Quirrell, in a state of panic, crashed into the Great Hall and shouted this, then fell straight down. Harry was just about to shove a roasted potato into his mouth when he heard this and almost choked on it. The hall fell into a moment of silence, then erupted into deafening screams as a group of students immediately descended into chaos. Professor Dumbledore, seeing this, shot off several purple fireworks with his wand and shouted a loud silence. Before the students finally calmed down, Prefect, take the students back to the dormitory immediately. Ron's brother Percy expertly called the first-year Gryffindor students to walk with him. Do you think Hermione knows about the troll? Harry asked, uncertainly grabbing Ron and Adam's sleeves. Adam paused, helplessly glancing at the sleeve that had been grabbed. He hadn't intended to get involved in the matter of the trio's formation, but Harry had pulled him in, and now he couldn't leave. Well, let's hope Percy doesn't find out. Ron, disregarding his pride, followed Harry out of the group, and of course, Adam went with him. What do you think Hermione is right now? Harry felt a bit anxious without a clear target to search for. I think I heard someone say that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom, Ron said, looking uncertain. Then let's hurry and find her. The three of them jogged quickly past the side corridor, and just before the corner, they heard a hurried set of footsteps. Percy, quick hide. Adam didn't react in time and was grabbed by two people and hidden behind a statue, staring in astonishment at the two who had already crouched down. Why are you so skilled? The sound of footsteps hurriedly passed by the three of them. It was Professor Snape. He was heading to the 4th floor. After Professor Snape's footsteps faded away, Harry said with a glint in his eyes, I think I should go take a look. You two go find Hermione. Adam knew it was time to make a decision. Going to save Hermione was definitely worth having him along for every adventure the trio would face afterward. But then the question arose. Ron had been eliminated in the Wizard Chess Challenge, and Hermione in the Potion Logic puzzle. What about him? As the climax of the first movie, Adam clearly remembered that there was only one potion for moving forward and backward in that challenge. Was he supposed to wait in the potion challenge? What if he ran into Voldemort? Wouldn't that mean he would be eliminated right away? As for Harry's safety, he had Professor Dumbledore watching over him, which was much safer than Adam himself. What? You're not going? No, let Adam go. Don't forget what's on the 4th floor. Harry stopped Ron from continuing, clearly having been torn between the two options himself. Adam patted them on the shoulder and rushed towards Professor Snape. Adam chased to the stairway, stepped onto the stairs, and smoothly arrived at the 4th floor. I had never been this smooth during class, he silently complained. Adam took out his wand and pointed it at himself. Armor protection. After casting the iron armor spell on himself, Adam headed towards the room where Harry had mentioned there was a three-headed dog. Chapter 24. Professor Snape in the 4th floor corridor. Adam's expression was serious. It was now also possible to encounter Quirrell. However, Professor Dumbledore was still at the school, so Quirrell couldn't openly attack him. Unlike the time when Quirrell thought Dumbledore was not around, if he were to raise his hand and cast a killing curse, he wouldn't have a phoenix to help block it. Who? As he turned the corner, Adam saw Professor Snape watching him warily with his wand drawn. Professor, it's me. Adam stepped out directly and glanced at Professor Snape's leg, which showed no signs of injury. Why are you here? Professor Snape asked with a frown. It's a long story. Adam replied, looking at Professor Snape's expression. Hermione isn't in the dining hall, and Harry and Ron are worried she might have encountered the troll, so they went to find her. On the way, we saw you. At that time, Harry and Hagrid were at Gringotts to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, and since he ran into the three-headed dog after being chased by Peeves last time, he suspected the stone was hidden here. Besides, because of your special care for Harry, he thinks you're not a good person, so of course, I didn't suspect you, Professor. The three-headed dog, the troll, damn Potter. Professor Snape's eyelid twitched, and he glared at Adam. Come with me. Professor Snape led Adam hurriedly to the underground classroom. How do you know what's inside is the Philosopher's Stone? Although Professor Snape didn't turn around, Adam still felt a cold breeze blowing against the back of his neck. In fact, Professor Dumbledore could be a bit more cautious when asking someone to do something. After all, Hagrid's mouth isn't particularly tight. But Harry and the others still don't know about this, and my mouth is very tight. Professor, don't look at me like that. I trust you would never have your eye on the Philosopher's Stone. Don't tell anyone else. After a snort, Professor Snape replied, though it was unclear what kind of reaction that was. Adam was also quite helpless. He wished he knew nothing about the Philosopher's Stone. However, when he and Neville went to find Hagrid, Hagrid had let it slip that he had been seriously sleep-deprived recently because of the Philosopher's Stone. After saying that, he remembered to tell them to keep it a secret. Now that Snape was asking, what could he do? If he wanted to continue being nonchalant, he could only reveal what he was supposed to know. Adam didn't know whether Professor Dumbledore would be aware that Hagrid had let something slip, but Professor Snape would likely mention today's events to Professor Dumbledore. In fact, it was possible that Professor Dumbledore was watching them right now. The unobstructed staircase he had walked up was quite telling. Given the current situation, if he wanted to stay out of it, he could only continue to act in accordance with his character by trusting Professor Snape and revealing all the information he had. Harry might not trust Professor Snape, as Snape did seem to be targeting him. But as an ordinary student and one who had received long-term tutoring from Professor Snape, Adam had no reason to distrust him. Only someone who had no thoughts about the Philosopher's Stone would be unaware of Professor Snape's lack of concealment regarding it. Adam wants to present himself as someone who holds this view. In fact, he is quite skeptical about the concept of immortality, especially in this world. The Philosopher's Stone, rather than granting true immortality, is more about extending life, and it does not prevent the effects of aging, such as osteoporosis. Just look at Nicholas Flamel's frail appearance to understand that. Relying on unicorn blood to prolong life comes with a curse for the remaining lifespan. As for Horcruxes, it is even more ironic that the two known users, Voldemort and the despicable Quirrell, actually have lifespans much shorter than that of wizards with similar abilities. It has been proven that those who attempt to defy the natural laws of life and death in this world often pay a painful price. Nicholas Flamel, relying solely on his own efforts, is somewhat of an exception. As for those who pursue a longer life for the beauty of existence, but ultimately sacrifice the joys of life for that extended lifespan, is it really interesting? Instead of contemplating these matters, Adam would be better off focusing on mastering potion making to live a life free of ailments. Professor Dumbledore has already demonstrated that powerful wizards can live long enough for Adam. Even if he finds himself in need of extending his life later on, he might as well hope that the interface offers a paid feature for longevity, which would be much better than these unreliable methods. Adam did not notice that while he looked down on these means, Professor Snape's expression subtly became somewhat more pleasant. Professor, I still don't know why you were over there. Were you worried that someone would take advantage of the chaos to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Professor Snape huffed, and Adam took it as a confirmation. To dare to steal something at Hogwarts really takes guts. Does the thief think he can take something right under Professor Dumbledore's nose? He wouldn't dare, which is why he would create opportunities for Dumbledore to be away from the school. As Professor Snape spoke, he turned and shot a glare at Adam. So, keep an eye on your friends. The word friends was pronounced low and heavy, carrying a lot of weight. Adam was innocently weak, saying softly, Professor, if they could stop them, they wouldn't be Gryffindor. Snape couldn't help but look at Adam again. This statement wasn't wrong, but isn't it strange for this guy, as a Gryffindor, to say such a thing? Think about it. Adam was truly the least Gryffindor-like Gryffindor he had ever seen. As the two walked and talked, they suddenly encountered Professor McGonagall and Quirrell on the way. Professor McGonagall? Adam ignored Chilo, and Chilo had grown accustomed to the students' disregard for him. After the first offense against the dark arts class, he couldn't answer any of the 7 questions Adam posed, and from that point on, Adam acted as if he didn't exist, spending his time reading during class. Adam, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to? He came to discuss some matters regarding after-class tutoring with me. Professor Snape replied, giving Adam a brief glance. Adam nodded obediently, displaying a smile of a good student. Professor Snape immediately averted his gaze as if he had been stung in the eye. Oh, I see, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected that Adam was still receiving after-class tutoring from Snape. She had thought Adam spent all his after-school time on transfiguration, and even so, the speed at which he progressed in transfiguration was already a bit frightening in her eyes. Professor McGonagall, what are you doing here? Seeing that Professor Snape was silent, Adam had to ask himself, oh, right? I heard some noise from the restroom up ahead, Professor McGonagall said, just as a heavy thud echoed from the front. Professor Snape's expression darkened, and he strode forward with large steps. Adam quickly pulled Professor McGonagall along to catch up. As for Chilo, who cared about him? Chapter 25. The Quidditch match. What happened afterward was exactly as Adam remembered, making him wonder if there really was a force called fate that manipulated everything, correcting the minor influences he brought with him. Or perhaps the influence he brought was simply not significant enough. After thinking for a while, Adam suddenly realized that this was exactly what he wanted. Harry would destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes one by one and then defeat Voldemort, achieving the Savior's ending, bringing dawn to Hogwarts. He would also receive his diploma after the war and smoothly return to the Muggle world to enjoy retirement. Ah, how delightful! As November approached, the temperature at Hogwarts dropped to the point where one could skate on the Black Lake, and even Athena was less active. However, the students' inner excitement was heating up because the Quidditch season was about to begin. The news of Harry joining the Quidditch team was leaked, and would seem to be going crazy lately. Professor, what do you want to add? Adam sat across from Professor McGonagall, holding a steaming cup of milk tea. After the usual transfiguration tutoring session ended, Adam didn't rush to leave, but instead showed Professor McGonagall his newly improved refill charm, milk tea version. The refill charm is a type of summoning charm, belonging to a small branch of transfiguration spells. This spell is still in its early stages and needs refinement, as the ingredients can only be added manually. Once Cola is released, he plans to create a Cola version as well. No need, this is good enough. Wood's excitement was understandable. The competition was tomorrow. Gryffindor had lost significantly to Slytherin last year, and to be honest, I felt embarrassed to face Severus for several weeks after that. Professor McGonagall wasn't used to adding anything to her tea. She took a sip and found the warm, slightly hot milk tea just right for drinking, with its smooth texture and sweet flavor quickly dispelling the chill. This is a great drink. The richness of the milk and the sweetness of the sugar balanced the bitterness of the tea nicely. After complimenting it, Professor McGonagall looked at Adam and asked, "Are you interested in joining the Quidditch team?" Me? Adam was taken aback. "Professor, how did you tell that I could join the Quidditch team? I can't even rank in the top 3 in flying class, let alone have talent like Harry's. I have a good eye for people. Your poor grades are because you fly steadily, striving to control every change, just like your attitude when learning transfiguration." Professor McGonagall is a longtime Quidditch fan. She could tell Adam's situation with just a glance, and he couldn't hide anything from her. The professor is indeed impressive. Adam shook his head with a wry smile and still refused. "However, my time is quite limited right now, and I'm not very interested in Quidditch, so let's forget it." "I see, well then." Professor McGonagall accepted with some disappointment, as Adam had to prepare for both her and Snape's after-class tutoring, and time was indeed tight. Moreover, Adam himself had little interest in Quidditch, so there was nothing to be done. What Professor McGonagall didn't know was that Adam's after-class tutoring included an additional charms class. The next day, at 11 o'clock, the Quidditch match was about to start, and almost all the faculty and students had gathered in the stands, while the rest were preparing for the match. For Harry's first match, Seamus and the others made a banner from a bedsheet stained by Peeves, which read Potter for the win. Adam was stunned when he rushed in from the library. "Are you cheering for Harry?" Hermione waved her wand, and the letters on the banner began to change colors continuously. Since that day, Hermione, Harry, and Ron became friends. "Look at the lion I drew." Dean, Seamus's good friend, also contributed by drawing a big lion under the letters. "The bedsheet is mine," Neville sighed. "Well, okay, then I'll contribute too." Adam stroked his chin and realized there was no good place to add anything to the bedspread. So he had to use a transformation spell to make the lion on the bedspread move and roar continuously downward. "Cool." Referee Madame Hooch stood in the center of the field, holding her silver arrow, as both teams gathered around her after entering the arena. "Listen up. I hope everyone competes fairly and honestly." Madame Hooch glanced meaningfully at Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint, then instructed the players to mount their brooms. With a sharp whistle, 15 flying brooms soared into the air. The quaffle was seized right at the start by Gryffindor's chaser, Angelina Johnson. "That girl is really charming, Jordan." "Sorry, Professor." Commentator Lee Jordan, a friend of the twins, often mixed personal opinions into his commentary, so Professor McGonagall sat next to him, keeping a watchful eye. The match progressed with tension and excitement. Although Adam wasn't particularly interested, he could feel his heartbeat quickening with the waves of cheers from those around him. It was somewhat like the feeling of being dragged to a bar by friends to watch the World Cup every 4 years, despite not really being into soccer. "Make way." Coming through, a familiar voice rang out as Hagrid's tall figure squeezed his way over to Adam. A few people shifted aside to give Hagrid some space. "I was just watching from the hut, but it's more atmospheric to watch with everyone. The golden snitch hasn't been found yet, right?" "Yeah." So Harry has nothing to do right now. Ron, who also loved Quidditch, chatted with Hagrid. The game on the field appeared quite surreal to Adam. One moment, both sides were fiercely attacking and defending, trying to score, and the next moment they were suddenly hitting each other with the bludgers. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the field as the Golden Snitch's presence was discovered. Harry and Slytherin's Seeker rushed towards the Snitch, but just as Harry gained the advantage, Slytherin's captain made a hard hit, nearly knocking Harry off his broom. It was clear that Professor McGonagall in the opposite stand was excitedly saying something. For such a blatant foul, Madame Hooch flew up and reprimanded the Slytherin captain severely, then awarded Gryffindor a free shot, but the Golden Snitch, which was about to be caught, had undoubtedly vanished. He should be shown a red card. Dean angrily pounded on the railing. This is Quidditch, not soccer. Ron had previously argued with Dean about soccer and Quidditch. By the way, what is a red card? Just as the Gryffindors were indignant, Adam focused on Harry's broom and, after a long while, finally sensed the surge of magical energy. It's coming. Adam quickly deduced what the magic represented. It was just an ordinary curse that could interfere with the operation of magic, causing a magical object like a broomstick to go out of control. Was a test? Professor Dumbledore did not appear in the stands today, so Quirrell was testing whether he was actually at Hogwarts. Chapter 26. Hagrid, the tightest-lipped man at Hogwarts. The curse quickly took effect, and the students noticed Harry's unusual behavior as his broomstick shook violently in the air, tumbling and rolling, twitching higher and higher. When Hagrid mentioned that only dark magic could affect broomsticks, Hermione seemed to remember something and snatched the telescope from around Hagrid's neck to look across. It was Snape. What? Ron didn't react in time, and Hermione shoved the telescope into his hands. He looked across, and Professor Snape was staring at Harry, muttering incantations. Look, Snape is casting a curse on Harry. I need to think of a way to stop him. Wait, Hermione. Adam grabit Hermione. Are you sure it's only Professor Snape casting the spell? What? Hermione looked over in confusion. The counter curse for a dark spell also requires focusing on the target to cast it. With Harry in this state, his broomstick acting erratically, it means someone is casting a dark curse while another is casting the counter curse. Otherwise, Harry would have fallen off by now. Wait, Hermione. Ron exclaimed. Quirrell is also casting spells. What? Hermione was stunned and snatched the telescope back to look. What are you waiting for? It must be Professor Quirrell saving Harry. He definitely isn't Snape's match. Shut up. Ron tried to say more, but was sharply silenced by Hermione. Has your head been stuffed with garlic? Quirrell stutters through every lesson. How could he cast a spell? Adam sighed and put his hand on his forehead. Hermione also thought of this when she saw Quirrell casting a spell. Quirrell's incompetence was basically acknowledged by everyone. Based on his performance since the beginning of the school year, he shouldn't have the ability to cast dark curses, nor should he be able to cast counter curses. The fact that Quirrell was casting spells at this moment, whether dark curses or counter curses, indicated that something was wrong. What should they do now? Hermione felt a bit flustered. How about this? You go over there. Adam whispered a few words to Hermione, and her eyes brightened as she hurriedly put on her cloak and rushed around to the opposite side of the stands. What did you guys say? Ron asked, puzzled. Since at least one of them is always casting dark spells, why not just stop them both? Adam innocently shrugged. Slytherin shamelessly violated the rules. Hermione angrily went to find Professor McGonagall, and it was only normal to bump into two professors on the way, right? Who told them to sit so close together? Across the stands, Hermione squeezed her way to the teacher's box, suddenly darting out from the aisle and knocking Quirrell off his seat, nearly toppling Professor Snape as well, causing both of their spells to be interrupted. Professor McGonagall, this is outrageous cheating. Hermione, with a face full of fury, approached Professor McGonagall and deliberately raised her voice. Did you see Harry's broom? Is Harry's broom okay? After steadying himself, Professor Snape immediately looked towards the field, and upon hearing this, he turned to Quirrell behind him with a thoughtful expression, even forgetting to deduct points from Gryffindor. Professor Quirrell, however, showed no reaction, as if he hadn't heard, timidly apologizing to the other teachers he had bumped into. Just with a glance, Hermione already had a good idea of who was at fault. It was Quirrell. He was casting a curse on you. Professor Snape was the one casting the counter curse. I absolutely won't misinterpret their reactions. After the match, Hermione, who was enthusiastically pulled by Professor McGonagall to watch the rest of the game, said when she returned. They were invited by Hagrid to his hut for tea. Professor Snape saved me? Harry said, holding a steaming cup of tea with a strange expression, the mist clouding his glasses. Hermione, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just, I know Professor Snape looks like he wants to eat us during class. but this time he really was the one casting the counter curse. Hermione shared what she had seen and her judgment with the others. Professor Snape would never harm Harry. Hagrid, who had brewed another pot of tea, came over and placed a huge teapot on the table nearby. Why do you say that? However, faced with Harry's question, Hagrid stammered and didn't speak. And seeing Adam's cup was empty, he hurriedly went to refill it. Thanks, Hagrid, but I'm afraid if I drink too much tea, I won't be able to sleep tonight. How about trying my new invention, the refill charm? Adam couldn't stand Hagrid's strong tea anymore. His mouth even felt a bit numb, so he hurriedly made himself a cup of milk tea. Oh good, give me a cup too. Hagrid mainly wanted to change the subject, but after taking a sip of the milk tea, he found it really nice. Seeing that Hagrid was unwilling to speak, Harry and the others had no choice but to discuss why Quirrell had cast a curse on Harry. Could he be that mysterious figure? Harry speculated. What mysterious figure? Harry and Ron exchanged glances and told Hagrid about the three-headed dog they had seen in the room on the right side of the fourth floor. Harry thought it might be because he had discovered the secret of that room that Quirrell was targeting him. Hagrid suddenly put down his milk tea. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? Yes, he's mine. I bought him from a Greek guy last year, and I lent him to Professor Dumbledore to guard. Hagrid then realized he had let something slip again and couldn't help but glance at Adam. Guard what? Harry didn't notice and continued to ask urgently, while Hermione looked at Adam suspiciously. Adam covered his face with his hand in speechlessness, grateful that he had never shared any secrets with Hagrid, while also swearing never to entrust important matters to him. His mouth is looser than the waistband of cotton pants. In the end, the group was kicked out of the hut by an angry Hagrid, who was upset with himself because Harry had once again pried this matter out of him, and it was related to Nicholas Flamel. Adam, do you know what the thing about the keeper of the vault is? Hermione asked Adam on the way back to the castle. Yes, Adam didn't deny it. However, I won't tell you that I promised Hagrid before. Although Hagrid often lets things slip, I can't break a promise to a friend because of that, right? You could try asking Hagrid again later. I think there's a good chance he'll let something slip again. Since Adam said so, Hermione had no choice but to give up her inquiry and started discussing with Harry what could be so important that Professor Dumbledore valued it so much that he even wanted to keep it at Hogwarts. Adam glanced around the open and unobstructed environment, silently deciding not to tell Hermione, Harry, and the others about the secret. Who exactly did they learn this loud, scheming habit from? However, come to think of it, anything that would be shared with others can't really be considered a secret. Chapter 27. Christmas Eve. With Christmas approaching, Adam was drafted by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick to decorate the Great Hall and the 11 massive Christmas trees inside it. Professor, why do we wizards celebrate Christmas too? Adam waved his wand to hang colorful ribbons and ornaments on the Christmas tree, finally allowing the star on top to sprout 2 reindeer antlers. This holiday was established in the contract signed between the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle Prime Minister. Professor Flitwick cast a freezing charm, instantly covering a Christmas tree with tiny icicles that sparkled under the candlelight. The reason we celebrate is that every holiday is worth celebrating. Professor McGonagall transformed the everyday ribbon decorations on the wall into cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, filling the entire wall. Notably, the Weasley twins were under the Christmas tree at this time, moving gift boxes for decorations and clearing the snow that had fallen beneath the tree, purely manual labor. A couple of days ago, these 2 guys ambushed Adam with snowballs while he was on his way to feed Athena. How could Adam tolerate that? Dozens of enchanted snowballs chased after them until they disappeared. So, when Adam came to help today, he saw them doing hard labor next to Professor McGonagall. This was their punishment for sneaking up on Professor Quirrell with snowballs, and they were caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall. The good news, these 2 are loyal and didn't rat Adam out. However, even if they did, Adam wouldn't be held responsible, as it was the twins who used Professor Quirrell as a human shield. The bad news, this incident earned Adam an achievement called Conspirator. Conspirator, you planned this attack and framed 2 innocent classmates, a scheme even the Dark Lord failed to uncover. Achievement goal, plan an attack on Voldemort and remain undetected 11. Achievement reward, 1 random skill possessed by Voldemort. It's back, that familiar feeling of being capped by the interface, it's back. When Adam saw the achievement, he even felt a strange sense of nostalgia. Soon, the decorations were nearly finished, and at that moment, Hagrid brought in a Christmas tree. Hagrid, this is the last one. Just put it in that corner. Professor Flitwick shot out golden bubbles with his wand and hung them on the tree. Tomorrow night is Christmas Eve. I don't know if you'll be going home, but I wish you all a happy holiday in advance. Adam saw Harry and the others come in with Hagrid and walked over to give each of them an apple. Thanks, but I'm not going back for Christmas. Ron said as he took the apple and started munching on it. Because in some places, apples symbolize peace, so they eat apples during Christmas. Yeah, I only found out in my 20s that only their country eats apples at Christmas. So that's how it is, thank you. Also, I won't be going back for Christmas. I will be going back for Christmas, thank you, Adam. Harry doesn't plan to eat it now, so he put the apple in his bag, and Hermione did the same. By the way, Adam, are you planning to go back for Christmas? Ah, good question, I won't be going back. Adam was so angry that he couldn't stand it. Ever since he came to Hogwarts, it seemed like his parents had found a second spring after he was no longer the third wheel. Recently, they sent a letter asking him not to come home for Christmas, as they wanted to enjoy some quality time together as a couple. Oh, Harry tried hard not to laugh. He definitely didn't want to go back. Just in time, Ron's parents were going on vacation, so there would be 3 of them in the dormitory for Christmas. This would be the best Christmas he had ever had. Adam, are you going to the library together later? Huh. Adam looked at Ron in surprise. This was not something he would normally say. Going to the library the day before Christmas? Ron couldn't be pretending, could he? Ever since hearing Hagrid mention Nicholas Flamel that day. We had been searching for information about him, but we still hadn't found anything. Hagrid still hadn't left, and, unable to sit still, exclaimed, "Hey, kids, listen to me. I told you to stop. The stuff that Fluffy is guarding has nothing to do with you. We know, we're just a bit curious about who Nicholas Flamel is." Hermione completely ignored the warning. Or, you could just tell us, and we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Harry was the same. As Adam had said before, if Gryffindor could be stopped, it wouldn't be Gryffindor. We've gone through 100 books and haven't even found a trace of him. Just give us a little hint. I clearly remember seeing his name somewhere. I won't say anything, Hagrid said sternly. Then we'll just have to find it ourselves. After Ron finished speaking, they hurried off to the library, determined to not give up until they reached their goal. Hagrid sighed in frustration and turned to Adam. Adam, you didn't mention the first secret to them, did you? Of course not. Otherwise, they wouldn't be looking for who Nicholas Flamel is right now. Adam also sighed. But that's not a solution, you know, Hagrid. They will always find out who Nicholas Flamel is. After Adam finished speaking, he went on to help the professor, leaving Hagrid alone in place, feeling very frustrated. Although Harry and the others were saying they would definitely find out who Nicholas Flamel was after a lavish Christmas dinner, the two completely forgot about Nicholas Flamel. Especially with the team making sure Hermione could go home for Christmas, the two went wild. While Harry and Ron were playing wizard chess by the warm fire in the common room, eating roasted mushrooms, Adam arrived at Professor Flitwick's office, where the professors were certainly not returning. What did you say? Professor Flitwick jumped up from his chair upon hearing Adam's question. Professor, I want to learn the counter curse for the Fiendfire curse. Adam said seriously, why did you suddenly want to learn this? How do you know about the Fiendfire curse? I apologize for saying this, but due to the quality of instruction in our defense against the Dark Arts class, I decided to teach myself Dark Arts defense. I read about it in a book on dark magic and how to counter it. It said that the Fiendfire curse can only be extinguished by a counter curse, and that only a powerful finite incantum can temporarily withstand it, allowing the Fiendfire to consume all combustible materials in its range before extinguishing itself. Adam felt a bit awkward, and Professor Flitwick felt a bit awkward too, because Chilo graduated from Ravenclaw. However, Adam continued, with my abilities, I probably won't be able to use the final curse that can withstand Fiendfire, but I think there's still hope in learning the counter curse, especially with the prerequisite of having mastered the Fiendfire curse. Adam added in his heart, there is really no need to learn this magic. Under normal circumstances, you would never encounter the Fiendfire in your lifetime. Let me think about it, and I will give you a reply tomorrow. Professor Flitwick hesitated to respond. Okay, Professor, I wish you a Merry Christmas. Haha, Christmas is only tomorrow, but I wish you happiness as well. After leaving Professor Flitwick's office, Adam thought for a moment. Since he had already shown interest in the defense against the dark arts, taking advantage of Christmas, the professor's psychological tolerance should be stronger than usual, so why not? Chapter 28. Discussion in the headmaster's office the day before Christmas. The entire Hogwarts was immersed in the joy of the holiday. But the atmosphere in the headmaster's office was extremely tense. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick arrived in turn to discuss with Professor Dumbledore how to deal with the potential downfall of a gifted student due to self-studying the defense against the dark arts. Minerva, Phileas, your reactions are a bit extreme, Professor Dumbledore said with a kind smile, his fingers clasped in front of him. Adam is a smart boy. I believe he will make his own judgments. The magic he wants to learn isn't outrageous. Is it, Albus? It's not outrageous for Adam to learn the counter curse for Fiendfire. But what about the chaotic transfiguration? Professor McGonagall's expression was quite complex, as if she had just enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast that morning and was ready to enjoy her holiday, when suddenly a proud student introduced her to the concept of chaotic transfiguration. Chaotic transfiguration, as the name suggests, involves transformations with uncertain outcomes. Because transfiguration requires a specific target to transform into, pure transfiguration is generally not used in practical combat. In practical scenarios, wizards typically use advanced applications of transfiguration to animate existing statues rather than creating a statue to fight, as that would be too laborious. Not to mention, blowing something into pieces and then transforming the rubble into weapons and explosives would be an overwhelming task. So, the question arises, what if I am unsure of the target? Wouldn't the casting be quicker then? After all, it's all directed at the opponent, and most side effects of living transformations don't need to be considered. Indeed, directly transforming the opponent could lead to the emergence of something like a five-legged beast. Adam also proposed a solution. Let us just transform a part of them. For example, transforming the hand holding the wand, no matter what it becomes, even if it turns into a monster. The radically different physiological structure would definitely make it difficult for the opponent to adapt before their mind changes as well. Adam enthusiastically introduced the feasibility and prospects of this transformation curse application to Professor McGonagall, completely unaware of his professor's frightened expression. In the end, Professor McGonagall tactfully suggested that Adam think it over again and then immediately set off to the principal's office. There, she encountered Professor Flitwick, who was already worried about Adam wanting to learn the counter curse for the Fiendfire spell. To be honest, the idea of the chaotic transformation curse also impressed Professor Dumbledore. But the implementation of this theory would be too terrifying. So he pondered for a moment and said, Minerva, Adam is simply hoping to apply transformation spells more in practical situations. It's normal for a young person to have such thoughts, but he has temporarily strayed from a deeper application of transformation spells. You could discuss shaping and secondary control of spells with him. But let's leave the chaotic transformation curse aside. Professor Dumbledore himself had a deep understanding of transformation spells. Professor McGonagall's teacher for transformation spells was him. A simple water-making spell in his hands could develop into a water prison spell, and the Fiendfire spell could be upgraded to the Firestorm spell. Besides his profound magical power, a high level of expertise in transformation spells was also indispensable. After speaking, Professor Dumbledore turned to Professor Flitwick. Phileas, Adam only wants to learn the counter curse for the Fiendfire spell. Although it exceeds the normal content of the Dark Arts defense class, it is still a form of accumulation. As long as you believe he has the ability to learn, there's no harm in teaching him. The two professors did not linger any longer and soon took their leave. Professor Dumbledore stared at the door of the principal's office for a while and suddenly spoke again. Severus, what do you think? If the professor of Dark Arts defense you found had even the slightest ability, today events wouldn't have happened. Professor Snape walked out from the corner, looking somewhat disdainfully at the items on Professor Dumbledore's desk. Caught off guard by the sharp remark, Professor Dumbledore almost choked on the pile of cockroaches he had just put in his mouth. He hadn't expected that Quirrell's disguise of weakness would lead Adam to self-study Dark Arts defense. However, upon hearing Professor Snape's words, Professor Dumbledore was somewhat surprised. It seems you are quite at ease with this child. Quite the opposite. He is already on the edge of danger. Oh. Professor Dumbledore hurriedly swallowed the pile of cockroaches, but he hasn't come into contact with those truly dangerous things. Both knew what the so-called truly dangerous things were. Those dark arts that required extremely evil emotions to activate, those forbidden spells that could only be used by twisted minds. That was because he had not yet found a safe method. Professor Snape sneered. He came to me today, as well, asking about the principles of a love potion. Love potion? Professor Dumbledore was taken aback. What does the love potion have to do with this? Could it be that Adam is experiencing his first crush? Even if he wanted to use a love potion, while excessive, it shouldn't be related to dark arts. At first, I thought he was being foolish, but he said he knew that the love brought by the love potion is false, and once it wears off, that love will completely dissipate. However, he then asked me if there were potions that could produce other emotions, and whether the emotions generated by those potions could be used to cast spells. After thinking for a while, Professor Dumbledore surprisingly looked at Professor Snape with a sense of expectation. Is it possible? Of course not. Professor Snape's expression darkened further. Oh, I see, cough cough. Professor Dumbledore awkwardly coughed twice. He was more adept at alchemy than potions. So Adam plans to study potions that can temporarily induce negative or even evil emotions in himself to cast dark magic that he cannot perform. Professor Dumbledore had investigated Adam's background. In such a family environment, it would be difficult for Adam to use dark magic. However, to be honest, he was once again shocked by Adam's genius idea. But thinking about it, even if it were possible to cast dark magic through potions, the inherent evil of those spells could not be changed. Killing, torturing, controlling, and destroying. If one becomes immersed in the conveniences brought about by such violence, then the distortion of the mind is inevitable. It would be a good thing to cut off Adam's thoughts. After telling him it was impossible, I directly asked him what he wanted to know this for, and his views on dark magic, even the unforgivable curses. Under Professor Dumbledore's gaze, Professor Snape continued without changing his expression. He answered me directly. He asked this because he wanted to try to cast dark magic. Dark magic is specifically for causing harm and can be used for self-defense in a crisis. As for the unforgivable curses, his view is that understanding them is necessary for self-defense, but they should not be used. He did not lie at any point. Professor Dumbledore nodded. He undoubtedly trusted Snape. As for Adam, he still trusted him more than half. Adam is, after all, a Gryffindor, and while these questions seem out of line on one hand, he lacks some common knowledge about the wizarding world. And, on the other hand, he is asking the professors instead of secretly researching by himself, which indicates that he hasn't gone astray. He just needs proper guidance. But should we verify it one last time? Let Professor Snape go back. While Professor Dumbledore sits alone in the headmaster's office, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Chapter 26. Christmas Gifts. When Adam woke up the next morning, he was stunned by a pile of gifts in the corner of his bed. When did he become so popular? While thinking this, Adam hurriedly got out of bed to check, not even bothering to change his clothes, and then he realized that it wasn't that many people had given him gifts, but rather one person had given him a lot. Professor McGonagall had sent Adam the entire year's worth of Transfiguration today. This publication only accepts subscriptions at the beginning of the year, and it wasn't available in bookstores, so Adam had never been able to buy it. It's really exaggerated. I wonder if Professor McGonagall will think my gift is too shabby. After unwrapping the package, Adam looked at the 3 stacks in front of him, each stack as tall as his chest, and sighed. He had only given Professor McGonagall a moving tabby cat wooden carving, modeled after her animagus form. Adam then gratefully put away. When he bought the pajamas earlier, Adam had activated the Spend a Fortune achievement, which gave him a black shoulder bag with a seamless extension charm, successfully replacing his previous bag. Adam flipped through the notes again. Professor Flitwick had given him a notebook filled with insights on dueling. It was evident that the notes were initially not very advanced in the art of dueling, likely a compilation from Professor Flitwick's younger days when he was preparing for a dueling competition. A champion study notes from their early days in dueling, although likely copied, still held immense value. In contrast, Adam's gift seemed rather insignificant, a folding chair that extended once opened and secured. Professor Snape had gifted him a bottle of Felix Felicis. Looking at the small bottle in the box, filled with a potion that flowed like liquid gold, Adam found it hard to imagine what expression Professor Snape must have had while placing this potion into the box and wrapping it up. He seemed to have underestimated his own significance in the professor's eyes, perhaps to Professor Snape. He was no longer just an annoying lion who disturbed his private time because he was a student, but rather a true disciple worthy of being called a proud prodigy. Yet, all he had given Professor Snape was a bottle of his experimental potion. After unwrapping the 3 gifts, Adam felt little joy from receiving them. Instead, he felt a twinge of guilt. The value of the 3 gifts and his return gift was severely imbalanced, but it was too late to rectify it now, and with his current financial situation, he would have to think of something for the professor's birthdays next year. However, Professor Snape's birthday was on January 6th, and it was coming up soon. Adam's gaze fell on Harry, who was still fast asleep. How about putting on a show for Professor Snape by beating up little Potter to liven things up? Harry shivered inexplicably in his dream. Adding the act of beating Harry to the list of potential gifts, Adam continued to unwrap the other presents. The Weasley twins had sent themselves a box of chocolates. Don't ask Adam how he knew that the unnamed gift was from them. It's simple logic. Ron's gift was a box of unwrapped candies, somewhat like nougat but without peanuts. When he put it in his mouth, it was filled with a creamy and sweet flavor. Very delicious. Harry's gift was a wizard's chess set. It seemed Ron had been teaching him how to play recently. Although Adam didn't know how to play, the moving pieces were interesting enough as decorations. Hermione sent a large box of Honeyduk's coconut ice, which under normal circumstances, one wouldn't send such a cold treat in this weather. Perhaps she heard Adam say that this weather was suitable for ice cream when he saw snow earlier. Neville sent a bottle of white, fresh essence, which should be the result of his own cultivation, and from Adam's perspective, it looked quite good in quality. Seamus and Dean together sent a soccer ball, which would smoke if actually kicked. An additional note said this was the only survivor of 7 soccer balls Seamus had put a spell on, making it a lucky ball. After putting away the gifts and changing clothes, Adam took one last look at the group still dreaming before heading out, hoping they would like his gifts too. Stepping out of the dormitory, Adam had a simple breakfast in the dining hall, fed Athena, and then returned to the common room, finding a small sofa by the fireplace to sit down. With a box of snacks and a cup of milk tea at hand, he took out a copy of today's Transfiguration and enjoyed the Christmas morning. He didn't know how much time had passed. "Hey Adam, good morning." Two energetic voices called out from afar. "Put away those eager smiles. I didn't eat that box of chocolates." Adam saw the smiles on the faces of the two people and knew that not eating that box of chocolate was the right choice. "Oh, Adam, how could you do this? You have let down our efforts." The two of them each said a sentence, looking heartbroken. "All right, if you want your efforts to not be in vain, you should eat this candy now." Adam rolled his eyes and took out a twin chocolate he had sent to himself from his bag. To his surprise, George actually took the candy and tossed it into his mouth. Before long, he stuck out a long, thick tongue that was over 2 feet long. "How about that?" George proudly displayed his tongue. Fat tongue liquor chocolate, exclusively crafted by Fred and George for Adam. Fred introduced with equal pride. To cut costs. "We usually make this with toffee, but your liquor chocolate version cost us a fortune. We can't even bear to eat it ourselves." Adam took a deep breath, unsure whether to be moved or to just complain about the effort the twins put into his gift. Adam pulled out a chocolate, helplessly threw it into his mouth, and then felt a wave of magical energy spread out. His tongue uncontrollably grew larger and longer. "Are you satisfied now?" Adam said with a lisp, feeling helpless, yet unable to stop himself from pondering the formula for this effect of the fat tongue. "This is also a potion, just mixed in a candy." The twins looked at Adam, who usually appeared mature and steady like an adult, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fred also pulled a candy from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and then started blowing bubbles nonstop with all sorts of colors, finishing after more than a minute. "This is our new invention. The effects haven't stabilized yet, but I think it will be very popular in the future." Adam rolled his 2-foot-long tongue up and placed it on the plate, watching the two twins enjoy their future, unable to resist picking up the milk tea. Well, it's not convenient to drink right now. However, the atmosphere in the lounge somewhat resembled Adam's dream of a salted fish retirement life, which made him very happy. Suddenly, Fred's laughing figure became blurry. Adam saw a violent explosion scattering bricks, with Percy looking sorrowful and bloodied, and Fred with a vacant gaze yet still wearing a smile. Adam's relaxed smile suddenly froze on his face. Chapter 30, Suddenly Activated Mission. The twins went to the dormitory to bother Harry and Ron, while Adam stayed in the common room, reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed. Was that the future? The twins who died in the Battle of Hogwarts. Was it Fred? Adam had long known that one of the twins would die in the Great Battle, but seeing Fred's lifeless body with his own eyes suddenly made him realize he wasn't as calm as he had been when he thought of it on the Hogwarts Express. Seeing the once cheerful guy lying on the ground devoid of life, leaving only coldness and silence, Adam couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. This won't do. Adam, in a war, how can there be no casualties? Not to mention Fred, even Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Are you really going to save them all? With your limited abilities, you'll end up sacrificing yourself. Are these people more important than your own life? Anyway, you don't plan to stay in the wizarding world forever. Just avoid the battle, get your diploma, and enjoy a laid-back life, right? Adam forced his attention to the suddenly appearing interface. He had unexpectedly triggered a task, sudden disaster. Through the suddenly awakened clairvoyance, he saw the future years from now, where his friend Fred Weasley died in an unknown disaster. And he did not see George Weasley's figure in the future. Now, it was time for him to make a choice. Branch 1. Task Objective. Change the future, ensuring that Fred Weasley and George Weasley survive until the disaster is over. Task Reward. Character Card. Weasley Twins. Laughter and Joy. Branch 2. Task Objective. Stand by and believe that everything is a fate's choice, watching Fred Weasley die in a disaster. Task Reward. Character Card. Weasley Twins. Faint Chatter. Just from the description of this task, the bias is quite heavy. Especially the task objective of Branch 2 made Adam feel guilty for the second time during Christmas. By the way, what is up with this interface? The achievement system seems to lead him toward the Dark Lord, while the task system pushes him toward being a savior, right? Also, how is this task triggered? Is it based on foreseeing the future? When did he acquire this divination talent? His family doesn't even have that bloodline. And what about the character card as a reward? For a moment, the information was chaotic and complex, and Adam had a hard time processing it. First, regarding the task trigger from the interface, Adam thought it might not be because he foresaw the future, but because he touched upon a significant event through divination. If the achievement concerns only him, then this task likely relates to the entire world, or at least the entire wizarding community, to be triggered. The battle at Hogwarts is undoubtedly a significant event concerning the entire wizarding world, although Adam already knew that this so-called significant event would happen. The vague information revealed in the interface description, along with the interface's consistent style of issuing achievements without caring about his feelings, indicated that the information he knew from his past life was not recognized by the interface. As for why Professor Quirrell, with Voldemort on the back of his head, did not trigger a task, to be honest, only Harry and a few others knew about the commotion caused by Professor Quirrell. If Adam kept his distance from them, he might only learn of a significant event happening at the end of the school year when Professor Dumbledore awarded extra points to Gryffindor. In addition, there was Adam's unexpected display of divination talent, for which he was truly unprepared. The ability of divination is innate, known as clairvoyance, and this ability does not improve with increased usage. What can be learned later is only the methods of divination and how to interpret the results of divination, allowing the diviner to use their ability in a targeted manner, rather than stumbling upon luck like Adam did this time. Adam had never thought he had a talent for divination, so he hadn't even flipped through that book about clearing the fog to see the future. Now that he thinks about it, maybe he should learn a bit. As for the character cards, Adam can only say that he will know once he gets them. This interface always manages to surprise him. Perhaps Harry and Ron had been sleeping in too long, as they only came out of the dormitory with the twins after Adam's tongue had recovered. Adam, thank you for your gift. Harry looked quite happy. It seemed that the gifts he received were all nice. Adam's gift to him was a golden snitch ornament that can automatically fly within the range of the shelf, which also celebrates his catching of the golden snitch in the last match against Slytherin. I also really like your gift, Adam said, looking at Ron. Thank you for the candy. It tastes great. It's made by my mom, Ron replied shyly. He didn't have money to buy a gift, so he could only pack the candy his mother gave him to give to Adam. Adam's gift to him was a floating broomstick ornament. Really? Mrs. Weasley's skills are amazing, Adam exclaimed, then looked at the sweaters worn by Harry and Ron, which were clearly the same style as the ones the twins were wearing today, just in different colors and with different letters on the chest. What is this? Oh, this was also sent by Ron's mom. All of Ron's brothers have one. Ron had been worried that I wouldn't receive any gifts for Christmas, so he wrote to his mom, but unexpectedly, I received many gifts today. While they were chatting, the twins had already caught Percy, and indeed, Percy was also wearing the same style sweater. All the way to the dining hall, the twins kept holding Percy back, not letting him leave. Usually, Percy sits with the other prefects, but today is Christmas, and the family has to eat together. The Christmas lunch was incredibly lavish, with turkey, roast meat, roast potatoes, and sausages. Besides the delicious food, the table was adorned with beautiful decorations and some colorful party poppers. Harry was beside them, unwrapping the party poppers one by one. When pulled open, they would make a loud noise, accompanied by colorful smoke and some small toys. Adam also took out a wizard chess set, which looked somewhat crude compared to the high-end gift Harry had given him. But it was more suitable as a decoration in the dormitory, and he wouldn't mind it getting a bit banged up. At the teacher's table, a group of teachers seemed to have had too much to drink, their faces flushed. Professor Dumbledore was chatting with Professor Flitwick while wearing a floral hat, and Professor McGonagall was laughing happily, her top hat askew. After lunch, Harry, Ron, and a few Weasleys went outside to have a snowball fight, while Adam planned to return the books he had borrowed to the library. Unexpectedly, he ran into Professor Snape in the corridor. Professor Snape? Merry Christmas. To his surprise, Professor Snape looked at him with a stern face and coldly said, just now, while dining with a few other professors, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick boasted about your carefully prepared Christmas gifts. Snape did not finish his sentence, but Adam could already feel a cold sweat on his face. Chapter 31. The Mirror of Eris Cough. Professor, let me explain. He thought, oh no, oh no, oh no. Snape did not finish, but he knew what the scene had been. Professor McGonagall had said she received a lovely ornament, and Professor Flitwick had said he received a folding chair that allowed him to teach without standing on books. Meanwhile, poor Professor Snape couldn't speak because he had only received a bottle of useless potion, a calming draft meant to soothe and calm anxious emotions. Although Adam thought Snape could use it, it was clear Snape would not think so himself. Who could tell him how to face a possibly jealous Professor Snape? Adam pondered over his words. Because you're usually too serious and your life lacks entertainment, I really don't know what you like. Potion materials feel too ordinary, and I can't afford precious potion ingredients. So I can only give you a bottle of potion that I brewed myself as proof of my progress in potion making under your guidance. Professor Snape crossed his arms and let out a nonchalant hum, exuding an air of go ahead and make excuses, I'm listening. Adam vaguely felt as if he could see his mother from his past life, holding his final exam paper. Adam quickly continued to remedy the situation. Of course, I now realize that this gift may lack practicality. So, Professor, your birthday is coming up soon, and I'm sure you'll like the gift I give you then. If it really doesn't work out, we could just sacrifice Harry. After much persuasion, I finally got past Professor Snape. Watching him drag his billowing black robes away, Adam's eyes lit up. It seems he has never seen Professor Snape change clothes. Maybe you should give him a robe? Adam thought for a long time, and by the next day, still hadn't decided what to give Professor Snape. He didn't even pay much attention when Harry shared the secret of the invisibility cloak with him that evening. A robe seemed like a good idea, but Professor Snape wore the same one all year round. Should he give an identical one or a different one? If he gave an identical one, there would be no difference at all. If he gave a different one, what if Professor Snape didn't like it? Adam was thinking about this while having breakfast. Adam, you won't believe what I saw last night, Harry exclaimed as soon as he sat down. He then shared in detail with Adam about his adventures from the night before when he wore the invisibility cloak, including a trip to the restricted section and being chased by Filch, and most importantly, he found a mirror that could show him his parents. They were standing right behind me, watching me and smiling. Harry got lost in his memories, almost unable to pull himself away. You should have called me to go with you. I want to see your parents too, Ron said, curious about the mirror. I'll go again tonight. You can come with me. I want to see your family too. Harry thought of Charlie, whom Hagrid mentioned, and Mrs. Weasley, who sent him Christmas gifts, and felt curious about them. You can see them any time. Just come to our house during the summer. Ron invited Adam again. Adam, you should come too. We can play with the gnomes in the backyard. Adam and Harry agreed after a moment of thought. Adam was eager for a reason not to go home, while Harry simply didn't want to return home. By the way, Adam, are you going tonight? Me? The erased mirror. Adam was a bit interested, but didn't he plan to go because Professor Dumbledore would most likely be watching nearby. He didn't want to seem out of place by not joining in on the fourth floor adventure after always participating before. I'll pass. I need to see Professor Flitwick in the morning, then Professor McGonagall in the afternoon, and going out at night would affect my state for tomorrow. All right. Adam thought that would be the end of it, but the next day, on his way back to the dorm after leaving Professor McGonagall's office, he saw the classroom Harry mentioned. Behind the half-open door was a full-length mirror, and next to the mirror, desks and chairs were haphazardly piled up, making it look like an ordinary abandoned classroom. Was this classroom here originally? Adam thought for a moment, and no longer felt confused. The mirror definitely couldn't have been here originally. It must have been moved here only recently, after Professor Dumbledore returned the invisibility cloak to Harry. Just in time, Adam pushed the door open and walked in, heading straight for the mirror. Eristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwos. Adam's fingers traced the engraving at the top of the mirror, moving forward and then back. What I show is not your reflection, but your innermost desires. Recalling the task displayed on his interface, Adam looked at the magic mirror. What could his true desire be? At first, the mirror was filled with a milky white mist, which gradually dissipated to reveal a villa by the beach. Adam was lounging on a beach chair, relaxed, with a bottle of soda beside him. He could even see the bubbles in the soda and the condensation on the bottle. His parents were nearby, grilling skewers of meat on a barbecue, and the three of them were enjoying a pleasant life filled with laughter and conversation. The Eris magic mirror had provided the answer. However, Adam did not feel the joy of having found the answer. Was it true that I am such a cold person? Adam stood in front of the Eris magic mirror, silent for a long time. Suddenly, the scene in the mirror changed. Accompanied by traces of space distortion, figures familiar to Adam appeared. Harry, Hermione, Ron, George, and Fred looked much older than they do now, smiling and greeting Adam in the mirror, then starting a beach barbecue party. No, it wasn't just a barbecue. There was also hot pot, stir-fried dishes, and soup. The Adam in the mirror seemed very skilled at food magic, with countless ingredients cooking themselves in the cookware, floating to the table in front of everyone, while the campfire cast a warm glow on everyone's joyful expressions. So that's how it is. Watching the scene, Adam finally made a decision in his heart. At the same time, Adam's stomach suddenly growled. There was no helping it. Most of the food in the mirror was what Adam loved to eat in his past life, which he hadn't touched in this life. Seeing it unexpectedly made him crave it. The development of various cooking spells must be put on the agenda. Realizing himself and letting go of his inner turmoil, Adam felt more relaxed. While thinking about which dish's cooking spell to develop first, he walked towards the dining hall. There was no choice. The development of spells was a long-term task, but filling his stomach was urgent. Chapter 32. The Power of Love. After Adam left the classroom, two figures appeared inside. What a wonderful wish, Severus. Professor Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Moreover, Adam realized the true meaning of that inscription when he saw it. He hadn't even looked in the mirror. What a genius. The two did not know what magic they used, but they not only concealed their forms and blocked the reflection of the mirror of Ariste, but they were also able to see Adam's desires reflected in the mirror. Professor Snape said nothing, perhaps disgusted by the smile he had seen on himself in the mirror. Let's go, Severus. Professor Dumbledore put his glasses back on. Don't worry about Adam. He won't go astray. Just because of a mirror? Professor Snape glanced doubtfully at the mirror of Ariste. As far as I know, this mirror only reflects the deepest desire at the moment, and people can change. The mirror of Ariste reflects not only desire, but also a more authentic self. Professor Dumbledore said mysteriously, looking at the mirror of Ariste. Even though he had seen it countless times, the scene in the mirror still left him momentarily distracted. Severus, you may not understand, but I believe in Adam now. He is surrounded by love, and the power of love is great, even transcending life and death. Professor Snape's understanding of the mirror of Ariste was limited to knowing its existence and function, which could not compare to Professor Dumbledore, who had used it many times. People do indeed change, but the changes others can see are often only the surface that a person presents. A person's true essence is difficult to change, which in the East is called nature is hard to change. In wizards, this trait is almost infinitely magnified. Magic is a force closely related to the mind. Only with a clear understanding of the target and sufficient self-confidence can one successfully cast spells. The more powerful the spell, the more unwavering belief and emotion it requires. Because of this, the more powerful the wizard, the more composed and confident they are when casting spells. At the same time, they're also harder to change because they are unwavering in their beliefs about themselves. Reflecting on Professor Dumbledore himself, the image that appeared in the mirror of Ariste the first time he looked into it remained there despite the many changes in their relationship. Thus, after seeing the image of Adam in the mirror of Ariste, Professor Dumbledore concluded that Adam could be trusted. Even if Adam were to join Voldemort's camp in the future, he still believed that Adam would be on his side, because anyone who has love in their heart cannot truly stand with Voldemort. Professor Dumbledore thought this as he withdrew his gaze from the mirror of Ariste and left the abandoned classroom with Professor Snape. Upon reaching the door of the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore suddenly stopped and looked at Professor Snape. Severus, find a chance to teach Adam the brain-blocking spell and the memory retrieval spell. Why? Professor Snape's expression was momentarily vacant. After all, we saw his secret. Even though he doesn't know, a headmaster and a professor prying into a student's privacy should offer some compensation, shouldn't they? Professor Dumbledore said with a wink and walked alone into the headmaster's office. Professor Snape stood at the door of the headmaster's office for a long time, gazing deeply at the door before turning to leave. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner, Adam hurried back to the dormitory. At that time, Simon was playing in the dean's dormitory and would only return when it was time to sleep. Neville was busy in the greenhouse, and Professor Sprout had given him several plants, including some he hadn't even learned about yet, so he had also started getting busy. As for Harry and Ron, there's no need to mention them. The Quidditch match schedule wasn't over yet, so they were naturally busy training and watching others train. It was just the right time for Adam to practice the counter curse for the Fiendfire. Why not go to the Room of Requirement? Because it wasn't necessary for now. It was just the counter curse for Fiendfire, which Adam had obtained through legitimate means. When the time came that Adam had to practice some magic that really couldn't be revealed, he would consider the Room of Requirement. Perhaps next semester. Adam remembered that the professor for next semester's defense against the dark arts class was that flamboyant master of the forgetfulness charm, whose name he couldn't recall. But he remembered that this guy loved to give autographs. This was simply a perk. He planned to bring a stack of paper for him to sign and then visit the restricted section every day to go through all the books inside. So, don't say trash is useless. Trash is just resources in the wrong place. After spending a few minutes clearing his mind, Adam was a bit nervous about using dark magic for the first time, especially the extremely dangerous Fiendfire. However, he wasn't too anxious. His experience with fully mastered spells gave him plenty of confidence, though he felt a kind of thrill akin to doing something bad. Fiendfire. Under Adam's gaze, a cluster of black flames ignited in the prepared brazier, instantly consuming the wood inside and rapidly expanding, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. Adam waved his wand, and the fierce fire soared into the air, transforming into an owl, resembling Athena. It circled around the dormitory, avoiding any objects inside. Initially, Adam was cautious in his control, but once he confirmed he could fully manage the fierce fire, he transformed it into a snake, a lion, and a rabbit. Even without more fuel, the fierce fire could last long enough to astonish Adam, and it could use magical power as fuel. This meant that during a battle, even the combined version of the spell All Spells End would struggle to extinguish the fierce fire quickly if the wizard who released it was present. Afterward, he conducted further experiments. The destructive power of the fierce fire against wood, soil, gravel, stone, and metal left Adam speechless. For the fierce fire, being able to use fuel to grow stronger was one thing. Being able to be burned out was another. Finally, the main event was the counterspell for the fierce fire. Controlling the fierce fire to shrink, Adam recited the counterspell against the pitch-black flames. The fierce fire seemed to have a life of its own, flickering reluctantly a couple of times, but ultimately extinguished silently. Phew, he succeeded on the first try. Adam let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the effectiveness of the counterspell was indeed influenced by the level of the dark magic itself. If he failed the counterspell attempt 10 times, he would have to use the remaining magical power to keep the fierce fire from going out of control and then take it to Professor Flitwick. At that point, he would need to explain why he had the thought of burning everything in the dormitory, which allowed him to release the fierce fire spell. Having successfully extinguished the fierce fire, Adam attempted several more times to become more adept at extinguishing the fierce fire, even managing to extinguish the uncontrollable, enlarged fierce fire, while also contemplating when to take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest. The hard-earned disillusionment charm and silencing charm would finally come in handy. Chapter 33. Recognizing oneself that night. Harry took Ron to see the Mirror of Ariste, where Ron supposedly saw himself becoming a prefect. After that, Harry went alone, but was discovered by Professor Dumbledore, who advised him not to become obsessed with the Mirror of Ariste. Adam did not stop Harry from looking at the Mirror of Ariste like Ron did. Harry was too eager to see his parents and wouldn't listen to advice, especially since Adam couldn't empathize with him. Unless someone like Professor Dumbledore directly moved the mirror away, it would be useless. Moreover, Adam was busy preparing for entering the Forbidden Forest, including planning the timing, where to find the Acromantula, and how to handle the venom once collected. Besides that, Adam did one more thing. By the Black Lake, George and Fred looked at Adam with helpless expressions. Adam, listen, it's just an illusion. Maybe you're just sleep-deprived and daydreaming? Today, Adam suddenly called them out, and they thought something important was happening, only to find out that Adam said he saw a future where Fred died tragically, and it was in Hogwarts. What a joke. What kind of person could break into Hogwarts? No, I was sure I was very awake at the time. Adam also knew that it was difficult to make the twins believe, and he didn't intend for them to believe right away. He simply reminded the two of them and shared what he had seen with George and Fred, so that when the time came, they would be on guard. Besides that, he couldn't force the twins to study magic hard, nor could he lock them up until the battle was over. Could they trust the other Weasleys fighting outside? It would end up being Adam's fault instead. Even the Savior cannot forcibly interfere in others' lives. If saving Fred's life meant the death of other family members, Fred might prefer that he be the one to die. As for joining the battle to personally protect him and the twins, their relationship could only be considered friendship. It wasn't strong enough for him to risk himself or his parents for them. He remembered that Hermione had cast a memory charm on her parents, making even her image disappear from photographs, and he had cried at that time. But now, upon reflection, it really didn't serve much purpose. How many traces does a person leave behind from childhood to adulthood? How many people know about your relationship with your parents? If one really wanted to hide it, it would be better to mobilize the Ministry of Magic to cast a memory charm, but by that time, the ministry would be a joke. So for now, he could only do this much. Nothing was more important than his own safety, not tasks or rewards. After seeing the Mirror of Ariste, Adam understood that his true inner self was selfish. It was after that he truly let go of some things. Some confusions and constraints that had always existed within him, which he just hadn't realized. The life in the mirror was leisurely and carefree, indicating that Adam's pursuit of life had not changed. The first person to appear in the mirror was Adam, followed by Karen and Grysa, and finally, one by one, everyone from Hogwarts appeared. This order was not as heartwarming as it seemed, as if everyone was finishing their day to join a party. Instead, it reflected the importance of each person in Adam's heart. The most important was himself, then his parents in this life, and lastly, everyone from school. Those who did not appear were inconsequential. As for why it appeared warm and fulfilling, that required a bit of a memory charm. Adam would bet that Professor Dumbledore was sitting right behind him at that moment. He hadn't guessed that Professor Snape was there too. In the mirror of Ariste, everyone appeared. So Adam knew that he still wanted to save people, but without risking himself. If Adam had the ability afterward, he would do his best to help Fred and the others with some insurance, but he definitely would not participate in the direct battle. If anyone were to fall in battle, Adam could only mourn for them. Harry was the savior, with a deep-seated grudge against Voldemort. While he had no enmity with Voldemort, he believed he had enough strength to protect himself, and it wasn't worth rushing to the front lines to confront Voldemort. As for believing himself strong enough, even someone as powerful as Professor Dumbledore ultimately lost his life. Adam had not become so arrogant as to think that a few master dark spells gave him the right to confront Voldemort. After bidding farewell to the twins, Adam walked alone along the path by the Black Lake, his attention falling on the interface, specifically on a function. Spell refinement. Adam had long activated this function, but had never used it. As the name suggests, refinement is a practice that further enhances the original foundation. A spell unlocks a refinement project at level 8, with another project unlocking for each level gained, totaling 3 at max level. After completing the trials of the refinement projects, the spell can gain additional special effects. Clearly, Adam could only refine those 6 dark spells now. The reason Adam had never used this function was that, taking the Killing Curse as an example, the refinement projects were as follows. Killing Curse, Intensified Malice. If the Killing Curse misses the target, it will immediately be cast again until it hits. Trial. Use the Killing Curse on a target 10 times. Steadfast Intent. The Killing Curse cannot be blocked by inanimate objects. Trial. Accumulate using the Killing Curse on 816716866 targets. Endless Slaughter. After killing a target with the Killing Curse, it will release the Killing Curse towards nearby hostile targets, consuming the target's remaining magical power. Trial. Continuously use the Killing Curse to kill 20 targets. How could he use that? Prior to this, Adam didn't even have a clear plan for the future. He was only thinking of learning some magic and then running away in the last year, keeping a respectful distance from dark magic, so he hadn't considered this function. However, now that he had recognized himself, he had released some unnecessary constraints, and this trip to the Forbidden Forest might be an opportunity. If the target on the interface was confirmed to not only be aimed at wizards, Adam's gaze fell upon the 3 curses that had accompanied him the longest, and gradually became more resolute. In his past life, there was an old saying, power can be used, but it cannot be absent. Right and wrong when the time comes. Whether the Ministry of Magic is under Voldemort's command or not, it all depends on the scale in one's heart. The latter two are manageable. If the target includes other animals, he could just kill some mosquitoes, mice, spiders, and so on. But what target can withstand 10 Avada Kedavras? Or rather, what can survive a Killing Curse? Harry? No, what am I thinking? Adam, you figured it out, not gone dark. A phoenix? Let us pass on that too. Voldemort? Speaking of Horcruxes, can they be killed with the Killing Curse? Chapter 34. Nicholas Flamel Hermione returned the day before the end of the holiday, excitedly greeting Adam at the long table. Adam, thank you for your gift. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. Adam smiled slightly. Harry, Ron, I know who Nicholas Flamel is. Hermione said as she took a book out of her bag, which was Adam's Christmas gift, a book on alchemy. Nicholas Flamel, a famous alchemist from the 14th century, is known to be the only creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The 14th century? Shouldn't he be dead by now? That's why we couldn't find his name in the studies of modern witchcraft. The 14th century is hardly modern. That's not the point. The point is, how is he still alive? Don't you guys read? Hermione shot a glare at the two who couldn't grasp the main idea. The Philosopher's Stone is currently recognized as the greatest masterpiece of alchemy. It's a magical substance with astonishing properties. It can permanently turn any metal into pure gold and can produce the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Elixir of life? Pure gold? Harry and Ron quickly leaned in to look at the book in Hermione's hands, only to be lightly smacked by her holding the book. I haven't finished. The only known Philosopher's Stone is in the possession of Nicholas Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year and is now living in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle. So the 3-headed dog is guarding the Philosopher's Stone? Harry exclaimed, holding his head in surprise. That's what I thought too. But why did you suddenly start reading about alchemy? Ron asked, confused. It's Adam's Christmas gift to me. I happened to be bored at home and picked it up to pass the time. Hermione glanced gratefully at Adam, although he didn't directly tell them the answer due to his promise to Hagrid, gave her a clue in this way. Adam similit faintly, as he didn't really know what gift to give Hermione. she seemed to only like reading, so he simply decided to give her a book about Nicholas Flamel. Reading to kill time is really terrifying. Ron muttered a few words before starting to gnaw on a chicken leg again. Although they had found out what the three-headed dog was truly guarding, the three of them did not take any further action, mainly because Harry didn't have the time. The next Quidditch match was Gryffindor against Hufflepuff, and frighteningly, the referee was Professor Snape. The entire Gryffindor Quidditch team unanimously believed that Professor Snape would seize every opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor, so it had been extremely irritable lately, keeping a close watch on everyone during practice to ensure that no one made even the slightest foul. When Harry mentioned this matter in bed at night, his voice was weak. However, he wasn't completely opposed to the busyness of this period. Recently, he had been having nightmares where his parents vanished in a burst of green light, accompanied by a loud laughter. Ron had previously said it was because he was too obsessed with that mirror, and maybe that was true. Now, after training until exhausted every day, the frequency of his nightmares had decreased. I don't understand. Why would Snape, who obviously dislikes you so much, still cast a counter curse to protect you that day? Ron looked at the ceiling. Dislike is just dislike. After all, Harry is a student. In fact, Professor Snape is quite a good person. He just isn't very good at expressing himself. When Adam said this, he felt a bit guilty himself. After all, Professor Snape really wasn't good at expressing himself. Tom's lion-like tail swished across his face with a snap. Even it couldn't stand it anymore. Throughout Gryffindor, he might have only been nice to you. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically. And when he called me a troll with a brain stuffed full of rushes, he was really good at expressing himself. Adam fell silent. To be fair, Professor Snape was actually better to Harry. He and Professor Snape had a decent student-teacher relationship, but Professor Snape would die for Harry. As for how Professor Snape usually targeted Harry, enjoying the benefits left by his mother while trying not to bear the blame left by his father, that was unreasonable. Besides Professor Snape at the referee's seat, Harry was actually more worried about Professor Quirrell. Last time, Professor Quirrell had cursed him, and this time he didn't know what he would do. Maybe you shouldn't participate in the competition, Hermione suggested. Just say you're sick, Ron added. Say your leg is broken. If it really comes to it, let Adam cast a spell on you to break your leg. That's better than dying. What? Adam, who was focused on cutting ribs, looked up in confusion upon hearing his name. Nothing. Harry quickly urged Adam to continue eating, not wanting to actually have his leg broken. At that moment, Neville came over, hopping like a little rabbit down the corridor, while the classmates nearby secretly laughed at him. End it. A finishing spell broke the leg-locking curse on Neville. Adam frowned. Neville, what's wrong with you? It's Malfoy. I ran into him at the library entrance. Neville blushed, having endured the mocking gazes of others all the way. Once I grow those white roots, I'm definitely going to throw a mandrake in his bed. Professor Sprout allowed me to take care of them. Harry and Ron, who never read any books outside of class, didn't know what a mandrake was, but Hermione was startled. Are you going to kill him? Don't worry, a young mandrake won't kill anyone. It just makes people nauseous, vomit, feel dizzy, and at worst, it might cause a few hours of unconsciousness, Neville explained, his voice soft and slow, but he was already completely different from when school started. At least he had considerable confidence in his herbology knowledge. Adam was quite pleased with Neville's determination to fight back, but this method was too slow, and it would waste a mandrake. Just watch me. That afternoon, Draco didn't show up until after dinner when someone saw him come out of the boys' bathroom. A Slytherin classmate asked him where he had been, but he said nothing, his face dark enough to match his school uniform. On the day of the Quidditch match, Harry changed into his team uniform and sat with his teammates, feeling extremely nervous. In the end, he abandoned the idea of faking illness to skip the match. After all, it would seem like he was afraid of Snape, even though, considering the threats, Quirrell was the real danger he should avoid. However, he couldn't help but dislike Snape even more. Don't worry, Harry, Professor Dumbledore is also at the match today, Ron said as he jogged over with good news for Harry. Really? Harry looked at the stands in surprise. The figure with the gray beard was so imposing. Great, now I don't have to worry about Quirrell, just Snape. Harry's mood suddenly became less cheerful. Even Professor Dumbledore couldn't stop Snape from deducting points while focusing on them, and Snape always found opportunities, just like in potions class. He had to catch the golden snitch as quickly as possible to win this match. Go for it. I believe you can do it. Chapter 35. Deep implications. No one expected that a Quidditch match could have so much dramatic effect. Harry set a record for the fastest Quidditch match conclusion in Hogwarts history. No seeker had ever caught the golden snitch so quickly. And in that brief moment, 3 Slytherins fell from the Gryffindor stands. Before they fell, they had insulted several Gryffindors around them. Professor, you have to believe me. While I found it very satisfying, they were just too excited and fell down themselves. I even cast a cushioning charm on them. Facing the grim-faced Professor Snape, Adam bravely stepped forward and even offered his wand. As for the other two, I could never throw Crabbe down. The only way to make them fall is with a spell. You can use a reversal charm to check the spells I cast before. Professor Snape coldly glanced at the Gryffindor hiding behind Adam, frowned at Adam, and finally looked at the direction of the infirmary with disappointment. No need. His legitimacy didn't sense any lies from Adam. The other little brats were just scared, angry, and suspicious of each other without feeling guilty. So it seemed Draco really did fall by himself. As the head of Slytherin, Snape was nearly blinded by the stupidity of these three. Watching the robes rolling on the ground, Adam was once again determined to send Professor Snape a robe, and it should be black, with some decorations added. Adam, don't be sad. He is just taking his anger out on us. Harry won so quickly that his plan to deduct points from us failed. Ron thought Adam was upset about Snape suspecting him. After all, even though their relationship with Professor Snape was poor, they all noticed Adam's respect for Snape. It's fine. To be honest, if I weren't here, I would suspect Gryffindor was behind it. Adam Seagit. Upon hearing this, Ron, Hermione, and Neville couldn't help but nod repeatedly. In fact, they were also suspecting whether it was someone from their group, but in the end, the suspicion fell on Adam. If anyone could make Malfoy and his gang fall silently, it must be him. However, his act of voluntarily allowing Professor Snape to check his wand dispelled their doubts. It could only be that Malfoy and the others were too excited and fell down themselves. Truly, those who commit unjust acts will eventually bring about their own downfall. Just breaking an arm seemed too lenient for them. All right, Harry is truly the hero this time. Let's go celebrate with him. A group of friends squeezed through the crowd towards Harry, while Adam pondered the feeling he had while casting the Imperieuse curse earlier. Yes, it was indeed Adam's silent, wandless Imperieuse curse that caused Malfoy and the others to fall off the stands, and it was an enhanced version of the curse. Deep suggestion. The target of the Imperieuse curse will not realize that their actions are influenced by the curse, even if the curse has already expired. Trial. Use the Imperieuse curse to control a target for a total of 100 hours. Under the effect of deep suggestion, even if Draco were to ask, he would only find out that he fell on his own. Of course, it's not impossible for Malfoy to falsely accuse Adam, but Professor Dumbledore would never allow such a malicious incident to happen without investigating it thoroughly. Malfoy's lies would be useless. As for how this enhanced effect trial was achieved, one could only say that the combination of the Imperieuse curse and the Cruciatus curse was indeed effective. After that day, Adam lifted his self-imposed seal on the unforgivable curses. For some unforgivable people or actions, he didn't mind using the unforgivable curses to also advance his trial in spell refinement. For example, Draco, who had just insulted his parents, he made him break an arm as punishment. A potion would heal in a day. But the fear and pain of falling were very real, and Ron's rat, also known as Peter Pettigrew, certainly fell into this category, allowing Adam to let loose even more. During this time, every night, under the control of the Imperieuse curse, Peter would endure a dose of the Cruciatus curse periodically, yet he didn't even notice any signs. As long as the Imperieuse curse was maintained until his magic was nearly depleted before being lifted, the trial of controlling for 100 hours would soon be completed. As for the Cruciatus curse, since it torments the soul, even if the cursed person is unaware, enduring too much can still lead to death. Peter Pettigrew could only withstand less than 20 seconds in total in one night. Although the trial required casting the Cruciatus curse on one target for a total of 1 hour, he had only completed just over half an hour and needed to keep working hard. Thinking about the progress in spell refinement, Adam finally squeezed his way to Harry with difficulty, following Ron and the others. Hey, Harry, you were amazing. Ron rushed over to join the group, throwing Harry up and catching him. Adam, Severus just suddenly ran over. It seems something happened. Do you know what is going on? Adam looked at everyone celebrating happily when suddenly he heard Professor Dumbledore's voice behind him. Yes, I certainly know that Professor Snape is here to find us. Adam was first startled by Professor Dumbledore's appearance, then appropriately displayed a look of being wronged yet understanding as he recounted what had just happened. It's okay, don't be upset. You did very well, my child. They shouldn't insult a classmate's family. Slytherin loses 10 points. Yet you chose to save them in this situation. Gryffindor gains 5 points for your kindness. As for Severus, Professor Dumbledore said with a lively wink, I would say it's not a good habit to wrongfully accuse a student. Adam explained without any hesitation about the occasional glances exchanged with Professor Dumbledore, and based on his previous judgment of Adam, he had no suspicions. At least he didn't notice anything suspicious. It can't be blamed on Professor Snape either. To be honest, if I hadn't been there, I would have thought they were thrown down by the Gryffindors. Adam Sigit. Hee. It's great that you can understand him. Professor Dumbledore gently patted Adam's head. Go on. Celebrate with your classmates. Gryffindor has already won 2 matches, right? He is also from Gryffindor, after all. Adam looked at Harry, who was still surrounded by people, and laughed. If we win one more match against Ravenclaw, the Quidditch championship will belong to Gryffindor. But in the end, it wasn't Gryffindor that won in the first year. So did Harry's challenges happen before this last match? Or was it for some other reason that he was absent? Or did something happen in the match that caused them to lose? It's not that he looks down on Ravenclaw, but Ravenclaw really is at the bottom in Quidditch. Plus, Harry's talent in Quidditch is indeed outstanding. If Harry had participated normally, Gryffindor couldn't possibly lose to Ravenclaw. Chapter 36. Hagrid the Dragon Keeper after that day's match. It seemed that Harry and the others began preparing to deal with Professor Quirrell guarding the Philosopher's Stone. According to Harry, he had caught a glimpse of the confrontation between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell on his way back from the locker room. However, they seemed to forget that they were students, and students have end-of-year exams. Oh no, I mean year-end exams. Hogwarts only has 1 exam a year, and there isn't an official winter break. The holiday during Christmas week is about as close as it gets to a winter break. Although Harry and Ron declined Hermione's invitation to study, the assignments given by the teachers to force students to review were something they couldn't refuse. My God, are the professors crazy? Ron moaned quietly in the library, holding his head. Harry didn't even have time to agree, besides the one in his hand. He had 4 more pieces of parchment next to him waiting to be filled out. Even worse, tomorrow is Monday. Indeed, many assignments are due on Monday, but there will also be new assignments, and aside from weekends, Harry, who has to practice Quidditch, doesn't have much time to do homework. At this moment, the advantage of having 2 top students as friends became evident. Hermione, please, let me copy your homework. Hermione, who had already been studying for the year-end exams 2 months away, rolled her eyes. I told you to start your homework sooner. However, Hermione still gave her work to Harry. Taking the homework, Harry looked at Adam again. Adam, history of magic and the like is fine, but I can't help with transfiguration and charms. I've been assigned other homework by the professor, so the professor excused me from the class assignments. Adam put down the book in his hands and pulled out his homework from his bag to hand it to him. This kind of final review homework is basically just a repetition of previous content to help students remember, and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick knew that Adam didn't need it, so they still let him focus on new material. What? Professor Snape? Perhaps because he felt that grading assignments could raise his blood pressure, Professor Snape rarely assigned written homework. He would only unleash his wrath during class, venting his frustration on students. In Adam's view, this approach could be considered very health-conscious. That was enough. Harry took the homework, laid out Adam's and Hermione's papers, and began to copy them onto his own parchment while muttering, "Rub it, rub it. What have you been studying lately?" Hermione asked curiously as she saw Adam pick up a book and read it seriously. Adam hasn't shown such a studious side in a long time. Although the last time Adam was so dedicated to his studies, Hermione hadn't yet become friends with Harry and the others. She regarded Adam as a strong rival in learning from the very first day of school, of course, in a positive way, and naturally paid attention to him. Especially since the cover of this book says the Book of Secrets, it couldn't help but pique Hermione's curiosity. I am studying divination. Adam put down the book for Hermione to see. Divination? Hermione glanced at where Adam was looking. On the left page were 5 tarot cards and some disjointed interpretations, while the right page displayed an image of a spread of stones, some of which had symbols drawn on them. Hermione recognized those as runes, which had many similar decorative items in the Muggle world. Does this really exist? Hermione was somewhat curious about divination, even though magic existed. Divination seemed even more mysterious than magic itself. It exists, yet it does not. Adam picked up the book and continued reading. What does it mean to exist and not exist at the same time? For those with the gift of divination, divination exists. For those without the gift, divination does not exist. When you are willing to believe, divination exists. When you do not believe, divination does not exist. Adam spoke mysteriously, and Hermione expressed her confusion. Can the results of divination be changed? Do you wish they could be changed? Adam looked at Hermione with a half-smile, having thought about this question himself before. Hermione was taken aback by the counter-question. If it can be changed, it means the prediction is inaccurate. If it can't be changed, then why should I bother with divination? In the end, Adam didn't provide an answer, and after thinking for a while, Hermione continued her revision, treating it as a casual chat during study, not paying much attention. Hagrid, what are you doing in the library? Ron's voice suddenly rang out. Unable to bear the tedious homework any longer, Ron had been glancing around, and to his surprise, he saw Hagrid looking sneaky. Just browsing, Hagrid's voice sounded evasive, his hands hidden behind his back as if he was hiding something. Now even Harry was interested. What are you all doing here? Still trying to find out who Nicholas Flamel is? Hagrid awkwardly changed the subject, genuinely worried. Huh. We knew who Nicholas Flamel was centuries ago. Ron's response made Hagrid's heart sink. We also know that the thing guarding it is the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid suddenly looked around and gestured for Ron to be quiet. Shh, don't shout. What are you trying to do? In fact, we want to know what other mechanisms are guarding the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy. Harry looked at Hagrid curiously. He had learned from the conversation between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell that Professor Quirrell seemed to have made many preparations for the Philosopher's Stone, indicating that there was more than one obstacle to guard it. Hagrid, as the one who set up the first challenge, should know about the other obstacles. All right, Hagrid said helplessly in a low voice. Listen, come to my hut later, remember. I never agreed to tell you anything. Don't say anything here. They'll think I told you. Hagrid almost fled in a panic. Harry smiled triumphantly. He could always get information from Hagrid. What was Hagrid hiding behind his back? Hermione wondered, stroking her chin. Let's go find out. Ron could no longer sit still, jumping out of his chair and running toward the bookshelf where Hagrid had been. In no time, Ron returned with a stack of books. Fire dragons. He was looking for books about fire dragons. Look, Ron's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. The types of fire dragons in Britain and Ireland, from fire dragon eggs to hell, guide to raising fire dragons. I remember Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. He said that the first time I met him. Harry picked up the guide to raising fire dragons. But that's illegal. Ron informed Harry about the laws against wizards privately owning fire dragons. Using his brother as an example, the burns on Charlie are from when he was in Romania dealing with wild dragons. Chapter 37. Norwegian Ridgeback. Out of curiosity about these treasure-filled creatures, Adam also followed to Hagrid's hut. The curtains were tightly drawn, and as soon as the door opened, they were met with a wave of heat. The whole hut was now airtight, with a roaring fire in the fireplace, resembling a boiler. Adam thought that staying here for too long could lead to heat stroke or carbon dioxide poisoning. Come in quickly, Hagrid beckoned him to sit down. And after once again refusing snacks, he sighed at Harry. If you have any questions, just ask. Can you tell me about the other challenges guarding the Philosopher's Stone? Of course not. Hagrid frowned. I don't even know what the other challenges are. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You already know too much, right? Don't think about that stone. There's a reason it's kept here. It was almost stolen at Gringotts. I believe you know about that too, right? Oh, Hagrid, you definitely know. You just don't want to tell us. How would you not see through these things? Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. Hagrid seemed unmoved, but his beard twitched, and they knew he was smiling. Seeing Hagrid's reaction, Hermione realized he probably really didn't know, and with a quick thought, she changed her approach. We're not thinking about that stone. We just want to know who else set up these obstacles besides you. Who else could Professor Dumbledore trust? Hearing Hermione's last sentence, Hagrid proudly puffed out his chest. Ahem. Well, since you put it that way, I'll tell you. Let me think. Besides borrowing Fluffy from me, Professor Dumbledore also asked a few other teachers to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape. Oh, and Professor Dumbledore himself also cast a spell. Upon hearing that Professor Quirrell was also one of the obstacle creators, Harry realized that figuring out what the other challenges were wouldn't be difficult for him. So why hadn't he taken action? A name jumped into Harry's mind. Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid. What kind of dragon egg is this? Adam squatted next to the fire, curiously watching the blackened egg. He had never been interested in the Philosopher's Stone and felt he could fully trust Professor Dumbledore. Harry and the others were used to as well. That was not a good thing. That was an egg of a Norwegian Ridgeback. The Norwegian Ridgeback is a four-legged dragon with two wings, known for its strong aggression. And its sharp, long teeth are venomous. It resembles the Hungarian horntail somewhat, but its tail does not have spikes, and it has a black ridge along its back. Adam's mind flashed with the description of the Norwegian Ridgeback from Fantastic Beasts. Any giant dragon is an XXXXX level creature, far surpassing a three-headed dog in both strength and constitution. And they possess scales and skin with strong resistance to magic. By some strange impulse, Adam wanted to try casting the soul-binding curse on this dragon egg, and so he did. To him, magical creatures, unless they are pets he raised himself, are divided into those of value and those of no value. For example, the Acromantula and this yet-to-be-born Norwegian Ridgeback are both considered valuable. No matter how skilled the soul-binding curse is, it cannot control an adult dragon. Manipulating a dragon's soul with a wizard's soul is not something that can be achieved through skill alone. However, it turns out that manipulating a dragon egg is indeed possible, as Adam could sense that the soul inside was still in an undeveloped state, not fully formed. Incredible. Adam didn't expect to have such a harvest. He could feel how the dragon's soul condensed and grew through the soul-snatching curse. Right? It's beautiful. Hagrid thought Adam was marveling at the beauty of the dragon egg, and he deeply felt that Adam was indeed a lover of magical creatures. Where did you get it, Hagrid? Ron also leaned in to take a look. The egg was dark, lying in the center of the firewood, looking like a lump of coal. That must have cost you a lot of money, right? Smuggling dragon eggs. Just think about what a high price that is. Dragons are truly treasures. I want it. I was drinking in Hogmead last night and won it from a stranger in a card game. To be honest, he looked like he wanted to get rid of this trouble. Raising a dragon can indeed make a huge profit, but you have to do it without being discovered. But do you know how to take care of it? What do you plan to raise it? Hermione asked. I know. Of course I know. Hagrid pulled out a large book from under his pillow. Look, raising a fire dragon for leisure and profit. I borrowed this from the library. Although it's a bit outdated, it's very detailed. As for where to raise it, of course at home. However, once the Norwegian Ridgeback grows up, this little house won't be able to accommodate it. And Hagrid's wooden house is clearly too fragile for a fire-breathing magical creature. Moreover, a dragon eats almost as much meat in a day as Hagrid weighs. How is he going to solve that? Raising a dragon, Hagrid couldn't possibly keep it a secret. Once exposed, he would be sent to Azkaban. Hermione had 1,000 counter-arguments, but Hagrid, clearly focused only on the dragon egg, wouldn't listen. Harry and Ron were obviously unreliable. She looked at Adam, only to find him also staring intently at the dragon egg. Adam, you can't be going crazy with him too. Hagrid can't raise this dragon at Hogwarts. Adam was pulled into the corner by Hermione. What? Oh, Adam was still lost in thought about the interface when Hermione pulled him over, and it took him a while to realize what she meant. It's fine. Ron's brother is a professional dragon keeper, right? When the time comes, we can just let him take the dragon away. For now, at least we can let Hagrid hatch the dragon. You've seen how much he loves dragons. That's true. Hermione nodded. This plan clearly sounded much more feasible than keeping the dragon. Adam was still staring at the pitch-black dragon egg, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Dragon Rider. You have cast a soul-binding spell on a giant dragon, and although it is just a young dragon still in its egg, it showcases your ambition. Become a Dragon Rider. Remember, true strength always comes from within. Do not seek to control dragons, but to harness their power. Mission objective. Consume the Dragon Vein Potion 01. Mission reward. Dragon Vein Potion recipe, distributed in advance, increases bloodline level based on the level of the consumed Dragon Vein Potion. Dragon Vein Potion. The main ingredient is a dragon's heart, which allows the drinker to possess the bloodline of the dragon that serves as the main ingredient. Chapter 38. Black-Hearted Demon. The Bloodline of Dragons. It should be noted that the wizards in this world originally descended from the union of humans and magical creatures, and their ability to cast spells comes entirely from the bloodline of magical creatures within them. In D&D terms, wizards should be more akin to sorcerers than to regular spellcasters. After that, the first-generation wizards intermarried and gave birth to so-called purebloods, while those mixed with ordinary humans, or muggles, produced half-bloods. However, in today's world, the so-called purebloods no longer exist. If they did, after so many generations of inbreeding, they would either be insane or deformed. As for the so-called half-blood wizards, they are merely descendants of those who were driven out, having integrated with ordinary people for countless generations before their bloodline reverted, still containing the bloodline of magical creatures. Therefore, the significance of the dragon's bloodline, or the Dragon Vein Potion, for wizards is quite clear, right? Greater power, a safer future, a more secure life. How is the level of the Dragon Vein Potion measured? By the main ingredient, the dragon's heart. First is the dragon species. The more powerful the dragon, the better. Next is the dragon's age. The younger the dragon, the better, ideally one that has just hatched from its egg. Otherwise, there would be no heart at all. Finally, the fresher the heart, the better. Ideally, it should be taken straight from the dragon and thrown into the cauldron. And now, a dragon egg that is about to hatch into a young Norwegian Ridgeback is right in front of Adam. How could he not drool? As for Hagrid's affection for this dragon, Adam has considered that as well. But will this dragon not be killed when taken to Romania? A dragon without a clan as protection is destined to be slaughtered. It's just a matter of raising it before killing it. Otherwise, where do those dragon hide gloves, dragon blood, dragon liver, and dragon heartstrings and wands come from? Anyway, Hagrid will never see it again, and he won't act in front of Hagrid. As long as Hagrid thinks the dragon is living well, that's enough. Moreover, Hagrid has a strong, selfish love for all dangerous species. This can be seen from when he kept a giant eight-eyed spider during his school days, although he was falsely accused of opening the Chamber of Secrets. He was not wrongfully expelled. Adam has already planned how to deal with the spider's venom, and he feels no psychological burden in dealing with Hagrid's dragon. It's just a pity that if he had known about the dragon vein potion earlier, he could have used the soul-binding spell to obtain the dragon egg from Quirrell, which would have been much easier. After leaving Hagrid's hut, Harry and the others were worried about what to do if Hagrid's dragon keeping was discovered, while Adam was focused on gathering the other materials for the dragon vein potion, and thus they traveled in silence. After that day, Adam prepared materials, learned new knowledge, while Harry and the others reviewed for exams and practiced Quidditch, and time passed day by day in their busyness. Finally, one day, Hedwig brought Harry a note from Hagrid, stating that the egg was about to hatch. This time, Adam did not go along. The timing was not right. Oh no, Harry returned with a pale face. What happened? Adam, who had been pulled back to the dormitory from the library, looked puzzled while holding Tom. Malfoy saw Norbert. Who is Norbert? The dragon that Hagrid is raising. Hagrid named it Norbert. What should we do? Malfoy will definitely tell Professor Dumbledore. Will Hagrid be sent to Azkaban? Malfoy? Adam was even more confused. Why did Malfoy run over to Hagrid's side? Harry and Ron's faces looked even worse, as it was their loud talking that had allowed Draco to overhear them. But at this moment, they felt too embarrassed to tell Adam. Adam, do you know the Obliviate Charm? How about using it on Malfoy? I heard that the Ministry of Magic uses the memory charm on muggles who see dragons. That won't work. Adam directly refused. After the use of the Oblivion Charm, the other party will be dazed for a while. The Ministry of Magic uses it on muggles because they can't tell and will only think they have been too tired lately. But this is Hogwarts. How could the side effects of the Oblivion Charm escape the professor's notice? But do we just watch Hagrid go to Azkaban? If I use the Oblivion Charm on a classmate, I would also end up in Azkaban. Adam disagreed, so Harry and the others had to think of another way. But where could they find solution? Fortunately, the next day, Hermione brought up Adam's previous idea, and Harry and Ron sent a letter to Charlie as if they had encountered a savior. The following week felt like an eternity for the few of them. Every time they saw Malfoy, it felt as if he was smiling at them with ill intent. And every day they woke up fearing news of Hagrid being taken to Azkaban. Why hadn't Charlie replied yet? Harry used a fork to poke the roasted potatoes into mashed potatoes. During this time, his nerves were frayed, and Malfoy seemed off in every way. It was quite normal. Romania was just too far from Britain. Ron was also in a panic, but tried to maintain his composure. Finally, on Wednesday night, Charlie replied. The letter said he could adopt Norbert, but normally it would be very troublesome to get Norbert there. Given the urgency of the situation, Charlie had a friend who would be passing through Britain in a few days, so it would be better to take Norbert to his friend first. On Saturday night, Harry and Ron joyfully donned the invisibility cloak and prepared to go find Hagrid with Hermione, who was waiting in the common room. After the dormitory door closed, Adam, who had been keeping his eyes shut, suddenly opened them, dreaming into sleep. A sleeping charm ensured that his roommates wouldn't suddenly wake up and find him missing. Adam patted Tom, who he had woken up suddenly, and pointed his wand at himself. Vanishing spell, silent and soundless. The first spell prevented tracking spells like the human presence revealing spell, and the second spell eliminated sounds that might be produced during movement. The last spell was silent. With a light touch of the wand, Adam blended in with his surroundings in a manner akin to a chameleon, but even more thorough. The dormitory door slowly opened again and then closed gently. In the state of the disillusionment charm, Adam's attire had changed. He wore a completely fitted night suit that ensured no snagging during movement, and tightly adhered to his face was a tearful, yet smiling mask. Adam had spent 100 galleons to create this disguise for the mission, to prevent any wizard from seeing through his disillusionment charm. Even someone like Mad-Eye Moody who could see through it, Adam had altered his face beneath the mask with makeup to be entirely unrecognizable. It could be said that makeup indeed deserves its place as one of the 4 dark arts. Thus, the image of the Dark Heart, which would later instill fear in countless Death Eaters, was established. Chapter 36. Awakening my current situation seems a bit off. Walking alone in the corridor, Adam's footsteps suddenly slowed. What was he about to do? In the original plan, he would cast the Imperius Curse on Charlie's friends, making them think they had encountered an attack by Norwegian Ridgebacks. Possibly Norbert's parents had come, or other Norwegian Ridgebacks discovered that there were kin nearby. There could be many reasons. As long as the final feedback was that Norbert had been rescued by his kin, it would suffice. With the preparations Adam had made, he could ensure everything would be foolproof. But why was he so casually planning to cast the Imperieuse curse on two strangers? Did such behavior still belong to the realm of good? Clearly, it was just for his own selfish reasons. According to the alignment grid, Adam believed he should belong to chaotic good, doing only what he thought was right, but now it seemed he was sliding towards the chaotic evil camp. Was it because he had used the unforgivable curses too much recently that his mind was affected? No, he hadn't developed any twisted psychology from using the unforgivable curses. It seemed he was making such plans simply because he could and it was more convenient. He had become too addicted to the convenience brought by dark magic. At that moment, Adam passed a corner and two figures appeared ahead, one of whom was holding a lamp. Professor McGonagall? Adam first saw the taller, slimmer figure. Professor McGonagall was wearing a plaid-patterned shirt, with her hair in a net, gripping another figure's ear, which was Draco. Detention! Professor McGonagall shouted angrily. Slytherin loses 20 points. How dare you wander around at this hour, and with a light? Adam added to himself. You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter's coming. He'll bring a dragon. Nonsense. Where would a dragon come from at school? If you dare to make up such a lie, I want to see how Professor Snape will deal with you, Malfoy. Professor McGonagall pulled Draco away by the ear, and Adam continued walking forward, occasionally hearing Harry and his friends laughing and joking as if they were the only ones around. In the end, Adam watched helplessly as Norbert was handed over to Charlie's friend, watched them fly away on their broomsticks, and saw the dragon he had waited so long for vanish into the sky, never to be retrieved. Before Harry returned to the dormitory, Adam lay in bed, still reflecting on the feelings he had just experienced. Reluctance, regret, and yet relief. What he almost did was not what he thought was right, but merely what would benefit him. However, letting Norbert go meant that getting a dragon egg would require him to go down Nocturne Alley, and it was uncertain whether he could even get one, and even if he could, it would cost a fortune. Was it worth it? Adam asked himself. It's worth it. People should have their bottom line. Adam recalled Professor McGonagall he had encountered on the road, her furious expression as she tugged on Draco's ear. If Professor McGonagall knew that he had cast the Cruciatus curse on others for his own selfish reasons, she would surely be just as angry. No, she would probably be even angrier. The reason he started using the unforgivable curses was to ensure his own survival in the future, and even to have the strength to protect others, rather than just looking out for himself. But there is a difference between doing anything to survive and surviving by any means necessary. At least Adam felt much more at ease now. For the past week, he had seen little of Harry and the others, perhaps out of subconscious guilt, not daring to face them. Unfortunately, this was the magical world. If it were a fantasy world, he would have made great progress in his cultivation due to a breakthrough in his mindset. Lost in thought, Adam drifted into a peaceful sleep that night. Adam! Huh. What is happening? Is Voldemort attacking? Suddenly awakened by the sound of wailing, Adam flipped over and sat up, changing back into his school uniform. His wand appeared in his hand, and he instinctively cast a shield charm on himself before becoming fully aware. Oh, Neville, what has happened? Adam glanced at Neville standing by his bed and then at the window. He didn't expect to have overslept today. Fortunately, there were no makeup classes on Sunday mornings. You should go check it out. Their house was divided, and it had been a long time since Neville had looked so close to crying. Adam Fronit got out of bed and went out with Neville. When they reached the common room, Adam learned from his classmates what had happened without even needing to check the house points board. Harry and the others had been caught by Professor McGonagall while sneaking out last night, and each of them lost 50 points for Gryffindor. That's 150 points. Gryffindor had already won 2 Quidditch matches this year and was in the running for the House Cup. But now they were at the bottom, and there was no way to catch up. So that's how it was. Adam breathed a sigh of relief and sat down with Neville in the dining hall. It's just a matter of house points. No need to worry too much. With Professor Dumbledore around, the headmaster is personally biased. How can we lose? What do you mean by that? Harry caused us to lose so many points. And you still defend him? Adam had just cut a piece of rib and placed it on his plate, not having taken a bite yet, when he heard an indignant voice beside him. Turning his head, he saw a first year from Gryffindor, though he couldn't remember the other person's name. Hearing you so angry, I thought those points were added to Gryffindor by you. If the other person had been given points by a professor, Adam wouldn't completely forget their name. You. The other person was so angry that his face turned red, wanting to say something, but Adam had already lowered his head and started cutting the rib, ignoring him. Harry had originally been one of the most popular people in Gryffindor because he was the savior and had won the Quidditch Cup for the house twice. But now he had suddenly become a target. While no one was calling for his head, Every Gryffindor student who saw him pointed and whispered, not bothering to lower their voices. Students from other houses, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, also looked down on him, and Slytherin, having held the House Cup for so many years, was particularly arrogant, expecting Slytherin to win again this time. Surprisingly, the best attitude towards Harry came from Slytherin, who applauded and cheered for him, thanking him for his contributions to Slytherin. Harry suddenly remembered what Adam had once said, to do less of things that violate school rules, at least not to get caught. Otherwise, if Gryffindor lost points, he would be hated by the whole house. Now it was indeed the case. One night, Harry loudly vowed in the dormitory that he would never meddle in other people's affairs or sneak around again. His words were so resolute that Adam almost believed him. Chapter 40. The essence of divination time passed little by little, and soon it was January 6th. Adam paid special attention to Professor Snape while having breakfast that day. As usual, he strode confidently to the staff table and began his meal. Hardly anyone noticed his change. He had switched to a new robe. Only Professor Dumbledore looked at him thoughtfully a few more times. In fact, it was no wonder that others didn't notice, as the new robe was also entirely black and, apart from some details, looked almost identical to the original. Compared to the previous robe, this one had more buttons, added a layer of pure cotton lining, and the outer cloak was cut shorter so it wouldn't drag on the ground while walking. Additionally, Adam had cast a few spells on it, advanced household spells learned in a more refined living environment, making the robe resistant to oil stains, less prone to wrinkling or pilling, and preventing it from absorbing the smell of potions while brewing. Professor Snape didn't glance in Adam's direction even once until he finished breakfast and left, but Adam breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Professor Snape quite liked the robe, so the backup plan he prepared for Harry was unnecessary. Recently, Harry had been having a tough time, and it wouldn't be nice to drag him in for a beating for no reason. Unbeknownst to him, a disaster had vanished without a trace. He looked gloomily at the note in his hand, which instructed him to find Filch for detention at 11 o'clock tonight. Ron and Hermione received the same note. After so many days, he had forgotten about the detention. After breakfast, Adam sat in the library for the entire morning, as usual, then went to Professor McGonagall's class after lunch. He was already able to perform simple shaping of water, but he needed more effort. This magic for shaping amorphous substances was even more difficult than the living transfiguration covered in the textbooks. After completing the day's study, Professor McGonagall didn't let him leave immediately or analyze the day's learning outcomes with him, but instead started a conversation. I heard you've been studying divination recently? Yes, Professor. Adam was a bit surprised, but not too taken aback. He had indeed been spending a bit more time with the crystal ball lately. I know you're interested in everything, but I still want to remind you not to spend too much time on divination, as it's truly the least reliable subject at Hogwarts. That might be putting it lightly. In fact, Professor McGonagall thinks that divination is completely fraudulent, and she really doesn't want Adam to waste time on it. In fact, I think I have some talent in divination. Adam suddenly said, I see in the crystal ball that you, Professor, have become the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, taken aback by Adam's statement, thought for a moment and replied, well, it seems you do have some talent in divination. With that, Professor McGonagall laughed. You see, good divination results always bring joy. Adam Shuruk. What if the divination result is bad? Adam blinked at Professor McGonagall and said, Professor, you know that divination is always quite unreliable. Before he could finish, both of them couldn't help but laugh. Professor McGonagall was no longer worried that Adam would become obsessed with divination, as she believed he had already grasped the essence of the subject. Many people dive headfirst into divination, getting caught up in the shapes of tea leaves and the mists and crystal balls, worrying about an elusive future while neglecting the most important present. By the time reality jolts them awake, it's often too late for regret. Ultimately, divination about the future is meant to serve the present. However, what Professor McGonagall didn't know was that Adam truly had a talent for divination and had already gained some insights. His earlier seemingly joking remarks were indeed what he saw in the crystal ball. Through the results divined from these crystal balls, Adam unlocked many achievements, and his talent for divination was frequently mentioned, opening up various tasks, all of which were side quests requiring him to make choices in battles. It was through this process that Adam grasped the essence of divination. By now, he was no longer as excited as when he first saw Fred's future and wouldn't deliberately remind anyone about it. That future was too far away, and the so-called future, by the time he saw it, was already changing. As for why he held the crystal ball every day in the common room, well, ever since Adam had come to terms with it, he discovered that he could completely use the crystal ball to the plot of Harry Potter that he had forgotten. Moreover, His accuracy in divination was about 70 to 80%, but the probability of getting results was 100%. Sometimes, even if the direction of divination went awry, he could see some stories and secrets not mentioned in the books, which was as interesting as opening a blind box. For example, he now had a money-free idea for obtaining a dragon egg during the summer vacation, involving some underhanded dealings, and he felt no psychological pressure at all this time. He initially thought that once his divination skills improved a bit more, he could also use it to look into past events, like the gossip about his old headmaster in Grindelwald during their 2 months together. Cough, cough. However, his divination skills were already nearing the limit of his talent, and it seemed he would have to wait until the 3rd-year divination elective to earn more divination-related achievements. It was indeed time to exercise some restraint. That evening, as Adam was preparing to go to bed, he noticed that Ron, who usually fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, was sitting on the bed with Harry, seemingly not planning to sleep. "Are you guys planning to stay up all night?" Adam asked. Sighing, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "We have to go to Filch for detention at 11 tonight. You should go to sleep, Adam." "Oh." Adam nodded and lifted the quilt, intending to go to sleep, when suddenly out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of a scene involving Ron. Ron lay on the ground with a terrified expression, his face pale, already a corpse. Adam's actions suddenly froze. What kind of joke is this? At this moment, Chilu not only doesn't try to divert Dumbledore, but also dares to kill Hogwarts students. He took out a crystal ball from the bag at the head of the bed and looked at it under Harry and Ron's strange gazes. "What is this? Divination before bed? Don't make noise." Adam furrowed his brow as he stared at the crystal ball, where Ron was seen walking through the forbidden forest, looking somewhat frightened. Suddenly, his gaze stopped a short distance away, his pupils dilating sharply as a huge shadow of a spider was cast beside him by the light. Ron screamed in terror, dropped the lantern, and turned to run, not understanding why no one else had come looking for him in the pitch-black forbidden forest. When Ron stopped, a pure white creature appeared before him, a unicorn lying in a clearing, its blood flowing from a wound to the ground, more radiant than the moonlight. A cloaked figure was hunched over the unicorn, sucking its blood. Ron opened his mouth in horror to say something, but the hooded figure suddenly raised its head. In a flash of green light passed through the scene. Ron was dead. Adam's expression was serious as he wiped the center of the crystal ball, which had regained a patch of white mist. Chapter 41. The Apocalypse. Ron is dead, but it's not a big deal. Adam reviews the scene he just saw in the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, Ron is first startled by the 8-eyed giant spider. Then, in a panic, he crashes into Quirrell, who is sucking the blood of a unicorn. As a result, Ron, whether by a sudden flash of insight or some other reason, accidentally reveals Quirrell's identity, leading to Quirrell silencing him immediately. A significant part of this situation is due to coincidence. If just one link in the chain had been broken, it could have been resolved. Adam closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then looked at the crystal ball again. This time, everyone returned safely. Adam let out a light sigh. Coincidences like this, where the future suddenly appears, are actually easy to resolve. The troublesome part is the future caused by past reasons. It becomes very difficult to change under the inertia of fate. Adam looked up at the two curious faces. "Ron, I just saw your future." "My future? Ron's future?" Harry looked at Ron, who also had a curious expression. "Come on, tell me, did I become prefect?" "Not such a distant future, but I did see you becoming prefect." Adam wasn't lying, he really saw it. "Really?" Before Ron could continue to be happy, Adam looked at him and said, "In fact, I saw you escape from the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest? Why would we go to the Forbidden Forest?" Compared to Harry's confusion, Ron's reaction was much greater. "No way. How could I possibly run away?" "But I really saw it. You saw a giant spider, then screamed in fright, dropped the lantern, and ran away." Adam looked at the crystal ball in confusion. Ron's expression froze at that moment, but he still forced himself to say, "Impossible. How could a tiny spider scare me away? I'm a Gryffindor. It's a big spider." Adam corrected him. "No matter how big he is, I can't be scared away." Ron pounded his chest loudly. "You're not looking at it right." "Oh, really? Let's wait and see." Adam was filled with disbelief. Yes, this was Adam's way to provoke Ron. As long as Ron didn't run away the moment he saw the acromantula. The method was simple, but according to the crystal ball's display, it worked very well. As for the cost, well, you never mentioned that the spider was 15 feet tall. Ron grabbed Adam's shoulders, tearfully accusing him through his snot. "Voldemort is waiting for me in the Forbidden Forest, waiting for Quirrell to hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and then he will come to kill me. Firenze saved me before. He shouldn't have done that." Bane was very angry. This disrupted the fate that the stars foretold. The stars predicted my death. Harry paced around the common room excitedly. mumbling about Voldemort, killing me, the stars, fate, and such. Had they both gone mad? Adam looked at Hermione in confusion. He had seen everyone returning safely in the crystal ball, so he hadn't continued to watch. What was the situation now? Hermione was also a bit shaken today. She glanced at the two crazy people and didn't know what to say. Finally, she managed to explain with difficulty. They were a bit shaken. Can you stop saying that name? Ron shouted at Harry again. The name of Voldemort was equally terrifying to him, and everyone used the term you-know-who instead. Here I am, waiting for Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and then Voldemort comes to finish me off. Great. Now, Bane must be thrilled. Harry looked frightened, and he seemed somewhat exhilarated, completely ignoring Ron's words. Harry, get a grip. Professor Dumbledore is here. He will protect you. You know who can't get in here. Hermione tried her best to calm Harry down. And who says what the centaur said is definitely true. His stuff is just like divination. Professor McGonagall said that divination is very unreliable. Divination? Yes, divination. Harry suddenly rushed over and grabbed Adam's hand. Adam, did you see how I died? Was it Voldemort who killed me? When you did a reading for Ron saying he got scared off by a spider, was that thing really a spider? And I didn't run away. Calm down. Harry, calm down. Adam held the trembling Harry tightly, forcing his body to calm down. I have a pretty good idea of what you all are talking about. Harry, in fact, I did not see your death. I saw Ron's death. What? Ron, sprawled on the couch and gasping for breath, looked over in confusion, wondering how it suddenly became him who was dead. I saw Ron get scared by a spider. He ran away, and then he ran into that person, and was killed under a green light. That should be the killing curse. Green light. Harry recalled a nightmare he once had, in which his parents disappeared in a green light. Was that the killing curse? So I told Ron that I saw him scared by the spider, and I urged him to hold on and not run away in front of you to avoid his death. After I told Ron that fake prophecy, I found that in the crystal ball, you all returned safely. Adam held Harry's shoulders and looked directly into his eyes. The so-called prophecy is just one possibility of the future, and it changes the moment it is seen. There is no such thing as disturbing fate. You did not die in the forbidden forest in my prophecy. Whatever Forenza is, saving you is part of fate. As for the stars of destiny, you should know that they are indeed the least accurate in details when it comes to divination. At this moment, Harry was no longer trembling, but his gaze was still a bit dazed. Really? Yes, you need to trust me. I am a professional. Adam took out the crystal ball from his bag. Looking at Adam, Harry slowly nodded. The fear gradually faded, and only then did Harry feel exhausted, his throat dry and painful. Lying on the bed, Adam glanced at his interface. Dispelling shadows, the fate foretold the shadow of death, and you dispelled it. Achievement goal. Change the future of a person who was supposed to die. 11. Achievement reward. Divination talent. Revelation. Pending collection. Is there an achievement not only for successfully divining, but also for changing the future? No, it shouldn't be that simple. He had changed the future foretold by divination before, but it hadn't activated an achievement. Does it have to be changing the fate of death? Adam pondered for a moment, and then noticed that this time the achievement reward had to be manually extracted. Apocalypse? A revelation from above? What kind of divination talent is this? As his consciousness moved, a shimmering, silvery fluid enveloped him in a dimension that couldn't be observed in the material world, slowly seeping into his body, almost as if merging with him. During this process, Adam felt an unprecedented relaxation and naturally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 42. Brain Closure Technique and Spirit Capture. Adam, are you really okay? During breakfast, Neville looked at Adam with concern. This morning, they were surprised to find that the color of Adam's eyes had suddenly changed to a silvery gray. Harry and Ron also looked over worriedly, but didn't dare to speak. They felt that Adam's change might be related to the divination he did for Ron yesterday. Although Adam said there was no such thing as disturbing fate, what if he was just comforting them? I'm really fine. In fact, I feel fantastic. Adam's gaze was strange, as if he were looking at the Yorkshire pudding on the plate, yet also gazing at something far beyond. The change in his eye color was a result of the apocalypse, which enhanced his divination abilities. More importantly, it allowed him to see the results of divination directly with his own eyes without the use of any tools, which was a tremendous boost for him. Different diviners possess different divination talents and employ various methods, leading to differing results in their divinations. For instance, Professor Trelawney's divination, derived from her talent, manifests as segments of text, while the Centaur's divination, based on celestial phenomena, tends to focus more on the fluctuations of current events rather than the intricacies of individual destinies. Adam's divination talent allows him to directly see the scene he is divining, So among the methods of divination, he prefers the crystal ball the most. However, the crystal ball is limited in size and can only display a small image, and the view through the mist of the crystal ball is inevitably somewhat blurred. Now, being able to directly use his eyes for divination is like having the heavenly eye of the Buddha, allowing for a more detailed observation of the future being divined. "It's over, Harry. Adam seems to be in real trouble," Ron quietly said to Harry, keeping his head down. "What should we do? How can we help him?" Harry pondered, biting his fork. "You two stop overthinking and focus on reviewing for the exam. Especially you, Ron. Mrs. Weasley is not happy with your pass." Adam suddenly turned to the two and said. Ron was taken aback, then suddenly became excited. "Adam, can you predict the exam content? Don't think about it. Divination reveals the result, not the process, and helping you cheat is actually harming you." Adam decisively refused, thinking about what would happen if his help caused Harry and Ron to be killed by Death Eaters due to their lack of ability. Is that the case? Harry and Ron were both very disappointed. However, Harry was very interested in his grades. "So, Adam, how about you take a look at my grades?" When Adam glanced at him directly, Harry was taken aback. "Don't you need the crystal ball? I used it before, but I don't need it now." Adam pointed at his eyes and then frowned. "What's wrong? Did I fail?" Harry's heart suddenly sank. "It's not that you failed, it's just that it's changing." Adam stopped the divination. "I've said it before, the result of the divination changes as soon as it is seen. Your final score will depend on how seriously you review from now on. Even if I say you will pass in the end, if you don't study during this time, you still won't be able to pass the exam. Divination itself won't help your grades at all." After speaking, Adam looked at Harry seriously. "Don't rely too much on the power of divination." Although Adam had always used divination to look into the future, it was basically just a form of storytelling for entertainment. At most, he would do a divination to see if any accidents might occur, but he had never done it repeatedly to figure out how to accomplish a specific task. Instead of wasting time on that, he preferred to put in his best effort so that he would have the means to negotiate in the face of any potential accidents. Time passed day by day as they reviewed, with Harry and Ron following Hermione's study plan, spending almost all their free time in the library. Adam continued with his extracurricular studies. One day, after finishing a potion, he was preparing to pack up and leave when Professor Snape called him over. "Make time for self-study. You'll start practicing next week." Professor Snape handed Adam a booklet. "Good, Professor. The potion you'll be brewing next week will involve advanced potion-making content. Not to mention the time needed to prepare the materials. The brewing process would take a full half-month. During that time, Adam would need to come to Professor Snape's office every day to adjust the brewing steps and pace according to the potion's changes." At that moment, when Professor Snape gave him a booklet, Adam initially thought it would contain tips related to potion brewing. To his surprise, when he opened it, he found it was about the mind-closing spell and the legilimency. Adam looked at Professor Snape in surprise, wondering why he would teach him these things. "Be cautious with your emotions and feelings. Control them. Do not let them control you," Professor Snape said to Adam in a long sentence that felt long overdue, and then let him go. So that's it, a remnant from last time. Ever since last Christmas seemed to scare several professors, perhaps fearing that Adam would go astray in his research. The courses the professors provided for Adam gradually began to include things that were not taught in school, while only Professor Snape continued to teach the profound and advanced potions brewing. Adam didn't feel it was wrong, although Professor Snape was the potions professor. He couldn't possibly give him supplementary classes in defense against the dark arts. He didn't expect to find this waiting for him. Back in the dormitory, Adam couldn't wait to start studying the contents of the booklet. The mind-reading spell, also known as telepathy, but this alternative name is not widely accepted among telepaths, because they can use it to read another's thoughts, emotions, and even memories. Due to the complexity of human memories, typical interactions only allow for the reading of shallow memories, like lie detection. To achieve the goal of reading deep memories, telepaths usually need to make eye contact with the target and use words to relax the other person or disturb their mind, guiding them to recall the memories they wish to access. The brain-blocking spell, a spell seemingly created to counteract telepathy. The basic brain-blocking spell can clear thoughts and emotions from the mind, preventing the telepath from reading any information. But this undoubtedly also exposes the fact that the user is employing the spell. Therefore, a more advanced brain-blocking spell allows the user to suppress only specific emotions and memories, which are exactly contrary to what the user wishes the telepath to believe, thus allowing the brain blocker to lie while avoiding self-exposure. Professor Snape relied on his advanced brain-blocking spell to act as an undercover agent beside the skilled telepath Voldemort without being discovered. After Voldemort's downfall, Snape, who was not held accountable and continued to serve as a potions professor at Hogwarts, still enjoyed Voldemort's high trust upon his return, indicating that his brain-blocking spell had reached an extraordinary level. Chapter 43. Unexpected. A week later, Adam was taken by Professor Snape to an abandoned classroom. They began with the brain-blocking spell. Without further ado, Professor Snape got straight to the point. Good. No sooner had he spoken than, as Adam and Professor Snape made eye contact, the mind-reading spell was cast. Professor Snape's consciousness invaded Adam's mind, but only encountered a blank, as if the target of the telepathy was a thoughtless, emotionless stone. Since using dark magic does not require emotional assistance, Adam had some insights into this state of emptying the mind, allowing him to easily reach level 4 in the brain-blocking spell, enabling him to perform basic applications. Good vigilance. Withdrawing his consciousness, Professor Snape couldn't help but feel surprised at Adam's progress, though his expression remained stern. Next, the mind-reading spell. Unexpectedly, Adam successfully entered Professor Snape's consciousness, and fragments of memory surfaced all about Professor Snape's experiences in brewing potions. Clearly, Professor Snape was in a state of the brain-blocking spell. The brain-blocking spell can be used this way. Adam was astonished, but soon began to experience the first-person perspective of brewing potions. Professor Snape, as a master of potions, always had his own insights when brewing any potion, which often differed from the textbooks. These memories seemed completely unguarded to Adam. He could even sense Snape's inner thoughts as he added each ingredient, which was an incredibly rare insight. It was truly frightening. While eagerly absorbing knowledge, Adam also understood why Voldemort trusted Professor Snape so much. Although Voldemort could perform legilimency without incantation, the target's innate resistance and distrust would also hinder its use. If Voldemort were to silently use legilimency on Snape, feeling memories that were completely unguarded and wholly trusting, how could he doubt Snape's loyalty? Suddenly, a memory of brewing the elixir of life entered Adam's view, and at the same time, a flaw appeared in Professor Snape's mind-blocking technique. While fully focused on using legilimency to learn potion knowledge, Adam accidentally broke through Snape's mind-blocking technique and plunged into the association Snape had related to the elixir of life. Lily Evans, from the witch with deep red hair and emerald-like pupils, to James Potter, Sirius Black, and then to Harry. Although Adam had only been learning for a week, his level of legilimency was already quite high, at level 8. This was partly because legilimency, as a spell that required probing into others' private thoughts, was also considered dark magic. And Adam's talent for dark magic was well understood after the sorting hats had been placed on him. Additionally, the influence of the fully leveled soul-draining curse, which directly invades and controls the opponent's soul, was actually quite similar to legilimency, and even superior in terms of consciousness invasion. Professor Snape's mind-blocking technique was originally capable of blocking Adam's legilimency, but he was too complacent. He thought that this slight emotional fluctuation was not a problem. Even if there was a small flaw, and even if Adam was very talented, it was normally impossible for Adam to break through his mind-blocking technique after just a few years of practicing legilimency. Initially, Adam being blocked by Snape's mind technique proved that Snape's technique was indeed at a higher level than Adam's legilimency. However, what Snape did not know was that the gap between him and Adam was not as significant as he thought. Therefore, when a flaw appeared and the level difference was no longer obvious, his mind-blocking technique was actually broken by Adam. Adam, in a moment of carelessness, inadvertently delved into Professor Snape's most humiliating past, even catching a glimpse of Snape's love for the witch Lily Evans. Thud. He never expected Adam's legilimency to be so powerful. Caught off guard, Professor Snape, pale-faced, retreated as his mental barriers were breached. In the process, he tripped over an abandoned desk and fell onto the tabletop, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Adam, equally pale, stood frozen, unsure of what to say. Good news. He is not Harry Potter. And seeing Professor Snape's memories did not lead to Snape's social embarrassment. Bad news. He is not Harry Potter. And without the protection of Lily Evans, Professor Snape, in his anger and humiliation, might really kill him. Professor Snape, do you believe me if I say I didn't see anything? Adam swallowed hard. Get out. Professor Snape nearly shouted the words, and Adam immediately ran away. It wasn't until he got back to the dormitory that Adam, as if waking from a dream, touched his body, somewhat incredulous that he had returned unscathed. He almost thought he was going to have to fight Professor Snape, without harming Professor Snape, and relying only on the little combat skills he had learned from Professor Flitwick and the magic of an 11-year-old wizard. He would have difficulty even holding his ground against Professor Snape. In the following days, Adam avoided Professor Snape at all costs, even neglecting the potions in Professor Snape's office. He hadn't felt this guilty since receiving the Felix Felicis last Christmas. However, no matter how guilty he felt, he still had to attend potions class on Friday. What is wrong with you two lately? You both seem off. Is it because of studying too hard? During breakfast on Friday, Hermione's gaze flickered between Adam and Harry. I'm fine, just finding the new material a bit difficult. Adam replied, not wanting to think about what awaited him in potions class. He looked at Harry. What about you? I've been having nightmares lately. Maybe it's because of studying too hard, Harry said, looking exhausted and touching the scar on his forehead. Ever since he returned from the detention in the Forbidden Forest, the scar had been hurting and the nightmares had started again, now with an added figure in a hood. Its corner dripping blood. In potions class, Adam wished he could curl up into a ball. Usually, Neville prepared the ingredients while he brewed the potions. But today it was switched. He had to handle the ingredients while Neville brewed. However, when class ended and Neville went to submit their finished potion, he returned with bad news. Professor Snape asked me to remind you to attend the tutoring session after class tomorrow. Adam's heart skipped a beat. Everything is fine. Chapter 44. The True Dark Arts Master, Professor Snape? Come in. The voice is hard to discern. Adam steeled himself and pushed open Professor Snape's office door. And what greeted him was the cauldron bubbling away. Huh, is this potion still not ruined? Mr. Smith. Staring at it with your eyes won't make the blood of the fire lizard fly into your potion by itself. What are you waiting for? Adam came back to his senses and quickly stepped forward. He needed to add the blood of the fire lizard now. Carefully, he added 3 pints of fire lizard blood according to the potion's condition, stirring at 7 3/4 of a turn. Watching the potion's color become clear, Adam finally stopped his actions and looked at Professor Snape. There was no doubt that the operations over the past few days had been completed with the help of Professor Snape. Stop your foolish thoughts, Professor Snape said with a look that clearly expressed his disgust, pushing a booklet that was even thinner than the previous one towards Adam from his desk. What is this? Adam reached out to pick it up, this time not in a hurry to flip it. Still teaching? He thought Professor Snape would have a psychological shadow over teaching him. Your acclimacy and legitimacy progress is surprisingly fast, Professor Snape commented. Especially the word surprisingly had a kind of gritted teeth beauty to it. I think you are now qualified to learn this spell, but I hope you can grasp the timing of its use. What spell? So mysterious? Adam opened the booklet with confusion. The Shadowless Blade? The booklet was not thick. To be honest, it was just 3 sheets of parchment bound together, recording the incantation of the Shadowless Blade and its counterspell for rapid healing. The Shadowless Blade was powerful, and when used, it was sufficiently discreet. If mastered, combined with the mind-cloaking technique to hide the intention of the attack, it could almost achieve a one-hit kill in a surprise strike. Moreover, this spell could be cast simply by holding the desire to harm the opponent, and once it hit, it could not be healed except by a specific counterspell. The most crucial point was that the Shadowless Blade was learned through legitimate means, allowing it to be used openly. Among the black magic that Adam was currently learning, the practicality of the Shadowless Blade could be considered the highest. In fact, if Adam did not require emotional support to cast black magic, he wouldn't be able to use any of the black magic he currently knew, aside from the Shadowless Blade. Adam slowly closed the booklet and let out a sigh. As a type of black magic that, while highly practical, is not difficult to learn, Adam had already raised the level of the spell Invisible Blade to level 7 just by reading. With some practical experience, he estimated he could quickly stabilize it between levels 6 and 8. With diligent practice for a while, reaching level 10 wouldn't be impossible. A false black magic master possesses extremely high talent in black magic, having maxed out the 3 unforgivable curses before enrollment. A true black magic master creates highly powerful, low difficulty, lethal black magic during their student years, which can only be countered by counter curses. After mentally comparing himself with Professor Snape, Adam's admiration for him surged like an endless river, and he felt the need to express it. What a genius spell! I wonder who invented it. At first, it was nothing, but upon hearing Adam's words, Professor Snape realized that Adam had discovered it was his creation. Professor Snape held back for a moment, but finally couldn't contain himself, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Get lost. All right then. Adam immediately wanted to run away. Don't let me know that you misused this spell. Before Adam left, Professor Snape suddenly spoke up. Don't forget to come by tomorrow. I don't have time to show you potions every day. Remember what you said. Adam was momentarily taken aback by the last piece of advice before he responded. Okay, Professor, I'll remember. As the exams approached, the weather became increasingly hot, and the classroom on the day of the exam was stifling. In addition to the written exam, there were practical assessments in herbology, astronomy, charms, transfiguration, and potions. However, the practical assessments for herbology and astronomy were conducted in the greenhouse and the astronomy tower, respectively, so only the last 3 subjects were formally assessed during the exam period. The charms exam involved making a pineapple dance the tap dance across a desk, and Adam casually used a nearby teacup to provide accompaniment for the pineapple. The transfiguration exam required turning a mouse into a snuff bottle, and Adam transformed it into an enamel snuff bottle shaped like a cat pouncing on a butterfly, which Professor McGonagall seemed to really like. The potions exam involved brewing a potion of forgetfulness. And after some hesitation between the method in the textbook and the one he remembered from Professor Snape, Adam chose the latter. After finishing the last history of magic exam, Adam stepped outside and got himself a cup of iced milk tea. It was just too hot. Students from the 4 houses in the year took the exams together, and only Professor Binns, being a ghost, couldn't feel the stifling heat in the classroom. Harry, Neville, and others saw this and came over to take a big sip to cool off. I feel alive. Ron groaned against a pillar in the corridor, feeling the bright sunshine outside and thinking life felt much brighter. Ever since Adam said he would get AP, he had been diligent, sticking to Hermione's study plan for a whole month. Adam had checked, and this time Ron had passed every subject, even earning multiple ES, exceeding expectations, which made Mrs. Weasley very proud. The only problem was that compared to Ron's success, the twins probably wouldn't have such a good time during this holiday. God, I can't believe I've finished my exams. I can't even remember what I just wrote, Adam said, taking another sip. Perhaps due to the torment of recent nightmares combined with the pressure of exams, Harry seemed more dazed than Ron and directly sat down against the wall. Since Hermione was a girl, Adam made her a cup of iced milk tea on her own, though was still affected by the weather and was a bit strong. Hearing this, Hermione couldn't help but start reminiscing about the exam. The exam was even easier than I thought. I really didn't have to memorize the werewolf code of conduct from 1637 or the details of the House Elf Rebellion. The exam is over. Please stop bringing this up. I'm about to throw up. Seeing Ron's pale face, Hermione realized that her comments were indeed hurting him, so she helplessly closed her mouth. Harry, are you going to throw up too? Neville asked with some concern, noticing that Harry was holding his forehead while drinking the milk tea. I don't know what's wrong. My scar has been hurting all along. I originally thought it was just the stress of the exams, but now that they're over, it still hurts, and it's happening more frequently, Harry said, feeling irritated. He thought it seemed like a premonition, a sign that danger was approaching. He realized he would have to consult a professional about this. Adam, can you take a look for me? I feel like this might be trying to remind me of something. Adam put down the small box and glanced at Harry. How is it? Harry asked eagerly. If divination is revealed in advance, it may not be accurate, Harry. Adam shook his head. Just do it your way. Adam had seen it in advance. And this statement did not affect the future. The present future is good. Adding variables could change that. I see. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 45. Entering the Forbidden Forest on the afternoon of the day the exams ended, Harry received a series of bad news. First, Harry finally realized that his scar was foreshadowing some danger. At the same time that Hagrid got the egg from Norbert, he told that mysterious person how to get past Fluffy. Harry had reason to suspect that it was Professor Quirrell. It couldn't be a coincidence that Hagrid had always wanted a dragon egg, and suddenly someone brought one and gave it to him. Then, when they tried to find the headmaster to explain the situation, Professor McGonagall informed them that Professor Dumbledore had been called to London by a letter from the Ministry of Magic and wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Harry believed this was also part of Professor Quirrell's scheme. He couldn't steal the Philosopher's Stone while Professor Dumbledore was present, so he must have found a way to lure Dumbledore away. Finally, when they tried to inform Professor McGonagall about Professor Quirrell, she didn't believe them and forbade them from going to the 4th floor when she found out they were preparing to do so, threatening to deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. Harry initially planned to have Adam persuade Professor McGonagall, thinking she would trust Adam's words more, but then they discovered that Adam was missing. They searched everywhere, the library, dormitory, common room, and bathroom, but couldn't find him. They asked other students, but no one had seen Adam. It seemed he had disappeared after noon. Harry, Adam has done a divination for you. If he can't be found anywhere, it only means he doesn't want you to find him. Hermione, returning from the library, finally realized this. Do you remember what Adam said after the divination? To do it my own way. Harry also caught on. So, Adam didn't see himself in the result of the divination. So he doesn't know what I would do during the process, but the outcome is good. And that's why he told me to do it my own way, right? It must be like that. Hermione clapped her hands. So, Harry, what do you want to do now? What to do? Harry's eyes flickered. Of course, we need to stop Quirrell and protect the Philosopher's Stone. Although Professor McGonagall said she would deduct points from them and Professor Snape said he would expel them, Harry still planned to do it. He believed in Adam's divination. And more importantly, for himself, Quirrell stealing the Philosopher's Stone must be for Voldemort. Did he expect to wait for Voldemort to get the Philosopher's Stone and then come to kill him? Meanwhile, Adam had already begun to advance deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Today was the best time for him to enter the Forbidden Forest. After all, Professor Quirrell wasn't stupid. Professor Dumbledore really had gone to New York. But both Quirrell and Voldemort didn't know that Dumbledore could return to the school at any time through the Phoenix's apparition. It seemed that no one had ever really paid attention to the fact that the apparition of magical creatures is different from that of wizards. For example, a phoenix or a house elf. The anti-apparition barrier at Hogwarts had no effect on them. Using the divination to see the future, Adam knew he hadn't been discovered by Professor Dumbledore. As for whether he would be found out later for entering the Forbidden Forest, it didn't matter. Adam just needed to ensure that Dumbledore didn't appear next to him while he was casting dark magic. Hagrid's massive size and his habit of patrolling the Forbidden Forest left behind traces of paths, but it seemed that Hagrid rarely traveled the path to the Acromantula's lair, so the traces were not very obvious. Fortunately, Adam had divination. The leaf divination indicated the way to the Acromantula's nest. Although Adam didn't often use the divination of direction with leaves, the accuracy was guaranteed under his powerful talent. Divining a few more times wouldn't go wrong in the general direction, as long as he could find an Acromantula. Sole exit. An Acromantula that was planning to ambush Froze in midair. Adam turned his head and, as his gaze met that of the eight-eyed giant spider, began to control it to recall the location of its lair. As a powerful magical creature, the eight-eyed giant spider rarely spoke, but its intelligence was relatively high compared to most ordinary animals. This adult specimen in front of Adam had an intelligence level similar to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human. After locating the desired memory, Adam took out a vial to collect the spider's venom, and then cast the heart-piercing curse on the eight-eyed giant spider. The previous soul-snatching curse and mind-reading spell had already confirmed that at least the eight-eyed giant spider could serve as a trial target for magical curses. Ultimately, Adam looked at the eight-eyed giant spider, pursed his lips, and raised his wand, Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light flashed, and the eight-eyed giant spider was flipped over onto the ground, without any struggle or visible wounds. Its 8 eyes were now veiled with a film. It was dead. This was the killing curse, a spell born for slaughter, capable of producing only the effect of killing. For any creature in the world, except for those that do not die, such as phoenixes and non-existents, once hit by the killing curse, they could only face irreversible death. Adam's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the wand. Even though he had cast the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperius Curse many times before, it was still his first time using the killing curse. After nearly losing control last time, he once again deeply realized why these curses were called unforgivable. There are many spells capable of killing a target. Fiend Fire, the Killing Curse, Shattering Curse, and even Conflagration can take a life. But none are as straightforward and direct as the Killing Curse and putting a life to an end. With just a flash of green light, a life vanished. Without a cry, without a struggle, disappearing so lightly, making it hard to feel the preciousness of life. Adam suddenly felt a bit relieved that when he lost control before, he only abused the soul-catching curse. If he had misused the killing curse, by the time he regained consciousness, it might have already caused terrible consequences. Fiend Fire. The pitch-black magical fire engulfed the corpse of the eight-eyed giant spider, leaving not even a trace of ash. After extinguishing the Fiend Fire, Adam began to advance towards the lair of the eight-eyed giant spider. Perhaps because the eight-eyed giant spider was an invasive species, there were no other animals residing near its lair, which meant Adam didn't have to worry about accidentally harming them. Along the way, the soul-catching curse and the heart-piercing curse echoed together. Green light and black fire flew in tandem. Even Voldemort would be momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had arrived at Azkaban. The venom of an adult eight-eyed giant spider is actually only about 3 pints. And this quantity is only achievable if all the venom is extracted directly from a living specimen. Once the eight-eyed giant spider dies, its venom will quickly dry up. It's no wonder that the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider can sell for such a high price. After harvesting 27 eight-eyed giant spiders and collecting 64 bottles of standard 1-pint venom, Adam helplessly came to a stop. The sky was nearly completely dark, and in addition, his magical power was nearly depleted. Even though his mastery of high-level spells could control without wasting any magic, he was still just an 11-year-old little wizard. After casting over 20 rounds of dark magic, he was almost at his limit. It was time to head back. Chapter 46. The Savior but Battle Damaged. Neville? Upon returning to the dormitory, Adam was surprised to find Neville completely immobilized. He only saw that the house cup belonged to Gryffindor, and everyone looked joyful without any sadness. Knowing there were no casualties, he didn't continue watching and missed this scene. It's over. The stiff Neville suddenly collapsed weakly, but his mouth wouldn't stop. Adam, hurry and stop Harry. They're going to deduct points from Gryffindor again. Don't worry, Neville. Adam lifted Neville and carried him back to his own bed. Take your time, what happened? Neville quickly told Adam about what he overheard regarding Harry and the others planning to break school rules. So, they've been gone for a while, right? Hearing Adam's words, Neville sighed. It's too late now. Don't be so pessimistic. Think about it. Maybe they're really doing something important? Adam said. And even if they do get caught, our ranking is still from the bottom to the bottom. Yeah, the previous 150 points were deducted by them, even though we had a chance to come in first. Neville was not comforted by Adam's words. Instead, he felt even worse. Adam had nothing to say now. As a savior, how could he save the world without breaking school rules? The next morning, Adam ran into Professor McGonagall in the common room, who was waiting for him. Professor McGonagall, you're awake? Come with me. Let's check on Harry and the others in the infirmary. Professor McGonagall felt a bit guilty. Yesterday, she had been warned by Harry and the others that something would happen with the Philosopher's Stone, but how could she believe the findings of a few kids? Adam followed Professor McGonagall up to the second floor, but she didn't continue to walk with him. Before moving on, Adam turned around and said to Professor McGonagall, Professor, don't blame yourself. At least the outcome is good, isn't it? Professor McGonagall sighed and nodded, then realized she hadn't told Adam what had happened, right? When they reached the infirmary door, Hermione and Ron were waiting outside. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let them in to disturb Harry's rest. Adam, you're here. Where did you go yesterday? Hermione exclaimed, her hair bristling with frustration. You told Harry to do things your way, and look what happened. Harry's in the infirmary now. Madame Pomfrey said Harry was unconscious all night. Calm down, Hermione, calm down. Adam said, holding back Ron, who was about to pounce. I saw what you did. You did great, didn't you? Even if I had gone, I couldn't have done better. You saw? Huh, how can you say that? Did you see me get knocked out by chess piece? Did you see Harry lying in the infirmary all night without waking up? But you didn't actually get hurt. At least you didn't lose your lives, did you? Looking into Adam's silver gray eyes and recalling Adam's previous statement about how he would have died in the Forbidden Forest, Ron's anger cooled significantly. If you're planning to make the future perfect, that's not divination. That's dreaming. I did say the future can change, but that doesn't mean you should always think about changing it. The future is full of endless possibilities. Any small change can significantly alter it. So as long as the future I see through divination is within an acceptable range, I won't change it casually because I don't know if it will suddenly get worse. Hermione and Ron fell silent after Adam's words. If that's the case, then Adam was indeed not wrong. But Hermione still wanted to ask a question. Adam, did you disappear yesterday because you saw in the divination that you would get hurt? This was the main reason for their anger. They felt that Adam had fled when he foresaw danger. You could say that. Hermione's eyes widened, seemingly surprised that Adam admitted it so readily. In fact, I didn't see myself. Adam squinted, seemingly recalling the scene he saw at the time. I saw the three of you in the infirmary, but I didn't see myself. I don't know if it was because I didn't go, or if I died in there, so I chose not to go. And after I made that decision, the result of the divination remained unchanged, which indicates that I probably never went in the first place. As for the reason why I originally didn't go, I'm not sure. Hermione sighed in relief. If that's the case, then it's acceptable. Wait, you said the three of us were in the infirmary, but Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let us in to see Harry. Ron pointed to the tightly closed door of the infirmary. Harry will be unconscious for a while longer. Let's come back later. It wasn't until the third day that they finally received the news that Harry had woken up. Harry, you did great. Adam sat down by Harry's bedside. Harry looked somewhat weak at that moment, his lips lacking color, and his already thin body lying on the infirmary bed appeared fragile and pitiful. Adam looked at Harry, whose expression was very complex. Wait, Harry, we asked Adam. Hermione rushed over and told Harry about the conversation she had with Adam outside 3 days ago, while also looking at Harry with concern to check if he had any injuries. They only knew that Professor Dumbledore had brought Harry into the infirmary, and they hadn't even seen how he had come out. After suddenly fainting for 3 days, they were really afraid of seeing Harry covered in injuries. After listening to Hermione's explanation, Harry's complexion improved a lot, followed by an apology for doubting his good friend. I am sorry, Adam. It's okay, diviners are always like this. Always being doubted. Adam waved his hand dismissively. Then, Harry began to recount the events of that night to Hermione and the others, including the face on Professor Quirrell's bald head and the fact that the Philosopher's Stone was ultimately destroyed. Hermione and Ron were on the edge of their seats, and when they heard about Professor Quirrell taking off his scarf, Hermione screamed in fright. So, with the Philosopher's Stone gone, will the Lestrange couple die? Ron asked. Professor Dumbledore said they would, but for those of a clear mind, death is but another great adventure. Ron couldn't help but exclaim that Professor Dumbledore was indeed a bit eccentric. Suddenly, Harry thought of something and looked at Adam with some hesitation. Adam, do you know why Voldemort wanted to kill my parents? Adam was somewhat surprised that Harry suddenly asked about this. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned at Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, Madame Pomfrey would like to remind you to take a break. Visiting hours are over. At that moment, the door to the infirmary was suddenly pushed open, and Professor Dumbledore's head peeked in. Also, Adam, if you don't mind, could you chat with this old man for a bit? Adam, as if waking from a dream, looked at Professor Dumbledore and said, All right, Professor, I'm on it. After that, Adam shook his head at the disappointed Harry and left the infirmary with Ron and the others. Chapter 47. Not believing in divination, but believing in oneself. Following the headmaster to his office, Adam pondered the future revealed in the recent divination. He had merely told Harry about the prophecy concerning him. Why the future suddenly turned so dire? Did Harry realize the immense impact this prophecy would have? What changes had occurred in between? As Adam had explained to Hermione and the others before, he couldn't even grasp the patterns of how the current changes would affect the future. For now, all he could do was keep the prophecy a secret. Entering from the third-floor entrance, the stone staircase automatically ascended, bringing Adam and Professor Dumbledore to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Have a seat, my boy, Professor Dumbledore said as he settled into a chair and opened a box of candies. Would you like a lemon drop? Adam glanced at the candy and shook his head. No, Headmaster, I don't like candy that's too sour. The lemon-flavored snowball was very similar to a type of candy from Adam's previous life, with a sweet coating hiding a candy that was so sour it could almost make your teeth ache, and it was much more sour than the kind from his previous life. Harry had previously bought a bunch of candies, and they ended up sharing them, and now seeing this candy made Adam's mouth water excessively, with his cheeks tingling with sourness. Maybe not. Professor Dumbledore took one and tossed it into his mouth, then began to get to the point. Adam, I heard from Harry that you did a reading for him before they went to the 4th floor. Is that true? Yes. Professor, I did do a reading for Harry. Adam did not deny it. Does divination really exist? Professor Dumbledore pondered for a moment and suddenly looked into Adam's eyes. Due to the content of avoiding eye contact while practicing the brain closure technique, Adam instinctively lowered his eyes to avoid Professor Dumbledore's gaze. Professor, do you think it will snow tomorrow? I don't think so. Professor Dumbledore glanced at the bright sunshine outside the window. After the year-end banquet tomorrow, Hogwarts would soon be on summer break. How could it possibly snow? Yeah, I don't think so either, and that's also a form of predicting the future, isn't it? Adam smiled. People inherently have the ability to infer the future from known information. What is called divination is merely using a gift to see information that was previously unknown and speculate on a possible future. Professor Dumbledore always found Adam's thoughts fascinating, and he didn't expect Adam's views on divination to be so interesting as well. In fact, Professor Dumbledore didn't really believe in divination. As mentioned before, the more powerful a wizard is, the more confident they are. He didn't think that things like tea leaves or crystal balls could influence his destiny. However, in reality, divination did impact Professor Dumbledore's life to some extent. Grindelwald was a natural diviner. He predicted the Muggle World Wars and believed that the weapons of Muggles were too dangerous. He attempted to enable wizards to completely dominate Muggles before those weapons were invented, establishing a new world where wizards would not have to hide. It was this prophecy that led Grindelwald to propose his goals and even captivated the young Professor Dumbledore, who joined and fought for them. But unfortunately, the two eventually fell out. Later, when Voldemort was at the height of his power, it was also a prophecy from Professor Trelawney that led to Voldemort's significant defeat. To make that prophecy come true, Professor Dumbledore even sacrificed his life. So, do you think the content of divination is credible? That depends on the talent of the diviner making the predictions. Adam was pondering how to express himself. Divination, as something purely based on talent, either can be done or cannot be done. The feeling during divination cannot be recorded for others to learn. Personally, during the process of divination, The information I originally did not know remains unknown to me after the divination. My talent, known as the heavenly eye in divination, only provides me with an image of a future that will occur according to the original development. If I make changes at that moment, then that future may also change. Seeing Professor Dumbledore nodding in understanding, Adam continued. However, there are some diviners whose results, given by their talent, cannot be changed, which are known as inevitable prophecies. This result takes into account the changes that happen after the diviner receives the result. Sometimes it is precisely because of the events triggered by the prophecy that the outcome in the prophecy occurs. Professor Dumbledore immediately thought of how Voldemort became a soul that could only wander the earth because he believed in that half-prophecy. If Voldemort hadn't tried to kill Harry, would that prophecy still have come true? Of course. It is also possible that the prophecy was about something that was destined to happen, such as someone inevitably dying, right? Just as the atmosphere became a bit stagnant, Adam suddenly changed the subject and joked. Besides the diviner who made the prophecy, no one can accurately discern its truth. Ultimately, prophecies are just intangible things. As long as you don't pay attention to them, they won't have any impact. So, concerning divination, it's best not to take it too seriously. At least I don't believe in any diviner's prophecies except my own. In fact, not only does Professor Dumbledore not believe in prophecies, but Adam himself has the same attitude towards others' prophecies. He does not believe in the results of divination. He only believes in himself, which is essentially the same as Professor Dumbledore. The conversation about prophecies ended there, and then Adam asked Professor Dumbledore some questions about magic, such as the techniques for releasing transformation spells on amorphous substances and the learning of the Patronus charm and the unbreakable vow. For Adam's questions, Professor Dumbledore generously shared his experiences. As a powerful wizard capable of casting the water prison charm and the fire-making spell, Professor Dumbledore, although not an animagus, had a deeper understanding of transformation spells than Professor McGonagall. His answers regarding the Patronus charm and the unbreakable vow greatly benefited Adam, who had always struggled with self-study. They continued their conversation until it was time for lunch. Even after Adam left, Professor Dumbledore did not bring up the topic he had interrupted earlier between Adam and Harry, knowing that Adam would have his own judgment. The next day at the end-of-year feast, the hall was redecorated in silver and green, with a huge banner depicting the Slytherin snake hanging behind the teacher's table, symbolizing Slytherin's victory in the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, thanks to Madame Pomfrey's diligent efforts. When Harry arrived, almost everyone was already there. The moment he walked into the hall, it fell silent, and soon erupted into a flurry of discussions. The points deducted due to Harry's earlier actions still lingered, especially under the glaring reminder of the silver and green decorations today, making it particularly unforgettable. In addition, rumors about Harry's fainting had spread throughout the school during this time. Although Hermione and Ron had tried to debunk them, it only added another layer to the stories. In response, Harry silently took a seat between Ron and Hermione. After a short while, Professor Dumbledore arrived, and the discussions in the classroom quieted down. Adam looked forward with anticipation at Professor Dumbledore, who had taken the podium, knowing that the professor's performance was about to begin. From today onwards, for at least 7 years, the decorations for the year-end banquet would only be in gold and red. Chapter 48. Professor Dumbledore's performance. Another year has passed. Dumbledore stood on the podium, beaming as he looked at the rows of students below him and said, "Before you indulge in these delicious dishes, I must trouble you to listen to this old man's cliches. What a wonderful year it has been. Your little heads must be richer than last year. Summer break is just around the corner, and you will have plenty of time to digest this information and clear your minds." Professor Dumbledore smiled warmly. "Now, we must first hold the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The specific scores and rankings for each house are as follows. Gryffindor is undoubtedly at the bottom, while Slytherin is over 150 points ahead of Gryffindor, in addition to the 150 points deducted earlier due to Harry and his friends. Gryffindor lost to Ravenclaw while Harry was unconscious, and the Quidditch Cup being taken by Slytherin widened the gap even more. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, while the Gryffindors around Adam looked disgusted, and the other two houses were mostly the same. There was nothing to be done. Slytherin had been too arrogant. Yes, yes. Well done, Slytherin, Professor Dumbledore said with a smile as he applauded Slytherin, then began his performance. However, a few recent events must also be taken into account. The hall quieted down again, and the Slytherins, including Malfoy, who was banging his cup on the long table, wiped the smiles off their faces. First, Mr. Ronald Weasley, who has won one of the most exciting games of wizard chess in many years at Hogwarts. For this, I will award Gryffindor 50 points. Dumbledore gestured towards the Gryffindor table, which erupted in applause and cheers. Ron's face turned beet red, and Percy loudly pointed out to the other prefects that it was his brother. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall clapped vigorously, her face filled with satisfaction. She had set up a game with a few remaining pieces, which could only be won through self-sacrifice. As the noise from Gryffindor gradually subsided, Professor Dumbledore continued. Second, Miss Hermione Granger, who faced the fire with calm logic. I will award Gryffindor another 50 points. Gryffindor erupted again. Hermione buried her face in her arms and began to cry. Although everyone had focused on Harry earlier, only she knew the psychological pressure the 50-point deduction had caused her. As someone who cared deeply about points. Third, Harry Potter. However, Professor Dumbledore's speech was not over. The Gryffindors quieted down, looking expectantly at Dumbledore. He showed remarkable courage and bravery, and for that, I will award Gryffindor 60 points. The screams and shouts that erupted from Gryffindor seemed ready to lift the roof off the hall. They were back in first place. With this 160 points, Gryffindor was now 3 points ahead of Slytherin. Calm down, everyone, calm down. Professor Dumbledore pressed his hands down, waiting for Gryffindor to regain control of their excitement before he looked again at the Gryffindor table. Although the outcome of the House Cup seems clear, I still want to mention the fourth, Mr. Neville Longbottom. Neville, feeling Dumbledore's gaze, was stunned. He thought Dumbledore was looking at Adam next to him. There are many forms of courage. When facing enemies, we need extraordinary bravery, but holding one's ground in front of friends also requires great courage. Therefore, I will add another 10 points for Gryffindor. To this, Dumbledore raised his hands high, and as Gryffindor could no longer contain their excitement and began to cheer and celebrate, he loudly declared, "Let's change the decorations here." The silver-green decorations around the hall instantly transformed into gold and red after Professor Dumbledore finished speaking. And the massive lion banner behind the staff table pushed Gryffindor's cheers to a new height. Almost every Gryffindor student stood up to celebrate, while Neville was pushed to the center of the crowd by Adam and Seamus to receive everyone's cheers. Even the nearby Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in congratulating with applause. Only the Slytherins fell into silence, with only a few managing to force out an ugly smile, while the rest wore expressions of disbelief. The legendary turnaround after a desperate situation led to a grand celebration that lasted until the announcement of the results. Great, I thought I would pass. Neville sighed in relief as he looked at his report card. In fact, his results were more than sufficient. He passed every subject, with herbology earning him a beautiful O outstanding. Harry also breathed a sigh of relief, carefully folding his report card and placing it on top of his suitcase. He was genuinely afraid that if he failed, Hogwarts would send him straight back to his uncle's house. He liked his classmates, liked his professors, liked everything about Hogwarts and the wizarding world, except for Voldemort and the Slytherins, and Filch. Ron, holding his report card, exclaimed with pride, I knew it. Such an easy exam, I definitely passed. Clearly, he had completely forgotten who had been terrified by Adam's prophecy and was still revising in the middle of the night. I'm first. Hermione gasped as she looked at her report card. You and Adam both got full marks. You're in first place just because Granger comes before Adam alphabetically. Ron couldn't help but point out. I know that without you reminding me, Hermione said, giving Ron a playful slap, then turned to Adam with determination. I will work hard to surpass you. I believe in you. Adam nodded with a smile. Hermione, who had punched the cotton, felt quite uncomfortable. In addition to the report card, a notice warning everyone not to use magic during the holiday was also sent down, which was the Tracking Silk's location contract. As a location spell that can only determine position and cannot actually identify the caster, this notice would take effect even if signed with a fake name. Adam signed without any hesitation, since he wouldn't use magic at home. The trace cannot determine the user of magic, so using magic in places where wizards gather makes the trace ineffective. Even if he really needed to use magic when alone, he could use dark magic, and the trace wouldn't find him. In the common room, it wasn't long before Percy notified everyone to follow him, and under Hagrid's guidance, they arrived at the Hogwarts Express station and boarded the train back. On the way, Adam changed back into his original trench coat, which was now a bit tight. This one was made from his own skin. The style of the trench coat was simple and timeless, and as skin, it would change as he grew. He would soon have a large income, so even if he wanted to make a few more outfits, it wouldn't matter. As they traveled, the original landscape of the wizarding world became increasingly rare, and the towns grew more tidy and modern. As the train slowly stopped, Adam closed the book he was holding and put it back in his bag, looking out the window at London. They had arrived. Chapter 46. Nocturne Alley. Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a bit. I want to be back tonight. Hearing the voice, Karen turned her head from the sofa where she was watching a game. Noticing her son, who had reached the entrance, was wearing that trench coat again. This signified that he was heading to the wizarding world. Be safe. She only reminded him once and didn't say anything more, even though Adam, at just 11 years old, will be spending the night outside. Unlike her colleagues who complained daily about their rebellious children, Adam was always so understanding. He and Gracia had long gotten used to a lifestyle where they only needed to provide support for their child. Not to mention that Adam had now become a wizard who could use magic. However, since their son wouldn't be back tonight, could they still have a candlelight dinner after going to the movies this afternoon? After bidding farewell to his parents, Adam took a ride to the Leaky Cauldron, entered the back courtyard, and looked around. No one followed him in. After all, only those coming from the Muggle world needed to enter Diagon Alley this way. And very few wizards who chose to stay in the Muggle world would come to Diagon Alley. The stone bricks receded to both sides, revealing Adam, now dressed completely in black, with a mask on his face, and the wand hidden in his sleeve looked like a broken tree branch just snapped off. Stepping out from the archway, Adam walked straight towards Nocturne Alley. Unlike the few steps away in Diagon Alley, where it still resembled a commercial street, Nocturne Alley felt like a slum. Not only did the shops look dirty and broken, but shabby, limping, and hunchbacked wizards hid in the shadows of the shops, casting malicious glances at every passerby. The products lining the street were all of this nature: guts, corpses, cursed items, making Nocturne Alley a place that most wizards would never need to set foot in, yet it was a sanctuary for dark wizards. It was precisely the right place for the Dark Heart to make an appearance. Yes, the Dark Heart, the codename Adam had given himself. It was normal for dark wizards to use aliases, right? As if to make up for the regret of failing to make a grand entrance last time. Adam's teenage spirit stirred, wholly engaged in the character he had crafted for himself. He walked down the filthy street with a posture of superiority, surveying the surroundings with disdain, as if he were an upper-class person entering a poor district. This demeanor naturally attracted a lot of attention, both discontent and envy. Generally speaking, those who adopt such a posture are often quite wealthy. Typically, dark wizards whose minds have been twisted by dark magic find it hard to suppress their malicious thoughts. Cutting to the bone, a deep, rich voice rang out slowly, and the incantation spoken made those who were paying attention to this place tense up. What a joke! Using an unforgivable curse in the street. Did he think he was the Dark Lord? Even dark wizards wouldn't dare to use the unforgivable curses, let alone openly. Did he think the aurors of the Ministry of Magic were made of clay? In fact, most dark wizards today represented the unorthodox, lacking ability, talent, and the means to walk the righteous path, having fallen to the point of resorting to such lowly tactics, relying on a twisted mind for power. Little did they know that this method was also considered low-tier among dark wizards. However, the next moment, the guy who had just attempted to sneak attack and was now lying on the ground, writhing and convulsing, let out inhuman screams, proving that this dark-clothed figure was not joking with them. Adam pinched the wand with 3 fingers, pointing it at the wizard writhing on the ground, while the other 2 fingers supported the tail of the wand. This grip allowed for more flexible and effortless control over the wand's movements, demonstrating a sense of ease. As time passed slowly, the person continued to wail, but the sound grew weaker, and the struggling movements became increasingly feeble. From the eyes that seemed ready to pop out of their sockets, everyone was certain that this wizard was now yearning for the arrival of death. However, the heart-piercing curse, which would typically lead to death by convulsions, was still having its effect on him. It was as if he had been abandoned by the Grim Reaper. The clarity of pain. The target of the heart-piercing curse would not go mad, faint, or die from convulsions during the attack. Trial. Using the heart-piercing curse on a target for a full hour. Those watching couldn't help but follow the gnarled branch-like wand to the cloaked figure, who tilted his head, observing the person being tormented on the ground. His eyes were hidden behind a mask, but after maintaining the heart-piercing curse for so long, everyone had no doubt that those eyes were now filled with madness and delight. A few who had initially intended to launch a sneak attack wrapped their tattered blankets and coats tighter around themselves, trying to curl up into a ball. The shop owners on either side of the alley, having overturned their stalls, cursed their misfortune in their hearts while tidying up the unsightly merchandise. Someone was about to use the unforgivable curse, and soon an aura would come rushing over. A heavy shadow flickered in his eyes. It was almost time. Adam lowered his wand, casually walked past the person curled up in pain, and pushed open the door of Borgin and Burke's. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What can I help you with?" Mr. Borgin greeted with an overly oily voice, bowing deeply. No matter what happened next, whether Adam would be thrown into Azkaban by the Aurors or something else, right now, Adam was someone he dared not provoke. Do you buy venom from Acromantulas? To Mr. Borgin's surprise, Adam was not there to buy, but to sell. In his astonishment and disappointment, Mr. Borgin replied without hesitation. Of course, Acromantula venom has always been a rare commodity in the market. How much do you have? Adam took a small pouch from his waist and threw it onto the counter. Mr. Boken opened the pouch and was surprised to find that it contained a seamless stretching spell. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, finally, a total of 64 pint-sized vials of 8-eyed giant spider venom were laid out on the counter. Generally speaking, it takes the killing of 3 8-eyed giant spiders to extract 4 pints of venom, and the purity is usually not high, but this venom looked incredibly pure, and the quantity was so large. How was it collected? Mr. Boken instinctively asked, and then realized what he had done, cold sweat instantly pouring down his face. He had never hated his mouth as much as he did at that moment. I spoke out of turn. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. Adam glanced at Mr. Boken. Although he couldn't see the eyes behind the mask, Mr. Boken could clearly feel himself being scanned by that gaze. It wasn't exactly a secret. Using the soul-snatching spell to make them spit out the venom would suffice. In an instant, Mr. Boken was drenched in sweat. What did the other party mean by that? Was it just a simple explanation, or was he being hinted at? How should he respond? Has Mr. Boken finished his preparations? Hurry up and complete the transaction, or it might become inconvenient later. Adam means that the Auror will arrive soon, and Mr. Boken knows this too. However, connecting it to the previous statement, it is difficult for Mr. Boken not to think of more. Adam can make the 8-eyed giant spider spit out all its venom. Can he also make it spit out all its money? Chapter 50 Instant Wealth. After counting clearly, I'm going to get the money now. Adam also wanted Mr. Boujin to just put the money into a small bag for him. But unexpectedly, Mr. Boujin turned around and went behind the counter. When he came out again, he had 2 bulging bags in his hands. Here is 20,000 gold gallons. Do you need to count it? 20,000. Adam was shocked. Who would put 20,000 galleons in a store? And the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, selling for a price that wasn't being undercut in the black market. How could it even be raised voluntarily? No wonder the bag looked so bulging. Adam thought Mr. Boken was so stingy that he used a regular bag. Now, it was clear that there were 2 bags that had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, and their space was even larger than a small bag. But the interior was still filled to the brim, which was why it appeared this way. Seeing Adam unmoved, Mr. Boken's legs trembled a bit. Wasn't it enough? This was all the cash he had in his store. If he were really subjected to a soul-sucking curse, would he spare even that little bit from Gringotts? Dear guest, I know all of these are high-quality goods, and this amount of money is still a bit low, but I really can't come up with more. How about this? I take half of the goods, and you can check other shops for the rest. Mr. Boken was rarely so sincere, as the 8-eyed giant spider venom that Adam presented was of extremely high purity and very sought after in the market. So the price would certainly be higher than 100 galleons per pint. But no matter how high it was, 20,000 galleons was more than enough. He just wanted to persuade Adam to be a bit lenient. Using the legitimacy, Adam understood Mr. Boken's thoughts and casually reached over to take the 2 bags from the counter, while also putting away his own small bag. Forget it. I don't want to run around more. Let's leave it at that. Money and goods are settled. As for the counting, no one can hold me accountable. Even with the undetectable extension charm, the bags were still quite heavy, so Adam directly stored them into the interface. And the 20,000 galleons were instantly credited to his account. Watching the bags instantly deflate, Mr. Boken's pupils constricted. Assuming that Adam had silently and wandlessly cast the undetectable extension charm to expand the space inside the bags, leading him to regard Adam with even more awe. Rest assured, dear guest, I, Old Boken, always conduct my business fairly. You are welcome to visit again. Whether buying or selling, I will definitely give you the best discount. Mr. Boken was no longer worried that Adam would be caught by an Auror. He just wanted to expand his high-end customer base with Adam. In fact, even though he seemed to lose out by buying the 8-eyed giant spider venom for 20,000, would he really sell it at market price? The important thing was that the purity of this 8-eyed giant spider venom was something that couldn't be found on the market. After some maneuvering, he might not end up losing money at all. If there's a chance, I will come back to patronize again. Adam nodded calmly and walked out of the Boujin bookstore. If it weren't for the inappropriate location, he would have liked to throw his head back and howl to the sky to express the joy in his heart. 20,000 gold crowns. Adam spends money without being extravagant, yet he does not hold back. In a year, he has spent less than 400 galleons. In the interface, 2 sets of clothes and a wand, along with 3 skins, cost a total of 300 galleons. The food expenses for Athena and Tom add up to less than 60 galleons. This does not even account for the money Adam spent on gifts for Harry and the others. One can imagine how substantial 20,000 galleons is. And this is just the reward Adam received for going into the Forbidden Forest and killing 27 acromantulas. How many acromantulas are there in the Forbidden Forest? Thousands. And this is a renewable resource. Of course, Adam also realizes that it was his initial reputation that allowed him to sell the acromantula venom at this price. Otherwise, who knows how he might have been taken advantage of, or worse, harmed. People fear power, but not virtue. The ancients truly did not deceive me. At this moment, the air distorted and an aura arrived. At this moment, Adam was anxious to count the money, so he had no time to play with the aurors. With a few silent and wandless soul-draining curses, the aurors in front were directly disarmed by their colleagues behind. Is this the current standard of the aurors? After a quick glance, Adam shook his head as if he couldn't bear to look side, and walked directly towards Diagon Alley in front of the aurors. Take my name back, Blackheart. It will be the name that makes you tremble in your midnight dreams. This action truly frightened the aurors, who had thought they were delivering a performance right to their doorstep. No one dared to rush forward for fear of losing their lives. Their wands had been confiscated, and with their colleagues' wands pointed at their backs, they could only watch helplessly as Adam disappeared into the crowd. The ability to control multiple aurors with a silent, wandless, soul-sucking curse left no one doubting that Adam could apparate, yet he swaggered away on foot. Such disregard for the aurors even drew the worshipful gazes of many dark wizards. Since Voldemort's downfall, dark wizards had returned to being the scum of society. Once upon a time, they had sneered, cheered, and freely tormented muggles, dismissing the aurors as nothing. They even began to whisper the name of Blackheart, just as they once did with Voldemort. They longed for Blackheart to one day replace Voldemort, ascend to the throne of the Dark Lord, and lead them back to their former glory. In Diagon Alley, completely unaware of what was happening in Noctur Alley, Adam had quietly changed back into his cloak and arrived at the Quidditch shop. Due to his previous lack of funds and the absence of necessity, he had never bought a broomstick. Now he was ready to buy one for himself and also to achieve a spendthrift accomplishment. The Firebolt, the best performing and finely crafted broomstick currently available, was 5,000 galleons by. The top-tier broomstick care kit was 10 galleons by. The Golden Snitch, is this available for personal purchase? Surprisingly, it was. As a single-use item to avoid disputes, the Golden Snitch could identify the first person to physically touch it, and the manufacturer had to wear gloves during production to make it look nice and crucial during matches, but in reality, it wasn't expensive. After several improvements, the current Golden Snitch could be purchased for just 15 galleons. What else to say? Having a real Golden Snitch at home as decoration was far more interesting than a Golden Snitch figurine. As long as one could cast a spell to limit the Snitch's range, it could become a Golden Snitch that appeared and disappeared within a fixed area. Buy. Adam quickly placed his order, leaving the address sent by the owl, and then prepared to check what rewards the spending spree would offer. The achievements in this series grant containers that have been permanently enchanted with a stretching charm. Adam's goal is to obtain a container like Newt's magical creature suitcase, which even has changes in weather and day and night, almost like a hidden realm. Adam suspected that this was not something a simple stretching charm could achieve. It might require the assistance of other spells or perhaps the effects of a highly advanced stretching charm. However, when he opened the interface, Adam was stunned. Why were there so many messages? Chapter 51. The Shame of Advanced Dark Magic. Although the interface did not obstruct Adam's view, having it open inevitably distracted him. Adam had always been serious in class and completely relaxed during breaks, and since the interface lacked a message notification feature, it would only make noise when triggering tasks, causing Adam to fall behind in receiving messages. Especially now, during summer vacation, Adam had turned off the interface before the year-end banquet and only just opened it now. He found a cold drink shop to sit down and began to look at all the messages in the interface. First broomstick, just because someone has a broom doesn't mean they are a cleaner. They could also be a wizard. Achievement goal. Obtain the first broomstick 11. Achievement reward. Flight talent enhancement spinning spree. I want all of these. Achievement goal. Spend a total of 1,000 galleons at once. 11. Achievement reward. Stretching charm briefcase. Adam had guessed these two achievements. The flight talent enhancement goes without saying, and the briefcase surprised him a bit. However, after looking closely, Adam realized that this briefcase was not comparable to Newt's. It was merely spacious enough. But it was indeed spacious, and he wasn't sure how it compared to Newt's. It had a full 1 million cubic meters of space, equivalent to a cube with a side length of 100 meters and the length, width, and height could be adjusted via 3-number dials on the briefcase, resembling combination locks. With such a large space, not only could he store items, but he could also easily set up a home inside it. Moreover, the stretching charm on the container produced by the system seemed to be specialized for portability, as the weight of whatever was placed inside hardly affected its carry weight, allowing Adam to confidently store furniture inside. In addition to the large space, this briefcase could also partition the internal space, allowing up to 5 divisions. When set to different levels, only the corresponding space could be accessed. Thus, Adam could even create a secret base inside and do things that were inconvenient to be discovered. Not to mention, Adam had been worried about where to brew the Dragon Vein potion and whether he would have to wait until school started to go to the wish-granting house. Now he had a better option, as the wish-granting house wasn't foolproof either. Aside from these 2 expected achievements, the rest were unexpected. Wealth beyond measure. Look at this dazzling pile of galleons. This is the most versatile power in the world. Achievement goal: obtain 866 galleons from the FFF novel station. 11. Achievement reward: unlock malfunction, significant enhancement of all talents. To be honest, when Adam saw this, he had a belly full of complaints with no place to vent. He didn't plan to check them all for now, fearing he wouldn't be able to resist. Additionally, this enhancement was a significant boost to all talents. Adam's previous achievement of obtaining a galleon was his first bucket of gold, a single galleon, and this time it has become 10,000 galleons. Following this pattern of improvement, for Adam to achieve the next series of galleon rewards, he would need to obtain 100 million galleons. Interface: are you not even pretending anymore? Do you really want to go rob Gringotts to give you money? The subsequent achievements also expose the sinister intentions of the interface. Path of the Dark Lord: the old Dark Lord has perished, and you shall be crowned as the new king. Achievement goal: have 10 followers. 1310. Achievement reward: 1 random advanced dark magic. Black Nova, a rising star in the dark wizarding world. Achievement goal: be wanted by the Ministry of Magic. 11. Achievement reward: dark magic talent enhancement. 1 random dark magic. Black Supernova, a renowned star in the dark wizarding world. Achievement goal: the bounty from the Ministry of Magic reaches 816716866 galleons. 11. Achievement reward: dark magic talent enhancement. 5 random dark magics. Seeing these 3 achievements, Adam was stunned. With references to both World of Warcraft and One Piece, the interface certainly has a broad knowledge range. Setting aside the issue of the interface putting a hat on him, Adam was already used to it and was merely surprised at where his followers came from. However, Voldemort hasn't completely died yet. How could he have already perished? It also sounded strange, as if he had become Voldemort's son. In addition, Adam was somewhat surprised to be wanted, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the dark deeds he performed in public, casting the unforgivable curse and even controlling Aurors with the Soul Stealer curse, were indeed shocking and lawless. Adam could now calmly accept this type of task reward. He no longer had the initial aversion to dark magic. After all, how many times had he used the unforgivable curse? Should he be afraid of these? Come on, bring it on. As for the dark magic talent that the interface had tirelessly nurtured, Adam felt that in terms of dark magic talent, he might now surpass Voldemort. With a thought, knowledge of 1 advanced dark magic and 6 dark magics flooded into Adam's mind. To be honest, Adam couldn't clearly distinguish between ordinary dark magic and advanced dark magic. Perhaps it was based on complexity, or perhaps it depended on the emotional requirements for casting. However, Adam had no emotional restrictions when casting dark magic. And with his absurdly high dark magic talent, these dark magics only differed in their usefulness to him. Due to the large amount of information transmitted, Adam took a long time to open his eyes again. The curses he had obtained this time were quite useful. The randomly acquired advanced dark magic was called a language spell, a dark magic that allows understanding of other languages, even those of other species. Doesn't it sound strange that such a spell could be considered dark magic? What if the effect of understanding a language came at the cost of a creature's soul that speaks it? This spell is actually similar to turning a soul into a simultaneous translator. Although it seems evil, if it is only used to learn the languages of other species, and the cost is just 1 corresponding creature, Adam felt it was not too bad, just a matter of necessity. For humans, as a fellow human, he was willing to maintain basic moral principles of good and evil, but when it came to non-humans, his moral bottom line became quite flexible. As for the 6 randomly acquired dark magics, Adam found them quite useful, at least much more useful than the useless possession spell. Speaking of which, it seems that random dark magic also includes advanced dark magic. At least in terms of practicality, several of these dark magics, Adam felt, were not inferior to the previous spirit drive and possession spells. Here, I emphasize once again to criticize the possession spell. It was so disgusting, yet it still dared to be called advanced dark magic. Adam would gladly label it as the shame of advanced dark magic. Chapter 52, Dark Magic and Year-End Summary. Back to the point. The 6 dark magics that Adam randomly obtained are as follows. The first dark magic is called the Sprout Curse, another spell that doesn't sound like dark magic. But once the incantation is spoken, it becomes different. Blood Flesh Sprout. Its effect is to cause part of the target's body to mutate and rapidly absorb nutrients from other parts to grow. Ultimately, the target will be reduced to a dry corpse, with an amorphous mass of flesh or tentacles clinging to it. The effect can be said to be extremely disturbing, quite reminiscent of Adam's initial concept of chaotic transformation. I wonder who invented it. The second dark magic is called the Wither Curse, which can cause the target's vitality to decline rapidly like a wilting flower, leading to death. This spell could be considered quite dark magic, directly affecting the target's life force with simple yet domineering effects. Moreover, the casting of this spell is silent and wandless, with neither incantation nor wand movement. Adam speculates that it is a curse created by ancient wizards to combat powerful magical creatures. The curse that directly affects the decay of life force can ignore the magical resistance brought by the strong physical bodies of those magical creatures. The third dark magic is called the Rotting Curse. Strictly speaking, this curse is a type of hex used on certain objects and is highly covert. When the target comes into contact with the object, there will be no immediate harm. However, over the next few days, the entire body of the target will begin to decay like a corpse, rotting, emitting a foul odor, and even festering and attracting maggots. The most terrifying aspect is that the lethality of this rotting curse is not high, but its intensity is extremely strong. Even an ordinary person can endure it for a period of time after being cursed. With proper treatment, they can even continue to live for many years. But it is almost impossible to eradicate it by any means, even with Phoenix Tears. The term almost indicates that methods like Voldemort's, which involve destroying the physical body and then creating a new one to resurrect, can still escape the rotting curse. The fourth dark magic is called the Drain Curse, a type of dark magic developed based on the Dementor. The Drain Curse can extract all positive emotions and even life force from the target, converting them into the user's magical power. Adam speculates that the creator's possible intention was to extend their lifespan by draining life force, but something went wrong, and it ended up only being able to convert into magical power. Additionally, the Drain Curse has a drawback. It is not very suitable for use in intense battles because its method of activation is Drain, which requires getting close to the target with the mouth. Nevertheless, this curse is still very practical. Its target can be anything with life force, including plants. With it, Adam no longer has to worry about insufficient magical power while practicing spells or exploring the Forbidden Forest, and rapidly replenishing his state after battles is also strategically significant. The fifth dark magic is called the Soul Loss Curse, which can disconnect the target's physical body from their soul, causing the target to be unable to feel or control their body while remaining conscious. It is somewhat similar to the Soul Snatching Curse, but its effect is not as strong. It cannot control the target's actions, and the target will be aware of what happens during that time, though it may have unexpected uses in certain situations. Adam thinks this curse could be particularly effective for Lupin when he is about to transform into a werewolf. Furthermore, it could serve as an alternative to anesthesia during surgeries. Let your mind wander. The last dark magic is called the Corpse Shadow Curse, which can create corpse shadows. This is also the only dark magic among these 6 that Adam has heard of before. Speaking of which, isn't the inventory of dark magic in this interface a bit too rich? Back to the point. The effect of the Corpse Shadow Curse is not to directly turn a corpse into a corpse shadow, but rather to produce a liquid. Corpses soaked in this liquid will transform into corpse shadows. To be honest, corpse shadows are not strong in combat, but their numbers can become terrifying. The most frightening scenario is when a large army of corpse shadows is combined with a significant amount of this liquid. In the cave that Harry and Professor Dumbledore entered, the water was all this liquid, so once dragged in and killed, the corpse would become part of the corpse shadow army. These dark magics are basically inconvenient for Adam to cast openly due to his identity, but the Dark Heart Mage is different. Simply using the Unforgivable Curse along with a lawless personality inevitably overlaps the impression of the Dark Heart Mage with Voldemort. Adam can definitely use these curses to craft a more perfect setting for the Dark Heart Mage, shaping a more well-rounded, three-dimensional, and recognizable character. It should be noted that character development is something Adam takes seriously. In the end, Adam's gaze fell on the main interface, where there was a piece of parchment. This was the real highlight. First year's summary in the first year. Your course grades are as follows: Astronomy, O Herbology, O Transfiguration, O Charms, O Potions, O History of Magic, O Defense Against the Dark Arts, O Course Evaluation, S Course Reward. Enhanced cognitive ability in the first year. You added a total of 64 points to the house, and Gryffindor ultimately ranked first. House Points Evaluation, S House Points Reward. Enhanced Magical Power Special Event Contribution, 50 Voldemort possessed Quirrell and infiltrated Hogwarts to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Under your covert planning, his scheme failed, and he never discovered your presence from start to finish. Special Event Evaluation, S Special Event Reward. One specified skill owned by Voldemort Final Year Evaluation, SSS Year Reward. 3 skill points, 3 random professor character cards. Honor card First Year, SSS Year Summary. Adam was also surprised to learn that such things exist, and the rewards can be considered quite generous. The enhancement of cognitive abilities and magical power are both extremely important attributes. As mentioned before, spells are the result of the combined effects of consciousness and magical power. The achievements gained are all related to learning talent, but these two are directly related to the strength of casting abilities. Choosing any one of Voldemort's skills holds significant value. It's important to note that, although Voldemort has not conquered a single school and has struggled to occupy England, making him seem quite unimpressive, in reality, Voldemort is not weak at all. The entire resistance force in England is centered around Hogwarts. Voldemort is currently the most powerful and dangerous dark wizard in the world, and Dumbledore has commented that Voldemort's knowledge of magic surpasses that of any living wizard. Despite Adam seemingly knowing a lot of dark magic now, he is still far behind Voldemort, who has spent many years traveling the world studying dark magic. The Savior Harry is both a Horcrux of Voldemort and a target for Voldemort's second resurrection. In the early stages, his wand was Voldemort's twin wand, and later he became the true master of Voldemort's old wand. He only managed to win against Voldemort with great difficulty in the end, under circumstances where his buffs were nearly maxed out. Chapter 53. Completing the Shortcomings. Adam was stunned by Voldemort's impressive skill set after choosing to receive it. If Voldemort's skill set were to be published as a book, it could easily be titled The Complete Compendium of Ancient and Modern Dark Magic. He has dabbled in almost all known dark magic, and most of it is of a high level. In comparison, he seems less enthusiastic about other types of magic. However, Adam can disregard most of it when making his selection, such as spells that can be learned at school, which he can pass on, as well as spells that duplicate the effects of those he already possesses. Especially with dark magic, the effects are mostly the same: killing, controlling, tormenting, cursing, etc. And Adam already has similar spells. Additionally, dark magic that is disgusting, cruel, bloody, or requires an unacceptable cost for Adam is also not on the list of choices. It must be said that the magic Voldemort learned, aside from the basics taught at school, is mostly of the same caliber. And after filtering through the vast array of spells, not much remains. This includes the dark mark he randomly drew from the rewards he received from the Weasley twins before Christmas, which is basically useless. So, with the remaining spells, what should he choose? Adam carefully selected and ultimately narrowed down his options to 2 spells: Voldemort's Flight spell and Apparition, as mobility is an area where Adam currently lacks. Voldemort's Flight spell is a spell created by Voldemort that allows the caster to transform into black mist and fly directly without the aid of a broomstick. While it is not as fast as Apparition for long-distance travel, it excels in maneuverability during combat. However, using Apparition in intense battles might lead to side effects like splinching due to distraction. The issue is that this spell was created by Voldemort, and for those who understand Voldemort, it almost symbolizes him. Therefore, Adam could never use it openly. If he chose this, he could only use it under the identity of a dark wizard. But considering that he could learn Apparition when he got older, using it now would be illegal. And he also couldn't use it openly. Moreover, he had just bought a firebolt for 5,000 galleons. Learning Apparition now would mean wasting that investment. After careful consideration, Adam felt that selecting Apparition would be a loss. Thus, he ultimately chose Voldemort's Flight spell, referred to simply as the Flight spell. Having made this choice, Adam looked at the final year rewards: 3 skill points, an honor card, and 3 professor cards. The function of skill points is straightforward. 1 skill point can directly upgrade a spell to its maximum level of 10, regardless of its previous level. To reach maximum level, a spell requires a high level of talent, inspiration, and effort. It seems that skill points should be used on spells that are at the lowest levels, preferably on spells that he has just learned, to maximize their value. However, in reality, most spells do not need to be upgraded to maximum level, and Adam would not practice them to that extent anyway. Upgrading the Lumos spell to maximum level would only result in more stable illumination, lower consumption, and brighter light. It would be useful as a flare. Therefore, skill points should be invested in truly important spells to realize their value. Even if a spell is already at level 6, using a skill point to jump it to level 10 provides far more value than upgrading a useless spell to level 10. After some consideration, Adam allocated one skill point to the Unbreakable Vow spell. This spell's function is to hide a secret within the soul of a living person, usually used to conceal the location of a building, with that living person being the secret keeper. As long as the secret keeper does not reveal the secret, then even if a thief presses their nose against the window of their living room, they will not see them. Whether Adam is now creating his secret base or protecting his family in the future, the importance of the Unbreakable Vow spell is self-evident. Moreover, this spell is quite complex. Having previously consulted Professor Dumbledore, Adam's Unbreakable Vow spell was only at level 3. It might be learned faster now, due to his improved talent, but since he needs to use it soon, he decided not to spend that effort. As for the remaining 2 skill points, Adam would not consider dark magic. With his current talent in dark magic, he could quickly reach a level of proficiency, and the harmful effects of dark magic mean that he does not have a pressing need for it to be at maximum level. Therefore, Adam's focus turned to the Patronus charm, the shield charm, the disarming charm, and the transfiguration spell. Offensively, Adam's several fully upgraded dark spells could meet his needs, and mobility was temporarily resolved, so he considered defense and functionality, which are also his weaknesses. The Patronus charm was the first spell Adam ruled out. The reason is simple. He fears that even if he reaches maximum level, he might not be able to produce a Patronus. Although he does not need emotional support for dark magic, the Patronus charm still requires it. Adam has lived a second life, and the longer one lives, the more complicated their thoughts become. The pure happy memories needed to cast a Patronus are something Adam honestly struggles to recall. They're from his childhood and his previous life. Even in this life, when he discovered that magic existed, he found little joy in considering the future, safety, and gains and losses. The disarming charm was the second spell Adam excluded. Its function is to interrupt an opponent's spell, and its effect is one time only. As a protective spell that can be cast by an individual or collectively by multiple people, when it comes to defending others, Adam prefers the shield charm, which can be maintained for longer duration. Protecting others, such as family, is Adam's primary reason for wanting to max out a protective spell. He has considerable room for maneuver when he himself is in danger. For example, if a killing curse is thrown at him, it's more effective than any protective spell. More importantly, the shield charm has many variants, such as fortification, banishment of enemies, all-around protection, and safeguarding. The shield charm must be chosen. But Adam faced a dilemma with the transfiguration spell. He was torn between maxing out the transfiguration spell or saving a skill point to see if a more important spell would need leveling up. After all, skill points are incredibly precious, and currently, there's only one way to obtain them: the end-of-year summary. This means that before the end-of-year summary next year, he is unlikely to receive more skill points. To be honest, regarding the special events of the first year, Adam did not actually attend at the end, and he still cannot make sense of how he got over 50 participation. Whether he can earn as many skill points next year is still uncertain. However, the importance of the transfiguration spell is undeniable. As part of spells, a series of spells developed based on the transfiguration spell has been established as a new discipline called transfiguration at Hogwarts, proving its importance and uniqueness. As the foundation of transfiguration, a maxed-out transfiguration spell will benefit all spells included in the discipline. Moreover, after Adam's studies over the last few months, he has begun to master the technique of secondary transformation control using the transfiguration spell, which can play a significant role in offense, defense, and restraint. It can be said that this is a highly practical spell once leveled up, and maxing out the transfiguration spell will greatly enhance Adam's combat power. In an instant, the level 6 transfiguration spell became level 10, and a vast amount of casting experience flooded into Adam's mind. Ultimately, Adam chose to allocate a skill point to the transfiguration spell. The reason is simple. The transfiguration spell is indeed important. By deciding to add points to the transfiguration spell, he can start trial tasks earlier, and his interface also has a spell refinement function. Speaking of interface functions, Adam looked at the fourth icon on the main interface, the book that he had never quite figured out its purpose. When he previously unlocked a side quest and saw character cards among the rewards, Adam had suspected that this icon was related to those cards. Now that he had obtained an honor card and 3 character cards, when Adam clicked on the book icon and saw that card, he knew he was right and also learned about the function of the book icon. Simply put, it was for collecting cards. Each card had its own attributes. Honor cards could take effect without being equipped, while character cards could only take effect after being equipped in one of the 3 slots. Adam currently has the following cards. First Year SSS type, Honor card attribute. Learning Efficiency 15 Professor Dumbledore, Transfiguration Professor type, Character card attribute. Consumption of Transfiguration spells reduced by 50 Professor McGonagall, Head of Gryffindor type. Character card attribute. Spell power increased by 20 Madam Hooch Silver Arrow type, Character card attribute. Significant improvement in Quidditch talent. The effects of the 4 cards are quite good, except for Madam Hooch Silver Arrow, which seems to be of little use. The images on the cards are all different. The card face of First Year SSS features a parchment scroll, while the character cards depict figures related to the characters on the cards. Notably, the image of Professor Dumbledore on the Transfiguration Professor card shows him in his younger days. For both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, Adam has received branch tasks, and the 2 cards in the rewards share the same prefix as those he just obtained. From this, Adam deduces that different periods and circumstances of the same person correspond to different cards, and the card and the branch tasks reflect the state of that character under different endings of the task. After speculating about the newly unlocked features, Adam had no better options. With 3 character cards and 3 equipment slots, he naturally equipped them all. Thus, the accumulated interface messages were finally cleared. Looking at the sky, he noted it was still just afternoon. He had important matters to attend to tonight, and he still had time to make it there. Before Adam went out today, he told his parents that he wouldn't be coming back tonight. Of course, it couldn't be just for the sake of selling the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider. As the saying goes, since he was already out, it would be too much trouble not to make the most of it. Adam had planned to take advantage of the day to blackmail and pick up a dragon egg. At the same time, processing so much information at once consumed a lot of energy, and Adam couldn't help but remind himself, from now on, even if he was resting, he should check the interface before going to bed every night. At night, on a beach in northern Scotland, Adam, dressed in black heart demon attire, watched the ebb and flow of the tides while waiting. Meanwhile, he kept playing with a wand that looked like a broken tree branch in his hands. Speaking of which, this wand was crafted by him based on the one he saw in a divination, which belonged to a young Grindelwald. Although he didn't know the materials of the wand's body and core, its appearance was definitely a 1-to-1 replica. He wondered if his photo would be on the Ministry of Magic's wanted list. If Professor Dumbledore saw this wand in the newspaper, he would probably rush straight to Numungard. Previously, he hadn't looked at the headmaster in Grindelwald's 2 months due to the inconvenience at school. Once this task was finished, he planned to set up a secret base in his suitcase at home. When it came time to brew the dragon vein potion, he would pile up a bunch of cushions to create a lazy sofa next to the cauldron, prepare fries, bake sausages, and milk tea, and review the headmaster's romantic history in his younger days. Wouldn't that be delightful? This is what life is all about. Just as Adam was daydreaming about the future, he suddenly raised his wand, and a blinding green light shot out from the tip. The next moment, a figure appeared through the portkey, and before they could even take in their surroundings, they were hit directly, falling to the ground with a look of shock on their face. This is why you can't use portkeys or apparate during a fight, especially in front of a diviner. It's like being a live target. Slowly putting away his wand, Adam shook his head as he looked at the body on the ground, then crouched down, put on dragonskin gloves, and picked up the suitcase from the person's hand. Opening the suitcase, he found a completely black egg with a hint of bronze color at the tip resting inside, surrounded by dry grass and linen cloth. This was an egg of a Hungarian horntail. The Hungarian horntail is covered in black scales and has a lizard-like appearance. It has yellow eyes and bronze-colored horns, and its long tail is adorned with spikes that are close to bronze in color. It is one of the fire dragons that can breathe fire the farthest, with a range of up to 50 feet. At the same time, the Hungarian horntail is also considered one of the most vicious and aggressive types of fire dragons. Adam really liked it. Compared to the Norwegian ridgeback, the Hungarian horntail was even more powerful. At least among the dragons still alive in the world, the Hungarian horntail was one of the best. The dragon vein potion, made in this way, would have better quality and effects than the one made by Norbert. Thinking about it this way, the sudden clarity at that moment was actually a good thing. Taking out his discreet expansion suitcase, Adam placed the dragon egg inside, closed the suitcase with the corpse, and set it back beside him. Then he drew his wand and pointed at the suitcase. Decay. An invisible curse wrapped around the suitcase. Prepared for the guy who would come to meet this corpse later. Before doing such a thing, Adam had to use divination to confirm who the parties involved in the transaction were, and the result was obvious. A scumbag who could make Adam use the decay curse without any psychological barriers deserved to be executed in 10 minutes. As for the one directly killed by the killing curse, although he wasn't a good person either, the people he had wronged were not good either. In Adam's eyes, a straightforward killing curse was enough. After casting the curse and confirming that guy's tragic future with divination, Adam picked up the suitcase and transformed into a cloud of black mist to leave. With the ability to divine, it was that simple to plot against someone. Those two guys wouldn't even know who had acted against them until their deaths. On a patch of grass about 10 miles away from the beach, Adam reformed his shape. Kneeling on one knee, Adam took a deep breath towards the ground. Centered on Adam, the grass within a radius of several dozen meters instantly withered. There was no choice. The consumption of the flying spell for long-distance travel was too great. So Adam had to fly for a while, and then stop to use the absorption spell to regain some magic. Fortunately, the flying talent Adam had previously acquired seemed to enhance not only the flying broom, but also the flying spell. With the use of the flying spell, its level was rapidly increasing. Initially, when Adam just learned the flying spell, both his and Voldemort's flying spells were at level 6. After rushing to the seaside previously, Adam's flying spell had risen to level 7, surpassing Voldemort, the creator of it. If Adam continued to practice, his flying spell level might eventually be so high that even Voldemort would not recognize it as his own creation. Chapter 55. Dragon Vein Potion in the blink of an eye. The brewing of the Dragon Vein Potion had lasted for half a month. After stabilizing, the potion in the cauldron presented a deep crimson color, wafting with curling smoke under gentle heat. The more Adam advanced on the path of potions, the more he understood Professor Snape's words before the first class. Compared to the more idealistic spells, potions were more precise and intuitive. You could watch it take shape under your hands and truly feel the sense of accomplishment from the intoxicating power being born, which was entirely different from magic. Even the smell of the potion, similar to traditional Chinese medicine, became pleasing. At that moment, the main ingredient, the Hungarian horntail, hatched. When the dragon egg began to stir, Adam stopped watching a show and waited beside the egg. The newly hatched baby dragon already had some power, but it was still directly pierced through its scales and skin by a precise strike, exposing a thumb-sized heart to the air. Using tools to secure the baby dragon, he removed the heart, placed it in the cauldron, then moved the cauldron off the fire and stirred it clockwise 3 1/4 times. In the instant he finished stirring, the entire pot of potion instantly changed from dark red to a clear, transparent bright red, as if the dragon's heart had melted at that moment. The Dragon Vein Potion was complete. Adam poured the potion into a bottle, not in a hurry to drink it, but instead turning to look at the young dragon that had lost its heart but was not yet completely dead. As a young dragon, the treasure-like qualities of Fire Dragon were not evident in it, but it still held value that Adam could exploit. Using the universal language spell, Adam could grasp the language of the dragon. Taking advantage of the young dragon's still-breathing state, Adam pointed his wand at its head. First using the soul-severing spell to cut off the connection between the dragon's soul and body, then reciting the incantation to gradually extract the young dragon's soul. Finally, under the influence of the spell, the nature of the young dragon's soul was altered, forming something akin to a soul fragment that adhered to Adam's own soul. This fragment acted like an external organ, allowing the fire dragon's voice to be transformed into information that Adam could understand. At the same time, if Adam wished, his spoken words could also be converted into the language of the fire dragon, enabling the dragon to comprehend his meaning. After completing all of this, Adam looked at the young dragon fixed in the container, lost in thought. How should he handle the remaining parts? This little one didn't have much meat. Should he try making soup? After consulting some books on how to prepare fire dragon meat, Adam brewed a pot of soup using Hungarian tree bees, combined with some spices and mushrooms. However, after taking a sip, he dumped the whole pot out, as the strong fishy smell of the cooked dragon meat could not be masked even by the spices. And this was just a young dragon, which was absurd. He couldn't understand how those wizards who wrote those recipes managed to eat it. Fortunately for Adam, he was relieved that although the fire dragon was very fishy when cooked, the taste of the Dragon Vein Potion was normal. To prevent any accidents, Adam specifically told his parents that he was going to hang out with classmates for a while, with an uncertain return date, and not to worry. As his parents began discussing how to plan their upcoming weekend together, Adam stepped out the door with a suitcase. Adam first found a safe and unoccupied place for the next month, then cast the heartfelt loyalty spell on the suitcase before opening it and adjusting it to the first setting to slip inside. His suitcase has a total of 5 settings, which Adam has configured to different sizes for various purposes. The first setting is the same size as the exterior, containing clothes and similar items, used to disguise it as an ordinary suitcase, just like Newt does for passing security checks. After all, a suitcase is not like a handbag. In this era, it must be opened for inspection. The second setting is Adam's laboratory, which is also the place for brewing potions, with the necessary tools and potion materials stored here. This setting also doubles as Adam's lounge, where the cushions he uses for watching shows and a small table for snacks are located, along with a proper bed for resting, roughly the size of classroom. The third setting is Adam's storage space, holding items he frequently uses, such as daily necessities, easily storable food, water, and beverages. The space in this setting expands based on necessity. If it's too spacious, it becomes inconvenient to find things. The fourth setting is Adam's refuge, with a space of 20,000 cubic meters. The existence of this setting has been reinforced by the heartfelt loyalty spell, with Adam himself as the secret keeper. If any danger arises, Adam plans to have his parents stay here. In addition to complete furniture, he has also stored long-lasting food and water inside, enough to last 2 adults for a year. It is important to note that for wizards, acquiring food and water is quite simple. A few growth spells and spring water spells can do the trick, making unprocessed food and water very cheap in the wizarding world. The fifth setting currently has no specific usage plan, and any extra space Adam has is in the fifth setting. Now, Adam has entered this fifth setting. Standing in the empty space, having completed all necessary preparations, Adam takes out the dragon blood potion and drinks it all at once after uncorking the bottle. The bright red potion flowed down Adam's throat like a solid stream, leaving no residue in the bottle. Once inside his body, the dragon blood potion seemed to change form. Adam could clearly feel the coolness not entering his stomach, but instead surging into his heart in the left chest. Following that came a burning sensation. As the blood pumped from the heart felt like boiling water, no, like magma. The burning sensation quickly spread throughout his body with the flow of blood, and Adam threw the potion bottle far away, before collapsing to the ground in agony. This was the outcome he had already seen in his divination. Adam did not panic, but instead endured the pain, waiting for it to pass. The burning sensation spread to every inch of his body, and Adam felt the air he exhaled begin to twist in the heat, even doubting whether he would be able to breathe fire in the future. When the burning sensation finally receded like a tide, Adam's body was drenched in sweat. He opened his mouth. His throat felt dry enough to ignite. But contrary to his expectations, he did not breathe fire, not even a spark. This was to be expected, as the dragon blood potion only granted the bloodline of a dragon. It would not cause new organs to grow. Adam moved his body and got up from the ground. Although he was drenched in sweat, enough to dehydrate a normal person, Adam's condition was surprisingly good. Chapter 56. Bloodline Enhancement. Adam could clearly feel that his body was completely different from before. He had a stronger physique, a more powerful soul, sharper perceptions, and more immense magical power. In terms of magic, Adam felt that he had even surpassed most adult wizards. However, more than the joy of becoming stronger, Adam was now more concerned about another matter. Stepping out of the suitcase, Adam shifted gears and stepped back inside. After removing his clothes and seeing himself in the full-length mirror, he breathed a sigh of relief, as he looked quite similar to his original self. He was just a bit taller, and his muscular build was noticeably better than before when he had hardly exercised. But there was no significant difference when he put his clothes back on. After all, kids do change a bit during holiday. Thus, Adam turned his attention to the rewards for the Dragon Tamer task. There were 2 rewards for this task. One was the formula for the Dragon Pulse Potion, and the other was an increase in bloodline level based on the grade of the Dragon Pulse Potion consumed. The first reward was given in advance when the task was accepted, while the second reward needed to be extracted manually by Adam, which had already been indicated as available when he consumed the Dragon Pulse Potion. Since the Dragon Pulse Potion had little effect on his body, why not extract it now? As for the issue of growing taller and being exposed, Adam thought about it and figured that since he had previously told his parents he was going to hang out with friends to prevent any surprises, he could simply stay at Ron's house for a while. Previously, he and the twins had invited him to play at the Weasley house, and just a few days ago, he received an invitation letter from Ron. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month, so even if Adam grew significantly taller all of a sudden, it would just cause some surprise. Similarly, If he stayed at the Weasley house for a while and then returned home, his parents would only be surprised at how much their son had grown. In short, as long as he didn't come home at night significantly taller than when he left in the morning, the height difference wouldn't be a big deal. However, Adam hadn't anticipated the reward of bloodline upgrading to be even more powerful than the effect of the Dragon Pulse potion, and it was much more intense. Several hours later, Adam woke up from his sleep, and this time he didn't feel as uncomfortable as when he had consumed the Dragon Pulse potion. Instead, it felt more like when he had awakened his apocalypse talent, making him accidentally drift off to sleep. Just as Adam speculated that the pain might only occur at the beginning of the bloodline fusion, he casually turned his head and was stunned by the reflection in the mirror. Adam quickly sat up and examined the changes that had occurred in his body. His naturally curly golden hair had grown a bit longer, with the ends reaching his shoulders. The contours of his face had also changed slightly, becoming more rugged. His body, as he had guessed, had grown a bit taller, now a full head taller than before, and his physique had improved even more, with his six-pack abs transforming into an eight-pack. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was Adam's eyes. The silver gray of his left eye had become deeper. If the original silver gray gave off a beautiful impression, now it seemed cold at first glance, as if devoid of any emotion. As for his right eye, it had completely turned into a bright golden color, resembling a fire dragon's slit pupil, exuding a strong sense of aggression and ferocity. Looking at his eyes, which appeared half human and half beast, Adam was startled at first sight. What was going on? Did upgrading his bloodline level really turn him into a dragon? Or perhaps a half-human, half-dragon? Adam thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable itch in his throat, but when he opened his mouth to cough, not even a spark came out. All right, it was just an illusion. At that moment, the after-sale service of the interface finally arrived, explaining the changes in Adam's body. It turned out that the reward for this task was not to enhance the dragon bloodline level, but to increase the bloodline level. What does that mean? It means that the bloodline originally within Adam would also be upgraded with this reward. So, did Adam originally have a bloodline? Of course. Wizards can cast spells precisely because of the bloodline of magical creatures. Through generations of hybridization, Adam possesses quite a few bloodlines, though most of them are so diluted that upgrading them would only yield minimal concentration, which is not very useful. However, not all of Adam's bloodlines are diluted. His divination talent is not something just any wizard can possess. In this world where extraordinary power comes from magical creatures, this itself signifies that Adam has reverted to a bloodline of a magical creature with a considerable concentration. With the added boost from his apocalyptic talent, this bloodline that grants prophetic abilities has already reached a prominent level, marking the first change in the color of Adam's eyes. Thus, within Adam's body, there are simultaneously two bloodlines, and when these two already strong bloodlines are further enhanced, Adam, being so small, finds himself filled to the brim, leading to a conflict between the bloodlines. Adam originally possessed a bloodline that leaned towards the spiritual dimension, such as divination and inspiration. The bloodline of the fire dragon, on the other hand, is oriented towards the physical dimension, with powers like physical strength and magical energy that are tangible and real. When these two types of powers coexist peacefully, they can provide Adam with a comprehensive enhancement. However, if a conflict arises between the two powers, it will undoubtedly lead to a significant weakening. If Adam were to upgrade his bloodline level on his own, it could indeed result in a weakening due to the conflict. However, it is the interface that upgrades Adam's bloodline. Under the power of the interface, the two bloodlines that were originally destined to clash are distinctly separated. Yet, under the same power of the interface, both bloodlines must continue to upgrade. Since the content cannot increase, the result of the continued upgrade is, of course, an increase in concentration. Thus, in the end, Adam's eyes became two different ones, a prominent expression of the two separated bloodlines. Overall, it is a good thing, although it does look a bit frightening. After receiving the information from the interface, Adam breathed a sigh of relief. With such a significant change in his body, it would be impossible for him not to feel anxious. Knowing that it is a good thing is enough for now. As for his appearance, Adam considered that hairstyle and height didn't matter, but it was better to cover up his eyes. The change in eye color had already caught the attention of the professors the first time, and this change, especially the bright golden dragon eye in his right eye, was too conspicuous. Once he arrived at a place where wizards gathered, he would cast a transformation spell on himself. A max-level transformation spell would easily change his eye color. Moreover, with the attributes of the young Professor Dumbledore's card, combined with the magical power increase from his bloodline, maintaining a change in eye color would have no impact on Adam. After changing into a trench coat skin, Adam couldn't help but look at himself in the mirror again. Although his eyes looked scary at first glance, he indeed looked much more handsome overall, and his demeanor was almost entirely different from before. Chapter 57. The Burrow, as previously mentioned, wizards whose magical abilities stem from bloodlines correspond to the DD class of Warlock rather than Wizard. Wizards invest in intelligence, while Warlocks invest in charisma, and the enhancement of bloodlines naturally brings an increase in charisma. This charisma is not just about appearance, but also an intangible attraction, such as personal charm, authority, persuasiveness, etc. This is why powerful wizards often attract a group of fervent followers around them. They are drawn to the charisma of these powerful wizards, with appearance playing a negligible role in that charm. Even with someone like Voldemort, whose face was disfigured and who clearly had a cold, cruel, and unforgiving personality, Bellatrix Lestrange and a few others still swore lifelong loyalty to him, willing to give their lives for him. This is the influence of charisma. Of course, Adam did not intend to raise a flag and do anything grand. The greatest effect of his increased charisma for him was simply to become more handsome. After all, everyone has a desire for beauty. Who wouldn't want to look a little better? After a meal, to replenish his lost stamina and hydration, Adam took out the suitcase. He removed the unbreakable vow from the suitcase, picked it up, assessed the direction, and transformed into a plume of black smoke that flew far away. At this point, the power brought by his bloodline was showcased. Originally, Adam would have to stop to regain mana after flying 10 miles. But now he could fly that distance without feeling any depletion of magical power. In terms of the amount of magical power, Adam, bearing 2 powerful bloodlines, had already surpassed most wizards in the world, basically no longer needing to worry about insufficient magical power as he had before. In fact, this is the norm for wizards. Their talents simultaneously affect the spells they can learn and the amount of magical power. At each stage, the mana consumption of the spells they learn is relatively low compared to the total amount of magical power they have grown to at that stage. So wizards generally do not worry about insufficient magical power throughout their lives. Only someone like Adam, who learned various powerful spells when he had little magical power, would experience a situation where his magical power couldn't keep up with consumption. The Weasley home, called the Burrow, is located outside the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Both Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are members of the Order of the Phoenix and can recognize Voldemort's flying spell. So Adam switched to a firebolt as soon as he could see the shadow of the burrow. In front of the burrow was a pig pen made of stones, and behind it was a vegetable garden. The main body of the house looked quite strange, resembling several crooked houses stacked together, with 4 or 5 chimneys protruding from the red roof. Adam flew all the way over, and when he landed in front of the humble abode, Mrs. Molly was surprisingly waiting at the door. "Hello, dear, who are you?" Mrs. Molly's smile was gentle but tinged with a hint of confusion. It was the first time she had encountered a child riding a flying broomstick coming to their home at night. "You must be Ron's mother, right?" Adam got off the firebolt with a well-behaved smile on his face. "My name is Adam. I'm Ron's classmate, here to play with him." Ron as classmate. Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth, somewhat in disbelief, and looked Adam up and down. Given his build, he could be more like Fred's classmate. But then Mrs. Weasley remembered who Adam was, the child Ron and Fred and George had mentioned. "Oh, so it's you, dear. Come in." Mrs. Weasley's smile faltered for a moment. "I still have to wait here for those troublemakers." Troublemakers? Wait. Adam was still in doubt when Mrs. Molly warmly took his hand and led him into the house, sitting him down at the dining table. Before he could say anything, a box of cream fudge appeared in his lap, and a teacup filled with red tea was placed in front of him. "Sorry, dear. Please wait here for a moment, Mrs." Molly hadn't finished her sentence when a roar of an engine came from outside. "Huh? In the air? An engine?" Adam turned his head and was dumbfounded as he saw a car coming down from the sky through the window, heading towards them. "Uh-huh, I knew it." Mrs. Molly suddenly exploded, stood up, and rushed out the door, completely abandoning her previous gentle and kind demeanor. "Do you have any idea how anxious I am?" Outside the door, Ron and the twins got out of the car, looking like 3 little quails being scolded by Mrs. Molly. It was the first time Adam had seen the twins behave so well. He silently took a sip of his red tea and then saw Harry getting out of the car, his eyes having returned to their original silver-gray color. He blanked out for a moment, then remembered this was one of the futures he had seen before, but it hadn't left a deep impression because it wasn't important. Plus, cough cough, the stories from the headmaster over the past 2 months were so exciting that he had forgotten about this detail. Mrs. Molly stood there scolding the 3 of them for nearly an hour, her voice hoarse, before leading them all into the house. It's so nice to see you, Harry. Come sit down with Adam. Breakfast will be ready soon. Mrs. Molly walked straight to the kitchen. Adam. Harry looked over in surprise, and Adam waved his teacup at him. Hi, Harry. Adam. When did you arrive? It was clear that Harry wasn't the only one surprised. Fred and George rushed to Adam's side, each hugging him from one side. I just arrived too. I have to say, it was quite a dazzling entrance. After chatting with the twins for a bit, Adam greeted Ron. The space was relatively small, and after a few of them sat down, it inevitably became a bit cramped. Adam moved his chair a bit closer to Harry, only to find that Harry was almost sitting in midair, his bottom barely touching the chair. Don't be too nervous, Harry. Mrs. Molly is very gentle. She even knitted you a sweater for Christmas, right? Here, have a candy. Adam stuffed a piece of creamy candy into Harry's mouth, and the sweet, milky flavor spread in his mouth, visibly relaxing Harry. Oh, dear Adam, your mouth is really sweet. Mrs. Molly, who was frying sausages, seemed very happy to hear Adam's words, and she turned to comfort Harry. I don't blame you, dear. Arthur and I are also very worried about you. Last night, we said that if you didn't reply to Ron, we would come and get you ourselves. Mrs. Molly walked over and divided the sausages from the pan onto everyone's plates, each with at least 8 or 6 pieces. Thank you, ma'am. I know I'm just a little curious about the wizarding family, Harry said gratefully, chewing the candy and looking around. The clock had pictures of the Weasley family on its hands, and the dial didn't have numbers, but words like home, school, and work. A stack of magical books about household chores was placed on the mantel, and a song sung by a witch was playing on the radio. Chapter 58, Two Little Poor Souls. Adam, what made you think of coming to our house in the middle of the night? Did you want to surprise us? Mrs. Molly went back to fry eggs, and the twins leaned over, making faces at Adam. That's a long story. Adam looked back at the past with a pained expression and cut a piece of sausage to stuff into his mouth. You all know that my parents' relationship has rapidly heated up since I've been away from home. When I mentioned that you invited me to hang out, they kicked me out of the house overnight to enjoy their couple's world. The twins exchanged glances, recalling that Adam had missed going back for Christmas for the same reason, and they comfortingly patted Adam on the shoulder. It's okay, brother, you can consider this place your home. Harry and Ron live together, so you can stay with us. No problem staying until school starts. We can go to school together. Fred and the others were right. Come on, dear, eat more. Mrs. Molly came over to distribute fried eggs to everyone. By the way, Adam, how did you get here? Did you take the night bus? Fred suddenly remembered question. I rode my flying broomstick here. Adam rolled up the sausage with a fried egg and then fixed it with a fork before stuffing it into his mouth. A flying broomstick? Where? Here. Adam pulled his suitcase from the corner. Wow. Looking at the suitcase, Fred's eyes lit up, and George also put down his sausage. Could it be that it was enchanted with a no-trace extension charm? Yes. The buttons for adjusting the compartments and space were enchanted with a loyalty charm. Keeping the suitcase at the warehouse setting, and Adam went to see with them. When the twins discovered that there was enough space inside for a person to enter, they cheered and jumped right in. Hey, George, Fred, play after breakfast. Mrs. Molly shouted at the open suitcase, then looked apologetically at Adam. They're always like this. Such a headache. But that's exactly why they are Fred and George. Adam could tell that, although she always complained, Mrs. Molly still loved them very much and liked each of the children. Well, that's true. Indeed, Mrs. Molly sighed helplessly and set aside the 2 plates to wait for them to come up and eat later. By the way, I was kicked out because my parents wanted to have their own world. So how did Harry end up here? And in this way, too. Adam pointed his fork at the car outside. Oh, didn't we tell you? Ron, who had been eating so much that he could barely lift his head, wiped the grease from his mouth and indignantly recounted Harry's experiences to Adam, including Harry's bizarre family and that house elf named Dobby. They didn't even let Harry eat. Ron emphasized at the end, oh, no wonder Harry hasn't replied to my letters. A house elf? So, you didn't receive the birthday gift I sent you either? Adam looked at Harry. No, I eventually got it. Thanks for the broom care kit. Harry sighed. It's a pity. I only just got my broom back. Oh, come on. Have some more, Mrs. Molly said as she handed the buttered bread to Adam and Harry, her face full of affection. Just then, a little girl in long pajamas ran in, screamed, and then ran out again. Adam looked at Mrs. Weasley, and the girl's red hair was clearly a sign that she was a Weasley child. Ginny Weasley? In an instant, an image of Harry and Ginny embracing as adults flashed before Adam's eyes, prompting him to look meaningfully at Harry. Harry looked at Adam in confusion, but Adam said nothing. That was Ginny Weasley, my sister. She had been talking about you all summer, even wanting your autograph. Ron was eating quickly and was almost done. Adam and Harry were eating a bit slower. Finally, after a few more minutes, the twins, who had not come out and had been unbearable, were personally pulled out by Mrs. Weasley from their suitcase. Mom, let's play for a while longer. It's a firebolt. The twins, each being tugged by the ear by Mrs. Weasley while eating their somewhat cold breakfast, continued to plead. At least let us finish eating before we play. Shut up. After you finish breakfast, you will go clean up the garden from the gnomes. They've been causing quite a ruckus. Mrs. Weasley looked up at Ron, whose eyes were also starting to shine. And you? Oh, of course, Harry, Adam, you two can rest for a while. You must be exhausted after not sleeping all night. Right? Mom, I didn't sleep all night either. I want to sleep too. You didn't sleep all night because you brought it on yourself. Ron's complaint was directly suppressed by Mrs. Weasley. Harry and Adam certainly wouldn't leave them behind to sleep. So after breakfast, the twins took Ron, Harry, and Adam to the backyard. Hey, bro, when did you buy the firebolt? Once out of Mrs. Weasley's sight, Fred immediately excitedly put his arm around Adam's shoulder. Wait, have you grown a lot? I didn't notice when you were sitting down, but now that you're standing, I just realized you're almost as tall as me. Maybe it's because I've been eating better this month. The food here is healthier than at school. Adam wore a natural smile on his face. This was not untrue. Although the food at school was abundant, there were very few light dishes, and even the soup was made with cream. As for the firebolt, that was something I bought in Diagon Alley a while ago. Although I don't play Quidditch, I thought I should get a broomstick for transportation. Using the firebolt for transportation is too extravagant. Isn't it? George looked dreamy. That costs a whole 5,000 galleons. I can barely even touch it in my dreams. Well, after we finish cleaning up the goblins, you can do some things you wouldn't even dare to do in your dreams. Madame Shuruk. Harry wasn't quite sure what a firebolt was. He had only heard from a few people that it was a flying broomstick, and a very expensive one at that. However, Ron was already getting excited. Can I have one too? Of course. With the temptation of the firebolt, the group suddenly had motivation. Fred and George dove straight into the overgrown garden, and soon emerged, each holding a goblin. Let me go. The goblins screamed, wriggling their bodies. They were very ugly, resembling the roots of a mandrake, but their large, round heads were even uglier than a mandrake. See, just like this. The twins held the goblins by their ankles, swinging them around like a giant pendulum, and finally flung them far away, all the way outside the fence made of trees. But won't they just come back? Aren't they like pests? Why not just get rid of them? Adam squatted down and grabbed the goblin, which was still struggling. Upon hearing Adam's words, the goblin suddenly shivered and looked at him in terror, curling up. Chapter 56. Life in the Poor Dwelling O. Fred was about to throw out a goblin when he couldn't help but look over after hearing this. The moment he met Adam's gaze, the goblin slipped from his hand and flew straight up, then landed headfirst into the ground next to Fred's feet. Adam, for a moment you really looked terrifying, truly. But you are right, they will come back. Dad is too lenient with them. He thinks they are amusing. George explained. Amusing? Adam thought for a moment and understood. He had previously mentioned that wizards had a spell for rapid growth, so he didn't mind too much that some of the vegetables he planted were eaten by goblins. It was different from his past life, where farmers relied on their harvests to survive and thus detested pests. Well then, Adam lowered his head, looking at the goblin in his hand, and revealed a seemingly gentle smile that was terrifying in the goblin's eyes. I don't want to waste effort throwing you. So can you just go out by yourself? The goblin nodded frantically. Adam let go, and as soon as the goblin hit the ground, it crazily ran away from Adam's direction, quickly disappearing over the fence. It seemed to have just seen a fire dragon baring its teeth at him. Watching Adam conquer his enemy without a fight, Harry, who didn't want to exert himself to throw the goblin, also wanted to give a try. However, as soon as he smiled at the goblin, he was bitten, and no matter how he shook, he couldn't get rid of it. In the end, with a great swing of his arm, a goblin projectile flew at least 50 feet away. Why can't I do it? Harry said angrily, shaking his finger that had teeth marks on it. Because I threatened it before that. Adam caught another goblin, which seemed to have heard what he just said and was exceptionally docile in his hands. All animals are afraid of the strong and bully the weak. If you just smile at them, they will think you're easy to deal with. Adam casually tossed the goblin aside, and after landing, the goblin immediately scrambled away without needing Adam to say anything. With the efforts of a few people, the goblins in the garden were quickly cleared out. The three Weasleys were pestering Adam, wanting to try out the crossbow. Don't you all need to take a break? I still plan to take a nap first. Adam handed them the fire crossbow arrow. No need. We're not tired at all. Fred took the fire crossbow arrow and ran off, while George pulled Adam to the edge of the stairs. On the left side of the third floor, the biggest room is mine and Fred's. You can sleep on either of the two beds. By the way, try to be a bit quiet. We have our experimental materials in there, and they might explode. Explode? Adam paused on the stairs. Actually, I could sleep in the suitcase too. Oh, Don't say that, Adam. We still have to have fun together tonight. It's really safe. At most there might be a small explosion, but the power of that is nothing compared to your roommate's spell. If we really blew up the house, Mom would have killed us long ago. George shook Adam and then quickly caught up with Fred and the others. Hurry up and go up, get some rest. Watching George walk away, Adam shook his head and went up the stairs. He divined a bit at the twins' door to confirm it wouldn't explode before opening the door and stepping inside. To his surprise, the twins' room was quite tidy, though it might also be because Mrs. Weasley cleaned up frequently. The two beds were completely identical, from the sheets and blankets to the pillows. Adam was indeed feeling a bit tired, so he took out his wand and gave the left bed a cleaning charm, changed into his pajamas, and lay down. Life at the Weasley house was filled with surprises and joy, which was a consensus between Adam and Harry in the following days. Mrs. Weasley treated the two of them as if they were her own children, even urging them to take more food during meals. Once, she discovered a hole in Harry's sock and even mended it for him. Mr. Arthur Weasley represents a different kind of enthusiasm. He is very interested in the lives of the two in the Muggle world and often asks them about various things in the Muggle world during his free time. However, such conversations often end with Mrs. Weasley's death glare. In fact, when Adam woke up that day, he heard Mrs. Weasley having a big argument over Mr. Weasley's flying car. The reason was that Mr. Weasley, as the head of the Muggle Artifacts Office at the Ministry of Magic, had actually violated the Muggle Protection Act he helped draft, even leaving loopholes for his own hobby of studying Muggle items when the law was being formulated. In addition to the two enthusiastic parents, Adam and Harry's roommates are also a major source of happiness for them, especially for Adam, with Fred and George as his two sources of joy. He experiences surprises almost every day. Bang! With a loud explosion, Adam opened his eyes and glanced out the window. The dim light indicated it was probably between 3 and 4 o'clock. He then turned his head back and gazed at Fred and George with a hint of annoyance. You two better have a good reason. They had clearly agreed not to conduct experiments during their sleep time, otherwise Adam wouldn't have agreed to share a room with them. Cough, cough. Adam, calm down. Seeing Adam draw his wand, Fred and George quickly wiped their soot-covered faces and rushed over to hug him. We just had a sudden inspiration in our dreams. You know how it is with inspiration. If you don't grab it immediately, it'll slip away quickly. Previously, when Adam was awakened by the ghoul in the attic, he had grabbed his wand and gone upstairs. What exactly Adam did remains unknown, but that ghoul hasn't made a noise in the middle of the night since then. They had no desire to personally experience how Adam's morning grumpiness was vented. Not at all. At the same time, it was only after that day, under Adam's explanation, that they understood that the trace could not pinpoint individuals, and that as long as magic was used in a fixed place where wizards resided, they need not fear the Ministry of Magic's tracking. Adam took a deep breath, and it was ultimately Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Wesley's care during this time that calmed him down. Let me go. The two released their grip, and Adam raised his wand, the look of terror instantly frozen on their faces, silent and motionless. The two opened their mouths but did not hear their own voices, exchanged glances, and opened their mouths again to say something, yet no sound came out. I've cast a silencing charm on your table and the surrounding area. As soon as you leave this range, you'll be able to hear again. Putting away his wand, Adam lay back down on the bed and pulled up the blanket. Good night, world. Hearing Adam's explanation, Fred and George finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then they looked at each other with surprise, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 60. Spell Refined Good Partners. About a week later, when Adam and the others came down for breakfast, Mrs. Weasley handed them the second-year book list that had been sent by Owl that morning. Dumbledore already knows you're here. He can see through anything. Mrs. Weasley remarked as she served breakfast to everyone. Adam glanced at the reading list and saw that there were 7 books he didn't have, all by the same author. Gideon Lockhart? Are you all going to buy his books too? Fred turned his head to look at the parchment in Adam's hands. The new defense against the dark arts professor must be an admirer of his, maybe even a witch. It could even be him, who knows? Adam squinted his eyes, already thinking about the restricted section before school even started. Besides, these textbooks did have some value. Although Lockhart, the fraud, had added a lot of personal content, the adventure experiences were indeed based on real memories. Mrs. Weasley didn't pay much attention to it, but Harry and Ron, who knew Adam could read fortunes, had already regarded Lockhart as the future professor for defense against the dark arts. These books weren't cheap. Gilderoy Lockhart's books were quite expensive. George quickly glanced at Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley. Moreover, they had quite a few kids going to school, and each of them needed to buy 7 books at once. Oh, we will find a way, Mrs. Weasley said, but there was still some worry on her face. I think many of Ginny's things can be bought secondhand. You're going to Hogwarts this year too? Harry looked curiously at Ginny, and the little girl, who idolized Harry, turned as red as her hair and shyly nodded. Good morning, everyone. At that moment, Percy came down from upstairs, impeccably dressed, with his prefect badge pinned to the chest of his knitted vest, even though it was still the holiday. Before he sat down, Adam quickly snatched away the owl that was sprawled on his chair. Oh, Errol, when did he come back? Ron hurriedly put down his fork and took the old owl, whose feathers were so messy, from Adam's hands, untying the letter Hermione had sent to Ron. The letter first reprimanded Harry, Adam, and Ron for doing team-building activities behind her back, talked about her recent daily life, inquired about Harry and Adam, and finally invited them to meet in Diagon Alley, mentioning she planned to buy textbooks next Wednesday. Oh my gosh, she's already started on holiday homework, and it's only July. Ron expressed his confusion. I've already finished mine. Adam remarked that this homework was not even a tenth of what he had to do during his previous life summer vacation. After all, he was a man who had experienced a sea of problems. Ron's expression froze on his face, and Harry also felt a bit overwhelmed, as he hadn't even started writing yet. However, their expressions soon brightened again. Once Adam finished, they could just copy his work, right? Ron mentioned to Mrs. Weasley about Hermione's invitation for next Wednesday, and Mrs. Weasley happily agreed that they would also go to Diagon Alley to buy books together next Wednesday. After breakfast, Harry and the others invited Adam to join them for some fun. The Weasley family's property on the mountain had an enclosed area completely surrounded by trees, where muggles below couldn't see inside. They could play Quidditch there, using apples instead of the Quidditch balls to throw and catch. I won't go. I'm not interested in Quidditch. You can take my firebolt, Adam said. Taking Adam's firebolt and Harry's Nimbus 2000, the group ran straight up the mountain. Harry and the others were used to Adam's refusal. He had always been uninterested in Quidditch. Even after Fred and George spent 3 nights explaining just how fun Quidditch was, he remained indifferent. As for Adam, he opened his suitcase and crawled inside. At that moment, the suitcase's setting had switched to the 5th gear, and a glass box stood lonely on the otherwise empty floor, filled with a mass of cockroaches. This was a trial Adam specifically raised for practicing spells. After all, if he used acromantulas to practice spells, by the time he finished with the killing curse, the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest would probably be extinct. Moreover, finding acromantulas was quite troublesome. Cockroaches, on the other hand, were perfect. They were excellent companions for spell practice. They reproduce quickly, are easy to care for, and just throwing in some vegetable scraps would suffice. After he killed enough of them, a few days later, there would be a bunch more. Simply perfect. One by one, the cockroaches stiffened in the green light, died in spasms, and turned to nothingness in the black fire, cleaved in two by an invisible blade until only a shallow layer remained in the glass box. Only then did Adam put away his wand. At this rate, he would be able to complete all spell practice except for the killing curse, and the killing curse's growing malice, and the disarming charm before school started. He could try out that notebook after school began. Besides that, the Fiendfire curse only had one trial left that required burning enough fuel. Or should he order a batch of wood? Crawling out of the suitcase and calculating his achievements, Adam felt a sense of security. By then, even if he encountered Voldemort, he could at least protect himself, right? In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and it was time to set off for Diagon Alley to buy books. Mrs. Weasley called everyone up early in the morning, and the table was filled with bacon sandwiches. Everyone hurriedly ate 5 or 6 each before putting on their coats and following Mrs. Weasley to the fireplace. Mrs. Weasley took a flower pot from the mantel and glanced at it. Not much left. We need to buy some for the guests today. She handed the flower pot to Adam, who grabbed a small handful and threw it into the fireplace. Diagon Alley. In the rising green flames, Adam's figure was instantly swallowed up and disappeared. The method of transportation using flue powder was somewhat similar to King's Cross Station, rather than apparition. Adam speculated that it might be some kind of spell that connects spaces. However, such questions didn't linger in Adam's mind for long. Similar spells were troublesome to set up and weren't suitable for someone like him who preferred to work alone. Adam stepped out of the fireplace, switched to pajamas, and then instantly switched back to his coat, his appearance returning to a spotless state. The skin change wouldn't retain any stains or damage, which could be considered a non-bug bug of the interface. It wasn't long before Fred, George, and Ron all emerged from the flames, but when Mrs. Weasley finally appeared, everyone's faces suddenly turned to fear. Where's Harry? Mrs. Weasley blinked at Mr. Weasley. Shouldn't he have been right behind you? I thought it would be him coming out. The two spoke simultaneously, gasping in shock. Let's go to the entrance of Gringotts, he asked there. Adam's eyes were vacant as he recalled the scene of their encounter at Gringotts, where Hagrid and Hermione were also present. Adam, how did you know? Mrs. Molly looked over in confusion. Mom, trust Adam. His divination is amazing. Ron pulled Mrs. Molly's hand and ran towards Gringotts, while Ginny also looked anxious. Mrs. Weasley had no time to ask more questions and was dragged along by the two children. Chapter 61. The Riddle of Hell. The group hurried to the entrance of Gringotts, but did not see Harry, prompting them to look at Adam. We didn't look for Harry along the way, so we arrived early. Harry hasn't arrived yet. Adam raised his chin in the direction of Harry, and everyone turned to see Harry being led over by Hagrid. Oh, Harry. Mrs. Molly hurried over to check if Harry was hurt. Yeah, Harry, Ron. Oh, and Hagrid. Hermione had just come out of Gringotts, and, seeing a group of familiar faces gathered at the entrance, greeted them cheerfully, but quickly noticed something was off with Harry. What's going on? Just as Harry was being surrounded with questions, George couldn't help but glance at Fred, suddenly feeling a chill. Fred, Adam, what are you thinking? We won't be apart. Fred remembered the prophecy Adam had made for him and made a silly face, but for the first time, George didn't join in the fun. That day, Adam had solemnly brought them to the edge of the Black Lake to tell them about the prophecy regarding Fred's death, a prophecy that had almost been forgotten, now resurfacing in his mind. Fred lay in Percy S. arms, covered in blood, with a smile still on his face. George had never thought he would one day be separated from Fred, let alone by death. Even when Adam had spoken that prophecy, they had not believed it could be true, until now, when he suddenly realized that Adam seemed to truly have prophetic abilities. Don't worry too much, George. My prophecy back then was just to remind you, to prepare you for the potential crisis ahead. The one offering comfort was Adam, who turned his gaze to the two of them. The future is not set in stone. Originally, Harry was supposed to be the first one at the entrance of Gringotts. But didn't Tiwi just arrive early? The outcome of the future ultimately depends on what you do now. George nodded thoughtfully, and Fred also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a future that might suddenly involve death was not something Fred was afraid of. He just didn't want to worry George. After looking at the two, Adam squinted and stared for a moment, suddenly smirking. George, let us guess a riddle. What could happen that would cause your future home to have no mirrors at all? George's mind was already quick, and connecting it to their earlier conversation, he soon got the answer, his previously relaxed heart suddenly feeling like it was squeezed by a hand. George. Fred trembled as he took George's hand. In that instant, he felt that death wasn't so terrifying anymore, compared to the George who could no longer face mirrors while still living. Watching this scene, Adam nodded in satisfaction. The twin brothers were immersed in a tangible sorrow under Adam's hellish riddle, taking a long time to recover before glaring at the instigator, the mastermind of the crime, when do not make eye contact with them. Even if the tragic ending remains just an illusion in the divination, the knife cannot be wielded by him alone. Moreover, motivated by this statement, future George and Fred fought with both caution and ferocity, treating each Death Eater as a sworn enemy for the murder of their brother. And they survived the battle intact, at least according to the current divination results. He is also doing this for Fred and George's sake. A group of people entered Gringotts, where Mrs. Weasley and the others were there to withdraw money from a vault, and they happened to encounter Hermione's parents, who were somewhat awkwardly exchanging galleons at the counter. Dad, Mom, this is Harry, Ron, and Adam, whom I told you about. Hermione called out to the distant Adam, who quickly jogged over, feeling uncomfortable under the twins' gaze. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, hello. Adam politely bowed, and combined with Hermione's description of his classmate who, like her, had perfect scores in all subjects, the Granger's fondness for him increased significantly. Hello, how are you all? However, it was evident that they were still a bit nervous. This was a kind of tension stemming from a lack of security, a feeling that Adam also experienced when he first discovered that the world had magic. Adam had no need to withdraw money, but he accompanied everyone anyway. The little car driven by the goblin zoomed along, and Adam found it even more interesting than riding a flying broomstick. It felt similar to a roller coaster. With the flying broomstick, he had to control it himself, and with his reflexes, any change in speed or angle was under control, so there wasn't that thrill. When the Weasley family's vault was opened, there was only a small pile of silver sickles, with a solitary gold galleon lying in the middle. Mrs. Weasley felt around the vault and put every coin in her bag. The Potter family's vault, on the other hand, was a different sight. As the family of the inventor of many potions, like bone regrowth potion, energizing potion, and Potter shampoo, the wealth accumulated over generations was stored in the vault. However, having so much money made Harry feel awkward compared to the Weasleys. So he grabbed a handful of coins and stuffed them into his bag before having the goblin close the vault. After leaving Gringotts, everyone decided to split up. Percy planned to buy a new quill. Fred and George intended to steer clear of Adam, the devil, to find friends to play with, and Mrs. Weasley took Ginny to buy school supplies. Mr. Weasley strongly invited Hermione's parents to join him for a drink, and Hermione's parents naturally agreed, as they were somewhat interested in the wizarding drinks. "We'll meet at Flourish and Blots in an hour." With Mrs. Weasley's words, the group quickly dispersed towards their respective destinations. "Adam, you don't keep your money in Gringotts? Do you exchange Muggle currency every time you want to spend money?" Ron curiously looked at Adam as they walked down the street in Diagon Alley. "Did you forget? I have a suitcase. Besides, I also keep some change on me." Adam patted his messenger bag. "By the way, are you all hot? Let me buy you some ice cream." Just as they reached the entrance of Florin's ice cream shop, Adam pulled out a silver sickle, which got them 4 boxes of ice cream topped with crushed nuts and fresh strawberries, along with a handful of nuts and change. In the wizarding world, non-magical expenses are that simple. On this sweltering summer day, the 4 of them wandered the streets holding ice cream. Harry and Ron commented on the flying broomsticks and various Quidditch team jerseys in the Quidditch shop, while Hermione and Adam picked out parchment and ink in a stationery store. Although the stationery for poor students is plentiful, not counting those flashy features, good students have high standards for the comfort of their writing tools. An hour later, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of Flourish and Blots to meet up with the others. Chapter 62. Gilderoy Lockhart. As the 4 of them reached the front of Flourish and Blots, they were surprised to find a large crowd gathered outside the bookstore. A huge banner stretched across the window on the 2nd floor explained the reason for the scene. Reading, "Gilderoy Lockhart signing and selling autobiography, The Wizarding Me, today from 12:30 to 4:30. "Oh my, we can meet him," Hermione screamed, only to realize she had overreacted and quickly added, "I mean, most of the books on our reading list are written by him. ISNT, that right? The textbooks we bought in our first year, aside from the standard spell series, which is 1 book per year, none of them have been completed. This year, there are a total of 8 books on the list, 7 of which are written by this guy." The crowd at Flourish and Blots was mostly witches around Mrs. Weasley's age. The 4 of them squeezed through the gaps and finally found the Weasley family and Hermione's parents. "Ah, you're here. We're about to meet him." Mrs. Weasley looked incredibly excited, breathing heavily, her face flushed, reminding Adam of his childhood days waiting in line at an amusement park to shake hands with Ultraman. Adam suddenly remembered if this memory could be used to cast the Patronus charm. He put this thought as an alternative to try when practicing the Patronus charm. Adam organized the 7 books in his arms, and once Lockhart signed his name on them, he would cut out the signature to use as a pass for the restricted section. The group moved forward little by little, and they gradually saw Lockhart, surrounded by numerous large photos of him, all with beaming smiles, winking at the crowd. By the way, those teeth were dazzlingly white. Mr. Granger couldn't help but exclaim about Lockhart's healthy teeth. That wasn't the point. "Dad, his writing is amazing." Hermione, who loved reading, was clearly captivated by the content of the books. Compared to Mrs. Weasley and her fangirls, she was more focused on Lockhart's talent. At that moment, Lockhart spotted Harry. "Isn't this Harry Potter?" He jumped up, rushed forward, grabbed Harry's arm, and pulled him close in front of a reporter from the Daily Prophet, holding his hand for the photographer to take a picture. The sound of camera shutters and the cheers and applause from the surrounding wizards made Harry's face flush and his body stiffen. After a year at Hogwarts, everyone had become accustomed to his savior status, and he had forgotten what it felt like to be the center of such fervent attention. Now, he was forced to remember again. "Ladies and gentlemen," once the surrounding wizards quieted down a bit, Lockhart said loudly, "What an extraordinary moment this is. I want to take this marvelous occasion to announce a little something that I have been holding back for a few days." Lockhart shook Harry's shoulder, causing Harry's glasses to slip to the tip of his nose. "Young Harry Potter came to the bookstore to purchase my autobiography, Me, the Wizard, and I have decided to give him this book for free." Harry wanted to say that he didn't actually intend to buy the book, and that it wasn't on the syllabus, but then he heard Lockhart's voice rise even higher. But what he doesn't know is that, shortly after, he will receive something even more valuable than my humble work, Me, the Wizard. In fact, he and his classmates will get a real, magical me. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, I am incredibly pleased and proud to announce that this June, I will be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. People cheered around Lockhart, and when Harry finally squeezed out of the crowd, he found himself holding a complete set of Lockhart's works. "Harry, can we trade? I just need those 7 books. Adam Suizit Besi de Hedi." His eyes shining as he stared at the signed books. If you want to ask Lockhart for an autograph, he would have to endure a round of nausea. Why not just take what's readily available? No, you can have all of these." Harry sighed in relief, placing the book he was holding aside and taking the 7 textbooks from Adam's hands. Adam packed the thick stack of books into his bag one by one. Adam, do you like Lockhart? Do you think he's handsome too? Ron asked, a bit confused. He remembered Adam wasn't the type to like someone just because they were good-looking, like his mom did. Just as Hermione was about to defend her idol, she heard Adam lower his voice and say, No. Didn't you hear him? He's our defense against the dark arts teacher for the next year, and his autograph could be very useful. Like what? Harry asked, intrigued. Like it could get me into the restricted section. Adam picked up the last book, which was Me, the Wizard, and opened it to find Gilderoy Lockhart's flamboyant signature. Harry and Ron suddenly realized that last year they had intended to go to the restricted section to check on the identity of Nicholas Flamel. But they were driven out by Madame Pants with a feather duster because they didn't have a professor's signature. After that, they lost interest and went to find Mrs. Weasley, who was still waiting in line for signatures. There was no helping it. They just couldn't enjoy reading, much like Adam could with Quidditch, but felt it wasn't necessary. Adam, is there something wrong with Lockhart? Hermione keenly noticed Adam's strange attitude towards Lockhart, almost as if he viewed him as a tool, with a hint of disdain. Even towards Professor Binns, Adam held a basic level of respect. The only professor at Hogwarts treated with such an attitude by Adam was last year's Professor Quirrell. This gave Hermione an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He's a fraud. You'll find out later. Adam bluntly told Hermione this harsh truth. Hermione genuinely did not want to believe it. But the one saying this was Adam, who practiced divination, and so far, all of his predictions have been accurate. However, the books he wrote clearly stated that you would have to find the answers for yourself. Adam shrugged without explaining. Seeing this, Hermione became even more certain that Adam was not joking. Just then, a loud argument suddenly erupted not far away, quickly escalating into even louder commotion. The two looked over but could only see a wall of people. Was that Mr. Weasley's voice? Suddenly, with a loud bang, they saw the bookshelf shake violently, and several books fell from it. Were they fighting? Let's go take a look. Hermione and Adam squeezed through the gaps in the crowd and saw Mr. Weasley with a split lip being supported by Hagrid. Around the two of them, books were scattered all over the floor. Hermione hurried over to her parents to ask what was happening and if they were injured. Adam then circled around to Ginny's side, crouched down, and took out an old notebook from the cauldron at her feet. Chapter 63. Farewell, look at the good example you've set for the kids. Under Hagrid's lead, they quickly made their way through the crowd to the street, while Mrs. Weasley looked at Mr. Weasley, shaking with anger. Fighting in the street, oh my, what would Gilderoy Lockhart think? He looked so pleased. Fred had already keenly noticed a part of Lockhart's true nature. He had just eagerly pulled a reporter from the Daily Prophet aside, asking if he could report on the recent brawl, saying it would definitely create a sensation. Adam was the last to follow. He didn't take the diary. In the future where the diary was taken, Lockhart suddenly became difficult to deal with, as he was a professor hired through legitimate means, and at least had a good reputation in the outside world. This led to the situation where, without exposing himself, many methods couldn't be used against him, and he could only watch as Lockhart remained carefree until the end of the school year. It was quite annoying, to say the least. As for the safety of the students during the release of the basilisk, to be honest, Adam even tried to subtly employ some tricks during the divination process, guiding a classmate to confront the basilisk without any protection. As a result, just before the basilisk locked eyes with that classmate, it was momentarily blinded by a fox that had just jumped out. Adam swore with his box of cockroaches that Professor Dumbledore had long had Fox watching the basilisk, which was left for Harry as an experience. As for Ginny, who was controlled by the diary, Voldemort, in order not to reveal himself, did not inflict any substantial harm on her before he was resurrected through her. In fact, this experience was an important factor in making Ginny braver in the future. Hardships help people grow. Although these trials are not something to be happy about, as a Weasley, Ginny's future needs this growth to protect herself in danger. At the same time, Adam began to reflect on whether he had strayed a bit from his original plan and had become too deeply involved in Harry and their matters. Previously, he hadn't participated much in Harry's savior actions, yet his involvement still exceeded 50% in the year-end summary. Adam now thinks that he only changed Harry's judgment of the mastermind behind the scenes and reminded Hermione of the identity of Nicholas Flamel, nothing more. Was such intervention still too much? After he got too involved, could Harry still develop the strength to defeat Voldemort, as he did in the original work? This strength is not only about power, but also about will. Although from the current divination results, the final confrontation still sees Harry winning. Perhaps it is just that his level of involvement is not enough yet, and when he truly makes an impact, it will be too late. If he really makes Harry ineffective, who will step up then? Ultimately, Adam decided to distance himself further from Harry and their adventures. And when everyone was parting at the Leaky Cauldron, he announced his farewell. The reason was that after staying at the Weasley house for half a month, he should return home. Why so suddenly, dear? You should have said earlier, at least let me prepare a sumptuous dinner for you last night. Mrs. Molly hugged Adam tightly. Madam, the food you prepare every day is very plentiful, and I truly appreciate your care during this time. Adam also hugged Mrs. Morley back and then looked at Mr. Wesley. And, Mr. Wesley, thank you for taking care of me during this time. The warm Wesley family had made his half-month very enjoyable, and Adam was very grateful to them. But Adam, your suitcase is still in our room. It's right here. Adam smiled and patted his bag. His suitcase, both the contents and the suitcase itself, was far too important to be left behind. Well, did you plan this all along? Fred had no idea that Adam's decision to leave was actually a spur-of-the-moment one. He thought Adam was deliberately telling them now. He rushed over and gave Adam a pat on the back. The force of it, to be honest, carried a bit of personal grievance. Unfortunately, Adam had the bloodline of a dragon, and his physical abilities were not something an ordinary wizard could compare to. Fred's slap ended up hurting his own hand instead. However, he still welcomed Adam to come back next time, saying that they would always save a spot for him in their room. George, unaware of how Fred felt, leaned over to Adam's other side and gave him a pat as well. As they said their goodbyes, the twins wore identical stiff smiles, their hands similarly clasped behind their backs. Adam looked at them and smiled faintly. I'm leaving. See you when school starts. Goodbye. At that moment, Harry still didn't know what state he would be in when they met again, nor did he remember that once Adam was gone, he had no one to copy homework from. All that occupied his mind was the regret and sadness of parting with a friend. Adam took a car all the way back home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his parents' expressions change from surprise to happiness, and finally to disappointment. You can make your own arrangements. I will be in my suitcase for a while, unable to hear any sounds from outside, only coming out during meal times. Adam sighed speechlessly, hoping that his parents would take precautions when they couldn't help themselves and not create another sibling during this time. It would be quite troublesome to take care of a baby in a suitcase when Voldemort revived and the environment became complicated. Gracia turned red after hearing Adam's words, too shy to speak, while Karen felt a bit awkward and pushed the pizza on the table toward Adam. Ahem, would you like some pizza? Adam took a glance and immediately recognized it as his mom's homemade pizza, decorated with sausage slices arranged in a heart shape. He felt a sudden pang in his teeth, and strangely, his stomach felt much fuller. No thanks, I've already eaten. Back in his room in the attic, Adam opened his suitcase and stepped inside, practicing dark magic on the cockroaches that had once again filled the box. With no one else around and a more stable environment, he had significantly more time to practice. Adam could not only practice spells while reading or watching shows with divination, but he could also use the cockroaches to practice other dark magic spells that weren't at max level. With Adam's exceptional talent, the level of those dark spells advanced rapidly. For instance, right now, an additional glass box held about a third of a liquid in which cockroaches floated. These were the cockroach corpses he had created using the corpse curse. Discovering that cockroaches could also be turned into corpses was a revelation for Adam. It's important to note that corpses have no magical abilities. They rely on the property of not dying unless their form is completely destroyed, and their ability to assimilate others once dragged into the liquid created by the corpse curse. Therefore, whether one is a wizard or not doesn't matter. Given the cockroach's rapid reproduction and their small quantity but large target characteristic, Adam could quickly cultivate a sea of cockroach corpses. To be honest, Adam thought the lethality of this creation was even more terrifying than Voldemort's lake of human corpses, both physically and psychologically. Chapter 64. The surprise on the first day of school time always flies by in a regular routine, and before he knew it, it was once again the day to start at Hogwarts. In the past half-month, accompanied by countless cockroach corpses, Adam's dark magic had made significant progress. Not only had he completed multiple refined trials, but the levels of several new dark spells had also increased greatly, enriching his means of dealing with opponents. For example, the vast sea of cockroach corpses in the 5th tier could no longer be contained in a glass box. Adam has piled up a large amount of earth and stone into the 5th compartment, forming an island. On the island, Adam silently cast a variant protection spell with an iron armor enchantment, which can be maintained for a long time without being attacked. The area outside the protection spell is inhabited by cockroaches, while the surroundings of the island are completely covered by the liquid produced by the Shadow Corpse Curse, creating a sea filled with densely packed Shadow Corpse cockroaches. The true sea of cockroaches. Adam thought it was a brilliant idea. Whenever the cockroaches on the island multiplied too much, the excess cockroaches would fall into the sea and become shadow corpses, thus automatically expanding the shadow corpse cockroach sea. Moreover, the shadow corpses didn't need to eat. He only needed to feed a fixed number of cockroaches, which could be sustained by the kitchen waste at home. Cockroaches don't actually eat much. As for the lethality, just imagine when facing the enemy in the future. Adam opens the suitcase and billions of shadow corpse cockroaches surge out. What a scene. TSK. It's truly a sight to behold. To be honest, Adam only dared to remotely control the suitcase, to open it and release them. If he had to hold the suitcase himself while using this tactic, even he'd be scared. Even if he could control these shadow corpses, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being surrounded by cockroaches. With his mind racing, the car Adam was in arrived at King's Cross Station. Today, Karen and the others were all at work. Since Adam was already self-sufficient, Karen and the others simply didn't take leave to send him off, but let him go to school by himself. After passing through platforms 6 and 3-4, the familiar train arrived beside him. The Weasley family hadn't arrived yet, so Adam waited outside the train for a while, and unexpectedly, ended up waiting for over a minute before the train departed. Percy was the first to burst out for the platform pillar, his meticulously styled hair now a mess. Following closely were Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Molly with Ginny. Fred and George brought up the rear, and they even dropped a suitcase from the pile of luggage on their cart. You all came really fast. Adam stood by the train door, waving his wand to make their suitcases jump onto the train by themselves. Thanks, Adam. Time was tight, and there was no time for pleasantries. Adam was hurriedly pulled into a hug by Mrs. Weasley, and the group rushed onto the train. The last to board, Ginny turned to look at the platform, which was now only occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Where are Harry and Ron? The train is about to leave. What are they doing? Just then, with a steam whistle, the train doors closed, and it began to move slowly. What are they playing at? Delaying the train to Hogwarts. Percy fussed with his hair, angrily pushing the luggage towards the prefect's carriage. The remaining few exchanged glances and fell into silence. They shouldn't be expelled, right? Ginny looked at George. George looked at Fred. And Fred looked at Adam. Isn't Adam good at divination? Why not take a look? To be honest, Fred and George have been causing chaos at Hogwarts for so long, and they've never tried to see what happens if they start school late. Not to mention, I haven't even heard of anyone being late for the start of school. I don't think it would happen. Adam's expression was complex. We'll be able to see him soon. The group found an empty compartment in a corner of the train, and Adam took out a book to read, while Fred and the others chatted and looked for Harry and Ron, who had yet to appear. Unfortunately, the train was already halfway to its destination, and Harry and Ron still hadn't shown up, so Fred and George went off to find friends to play with. Ginny sat quietly by herself, flipping through a book like Adam, but it was clear that she was a bit distracted. After a while, the compartment door was suddenly pushed open by Fred and George. You guys look? Outside the window. It's Ron and Harry. Their voices were filled with excitement and thrill, and Adam felt that they would do anything to be in their place at that moment. Ahem. Ginny choked in surprise, but quickly turned to look out the window upon hearing the news about Harry. A Ford car that she recognized well was wobbling through the air, occasionally adjusting its direction, but always maintaining the same forward trajectory as the train. Ginny was left in awe, and after a moment, she turned to Adam and asked, "The one driving it can't be my dad, right?" Adam nodded. "Are my parents up there?" Although she had suspected it for a long time, Ginny felt a wave of darkness wash over her when she saw Adam nodding again. How dangerous this was. Just thinking about the two people in that car. One was her idol Harry, and the other was her brother, made Ginny's heart ache. This was so cool. In stark contrast to Ginny, Fred and George were eagerly looking out at the Ford car. Although they had driven to pick up Harry last time, that was in the dead of night, sneaking around. But now Harry and the others were doing it in front of the whole school, driving a flying car to school. What? Possible dangers? Did Adam, the fortune teller, not say anything? The car flew into the clouds above the snowy mountains and then disappeared. But the commotion it caused did not fade away. The excitement brought by a flying car was quite significant. After everyone got off the train, they gathered together, and the discussion intensified. Even when they entered the grand hall and sat down at the dining table, they were still talking about it. It wasn't until the professors entered one by one that the chatter quieted down. Adam, have you seen Harry and the others? The sorting ceremony is about to begin, but Ron and Harry haven't shown up. Hermione glanced at the two empty seats and couldn't help but look towards Adam from a few spots away. This is a long story. Adam's face was full of unspoken words. They wouldn't deduct point from the house again, would they? Neville was a bit worried. The sorting ceremony was halfway through when, for some reason, Professor Snape, who hadn't taken his seat at the beginning, hurried over and whispered something in Professor McGonagall's ear. The smile on McGonagall's face immediately vanished, and after the sorting ceremony ended, she hurried away with Professor Snape. After a while, after introducing the new Professor Lockhart, Professor Dumbledore also left the staff table. I suddenly had a bad feeling. Seeing Professor Snape take Professor McGonagall away, and not long after, Professor Dumbledore also left. Hermione couldn't help but feel a headache, especially considering Adam had just been vague about the missing Harry and the others. For God's sake, how many points would Gryffindor lose on the first day of school? Chapter 65. Howling Letter. Fortunately, Hermione's worries did not come true. After everyone returned to the common room, Harry and Ron arrived late, bringing the exact news about why they were late, and that Gryffindor had not lost any points for it. Just as Hermione was about to ask more questions, classmates crowded around, eager to know what had happened, with some even starting rumors that Harry and the others had been expelled. Even Percy mingled in the crowd, pushing his way over with a face as stern as Professor McGonagall had been earlier. Seeing this, Harry and Ron quickly fled, not feeling relieved until they reached the dormitory. "Oh, my God, Adam, what are you doing here?" The two turned around and found Adam sitting on the bed, first startled, then realizing, well, you must have seen it, and you usually don't care about such things. In fact, I didn't see what exactly happened. When you guys didn't get on the train, I only saw you driving your car, flying over the Hogwarts Express during my divination. Adam held Tom and turned a page of the newspaper in his hands. It was the latest issue of today's Transfiguration, which had been sent to the school, and he only received it when he got back to the dormitory. Although Adam's Transfiguration spell was already at max level, other spells in Transfiguration were not, and this cutting-edge academic publication could provide him with a lot of inspiration. In fact, it was precisely because Adam's Transfiguration spell was at max level that he could better absorb the knowledge contained within. Adam and their two remaining roommates quickly returned, eagerly asking Harry about what happened between the two of them. Since they didn't deduct points from Gryffindor, this experience was purely an adventure. As for Harry and the others needing to be in detention for it, that didn't concern them anyway. People always care only about what they care about, don't they? Adam picked up the hot milk from the bedside table and took a sip, further solidifying his inner decision. For his post-graduation life as a slacker, and for his parents to no longer have to live carefully in a suitcase, Harry, you should honestly face the test and growth prepared for you by Professor Dumbledore, the one meant for the savior. Harry and Ron were also very happy to explain to their excited roommates, with Ron going on about how he maneuvered that car to fly into the clouds. However, by the next morning, their joy had vanished. Ron's family owl, Errol, dove headfirst into the milk jug in front of Hermione, splattering milk and feathers everywhere, seemingly foreshadowing that something bad was about to happen. Oh no! Ron looked at the red envelope in Errol's beak, his entire face scrunching up. It's okay, he's still alive. Hermione had quite a high tolerance for the old owl that had risked its life to deliver her letters during the summer, even not being too angry when her book got wet. I mean, that letter is a howler, Ron said weakly. Adam cleaned up the area around everyone who had been accidentally hurt, and then began to watch the good show over on. You better open it. The result of not opening it will be even more terrifying, Neville reminded Ron. All right, fine. Ron took a deep breath, facing death with determination as he took the envelope, pinching it with 2 fingers, and broke the wax seal on top. In the next moment, the envelope suddenly sprang from Ron's hand. The open scarlet envelope looked like a large mouth, with the ribbon from the wax seal exposed in the middle, resembling a tongue inside the mouth. Adam and Neville, along with the other little wizards who knew what was about to happen, covered their ears. The next moment, Mrs. Weasley's voice, amplified 100 times, echoed in the dining hall. The sound waves crashed against the stone walls and reverberated back, causing the dishes on the table to rattle. In an instant, everyone in the dining hall turned their attention towards Ron. He almost wanted to escape, burying his face deep into the plate in front of him, but Mrs. Weasley certainly didn't send a howler just to call his name. How dare you take that car without permission? I'm so ashamed of you. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Just wait and see how I deal with you. You probably don't know how your father and I felt when we saw that car was gone. The howler excitedly leapt in front of Ron, almost face to face with him, perfectly expressing Mrs. Weasley's feelings. Last night, when we received Dumbledore's letter, your father was so ashamed he nearly died. We worked so hard to raise you, and you did something like this. You and Harry nearly lost your lives. Now, another person buried their head down. How infuriating. Your father is currently being investigated at work, and it's all your fault. If you make any more mistakes, we will immediately come to take you home. The howler shamed Ron thoroughly before suddenly turning to Ginny, which gave her an ominous feeling as she had been enjoying the show. Sure enough, the next moment, oh, dear Ginny, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you. Although the voice of the Howler was incredibly gentle, after the previous barrage that could be considered a sonic weapon, it made Ginny the next focus of attention. Thus, Ginny became the third person to bury her head, her ears peeking out from her hair, turning as red as her hair. Returning to the Howler, it gently finished speaking to Ginny, then turned back to Ron. Ron, who had initially shown a hint of a smile at Ginny being sorted into Gryffindor, froze again, lowering his head to brace for the next wave of storm. Perhaps the words of scolding had all been said, or maybe due to limited space. The Howler did not continue but spat at him, and then angrily tore itself to pieces, sending flying paper scattered across the table. The dining hall fell into a dead silence, with everyone either sympathizing or taking pleasure in the misfortune of the three buried heads. A school-level social death. Between Adam and Ron was Neville, and they both felt embarrassed for him, not to mention the person involved. Among the three, the one who suffered the most from this was Ginny, who had just entered Hogwarts and was forced to become famous. After about half a minute, the voices resumed. At the same time, Professor McGonagall began handing out the class schedules, and the imminent start of classes temporarily distracted the students from their gossip. The first class was herbology. Adam glanced at the class schedule and rolled it up to put in his bag. By the way, how was your holiday, Neville? Pretty good. Neville took a deep breath and slowly revealed a smile. Actually, I feel great. Using the knowledge Professor Sprout taught, I took good care of the plants at home, and my grandmother's anger has decreased a lot. How about you? The two chatted about their summer experiences as they walked towards the greenhouse, only to see Professor Sprout approaching from the lawn with a displeased expression, followed by the smiling Lockhart. Their previously good mood instantly soured. Chapter 66. The first class of the new term today. We're going to the third greenhouse. For the first time, Professor Sprout was not wearing her usual friendly demeanor, which made Neville a bit puzzled. He had never seen her angry throughout the year. What could possibly make her so upset? However, he soon found out. Oh, hello, everyone. Lockhart greeted the students with a brilliant smile. He was wearing a flowing turquoise robe, and a turquoise hat with gold trim rested on his shiny blonde hair. I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to treat a venomous tentacula, but I don't want you to think that I know more about herbology than she does. I've just happened to see several of these strange plants during my travels. Is he showing off? Neville furrowed his brow in confusion. It's best to ignore him. For someone as irritating as Lockhart, since Adam had already gotten his autograph, he did not wish to interact with him further. Since he had decided to ignore it, he would let Harry deal with him alone. Let us move quickly. Watching Lockhart take Harry away, Adam turned his eyes away in discomfort and pushed Neville into the greenhouse. The plants in the third greenhouse were much more dangerous than those in the first greenhouse where they had their classes last year. And today, Professor Sprout was going to teach them how to repot mandrakes. The same ones Neville had planned to throw into Draco's bed last year. Can anyone tell me what the characteristics of mandrakes are? Unsurprisingly, Hermione was the first to raise her hand. Mandrakes, also known as mandrake roots, are a powerful restorative used to return those who have been transformed or cursed back to their original state. Very good. Gryffindor gets 10 points. Professor Sprout clapped her hands and said, mandrakes are an important component of many antidotes, but they are also very dangerous. Can anyone tell me why? Because the cries of mandrakes can kill. Unexpectedly, it was Neville who answered this time. Very good. Gryffindor gets another 10 points. Professor Sprout smiled with satisfaction and walked over to a table in the middle of the greenhouse where 20 pairs of differently colored earmuffs were placed. After distributing the earmuffs, Professor Sprout led everyone to the mandrakes. These are young mandrakes. Even if a student makes a mistake, it won't lead to death. When I tell you to put on the earmuffs, make sure to cover your ears tightly. When it is safe to remove the earmuffs, I will give you a thumbs up. Now put on the earmuffs. The earmuffs must have been enchanted, as the moment Adam put them on, all external sound were blocked out. Professor Sprout demonstrated in front, wearing a pair of pink earmuffs. She rolled up her sleeves, firmly grasped a mandrake leaf, and pulled it out of the soil with all her strength. For a moment, even Adam couldn't help but gasp. Under the curled leaves, the root of the mandrake was shaped like a wrinkled baby, with light green skin covered in spots. Once pulled from the soil, the mandrake began to scream. Professor Sprout pulled out a large flower pot from under the table, stuffed the mandrake inside, and carefully covered it with damp, dark compost, leaving only the leaves exposed. After doing all this, she brushed the dirt off her hands, gave a thumbs up for everyone to remove their earmuffs. Next, you will work on your own. For people to a mandrake, there are plenty of flower pots and compost in those bags over there. Make sure to wear your earmuffs. Although our mandrakes are still just seedlings, Their cries won to be fatal, but they can cause fainting for several hours, and I'm sure none of you want to miss the first day of school. As she spoke, Professor Sprout swiftly swatted away a deep red plant that was quietly reaching for her shoulder. By the way, be careful of those venomous tentacula. They're growing teeth. Don't be fooled by how smoothly Professor Sprout handled it. When you do it yourself, you'll realize how annoying these little things are. Adam, Neville, Dean, and Seamus were in a group. With Neville's help, they were already one of the easiest groups, but by the end of class, they were all covered in dirt, splattered from the Mandrake struggles. Neville, how did you manage to repot the Mandrakes by yourself before? Adam asked sincerely while showering. I usually don't rush when repotting them alone. Neville also noted that this was the first time he saw Adam pull the Mandrake out of the soil and immediately shove it into the pot. After showering, everyone hurried to the transfiguration classroom. The second class of the morning was transfiguration, after half a class of theoretical guidance. Professor McGonagall instructed everyone to turn a beetle into a button. Adam tapped his wand, and the beetle transformed into a red gemstone button. The transfiguration spell is truly an incredibly practical spell, as long as one does not seek a permanent change. Anything from gold and silver jewelry to antique brands can be transformed, of course, provided that the wizard's own transfiguration skills are up to par. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in the classroom. Adam instinctively flicked his wand towards Simon to clean up the mess, only to realize that the sound didn't come from Simon's side. He gave a sheepish smile to the wide-eyed Simon and turned to see that it was Ron who had caused the explosion. His broken wand was awkwardly wrapped in tape, crackling and sparking as he cast his spell, and had just spewed out a cloud of gray smoke. In the chaos, Ron had also squashed the beetle and had to go ask Professor McGonagall for another one. He wondered why a dead beetle couldn't be used. At noon, seeing a little fan with a camera not far from Harry, Adam and Neville decided to sit a bit farther away. The afternoon was defense against the dark arts class. Neville pulled out the schedule from his bag and checked it again. There was no choice. He always got it wrong. Indeed, Adam put down his fork and rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He really didn't want to attend Lockhart's terrible class unless Lockhart was going to teach them the Oblivion Charm. In the afternoon, after chatting with Neville and the others about their holiday experiences in the courtyard, the group walked through the side door into the castle and entered the classroom, where Adam unusually chose a seat in the last few rows. Neville sat down beside Adam, inexplicably feeling a sense of foreboding. Last semester, Adam had voluntarily sat at the back for one history of magic class and another defense against the dark arts class. Professor Quirrell's class was something they all vividly remembered. And this year, Professor Lockhart wouldn't be the same, would he? Just then, the class bell rang, and Lockhart strutted into the classroom with Harry, whispering something to him before letting him go. Harry then walked straight to the last row, looking as if he had touched something filthy. Chapter 67. The Abysmal Defense Against the Dark Arts Class 1 am Gilderoy Lockhart. Once all the students were seated, Lockhart casually picked up a book from a classmate's desk in the front row, the cover featuring his winking, smiling face. A Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't brag about that. I don't rely on my smile to drive away the Banshee of Wansley. If Lockhart's self-introduction made Neville feel that his ominous premonition had come true halfway, then the quiz Lockhart handed out completely crushed his hopes. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? The 54 questions filled 3 whole sheets of paper. It was hard to imagine how narcissistic someone would have to be to create such a quiz. Adam held a quill and fell into deep thought. With his memory, he could certainly recall every detail from those books, but was he really supposed to answer them? How embarrassing. In the end, Adam only seriously answered a few questions. While the rest were scribbled haphazardly, he still had some pride left. In contrast, Hermione, although already aware that Lockhart was most likely a fraud, still diligently completed the entire exam and received full marks. Lockhart was very pleased and gave her a high praise, adding 10 points to Gryffindor. Just as Hermione felt a glimmer of hope, Lockhart bent down and pulled out a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium and placed it on the desk. Now, back to business. You must be careful. My task is to teach you to defend against the most evil things known in the wizarding world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. I only ask that you remain calm. This terrifying and mysterious speech made everyone unable to help but look at the cage until Lockhart unveiled the cloth. Look at the little Cornish pixie we just caught. The classroom fell silent for a moment until Seamus couldn't help but snicker. This was clearly not the terrified reaction Lockhart had anticipated. What's wrong? Lockhart smiled at Seamus. Well, they aren't very dangerous, are they? Seamus laughed so hard he could hardly breathe. A ghoul is far more dangerous than a Cornish pixie. Their greatest threat is their love for mischief and destruction. Don't be so quick to judge. They could be little troublemakers, just like devils. Lockhart pointed at him, annoyed, and shook his head. All right, let me see how you handle them. Saying this, Lockhart opened the cage. The Cornish pixies, already shrieking sharply, jumped up and down trying to get out, and now that they were free, chaos ensued. They wreaked havoc in the classroom, splattering ink everywhere, tearing books and parchment to shreds, ripping paintings off the walls, grabbing students from their seats, and even a few darting out of the classroom through the broken windows. A few minutes later, almost half the students had hidden under their desks. Come on, herd them together, herd them together. They're just little pixies. Lockhart shouted, rolling up his sleeves and pulling out his wand, casting a spell. However, the spell was utterly ineffective, and his wand was snatched away by a Cornish pixie, which threw it out of the shattered window. Lockhart gasped, retreating under the podium like the students, nearly getting hit by a chandelier falling from the ceiling. Adam sat in his seat watching Lockhart embarrass himself, occasionally dealing with the Cornish pixies that ran over to cause trouble. However, after 7 Cornish pixies were transformed into teacups and filled the table, none dared to come and disrupt Adam anymore. For a moment, it seemed as if Adam's side had become a peaceful sanctuary. When the class bell rang, the students rushed out of the classroom, and Adam was no exception. Before leaving, he restored the 7 teacups. As news of this class spread among the students, Lockhart's reputation plummeted. But many of his fans insisted that he did it on purpose just to give the students a practical opportunity. It's hard to believe that after so many days, they still hadn't noticed. Lockhart was even worse than Quirrell. During dinner on Friday, Dean couldn't help but complain that he had a big argument with a roommate about whether Lockhart was just a pretty face. At least Quirrell would read from the textbook, while Lockhart only emphasized what color he liked and what awards he had won, saying, "I never brag about those." Dean's imitation of that line was so spot on that the surrounding students couldn't help but laugh. But how do you explain the fantastical experiences he describes in his books? A Lockhart fan couldn't help but retort, only to be met with a roll of Dean's eyes. Oh, come on. You believe everything that's written in those books? I could write a book about my adventures with Merlin, too. Over there, we have all kinds of made-up novels, right, Adam? Adam modestly set down a gnawed rib and nodded, perhaps due to their upbringing in the Muggle world. Their acceptance of the possibility that works of science fiction are fake is naturally higher than that of the young wizards who grew up in the wizarding world. That night in the common room, Dean engaged in a war of words with the other wizards. As soon as Lockhart's fans used his works as proof, he would present his yet-to-be-written book Me and Merlin. In response, the numerous Gryffindor fans of Lockhart, frustrated by the fact that he currently had no actual achievements, could only feel impotent rage, hoping that one day Lockhart would truly showcase his abilities to make everyone understand his strength. Adam did not participate in the lounge debate and went to bed early, preparing to take Lockhart's signed list to the restricted section to borrow books the next day. However, as if to keep Adam's sleep duration at a healthy level, he was woken up early on Saturday morning. Other teams had not yet started training, and we must secure first place this year. Accompanied by the noisy voices, Adam sat up straight in bed, first looking out at the foggy sky with his dazed eyes, then turning to Harry, who had just been dragged up and would beside him. Under such a gaze, Wood couldn't help but nervously tug at the hem of his shirt. So that means... Harry swallowed nervously. It's Oliver. He's here to train me. Oh, good. Maybe I should give the little Quidditch enthusiast some encouragement? Adam spoke with a light and airy voice, holding a wand that had appeared in his hand without him noticing. How about I turn you into a bludger? Or do you prefer a golden snitch? Chapter 68, the restricted section and the room of requirement with 2 loud thwacks. 2 bludgers flew out of the window of Gryffindor Tower, seemingly heading towards the Quidditch pitch. To be honest, this was just the right use for Madam Hooch's character card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to turn the 2 of them into balls and hit them out. What if they fell into the Black Lake? Retrieving the bat and transforming it back into a milk teacup, Adam slowly turned to look at his 3 roommates who had sat up upon hearing the noise. And he revealed a friendly smile. Good morning, everyone. The 3 quickly laid back down, pulling the blankets over themselves to cover their entire bodies. Adam wanted to say that his morning grumpiness had faded, but thinking about it, these few people wouldn't get up this early anyway, so he decided to let them continue sleeping. As for Adam himself, now that he was awake, going back to sleep wasn't his habit, so he might as well head straight to the library. He took out a book by Lockhart from his bag, flipped to the sign page, and tore it out. With a flick of his wand, the printed text on the paper suddenly started moving like swimming fish, transforming into a book-borrowing application for the restricted section in Adam's handwriting. Perfect. When Adam handed this application to Madam Pants. Although she was somewhat puzzled as to why Lockhart would agree to Adam borrowing books from the restricted section at will, considering Lockhart's eccentric behavior during their brief interactions in the past few days, Madam Pants confirmed the authenticity of the signature and allowed Adam to enter the restricted section. As Adam stepped into the restricted section with great anticipation, he was greatly disappointed by the books inside. The so-called restricted books could only be said to be unsuitable for most students to read, but that didn't mean they were all that high-end. Those ancient, cruel dark magic rituals were only valuable when studying ancient magical history, and the advanced potions were not as good as what Professor Snape had been tutoring him on. After circling around the restricted section, Adam was left with only 4 books: Deadly Magic, Detailed Explanations of Ancient Spells, Secrets of Ancient Runes, and the Book of Souls. Deadly Magic contained a wealth of dark magic and related studies, including curses, jinxes, and hexes. Adam was most interested in the section on curses, as gaining knowledge in this area could be considered a precaution. After all, this world had magic, and he didn't want to find himself in a situation where his parents unknowingly brought home a cursed object he couldn't identify, due to his knowledge of the rotting curse. Adam understood that curses were far more dangerous than straightforward dark magic. Detailed explanations of ancient spells and secrets of ancient runes could be considered complementary. The former explained spells used by wizards from ancient times, even before English existed, and even included the Patronus charm, which Adam found very valuable for reference. The latter was about various ancient magical incantations, with these mysterious symbols being widely used in ancient spells. The last book, the Book of Souls, as the name suggests, dealt with the mysteries of the soul. In fact, this book itself imprisoned many souls. It was unclear whether these souls were sealed in the book by its previous owner using spells, or if they were the previous owners themselves. Adam chose this book mainly out of curiosity. What exactly is the difference between souls, ghosts, and non-existence? Why can some wizards become ghosts? According to Adam's original understanding, ghosts were formed from souls, but in reality, the two seem to be less related. The latter two belonged to the spiritual realm and were influenced by the spirit-driving spell, but the spell could not affect souls. As for soul-targeting spells, such as the Unforgivable Curse, they clearly couldn't be used on ghosts. Adam had not yet attempted to use magic on any of the ghosts at school. He was merely deducing from the conclusion of a ghost facing a basilisk without dying that, theoretically, the basilisk's direct gaze and the killing curse should have similar effects, both being instant death. While handling the borrowing confirmation for these 4 books, Madame Pance's gaze was already quite strange, but Adam still maintained a serious demeanor without feeling guilty. After leaving the library, Adam was suddenly stopped on his way to the dining hall. "Hello, have you seen Harry Potter?" Adam recognized him at a glance as Colin, Harry's little fan. Seeing him still clutching the photo he took while chasing Harry that day, Adam decisively sold out Harry. He should be at the Quidditch pitch right now. "Quidditch? That's so cool, thank you." After hurriedly expressing his gratitude, Colin jogged off towards the Quidditch pitch. Whether you're a supporter or a detractor, these are things you need to gradually learn to get used to. "I'm doing this for your own good, you know." With a momentary deep gaze, Adam couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. After having breakfast in the dining hall, Adam climbed the stairs again, heading up to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, but didn't go inside. He was holding the book, The Most Potent Potions, in his arms, hesitating as he walked down the corridor until he reached the tapestry depicting a troll hitting a silly banaba. He turned back, took a few steps, and then looked back again. Suddenly, a door appeared on the blank stone wall. With a look of surprise, and indeed genuinely astonished to see the room of requirement for the first time, Adam pushed the door open and stepped into the suddenly appeared room. Inside the room were comfortable little sofas and tables, with the brightness and placement of the candlelight just right, not too glaring and not too dim. In the corner, there was even a dummy set up for practicing spells. It perfectly met Adam's needs, truly living up to the name of the room of requirement. Comfortably seated on the soft sofa, Adam flipped through the most potent potions like reading a bedtime story, occasionally testing spells on the dummies. Of course, Adam also encountered some spells that couldn't be tested on the dummies. The nosebleed jinx, which causes a person to have a nosebleed that won't stop. Interesting, but unfortunately, the dummy doesn't T-bleed. The flooding charm? TSK. Last time I used the Intralic-Spelling Curse on that Malfoy kid to clear his stomach. I didn't expect there was a specific spell for that. Unfortunately, this spell couldn't be tested on the dummy either. But maybe one day I'll seize the opportunity to try it on Malfoy and see which one is more powerful. When learning spells, it's inevitable to imagine the scenarios in which they would be used. As Adam walked out of the room of requirement, he still wore a somewhat mischievous smile, reminiscent of Fred and George when they were up to pranks. As he passed by the Gryffindor common room, he happened to bump into a classmate who had just been pranked by Fred and George the night before. Seeing Adam smile nearly triggered their PTSD. Chapter 66. The upcoming end of after-class tutoring. After finishing lunch in the dining hall, Adam prepared to go back and tidy up before heading to Professor Snape's class. Unexpectedly, Harry ran out from a corner, grabbing him and pulling him out of the castle through a side door. "What's going on?" "It's Ron. You have to see him." Adam followed Harry's finger and looked over. Ron was leaning against the corner of the castle wall, his face pale, holding a large bucket in his arms, while Hermione looked at him with a worried yet disgusted expression. When Ron saw Adam, he raised his hand as a greeting, but then his expression suddenly changed. "Ugh." In the shocked gaze of Adam, Ron opened his mouth, and a fat, slimy slug slid into the bucket in front of him. Adam glanced inside and saw that there were already more than a dozen slugs in there. "Look, his wand rebounded the spell back to him," Hagrid said. "We can only wait for him to throw up clean." "Adam, do you have a way? Why didn't you come to me earlier? I just finished my meal." Watching this scene, Adam couldn't help but feel the pasta, ribs, and stew in his stomach starting to churn. "We thought you might not be able to eat if you saw this before your meal," Hermione said, shrinking her neck as Ron threw up another slug. "Makes sense. Let me think." The spell backfired for various reasons. The release spell hit the caster instead, so the original curse-breaking spell is no longer effective. "How about trying a counter curse?" Adam twitched the corner of his mouth, took out his wand, and pointed it at Ron. "End it." A flash of white light appeared, but seemed to have no effect. Ron's expression was still very bad. The effect of the slug curse was lifted, but the slugs that had originally been produced had not disappeared. They just needed to be expelled. Adam checked and realized that the book on toxic magic he just read wasn't a waste after all. He quickly found the problem. Coughing. "Ugh." Adam cast the spell and immediately turned around. Behind him, Ron hugged the barrel and began to vomit profusely, accompanied by the sound of splattering. And it took a full half-minute to finish. "It's really ridiculous, Ron. Your wand has been having problems for quite some time now. How can you still dare to recklessly cast dark curses? Just yesterday, your wand flew out and hit Professor Flitwick on the head, leaving a bump." Adam used a vanishing spell to send the wooden barrel away. This was because Malfoy insulted Hermione by calling her a mudblood, which made Ron very angry. Supporting the still weak Ron on either side, Harry explained. Then Harry and Hermione explained to Adam the meaning of mudblood that they had heard from Ron and Hagrid. "I see. It seems little Malfoy is getting mischievous again. When I encounter him later, I'll try using the crying spell, nosebleed spell, vomiting spell, and diarrhea spell together to see what the effect is, while letting him experience what it means to be thoroughly transparent." "All right, the problem is solved now. But I have class to attend, so I'll be leaving now." Adam greeted and walked into the castle, where he met Professor McGonagall in the hall. She was there to find Ron and Harry to inform them about their detention. After directing Professor McGonagall, Adam didn't have time to return to the dormitory to rest and went straight to Professor Snape's office. "Good afternoon, Professor." Adam habitually greeted everyone, ready to start today's routine. But unexpectedly, Professor Snape, who usually wouldn't respond, spoke up. "Once this potion is finished, you won't need to come back." "Huh? What?" A packet of African tree snake skin powder in Adam's hand nearly fell into the cauldron. "Did I do something wrong?" "No." Professor Snape interrupted Adam's words sharply, glancing at his cauldron. "Stir." "Huh? Oh." Adam quickly put down the materials in his hands and stirred the potion in the crucible with a stirring rod, managing to salvage it just in time. Adjusting the flame under the crucible a bit larger, Adam looked back at Professor Snape, waiting for him to continue. "I don't have much left to teach you," Snape said. "In fact, McGonagall and Flitwick feel the same way. They just don't have the heart to tell you. They're basically no longer teaching you new things, just letting you look at new publications, write reflections, and then grade your work, right?" Adam felt puzzled by Professor Snape's words. "But I still have so much to learn." "What do you want to learn to become?" Snape's hand slammed down on the table, his body leaning slightly forward, his tightly furrowed brow revealing an impatience that suggested he couldn't listen any longer. "You are not Minerva McGonagall, nor are you Phileas Flitwick, and certainly not me. Do you want to learn to be exactly like us? If that's the case, you would really disappoint me." Adam wanted to say something else, but found he couldn't refute it. Seeing Adam fall into silence, Professor Snape adjusted his sleeves and began grading the assignments on the desk. Half a minute later, Adam finally spoke up. "Professor, go ahead." After only grading 2 assignments, Professor Snape's mood visibly decreased. Adam quickly hastened his speech. Can I request an assessment? As a way to conclude the after-class tutoring. Although Professor Snape said he was fine, Adam still felt uncertain. To be honest, his actual combat experience was almost zero. Whether it was in Nocturne Alley or before that fighting the Acromantula, or even the black market deal that got him a dragon egg, he had always avoided real confrontations through clever means. Taking this opportunity, he also wanted to test his own strength. Professor Snape, of course, understood Adam's intention. He definitely wasn't asking him to sit a test by assigning a potion for Adam to complete. He gave Adam a deep look, and for some unknown reason, a rare smile crept onto Snape's lips. All right, let me see what you've learned from Flitwick and the others. This sounded a bit strange, but Adam couldn't pinpoint why. However, since Professor Snape agreed, that was the best outcome. At the same time, from Professor Snape's words, it seemed that Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had similar plans, but hadn't figured out how to bring it up yet. So Adam didn't wait until Sunday and went directly to the offices of the two professors. Professor McGonagall seemed to not be back yet and wasn't in her office, but Professor Flitwick was there. He was quite surprised by Adam's early arrival, but when Adam explained his purpose, Professor Flitwick smiled with relief. Adam, to be honest, I haven't seen a student like you in many years. Inviting Adam to sit down, Professor Flitwick poured him a cup of milk tea, a drink that both he and Professor McGonagall quite liked thanks to Adam's recommendation. You're a true genius, Adam. Me? A genius? Adam feels that he is actually quite mediocre, and it is only with the help of the interface that he has achieved what he has today. As for genius, he still doesn't know where his talents, aside from dark magic, have gone. Chapter 70, The Upcoming Assessment. Not knowing Adam's inner thoughts. Professor Flitwick looked at Adam with emotion. Yes, you always manage to absorb the knowledge I teach you at the fastest speed, and in some areas, you even surpass me. In fact, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was about to tell you that I have nothing more to teach you. You have graduated, Adam. In fact, I haven't even tried the process of dueling yet. That's not important. It doesn't matter at all. Professor Flitwick waved his hand dismissively, proudly waving his wand. Calm. Rhythm. With these 2 points summarized, given your talent in spells, you have already surpassed me in dueling. The blue letters appeared in the air as Professor Flitwick waved his wand. The beautiful calligraphy showcasing his inner joy. How wonderful it is. When you're old enough to participate in the dueling championship, you will definitely win a championship. What could make Professor Flitwick prouder than having a student who wins a dueling championship? Perhaps it would be as a professor, teaching a student who becomes a dueling champion. Adam silently apologized in his heart. By then, he might have already packed up and run away. However, he still sees the opportunity to make a request. How about we find a chance to test my learning results? Oh, Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand to disperse the words in the air, clearly interested in Adam's suggestion. All right, let me think. I need to prepare a bit, and I'll send you a message when the time comes. Okay, thank you, Professor. Professor Flitwick agreed, and Adam left feeling satisfied. After coming out of Professor Flitwick's office, Adam planned to try his luck at Professor McGonagall's office, but unexpectedly ran into Malfoy and his gang on the stairs. It seemed that the psychological shadow left by the previous fall made Malfoy shudder at the sight of Adam. But then he held his head high and walked past Adam as if he didn't see him. Crabbe and Goyle behind him filled the stairs, heading straight for Adam. Don't they see that I've grown taller this year? Raising an eyebrow, Adam did not dodge and collided directly with them. With a loud bang, Adam, of the Fire Dragon bloodline, was unaffected in his descent, while the aggressive Crabbe and Goyle were knocked over, tumbling down the stairs like rolling gourds until they finally crashed into a suit of armor. Malfoy looked on in disbelief, even though there was no one around. He still felt incredibly embarrassed. Just then, blood and tears streamed from Malfoy's face, and feeling the wetness, he wiped it, only to see a shocking scarlet. Before Malfoy could scream in panic, a sudden wave of nausea made him freeze, and he ran towards the restroom, accompanied by loud noises and dry heaving. Malfoy was already in a state of turmoil, uncontrollably rushing to the restroom. After lifting the full body bind curse off Crabbe and Goyle, Adam put away his wand and continued to Professor McGonagall's office, where he found her as he wished. After class, tutoring? Oh, that's great. I was just thinking about how to talk to you. Professor McGonagall also showed a relieved smile. Adam didn't quite understand, but Professor McGonagall, I still have many things to learn in transfiguration, like Animagus. Adam, you can't learn Animagus just by being taught. Professor McGonagall shook her head. In fact, your current transfiguration spells are already enough to learn Animagus. It just depends on whether you have the luck to master it. However, you seem to be cautious enough that I don't need to remind you to pay attention to safety. Remembering how steady Adam was on a flying broom and how cautiously he used transfiguration spells, Professor McGonagall sometimes found it hard to understand where his quirky ideas came from. As for other transfiguration knowledge, there's not much more I can teach you, especially after the school year started. Rather than saying, I am teaching you, it would be more accurate to say that I am learning with you. Is that so? Adam nodded thoughtfully and then made the same request to practice with the professor. Speaking of this, Professor McGonagall was no longer sleepy. Oh, of course. When would you like to? Looking at the eager Professor McGonagall, Adam felt a non-existent cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Why did it seem like Professor McGonagall was even more excited than he was? I'm available whenever, Professor. It's up to you when you have time. Let me think. Slightly calming down, Professor McGonagall thought carefully and realized that this couldn't be decided casually. Not to mention the time, the venue also needed proper preparation. How about this? You go back first, and I'll notify you when the time comes. All right, Professor. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Adam returned to the dormitory. Not just a few professors, he needed to prepare well himself. In the dormitory, Adam found Harry and Ron with long faces. What happened? We're going to be in detention tonight. Oh, Adam nodded in understanding and directly sat back down on the bed, starting to think about how to deal with the assessments from the professors. How would the professors challenge him? What spell should he use in response? Wasn't it just one? The two were somewhat injured. Otherwise, don't you often get detention? You should be used to it, right? Besides, you should consider why you were put in detention this time. You deserve it. Hearing Adam's response without looking back, Harry and Ron exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Hermione had just said the same thing. During dinner, Adam received notes from the professors, all 3 notes containing the same message. Tonight at 11 o'clock, the hall. 11 o'clock, after curfew, and in the hall. Most importantly, why were all 3 professors meeting at the same time and place? It couldn't be. A few minutes before 11 that night, Adam arrived at the entrance of the hall, but didn't dare to step inside. He saw that the original long tables had been moved somewhere, and the large space inside was arranged into a rectangular platform. Stone statues holding weapons surrounded the platform, and above the platform, Adam's 3 esteemed professors were standing side by side. Adam, you're here. Come on, we're all ready. Professor McGonagall sounded quite excited. In contrast to McGonagall's enthusiasm, Adam felt his legs shaking a bit. Professor McGonagall, what is this? Even if it's an assessment, 1 against 3 is too much. McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape, along with these stone statues around, were they planning to treat him like Voldemort? Chapter 71, Transformation Spell Duel. We talked about you during dinner and found out you had scheduled assessments with all 3 of us. Since we had to set up the venue anyway, we decided to hold all 3 assessments together. Professor Flitwick was dressed quite formally, having changed from his usual scruffy appearance and long robes to a tailored tailcoat, and even tidied up his beard. All right, come on over. Professor Snape spoke somewhat impatiently. Perhaps he was eager? Feeling apprehensive, Adam still stepped onto the rectangular dueling platform. Professors, I just want to ask again. I'm not going to have to battle all 3 of you at the same time, am I? Professor McGonagall was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and chuckled. Oh, of course not. We're just waiting for you together. As she spoke, Professors Flitwick and Snape had already stepped down from the dueling platform and sat down in the teachers' seats. Adam even saw them clap their hands, and some drinks and snacks appeared in front of them. Were they watching a show? Don't get distracted, Professor McGonagall reminded. Adam quickly turned to Professor McGonagall and took out his wand. The 2 bowed with their wands raised according to dueling etiquette, then turned and walked to their respective sides of the dueling arena. Stone Golem, go. In the moment they turned around, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and a statue in the audience stepped forward onto the dueling platform. Professor, you never taught me this. Seeing this move, Adam's expression immediately darkened. Did Professor McGonagall really think she could use this against him like Voldemort? When you become the Transfiguration Professor, I'll teach you, Professor McGonagall said with a smile, while controlling the golem's movements. Clear water like a spring. With a wave of Adam's wand, a continuous surge of magical energy poured in, and a massive flow of water erupted from the path traced by the wand, enveloping and crushing the heavy stone statue. Adam then directed the water, splitting it into several streams that rushed towards Professor McGonagall. Well done. As the water approached, Professor McGonagall had time to applaud Adam in surprise. Then, she leaped into the air, her form twisting into that of a tabby cat, gracefully slipping through the gaps in the water flow to escape the impending water prison. As she landed, Professor McGonagall transformed back into her human form and used a vanishing spell to disperse the water behind her. Adam twitched the corner of his mouth. Professor McGonagall could make his water disappear, but he couldn't make the school's statue disappear. Even if it shattered, at least it could be repaired. If he cast a vanishing spell, he would probably have to sculpt a replacement himself afterward. Besides, animagus could be used like this. The flames blazed fiercely. After the water flow, flames began to rage on the dueling platform, coalescing into a dragon's head that lunged towards Professor McGonagall. The rubble from the broken statue was transformed by Professor McGonagall into birds that swooped at Adam, but surrounded by the fierce fire. They quickly turned back into rubble and fell to the ground. With experience in controlling fierce fire, the transformation of the flames was evidently more skillful under Adam's wand. Perhaps fearing it would singe her fur, Professor McGonagall did not transform into a cat to dodge this time, but instead extended her wand to compete with Adam for control of the flames. The flames continuously transformed in the air above the dueling platform, switching between dragon and lion heads. Ultimately, both of them nearly simultaneously waved their wands, causing the flames to split in two. The larger mass transformed into a dragon's head, which swallowed the smaller lion's head in one bite, and eventually dissipated into thin air. In their unspoken understanding, the outcome was already decided. After both bowed with their wands in hand, Professor McGonagall, with a mix of surprise and confusion, asked, "Adam, your magical power." As someone who had tutored Adam for a year, how could Professor McGonagall not notice the change in his magical ability? "I've grown a lot during this holiday." "Is there a problem, Professor?" Adam appeared to be just as confused. Professor McGonagall glanced at Adam, who had grown significantly taller, and then thought of the change in his eye color, nodding thoughtfully. "It is indeed somewhat special, but I think this should be a good thing." "You don't need to worry. This is indeed a good thing, Minerva." Adam must have had a bloodline resurgence. A sudden voice rang out, and everyone turned to see Professor Dumbledore entering through the side door, wearing purple star-patterned pajamas. "Professor Dumbledore." Adam nodded in greeting, and Professor Dumbledore returned the gesture with a cheerful nod. "Don't worry, just like your prophetic talent, these are innate abilities that have finally come to you today." After reassuring Adam, Professor Dumbledore glanced at the mess on the dueling platform and clapped his hands. The debris instantly flew off the stage and reassembled into stone statues, while the water stains and burn marks gradually disappeared. Adam couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this spell. This is the essence accumulated by the strongest wizard over a century. Although the repairing charm isn't an extremely difficult spell, to execute it so effortlessly requires at least a level 6. And Professor Dumbledore clearly wouldn't he specifically trained in the repairing charm, right? It's easy to imagine that Professor Dumbledore's skill set is probably filled with spells that are nearly maxed out or already maxed out. I was reminded by the portrait when I got up in the night that several statues were missing, so I came down to take a look and unexpectedly found you two dueling. "Sorry, Albus, I shouldn't have tampered with those statues." Professor McGonagall felt a bit embarrassed. The stone golems were originally intended to guard the school, and she had learned this spell from her predecessor, Professor Dumbledore, when she took over the transfiguration class. "It's fine. Minerva, I didn't mean to blame you. I also quite enjoyed using this spell secretly back in my day." Professor Dumbledore winked at Professor McGonagall and then looked at the other two professors at the staff table. "Speaking of which, have you finished? If not, I wonder if I have the honor of being a spectator?" The professors remained silent, clearly indicating that this question should be directed at Adam. "Of course. It is my honor if the professors are willing to guide me." Adam readily agreed, as long as Professor Dumbledore didn't plan to step in and handle it himself. He nearly had a heart attack when he only heard the first half of the sentence. So, Professor Dumbledore happily sat down in the teacher's area, and Professor McGonagall joined him. The few of them began discussing the recent transfiguration duel. Adam then sat down by the dueling platform. His magical power was not greatly depleted due to the enormous magical energy and the effect of Professor Dumbledore's character card, mainly reflecting on the previous matches. Especially the last part of the struggle for control of the flames with Professor McGonagall. Although his transfiguration spell was at max level, he initially found himself at a disadvantage. It was only after quickly gaining practical experience that he managed to surpass Professor McGonagall with his max-level transfiguration spell. By the time Adam stood up, it was needless to say that Professor Snape immediately stood up and walked onto the dueling platform, clearly indicating that the three professors had arranged the order beforehand. Chapter 72. Continuing the assessment, Professor Snape, clad in a black robe, expressionless, bowed to Adam before turning and dragging his swirling cloak as he walked back. At the moment he turned back, he cast Stupefy. Simultaneously, his expression on his face just as indifferent. Then came the same response, Finite Incantatem. Before Adam. The invisible blade dissipated in a twisted manner. Professor Snape, however, was startled to hear a ripping sound as he released the disarming spell. His robe had been cut open. Stealthy flight. The speed of the invisible blade increased, and it would not be detected before hitting its target. Trial. Use the invisible blade on 8167168666 targets in the FFF novel's transfer station. Just as Professor Snape was in shock, Adam had already anticipated this, waving his wand. Expelliarmus. The red light was blocked by Professor Snape using a silent disarming spell at the critical moment before impact. Even though Adam was fast enough, his invisible blade only distracted Professor Snape for less than a second. After blocking the disarming spell, Professor Snape immediately launched a series of quick attacks, casting several silent spells in succession. Adam could only barely judge the type of spells by their colors. He didn't have the ability to use silent versions of disarming spells like Professor Snape did, and other spells were difficult to cast silently. Faced with Professor Snape's relentless attacks, he had no choice but to use the silent invisible blade to cut everything apart. Disintegration. The invisible blade could cut through any tangible object or spell. Trial. Use the invisible blade to cut through 1,000 targets. In an instant, various colored spells continuously shot out from the tip of Professor Snape's wand, flying toward Adam, only to be sliced apart by the flying invisible blades. Gradually, Adam's speed in casting the invisible blades surpassed Professor Snape's speed in casting spells, shifting the rhythm of battle into Adam's hands, turning it into a scenario where Adam kept casting the invisible blade while Professor Snape continuously defended with disarming spells. Ultimately, the rapid-fire duel ended with Adam carving 3 lines that could form an equilateral triangle on the dueling platform at Professor Snape's feet. Clap, clap, clap. Professor Dumbledore was the first to applaud, followed by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Professor, I embarrass myself. Bowing again in the center of the dueling platform with a hint of pride on his face, Adam said. In that battle, he didn't just stand still against Professor Snape. He had been countering Professor Snape's legitimacy with a mental barrier spell the entire time, only lifting it after bowing. Your invisible blade. The expression on Professor Snape's face was momentarily complex, as if he recalled something from the past, but ultimately he actually smiled. You have surpassed expectations. That fleeting smile left Adam stunned, and when he regained his composure, Professor Snape had already strode down from the dueling platform. When Professor Snape sat back down at the teacher's table, his expression had returned to its usual neutrality. Sitting down at the edge of the dueling platform, Adam glanced at the teacher's table. The 4 professors began whispering about the recent duel. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick excitedly spoke to Professor Snape, while Professor Dumbledore turned his head with a smile, trying to share a lemon sherbet from a bowl in front of him with the other 3. Returning his gaze, Adam felt a bit heavy-hearted. The 3 professors had high expectations for him. Professor McGonagall believed he could become the next transfiguration professor. Professor Flitwick thought he could be the next dueling champion, and he had clearly become their proudest student. As for Professor Snape, there was no need to mention it. He was the most surprising one to Adam so far. Over the past year and more, from giving him after-class tutoring to now, Professor Snape had treated him so well that it left him astonished. If it weren't for seeing Lily Evans in Professor Snape's memories, he might have thought he resembled her more than Harry did. But it turned out this was not due to a fondness for others, but rather a genuine affection for his own student. Yet burdened with this love, he would not follow the path they envisioned for him in the future and would even choose to leave Hogwarts during the great battle in the 7th year. But should he gamble his life for this? Life is what I desire. Righteousness is also what I desire. Can I have both? Strive to become stronger. Perhaps if he became strong enough, he could have both. Perhaps if he became strong enough, he wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Standing up once more, Adam, filled with unprecedented fighting spirit, caught the attention of Professor Flitwick, who was bowing to him. The 2 retreated to the back field simultaneously, turned, and raised their wands. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! 2 red lights collided in midair, but both canceled their spells almost simultaneously and began a new round of attacks. Just like before against Professors McGonagall and Snape. Although all 3 professors were primarily in a guiding role, this was still an assessment. Adam did not use any spells outside of what Professor Flitwick had taught him after class, which made the stalemate increasingly difficult. Fortunately, with his fully leveled shield charm, the situation, while not great, still kept him from being defeated. Nevertheless, facing the former dueling champion, who remained formidable, Professor Flitwick placed unprecedented pressure on Adam, while he rapidly absorbed experience in this challenging situation. Very good. Excellent. Just like that, Adam was struggling to hold on, while Professor Flitwick was fighting vigorously, unleashing astonishing magical power from his petite frame. His attacks were relentless, and his defenses were impenetrable. At the same time, he was restraining and obstructing, with spells clashing and an endless array of enchantments flowing from Professor Flitwick's wand, perfectly coordinated like the various parts of a symphony. A violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. It was Professor Flitwick's thunderclap explosion. Adam, unable to discern the direction and time, instinctively cast a disarming spell forward, and his wand's response indicated it had collided with another spell. As the dust gradually settled, red lights flickered in the arena, and Adam's and Professor Flitwick's disarming spells continued to clash in midair. Except for specific spells, like the Killing Curse. The glow of spells was not so intense as to be blinding, allowing both Adam and Professor Flitwick to see each other's expressions. Adam gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes, while Professor Frivis also appeared to be giving his all. Sparks of red light flickered back and forth between them. Caught in a stalemate, Adam's appearance is actually half an act. He is probably exerting about 80% of his strength. It's unclear whether it's due to his dragon bloodline or another type of bloodline, or perhaps both are at play, but his magical output is higher than most adult wizards. It's important to note that although he can currently compare himself to many adult wizards, he is still only 12 years old, and neither the dragon blood potion nor the bloodline enhancement will make him age any faster. This means that as he continues to grow older, his attributes will keep improving, just like other young wizards. The professors at the teacher's table clearly do not know this. In their eyes, Adam has already exceeded expectations. They also realize that the outcome of this match has been tacitly decided by this spell, and even Professor Dumbledore can't help but leans slightly forward. Chapter 73. Lack of test subjects at the end of the duel, Professor Flitwick deliberately left an opening, allowing Adam to win just before he appeared to run out of magic. Reaching out to catch Professor Flitwick's flying wand, Adam, panting for breath, stepped forward to return the wand and bowed to him. "Thank you for your guidance, Professor." "I should be thanking you, Adam. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in a long time," Professor Flitwick said, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. "You have officially graduated. In fact, even if you were to compete in the dueling tournament now, you could win a championship, but unfortunately, they won't allow underage wizards to participate." What an exciting duel. Professor Dumbledore raised his cup and drank it all, standing up to applaud Adam. Passing on knowledge. This is exactly what Hogwarts has always been about. Saying this, Professor Dumbledore even wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. "However, I must remind you all that it's quite late, and we have classes tomorrow. In fact, it is today." The green characters in the air formed the current time. Professor Dumbledore's last statement was indeed a downer, but it was true that it was already past 2 o'clock. Adam said goodbye to a few professors and returned to his dormitory. There, he encountered Harry and Ron, who looked utterly disheartened. They hadn't even changed their clothes and were lying on their beds in their robes. "Why are you still awake?" "Oh, I just got back," Ron replied, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling like a dead fish, resembling a fish head gazing at the starry sky. "Honestly, I never knew there were so many awards at Hogwarts. I can't feel my hands anymore." They had started the detention at 6 o'clock, and now they were back, which meant they had been polishing trophies for nearly 5 hours. "At least you were quietly polishing trophies by yourself, Ron." I listened to Lockhart talk for a full 4 hours about his achievements, while also having to write letters and sign autographs for his fans. Harry shook his head, seemingly trying to shake off the horrifying memory from his mind. Adam had already changed into his pajamas and was ready to sleep when Harry suddenly seemed to remember something. "Right? Speaking of which, I encountered something strange at Lockhart's." Harry began to recount the chilling, cold, and malicious voice he had heard in Lockhart's office. But strangely, Lockhart hadn't heard it. Adam, who had already closed his eyes, recognized it as the basilisk's voice and was also curious if he could hear it. During the holidays, he had used the Parseltongue spell on a snake, but he didn't know if this pseudo-Parseltongue was as universal as real Parseltongue. Perhaps the basilisk and ordinary snakes didn't use the same language? Adam, do you know what that was? Harry and Ron discussed it for a while without an answer and ended up looking at Adam. "How would I know? You just heard a few disjointed phrases. Maybe you're just too tired," he replied. Adam's voice had clearly taken on a noticeable drowsiness. Recalling the experience of transforming into a ghostly flying ball that day, Harry quickly pulled up the blanket and stopped bothering Adam. However, while in the bed, Harry still wondered if that voice was truly just a hallucination caused by his own exhaustion. The first month of school passed in an orderly fashion, and as October arrived, a chill quietly spread across the grass, seeping into the castle. This led to a sudden increase in the number of students catching colds, and Madame Pomfrey was busier than ever. Ever since the end of after-school tutoring, Adam had become increasingly elusive and hard to find. Whenever he had a long stretch of free time, he would basically head to the library, the room of requirement, or conduct experiments in his suitcase. This wouldn't do. Just cockroaches alone wouldn't demonstrate any results. Adam stroked his chin, sitting on a chair and looking at the cockroach corpses on the workbench in front of him. I need other test subjects. The fifth-level space has once again been modified by Adam, and the surrounding sea of undead cockroaches has, of course, not changed. Only the number has increased, especially in the central island. The island has now been transformed by Adam into a laboratory, which, compared to the potion laboratory in the second-level space, is more focused on testing some modified spells and even dark magic. The higher danger level makes this laboratory look even more bare. The entire laboratory adopts a minimalist style, primarily consisting of large blocks of stone that have been directly cut and deformed, and he wouldn't feel sorry if they were damaged. Naturally, the cockroaches originally kept on the island became Adam's first batch of test subjects. However, while these subjects were sufficient for testing some functional spells, they proved too fragile for testing dark magic. He now needs test subjects with stronger vitality and greater resilience. The first-year giant was a good option, and the three-headed dog would also be nice, but unfortunately, the former has already been dealt with by the professor, and the latter is raised by Hagrid and cannot be touched. After exiting the suitcase and sitting on the bed holding Tom, Adam began to think about what could serve as test subjects to clearly test the effects of his modified dark magic. The test subjects must have a certain level of strength. Goblins? Ghouls? But those with such strength are basically one-time use items. He needs a sufficient number. Last time, Lockhart's cage of Cornish pixies was good, and there were enough of them, but he didn't know who dealt with them later. Or perhaps other magical creatures. Measles? Nifflers? They are too cute to bring himself to harm them. Meow. Tom, who was purring and kneading on the bed, suddenly seemed to sense something, flipped over, and shouted at Adam, his fur bristling. Huh? What's wrong, Tom? Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Adam nervously hugged Tom tightly, carelessly smoothing his hair back. Larger and more powerful magical creatures could be used multiple times, while weaker ones like thestrals, mermaids, and centaurs were less effective. Stronger ones like hippogriffs, unicorns, nitriders, avian serpents, and bicorns were better options. Except for centaurs and unicorns, there were none in the school. There were mermaids in the Black Lake. But capturing one would create too much of a commotion. As for those stronger magical creatures classified as XXXXX level by the Ministry of Magic, they were even harder to bring to the school. What? Why not the acromantula? That was used for venom extraction and was an important source of funding for Adam. So it was better to leave them in the Forbidden Forest to breed. After thinking it over, Adam found no good options and was almost tempted to consider the basilisk. But realizing that removing the basilisk would affect Harry's growth and the potential consequences, he gave up on that idea. In fact, he had another option. Ron's rat, Scabbers, who, as an adult wizard, would also make a decent test subject. However, if it were gone, Sirius would truly be imprisoned for life. Just thinking about it, Harry had it tough enough. Even if the Godfather were released, they wouldn't have many years together. Adam still didn't plan to stop their reunion. In the end, he couldn't think of a good test subject, sighed, and walked out of the dormitory. From a common room window, he looked outside at the continuous heavy rain under the gloomy sky. Chapter 74. The Petrified Madame Pomfrey. Adam was walking down the stairs. His goal was the basement. It was already evening, and he had missed dinner because he was too engrossed in his experiments. So he had to go to the kitchen to ask the house elves for something to eat. By the time Adam returned from the kitchen after having a hearty meal, the Gryffindor common room had become much livelier, as the Quidditch team members had all returned from practice. Not far from the fireplace, Adam had transformed a single sofa for himself, and he was quickly spotted by Harry, who extended an invitation. A memorial party? Adam took a sip of his caramel macchiato. The refill spell for various coffees was one of his recent improvements to his magic. How about that? I bet there aren't many living people who have attended such a party. Hermione said with some anticipation. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm not interested in the Death Day party. Indeed, there aren't many living people who attend a ghost Death Day party because it's not a place for the living. But if you're curious, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, especially since Harry has already agreed. Is that so? After hearing Adam's suggestion, Harry and Hermione left, feeling conflicted. The room returned to silence, and Adam sank into the sofa, comfortably squinting his eyes. Outside, the cold wind howled, heavy rain poured down, and the sky was as dark as ink. Adam sat not far from the fireplace, feeling pleasantly warm. Although the lounge was noisy, Adam's spot was at a distance from the crowd, where the sounds were lively but not piercing. It would be nice if he could hold a cat right now. Adam was lost in thought when he felt a weight in his arms. A furry little creature stepped on his robe and nestled between his legs. It was Tom, who had wandered out from the dormitory. This was life. Just as Adam was feeling drowsy, he suddenly remembered the crackling sound in the common room. He opened his eyes to see a spark-spitting fire lizard swirling past him, orange-red stars continuously spewing from its mouth. Adam recognized those stars. They were a type of prank item called Fizzy Whiz Bee, which Fred and George loved using, and they were also a common material for their experiments. Besides that, Adam could clearly hear Percy yelling at Fred and George from a distance. It was only fitting to be woken up while sleeping in Gryffindor's common room. However, for a moment, Adam still felt a pent-up frustration with nowhere to release it. A few days later, Halloween arrived. Last year's Halloween feast was abruptly canceled due to Quirrell's disruption, but this year Adam could fully enjoy the sweet pumpkin treats, which paired perfectly with the slightly bitter coffee. Bats flew around the hall, and on the platform in front of the staff table, a skeleton band played cheerful music. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in a bright blue wizarding robe, cheerfully greeted the surrounding professors, though everyone seemed uninterested. "Should we save some food for Harry and the others?" Neville asked, stuffing a steaming piece of pumpkin pie into his mouth. "I think at the Death Day party, they probably won't have much of an appetite." "It's not that they don't have an appetite. It's that there's really nothing to eat." Adam thought for a moment, waved his wand to transform it into a lunchbox, and filled it with pumpkin pie, roasted pumpkin, roasted meat, pudding, and bat candy, along with a jug of pumpkin juice. The main focus was on Halloween-themed food. After a satisfying dinner, Professor Dumbledore clapped his hands to gather the food and instructed the prefects to take the students back to their respective dormitories. On the way back, Adam and Neville discussed the food they had just eaten. As they reached the corridor, the group heard gasps coming from ahead. Following the other Gryffindors to the front of the crowd, Adam saw an open space surrounded by students, where on the wall between two windows were scrawled two lines of text. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Under the flickering light of the torches around, the distorted writing appeared particularly eerie and terrifying, causing Neville to instinctively hide behind Adam. Adam turned to look, and under the torch rack, Mrs. Loris Fairch's cat was hanging there stiffly, its tail caught on the rack, eyes wide open. Direct eye contact meant death. Indirect eye contact could lead to petrification, and the venom could even destroy soul artifacts. Looking at Mrs. Loris's petrified body, Adam couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the basilisk. Why not try to see if he could conjure one up himself? Other students slowly began to notice the petrified cat, seemingly realizing the severity of the situation, and they fell silent. "Enemies of the air, beware. Next up is you, mudbloods." In the midst of the silence, Malfoy suddenly stepped forward, his normally pale face flushed bright red as he looked at Mrs. Loris, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. How could this kid not learn his lesson? Was it not enough the last time? Adam didn't have time to act, because Professor Dumbledore was leading several professors towards them, and this score would have to be settled another time. Just then, Filch arrived and immediately spotted Madame Loris. He stumbled back a few steps, panic-stricken, grabbing his face with his hands. My cat! My cat! What happened to Madame Loris?" At that moment, he saw Harry and the others standing next to Madame Loris and shouted excitedly, You! It must be you! You killed my cat! You killed it! I'm going to kill you! Calm down, Argus!" Professor Dumbledore arrived, followed by the other professors. He quickly walked over and helped the stiff Madame Loris down. "Come with me, Argus." Dumbledore's calm voice instantly soothed everyone's unease. "And you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." Lockhart hurried over at that moment. "My office is the closest. The headmaster is just upstairs. You can—" "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore said, and then left with Madame Loris, Harry, and Filch. Lockhart eagerly followed behind, and Professors McGonagall and Snape also joined them. After the group left, the remaining students began to discuss among themselves. "The Chamber of Secrets, oh my, that thing really exists." Neville groaned, nearly fainting. He hadn't shown such fear in a long time. "What is that thing?" Dean asked curiously. "It's an ancient legend. The four wizards who founded our school, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. They had a fierce argument about the blood status of students, because Salazar Slytherin only wanted to admit pure-blood students. Seamus explained to him. Later, Salazar Slytherin left the school. It said that before leaving, he built a secret chamber in the castle, which the other founders knew nothing about. He prophesied that only his own heir could open it. and that the air would release a vicious monster living inside to purge the school of all Muggle-born students. For a moment, Muggle-born wizards felt anxious. Chapter 75. The intangible Patronus spell. In the following days, students were fervently discussing the attack on Madame Loris, and rumors about the Chamber of Secrets began to circulate among classmates. Adam, aren't you afraid of the monster in the chamber? Neville asked worriedly during lunch, looking at Adam. Especially today, under Hermione's strong insistence, Professor Binns told everyone the story of the chamber. Although Professor Binns repeatedly emphasized that it was just a baseless, fabricated story, the ancient legend was now considered to have some basis in reality. I'm not afraid. The so-called monster is nothing more than a magical creature classified by the Ministry of Magic as XXXXX. For me, as long as Salazar Slytherin hasn't locked himself in the chamber, there's nothing to fear. Due to wizards' high attack and low defense and the constant emergence of various means, a wizard of equal strength was far more dangerous to Adam now than any magical creature. Speaking of which, Neville, why are you so afraid? You don't seem to be a Muggle-born wizard. Adam curiously asked the somewhat anxious Neville. Who knows? Neville sighed. In fact, I wrote to my grandma about it, and there are now very few truly pure-blood families like those from Salazar Slytherin's time. Even those so-called Sacred 28 are the same, including the Longbottoms, of course. Oh, by the way, Neville, are you going to the greenhouse this afternoon? Yeah, why? Could you? Adam whispered a few words in Navi's ear. Navi looked a bit confused, but still nodded cheerfully, saying, no problem, leave it to me. After lunch, Adam returned to his laboratory. Recently, he had been researching the Guardian Spirit spell, and through recalling past happy memories, he had now succeeded in releasing some silvery white substance. However, perhaps due to the lack of that pure joy, he still couldn't release a tangible Guardian Spirit. Sitting in the laboratory, Adam toyed with his wand in both hands, but still couldn't think of any happier memories. What feeling could be happier than a holiday? What feeling could be happier than a childhood holiday? What feeling could be happier than having 3 extra days off as a child due to a typhoon? Adam didn't understand. This joy, even when he thinks back on it now, makes him unable to help but feel happy. There's no reason it should be any less than Harry's first time on a broomstick. Why can't he release a corporeal Patronus? Is he still not skilled enough? Expecto Patronum. Silvery wisps of substance burst forth from the tip of his wand, swirling in the air for a while before dissipating completely. Or maybe, do I need a Dementor to pressure myself? Adam retracted his wand and rested his chin on one hand. No, that's not right. With the spirit banishing spell, playing with Dementors was as easy as playing with clay. They couldn't pressure me at all. In the end, Adam didn't manage to conjure a corporeal Patronus until dinner. He decided to change his approach and put the Patronus charm aside for a while, as a spell that requires happiness to be effective. Perhaps he was just too tense to produce a corporeal Patronus, which was entirely possible. During dinner, Adam was found by Harry and the others. Felix Felicis? Adam glanced at the eager trio and swallowed back whatever they were planning to say. The potion for the powerful potion was documented, and that book is in the restricted section. With Lockhart's signature, you can get in there. I remember, Hermione, you have many of his signatures, right? Although she had gradually accepted Lockhart's incompetence, Hermione still scored full marks on every test for Gryffindor's points, and Lockhart rewarded her with many signed books. In fact, we already have one. Hermione revealed a corner of the powerful potion book from her bag. We wanted to ask if you could get the materials needed to brew the polyjuice potion, like sneaking a bit from Professor Snape's office. Hearing this suggestion coming from Hermione's mouth, Adam couldn't help but take another long look at her. You fallen girl. No wonder the Sorting Hat didn't place Hermione in Ravenclaw. Unfortunately, you came too late. Adam shook his head. The after-school tutoring had already ended, and I don't go to Professor Snape's office much anymore, including Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. You all know Professor Snape doesn't like to be disturbed, and going back now would raise his suspicions. Is that so? Harry and Ron sighed in disappointment. It's fine, we can manage these materials ourselves. It just takes a bit longer. Hermione comforted the two, nodded at Adam, and then left. Watching the trio walk away, Adam couldn't help but mourn for Professor Snape's potion materials. Lacewing flies, fluxweed, those are manageable. But the African snake skin can only be found in Professor Snape's office, and that stuff isn't cheap. However, the loss caused by students will probably be reimbursed by Professor Dumbledore, right? After dinner, Adam returned to the dormitory and waited until evening when Neville finally came back in a hurry. Here, this is what you wanted. Neville pulled out a paper package from his mud-stained robes and handed it to Adam. Adam took it, opened it, and found a small, fresh green leaf lying in the center of the package. A single leaf of mandrake, freshly picked, and just the right size to fit in your mouth. Are you going to eat it? Neville took off his dirty robes, hung them on a hanger, changed into a dry sweater, and then collapsed onto his bed. I'm going to use it to practice a new spell. It really is a perfect mandrake leaf. Adam put away the paper package and cleaned Neville's robes with a flick. It's exactly what I needed. Thanks, Neville. No need to mention it. Neville waved his hand, went through the knowledge of mandrakes in his mind, and suddenly looked up at Adam. Adam, you're not thinking of practicing animagus, are you? It was mentioned before that the greatest effect of mandrake is to restore the effects of transformation, but usually, the roots are used for medicinal purposes. Using the leaves for potions is quite rare. And if the leaves are used in relation to practicing a certain spell, there is only one scenario, animagus. Exactly. Do you want to join me? Adam looked at Neville, and he thought Neville's transformation spell was quite good, at least better than that of Wormtail Peter. If Wormtail Peter could become an animagus with the help of James Potter and Sirius Black, then Neville had no reason not to succeed. I'd better not. Neville hurriedly waved his hand. I just wanted to remind you that this spell is very dangerous, and the likelihood of failure is high, so you need to be mentally prepared. Don't worry, I know that. Adam glanced out the window. It was completely dark outside, and a full moon was slowly rising. He directly put the leaf in his mouth. Just kidding. He had already predicted the upcoming weather, and specifically chose today to start practicing animagus. How could he fail? It was just his animagus form. Adam's expression was momentarily unnatural. Chapter 76. Once again, the Quidditch match sabotaged. On that Saturday morning, Adam woke up and pushed open the dormitory door to go have breakfast. Oliver Wood, who had been waiting outside the door, greeted Adam before eagerly darting into their dormitory. Today was the first Quidditch match of the year, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Last year, Slytherin had won the House Cup because Harry hadn't participated in the final match. Moreover, this year, with Malfoy's addition to the team, Slytherin had upgraded all their brooms to the latest model, the Nimbus 2001, giving them a significant equipment advantage over the Gryffindor Quidditch team. During breakfast, the atmosphere at the Gryffindor long table became tense as everyone was anxious about the outcome of today's match. After a while, the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team came down together, sitting in silence with serious expressions, clearly under a lot of pressure. Adam, are we going to win this time? Neville couldn't help but whisper. Adam rolled his eyes at him, picked up a piece of potato, and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't you know you shouldn't ask loudly? Why not just not ask at all? With a mouthful of mandrake leaves. Adam had refrained from speaking as much as possible these days. The mandrake leaves in animagus served to transform wizards back into their human forms. And this month was meant to completely merge the wizard's essence with the mandrake leaves. Therefore, Adam couldn't use a spell to keep the leaf in his mouth. So he had to carefully press it under his tongue, always being cautious. As 11 o'clock approached, teachers and students began making their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was hot and humid, the sky covered with thick clouds, occasionally rumbling with thunder. When the Gryffindor Quidditch team took the field, it wasn't just Gryffindor cheering. There were also shouts from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, all hoping Gryffindor could defeat Slytherin. Of course, there were also boos coming from Slytherin, with a whistle from Madam Hooch. 15 broomsticks shot up into the sky. Harry chose to ascend right from the start, flying to the highest point in the stadium, looking around for the golden snitch. Malfoy was flying back and forth below him, saying something that seemed to be boasting about his broomstick. Suddenly, a bludger came hurtling toward Harry, which he narrowly dodged. George rushed up and hit the bludger toward the Slytherin players, but it turned in midair and attacked Harry again. Again? Who is casting jinxes this time? Does anyone have a telescope? Ron slammed the railing in front of him. Harry dodged the bludger's attack once more, and this time George hit it toward Malfoy. But it turned again mid-flight and came back for Harry. Soon, Gryffindor called for a timeout, but at that moment, the bludger also stopped. Madam Hooch could never believe that the bludger had been tampered with, trying to kill Harry, because before they were taken out, they had been kept in her box, untouched by anyone. The game had to continue. In the stands, Adam watched the bludger in surprise. The magic of house elves was indeed very different from that of wizards. Even he couldn't figure out what curse had been placed on the bludger. This made Adam ponder how he would respond if a house elf were to attack him. Wait, it seems he could use divination to see if someone was targeting him, then divinate their position and cast a killing curse right back. Oh, that's fine then. So Adam watched as Harry enjoyed the privileges of a savior, a kind house elf trying to use a bludger to knock him down from over 500 feet in the air for his safety. Eventually, Harry seized an opportunity. He took 2 hits from the bludger, rushed toward Malfoy, who thought he was about to collide with him and perish together. and caught the golden snitch hovering just inches above Malfoy's left ear. Afterward, Harry fell straight down, landing in the muddy ground. As Madame Hooch's whistle blew, Gryffindor won the match. The crowd cheered and rushed over, trying to check on Harry's injuries. To protect the mandrake leaves in his mouth, Adam walked a bit slower. And when he got there, he saw the Gryffindor Quidditch team members forming a circle. In the center, Lockhart was rolling up his sleeves, ready to cast a spell on Harry, while Colin squeezed through the crowd with his camera, excitedly taking pictures of Harry. Even though Harry didn't seem to want to have this moment photographed. "Wait, don't make me go to the hospital wing," Harry weakly called out, looking at Lockhart with fear in his eyes. As Lockhart's spell was cast, Harry's broken arm suddenly drooped down completely, like a thick, flesh-colored glove. As all the bones in his arm were pulled out, Adam's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but repeat the spell that Lockhart had just recited in his mind a few times, preparing to try it out later. Imagine if, during a battle, he could directly extract all of the opponent's bones. Oh, not just the skull. Lockhart also realized something was wrong. He stood up, looking as if he had accomplished a great feat. Yes, that's right. Sometimes things like this can happen. But the key point is that the bones have already been reattached. Make sure to remember that. All right, Harry, stroll on over to the infirmary, will you? Oh, Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger, can you accompany him? Madame Pomfrey can, give you a bit of touch-up. Harry looked as if he was about to faint, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Ron and Hermione quickly helped him toward the infirmary. They were very familiar with the route. As they passed Lockhart, Hermione couldn't help but give him a hard kick. Harry was fine. Madame Pomfrey had given him some bone regrowth potion, but he would have to stay in the infirmary for a while. Madame Pomfrey said he had 33 bones that needed to grow back. After returning from the infirmary, Ron and Hermione brought news about Harry. Aside from that, Malfoy was being scolded by Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, who said the golden snitch was right above his head and he hadn't seen it. He looked quite unhappy. If it's right above his head, isn't it normal that he can't see it? Neville thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, we won against Slytherin. That's what matters." Fred and George held up pumpkin juice in a toast-like manner. Cheers! At that moment, Adam's eyes suddenly went blank for a moment, and then he raised his pumpkin juice without any unusual signs and drank with everyone. Chapter 77. The first victim, Colin Creevey. The little fan who loved taking pictures of Harry was attacked on his way to visit Harry and now lay in the infirmary like a corpse. This shocking news spread quickly throughout the school. Unlike the previous incident with Mrs. Norris, this time, a fellow student had truly been attacked and was now lying in the infirmary. As Colin's desk, maid in charms class, Ginny looked terrified. She seemed very upset when Mrs. Norris was attacked. To comfort her, Fred and George tried everything they could, using various prank props on themselves, but they couldn't make Ginny laugh. Fred and George, covered in feathers and boils after being kicked out by Percy, even ran over to ask Adam if he had any ideas. "If you two jesters can't do anything, what can I do? I've never cheered up a sister." Adam rolled his eyes and couldn't help but speak up, knowing that he would finally be rid of the leaf in his mouth that night. It was worth mentioning that he had been holding this leaf for a month, and it was almost disintegrated. Adam felt that just a gentle touch from his tongue would break it apart. That night, the gloomy atmosphere from the previous night was swept away by a clear sky, with bright moonlight pouring down onto the ground. After casting a silencing charm and a glamour charm on himself, Adam made his way to the grassy area behind the castle, near the Forbidden Forest. He took out a small crystal vial filled with his saliva. He removed the leaf from his mouth, soaked it in the vial, placed the vial under the moonlight, and added a strand of hair, a teaspoon of dew, taken from a place that had seen neither sunlight nor human contact for a full 7 days, and a cocoon of a death's head hawk moth. After adding the materials, the vial showed no reaction. The ingredients were merely sitting together and could only be referred to as a mixture, not yet a potion. After staring blankly for a few seconds, Adam walked into the Forbidden Forest and buried the vial under a tree. Until the storm, 3 days later, no one would pass by here, and no sunlight would reach this spot. Originally, attempting to become an animagus relied heavily on luck. First, the month of holding the leaf must start from one full moon to the next, with the ending full moon being clear and cloudless. If it was overcast and the moonlight was obscured, he would have to start over with a new leaf. Secondly, this step that Adam was currently undertaking required the mixed liquid to be hidden in a quiet, dark place, undisturbed by sunlight or interruptions until the storm arrived. This process could take weeks, months, or even years, depending on when the storm came. In Britain, storms arrived every year. but some places might not see a storm for years. These aspects of luck could be foreseen through Adam's divination. And it must be said that in matters purely based on luck, divination offered an advantage. After burying the mixture, Adam returned to the castle. And the first thing he did was head to the kitchen. For the entire month, he had held a leaf in his mouth. He had barely eaten, which had left him feeling miserable. After eating to his heart's content, Adam even packed a simple burger made with 2 slices of toasted bread, cheese, chopped mushrooms, sliced chicken breast, fresh vegetables, and black pepper steak, strolling leisurely back to the common room. Everyone was busy selling and trading protective charms and talismans. Recently, due to Colin's attack, the students had become anxious, and just a few days ago, Neville had even considered bringing a pot of mandrake back to the dormitory from the greenhouse. Adam, look at this. Fred bounced over to show Adam a purple crystal talisman. George quickly followed, adorned with strings of wooden charms inscribed with meaningless characters, jingling like a Christmas tree as he moved, looking cheaper than Fred's. They were among the calmer ones in the group, even taking the opportunity to make a small profit selling charms. After all, according to Adam's prophecy, their encounter with danger would happen years later in a great battle at Hogwarts. Even if it was dangerous then, at least it meant they were safe now, right? It must be said that the prophecy had made things clear for them. I'm not interested in this, Adam, who had studied ancient magical texts, knew that these charms were actually useless, but he didn't expose them. We know. Fred and George pulled Adam into a corner and whispered, "We just want you to cast a protection charm on these talismans, like the one you cast in our room after that explosion. Students will trust the effectiveness of these charms more. We'll handle the materials and sales, and you handle the spell. How about we split the profits evenly?" Adam glanced at the pile of charms on George and shook his head. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Madame Loris or Colin Creevey, but that kind of evil, powerful force cannot be resisted by the ironclad spells on charms. Hearing Adam say this, Fred and George exchanged a look and leaned in curiously. You know what that is, right? You must have foreseen it. Don't be too curious. Fate isn't necessarily unchangeable, but rather it changes with every decision you make. Just because you encounter danger in a distant future doesn't mean you won't face other dangers now, especially after your decisions change. Adam frowned and warned the two, fearing that they might take his prophecy that the king would die during the transit of Venus as a cue to recklessly endanger themselves. The basilisk this time was manageable, as Professor Dumbledore had it under control. But what about in the future? It's important to know that his prophecies were not of the type that were destined to come true. Not to mention, if he were to cast a death curse on each of them right now, their future would definitely change. Seeing Adam's serious expression, Fred and George shrank back, disregarding their protective charms, and hurriedly ran away. Adam was somewhat uneasy, so he performed a divination again to confirm that the twins had indeed not attempted anything reckless, which finally put him at ease. After receiving meticulous care at the Weasley household for half a month, if the twins were to perish because of a few of his words, how would he ever face Mrs. Molly and Mr. Weasley again? With the twins causing such a stir, Adam glanced at the hamburger in the paper bag in his hand and sighed, feeling that the midnight snack he had prepared no longer seemed appealing. Chapter 78. Animagus starting the next day, every sunrise and sunset, Adam would point the tip of his wand at his heart and recite the Animagus spell. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. This continued until the sunrise on the 4th day. On the afternoon of the 4th day, when the first lightning struck across the overcast sky, Adam immediately unearthed the crystal vial he had buried, which now contained a mouthful of blood-red potion. Adam ran back to the dormitory with the potion, entering the 5th setting of the suitcase. He had already checked that no one would disturb him during this time before he emerged. Pointing his wand at his heart, Adam recited the spell again. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Feeling his second heartbeat, Adam uncorked the small vial and drank the potion in one gulp. That second heartbeat suddenly became clear, and together with Adam's original heartbeat, it grew increasingly intense. A wave of sharp pain began to spread from his heart throughout his body. Strangely, it felt somewhat similar to when he had consumed the Dragon Vein potion. Adam kept his eyes closed, maintaining calmness within as he did not resist the changes in his body. Gradually, an image emerged in Adam's mind, that of a Hungarian hornet. Perhaps due to bloodline reasons, this would be his Animagus transformation. Normally, Animagus transformations are limited to non-magical creatures, and transforming into magical creatures could lead to unpredictable consequences. If it weren't for the fact that Adam had seen himself transforming into a Hungarian hornet in a prophecy, giving himself a thumbs up as a sign of safety, he would have never dared to continue practicing Animagus. The pain persisted, and Adam could feel his form changing, his clothes merging with his skin, and a tail sprouting from behind him. Eventually, he involuntarily crouched down, but upon opening his eyes, he found that his perspective had risen. He had transformed into a fire dragon, a Hungarian hornet. The sensation of becoming an animal was already quite marvelous, not to mention transforming into a dragon. Adam curiously observed his new body. An adult Hungarian hornet can reach 50 feet in height, but he should not be that tall right now. Using the nearby wall as a reference, he was about 40 feet tall, possibly because he had not yet reached adulthood. However, if one were to convert the wizarding age scale to that of a fire dragon, Adam's size was already larger than that of a typical Hungarian hornet of the same age, approaching the size of one that was about to reach adulthood. Adam was not entirely sure about this. Perhaps it was due to the upgrade in his bloodline, making him a high-quality individual among Hungarian hornets. Aside from his size, he seemed to be identical to a Hungarian hornet in other aspects, including black scales, bronze-colored horns and spikes, a long spiked tail, and even including. Adam opened his mouth, and a bright dragon's breath was unleashed, quickly scorching the stone wall in front of him to a deep red, even showing signs of melting. He could finally breathe fire. As a winged, bipedal dragon, Adam felt he should be able to fly, but this skill seemed much harder to learn than the instinct to breathe fire. Adam flapped around for a while, managing to lift off the ground. But the flight was more like using his wings to fan himself up rather than genuine flying. To master this skill, Adam might need to observe flying creatures or even fire dragons for inspiration. Once the novelty of being a dragon faded, Adam envisioned his original form, and as his perspective rapidly descended, he transformed back into his human shape. It was a perfect animagus transformation. Grabbing his wand, Adam began to contemplate his unique animagus form. The reason for his difference was quite clear. It was the bloodline within him. However, he was curious about why he wasn't a different kind of magical creature. Aside from the reasons, there were the implications of having a distinct animagus. Normally, the primary function of an animagus is disguise and stealth. A wizard in animagus form doesn't differ in any perception from ordinary animals, which is why Sirius Black could deceive Dementors using his animagus form. As for Professor McGonagall using the fluid characteristics of a cat to evade damage, that was more about showcasing skills and exploiting species traits, and not advisable as a reference. However, Adam's animagus form was even more conspicuous than his human self, so the straightforward path of disguise and stealth was clearly not feasible. Fortunately, Adam didn't seem to have a particular need for concealment, given the interface-like skin of his disguise. The specific use of his animagus form still needed development, but for now, Adam had an unexpected gain. He had uncovered the secret of the fire dragon's breath. After transforming, Adam learned that fire dragons, as magical creatures, did not breathe fire through any special organs, like the basilisk's eyes, the phoenix's rebirth, or the ability of the bird snake to change size. It was an innate form of magic. These magics were typically beyond the reach of wizards, as the workings of wizard magic and magical creature magic are fundamentally different. However, with Adam, a wizard of exceptionally high fire dragon bloodline concentration, through his animagus transformation, he could experience how the magic of a fire dragon's breath operated. Additionally, after the animagus transformation, Adam felt as though his bloodline had been upgraded again, akin to having unblocked his energy channels. When he transformed into a Hungarian horntail, he sensed an unprecedented vitality in his magic, and this feeling persisted even after reverting to human form, as if he still retained the essence of the Hungarian horntail within him. So, Adam took a deep breath, and the magic within him began to flow in a familiar way. As he opened his mouth, a bright orange-red flame tongue scorched the air in front of him, distorting it. The fire-breathing distance of the Hungarian horntail is the longest among dragons, reaching up to about 50 feet. In his humanoid form, Adam's dragon breath seemed unaffected, able to project over 40 feet just like in his dragon form. Filled with excitement, as Adam's magic surged, the flame tongue coalesced into the shape of a fire dragon, lunging toward the stone wall ahead. The violent explosion caused the already scorched stone wall to shatter completely. Dragon breath? No, it was a silent, wandless, enhanced version of raging fire. Finally, he had a legitimate means of attack that could be unleashed silently and without a wand. Previously, none of the many spells he could cast silently were capable of such feats, and during his battle with Professor Flitwick, he had been completely overwhelmed. Note before this, the only spells Adam could cast silently and without a wand, aside from dark magic, were the unbreakable vow, transfiguration, and shield charm. none of which had direct offensive capabilities. Excitedly, he continued to unleash dragon breath, and with time before dinner, Adam used this opportunity to thoroughly master the magic of breathing fire. Chapter 76. Duel Club. Adam spent almost the entire month of December getting familiar with flying. During this time, he also learned a bit from Athena. Now, although he flies a bit clumsily, he can at least soar through the sky in dragon form. Ever since he could fly, Adam first realized that the space in his suitcase wasn't particularly large. He also understood the technological sophistication of Newt's suitcase, which allows the Thunderbird to soar freely. That space is just a part of it, and Newt's suitcase should be much larger than his. Is it time to work on the achievement of spending a fortune? But what could he buy that would cost 10,000 galleons all at once? By the way, what are the housing prices in the wizarding world? Also, it seems that buying a house in the wizarding world comes with an indefinite property, right? So it would be nice to occasionally visit the wizarding world for a holiday and chat with professors and friends. Before that, it seems he needs to find an opportunity to visit the Forbidden Forest. Last time he only collected 64 bottles, but this time he should aim for 300 or 400 bottles, just enough to drain Boggin's savings. Once again, he had his sights set on the Acromantulas. Adam walked to the hall and found a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, staring at a newly pinned parchment. A dueling club? Adam listened in and suddenly had a strange expression. He had seen it in divination before. It was quite interesting. Should he give it a try? Adam didn't expect that. Before he had made a decision, Professor Snape found him after dinner. Let me go to the dueling club. Adam stood frozen in place after hearing Professor Snape's words. I felt that the level of strength I had with my classmates seemed to be not against other students, but against the professor. Lockhart was looking for a dueling partner, and I recommended you. Professor Snape squinted his eyes, and his cheeks even twitched due to tension. Adam Gaspit. Goodness. Don't think I didn't see that the original dueling assistant was Professor Snape. What have I done wrong that you would want to deal such a harsh blow to me? Teacher? Is Professor Snape reminding him that his birthday is approaching? Professor, my current strength is still quite unstable, and I might not be able to hold back when the time comes. Adam expressed in as polite a manner as possible that Lockhart's abilities were quite lacking. But he didn't expect Professor Snape's response to be that there was no need to hold back. Professor Snape stood with his arms crossed over his chest, slightly raising his chin. You are facing our defense against the dark arts professor, who has extensive experience in combat and adventure. As a student, you can absolutely consider him the most formidable opponent you will encounter. Adam hadn't finished speaking when he nearly choked on his saliva upon hearing Professor Snape's words. The most formidable opponent? Professor Snape, are you serious? If I cast Avada Kedavra, you'd better protect me. Even without Avada, just with Lockhart's pathetic appearance. Adam could easily cast a spell that would make Professor Dumbledore kneel beside Lockhart with Fawkes, begging him not to die. Well, let's not mention the jokes. Under Professor Snape's almost explicit hint, Adam understood what he meant. Translated into plain language, it was, use Sectum Sempra to cut him down. To be honest, Adam was indeed a bit excited after hearing that. So, that evening at 8 o'clock, Adam's figure appeared in the Great Hall. It was similar to the day he participated in the assessment. The 4 long tables had disappeared, but instead of a dueling platform, there was a smaller, gilded, flashy stage. Surrounding the stage were almost all the students in the school, jostling against each other, holding their wands, and excitedly discussing what would happen next. The dueling club. This was the first time Hogwarts had something like this. Who would host it? At that moment of great anticipation, Gilderoy Lockhart stepped onto the stage. He was wearing a purplish-red robe that shimmered under the light of hundreds of floating candles, and beside him was Professor Snape, dressed in the robe Adam had given him last year. As they reached the center of the stage, Lockhart waved his hand for everyone to quiet down, then shouted loudly, "Come closer, come closer. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear my voice?" Ah, wonderful. Lockhart wore his signature smile. So, Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to start this little dueling club to fully train everyone. In case you ever need to defend yourselves using the methods I have used countless times. For details, please refer to my published works. After giving a little advertisement for his works, Lockhart raised his hand to signal everyone to look at Professor Snape beside him. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. I invited him to help guide everyone. Additionally, he recommended his proud student, Mr. Adam Smith, to join me in giving a little demonstration. Everyone's gaze, especially that of the Gryffindor students, fell on Adam. He walked up to the dueling platform without changing his expression, glancing at Professor Snape, who raised his chin slightly without responding to Adam's gaze. Very good. Come here. Lockhart pulled Adam's sleeve, dragging him to his side. Don't worry about your classmate. We're just doing a casual demonstration. After that, Mr. Smith will safely return to you. At that moment, Adam, who had nearly stumbled from being pulled, and Professor Snape, who witnessed the whole scene, had surprisingly unified thoughts. Adam, will be safe. You might not. Before the duel began, Lockhart patted Adam's shoulder firmly. Relax, kid. I won't hurt you. Just take it easy. Professor Snape said you understand dueling etiquette, right? Although being patted on the shoulder didn't hurt due to his strong physique, Adam's dissatisfaction didn't fade, and he nearly couldn't hold back, stiffly nodding. Lockhart thought Adam was just nervous, grinning as he stood with Adam on opposite sides of the stage. Professor Snape stepped down from the stage, arms crossed over his chest, watching the stage with a chilling smile. As you can see, we will first bow. Lockhart and Adam bowed to each other. Lockhart's hands performed various flourishes, while Adam simply executed a straightforward bow. Then, we will hold our wands in the standard dueling position. Lockhart looked at the now quiet students below, smiling. When I count to 3, we will cast our first spell together. Of course, I won't take Mr. Smith's life like I did with the ghoul. 1, 2, 3. The two raised their wands almost simultaneously, and Adam waved his wand towards Lockhart while shouting, scheming.After? Without warning, Lockhart's body exploded in a spray of blood, a long gash slicing from one shoulder to the other side of his waist. His purplish-red robe tearing away as blood flowed from the exposed flesh. In fact, Adam had held back. The wound looked terrifying, but in reality, it was just a superficial injury. With a counter curse, it could be healed in no time, but right now, it had a strong visual impact. If he had truly bisected Lockhart, Adam felt that Professor Dumbledore might want to have a chat with him. Professor Snape was aware of this, but Lockhart and the students below were not. Oh my God, he has killed him. Quick, someone help him. Some of the timid students even screamed, while others, eager for chaos, began to cheer. Lockhart's reaction was even more dramatic. Help. I am bleeding. Someone. Doctor, I need a doctor. My intestines are about to spill out. His almost ear-splitting screams echoed throughout the Great Hall. Watching the blood gushing from his body and the grotesque wound, Lockhart dared not move, his legs trembling in fear. Nearly fainting. It's about time. Professor Snape strode forward, grabbed Lockhart's head, and pointed his wand at his body as he began to chant the counter curse. Heal quickly, heal quickly, heal quickly. The wand traced along the wound. The blood flowed back, the wound rolling back to its original state. By the time Snape finished tracing the wand along Lockhart's wounds, Lockhart had completely healed. It only required a counter curse to be fully healed, which was one reason why scheming.After was considered a less advanced form of dark magic. Oh right, Lockhart's robe didn't restore itself, so he was now bare-chested, revealing a body reminiscent of a plucked chicken with some excess flesh. Once he realized what had happened, he quickly grabbed his torn robe from the ground and draped it over himself. Adam Smith. After healing Lockhart, Snape casually pushed him aside and looked sternly at Adam, who stood there looking like he had done something wrong. Injuring a professor during a duel? You will be in detention. Snape emphasized the word injuring. Wait. Lockhart, still shaken, tremblingly approached, his robe barely closed and his hat askew, looking quite disheveled. I wasn't seriously injured. I mean, you shouldn't blame him. I just did it on purpose to let him demonstrate this move. In fact, everyone knows that with my abilities, Mr. Smith's intentions for such a move were too obvious. I could have effortlessly stopped him, but I thought it would be good for everyone to see and learn. Watching Lockhart, though disheveled, still stubbornly wearing his trademark smile, Adam had to admit that this guy indeed had some skills beyond the Obliviate curse. Not to mention, the courage to still hold on and face the stage for the sake of dignity after almost being ripped apart is impressive. It was truly a waste of talent that he didn't get in a Gryffindor. And this mouth of his, I wonder which is harder, this or Hagrid's rock cakes, right? Professor Snape's lips curled into a smile that could be described as malicious. I see. Adam sighed ambiguously, holding his wand and scanning Lockhart, seemingly looking for where to strike next. Yes, of course. Lockhart glanced at the teacher-student duo, his heart tightened, fearing they were planning to have another round, and hurriedly began the process of moving to the next stage. All right, the demonstration ends here. Mr. Smith, you can go down now. I will come among you and divide you into pairs. Professor Snape, could you assist me? Professor Snape was more than willing. He walked downstage with Lockhart to pair the students. After Adam got off the stage, he grabbed Neville, not allowing him to run away, and Professor Snape naturally put them in the same group. Adam? Neville looked like he was about to cry, afraid that Adam would do the same thing to him as Lockhart did. Don't be nervous, Neville. I'll be your sparring partner this time. Adam doesn't like to expand his social circle. The only familiar people are a few in his dormitory, Hermione, and Fred and George. Fred and George are too far away, and the trio is currently being closely monitored by Professor Snape. Adam can't just team up with Seamus, right? He was taken by Professor Snape to team up with Ron. Just looking at Ron's anxious expression makes it clear that any spell in Seamus's hands basically comes with an explosion effect. He is much more dangerous than Neville. After dividing everyone into groups, apart from a few being closely watched, it was basically just grouping students who were standing together. Lockhart returned to the stage. All right, now, face your partners. Bow. Adam stood with his wand upright in front of him, bowing to Neville. Adam, you have to keep your word. It's not that Neville doesn't trust Adam. It's just that what happened a moment ago was too frightening. Adam showed a reassuring smile, but Neville didn't seem comforted. Raise your wands and be ready. Lockhart continued shouting. When I count to 3, cast your spells. The disarmament spell is Expelliarmus. We don't want any accidents. As Lockhart spoke, he couldn't help but glance in Adam's direction. 1, 2, 3. Without waiting for Lockhart to finish, many students, either out of nervousness or intentionally, cast their spells early. The incantation echoed around them, and Neville nervously recited his spell, Expelliarmus. The red light burst apart after colliding with a swirl of distorted air in front of Adam. Seeing this scene, Neville's terrified expression finally relaxed. Sorry, Adam. I was too nervous. It's all right, we're doing great. Adam shook his head, signaling Neville to look around. Some young wizards had misfired their spells and were lying on the ground alongside their teammates. Others hadn't managed to hit their opponents at all and were both panting heavily. Hermione and her opponent were now engaged in close combat. Her opponent, facing Miss Know-It-All, wisely chose a fighting style that favored her. Ron's group was surrounded by green, glowing mist as he apologized to Seamus for yet another malfunctioning wand, deciding to take the initiative to avoid being blasted. Chapter 81. Parseltongue. Oh my. Oh my. Get up quickly and be careful to squeeze tightly. The bleeding will stop soon. Lockhart walked back and forth among the students, observing the results of their duels. Harry and Malfoy's match was arguably the most vicious, as they had resorted to using dark curses, but nothing serious happened under Professor Snape's watchful eye. After surveying the scene, Lockhart returned to the stage. Well, I think it's best if I teach you how to stop those nasty spells. Clearly, the chaos of the first round had made Lockhart a bit flustered. He glanced at Professor Snape and quickly withdrew his gaze after recalling the earlier battle with Adam. Please, one pair volunteer to demonstrate. Granger and Burbage, how about you? I don't think they're suitable, Professor Lockhart, Snape remarked, meeting Harry's gaze from the audience with a sneer. How about Malfoy and Potter? Excellent. Lockhart immediately signaled for the two to come up to the stage. The onlookers stepped back, giving them enough space to perform and potentially make mistakes. All right, Harry. Lockhart walked over and patted Harry on the shoulder, just like he had done countless times in class. When Draco points his wand at you, you do this. He raised his wand and waved it around, attempting to conjure a complex spell, only for the wand to slip from his grip and fall to the ground. Professor Snape couldn't help but chuckle, and Lockhart hurriedly picked up the wand. Oh dear, my wand seems overly excited today. Harry glanced at Professor Snape and then at Draco, who was smirking at him. Despite knowing that Lockhart was unreliable, he couldn't help but ask, Professor, could you demonstrate that counterspell method again? Lockhart, of course, didn't he know how? He casually patted Harry's shoulder again. Just do what I just did, Harry. How do I do that? Drop the wand on the ground. Lockhart pretended not to hear and directly began counting down. 3, 2, 1, go. Unlike the doubtful Harry, Malfoy quickly raised his wand and shouted, Serpensortia. Accompanied by an explosion from the wand's tip, a black snake sprang out and landed heavily on the floor, then lifted its head and slithered towards Harry. The thing Lockhart had just taught was visibly unreliable, leaving Harry frozen in place, staring at the snake. Don't move, Potter. I'll take care of it. Professor Snape said slowly, clearly pleased with the scene before him. Let me. Unexpectedly, Lockhart stepped in to assert his presence, shouting and raising his wand, threateningly waving it at the black snake, just as he had demonstrated to Harry earlier. Of course, this time the wand did not fall to the ground. Despite that, the black snake still did not disappear. Instead, it lunged up over a meter high and crashed back down onto the floor. The snake was enraged, hissing as it slithered towards the classmates in front of it, raising its head and baring its fangs, ready to attack. Professor Snape frowned and stepped forward to deal with the snake, but at that moment, Harry moved. He stepped forward, fixed his gaze on the snake, and hissed. Adam could hear him say, Let him go. The black snake obediently went limp and turned its head to stare at Harry. Adam watched this scene and thought that Parseltongue was indeed incomparable to such a natural ability. Parseltongue could not only communicate with snakes, but could also inherently command them to some extent, which the speaking spell could not achieve. The emergence of Parseltongue changed the atmosphere of the entire dueling club in an instant. Harry was dragged away by Ron, and the surrounding students lost their interest in continuing and instead fervently discussed the fact that Harry was actually a Parselmouth. Lockhart was busy trying to redirect everyone's attention to himself, but his efforts were in vain, compared to the heir of Slytherin, which was a matter of life and death. Even his fans found it hard to focus on him at that moment. Professor? Adam walked over to Professor Snape, who had been staring at the direction Harry had left after turning the black snake into nothing. Since the dueling club could no longer continue, Professor Snape directly left the hall. Once in the corridor, he spoke in a low voice, as if the words were caught in his throat. Parseltongue. Yes, Parseltongue, Slytherin's Parseltongue. Harry is in big trouble now. Unlike Professor Snape's complex emotions, Adam's voice surprisingly revealed a hint of glee. Professor Snape glanced at him. Aren't you worried that he is the heir of Slytherin? Adam blinked and looked at Professor Snape. Professor, even if he is, he's still Harry. He is still the same guy who couldn't even cast a proper curse when he was bickering with Malfoy. This sounded quite touching, and the pensive couldn't read Adam's thoughts. But Professor Snape inexplicably felt that there was more to Adam's words. After staring at Adam for a while, and with the pensive still showing blankness, Professor Snape ultimately gave up on trying to understand further. It was getting late, and if he didn't want to lose points, he should head back early and not run around outside at night. After saying this, Professor Snape waved his cloak and swiftly left. Adam stood still, blinking as he watched the corners of Professor Snape's robes swirl behind him, contemplating whether to give him a robe of a different color this year. Besides black, what other color would Professor Snape like? The red of Lily Evans' hair, or the green of her eyes? However, it remained to be seen whether this would genuinely touch Professor Snape's heart or be like a knife stabbing into his chest. Perhaps he should consult divination on this matter. Adam initially didn't want to use divination for gift-giving, just as he wouldn't wake up every day to check what would happen that day. He simply didn't have the time for that, and besides, it would take away the freshness of life. However, this time it might indeed be a bit risky. Adam felt it would be better to play it safe. On his way back to the dormitory, to intuitively gauge Professor Snape's attitude toward gifts, Adam vividly recalled the countless times he had been thrown out of the office by Professor Snape with various jars and bottles. Finally, he settled on this year's birthday gift for Professor Snape. It would still be black on the outside, but with a green lining inside. This time, Adam was neither thrown out nor told to leave. Professor Snape simply nodded to acknowledge it and then asked him to identify the ingredients of a potion on the table before letting him take it away. For the usually reserved and emotionally restrained Professor Snape, this was already a significant sign of affection. Chapter 82. The second victim upon returning to the Gryffindor common room. Everyone was indeed discussing Harry being a Parselmouth. Adam walked straight back to the dormitory. Pushing open the dormitory door, he found Harry and Ron there, looking as if they had come in after everyone returned to the common room. Harry was curled up in bed, hugging his knees, and it seemed he had already learned from Ron and Hermione what being a Parselmouth meant. Adam saw Harry lift his head in confusion, his voice light and airy. Am I really a descendant of Slytherin? Adam looked at Harry strangely, which made Harry's heart sink. Just as Harry was feeling a bit self-doubt, Adam walked over to him and flicked his finger on Harry's forehead. Ah! Harry instantly let out a scream, covering his forehead and leaning back, falling onto the pillow. Adam twisted his fingers, reminiscing about the sensation of blasting the Savior's head and the feedback from the collision of the soul curse and Voldemort's soul fragments. Have you lost your memory? Are you the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets without even knowing it? As for the descendants of Slytherin, so what? It's not a big deal. There are only so many wizards in Britain, and over the years, there have been quite a few wizards related to Slytherin by blood. Descendants of Slytherin are not uncommon. Only direct descendants are rare, but that's the Gaunt family, and the Potter family is clearly not, so you can stop dreaming. Compared to that, you should focus on keeping the title of the boy who lived. It will accompany you for a lifetime, and it will bring you countless accolades, trials, and hardships as the Savior. Adam's words carried a hint of heaviness, but Harry clearly didn't realize it. Although Adam had given him a light slap on the head and reminded him of that embarrassing nickname, he had indeed alleviated Harry's worries. And Harry was surprisingly in a good mood now. Just moments ago, Ron and Hermione's expressions had scared him, especially during the sorting hat ceremony when it had indeed said he was suited for Slytherin. Ron found Adam's words reasonable. After all, he and Harry spent all day together, coming and going as a pair. There was no way Harry could be the one to open the Chamber of Secrets, the heir of Slytherin. However, while Harry had come to terms with it, the other students did not share the same sentiment. Starting the next day, almost all the students began to avoid Harry, not daring to come too close. Even the classmate whom Harry had saved with Parseltongue that day felt the same to everyone else. It was as if Harry had just hissed a few times, making it impossible to tell whether he was telling the snake to stop or to attack. Of course, Adam kept his distance from Harry's emerging troubles. He had been drafted by Neville to help Professor Sprout. Recently, it had started to snow, and Professor Sprout needed to dress the mandrakes in scarves and socks. This was all to ensure the mandrakes would thrive, so they could quickly brew the mandrake potion to revive Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey. So Professor Sprout was being particularly careful. She hadn't intended to enlist anyone's help, but after Neville saw her struggling alone to dress hundreds of mandrakes after class, he volunteered to assist her. Professor Sprout hesitated, but ultimately chose to trust Neville's skills. Once Neville got hands-on, he found the mandrakes were struggling quite a bit. Even he had some difficulty holding them down, so he called in Adam, who had incredible strength, to help. Adam was also worried that if Harry was ostracized and came over to him, he might get dragged into whatever plans they were concocting, so when Neville sought him out, he readily agreed. With a pop, a mandrake was pulled from its pot by its leaves and was about to cry, but Adam pointed his wand at it, and it froze. Seizing the moment, Neville quickly put socks and a scarf on the mandrake. Then Adam pressed the mandrake back into the pot, and Neville packed a handful of compost around it, burying it again. Adam, your stunning spell is really useful. This is the last one, Neville said, moving the pot back onto the shelf, wiping his forehead with his wrist in exasperation. Yeah, Adam nodded. The soul-absorbing spell was indeed effective. With the help of the cockroaches, although his spell was still a ways from being silent and wandless, he could manage a pure silence. He hoped they would grow up quickly. Thinking of the person and cat lying in the infirmary, Neville couldn't help but sigh, mainly because they still hadn't caught the culprit, leaving everyone feeling anxious and unsafe. Don't be afraid. We can walk together for now. Adam patted Neville on the shoulder. I'll protect you, and you can be my shield against Harry and the others. What do we call this? We call it a win-win. Thank you, Adam. Neville was incredibly moved and was about to hug him, but Adam used his wand to block him. Wait, your hands. Wash your hands first. I'm casting a spell here. In order for the mandrakes to thrive, Professor Sprout had prepared fertilizer made entirely from natural, non-toxic magical creature manure, and Neville had just directly used his hands. Although he had seen farm manure at home when he was young, eaten vegetables grown with it, and even worked with it in herbology class, that didn't mean Adam could accept this stuff getting close to him. The vegetables had to be washed and cooked before eating. Maintaining this distance from Neville was already the limit of Adam's tolerance for farm manure. Getting any closer would be impolite. After giving both of them a cleanup to remove the mud stains on their clothes, Adam felt that the atmosphere was a bit off as they returned to the castle with Neville. Let's check the common room. They must have started discussing it already. Adam led the way, and Neville hurried to catch up, feeling even more insecure in this atmosphere. Back in the Gryffindor common room, they finally learned what had happened. Justin Finch Fletchley, the boy rumored to have been attacked by a snake under Harry's command, was actually found petrified. In addition, the Gryffindor house ghost, nearly headless Nick, was also attacked. He was floating several feet off the ground, lying flat, with a look of terror on his face similar to that of Justin Finch Fletchley. The way the classmate described the news made Neville tremble, and the most terrifying part was that Harry was found with the petrified Justin Finch Fletchley and nearly headless Nick. Adam, could Harry really not be the heir? Neville couldn't help but speak up when they returned to the dormitory. Given the situation of him being caught at the scene, along with the fact that Justin Finch Fletchley and several classmates had been spreading rumors that Harry was the heir, the motive was incredibly strong, making it hard for him not to suspect. Chapter 83. Another year of Christmas. Adam did not answer Neville, knowing that Neville was just too scared. The other students were also terrified. This time, it wasn't just the second student who had been attacked, but there was even a ghost. What kind of terrifying power could harm even the dead? The students had already begun to rush to book their tickets home. At least they could return to their safe homes by Christmas. This school had never made them feel this afraid, not even the day before exams. As the weather grew colder, Adam began to pack his bags. Everyone, I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. I will send you gifts. Adam's blessing received a wave of responses from friends, and Neville and Seamus were also packing their luggage. This year, there were particularly many students returning home. Almost the entire Gryffindor house had only a few Weasleys, Harry, and Hermione not going back. Yes, this Christmas, Adam would not be staying at school either. However, his parents, who were experiencing a second spring in their relationship, didn't have to worry about him disturbing them at home. On one hand, he wanted to avoid Harry and the others' plan to use Polyjuice Potion to extract information from Malfoy during Christmas. On the other hand, he intended to check the real estate market in the wizarding world and see how much money he could save to collect the required amount of acromantula venom in the Forbidden Forest. After some contemplation, Adam felt that acquiring a property in the wizarding world was necessary, not just for the sake of a lavish achievement. He could use this property to create a safe house and set the destination of the portkey to this location, as his home in the Muggle world or his suitcase obviously couldn't serve as the destination for the portkey. This way, under certain special circumstances, he could do more things. Thinking about a senior who would die in 2 years, Adam stroked his chin. Cedric, a senior 2 years older than him, a famous Hufflepuff, not only had a good personality and good looks, but also played Quidditch well and was skilled in socializing, with a friend circle that spanned 3 houses except for Slytherin. Although Adam didn't make friends easily, he had heard of him, especially from Professor Sprout when he went there with Neville, and Professor McGonagall had also mentioned him. When he saw Cedric's death in divination, Adam hadn't planned to save him. After all, while this person was good, they weren't close. However, Cedric was still his fellow student, and his death was reported as an accident because the Ministry of Magic wanted to cover up the news of Voldemort's resurrection, which left Adam feeling somewhat displeased. And he didn't like that feeling. It was one thing for people close to him to make him feel down. But what were those fools in the Ministry of Magic to make him feel that way? Their own problems were evident, and they had no right to bother him. Besides, the benefits of saving Cedric were quite tempting. Cedric's father, Mr. Diggory, worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, which was the department Adam had previously contacted through Hagrid. It was easy to imagine that if Cedric graduated smoothly, he would also enter the Ministry of Magic, and with his father's connections and his own abilities, he could even surpass his father. In Adam's divination, if Cedric graduated and joined the Ministry of Magic, unlike Hermione, who worked hard for a while before becoming the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Hermione first became an Auror, then was promoted to head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and after working hard for some time, she became the Minister of Magic. Cedric would become the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures shortly after joining the ministry. Although Adam didn't plan to stay in the wizarding world for long, this connection would still be useful. For example, if he wanted to travel to other countries with Tom in the future, he would have to report to this department, meaning he would still have to interact with this department even if he was in the Muggle world. Additionally, when he was lounging at home in the future, he actually wanted to raise some other magical creatures like Nifflers, and Niffler's Cough, who could resist a black platypus that loves gold coins. He was only casually interested in other magical creatures, but he was determined to get a Niffler because that little thing was just too cute. At this moment, a friend who was the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures would be very useful, and especially one he owed a life-saving favor to. The person who had control over all magical creatures in Britain wouldn't find it difficult to acquire a Niffler. As for Hermione, who would become the Minister of Magic in the future, and Harry, who would take over as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement after Hermione, Adam could only say that the county magistrate was not as good as the current one, since he didn't live in the wizarding world. There really wasn't anything that could trouble them. Most importantly, saving Cedric wouldn't be a difficult task. Adam didn't need to take any risks for it. The traps of the Triwizard Tournament weren't designed for Cedric anyway. When the time came, he could activate the portkey to rescue him. And the only issue would be how to switch things around. He would at least need to fool Voldemort's eyes before teleporting him away. If he thought he could just activate the portkey in front of Voldemort and leave without any consequences, he was underestimating how powerful Voldemort was. By the time the portkey was fully activated, he could be dead. Did anyone really think Voldemort only chuckled? To achieve this effect in Adam's plan, there was indeed a spell he had in mind, which, combined with his divination for timing, could make it happen. This was a spell he had designed himself, inspired by the contents of the Book of Souls and some dark magic he had mastered, including possession spells. Adam had tested the specific effects on a fire lizard that Fred and George had set off with fireworks last time, and it worked well. However, how it would work on wizards would still require human experimentation. After all, would he have to catch a few dark wizards to use as test subjects? The dark wizards in Nocturne Alley were like candles in the wind, unable to withstand the rigors of experimentation. However, Adam remembered that during the Quidditch World Cup in a year or two, Death Eaters would appear. At that time, he could take advantage of the chaos to catch a few using the skin of a dark-hearted wizard. Adam did a divination, and the plan is feasible. On the day before Christmas, Adam left school, and after exiting King's Cross Station, he didn't go home, but went straight to Diagon Alley, where the most comprehensive yet also the most deceitful real estate center in the wizarding world, Gringotts, is located. Yes, these greedy goblins also sell real estate. Most of these properties were once mortgaged by wizards who, for various reasons, never returned to claim them. And the magical contracts have clearly lost their validity due to the death of the owners. Thus, Gringotts reluctantly took on the responsibility of safeguarding these properties. They don't use them themselves, but hang them up for sale. The purchasing wizard, upon payment, also has to pay for the management fees incurred by Gringotts during this time. It's quite a ripoff, but it is indeed worth it. As long as the payment is substantial enough, Gringotts' magical contract will ensure that the buyer has no worries. After you pay the full amount, every goblin who knows about this property will be subjected to a forgetting spell, including myself. The contract exists in the form of a crystal ball in Gringotts Records Hall and will not leak any information before it becomes invalid. No one will remember that there's a house there. An elderly goblin in a sharp suit assured Adam, who was dressed like Gandalf. For money, goblins are willing to sell even their souls. Chapter 84. The soul object finally obtained in the end. Adam did not pay on the spot, but expressed that he needed to think it over. The goblin's expression immediately turned cold, but it still showed understanding. It seems that goblins become more adept at dealing with others as they live longer. Over 40,000 galleons isn't too expensive. Exiting Gringotts, Adam muttered to himself. And this was the price he had obtained through legitimacy from that goblin's mind. The true price of the manor, the price mortgaged at Gringotts. The higher price had been set by the goblins themselves. Adam could ignore that, but if it fell below this price, the magical contract of Gringotts would not recognize it. I must say, Adam was quite satisfied with this price, and moreover, it was for a manor, which was much cheaper than he had expected for a house. A medium-sized manor was mortgaged for just over 40,000 galleons, and it even included the antique furniture inside. Gringotts is really devious. I wonder which spoiled child sold their grandfather's land without a second thought. To be honest, over 300 acres, more than 1 million square meters, nearly 2,000 acres of land, without even mentioning the manor, stables, rivers, and forests. The land itself should be worth more than this price, right? At this point, Adam has already started planning how to use all this land. After all, it's not for living, aside from using the manor as a safe house. Adam intends to make use of the rest of the land. He plans to design several weather spells to modify the local climate, combined with growth spells to grow vegetables, fruits, spices, grains, nuts, mushrooms, and more. He'll also set aside a piece of land for raising poultry and livestock, not to mention self-sufficiency for daily meals. He can finally enjoy cherries, durians, Buddha's hand fruit, macadamia nuts, things he never dared to buy more of in his past life or never even got to eat. It's all about achieving freedom. If this manor were by the sea, Adam would even consider how to use magic for aquaculture. This is the correct way to use magic. This is the life a wizard should have. This is what it means to enjoy food. Professor Dumbledore, Harry, and Hermione are so pitiful. One is the strongest wizard. One is the savior. And one is the minister of magic. What can they eat? Just char-grilled ribs, fish and chips, Yorkshire pudding, and maybe some of Honeydukes candies at most. In this culinary desert of Britain, even the candies lack novelty. If he puts his mind to it in the future, Adam could even create a candy world like Charlie's Chocolate Factory. Adam was so eager that he could barely hold back his saliva, wishing he could return to school immediately and rush into the Forbidden Forest to gather enough money. A week later, Adam returned to Hogwarts as he wished. But this time, he wasn't in such a hurry. He planned to wait until Harry went to the Chamber of Secrets before setting off. During this time, Professor Dumbledore had tightened his supervision over the school significantly. A basilisk could instantly kill a student, and there was a dark hand pushing behind the scenes. At this point, Professor Dumbledore still didn't know about the Horcruxes. Otherwise, the advanced dark magic book related to Horcruxes wouldn't still be in the restricted section. The reason Adam didn't take that book at the time was that it was too advanced, and its content wasn't as broad as that of the most toxic dark magic. The only dark magic it covered was the creation of Horcruxes, which Adam wasn't interested in. Aside from that, he already had spells that were redundant in effect. There was no need to choose a pile of dark magic similar to Voldemort's. After returning to school, students noticed that Hermione was missing. After inquiring, they learned she had gone to the hospital wing. Everyone was discussing whether she had been attacked, but Harry and his friends denied it. And Madame Pomfrey also refused visits from unrelated parties. A few weeks passed, and Professor Snape's birthday quietly came and went. However, students clearly wouldn't pay attention to a professor's birthday, especially one who wasn't well-liked. On the day of his birthday, It seemed that Professor Snape only received a gift from Adam. Of course, this time Adam didn't deliver it himself, as in divination. Professor Snape wouldn't receive a return gift from the desk either. It was obvious that Professor Snape wouldn't send Adam an extra gift for his birthday. However, Adam didn't particularly need it. It was a vial of Veritaserum. If he really wanted to know any secrets, he could use legilimency, directly ask with the Cruciatus Curse, or even use divination. After class that day, Harry and the others mysteriously pulled Adam into a corner. What happened now? Look at this. Harry pulled out a diary from his bag, and Adam couldn't help but be stunned when he saw it. Oh, after a semester, Tom, you have a new owner? This is what Ron and I found in the girls' bathroom. Adam immediately cast a disapproving glance at Harry upon hearing this. After a moment of surprise, Harry blushed and explained that it was the lavatory of Moaning Myrtle, who was a ghost. Harry further explained that the owner of the diary was someone who received a special contribution award 50 years ago. And since they knew the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 50 years ago, they suspected that the diary contained information about events from that time. The problem is, there isn't a single word in the diary. I tried the revealing spell and even used a revealing eraser, but it didn't work, which indicates it's not invisible ink. Hermione said, "We wanted to ask if you have any way of figuring out what method was used." This is a Horcrux. Adam thought to himself, but still naturally took the diary. Oh, let me see. Rubbing his finger against the cover of the diary, Adam forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up. Let me study it carefully, regardless of the outcome. I will return it to you tonight. Thus, Adam brought Tom Riddle's diary back to the lab. To his surprise, it actually worked. After seeing the result in the divination, Adam pulled out his wand and pointed it at the diary. Avada Kedavra. He recited the incantation symbolically, and a series of 10 green lights almost simultaneously struck the diary. The diary immediately turned black and curled, as if it were being burned by fire, and Adam could even faintly hear the sound of wailing from within. This is the evil object created when a Horcrux kills a person and uses fragments of its own soul. It has never lived, yet it is not a lifeless object. So it cannot be killed by the killing curse. The curse can only weaken it. Only extreme and powerful dark forces like Fiendfire or the Basilisk's venom can destroy it. A Horcrux is like an anchor that ties the soul to this world, allowing its owner to remain in a state that is neither alive nor dead, even if they suffer fatal injuries. This is also why Professor Dumbledore later risked his life to set a trap to kill Voldemort, just to lure him in. This is why Adam chose to let Harry walk the thorny path of the Savior, instead of simply using a killing curse to send Voldemort to his end. For someone like Voldemort, who has no bottom line, creating another Horcrux is incredibly easy, and the materials used can be an innocent, tragically dead soul, or just about anything. Even a stone from the roadside. Such materials are everywhere for Voldemort. He can continuously create Horcruxes and slice his soul, and even though he may become weaker and crazier, he truly cannot be killed. If it comes to a direct confrontation with Voldemort, even Adam's divination would be of no help. Divination cannot interfere with reality. He could only chase after Voldemort, and the cost of competing with Voldemort in terms of who has less bottom line would be too great. Only Harry, the baby who made Voldemort stumble, the boy who survived against all odds, the one destined to be the only one to live between him and Voldemort according to the prophecy, to maintain his pride, to showcase his power, and to prove that his previous failure was merely a moment of carelessness. Voldemort would absolutely not make any extra preparations when dealing with him. Chapter 85. The Valentine's Day farce. When Adam returned the diary to Harry, it had already returned to its original state. From a moment, it was in Adam's hands, struck by 10 killing curses, to absorbing the life force of a cockroach to restore itself. Adam feared the diary was too weak and might directly absorb Harry and the other's life force. Throughout this process, it was under the control of Adam's soul-stealing curse to ensure it wouldn't accidentally reveal the fact that it had been hit by 10 killing curses during the chat with Harry later. This Horcrux was merely a fragment of Voldemort's soul from his student days and clearly lacked the ability to resist Adam's soul-stealing curse. You don't have any clues either? Taking the unchanged diary, Harry couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. I've used various counter curses, but none have worked. Adam je suis allé et planet. And Harry and the others didn't suspect anything, so they had no choice but to take the diary back. A few days later, Neville's tension seemed to have eased a lot. The Mandrakes had begun to leave their juvenile stage. After returning from the greenhouse, once again, Neville said while taking a shower in the bathroom, "Soon, those who were attacked will be able to recover, and we won't have to be afraid anymore." Oh, that means the end of this matter is not far off. Adam nodded in agreement. However, before they could wait for the Mandela grass to mature. They were met with another one of Lockhart's antics. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, the entire auditorium was decorated by Lockhart to look like a wedding venue. The walls were adorned with countless dazzling pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti continuously fell from the ceiling, covering even the breakfast on the table with paper scraps. Adam struggled to maintain his composure. It was the first time he felt such an urge to throw away his wand and punch someone. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that Professor Dumbledore had his own difficulties, which helped him suppress his anger. Earlier, when he and Neville went to Hagrid's for compost, they had discussed how unreliable the defense against the dark arts professor was. Hagrid shared some astonishing news with them. Professor Dumbledore also had a tough job. Ever since that person cursed the defense against the dark arts class, no professor had managed to complete a full year of teaching without some incident, which was why no wizard was willing to take on a second year. Hagrid lamented this while pouring them hot tea. Decades had passed, and Dumbledore had nearly invited every capable wizard who had graduated from Hogwarts back to teach, those who had the time to do so. To this, Adam could only exclaim, "Wow, truly, Voldemort was something else. This curse was, in some ways, even more powerful than the rotting curse." Using a vanishing spell, Adam got rid of the scraps on his breakfast plate and barely finished his meal. By this time, most of the students had arrived, and Gilderoy Lockhart stood up, calling everyone to look his way. Adam glanced at the teacher's table, where Lockhart was wearing a bright smile and a pink robe that matched the flowers on the wall. Beside him, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick could only manage a polite smile, their cheekbones slightly raised, lips pressed into a line. Professor Snape had a particularly cold expression, while Professor Dumbledore still showed no signs of dissatisfaction. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone," Lockhart said loudly. "So far, I have received 46 cards, and I would like to thank them." He added, "Yes, I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise for everyone, and there's more." Lockhart waved his hand to indicate that the decorations in the entire hall were his idea alone, then clapped his hands. And 12 gloomy little dwarfs walked out from the doors in the entrance hall. They wore white cloth, had golden wings on their backs, and carried harps, clearly cosplaying as Cupid, but the effect could only be described as eye-watering. "Welcome our friendly little Cupids, carrying greeting cards." With the entrance of the dwarfs, Lockhart clapped his hands and said excitedly, "They will be wandering around the school today, helping you deliver your Valentine's cards. And that's not all. I believe my colleagues would also be eager to join in. Why not ask Professor Snape to teach you how to brew a love potion?" Upon hearing this, Adam couldn't help but gasp, looking at Professor Snape, and indeed saw the dark expression on his face. If anyone really dared to ask, they would probably be thrown straight into a cauldron, right? If you're interested, I believe Professor Flitwick is more skilled in charm magic than any wizard. "Oh, that sly old fellow." Lockhart continued to make what he thought were humorous remarks, while Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands, not knowing what kind of breakdown he was having. Above Professor Flitwick's head, Adam could only see 4 large characters, a tarnished reputation. Adam saw in divination that if he rushed up to punch Lockhart in front of the other professors and students, Gryffindor wouldn't even lose a point for it. He would only be given a week's detention, which would involve going to Professor McGonagall's office every day for a cup of afternoon tea with her. But after thinking it over, he decided against this tempting option, especially since Professor Dumbledore was still around, and it would be too conspicuous to hit a professor in front of the whole school. For an entire day, little gnomes kept coming in and out of their classroom delivering Valentine's Day cards, sometimes even screeching to recite and sing, accompanied by a harp. God knows, it was a torture for the ears. Adam would swear on his undead cockroach that the noise was worse than their school song at the beginning of each year. After a morning of that dreadful noise and interruptions in class, even the professors couldn't help but feel furious. In the afternoon's charms class, Adam finally couldn't take it anymore. Before class started, he cast a variant of the shield charm on the front and back doors, making it difficult for anyone outside to come in, including their voices. "Professor, I hope you can forgive me for using some unrelated spells before class." At this point, he no longer cared about being conspicuous. Unlike publicly hitting a professor, no one would pay attention to what spell he used. The key point was that the song the gnomes sang was truly unbearable, and during divination, the little gnomes had come in 3 times. Just earlier in the hallway, Harry had been forced to endure a segment of it. Awful and embarrassing. The boy who lived nearly got sent away by a song, which showed its power. "Oh, of course, you can definitely do that. In fact, that was quite clever." Professor Flitwick stood on the folding chair Adam had given him last year and couldn't help but clap a few times. It was clear that if the reason were more legitimate, he might even consider giving Gryffindor points. Of course, if any students sent cards, You can take the recipient outside to finish listening before coming back in, if they are willing. All right, let's start today's class. Well done, Adam, Neville said, lowering his head and quietly giving Adam a high five onto the desk. Chapter 86. The third attack days went by, and soon it was April. During this time, the school remained calm, as if the culprit behind the Chamber of Secrets had hidden away again. During this period, Adam followed Neville to repot the mandrakes again. The next time they repotted them would be when they were fully matured. Until the Easter holidays, Adam and the others encountered a significant event. They had to choose their electives for the third year. A group of them sat in the common room, fretting over the course list. The course list did not include the timetable for the next semester. After dividing a bit, Adam chose 4 courses, excluding Muggle studies, as that course was just too boring. Choosing these 4 courses already conflicted with each other, but he could finally get his hands on the time turner. He had been interested in the time turner, the only time-related object in the Harry Potter world, for a long time. When the time came, he could always drop the courses except for divination. To be honest, if it weren't for graduation, he wouldn't even want to take divination. This concerns our entire future. Hermione gripped her quill and carefully marked each course with symbols only she could understand. In the end, despite Harry and the others' persuasion, she filled in all the course names. Harry and Ron scratched their heads in thought, unable to make up their minds. Neville, on the other hand, was troubled by a pile of letters with various suggestions from his relatives. Seeing that Adam quickly decided on his courses, Neville couldn't help but ask for his opinion. The essence of electives is to provide proof of ability in a certain direction after the exams in the future. So, you should choose based on what you want to do and what you like. If you don't need it or don't like it, then don't choose it. But I only like herbology. I don't like any of these, Neville sighed. Adam Bidinkit. Indeed, Neville would eventually take over Professor Sprout's position and become the herbology professor at Hogwarts, making those elective courses useless. Finally, seeing Neville deep in thought, even leaning on the desk with a dazed expression and his tongue sticking out, looking as if his CPU had burned out, Adam sighed. If you really don't know what to choose, just pick divination. It's easier to pass at the end. Upon hearing this, Neville suddenly came to life, climbed up to check the divination course, and let out a sigh of relief. Over there, Harry and Ron exchanged glances and silently selected the same course. Nearby, Percy was passing by, teaching them by example. He talked about how he had chosen all the courses and encouraged them to select electives based on their future goals. But what future goals could Harry and Ron have at this point? In the end, they both just tried to choose courses they were interested in, and they picked the same course, thinking that at least they would have each other for support, even if it was tough. For a period of time afterward, Harry and the others trained daily for the Quidditch matches, with even waking Harry up every day at the same time to prepare for reclaiming the Quidditch Cup lost last year due to the last match. It wasn't until the day before the match that Harry returned from practice to find his things rummaged through, and that diary was missing. When Adam returned from the room of requirement, he overheard Harry and Ron's conversation and knew that the attacks were about to begin again. Sure enough, the next day, during the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, before the two teams could even take off, they were interrupted by a hurried Professor McGonagall. The match was canceled. The crowd in the stands immediately erupted in dissatisfaction, and would even jump down from his broom to plead with Professor McGonagall, but she still wore a serious expression. All students, you must return to your respective common rooms immediately. There, the heads of your houses will inform you of more details. Now, please leave as quickly as possible. After saying this, Professor McGonagall walked over to Harry and said something to him before taking him away, and Ron ran over when he saw this. What was happening? Following the flow of people towards the Gryffindor common room, Neville felt a bit anxious. Could it be that someone else had been attacked? Simon swallowed hard. The heir of Slytherin had been quiet for so long, and he hadn't brought the protective amulet he had purchased today. They didn't wait long after returning to the common room when Professor McGonagall returned with a grave-looking Harry and Ron. She told them in a somewhat choked voice that the attacks had happened again, and this time 2 people had been attacked. One was Hermione, and the other was a Ravenclaw named Penelope Clearwater. In fact, I didn't need to say that. I had seldom felt this pain that the school might close unless the person orchestrating these attacks was caught. I urge everyone who thinks they know something to step forward voluntarily. After saying this, Professor McGonagall left the common room. 2 Gryffindors, a Gryffindor ghost, a Ravenclaw, and a Hufflepuff friend, Lee Jordan, the commentator who had just come down from the Quidditch pitch, were counting on their fingers. None of the attacked were Slytherin, and the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, which was clearly the work of someone from Slytherin. Why didn't the professors just expel all the Slytherin students? The surrounding Gryffindors nodded in agreement. Adam was not interested in their discussion and returned to the dormitory, while Neville and Seamus hurried to catch up. Neville was in urgent need of the sense of security that Adam brought. Seamus, on the other hand, pulled out his previous protective charm and hung a long string around his neck. Before going to bed, Neville tugged at Adam's sleeve, not letting him lie down. Adam, cast a spell on the dormitory, the one you used in charms class last time, the one that can protect against things coming in from outside. Neville, that thing obviously can't get through the fat lady's portrait. And do you think it would know the password? But what if? What if the air coerces a Gryffindor student? Adam pinched his brow, glanced at Harry and Ron, and deliberately said, but once this spell is cast, it won't be possible to get out from inside. Harry, who was planning to sneak out tonight wearing the invisibility cloak to ask Hagrid about the Chamber of Secrets, immediately panicked. Neville, this won't do. What if we need to go out? What if we need to get up in the night? Who will wake Adam? I think Adam would turn him into a toilet. Adam twitched his lips, but it wasn't to that extent. Unexpectedly, Neville calmly thought for a moment and actually nodded. All right, you're right. Sighing as he lay down on the bed, Adam wondered how he could have turned someone into a toilet. He wasn't a devil, after all. At most, he could just make him relieve himself thoroughly, saving him from getting up multiple times throughout the night. Chapter 87. The upcoming exam summer quietly arrived, and with the bad news of another classmate being attacked, Harry brought back new bad news. Hagrid had been taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, Malfoy's father had brought a temporary suspension order from the Board of Governors, forcing Professor Dumbledore to leave Hogwarts for a while. With Professor Dumbledore's departure, the entire school fell into unprecedented panic. Although the temperature had warmed, it seemed as if the sun couldn't penetrate the thick castle walls. The shadows around the corners of the corridors appeared like monstrous creatures ready to pounce. Every student walking down the hall was in groups, their faces filled with fear and unease, alert for any potential attackers. During this time, Malfoy intermittently flaunted his power, having temporarily driven Professor Dumbledore out of the school under his father's influence. Why intermittently? Because after each display of arrogance, he would disappear from everyone's sight for a while, and no one knew what he was up to. That afternoon, Harry and Ron came to find Adam. Adam, we're planning to go to the Forbidden Forest today. They exchanged glances. We wanted to ask if we might encounter any danger. Adam blinked. Not bad. At least Harry and Ron didn't plan to take him along. Adam stared blankly, and Harry and Ron knew he was in a trance, looking at him with eager anticipation. Careful of spiders. About half a minute later, Adam's eyes regained focus. Careful of spiders? Ron's face turned pale. It can't be like last year, can it? But this time we're going into the Forbidden Forest to find spiders, Harry said, somewhat distressed. There are plenty of those things in the Forbidden Forest. Far more than you think. Adam spoke mysteriously and then emphasized again, be very careful. After saying this, Adam left, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Ron swallowed hard, and Harry looked at him with some concern. Ron, maybe you shouldn't go. I'll go alone. Harry was well aware of Ron's fear of spiders. But even though his face had turned pale, Ron thought for a moment and shook his head firmly. Adam said it's very dangerous. I can't let you go alone. But Adam didn't say I would die. Harry thought that if he died in the Forbidden Forest, Adam should have mentioned it. But perhaps what he saw was the outcome of me going as well. Harry fell silent. Ron, and Hermione had discussed Adam's divination, and the possibility was very high. That night, they set off together, and when Ron got out of bed, he was already prepared to face the worst outcome. Adam glanced towards the Forbidden Forest before going to sleep. So many acromantulas, so much money. Unfortunately, now is not the time. Professor Dumbledore is guarding it. Old Malfoy sent him a temporary suspension order, which instead freed the strongest wizard from the affairs of the school. The next day, Adam received another complaint from Ron, who was crying and blowing his nose. There are at least hundreds of spiders, at least 115 feet tall. That giant spider is as big as an elephant. They want to eat us. I warned you to be careful. Adam innocently bilinkit. It was your own choice to go, and this time you didn't even have to go to the infirmary, which is much better than the end of last school year, right? That's true. Ron let out a mournful groan from his throat, collapsing onto the bed, with a large wet spot on the pillow beneath his head, looking as if he had been crying since yesterday. No wonder his eyes were swollen. However, Ron's significant emotional investment did yield some results. Harry and the others learned from Aragog, the giant spider raised by Hagrid, that Hagrid was not the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and that the student who died when the chamber was opened 50 years ago was a girl. They suspected that the deceased was Moaning Myrtle. Just as they were preparing to investigate further, a familiar problem fell upon them. Just like when they were getting ready to investigate the Philosopher's Stone, they had exams coming up. Even worse, this time they didn't have Hermione to set up a study plan. The group could only gather in the library, at least to have a study atmosphere. Adam, I don't have a study plan. Adam bluntly interrupted Ron, flipping a page of the book about mandrakes that he was holding. It was something they would study next semester. Moreover, according to the detailed records of ancient spells, mandrakes seemed to have some relation to the original guardian charm. Before Ron could speak again, Adam interrupted him once more. If they didn't study seriously, they would fail 3 subjects and get a severe scolding. Ron wasn't actually bad at studying. He just refused to study earnestly. With a sigh, Ron resigned himself to continue reviewing. Oh dear, Professor Dumbledore was no longer at the school. Quidditch was even cancelled, and Professor McGonagall actually made us take exams. Wasn't she afraid we'd be attacked during the tests? After looking for a while, Ron put down the book and took out the wand wrapped in magical tape. Can you believe it? I have to use this piece of junk for the exam. Harry also scratched his head in distress. He couldn't even remember what they had learned this semester. Neville sighed too, but at least he had enough confidence in his herbology class. Thanks to his extra help with Professor Sprout's mandrakes this year, he could recite all the knowledge about mandrakes in his sleep, and that was the main content they would study this year. This meant that even if he had 1 or 2 failing grades, he wouldn't be unable to pass the exam. 3 days before the first exam, Neville called Adam to the greenhouse again after breakfast. The mandrakes were finally ready for harvest. Good kids, you're here, Professor Sprout said as they arrived. Come on, let us harvest these little ones and take them to Professor Snape. He is an expert in potions, and tonight those students will be able to recover. Without needing to say more, Adam and Neville put on their gloves and got to work. When Adam pulled out a mandrake, it seemed to remember him. Upon seeing Adam, it trembled in fear, and Neville quickly snipped off the leaves from its head. After the leaves were cut off, the entire root of the mandrake seemed to lose vitality, its ugly skin becoming even more wrinkled. That was what mandrakes looked like after harvesting. With over 100 pots of mandrakes, Adam pulled them out one by one, using a confundus charm on any that moved recklessly, while Neville's scissors flew swiftly. Their efficiency was even higher than Professor Sprout's, but since she did everything alone, they finally completed the harvesting of all the mandrakes before lunch. All right, you two take these to Professor Snape, Professor Sprout said, dividing some of the mandrakes. This was enough to brew the revival potion that could save those students. Okay, Professor. The two took the mandrakes and walked out of the greenhouse. You go back first. Neville, I'm familiar with Professor Snape, so it's fine for me to go alone and chat with him for a bit. On the way back to the castle, Adam's expression momentarily became vacant, and he suddenly spoke, taking the mandrakes from Neville's hands as well. Huh. Neville was a bit confused, but nodded anyway. All right, thanks. Chapter 88. Ginny is captured. Adam put the mandrake into his satchel for safekeeping, touched the wand sheath in his sleeve, and then stepped into the castle. As he walked down the school corridor, flashes of future scenes constantly appeared before him, ultimately stopping at a corner in the basement. He had clearly planned to give up on it, yet it came to him on its own. More importantly, it couldn't be claimed as his own. Really, forget it. Better to just drive it away, out of sight, out of mind. With a silent sigh in his heart, Adam opened his mouth and abruptly emitted a crowing sound from his throat. In Adam's ears, a slick, cold scream suddenly came from ahead. Then, accompanied by the sound of a massive object rubbing, the scream gradually faded away. The crowing of a rooster could inflict lethal damage on a basilisk because basilisks hatch from rooster eggs. Adam's imitation using the universal language spell seemed to lack that magical effect. However, using the rooster's soul as a translator was enough to severely injure and scare away the basilisk. After waiting a while longer, Adam continued towards Professor Snape's office. Professor Snape, the mandrake is ready. Professor Snape glanced at the mandrake that Adam had placed on the desk. You're just in time. Help me brew the resurrection potion. Huh. Suddenly recruited against his will, Adam had no choice but to stay in Professor Snape's office to assist. Just as he was brewing the second batch of the resurrection potion, slicing the mandrake's root into pieces to put into the cauldron, an incredibly loud voice reached his ears. All students return to your respective house dormitories. All teachers return to the staff lounge. Please act immediately. That was Professor McGonagall's voice, enhanced by the amplifying charm. Adam's hands were busy stirring the potion while he looked at Professor Snape, asking what he should do next. Take the cauldron and follow me. Professor Snape made a decision without much hesitation. No matter what happened, these potions had to be brewed. By the end of the term, he didn't have much material left in stock, and if he discarded these 2 batches of potions, the petrified students would have to wait for the mandrake to mature, and he would have to spend more time procuring the other ingredients. Adam had just finished stirring, put the remaining needed ingredients into his satchel, and waved his wand to let the stove hold the cauldron, stepping down from the table. to prevent the potion from being jostled and affecting its effect on the way. Adam modified the cauldron's design, adding a feature similar to a sachet ball to prevent internal movement and tilting. Thus, the stove carrying the cauldron followed Adam, who was following Professor Snape, as they hurried to the staff lounge. Professor Flitwick was already there, along with Madam Hooch and Professor Sprout. Initially surprised to see Adam, they quickly understood why he was there when they noticed the two cauldrons behind him and saw Adam staring at the cauldrons after greeting them. Soon, Professor McGonagall rushed in, and upon seeing Adam focused on the potion, she was momentarily surprised but said nothing more. Another incident had occurred. Looking at the teachers in the staff lounge, Professor McGonagall said gravely, "A student has been kidnapped and taken directly into the Chamber of Secrets." Professor Flitwick gasped, Professor Sprout covered her mouth in shock, and Professor Snape's hand gripped the back of a chair tightly. "How can you be sure? That Slytherin air." At this point, Professor McGonagall's face paled. Another line was left, just below the last one, saying, "Her bones will remain in the chamber forever." "Who is it?" Madam Hooch slumped down into a chair. "Which student?" "Ginny Weasley," Professor McGonagall sighed. "We must send all the students home tomorrow. Hogwarts must close," Dumbledore used to say. Before Professor McGonagall could finish her sentence, the door was suddenly thrown open with a bang, and Gilderoy Lockhart barged in, looking cheerful. "Sorry, everyone. I just dozed off. What did I miss?" Adam could clearly feel the air around him grow colder in an instant, as every professor cast a look of hatred towards Lockhart. "Ah, the problem solver has finally arrived." Professor Snape slowly stepped forward, his voice deep and unquestionable. "Lockhart, a student, a girl, has been taken by a monster and captured in the Chamber of Secrets. Your moment of glory has arrived." Lockhart's smiling face froze, in fact, turning ghostly pale in an instant. "Yes, Gilderoy," Professor Sprout also spoke up. "Didn't you say last night that you knew exactly where the entrance to the chamber was?" Lockhart stammered. "Didn't you tell me that you were confident you knew what the monster inside was?" This was Professor Flitwick. "Did I say that? I don't remember." Lockhart leaned against the wall, unable to avoid looking around. The teachers all wore expressions that brooked no argument as they looked at him. "Of course I remember what you said. You said you regretted not having a chance to duel the beast before Hagrid was taken," Professor Snape continued. "Didn't you also say that the whole situation had become such a mess that it should have been left to you from the very beginning?" "Ah, well then, Gilderoy, it's time for you to handle it," Professor McGonagall interjected, giving Lockhart no chance to continue speaking. "Tonight is the perfect opportunity for you to shine. This time, we promise not to let anyone interfere with you. You can face that monster all on your own. Are you satisfied now? Finally, you can take charge." Lockhart looked desperately left and right, but not a single person stepped forward to help him. Every teacher looked as if they trusted him. He no longer had the composure he had just a few minutes ago. His lips trembled, the smile had vanished from his face, and he even looked a bit haggard. If it weren't for his hands still propped against the wall, he might have fallen to the ground. "Well, okay then. I'll go to my office to prepare," Lockhart said, stumbling away. Finally, we are rid of his interference. After Lockhart left, Professor McGonagall began speaking again. "Now, the heads of houses should inform the students about what has happened and tell them that the Hogwarts Express will take them away tomorrow morning. Other teachers, please patrol to ensure no students are outside their dormitories." After saying this, Professor McGonagall looked at Adam. "Adam, you already know what has happened, so you can stay here and continue brewing potions. However, after the potion is finished, you must return to the dormitory immediately and not wander around outside." "Okay, Professor." Adam nodded obediently. After the teachers left one after another, he glanced at the wardrobe in the corner of the staff lounge. Chapter 86. Forbidden Forest Supplies in an instant. Harry and Ron, hiding in the wardrobe, froze in fear. However, Adam seemed to just take a quick look before continuing to focus on brewing potions. Once the potion was finished, he handed it over to Professor Snape, who then passed it on to Madame Pomfrey, while Adam returned to the Gryffindor Common Room. The Gryffindor Common Room had never been this quiet under such crowded circumstances. Even Fred and George sat on the sofa without saying a word. When they saw Adam return, Fred and George quickly followed him all the way back to the dormitory. "Adam, Ginny is okay, right?" The two of them, unusually not speaking separately, asked in unison. Each of them tightly held onto Adam's hand, their eyes filled with hope that seemed as fragile as shattered glass pieced together. Adam wanted to say, as before, that the future is not set in stone, but now Harry and the others were not around, and Fred and George were really in a bad state. As someone who had been confirmed to have the ability to predict, any uncertain answer he gave at this moment would only lead them to believe in the worst outcome. In the end, Adam sighed. Yes, she wouldn't be in trouble. You should think of a way to make her happy again after all this. Adam crossed his hands, allowing them to clasp each other, then withdrew his hands, turned around, and picked up the suitcase from the head of the bed, adjusting the gear. Mean, you already know the future, and you need to stay in there until things are over. I will call you out. If you stay outside, you'll expose yourselves, and the future will change. To prevent them from revealing anything, Adam let them stay in his suitcase, which was, of course, in a warehouse setting. For the sake of his sister's safety, Fred and George had no objections and entered without hesitation. In fact, the divination results indicated that if they stayed outside, they would indeed expose themselves in the future. They lacked the ability to portray the tragic uncertainty of their sister's life and death, which was highly likely to be fatal. Their exposure, of course, would not lead to Ginny's death, as Professor Dumbledore was watching, but it would cause Adam a lot of trouble. So, it was better for them to stay quietly in the suitcase. After all, he and T lied when he said the future would change. He just didn't say that Ginny would die because of it, right? After closing the suitcase, Adam put it back and used divination to confirm that no one else would enter the dormitory. Then, he cast a disillusionment charm on himself and directly climbed out of the window. The entrance to Gryffindor Tower was on the 8th floor, and Adam's dormitory was even higher up. The strong winds hit his face as he flew out the window, but when they brushed against his scales, it felt like a gentle breeze. As he was climbing out, Adam transformed into his animagus form. Spreading his wings, he glided through the air, occasionally flapping his wings, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Eventually, Adam folded his wings and descended slowly in front of the Forbidden Forest, returning to human form upon landing. If he had landed in the Forbidden Forest in dragon form, even with the disillusionment charm, he would have exposed himself by crushing several trees, at least revealing that a large creature had descended from the sky. Unlike last time, Adam didn't need to refine any spells this time. He only needed the venom of the acromantula. At the same time, his divination ability was no longer 7 or 8 out of 10. So Adam's actions this time were very quick, and he soon reached the acromantula's lair, which he hadn't ventured so deep into during his previous visit. Adam charged through the lair of the 8-eyed giant spiders with a flying spell, making himself incredibly conspicuous for a while. Relying on his abundant magical power during this time, whenever he encountered an 8-eyed giant spider, he would cast a soul-snatching spell at it, which in turn attracted more 8-eyed giant spiders. So, when he finally stopped, he had at least 100 8-eyed giant spiders following behind him. All the creatures in the Forbidden Forest fled in panic. What a harvest! One by one, the 8-eyed giant spiders lined up to inject their venom into bottles. As rows of bottles filled with the venom of the 8-eyed giant spiders, the shape of gold galleons seemed to appear in Adam's eyes. The following 8-eyed giant spiders were not all adults. The juvenile ones had limited venom, and some had just hunted, so their venom was not abundant either. Nevertheless, Adam was not picky and made sure to drain every single 8-eyed giant spider before letting them go. In the end, Adam's harvest amounted to 256 bottles of 8-eyed giant spider venom. While this fell short of his initial target of 300 or 400 bottles, Adam was too lazy to make another round. Besides, if he were to produce enough stock to drain Mr. Boken's pants dry, Mr. Boken might not even go bankrupt buying supplies. Moreover, this could expose that Adam had peeked into Mr. Boken's memories. Although Adam didn't mind being discovered, it would dampen Mr. Boken's enthusiasm for making money. If Mr. Boken earned less, wouldn't that mean Adam would earn less too? Such a killing the chicken to get the eggs behavior was unwise when Adam was still planning to have Mr. Boken lay more eggs. Thus, Adam decided to take his gains and put the 256 bottles of 8-eyed giant spider venom back into his satchel before returning to his dormitory. After casting a cleansing spell on himself, Adam sat quietly on his bed, holding that ancient spellbook. He waited until the sun began to set, when he suddenly heard a series of ethereal and enchanting sounds. The voice was illusory and mysterious, stirring a rush of excitement within him, as if all positive emotions had been awakened. It was a phoenix. No, strictly speaking, it should be called an immortal bird's call. A golden red fox appeared out of thin air, surrounded by flames, about the size of a crane, vibrant and lively. In stark contrast to the somewhat lethargic appearance Adam had seen when he met it in the principal's office last time. "Hello," Adam politely greeted it. "Did the headmaster send you to find me?" Fox nodded, turned sideways, and extended its golden tail feathers in front of Adam. Adam gently grasped it with his hand, and then felt a sense of floating as the surroundings blurred for a moment, transforming into the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore was looking at him from behind the desk. And Harry was there too. Having experienced a new mode of transportation, Adam was in a good mood. After releasing his grip, he greeted Professor Dumbledore and then looked at Harry, who was covered in blood. Harry, it looks like you've had another marvelous adventure. Harry couldn't help but widen his eyes. He seemed to want to say something, but held back due to Professor Dumbledore's presence. Well, it probably isn't anything good. Yes, Harry just saved our school. We should all thank him. Professor Dumbledore sighed, and Fox flapped its wings and landed on his lap, where Professor Dumbledore stroked its feathers. So, Professor, is there something you wanted to see me about? I wanted to see if you recognize what this is. Professor Dumbledore pushed the remains of the diary on the desk toward Adam. Adam glanced over and first did not look at the diary, but instead noticed the sword next to it. What is that? Adam's eyes widened. The blood-stained silver sword had a ruby embedded where the hilt met the blade, and the name Godric Gryffindor was engraved on the blade. Ah, that is Gryffindor's sword, Professor Dumbledore said proudly. I know every Gryffindor student will be interested in it. After you take a look at this, you can admire it properly. Hearing this, Adam nodded and then looked at the diary. There was a hole burned in the middle of the diary, and dark ink was spreading around the hole. Is this the diary from before? Adam looked at Harry, who nodded with lingering fear. How did you manage to make it like this? I've cast quite a bit of magic on it, and even a raging fire couldn't ignite it. Adam's hand reached halfway out and then retracted, taking a pair of dragon-skin gloves from his satchel before picking up the notebook. After just a glance, Adam made a judgment. Such powerful dark magic. Yes. Professor Dumbledore looked at the notebook. I noticed that you previously used Lockhart's signature to study dark magic in a restricted section for a while. Can you recognize what this is? Harry's pupils contracted slightly. He had just heard the story of Voldemort during his student years, a genius from a Muggle background who studied dark magic, which was too similar to Adam, aside from their respective houses. Having just come close to being killed by the basilisk under the command of Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry couldn't help but feel a moment of fear towards Adam. However, the memories of the past 2 years spent with Adam reassured him. Adam would never become someone like Voldemort. Well, I just took advantage of Professor Lockhart's excessive vanity. Studying dark magic was merely a precaution, at least to a large extent. Adam Shuruk. He never thought he could hide the matter of borrowing books from the restricted section from Professor Dumbledore. And he didn't believe that Dumbledore would be unaware of Malfoy's use of dark magic either. However, as long as it wasn't done in front of him and didn't go too far, he wouldn't say anything. After all, he was just helping Malfoy detox a bit. And as a Gryffindor, being a bit mischievous was perfectly normal, right? I know. I trust you, Professor Dumbledore said kindly, nodding. What I want to say is that many years ago, there was a child who was also interested in dark magic, and this diary is his work. I believe you can understand to some extent what he was thinking, thus determining what kind of spell was cast on this item. A child interested in dark magic? It must be the owner of this diary from 50 years ago, right? Well, I'll do my best. Adam stared at the hole for a while, then looked at Harry. Can you tell me how this diary became like this? Harry's face twisted in discomfort. Just a moment ago, when Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Weasley were here, he had talked for so long that his mouth had dried up. Now he had to say it all over again. Harry had already spoken for quite a while. And if he didn't mind, he could take a look at my memory. He should know about that, right? Professor Dumbledore stood up and walked over to a shallow stone basin. Adam stepped forward and saw that some runes were etched along the edge of the basin. The pensive, Adam said with some surprise. The symbols on the edge of the stone basin represented thought, memory, manifestation, filtering, and so on. Unlike those deceptive talismans, this was a genuine application of ancient magical scripts. Even though he had seen some fragments of what was happening now in divination, today he had truly broadened his horizons. Professor Dumbledore pointed his wand at his temple and drew out a thread of silver substance, which he then cast into it. Adam glanced at Professor Dumbledore's wand, which was the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, and also the one with the most practicality among them. He walked to the pensive, not dipping his head into it, but using legilimency to immerse himself in it. Adam listened to Harry's account of his recent adventure from Professor Dumbledore's perspective. After witnessing everything, Adam's expression turned serious. He asked, that was a memory from 50 years ago, right? He confirmed with Harry once again. Yes, Harry nodded in affirmation. After standing still for a moment to think, Adam turned to Professor Dumbledore. Professor, perhaps we should have a private conversation. Harry looked at Adam with shock, then turned to Professor Dumbledore. Well, it is indeed getting late. Harry, you must be exhausted. I think you should rest or go down to the feast. Professor Dumbledore seemed not to notice Harry's expression. He opened a drawer and took out a bottle of ink and a quill, along with a piece of parchment. By the way, I need to write a letter to the Ministry of Magic to have our gamekeeper released. Could you help me send this letter? Regarding Hagrid, Harry, despite wanting to stay, had no choice but to take the letter that Professor Dumbledore had written and leave. Just as Harry was about to pull open the door to the headmaster's office, the door was suddenly pushed open with force, brushing past his nose and hitting the wall hard before bouncing back a bit. Lucius Malfoy stood at the door, furious, followed by a house elf. He barged in without even looking at Harry, causing Harry to stumble. "Good evening, Lucius," Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. "Oh, it's you." Lucius Malfoy looked coldly at Professor Dumbledore. "You're back. The Board of Governors suspended your position, yet you still took it upon yourself to return to Hogwarts." "Oh, that's right, Lucius." Professor Dumbledore maintained a calm expression. "Today, 11 members of the board, aside from you, contacted me. Owls were flying in one after another, dropping letters as if it were hailing. They heard that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been murdered, and all wished for me to return here immediately. They believe that at this time, I am more suited to take on this role and am more capable of addressing these matters." At this point, Professor Dumbledore's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Furthermore, they also informed me of some strange things. Some of them seemed to think that you once threatened them, saying that if they did not agree to suspend my position, you would curse their families. Is that true, Lucius?" Lucius Malfoy's face turned even paler. Though it was already as white as a bloodless corpse, his eyes burned with anger as he avoided Professor Dumbledore's line of questioning. "So did you stop those attacks?" he scoffed. "Or have you caught the murderer?" "We have caught him," Professor Dumbledore smiled. "Oh, who is it?" "It's the same person as last time." Professor Dumbledore had naturally reported the incident with Professor Quirrell to the board, whether they believed him or not. However, Voldemort was now acting through another person, using his diary. Professor Dumbledore held up the diary on the table, staring intently at Lucius Malfoy's reaction. "So that is how it is," Lucius Malfoy replied, his expression unchanged, adopting a slow, deliberate tone. "That is quite a clever plan." Professor Dumbledore continued to watch him. If this Harry and his friend Ron hadn't discovered this diary, Ginny Weasley would have been the one to take the fall. After all, who could prove she wasn't acting of her own volition, right? Lucius Malfoy shot a fierce glare at Harry upon hearing that it was Harry who discovered the diary, but his face stiffened upon hearing the rest. The idea that she was controlled by Voldemort rather than acting on her own was precisely the excuse these people had used to absolve themselves after Voldemort's downfall. "Imagine the situation," Professor Dumbledore said again. "The Weasley family is one of the most esteemed pureblood families. Just think of the impact if people discovered that Arthur Weasley's daughter was involved in attacking and killing wizards of Muggle descent. What would that mean for the Weasley family? What would it mean for the Muggle Protection Act? Luckily, this diary was discovered, and the magic on it was erased. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened?" "Yes, truly fortunate," Lucius Malfoy said stiffly, unnaturally. "Don't you want to know how Ginny got that diary, Mr. Malfoy?" Harry suddenly spoke up. Lucius Malfoy turned sharply to look at him. "Why would I care how that foolish little girl got it?" "Because you gave it to her," Harry retorted, holding his ground and meeting old Malfoy's gaze. "At Flourish and Blots, you picked up her transfiguration book and secretly stuffed the diary inside, didn't you?" Lucius Malfoy's hand clenched tightly and then slowly relaxed. "Do you have any evidence?" His voice was somewhat hoarse. "No one can produce evidence now." Professor Dumbledore chimed in with a smile. "Now Riddle has disappeared from the book. Besides, Lucius, I must give you a piece of advice. Do not distribute items from Voldemort's school days anymore. If such things fall into the hands of innocent people again, at the very least, Arthur Weasley will certainly trace them back to you." Lucius Malfoy stood frozen for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally said, "Let us go." "Dobby." He left with Dobby. Harry looked at the open door for a moment, then turned to Professor Dumbledore. "Professor, can I return this diary to Mr. Malfoy?" Professor Dumbledore glanced at Adam, saw that he said nothing, and nodded. So Harry grabbed the diary and rushed out of the headmaster's office. "I thought Mr. Malfoy would be more reserved and tactful. Adam Seagit. When small thoughts fall through, people tend to become impulsive." Professor Dumbledore stood up, closed the door to the principal's office, and then looked at Adam. "Now, can we talk about that diary?" Adam nodded and straightforwardly stated the nature of the diary. "I believe it is a Horcrux." Telling Professor Dumbledore about the Horcrux wouldn't lead to any bad outcomes. Adam felt it was appropriate to be more honest with Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps this wise old man knew more and could improve the outcome, even though the future revealed by divination remained the same. A Horcrux? Professor Dumbledore thought for a moment before recalling what it was. "That's right. I had seen a brief mention of Horcruxes in the dark arts, and later encountered detailed descriptions of such things in advanced dark magic decryption. Harry had said that it was originally just an ordinary book from the Muggle world. If it only contained a memory, it could at most manipulate people with words, and there was no possibility of forcibly controlling Ginny's actions. There was only one possibility, that the diary contained a part of Voldemort's soul. Adam explained it. Moreover, when I tested it before, I cast various spells on the diary, including fire and water, and the diary showed no signs of damage at all. At that time, I thought some protective magic had been placed on it by the owner to safeguard the contents and the diary itself. Now it seems to align with the characteristic of Horcruxes being not easily destroyed. It contains a soul and cannot be easily destroyed, based on my knowledge of dark magic. The only possibility that meets the criteria is a Horcrux. Is that so? I understand now. Professor Dumbledore has already made a judgment. No matter how talented Voldemort is, he came from a Muggle orphanage, and during his school years, he had no other sources of knowledge apart from school, so he wouldn't have a broader knowledge base than Adam. Furthermore, the Horcrux does indeed match the situation of that diary, and it also aligns with the information he has about Voldemort's current state. But this complicates things. Professor Dumbledore sighed. So, you sought me out for a private conversation because of Harry, right? Yes. Adam showed a worried expression in response. When I think about what a Horcrux actually is, I recall Harry and his parcel tongue. I remember that Voldemort killed his parents when he left the scar on his forehead, right? So you suspect that Harry is also a Horcrux? Professor Dumbledore frowned as well. Not exactly. Creating a Horcrux requires specific spells, but Voldemort was technically dead at that time, right? Harry was someone who survived the killing curse. His parents must have used some method to protect him, causing the curse to rebound when Voldemort's soul was shattered. Perhaps a fragment entered Harry's body, creating a state similar to a Horcrux. That's how I see it. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why Harry can speak Parseltongue, and last year, Harry felt pain in his scar when facing Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. Adam's evidence further confirmed Professor Dumbledore's suspicions. He had suspected that there was some connection between Voldemort and Harry, initially thinking it was just a part of magical power, only to realize it was a fragment of soul. While Professor Dumbledore was deep in thought, Adam picked up Gryffindor's sword from the table and took out a towel from his bag, gently wiping away the bloodstains. In fact, there was no need to scrub too hard, as the goblin's silver automatically repelled dirt. The bloodstains were merely congealed and stuck to the surface. When Professor Dumbledore raised his eyes and came back to reality, he saw this scene, and his gaze softened instantly, though he still had questions to ask. So, Adam, I have another question for you. Professor Dumbledore looked at Adam with his blue eyes, not displaying the imposing demeanor he had shown towards old Malfoy, yet not missing any of Adam's reactions. Did you foresee this incident? Chapter 62, Second Year Summary. Yes, Professor. Adam gave a positive answer directly, looking Dumbledore in the eye with a clear conscience. Professor Dumbledore was silent for a moment. I see, he said. Professor Dumbledore seemed a bit tired as he closed his eyes. Professor, may I leave now? Dumbledore nodded gently. Adam picked up the sorting hat and inserted the polished Gryffindor sword back into it. It seemed as if the sorting hat had cast a spell of seamless expansion, swallowing the sword completely. After Adam withdrew his hand, there was no trace left. As Adam walked to the door, he was suddenly called back by Professor Dumbledore. Professor? Adam turned around, and Professor Dumbledore still had his eyes closed. He gently asked, in the end, will it be a good ending? Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he suddenly felt a bit choked up. He looked around, and the portraits of the past headmasters on the walls had unknowingly closed their eyes and bowed their heads, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Hogwarts still stood here. It's just that by then, there were two more portraits on the wall, one of which still wouldn't move. Is this considered a good ending? Oh, that's good. Professor Dumbledore's response was already faint, like a murmur in a dream. He leaned back in his seat, his head drooping, his long silver beard hanging down to his knees, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, as if he were having a beautiful dream. Adam quietly walked out of the principal's office and closed the door behind him. Hogwarts had hosted many banquets, including various festive celebrations, but none were as lively as today's event. The students had never been this excited. Everyone was originally prepared to be sent home, dressed in pajamas but wide awake, and just as the entire school was about to spend a sleepless night, the professors suddenly announced that the murderer had been caught. They didn't have to go back. Adam released Fred and George from the suitcase, and when the three of them arrived in the dining hall, they saw a group of students in pajamas cheering around Harry. Fred and George rushed over immediately, and Ginny was there too. Logically, curfew was approaching, but everyone showed no signs of calming down. Not just the students, but even the professors were the same. Looking at the staff table, Professor McGonagall seemed to be having a drinking contest with Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape had a slight blush on his cheeks. Had he been drinking too? The celebration continued all night, and around 1 in the morning, Professor Dumbledore seemed to have woken from a nap and came to the hall. "Everyone quiet down," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile, raising his hand to calm everyone. "I know you're all very excited, and I have a few words to say. Then you can continue celebrating tonight without curfew." Although it was already past curfew, seeing that the professors at the staff table were not sending anyone away, everyone probably guessed that. Nevertheless, when Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster, confirmed it, everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. "First, let's welcome back the children who have recovered. Back among us." Thankfully, this attack did not cause any permanent harm, and under Madame Pomfrey's meticulous care and the healing properties of the Mandrake Restorative Draft, they have fully recovered. After Professor Dumbledore finished speaking, he led the applause, and everyone joined in, cheering. Hermione and the other students who had recovered clapped especially vigorously, and even Filch in the corner was smiling broadly while holding Mrs. Norris. Secondly, we must thank the 2 heroes who saved the school. They captured the culprit, allowing Hogwarts to remain open, Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley. For this, I am awarding you both the Special Contribution Award to Hogwarts, and an additional 200 points to each of you for Gryffindor. 200 points each meant 400 points in total, and Gryffindor's score shot up to first place. With the semester coming to an end and Quidditch already cancelled, Gryffindor's victory for the House Cup was practically guaranteed. Aside from a few Slytherin students, every student had no objections to the rewards given to the 2. This time, it was not about shared animosity. It was purely gratitude for allowing Hogwarts to continue. However, what followed was the real climax. Professor Dumbledore solemnly announced that their defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, had to leave them, as he needed to go elsewhere to regain his memory. In fact, Lockhart should have already been at St. Mungo's by this time. In response, the entire school mourned. No, it was a nostalgic remembrance of Professor Lockhart, with many covering their faces with food or cups to hide their sorrow. Ron tearfully finished 2 chicken legs, and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick at the staff table raised their glasses repeatedly. Only then did everyone manage to force a smile to cover their inner sadness. Before everyone's emotions could settle, Professor Dumbledore announced that due to the absence of the defense against the dark arts professor, along with the numerous events that had occurred this semester, and considering that several students had fallen behind in their studies while petrified, he declared that there would be no exams at Hogwarts this year. Of course, this meant that the school itself would not hold exams, so academic exams like OW, L, S, and NEW, T South would still take place unless one did not intend to graduate or earn a certificate. In an instant, if it weren't for the magically reinforced ceiling of the hall, it would have been lifted by the cheering. Even Slytherin students were pleased at the prospect of not having to take exams. However, there were still some who were unhappy about the cancellation of exams, such as Hermione. And Adam too, looking at the academic summary in front of him, which only had 1 house point evaluation of an S and a special event evaluation of an A. Presumably due to the absence of a course evaluation for the Mandrake Restorative Draft, his final academic evaluation was merely an S. For the first time, Adam felt that the interface was not flexible at all. Yes, it wasn't the final feast yet, but the interface clearly considered this school year over. Which was indeed true, since the final exams were cancelled. Wasn't that an end? However, it was also okay. Although these rewards were significant, they did not have much impact on him. In fact, if he got too involved, it might overshadow Harry's savior aura, and if Harry failed to defeat Voldemort, that would be a big problem. Back in the dormitory, Adam began to review his recent gains. House point evaluation S rewarded him with a boost in magical power, which was a good thing, but Adam no longer urgently needed an increase in magical power. The special event evaluation A rewarded him with a random skill possessed by Voldemort. Adam drew it casually. Having seen Voldemort's skill pool before, he didn't expect to draw anything useful, as the pool was too deep and filled with too much garbage. He just didn't expect to draw a skill as useless as the Dark Mark. It wasn't the same as Reappearance of the Dead, which released a pattern of the Dark Mark in the air. The Dark Mark was the curse that left a mark on the Death Eater's hands. Adam twitched the corner of his mouth and directly discarded the spell, which was something even the most unscrupulous dark wizards wouldn't use. In the end, he received an S rating for his final year evaluation, earning 1 skill point, 1 random professor character card, and an honor card for the second year, also marked S. Chapter 63. Unexpected joy. Adam hadn't yet decided how to use the skill point. After reflecting on his previous use of skill points, He realized he no longer had any urgent weaknesses to address, so he planned to save it in case he encountered any challenging and interesting spells in the future. Next year, Harry would have to face Sirius Black and Dementors. The former was an oversight, and as for the latter, with his fully leveled banishment charm, Adam clearly had no need to waste skill points on the Patronus charm, which was basically useless against Dementors and Lethifolds. In fact, Adam planned to use the banishment charm to capture a few Dementors. He had some ideas about the absorption charm and wanted to research the prototypes of these spells. Additionally, he intended to capture a few Death Eaters as test subjects during the Quidditch World Cup. Wizards were not as obedient as cockroaches, so having these Dementors work as his jailers would be a nice way to return to his old profession. He decided to hold onto the skill point for now. The attributes of the honor card were similar to the one from last year, just slightly weaker, and it was automatically activated, which Adam didn't mind too much. Adam focused his attention on that random professor character card. Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff type, character card attribute, spell stability 20 spell stability. An attribute that determines whether a spell will misfire, fail, backfire, collapse, or be affected by other wizard spells. It's the same as the spell power boost provided by Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, in terms of being fundamental, yet incredibly important and powerful. It seems that character cards with the suffix of the 4 house heads are all very strong. He equipped it immediately, replacing Madame Hooch's Silver Arrow. Adam felt that he probably wouldn't use his Quidditch talent much in everyday life, and he had only used this card once since he obtained it. Adam glanced out the window. The sky was a bit dimly lit, but everyone still felt wide awake. It's okay, they could catch up on sleep during the History of Magic class tomorrow, a whole morning to do so. Adam's gaze returned to the interface and opened the achievement panel. This was the real, unexpected delight. Gryffindor's Sword. You have discovered the sword left by Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Wait, why would a wizard's relic be a sword? Achievement objective. Discover and touch Gryffindor's Sword 11. Achievement reward. 1 random max level advanced ancient magic, Godric Gryffindor's treasure. True to the 4 founders, the triggered achievements are so luxurious. Not to mention what treasures he left behind, just the random max level advanced ancient magic alone. What is that? It is a powerful magic created during the incredibly chaotic period around the time of the 4 founders, consuming a lot and being very powerful, usually requiring many wizards to activate. Therefore, advanced ancient magic is also known as war magic in modern times. After the establishment of order in the Ministry of Magic, such magic disappeared into the dust of history, sealed away like weapons of mass destruction. Without the means for widespread transmission, this type of magic, which requires many wizards to activate, has essentially been lost. In a book about ancient history in the restricted section, there is a description of a war magic called the anti-magic field, which could disrupt the flow of magical power, preventing spells from being cast. It was created by the church to cleanse wizards, a magic released by over 100 clergy members. Wizards unable to cast spells could only be slaughtered by the church's armored forces. At the beginning of the Ministry of Magic, the church, under the leadership of the Muggle government, established a magical contract with the ministry to destroy this war magic targeting wizards. And now, the simplified versions of war magic that have been passed down include 2 ultimate defenses, the end of all spells. These 2 spells, being defensive in nature, have continued to be passed down to this day, as long as there are multiple wizards who can cast them together. As for the Ironclad Charm and the End spell, there are even further simplified versions. So what kind of war magic could Adam possibly unlock? And if it's max level, with Adam's magical power by the time he reaches adulthood, combined with the magical growth from academic credits over the next few years, he might just barely be able to cast it alone. If all else fails, he could try simplifying it himself. Although it might not be useful, the idea of casting war magic alone, like being able to maintain the end of all spells by himself, or inserting his wand into the ground to release it, sounds impressive. With an excited heart, Adam chose to accept the reward. In an instant, an unprecedented amount of information flooded into Adam's mind, forming a massive spell. After absorbing this information, Adam was stunned. This was a fire-type spell, and it had an effect similar to a magical contract, producing entirely different results for allies and enemies. Against allies, the flames would have no lethality, and allies could walk freely within the flames without being affected. Against enemies, the flames would possess their original power and could block enemy spells like a shield charm. Why mention the original power of the flames? Because this fire is not limited to raging flames. It can be replaced as long as all the wizards casting this spell correspond to the respective spell. In other words, if the wizards casting it all know the Fiend Fire spell, then what burns is the undying fiend fire, which doesn't even need magical power to maintain its fire. If the wizards casting it all know the blasting curse, then what burns is the blasting curse, capable of automatically spreading and transforming while still distinguishing between friend and foe. This war magic, whether released widely on the battlefield or used to divide enemy forces, is extremely practical, and Adam can't help but feel he hit the jackpot. But the question is, why does the effect of this magic feel increasingly familiar? Isn't this Grindelwald's gas stove? As a relatively newer work in the series, Adam has a deep memory of fantastic beasts, and he certainly wouldn't forget Grindelwald's stunning blue flames. Originally, Adam thought it was a composite spell that combined the blasting curse, transfiguration, and other shield-like spells, but he didn't expect it to be a simplified version of a war magic. Even more surprisingly, as this spell was leveled up to max, Adam naturally mastered several simplified and variant forms of this spell, including Grindelwald's original fire shield. Goodness, Adam suddenly had a bold idea. What if he transformed into a dark-hearted wizard, wielding a wand similar to Grindelwald's, and summoned a fire shield in London? Professor Dumbledore would probably drop everything and rush over, right? TSK, he shouldn't have covered the eyes of the dark-hearted wizard. He should create a pair of eyes similar to Grindelwald's. Brilliant. If he saw Professor Dumbledore coming, he could shout "Dad!" right on the spot. Dumbledore's first reaction would likely not be to suspect him, but to doubt himself and Grindelwald, right? Oh wait, based on the 2 months of clips Adam had seen, he should actually call him Mom? Ahem, never mind. The old headmaster is over 100 years old. He might get a fright. Speaking of which, Adam once saw Professor Dumbledore using a fire ring to block and trap Inferi in a cave while scrying, which was also a variant of this magic. However, that was composed of the ancient goblin fire, which was more focused on defense compared to the fire shield made of fiend fire, yet still incredibly powerful. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to ask Professor Dumbledore to teach him about goblin fire? Chapter 64, The Treasure of Gryffindor. He could set aside the matter of goblin fire for now. When the Dementors come next year, Adam could use the excuse of wanting to warm up to ask Professor Dumbledore to teach him. After their previous conversation in the headmaster's office, Adam felt that Professor Dumbledore wouldn't dig too deeply into such minor matters, but what he would imagine was unclear to Adam. Adam focused his attention on the remaining reward, Godric Gryffindor's treasure. I have to say, after finishing the previous war magic, Adam was even more excited about the treasure left behind by the giant. Could it be that Godric Gryffindor left a quarter of Hogwarts' inheritance? As the information flooded into his mind, the expression of anticipation on Adam's face froze. He was wrong. He was really wrong. Looking at the group of fools around him, he shouldn't have had any expectations of this founder of Gryffindor House. Why would Godric Gryffindor's relic be exceptional swordsmanship? What a wizard swordsman. Did you also bite your tongue while casting spells, old man? So, it turns out that Neville is the true inheritor of Gryffindor's legacy as a wizard. In an instant, if the energy of complaints could accumulate, Adam would have blown up Hogwarts beneath his feet. After a few deep breaths, Adam managed to suppress the ripples of disappointment rising within him. Besides swordsmanship, Godric Gryffindor also left behind information on why he considered swordsmanship to be treasure. This information included that swordsmanship was presumably recorded on some medium, which was now directly transformed into information inputted into Adam's mind. He believed that using spells during duels between wizards and muggles was shameful, so he thought an excellent Gryffindor must possess superb swordsmanship. Well, this reason should be reasonable for the time of the four founders, but he probably didn't expect that the times would develop so quickly. Nowadays, muggles don't use swords in duels. They use firearms. Ron, let me tell you, this thing is much more useful than a wand. Although somewhat disappointed, Adam didn't stay disappointed for long. After all, it was free, and the more, the better. Moreover, to be fair, swordsmanship is quite cool, even though Eastern and Western swordsmanship are quite different, but with Adam's current level, striking a couple of poses and enjoying himself is not a problem at all. After thoroughly organizing his gains, Adam daydreamed for a while before drowsily falling into a dream. The remaining days leading up to the holiday, free from the worry of exams and with defense against the dark arts class canceled due to the absence of a professor, coupled with the previous oppression, everyone maintained a high level of excitement. However, Malfoy was not so happy because, after the previous threats and failing to successfully oust Professor Dumbledore from the position of headmaster, old Malfoy was kicked out of the Board of Governors. Malfoy no longer had the previous arrogant demeanor he had at school, as if the school was his home. In the blink of an eye, the holiday arrived. This is the phone number. You must remember to call me at the Dursleys, okay? I can't stand only talking to them for 2 months. At King's Cross Station. Just before parting, Harry gave the Dursleys' phone number to them, and then especially reminded Ron, who had always lived in the wizarding world. I talked to your dad about how to use the phone during the holidays. Okay, I'll call you. After putting the parchment into his satchel, Adam said goodbye to everyone. He still had things to do. God knows how long he has been looking forward to his estate project. Although he hasn't yet developed a weather charm that can change the local climate, at least he can now plant crops that can grow in British weather. Using compost from the wizarding world, even without the use of the herbivicus spell, he could still increase yields to some extent and accelerate maturity. Additionally, there would be a flavor enhancement. For example, cherries. Originally, cherries produced in the UK couldn't compare to those from Chile and other American countries. But with the wizarding world's compost, that would be a different story. The prerequisite for all this is that Adam must first go to Borgin and Burke's to sell the acromantula venom from his bag, and then go to Gringotts to buy that estate, of course, with a little assistance from some minor tricks. Otherwise, Adam wouldn't be able to afford that estate even after squeezing all the acromantula venom from the Forbidden Forest twice. The only problem is that the Dark Lord seems to always appear during Hogwarts holidays, which might raise suspicions and make people think that the Dark Lord has a connection with Hogwarts. However, those dark wizards might not suspect it either, after all. The Dark Lord's lawless setting is truly inconsistent with Hogwarts, which is under Dumbledore's watch. Moreover, after buying the estate, Adam seems to have less need for galleons. The money earned this time would basically satisfy his spending for the next few years. Once the estate plan is perfected, he would have even less to spend. At worst, after this trip, Adam could control the timing of the Dark Lord's appearances to spread them out a bit or reduce his appearances, and wait a few years before reappearing. Having made up his mind, Adam packed the acromantula venom and arrived at Nocturne Alley, using the disillusionment charm to enter a deserted passage between two stores, then changed into the Dark Lord's skin and walked out, looking as if he had just operated here. There was no choice. He was now a wanted man by the Ministry of Magic, and being too ostentatious would cause some trouble. Last time, he had no choice but to establish his authority. But this time he planned to go straight to Gringotts to buy a house, so there was no need to summon Aurors for such a commotion. Stepping back into Borgin and Burke's, Mr. Borgin immediately squeezed out a smile upon seeing the Dark Lord, one that was much more sincere than last time. It seemed that Mr. Borgin had made quite a profit from the previous deal. Amid Mr. Borgin's zealous greetings, Adam casually surveyed the store, which had significantly more merchandise than before. Mr. Borgin, business has been thriving lately. The compliment came out in a rich voice, but sounded somewhat chilling due to the lack of emotion upon closer inspection. Mr. Borgin broke into a cold sweat, thinking that the Dark Lord had somehow found out about his hefty profits from the exceptional acromantula venom. No, he must know. So Mr. Borgin hurriedly expressed that due to insufficient funds in the store previously, he couldn't offer the Dark Lord a good price. But now that the goods had been sold and the store had sufficient funds, he would make up for the previous price difference. Listen, what a great shopkeeper this is, even taking the initiative to make up the price difference. Little did he know, Mr. Borgin was simply returning the portion of profit that originally belonged to him. And those new avenues opened up thanks to the exceptional acromantula venom were real benefits that couldn't be seen or touched. Adam was indifferent. Mr. Boken was willing to part with more gold gallons, and he was just happy about it. Mr. Boken expanded his avenues to earn more money, which made him even happier. This was all his potential profit. However, Mr. Boken's habit of breaking into a cold sweat from time to time was not good. Logically speaking, Boke was one of the Sacred 28 clans, and he shouldn't have fallen to the point of practicing those body-damaging dark magic. How could he be so weak? Was it that he didn't know moderation when he was young, and now that he's older, his body can't keep up? Under the hollow mask, Adam cast a suspicious glance at Mr. Boken. Chapter 65. A pleasant transaction. Mr. Boken had no idea what Adam was thinking. He vaguely felt that the dark-hearted magician had looked at him, thinking that the dark-hearted magician was expressing satisfaction, and he let out a sigh of relief. Then came the formal transaction phase. Mr. Boken's compensation would naturally be given to Adam after the transaction along with the payment. Adam took out the bag and placed it on the counter. 256 bottles. Mr. Boken paused for a moment before directly taking the bag. All right, based on the market price from the last transaction, this totals around 130,000 galleons, plus the more than 10,000 galleons short from last time. Let's say it's 150,000 galleons. The extra is a little apology for me. Saying this, Mr. Boken didn't bother counting the amount. He turned and walked behind the counter, emerging with a briefcase in his arms. The case was much smaller than Adam's briefcase, more like a larger box with a handle. It It was a type of container specifically designed to hold a large quantity of goods, enhanced with a non-detectable extension charm, making it much larger than a pocket. Compared to larger and more illegal briefcases, this style was actually the mainstream in the wizarding world. There are at least 150,000 galleons here, and I won't count them in detail, so please take care of it. Since the last transaction with Adam, Mr. Boking had learned his lesson, keeping the galleons directly in the shop. After all, he didn't dare gamble on whether someone as ruthless as Adam would agree to do business halfway and then go to Gringotts for money, or worse, follow him and take away his little savings in Gringotts. It was safer to settle everything face-to-face like this. Adam took the box directly, without counting it, looking very trusting of Mr. Boking. In reality, as soon as he touched the suitcase, he had already transferred all 150,700 galleons into the interface. The transaction with Mr. Boking was still so pleasant. Upon hearing this, Mr. Boking couldn't help but smile more sincerely, although he knew that the main reason the Dark Lord didn't count was his confidence in his own strength. However, this did not change the fact that he had successfully connected with this big figure. Who said one must make money from big figures? Back then, with his little connection to Voldemort, did he dare to make a huge profit from Voldemort himself? Those Death Eaters were his main source of customers during that time. Although the Dark Lord had not yet expanded his power when he connected with Voldemort, wasn't Voldemort still not the Dark Lord? A transaction where both parties felt very satisfied. After leaving the Bokenborg shop, Adam first left Nocturne Alley, had dinner on the streets of London, and then changed into his Gandalf outfit before heading to Gringotts. He was received by the same old goblin as last time, and upon seeing Gandalf again, his face was filled with a smile that suggested this time it would work out. Indeed, Adam's name in this identity was Gandalf. As the goblin expected, after sitting down in the private VIP room, Gandalf directly expressed his intention to buy the manor from before. Just as the goblin was about to feign that others were also interested in the manor to raise the price, Adam threw a soul-binding curse at him. As if joking, Adam would be crazy to spend hundreds of times the price to buy that manor. Speaking of which, did Gringotts not think about taking precautions? Did they really trust that their customers wouldn't throw soul-binding curses at them? Actually, they did, especially in such a VIP room isolated from the outside world. However, Adam had a refined spell concerning the soul-binding curse. Silent. The effects of the soul-binding curse will not be detected or nullified by detection magic or items. Trial. Use the soul-binding curse on a target in the FFF novel at station 8167168666. Under the influence of silent, the detection of soul-binding curses and similar spells in the VIP room completely failed. The old goblin quickly drafted a contract, and after receiving the over 40,000 galleons that Adam provided, the same amount as when he mortgaged the manor, he handed over the deed to the manor to Adam and finally took out a seal to stamp the contract. With a flash of the golden seal, the entire contract instantly ignited, coalescing into a crystal ball. In that moment, Adam felt a connection with the deed he held, and the galleons on the table disappeared in a twist, seemingly teleported to a vault belonging to Gringotts. That connection was somewhat similar to the unbreakable vow. If Adam didn't have a max-level unbreakable vow, he might not have sensed it, but was likely some ancient and powerful contract magic. Meanwhile, the information in the old goblin's mind about the manor and even about this transaction was erased. Just then, Adam had a thought and instructed the old goblin to draft a contract again. As the saying goes, since he was already there. After all, he still had extra money in hand, and it was at a bargain price cut by the goblins. Why not buy a couple more properties? Of course, Adam wasn't going to engage in real estate flipping, but who would say no to having more safe houses? Moreover, with the planning for that manor, Adam was a bit reluctant to use it as a safe house. After all, the things planted and raised there were his joy. In the end, in addition to the manor, Adam bought a total of 7 properties as safe houses. Some of these properties were still quite decent for living. Some were already dilapidated. Some were purely in wizard gathering places, and some were in muggle communities distributed across 7 counties in England, ensuring high safety for use. Most importantly, the total cost of the 7 properties was less than 3,000 galleons, roughly the price of half a fire arrow. One can only say that when it comes to scamming money, you can always trust goblins. Once the control of the soul-binding curse was lifted, the old goblin seemed to adapt well to this amnesia situation, putting away the crystal ball on the table with a satisfied and obsequious smile on his face. Wise choice. Sir, at Gringotts, you can purchase anything you desire without worrying about any afterthoughts. Gringotts will surely satisfy you. Adam paused with the wand in his hand, which had transformed into a life-size staff like Gandalf's, but his expression was not as pleasant. His gray beard twitched. If the fees could be a bit more reasonable, I will be more satisfied. After all, one must perform the full act. Indeed, the old fairy's smile revealed a hint of greed, but he said nothing more, only inquired if Adam had any other needs. After receiving a negative response, he respectfully escorted him out of the VIP room. Adam walked out of the leaky cauldron, looking at the high-hanging moon, and let out a long sigh. Today, he took the express train from Hogwarts to King's Cross Station, sold 8-eyed giant spider venom at Borgin and Burke's, and now bought a manor. Even though his physique was extraordinary, he couldn't help but feel a bit tired. He decided to put off the house viewing until tomorrow. After all, planting things had to be done gradually, and it wasn't something that could just be talked about. It needed planning. What to plant, how much to plant, and where to plant. All these needed to be thought out in advance. When the time came, he would take a tour around the new house, record the environment, and cast a loyal heart charm before heading back. With this thought in mind, Adam returned to London through the leaky cauldron and took a taxi back to his home. By this time, he had already restored his trench coat skin. Unlocking the door with his key, Adam unsurprisingly found an empty house. His parents must have known he was coming back for a holiday today and decided to stay out all night. Chapter 66. A windfall, although he was happy that his parents had a close relationship, saving him a lot of unnecessary trouble. It seemed a bit outrageous that they were back in the honeymoon phase. If it weren't for Adam's divination revealing that he wouldn't have a younger brother or sister for several years until graduation, he would definitely emphasize the necessity of safety measures to his parents. As for what would happen after his graduation, Adam didn't look into that. He would let them be then. He was already buying a house on his own, so even if he didn't get along with any younger siblings, he could always just live in the manor. He was quite open-minded about not needing his parents' inheritance. At most, if a little wizard was born, Harry and the others would send their sons and daughters to school, and he would send his younger siblings to school. Once the kids became friends, there might be a generational gap, but that didn't matter. It was just kids having fun, right? He was such a generous person, after all. However, if Harry and the others dared to tease him about it, he would have to remind them of the excitement they felt at the end of each school year at Hogwarts. That night, Adam lay in bed, ready to receive the rewards for his windfall. A windfall, all of this, I want all. Achievement unlocked. Spend a full amount in one go. FFF Novel Station, transfer 81671686611 galleons, 11. Achievement reward. 1 random high-level advanced space magic. This. Adam originally thought the reward would be a larger, seamless stretching tool, or perhaps a suitcase like Newt's, but he didn't expect the interface reward to change so suddenly. Looking at this, is throwing a fortune really the end of this achievement series? But then again, spending a fortune on a manor is just that, and any further spending would just lead to being taken advantage of. Besides, there are achievements for buying houses as well. Achieving the first house means you can say that, in a general sense, you've already succeeded halfway in life. However, it's important to know that no matter how well decorated a house is, it's just a temporary residence. That little box is your forever home. Achievement goal: own a property that completely belongs to you. 11. Achievement reward: max level household spell package. This interface really has your touch. It's got visuals now. Adam first opened the household spell gift pack, and the rewards inside turned out to be unexpectedly generous. There were cleaning spells, repair spells, decoration spells, hair smoothing spells, pest control spells, weeding spells, and even various cooking spells for frying, boiling, slicing, and peeling. Essentially, all the household-related spells one could imagine were included, and they were all at maximum level. In terms of practicality, this gift pack was on par with the novice pack. Can it be said that it truly deserves to be a reality that seems to fall into the realm of wealth? Buying a house actually grants so many rewards. How much do you want me to rob Gringotts? Although he was only a step away from robbing Gringotts himself. However, it's still different. He could at most be seen as robbing the fairy's money at Gringotts, not the money everyone kept in Gringotts. So this should be considered acting on behalf of justice, right? After receiving the household spell gift pack, Adam directly chose to accept the extravagant rewards, while also unable to suppress his curiosity about what the space magic referred to. Could door keys, the undetectable expansion charm, and apparition count as such? But if he ended up getting those spells, it would feel a bit disappointing. Soon, the information that appeared in his mind was digested by Adam, and his eyes suddenly lit up. As expected of the final achievement in the series, high-level space magic, it was indeed advanced. The space transformation spell, a type of spell that fundamentally changes space more than spells like the undetectable expansion charm. It could enlarge space, shrink space, isolate it, overlap it, and connect it, This was not just an upgraded version of the undetectable expansion charm, but could also do things like Howl's moving castle, creating a door that leads to different places. Moreover, for a space that had been isolated, the space transformation spell could also change the climate and environment within it, making it unnecessary for Adam to develop weather spells. The progress of his estate project suddenly leaped forward. Unfortunately, the space transformation spell could not create subspace, and it took too long to cast, basically only suitable for setting up in fixed locations. Otherwise, Adam couldn't help but want to see if he could play with space like the Ancient One. Considering the various ways to use the space transformation spell and how it could fit into his original plans, Adam fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Adam woke up early. Karen and the other one hadn't returned yet, so he headed directly to the estate located in Herefordshire. This place could now be renamed Smith Manor. The first thing Adam did after landing was to try to wrap the manor with the loyalty charm, but as expected, he failed. It was impossible to turn the location of a manor over 10,000 square meters into a secret hidden within a soul, even with Adam's max-level loyalty charm. Perhaps he could try again when he was older. Helpless, Adam could only hide the central mansion of the manor with the loyalty charm, while the outer grounds were temporarily out of his reach. Fortunately, the manor had a built-in muggle-repelling charm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived to this day. Additionally, after he graduated, he could set up some spells like the disillusionment charm, but for now, he couldn't use a wand, so this would have to do for now. Walking through the luxurious mansion, Adam used a silent, wandless cleaning charm to tidy up the surroundings. Looking at the previously dusty murals on the walls, Adam suddenly thought about whether he should create some murals for the manor. Of course, not ordinary murals, but the moving ones like those at Hogwarts. These required wizards to infuse them with magic, allowing them to maintain a communication function similar to the wizard's own thoughts. The more powerful the wizard, the more energy they invested, and the more lively the portraits became. For instance, the portraits left by Professor Dumbledore could even retain a high degree of wisdom. This idea quickly took root in Adam's mind, and he decided to write to a few professors as soon as he returned. Such matters needed to be raised in advance, as creating portraits required time from the wizards. Not wanting to linger in the mansion, Adam took a brief tour before stepping outside, mounting his broomstick to get a bird's-eye view of the manor's geographical environment. With the space modification charm, Adam could cancel his original plan to set up planting and breeding areas based on the terrain, as the space modification charm could fully meet the demands of any terrain or climate. However, like the undetectable extension charm, the space modification charm needed to be used in as enclosed a space as possible, such as containers, houses, or tents. Direct, large-scale contact with the external environment would decrease the stability of the space modification charm. Therefore, he would most likely have to set up rows of greenhouses outside the manor and then modify the interior space according to different needs. Although this might look a bit ugly from the outside, it was indeed more convenient than the original plan. Moreover, while the greenhouses would appear unremarkable and uniform from the outside, opening the doors would reveal a variety of exotic styles, creating a different kind of beauty. Chapter 67. Safe Houses. After visiting Smith Manor, Adam planned to visit the 7 safe houses he had purchased over the next few days. Adam could not be careless with the safe houses. Hiding everything inside and out with the loyalty charm was a basic operation. These houses were not for living in, but rather emergency transit stations, and absolute safety had to be ensured. In addition, Adam needed to record the location of each safe house and create corresponding keys. Everything was going according to plan, but when dealing with safe house number 3, a small problem arose. There was actually someone inside. Adam looked at the dilapidated house in front of him, which seemed on the verge of collapsing, with a strange expression. Out of caution, he had just done a divination beforehand, and with a flick of his wand, he summoned a homeless wizard, the key being his identity. Professor Remus John Lupin, can you explain why you are currently living in someone else's home, and that someone happens to be your student for next year? Rubbing his temples, Adam didn't expect to encounter such a situation. It's better to leave. He could deal with safe house number 3 during the next break, as Lupin was about to become the professor of his upcoming defense against the dark arts class. Having an interaction with him now would complicate things. Whether he chose to drive him away or let him go, encountering him again at school would undoubtedly become troublesome. What if Lupin resists? That would make things even more complicated. Not to mention the future upheaval. Where would Professor Dumbledore find another defense against the dark arts professor? Having made up his mind, Adam turned to leave. After safe house number 3, nothing else went wrong, and the safe house plan proceeded smoothly to safe house number 6. Safe house no. 6 was located in a Muggle neighborhood at 10, Wisteria Lane in the Little Whinging area, very close to Harry's home. Adam chose 7 safe houses at that time because, from a magical perspective, the number 7 is a lucky and magical number. Harry is Voldemort's 6th Horcrux, and Adam thought that setting the 6th safe house near Harry's home would be more auspicious. At the same time, Adam specifically chose to come on Harry's birthday, July 31st, to conveniently visit him and give him a birthday gift. Well, actually, Adam had promised Harry that he would call him, but he got so busy with the safe house arrangements that he forgot. A month flew by, and if it weren't for the 6th safe house being near Harry's home, Adam might not have remembered it all. Now, he can just explain that he purposely didn't call Harry to surprise him. Kids are easy to please if you just give them a little attention. Adam visited the Dursley house after finishing lunch. When he knocked on the door, it was the plump Vernon Dursley who answered. "Who are you?" Vernon asked, frowning. "My name is Adam. Adam Smith, Harry's classmate. I'm here to see Harry." Almost as soon as he heard Harry's name, Vernon's expression changed drastically. "There is no Harry Potter here. Do you hear me? Don't come back," Vernon shouted, slamming the door shut. Adam blinked in surprise at the door. Although he had heard Harry talk about how quirky his family was, Adam really hadn't expected them to be this strange. He had come all this way. Even if they didn't want to see him, they could at least say a few polite words to send him on his way, right? At that moment, Adam heard Vernon shouting from inside, and it seemed Harry had heard him too and was arguing with Vernon. Before long, the door opened, revealing Harry's somewhat excited, smiling face, and through the gap, Adam could see Vernon's furious expression. "Adam, happy birthday, Harry." Adam took out a wrapped gift from his bag. Inside was an amulet he had made. During this time, Adam's protective spell had still not manifested a physical guardian, but through studying ancient magic scripts, he had created this amulet. It can somewhat lessen the effects of Dementors on a person and can also block some weaker spells, deflecting those of moderate power. This is the greatest help Adam can provide to Harry without joining in himself. Additionally, this amulet actually serves as a key. Adam is constantly influencing the world. Naturally, he hopes that Harry can kill Voldemort, but if something unexpected happens and Harry is wearing this amulet, he would try to save Harry himself. At that point, he would only be able to compete with Voldemort on who has a lower bottom line, such as killing anyone he encounters before Voldemort can kill others to make Horcruxes during the pursuit. However, at that time, the number of sacrifices would not be just a few dozen or a few hundred. So if possible, Adam hopes that the function of this key will never be needed. "Thank you." Harry was very touched. He didn't expect Adam to come personally to deliver a gift. After Ron's call was hung up by Uncle Vernon, he thought he wouldn't be able to contact his friends during the holiday. "Well, the gift is delivered, and I should be leaving now." Adam glanced at Vernon, who was watching him warily inside the house. It seemed that staying here would cause trouble for him. If he were alone, he would definitely give this guy a piece of his mind. He had never encountered someone who shouted at him like that in his life. But right now, he was next to Harry. The Ministry of Magic Wound T keeps such a close watch on an ordinary little wizard. As long as he wasn't using his own wand, he wouldn't even get caught for casting spells in the Muggle world. For example, when Voldemort was young, he used his uncle's wand to kill the Riddle family, and that was done in the Muggle world. He hadn't graduated yet, and there were no wizards around, yet the Ministry had no reaction at all. But Harry was clearly special. The Ministry was keeping a close eye on him. As soon as any magical disturbance appeared near him, he would immediately receive a letter from the office for the prohibition of misuse of magic. The warning Harry received last summer proved this point. Even if that magical disturbance was far from being wizard-like, and in fact came from a house elf, Harry would still be considered the one who cast the spell. Not good, having to part ways with his friend right after they just met, especially after receiving a birthday gift from him, clearly made Harry feel a bit upset. He couldn't even invite Adam inside to sit for a while. Adam was quite satisfied with the fact that he was about to leave. He wasn't good at finding topics to talk about, and he had no interest in Quidditch, which was Harry's favorite. He really didn't know what to chat about with Harry during their awkward farewell. After they said their goodbyes, Harry closed the door somewhat dejectedly. As soon as the door was shut, a string of curses came from inside. Adam, who hadn't gone far, twitched his eye and couldn't help but look back at the wooden door, taking a deep breath. "So you're Dursley, huh? Just wait. I'll remember you. One day, when I find the time and Harry isn't around, I'll make sure to take care of you." Chapter 68. Dementors in the midst of all the busyness. The summer vacation seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, especially August, when Adam barely felt the passage of time. There was no helping it. Managing the estate was far more complicated than he had imagined. He had no clear understanding of what kind of environment various crops needed to thrive. Moreover, the internet in this era was not as convenient as it had been in his past life, and there weren't as many diverse books available. Agricultural books did not detail the temperature, humidity, sunlight, soil quality, and so on, for the regions where high-quality fruits were grown. For the sake of his estate, Adam had to gather data from farms within Britain, and in a month, he managed to create a few replica greenhouses of British farms, which was still far from his original plan of gathering high-quality cultivation environments from all over the world at Smith Manor. However, Adam believed that with his efforts, the Smith Manor he envisioned would one day come to fruition. On the Hogwarts Express, Adam shared the black grapes he harvested from his estate with Neville and Seamus, who happened to run into him. It was unclear if Seamus had already boarded the train or if he was still waiting to get on, as he planned to look for Adam after the train departed. Wow, so sweet. British black grapes already tasted good, and those grown with magical compost were even more delicious. Though they had seeds, which was a downside. Thanks to his past life as a foodie, Adam was especially serious when he heard this part. He remembered that seedless fruits were triploids, which had to be obtained through hybridizing tetraploids and diploids treated with colchicine. Because they were triploids, they had no seeds and could only reproduce asexually. But Adam didn't know where to get colchicine from, how to process it, or how to hybridize. So he could only wait until after graduation to gather data worldwide and hopefully find something ready-made. Despite these grapes having some shortcomings in Adam's eyes, Neville and Seamus were still enjoying them. Adam told them to eat as much as they wanted. He had plenty more, to test the effects of various composts and the flavor differences among different varieties. The amount he harvested from just black grapes was enough for their entire dormitory to eat for a month. At this point, he had to praise the spatial transformation charm again. It could even create a refrigerator that maintained temperatures of -30 or 40 degrees for preservation. Soon it was 11 o'clock, and the express train slowly started. Seamus took a bag of grapes to find Dean, while Adam, as usual, took out a book to read. Adam, why is this book so well-behaved? Neville looked in shock at the monster book of monsters in Adam's hands. Neville, who only chose the divination class, hadn't bought this book, but he had seen a poor little wizard being chased and bitten by it after it escaped from a suitcase before boarding. Oh, this book moves because of a transformation spell, similar to a chocolate frog. It just needs to be deactivated. Adam casually spoke while flipping through his list of experimental subjects. Speaking of which, this summer Fred and the others traveled to Egypt because Mr. Weasley won an 800-galleon jackpot. I wonder if they encounter Sphinx. This magical creature lives in the desert, is a large being, and looks tough and resilient with its rough skin and thick flesh. As the train continued to move, the sky gradually darkened, and the temperature kept dropping. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, it started to rain, with raindrops banging against the windows, making a loud noise that was quite irritating. This weather made me feel a bit uncomfortable. Neville sighed as he looked out the window. In front of him was the lunch his grandmother had prepared for him, but since he had eaten too many raisins earlier and had a dinner plan for the evening, he didn't eat much. Adam paused, his hand on the book, and looked thoughtfully at Neville. Neville, it seems you have a talent for divination. Neville looked at Adam in confusion, blinking before he realized what Adam meant, his face turning pale. Just then, the train conveniently slowed down and finally came to a stop. Have we arrived? Neville swallowed, peering through the rain-blurred glass at the outside, where he could vaguely make out the fields, and in the distance, the shadows of mountains. Adam put down the book and looked at the sliding door at the end of the carriage, his eyes seeming to shine. Finally, it had arrived. Wait, it seemed like something was coming up from outside. Navi's voice trembled as he hurriedly stood up from his seat, squeezed around the table, and made his way to Adam's side. Following Adam's gaze to the end of the carriage, Navi was horrified to see a wet, black handprint suddenly appear on the glass. Then, the sliding door slowly began to open. Adam whispered, don't say anything." Adam raised his hand to cover Neville's eyes, looking at the thing that had entered. It was tall enough to nearly touch the ceiling, its entire body mostly hidden under a cloak, with only one hand protruding, appearing covered in slime and spots, like a corpse that had been drowned alive. This was a Dementor, one of the most dangerous creatures of the non-existence, born from fear and despair, regarded by people as the ugliest thing in the world. They feed on people's joy, making those who approach them feel depressed and hopeless. They can also suck away a person's soul, turning them into a state of living death, leaving only an empty shell. This attack method is known as the Dementor's Kiss. However, in Adam's eyes, non-existence generally does not die, can be controlled by the spirit-driving spell born from fear, and despair survives by feeding on joy, no special feeding required. By combining these two equations, we get Dementor Excellent Experimental Subject Jailer. Perfect. Now, just waiting to catch a few dark wizards at the Quidditch World Cup. Opening the suitcase, he let the already controlled Dementor silently enter by itself, then closed the suitcase before releasing his hand from Neville's eyes. What was that just now? Neville had been trembling, only restrained by Adam covering his eyes, but upon regaining his sight, he nervously looked around. However, the compartment had not changed except for being a bit colder than before. That hand just now was a Dementor, and it was gone now. Adam took a chocolate from his bag and handed it to him. Try it. It might make you feel a bit better. But being near the Dementors, all sorts of bad memories would rush back, and those were not experiences worth reminiscing. Neville, pale-faced and almost as colorless as Malfoy, took the chocolate, struggling a few times to unwrap it before tremblingly putting it into his mouth. Sorry, I just suddenly remembered. Why are the Dementors here? Aren't they supposed to be in Azkaban? They must be here for Sirius Black. Adam gently patted Neville's back, glancing out the window and unconsciously licking his lips. With so many Dementors around, it wouldn't hurt if there were 10 or 8 less, right? Chapter 66. The Time Turner eventually, the Dementors left, seemingly unaware that 5 members were missing from their ranks. Although the Dementors had departed, the remaining 10 minutes before arriving at Hogwarts were not peaceful. People continuously rushed into the carriage, crying as they went to the other end, possibly looking for friends or family. Adam, have you seen Ginny? Fred and George burst in through the sliding door, which had been pushed open earlier and never closed, their faces lighting up as they saw Adam, and they quickly pulled him to ask. I haven't. Adam glanced over, and it seemed that the 2 people were not too affected. They hurriedly continued to search for the next carriage, and before leaving, Adam stuffed a few chocolates into their hands. Until the train slowly came to a stop, Adam did not see Fred and George return, unsure if they had found Ginny. After changing into his wizarding robes, Adam got up and walked towards the train door. The moment he stepped off the train, he was enveloped by the icy cold air. With the influence of the Dementors, the already cold weather felt even more bone-chilling. To keep warm, he cast a warming charm on himself, and also cast one on Neville behind him. Then, Adam raised his wand, and an invisible magical force created a double umbrella. Let's go. Neville seemed still a bit dazed, following Adam in a daze. They got on and off the carriage, and when they reached the entrance of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall had taken Adam away before he could regain his senses. Come with me. In addition to Adam, Professor McGonagall also called Harry and Hermione. She led the 3 of them to her office, gestured for them to sit down, and then took her seat behind the desk. Adam noticed that there was an additional portrait on the wall of Professor McGonagall's office, which was a half-length portrait of herself, except that the painting didn't move yet. He had previously sent letters to a few familiar professors, and perhaps this portrait was prepared for him by Professor McGonagall. After sitting down, Professor McGonagall first looked at Harry. Professor Lupin had sent an owl in advance, saying that Harry was feeling unwell on the train, right? Before Harry could answer, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then Madame Pomfrey hurried in. Oh, it's you. Madame Pomfrey ignored Harry's claim of being fine and walked over to him, studying his complexion carefully, while saying, I suppose you've done something dangerous again? It was only the start of the 3rd year, and Madame Pomfrey already had a deep impression of Harry. It's the Dementors, Poppy. Professor McGonagall explained what Harry had encountered. Madame Pomfrey's expression suddenly turned serious. Sending Dementors around the school, he wouldn't be the last student to faint. Madame Pomfrey muttered, reaching out to touch Harry's forehead. Yes, he's cold and icy. They are truly terrifying creatures, and they affect those who are already fragile. I'm not fragile, Harry shouted, but he was still held by Madame Pomfrey for an examination, just like a little chick under a hen's wing. Yes, of course you're not fragile. Madame Pomfrey replied absent-mindedly, starting to check his pulse, which wasn't just a pulse check, but measuring his heartbeat. What does he need? Professor McGonagall looked at Harry with concern. Bed rest. Maybe he should stay in a hospital wing for a night. I'm Fina. Harry couldn't help but stand up. He just felt a bit of pain in his head when facing the Dementors, as if he had seen the scene of his parents being killed by Voldemort, which was very distressing. Why did Professor McGonagall make it sound as if he was about to be killed by the Dementors? At least, he should eat some chocolate. Adam heard this and took out a Ferrero Rocher from his pocket, handing one to Harry and another to Hermione. He had really liked this chocolate in his previous life, but its beautiful price meant he hardly ever bought it for himself. So he planned to recreate the growing environment and the magical processing line for Italian raw materials in the manor in the future. I had already eaten some in the car. Professor Lupin had shared his chocolate with us. That said, who could refuse a Ferrero Rocher? Thank you. Harry still accepted the chocolate from Adam, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Hermione, after thanking him, put the chocolate into her pocket. It's so delicious. Watching Harry's face, which had opened slightly as he enjoyed the sweet treat, Adam couldn't help but smile with a sense of paternal satisfaction. Perhaps it was because he had been farming a lot recently that his psychological age seemed to have increased as well. Good. We finally have a defense against the dark arts professor who knows how to prescribe the right remedy. Madame Pomfrey was quite satisfied with Professor Lupin's handling of things. So, do you really feel all right, Potter? Professor McGonagall confirmed once more. Yes, Harry answered, puffing out his cheeks. Very well, then please wait outside for a moment. I need to discuss the timetable with Adam and Miss Granger, and then we will go downstairs together for the feast. After Harry left with Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall turned to Adam and Hermione. You two have chosen quite a few elective courses, so there will be some conflicts in your timetable. Hermione looked a bit nervous, perhaps fearing that Professor McGonagall would make her drop some of the courses. To this end, I have applied for some assistance for you. Only students who are sufficiently outstanding can have this privilege. I recognize that you truly have the necessity and demand to complete these conflicting courses. Professor McGonagall looked at the two with a seriousness similar to when she taught transfiguration. What I am about to tell you must be kept completely confidential. You cannot disclose this to anyone. You must swear. After the two nodded and swore, she took out a small box from her drawer and retrieved 2 necklaces from inside it. They were 2 entirely golden necklaces with a strange-shaped hourglass as the pendant, surrounded by 2 golden rings with golden sand flowing through the hourglass. This is a time turner, a device used for time travel. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Hermione gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. However, Professor McGonagall suddenly raised her voice. You must also swear to only use this device to allow you to complete the coursework that conflicts on your timetable. After this class, use the time turner to go back to before the class to attend another class, and not for any other purpose. You must understand that time travel is extremely dangerous. Altering the past and violating the laws of time can lead to catastrophic consequences. After the two continued to swear, Professor McGonagall finally handed the time turner to them. Adam held the hourglass in his palm and examined it closely. It was clearly inscribed with, I mark every inch of time, but never surpass the sun. Your value to me is measured by your purpose. In the following minutes, Professor McGonagall emphasized the usage and taboos of the time turner, such as not reversing time for more than 5 hours, as it could lead to serious time-related accidents. Adam and Hermione noted down one by one. After Adam and Hermione finally left Professor McGonagall's office, they followed her back to the Great Hall with Harry, just as the sorting ceremony was finishing. As they took their seats, Professor Dumbledore was standing up, preparing to speak. Chapter 100, The Wolf's Bane Potion Welcome. Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone. Professor Dumbledore's voice was as loud and vibrant as ever. He smiled broadly, spreading his arms as if to embrace all the students. Before the feast begins, I have a few things I would like to say to you all. One of them is especially important, so I want to make it clear before you enjoy the delicious food and your heads start getting a bit foggy. As he mentioned the serious matter, the smile on Professor Dumbledore's face gradually faded, and he cleared his throat. Our school is currently hosting some Dementors from Azkaban. They have been sent by the Ministry of Magic to carry out their duties, and I believe you are all aware of this, as they have just searched the Hogwarts Express. At this point, Professor Dumbledore paused, a clear look of displeasure in his eyes. This was also the reason Adam dared to catch 5 Dementors. Even if he lost 5, Fudge wouldn't dare confront Dumbledore, but if there were one more, he would grit his teeth and ask Dumbledore about it. They are stationed at every entrance of the school, Professor Dumbledore continued. I must make it clear to you that while they are here, no one is allowed to leave the school without permission. Any tricks, ploys, or disguises will not fool the Dementors, not even the invisibility cloak. The nature of Dementors does not understand excuses or pleas for mercy. So I remind everyone present not to give them any reason to harm you. I expect the prefects and our newly elected student council presidents to ensure that no student comes into conflict with the Dementors. Adam thought that Animagus could fool the Dementors, but specifically pointed out the invisibility cloak. Adam glanced at Harry. Professor Dumbledore paused again. Well, let's change to a more pleasant topic. I am very pleased that our 2 new teachers have joined our ranks this semester. Professor Dumbledore turned to look at the staff table. First, we have Professor Lupin, who has kindly agreed to fill the vacancy for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. A sparse applause echoed in the hall. The damage caused by last year's defense against the Dark Art professor was simply too severe. However, Harry and the others applauded enthusiastically. In response to the lukewarm welcome from everyone, Professor Lupin, dressed in somewhat tattered clothes, smiled kindly and nodded at everyone. Adam's gaze fell on Professor Snape, who was staring intently at Professor Lupin, his face stern and his eyes reflecting a look akin to hatred, similar to how he looked at Harry. As for our second new teacher, Once the sparse applause welcoming Professor Lupin quieted down, Professor Dumbledore continued with the introduction. I regret to inform you that our care of magical creatures professor, Professor Kettleburn, has retired at the end of last term. However, I am pleased to announce that the position will be filled by none other than Rubius Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching role in addition to his duties as keeper of keys and grounds. This time, the applause was more enthusiastic, particularly from Gryffindor, and Hagrid's face turned bright red at the staff table. All right, that's all the important news. Let the feast begin. Professor Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the gold plates and goblets before them instantly filled with various foods and drinks. After the feast, just as Adam was about to return to Gryffindor Tower with everyone, he was informed by a Slytherin upperclassman that Professor Snape was waiting for him in his office. Confused, Adam made his way to the dungeon. Professor Snape sat in his office, still wearing the same expression from the banquet. Only after seeing Adam enter did his face soften slightly, resembling the stern portrait on the wall. Professor, did you need something from me? Adam sat down beside Professor Snape's cabinet of potion bottles. This school year, one of us needs a bottle of Wolfsbane potion every month, and I would like to assign this task to you. I will provide the materials. Hearing Professor Snape's words, Adam fell silent. Professor Snape, you really do manage to give me a little surprise every year. There are only 2 new teachers among us this school year. One is Hagrid, whom Adam is familiar with, and the other is Lupin, whom Adam is not familiar with. Does anyone really need to think twice about who needs the Wolfsbane potion? Besides, even if you don't like Lupin, isn't it a bit hasty to assign such an important task as brewing the Wolfsbane potion to me? The Wolfsbane potion is a complex potion that has only been invented for a few years, and the difficulty of brewing it is quite high. Isn't Professor Snape afraid of a brewing failure? Oh, it seems that even if it fails, the worst that can happen is just throwing Professor Lupin into the Shrieking Shack, and that's it. Just before the school year started, I brewed some hell broth, and I can't brew the Wolfsbane potion for now. Seeing Adam silent, Professor Snape added a somewhat revealing explanation. Upon hearing this, Adam could only nod helplessly. As mentioned before, it is not the medicinal properties of the materials that take effect in potions, but the mysterious qualities of those materials, such as transformation, which require negative forces. The compound potion, which temporarily changes appearance, needs liquid grass picked at the full moon, while the animagus potion, besides requiring the full moon, storms, and the pupa of the grim-faced moth, metamorphosis, must also exclude positive forces, such as sunlight. Similarly, the Wolfsbane potion, which is used to suppress werewolf transformations, requires positive and detoxifying forces, which clearly conflict with the properties of the hell broth that induces sleep, leading to the failure of the Wolfsbane potion or causing unknown mutations. If Professor Snape really just brewed hell broth, then he truly cannot brew the Wolfsbane potion. Well, if that is true. Also, even if Professor Snape just brewed hell broth today, brewing the Wolfsbane potion in a couple of days would actually be no problem, as those forces do not linger on a wizard for too long. However, as someone who has personally witnessed Professor Snape's painful past and is his direct disciple, Adam would definitely stand by Professor Snape's side. So, Professor Snape, should I brew in the dormitory or come to your office to brew? Adam asked tentatively. I have a lot of electives this school year. If I brew in the office, I might need to use the time turner. But if I brew in the dorm, my classmates will inevitably distract me, leading to some strange things getting mixed in. The time turner can't be used recklessly. Professor Snape immediately interrupted Adam. And I believe that as long as you can keep the Wolfsbane potion effective, that professor won't blame you for that. Then I understand. Adam nodded Kunojin. Chapter 101. A minor mistake. Be careful. Harry, groggy from getting out of bed, accidentally bumped into the jars and bottles Adam had placed in the hallway, one of which even fell into the bubbling cauldron. Harry instantly became alert, his legs feeling weak as Adam supported him. I didn't mean to, Harry exclaimed. Adam had been brewing this potion the night before, just before going to bed. It's all right, it's just a minor mistake. To Harry's surprise, Adam simply used tongs to fish the bottle out of the cauldron. Before that, he even helped Harry back to bed instead of rushing to salvage the potion. It won't interfere with the potion's effect. It will just make the potion bitter, numbing, and astringent when mixed with wormwood. Well, Professor Lupin probably feels too embarrassed to come and trouble Harry, right? Seeing Adam like this, Harry pinched himself to make sure he was really okay. Adam moved the potion off the fire, waited for the bubbles to disappear, and after the potion changed color slightly, he immediately moved it back onto the fire. He repeated this process 3 times before the potion, after cooling, slowly stabilized. Thus, Professor Lupin's Wolfsbane potion for June was completed. The wolfsbane potion must be taken a week before the full moon, and in the following days, Adam's schedule was packed, which is why he was in such a hurry to brew it, making it easy for Harry to knock over the potion ingredients. One can assume that Professor Lupin would understand, right? As for Lupin, Adam didn't have much fondness for him. While Professor Snape was a contributing factor, he was certainly not the only reason. Adam once used a crystal ball to patch up the story of the original timeline, which included the scene where Lupin guided Neville to make Professor Snape, who was transformed by Bogart, wear the clothes of the late Madame Longbottom in front of everyone. Clearly, after all these years, Lupin hasn't changed. In his eyes, Snape is still the target of their bullying from back in the day. He has no basic respect for this colleague of his, still holding the same disdainful and even mocking attitude as before. While he may be a good elder to Harry, to Adam, he remains the same scum of a school bully for back then. Through that unexpected incident with the memory charm, Adam, who deeply felt how outrageous the Marauders had been, could guarantee with his maxed-out stunning spell and memory charm that during this year, Lupin would definitely not get a sip of properly flavored wolfsbane potion. Moreover, the culprit behind each change in flavor would always be young Potter. After bottling the wolfsbane potion, Adam headed to the Great Hall with everyone for breakfast, conveniently delivering the potion to Professor Snape. Although Professor Snape hated Lupin, he believed he would be pleased to see Lupin's reaction when he drank this bottle of wolfsbane potion. After finishing breakfast, Adam handed the wolfsbane potion to Professor Snape, while inadvertently revealing that he had accidentally let some powdered wormwood fall into the cauldron while adding it due to Harry. As expected, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Professor Snape's mouth when he took the wolfsbane potion. Adam was taught by Snape, so how could he not know what would happen when mixing Banshee Stone powder with wormwood? It's fine, the detoxifying effect of Banshee Stone is also very good, and it doesn't conflict with other materials, so the effect of the wolf poison potion won't be affected. This potion is with me, and when the time comes, I will definitely watch him drink it with my own eyes. After saying this, Professor Snape took the wolf poison potion and left. The wind from his cloak felt much lighter than usual. Watching Professor Snape leave, Adam prepared to go to his first class. The first class was divination, located on the rooftop of the North Tower. Adam climbed the stairs and joined the classmates who were waiting there. There was no more path, but they had not yet reached the divination classroom. Everyone noticed that there was a trapdoor in the ceiling, but there were no more stairs leading up. Adam, Neville called out, squeezing through the gap. He chose the divination class after hearing Adam's introduction and naturally intended to sit with him. He hoped this class would be as easy as Adam said. Adam and Neville leaned against the wall, sharing a small bunch of grapes, chatting about their holiday experiences that they hadn't finished discussing before bed last night, when suddenly there was a noise from the hatch in the ceiling. Seeing this, Adam put away the grapes he was holding. A silver ladder was lowered from the hatch, landing right at Harry's feet, who had just arrived. Following the flow of people, Adam climbed up the ladder and found himself in their divination classroom. In fact, it didn't look like a classroom at all. It resembled a mix between an attic and an old-fashioned tea house. The attic-like feel came naturally from the structure at the top of the tower, and the classroom was cramped with over 20 small round tables, surrounded by upholstered armchairs and stuffed cushions. On the mantelpiece stood a giant copper teapot, with a roaring fire burning underneath. With that flame, combined with the curtains being tightly drawn, and each lamp covered with a large red scarf, the entire classroom was shrouded in a hazy red light, and it was unbearably hot. It was almost as hot as when Hagrid had been brewing. Oh no, hatching dragon eggs last year. Adam pulled Nawe, who was crawling up behind him, to a spot against the wall to wait. At least it was cooler here than in front. However, it wasn't without its drawbacks. The shelf behind them was filled with dirty feather pens, candle stubs that had burned down to nothing, tattered playing cards, and filthy teacups. Of course, there were also some shiny crystal balls, but they were covered in dust as well. Adam had to use a cleaning spell on the shelf, but he didn't know whether the dust was part of the decor, so he only cleaned the shelf to ensure he wouldn't brush against any spider webs on it. By the time everyone had arrived, the teacher was still nowhere to be seen. Just as the students were whispering among themselves, a soft, indistinct voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. "Welcome, it's so nice to finally see you in the material world." Professor Trelawney stepped out of the shadows and into the light of the fire. Her figure was extremely thin, and her glasses made her eyes appear several times larger than they actually were. She wore a sheer, translucent shawl adorned with many shimmering metallic pieces, and around her long neck hung countless beads and chains, with many bracelets and rings on her arms and hands. Compared to Adam, who usually stared blankly and directly divined, Professor Trelawney's attire clearly conformed more to the public's image of a fortune teller, like those gypsy women sitting between two candles on a carpet in street tents, playing with crystal balls or tarot cards. Sit down, my children, sit down. The students awkwardly settled into the armchairs and cushions. Clearly, Professor Trelawney's entrance had successfully intimidated them. Chapter 102. Divination Class. Welcome to Divination Class. Professor Trelawney settled into an armchair by the fireplace. I am Professor Trelawney. You probably haven't seen me before. I find that frequently descending into the chaotic and noisy life of the campus can blur my third eye. Upon hearing Professor Trelawney's words, Harry and the others exchanged thoughtful glances with Adam. You've chosen to take divination, which is the most profound of all magical arts. However, I must say this up front. If you do not possess this insight, there is nothing I can do. In this field, the books can only help you a little. As she spoke, Professor Trelawney elegantly adjusted her shawl. Many wizards, despite their talents in the realms of noise, various smells, and sudden disappearances, cannot see through the veil of the future. This is a gift possessed by only a few. Next, Professor Trelawney demonstrated her divination techniques. She predicted many things, such as one student needing to be cautious of a red-haired man, another student's family encountering trouble, and their teaching schedule being interrupted by the flu next February. Her words were filled with psychological hints and things that were bound to happen anyway. For example, being cautious of a certain type of person. The more you think about being careful of them, the more conflicts will arise. Or when someone's family encounters trouble. How do you define trouble? When does it happen? Who can go without encountering trouble? And as for the flu, there's always a wave of flu at Hogwarts every year. Whether the teaching schedule is interrupted or not is still up to her to decide. The only uncertain prediction was the last one, that one of them would leave them forever around Easter. Whether this was Professor Trelawney's classic yearly prediction of someone's death or a reference to Hermione, Adam was not sure. It was unclear whether Professor Trelawney was actually in tune with her abilities or just completely making things up. No one but herself could know. After Professor Trelawney finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Everyone seemed to believe that Professor Trelawney meant that one student would die. Dear, could you pass me that largest silver teacup? Professor Trelawney, pleased with the atmosphere she had created, said to Lavender Brown, who was curled up in her chair, frightened. Lavender Brown stood up and placed the teacup on the table in front of Professor Trelawney. Thank you, dear. By the way, the thing you fear the most will happen on Friday, October 16th. Another psychological hint. Now, I want you to pair up. Professor Trelawney instructed everyone to work in pairs for tea leaf reading, a method of divination that involves studying the shapes of tea leaves. Adam must have teamed up with Neville. After they finished their tea, they shook the tea leaves a few times as Professor Trelawney had instructed, then drained the tea and handed the cups to each other. After flipping to the 5th and 6th pages of Unfogging the Future, Neville furrowed his brow and began to study which of the interpretations matched the tea leaves. It seemed like a high hat. Perhaps he will become a high official in the Ministry of Magic in the future. It was clear that Neville was trying very hard to discern some positive signs from the tea leaves. Adam's eyelid twitched as he glanced down at the teacup. A rose. You will have a nice romance. Upon hearing this, Navi blushed and curiously leaned in to see if it was true. At this point, Adam had already started to rotate the teacup counterclockwise. Spiral. You will encounter many chaotic pointed hats in life, and you may pursue a career in education, possibly staying at Hogwarts to become a teacher. Adam speaks nothing but the truth, but Neville frowned upon hearing it. Are these 3 patterns really from the same tea leaves? Of course, you have to believe me. From Adam's perspective, in the dimension of spirituality, the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup indeed look vastly different as they spin counterclockwise. This is the difference between a seer and a fraud. No matter how many books one reads or how much practice one does, a fraud can never become a seer. At this moment, Professor Trelawney suddenly stood up, quickly walked over to Ron, and snatched Harry's teacup away. It seemed Ron's nonsensical ramblings had triggered her. Professor Trelawney personally began interpreting Harry's tea leaves. Dear Eagle, you have a deadly rival. This is something everyone knows. Hermione couldn't help but say, since Professor Trelawney mentioned that the textbook for this course wouldn't be of any help. She had no fondness for the class. Connecting everything Professor Trelawney just said with Adam's earlier comment about divination being superficial, Hermione had already begun to suspect the true nature of the course. Of course, there was also the true nature of Professor Trelawney. Professor Trelawney shot her a glare, but said nothing, continuing to peer through her magnifying glasses at the bottom of Harry's cup. A big-headed stick attacks. Oh my, oh my. This is not a pleasant sight. A skeleton on your path is dangerous, my dear. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney paused, took a deep breath, and screamed. She screamed as she plopped down into an empty armchair nearby, one hand clutching her chest. Her eyes closed as she shook her head repeatedly. Oh, my dear child. My poor dear child, it's best not to say it out loud. Don't come ask me. What did you see, Professor? Dean couldn't help but stand up, leaning over to look at the bottom of Harry's teacup. Everyone else stood up too, and eventually they all crowded around. Oh, my dear child, Professor Trelawney suddenly shouted, sitting up and staring intently at Harry. You have omen of doom. What? Harry's body stiffened in his chair. Thoughts of the previous divinations Adam had done for them flashed through his mind, except for the one where Ron would die. Adam had never shown such a strong reaction before. Although he didn't quite understand what Professor Trelawney was saying, his classmates around him were covering their mouths in terror. Omen of doom, my dear, omen of doom. Professor Trelawney looked somewhat distraught as she shouted. That eerie, huge dog that haunts the graveyard. My dear child, that is a terrible omen, the worst omen, the omen of death. A big dog being an omen? Harry himself was the biggest omen at Hogwarts. Adam, taking advantage of his height advantage over his classmates, saw the bottom of Harry's teacup, which from Adam's perspective resembled a cross, symbolizing suffering and pain. At that moment, Hermione stood up directly. I don't think this is ominous. Professor Trelawney looked at Hermione with disdain in her eyes. My dear, forgive me for saying this, but I see your aura is quite small, and you have little perception of the future. She didn't like such students, without a basic trust in her. It was hard to deceive them. Moreover, getting them to give up divination class also counted as a validation of her previous predictions. After speaking to Hermione, Professor Trelawney turned to the students surrounding Harry and said, I think we'll end today's lesson here. Professor Trelawney resumed her earlier vague tone. Yes, please pack your things. Chapter 103, The Fraud. Just as they exited the divination classroom, Harry quickly grabbed Adam's sleeve. Adam, was that really a portent of death? Harry, oh Harry. Adam took Harry's hand and patted it, looking very serious. When the day comes that you really are going to die, I'll let you know in advance. So you can know that day you 1T have to do your homework, and you should eat a bit better. After saying this, Adam hurriedly left. Hearing this, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the gazes of his classmates still made him uncomfortable. Their looks were as if he was about to die soon. The next class was transfiguration. Although Professor Trelawney had finished her class early, the transfiguration classroom was far from the North Tower, and everyone arrived just in time for class to start. In the first transfiguration class of the school year, Professor McGonagall introduced animagi. The knowledge in this area was only required to be understood, with no real practice needed, and it was quite interesting, making it perfect for the beginning of the school year. However, by the time Professor McGonagall was almost done and was demonstrating animagi by transforming into a tabby cat, very few students were paying attention to her. What's wrong with you all today? Professor McGonagall transformed back. Everyone turned to look at Harry, but no one spoke. At this moment, Hermione raised her hand. Professor, we just had our first divination class and interpreted tea leaves, and the result? Ah, I understand. Professor McGonagall frowned. No need to say more, Miss Granger. Tell me, who among you is the one destined to die this year? Everyone looked at Professor McGonagall in shock. I am. Harry raised his hand. I see. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry with a gaze that was both helpless and reassuring. Well, you should know, Potter, that since Sybil Trelawney came to this school, she has predicted the death of a student every year. She seems to enjoy welcoming a new class with a death omen. If it weren't for the fact that I never speak ill of my colleagues. Professor McGonagall paused here, seemingly recalling a certain colleague from last semester, and appeared to be suppressing her dissatisfaction with Professor Trelawney. After calming herself, she continued, Divination is the least rigorous branch of magic. To be honest, I have little patience for it. And as for Professor Trelawney, I can only say that true seers are few and far between. Borrowing a theory I once heard, when you predict something good, accept it with joy. When you predict something bad, just think that divination isn't that accurate after all, and you'll be fine. When Professor McGonagall said this, Adam blinked innocently. Finally, Professor McGonagall looked at Harry and said in a relaxed tone, In my opinion, you are in very good health. So if I don't exempt you from your homework today, please forgive me. I assure you, in the unlikely event that you really do die, you won't need to turn in your homework. This sounded exactly like what Adam had said, and with Professor McGonagall exposing Professor Trelawney's flaws, Harry completely relaxed. Perhaps seeing the black dog before was really just a coincidence. At the same time, in another classroom, Adam, do you think Professor Trelawney? Hermione, who naturally sat next to Adam since he was the only familiar face who had also chosen the divination class, was trying to describe her feelings in a more tactful way. But Professor Trelawney really hadn't left her with a good impression. Okay, I'll say it directly. Is she a fraud? Not sure. Adam lowered his head and scribbled on the parchment. He originally thought that arithmetic divination was about probability, but it turned out not to be the case. Arithmetic divination is more akin to psychological assessment or astrology. For example, by assigning numbers to the vowels in a name and performing a series of calculations, one can determine certain numbers, which can then be looked up to find corresponding personality traits, fate, and so on. As for accuracy, it's hard to say for those without clairvoyance. Arithmetic divination is more accurate, while for those with clairvoyance, divination is more accurate. Not clear? Hermione was very dissatisfied with Adam's answer. It is what it is. And it isn't what it isn't. Why is there an unclear option? Can she see the future? Did she truly see the future and tell the truth? Or did she not see the future and lie? Or did she see the future but lied to steer it in the direction she hoped for? Adam threw out a bunch of questions one after another. The answers to these questions, apart from her own, no one else could know. After listening, Hermione nodded thoughtfully. After finishing the exercises assigned by the teacher on the parchment, she turned to Adam. You're right, but I think she's just a liar. And she is a liar. Adam shrugged and checked his answer with Hermione. Their calculations matched. Since both of them were ahead of the entire class in speed, they could now chat freely as long as they didn't disturb others. Hearing Adam's words, Hermione seemed encouraged and became even more certain of her judgment. You said before that if you believe in divination, it exists, and if you don't believe in it, it doesn't. A true diviner should be like you, indifferent to whether others believe or not, because the facts will prove everything. Unlike her, who is just a fraud. Adam was momentarily stunned, trying to recall when he had ever said those words, but he didn't refute Hermione. After speaking, Hermione sighed. At least she was right about one thing. I probably have no talent for divination. It's purely based on talent. Just like how effort doesn't really matter for wizards and muggles in this regard. Adam tilted his head and fiddled with his hair. His hair was naturally wavy, and at this half-long length, it looked fine. If it grew any longer, it would need a haircut. If you're aiming for a perfect score in all subjects, then just keep going. Over the years at Hogwarts, I haven't seen anyone truly gifted in divination. There are always students who get full marks every year. But I don't think you can get full marks. Professor Trelawney clearly seems to have started to dislike you. Hermione thought for a moment and shook her head. If getting a full score in divination means pretending to see death omens in a pile of tea leaves just to please the professor, then I'd rather drop the class. It would also lighten your load. Taking all the subjects will drain your energy. Don't forget, taking an extra class isn't just about having one more lesson during the day. There's also the extra homework and knowledge to learn. You can't possibly rely solely on class time to master a subject. Adam reached into his pocket and felt the time converter inside. He had probably figured out how this thing worked. It was similar to the meditation basin, another creation that utilized advanced ancient runes. However, the time converter also employed alchemical methods, and it seemed he should look for some books on alchemy. He could also consult Professor Dumbledore about this, and learn a bit about ancient fire spells as well. Regardless of whether he achieved any results in the end, he needed to wrap up his study of this thing quickly. Otherwise, with all those classes, he would truly wear himself out. Originally, he had started this research out of curiosity, and there was no need to exhaust himself over it. Chapter 104. Care of Magical Creatures. The first class of the afternoon was Care of Magical Creatures, and it was another class attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Adam, where's your book? Hermione noticed that Adam's monster book was not secured with anything and was simply being held in his hands, yet it wasn't biting him. Oh, this? Just cancel the transformation spell on it, or you can do it this way. Hermione's book was tightly wrapped in bandages and was still struggling. Adam ran his fingers along the spine of the book a couple of times, and it trembled before settling down. So that's how it is. Hermione quickly opened her book. This was the only class she hadn't reviewed for, and she wanted to glance at it a few more times before class started. Once the surrounding classmates noticed, they all began to mimic her. Since Hagrid hadn't given any prior notice from the clerk at the Leaky Cauldron to the students, no one knew how to open a monster book. As a result, everyone had to bring their uniquely styled books to class. Some, like Hermione, bound their books. Others stuffed them tightly into narrow bags, and some even used clamps to hold their books together. When Adam and the others arrived, Hagrid was already waiting for them at the door of the hut. Come on, hurry up. Hagrid called them over. I've got something great to show you today. This lesson is going to be fantastic. Is everyone here? Good, follow me. Hagrid led them to a small enclosure outside, which was empty. All right, everyone wait here for a moment. I'll go get the magical creatures, Hagrid said before turning and heading into the Forbidden Forest. Oh my gosh, this school is doomed, Draco said, swinging the strap that had been tied to the creature book, hitting it repeatedly. An idiot like this can come to class. If my dad knew, he'd have a heart attack. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry predictably got into an argument with Draco, who retaliated without hesitation, even mocking Harry for being paralyzed in his seat by a Dementor on the Hogwarts Express. Hearing this, Adam remembered that he had 5 Dementors in his suitcase. After brewing Wolfsbane potion last night and having no time to check on it today, he thought that Dementors probably wouldn't T-starve, so he'd deal with it later. Just then, there was a commotion from the Forbidden Forest, and a dozen hippogriffs emerged from the shadows of the trees. Their front halves and wings were those of an eagle, while their back halves were that of a horse, with bright orange eyes. They wore thick leather collars around their necks, attached to iron chains. Hagrid held the ends of the chains in his hands as he walked at the back. Hippogriffs. Hagrid waved excitedly at them. Aren't they beautiful? Hippogriffs? Hermione exclaimed in surprise, almost simultaneously. She hadn't expected Hagrid to let them get up close with hippogriffs in the first lesson. Given the combat power of a hippogriff, one flap of their wings could easily break their bones. Why would they be exposed to such dangerous magical creatures on the very first lesson? They really were beautiful, though. Adam couldn't help but say. Each griffin has a different color, ranging from feathers with gradient patterns to shiny, glossy fur, which is very impressive. Although it feels a bit unfair to Professor Newt Scamander, who teaches the care of magical creatures class. Since the creatures textbook couldn't be opened, Hermione had prepared by reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. This book is an extremely authoritative work on the study and protection of magical creatures. Considered the Wizarding World's encyclopedia of magical beasts. After reading it, Hermione greatly admired the author of this book. Better not. Adam couldn't help but speak up. Undoubtedly, if Newt were to teach this class, he would be more competent than Hagrid. But the problem is that they might end up having a few more dance classes, like the Akame courtship dance and the scorpion-tailed beast dance. It's not that Adam was embarrassed to dance. It's just that Newt was getting on in years, and it wouldn't be good if he hurt his back while dancing. Remember, the first thing you need to know about the hippogriff is that they are very proud creatures. They can get angry easily, so never insult them. Otherwise, it could be deadly. After bringing the hippogriff over, Hagrid introduced its habits to the students. You must wait for the hippogriff to act first. It's a matter of courtesy, understand? You walk up to it, bow, and if it bows back, you can touch it. If it doesn't bow, you should back away quickly. Those claws can be dangerous. After the introduction, Hagrid looked expectantly at the students. All right, who wants to go first? Upon hearing this, most of the students stepped back. Even Harry, who usually supported Hagrid, hesitated a bit, but Adam seemed eager to try. Feeling confident in his ability to ensure safety, he really wanted to touch the hippogriff. So, Adam was the first to climb over the fence. Good job, Adam, someone responded, and Hagrid looked very pleased as he unfastened the collar from one of the hippogriff's necks. Let's see how you handle Ostro. It was a pure black hippogriff, with bright yellow eyes that stood out against its beak and feathers. After the collar was unfastened, it moved its neck somewhat uneasily, then broke away from the other hippogriffs and walked over to Adam. Adam looked at it with curiosity, and they locked eyes without moving. Yes, very good, just like that. Hold its gaze and don't blink, Hagrid said softly. The eyes of the hippogriff were sharp and fierce, like those of a hawk, but when it met Adam's gaze, the back hoof of the hippogriff, Ostro, seemed to slip slightly, stumbling back a few steps, although Adam was somewhat taken aback by Ostro's reaction. The creature did not show any signs of rejection, so Hagrid continued, All right, now you can bow. Bowing meant exposing the back of the neck to the other party's attack range. Adam, with his hands behind his back, tucked his wand into his sleeve and slowly bowed with one hand resting on his chest. Fortunately, there were no accidents. Almost as soon as Adam bowed, Ostro cooperatively bent its front leg covered in shiny black scales and bowed back to Adam in a proper manner. Very good. The successful first lesson made Hagrid excitedly clap his hands. It seems Ostro really likes you. Now you can touch it. Adam's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped forward and tentatively stroked Ostro's chin, then gently caressed the feathers on top of Ostro's head with the back of his hand. His Athena quite liked being petted like this. Sure enough, Ostro comfortably squinted his eyes and lowered his head, making it easier for Adam to pet him, looking very pleased. Chapter 105. Guardian Deity. The classmates watched in awe as Adam had such an intimate interaction with the beast, unable to contain their gasps of surprise. It was evident that their reactions were tinged with a hint of envy and excitement. Very good. Hagrid rubbed his large hands together. I think it should be willing to let you ride it. You can give it a try. Hearing Hagrid say this, Adam felt a surge of eagerness. Speaking of which, counting the flying broom, flying spells, and animagus transformations, this was already the 4th mode of flight he had experienced. although Fox could carry someone flying. The previous time Fox took him was through apparition, which didn't count as flying. You can climb up and sit behind the joints of its wings. Hagrid instructed Adam on where he should sit. Remember, when you climb up, don't tug at its feathers. Hagrid's words suddenly trailed off. Just as Adam was about to climb up, Ostro seemed to know what Adam was about to do and actually bent his limbs and lowered his body, allowing Adam to sit directly on him. Seeing this scene, the classmates looked at Hagrid with doubtful eyes. Is this the proud and easily angered beast you mentioned? One that could potentially harm someone? Adam also found it a bit strange. He understood the personality of the Griffin. However, while it was strange, he couldn't help but feel happy about receiving Ostro's favor. It was like encountering a cute little cat or dog on the roadside, squatting down to play with it, only to have it come over and rub against your leg. Similarly, Adam felt the same thought arise in his heart as when that stray cat rubbed against his pant leg in his previous life. What a coincidence. Maybe I should raise you in the future? But this matter couldn't be rushed. Even if he wanted to bring Ostro home one day, it wasn't the right time now. Adam straddled Ostro's back, glanced around but found no place to grab, so he simply wrapped his arms around Ostro's neck. After Adam mounted, Ostro stood up, and the smooth feathers brushing against his face felt quite nice. Moreover, as a wild animal, Ostro surprisingly didn't have any unpleasant odor. Let's go. Adam scratched Ostro's chin and leaned down. In the next moment, wings with a wingspan of over 10 feet spread out in front of Adam, and with just one flap, a powerful gust of wind enveloped them and lifted them into the sky. Compared to a flying broomstick and flight spells, riding Ostro was a bit bumpy. However, Adam had experienced worse turbulence while practicing with Animagus, so he didn't mind. After getting used to it, he even straightened up and spread his arms wide in enjoyment. The sudden increase in wind resistance made Ostro kick his hind legs to maintain balance, but soon he adapted to flying with Adam in that position, gradually stabilizing in the air. After circling the arena once, Ostro prepared to land, but Adam tightened his grip around its neck slightly. Ostro let out a call, similar to that of a red-tailed hawk, which sounded mighty and majestic, but the actual call of a bald eagle is more like a series of whiny sounds. Accompanied by Ostro's call, he understood that Ostro wouldn't land with Adam, but instead continued to ascend and flew towards a farther distance. Hagrid, watching from below, felt a pang of worry, thinking Ostro had lost control, but then he heard Adam's distant cheer. In the sky, Adam delightfully felt the rush of wind against him, which had of course been weakened by a spell. Otherwise, at this speed, he wouldn't even be able to open his mouth, let alone cheer. This was why he didn't enjoy flying broomsticks. When flying under his own control, he had to be cautious at all times, so there was no sense of exhilaration. At that moment, Adam finally felt the joy reminiscent of riding roller coasters, swinging pendulums, and drop towers from his previous life. Patronus. As if inspired, Adam drew his wand and shouted, and strands of silvery substance burst forth from the tip of his wand. It seemed light and airy, but in reality, it kept up with Ostro's speed in the air. The substance floated around Adam for a while, seemingly disappearing, but Adam was absolutely certain that this time he had conjured a corporeal Patronus. So, Adam tilted his head, and as his gaze fell, a pair of eyes opened in thin air on his shoulder. An invisible beast. This hidden figure revealed only its eyes, and in an instant, Adam understood its identity. So it turned out that the other bloodline within him was that of an invisible beast. No wonder he had a talent for divination. However, in the next moment, Adam's guess was overturned. The round pupils made of silvery white material constricted into a vertical line. Below those eyes, a crescent-shaped mouth suddenly split open, curving upward as if it were smiling, revealing jagged teeth inside. The mouth was so large that it seemed unreal in comparison to the eyes. His guardian spirit appeared to genuinely display a smile that stretched from ear to ear. Bit by bit, Adam's guardian spirit's entire body emerged, and watching this process, Adam inexplicably recalled a line from Professor Trelawney. Finally, to see you in the material world. The scene before him seemed as if his guardian spirit was gradually coming from the spiritual dimension into the material world. When Adam's guardian spirit fully revealed itself, he confirmed that it was clearly a cat. However, it was much larger than a normal cat, probably about the size of a lynx. The large cat lay on Adam's shoulder, still wearing that exaggerated smile, its fluffy long fur made of silvery material drifting in the air. Akishirikat. The spell and the divination magic known as Memory Master could retrieve desired memories, even from oneself. Adam directly searched his mind and found the only image that matched the cat before him. It was a character from another children's work he had seen in his childhood, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. But this was Harry Potter. Even if there was really a Cheshire cat, it was just a timid cat that could appear and disappear at will. And it certainly couldn't predict the future. Although he silently complained, Adam knew that this magical creature resembling a cat must be an ancestor from many generations ago, the source of his original wizarding bloodline. Speaking of which, could this guardian spirit count as a blessing from his ancestors? As for its ability to suddenly appear, which was similar to that of the Cheshire cat, it was probably just a coincidence. After all, didn't the magical creature, known as the Zowu, also possess the ability to traverse space? Perhaps this magical creature had some connection to the Zowu as well. Adam could only guess at this point. Otherwise, could it be that the author of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was a time-traveling wizard who had seen such magical creatures and wrote the character of the Cheshire cat based on that knowledge? It seemed highly unlikely. Adam, who had already traveled to this side, shook his head in refusal to accept this possibility. But he couldn't help but do a divination in his mind, and upon confirming it was merely a coincidence, he let out a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, it felt similar to when he achieved the Animagus form, as if the bloodline of the fire dragon had also been enhanced. Adam sensed that the bloodline of the Cheshire cat seemed to undergo some changes when his guardian spirit was truly manifested. However, this change occurred on a spiritual dimension, making it harder to perceive. At the moment, Adam only felt that his divination seemed to flow more smoothly. Anyway, bloodline enhancement is a good thing, and it would naturally reveal itself in due time. Putting away his guardian spirit, Adam glanced below and saw that he was having fun and hadn't returned yet. Hagrid also seemed not to intend to call him back forcefully, but instead began teaching the other students. By this time, many students had started to interact with the hippogriffs. It seemed something had gone wrong. Watching a certain platinum-headed fellow being swatted away by a hippogriff, Adam knew that his flying journey had come to an end, so he patted Ostos back to take him down. Chapter 106, the ever-improving laboratory. By the time Adam landed, Hagrid had already picked up the injured Draco and was running towards the castle. The students were stunned by the bloody scene they had just witnessed. Unlike the wounds caused by Adam's previous spell, which had merely made a cut on Lockhart, Draco had been struck hard by the hippogriff's claw, sent flying, curled up on the grass, with his flesh torn open and blood gushing out. After regaining their composure, everyone began to follow towards the castle while grumbling about Hagrid. Adam got off Ostro and patted its back. Stay in the Forbidden Forest for a while, and don't run around, okay? This is for you. As he spoke, Adam handed over a piece of raw meat, which was Athena's food, but the griffin should be able to eat it too. Just wait a bit longer. Once I graduate and have connections at the Ministry of Magic, I'll bring you to live in my estate. I'll prepare a separate warm house for you, filled with 1,000 or 800 chickens and ducks, and raise some cows and sheep for you to eat as you please. Ostro tilted its head and swallowed the meat, looking somewhat pleased as it made a sound and rubbed against Adam's chest. After bidding farewell to Ostro, Adam hurried back to the castle. At dinner, he didn't see Hagrid at the staff table, nor did he see Malfoy and Slytherin. After dinner, Adam returned to the dormitory, preparing to check on the Dementors in his suitcase after a day's time had passed. Entering the suitcase, Adam looked around. A shadowy substance loomed above, and the air had turned cold due to the presence of the Dementors. 5 Dementors floated in the air, and beneath them was an isolated island surrounded by water. On the island stood a laboratory built of giant stones, while countless shadowy cockroaches floated and sank in the water around it. Since the establishment of a real safe house, the refuge in the suitcase had been canceled, and the space of the 5th-level laboratory had been further expanded. Adam had arranged plenty of places for future test subjects, and now, with the addition of the Dementors as guards, his laboratory was becoming more and more complete. However, the environment of this 5th-level space looked increasingly less like the world of the living. What reassured Adam slightly was that after a day without feeding, the 5 Dementors appeared to be in good condition. Summoning the Dementors with the Patronus charm, the drop in temperature didn't bother Adam's constitution at all, and he felt nothing from having his happiness drained away. Adam observed the Dementors in front of him with a researcher's gaze. To make it easier to distinguish them, he assigned numbers to a few of the Dementors by shattering a brick and turning the fragments into name tags for them to pin on their cloaks. Can you understand what I'm saying? Dementor number 1 nodded, clearly not only able to comprehend speech, but also possessing a certain level of intelligence. It makes sense. If they couldn't even understand human language, how could the Ministry of Magic command them to do tasks? And how could Voldemort recruit them? However, does this understanding mean they comprehend the language or the meaning? Adam switched to Chinese, snake language, dragon language, and chicken language, and found that Dementor no. One could understand all of them. Amazing. Adam's gaze immediately became strange. If a Patronus charm were cast on a Dementor, wouldn't that solve everything at once? Unfortunately, Dementors have no souls, so it wouldn't work. What a pity. It seemed that Adam's gaze was too overt, and perhaps due to his dependence on consuming happiness to survive. He was sensitive to emotions. Dementor 1 noticed that Adam's expression was off and raised a hand to scratch at the badge on its chest. "Boss, it's one of us." Ahem. Adam awkwardly coughed into his fist, having gotten used to experimenting with cockroaches in the past. Now that the experimental subjects had changed to high-intelligence dark wizards, he needed to keep his emotions in check. He made a note of that. If there's no food, how long can you last? The Dementor, as a non-existent being, had no life or death, at least among Adam's current means. Only the Patronus charm could drive away Dementors, while the banishment charm could only repel and dispel them. They would only appear out of despair and sorrow, and after a long period without food and support, they would vanish just like being destroyed by the banishment charm. Dementor number 1 lowered its head, seemingly fused with its hood, after hearing there was no food, but still raised its decayed hands, resembling a drowned corpse. 10 days? Dementor number 1 nodded. Receiving a definitive answer, Adam lowered his gaze and thought. The Ministry of Magic must have prepared food for the Dementor stationed at Hogwarts. Perhaps some death row inmates, or simply a few prisoners from Azkaban. However, Adam clearly could not let these Dementors go to the Ministry for a meal. It wasn't he that he was afraid the Dementors would escape. Maintaining the banishment charm wasn't he a burden for him. But it was evident that Dementors could not appear at the school. After some contemplation and divination, Adam decided that on a future trip to Hogsmeade, he would return the Dementors to the Ministry for a meal. Before that, he needed to make some progress in his research on the absorption charm, or else he would have to wait until the time came to retrieve the Dementors. And before letting the Dementors go, to prevent them from starving, Adam would regularly throw Ron's pet Scabbers in, allowing Peter Pettigrew to experience Azkaban's treatment in advance. Although he would use the soul-binding curse to make Scabbers forget this experience, he imagined that when Pettigrew arrived at Azkaban, he would feel a sense of familiarity, as if he were home. With this thought, Adam scratched his head. With the alchemy of the Time Turner, the absorption charm, and the goblet of fire, why was he getting busier and busier? However, it was fine since he was genuinely interested in these things, and it wasn't like he had a packed schedule that he found annoying. Stepping out of the suitcase, Adam found everyone in the dormitory present. Harry and Ron had already returned from Hagrid's, and, "What are you all doing?" The four of them were gathered around the window between Seamus and Neville's beds. Harry was sitting on the windowsill, while Ron and Seamus were on Seamus's bed. Neville was lying on his bed, his feet resting against the bedpost, laughing and continuously making elephant sounds. Upon seeing Adam, Neville called out to him a few times, straightened up, and patted the bed, indicating for him to sit over. This is the voice-changing candy that Fred and them developed. Everyone was laughing uncontrollably, and Harry picked up the box of candy beside him and handed it to Adam. At that moment, Seamus grabbed a green candy from the box and tossed it into his mouth. He tied his tie around his head, and after eating the candy, he began to make monkey sounds, standing up to imitate the way a gorilla walks. "Oh!" Adam glanced curiously at the box of candies in his hand. "It's your turn." Ron, Harry, and Neville cheered, while Seamus tossed a candy to Ron. Ron was wearing the hat he bought in Egypt, the kind with twin pigtails on the sides. He caught the candy and threw it into his mouth, and the next moment, a lion's roar erupted from his mouth, with Ron dramatically mimicking a roaring pose on all fours. At that moment, Harry also picked a candy from the box and tossed it into his mouth. Wait, that one is, as Fred and George's brother, Ron had already experienced most of these candies both voluntarily and involuntarily, and he recognized the one Harry had just eaten, but it was too late. A puff of white steam shot out of Harry's ears, and the sound of a train whistle came from his mouth. It turned out to have a similar effect to cold medicine, but even more exaggerated, and everyone burst into laughter. The twins truly were a source of amusement. Adam was also smiling happily. He didn't bother with any divination and directly picked one from the box and tossed it into his mouth. If it had some bizarre effect, he could always drag Fred and George to the edge of the forbidden forest for a beating. The next second, as Adam opened his mouth to speak, the sound of a canary burst forth from his lips. Chapter 107. Introduction to Alchemy. In the following days, Adam entered study mode. Besides his regular coursework, he also began research, starting with the Time Turner. After all, Dementors could wait. There would be enough time to study them later. The Time Turner was different. For every day he delayed, he had to attend an extra day of classes. Adam spent 3 days on alchemy, and due to his innate talent in the spiritual dimension from his Cheshire Cat lineage, as well as the alchemical talent boosted by the achievement rewards unlocked during these days, his study of alchemy went very smoothly. The alchemy and elixir-making Adam learned in his previous life were essentially the prototypes of chemistry, and it is quite similar in this world as well. From the perspective of basic alchemy, both it and chemistry involve a series of reactions to generate new substances. When there is no magic involved, it is called chemistry. When magic is involved, it is called alchemy. For example, the unique metal silver from fairies, which is the raw material for Gryffindor's sword, and the pure gold from the gold dragon, are special substances that differ from natural metals. These substances originally did not exist in this world and were created through alchemy. More advanced alchemy requires a deep understanding of a vast amount of mystical knowledge, including symbols, imagery, and characteristics. For instance, Mercury can symbolize femininity, rationality, and can also point to flow and change, among other things. Moreover, Adam could easily fit Harry, Ron, and Hermione into the most widely circulated alchemical formula. Mercury, the knowledgeable and rational Hermione, and Sulfur, the brave and impulsive Ron, together promote each other's growth and ultimately form the Philosopher's Stone. Turning stone, Harry, into gold, the transformed trio. This formula does not imply that the Philosopher's Stone is made from Mercury and Sulfur, but rather serves as a metaphor, an image, so it is perfectly fine for Adam to include Harry and the others in it. Given his current level of alchemy, combined with knowledge of ancient magical scripts, Adam has roughly understood how the time turner is made. Although he can currently only combine the power of magical scripts with alchemy to a small extent, he has already been able to create some interesting items. For example, a key that can recognize its user, which allows Adam and the designated user to operate it normally, while others would be directly transported to the bottom of the sea of the undead cockroach. Another example is a pocket watch that only has a dial, but as long as magical power is input, it will display a pointer that always tells the time accurately and never breaks, every 10 seconds. It will reset to its state from 10 seconds ago, constantly restoring to factory settings. This function relies not on the repair magic found in wizard chess, but on the time-reversing magic of the time turner, so even if it is turned to powder, it cannot be destroyed. To completely destroy it, one would likely need to use a vanishing spell, but the more complex the object, the harder it is to cast a vanishing spell on it. Considering Grindelwald, Dumbledore, Voldemort, and himself, Adam does not believe there is another wizard in this world capable of making this pocket watch disappear. Additionally, after getting hands-on with the memory ball from Neville, Adam found that the technical content of that item was actually quite low. No wonder it was so useless. Adam used the magical inscriptions on the meditation basin to give Neville's memory orb some basic filtering and distinguishing abilities. Now, with Adam's help, Neville can preset certain things in the memory orbs so that they can display corresponding words when he forgets about those things, such as robes, homework, bringing something, etc. Although Adam thinks that such memory orbs are not very useful, Neville himself likes them, so Adam doesn't mind. Having achieved this, Adam is ready to return the time turner. He never intended to make a time turner himself. He was just curious about how it worked. If he really wants a time turner, he could just get some from the Ministry of Magic before they get destroyed. After all, by then the Ministry will be in chaos, and he can take whatever he wants. Now that he has learned the magical inscriptions, the remaining progress in alchemy won't be greatly aided by the time turner. Adam is not in a hurry to use the time turner for things. It can indeed help him complete some tasks objectively ahead of time. But isn't it him who is putting in the effort to do those tasks? After spending some time explaining to Professor McGonagall why he initially chose so many classes and now only kept one divination class, because after trying it, he felt that doing so spread his focus too thin, and he preferred to spend his time on things he was genuinely interested in. Adam returned the time turner to Professor McGonagall and crossed off a bunch of unnecessary courses from his schedule. So, you only chose one divination class now? Hermione exclaimed when she found Adam on the way to the first defense against the dark arts class because she didn't see him in the morning classes. Yes, I realized that because of these courses, I couldn't complete my own tasks. Considering my future plans, I chose to give up those unnecessary classes. Don't worry, I didn't do it impulsively. It was a well-considered decision. Adam knew that Hermione came to find him out of concern, so he patiently explained. I see, all right. Hermione sighed, her brows furrowing. She knew that Adam was also studying other subjects on his own, so she wasn't worried about him anymore. Instead, she felt uncertain about her own future plans, especially since Adam already had a clear direction. It was similar to how Harry, unsure of what to do later, randomly chose a few classes just hoping to at least have Ron as a companion, even if he didn't do well. Hermione's choice to take all the electives was also a reflection of her confusion about which path to take in the future. It was just that the two of them had different ways of coping with their uncertainties. At that moment, Harry and Ron came running over. "Hermione, what are you doing here?" Ron asked curiously. "What?" Hermione blinked in confusion. "I mean, you're just walking with us." Ron gestured to the stairs they had just come down. "Why did you suddenly end up over here and with Adam?" Adam blinked, as he had a packed schedule this morning. After finishing potions class, he used the time turner to go back and return this item to Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, he had mostly been walking separately from everyone else these past 2 days, so he wasn't too worried about being found out. "Ah, yes," Hermione stammered. "Class is about to start. We should hurry." With that, Hermione ran towards the defense against the dark arts classroom, clutching her books. "I feel like she's hiding something from us." Ron frowned, watching Hermione's retreating figure before turning to Harry. "And don't you think we don't need this many books today?" Chapter 108. Finally, a reliable defense against the dark arts class, they arrived at the classroom first. And after a while, Professor Lupin finally arrived. "Good afternoon," he said with a faint smile, carrying a somewhat shabby old trunk. Although he was still wearing that tattered robe, he looked much better than he had at the start of term feast. "Please put your textbooks away. Today is a practical lesson, and you only need your wands." Upon hearing practical lesson, everyone had varying expressions, but were all somewhat curious. They still vividly remembered the chaos caused by the cage of Cornish pixies that Lockhart had released last year, and they wondered what this professor would do. With great interest, they followed Professor Lupin through the corridors, around a corner, and encountered Peeves. At that moment, he was hanging upside down in midair, stuffing chewing gum into a keyhole. When Peeves saw Professor Lupin approaching, he suddenly broke into song. "Lupin the lunatic, Lupin the big fool." Peeves usually showed respect to the professors, but Lupin was an exception. As a poltergeist, Peeves was a non-being, made up of the mischievous thoughts of Hogwarts students. And Lupin, who had been a member of the Marauders, was clearly one of the main sources of Peeves' power. Peeves knew him too well. Of course, Lupin also knew Peeves. He didn't get angry at Peeves' song, but instead try to reason with him. But Peeves ignored him and even spat at him. Professor Lupin sighed gently, drew his wand, and turned to his students. "This is a very useful little spell. Pay attention." With that, Professor Lupin raised his wand and said, "Wadawasi." With a whoosh, the chewing gum shot out of the keyhole like a bullet, going straight into Peeves' left nostril. The poltergeist, usually unfazed, was clearly displeased by this, and he flew away cursing. With this one move, Professor Lupin immediately demonstrated a reliability that was starkly different from the previous two defense against the dark arts professors. Eventually, they walked through the second corridor and stopped in front of the staff lounge. Professor Lupin opened the door, and the students filed in. Inside was a long space, and Professor Snape was sitting in an armchair, resting. "Don't close the door, Lupin. I'd rather not witness this scene," Professor Snape said, stopping Lupin from closing the door. He stood up, his black cloak billowing behind him, and before leaving, he shot a cold glance at Professor Lupin. With a bang, the door was shut from the outside. "All right." Professor Lupin was somewhat accustomed to Professor Snape's bad attitude. He signaled for the students to walk to the other end of the room as if nothing had happened. There was an old wardrobe there, where professors usually kept spare robes. Professor Lupin followed and stopped next to the wardrobe. At that moment, the wardrobe suddenly shook and made a banging noise. "Don't worry." Professor Lupin reassured a few startled students who had stepped back because of the noise. "It's just a boggart." However, Lupin's explanation did not calm everyone down. On the contrary, those who had previously not been scared began to feel frightened upon hearing this. Those who knew what a boggart was looked at the rattling doorknob with terrified eyes. A boggart likes dark, enclosed spaces, wardrobes under beds, cupboards under the sink. "This one just moved in yesterday afternoon. I requested the headmaster to let the professors keep it for my third-year students' practical lessons." Professor Lupin began his lecture. "Now, the first thing we need to understand is, what is a boggart? A shape-shifting creature." Hermione quickly raised her hand. "It becomes whatever it thinks will scare us the most." "Very good. I couldn't have put it better myself," Professor Lupin continued. "So, the boggart that's currently in the dark wardrobe doesn't have a specific shape yet. It doesn't know what the people outside the wardrobe are afraid of. No one knows what a boggart looks like when it's alone. But as soon as I let it out, it will immediately turn into the thing that frightens each of us the most." The students looked again at the wardrobe with fearful expressions. Adam, somewhat interested, did a divination. To be honest, he was quite curious about what exactly he was afraid of. In his past life, he was somewhat afraid of ghosts, bugs, and had a slight fear of heights. But now, ghosts? It should be the ghosts that are afraid of him. Bugs? The eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest would probably tremble at the sight of him. Heights? He could fly now, and not just in one way. There's a saying that all fears come from insufficient firepower. With Adam's current power, even Voldemort wouldn't instill fear in him. He handed Voldemort over to Harry, simply because the cost of killing Voldemort was too high. It must be said that Professor Trelawney's prophecies, once she entered the state, were indeed accurate, even with the variable of Adam. It still did not affect the prophecy of Voldemort being defeated by Harry. With his eyes vacant, Adam's spiritual perspective revealed what his Boggart transformed into. Cedric dying from the killing curse, Professor Dumbledore falling from the tower, Fred being killed by dark magic, Professor Snape dying at the hands of Nagini, and Harry willingly facing death. These were all bodies. The scenes that appeared during the divination replayed before him. Aside from those he could recognize, there were many more bodies whose faces he couldn't see, all those who had died in the struggle against Voldemort, piled up to the height of a wardrobe. Was this what he was afraid of? Adam Fronit. He had to admit that seeing this scene did make his heart race a bit, but he wouldn't say he was scared. It was probably because there was really nothing he feared that Boggart had turned into this state. However, Boggart's appearance was not suitable for everyone to see. Let's see if the brain closure technique can block Boggart's perception. Adam divined again, and his Boggart form remained unchanged, still a ground full of corpses. He didn't expect that the Boggart's ability could actually ignore the brain-blocking spell. Unfortunately, little brother, the path has narrowed. With a helpless sigh in his heart, Adam had to divine once more, and this time the shape of the Boggart changed. It was indeed the spirit-driving spell. Confirming that the spirit-driving spell could control the Boggart's transformation, Adam was no longer satisfied with merely hiding his original Boggart form. Perhaps this was a good opportunity? Chapter 106 Boggart. Once Adam confirmed through several divinations that there would be no accidents, Professor Lupin began to have everyone practice the spell to deal with Boggarts. The ridiculous. After leading everyone to chant it a few times and confirming the pronunciation, Professor Lupin emphasized once more the key to dealing with Boggarts. Remember, what truly puts a Boggart to an end is laughter. What you need is to force it to transform into a shape that you find hilarious. After speaking, Professor Lupin had everyone line up, and they could prepare to try dealing with the Boggart. Due to Adam's influence, Neville was not constantly targeted by Professor Snape. So there were no incidents of Snape mocking Neville in front of Professor Lupin, and naturally, Lupin did not call Neville to demonstrate first. The students jostled together, with most wanting to step back, and it took a long time to form a line. As a result, Adam, who stood still after entering the line, became the dividing line between those wanting to move forward and those wanting to move back, with Neville right behind him. Neville, what are you most afraid of? Adam turned to ask Neville. I don't know. Neville's voice trembled a bit. It was precisely because he didn't know what Boggart would turn into that he felt even more afraid. After giving everyone some time to think about what comical form to turn Boggart into, Professor Lupin allowed the first student to begin while asking the others to step back a bit to avoid mixing up with Boggart. Next, they all enjoyed seeing what each student's greatest fears were: a mummy soaked in blood, a long-haired ghost, a severed hand crawling on the ground, a giant spider several feet tall, Professor McGonagall shouting that you would fail all your exams, and a snake as thick as a man's arms. Finally, it was Adam's turn. Adam stepped forward, and the Boggart in front of him still retained the form of small dog transformed from a werewolf, as it had been when a previous classmate recited the spell. Upon seeing Adam, the Boggart hesitated for a moment, seemingly searching for Adam's fear, and then it transformed. It took the shape of a boy lying on the ground with limbs sprawled out, covered in dirt and bits of leaves. His mouth half open in what seemed to be surprise, and his pair of gray eyes displayed no emotion. He was a corpse. The classmates behind Adam gasped in surprise upon seeing it. Adam seemed surprised as well, staring blankly for a few seconds before raising his wand. How ridiculous! The corpse on the ground burst open like a balloon, turning into a shower of colorful confetti. Professor Lupin glanced at Adam with some confusion, but said nothing, simply calling the next student up. What was that? Adam was stopped by the curious Ron as he walked over to join the classmates who had already tried. It's nothing. Just a nightmare I had last night. Adam was obviously just saying something to mess around. At that moment, Neville's Boggart appeared, and it turned out to be a Dementor. Neville's face went pale with fear, and Professor Lupin quickly reminded him to stay calm and to think of the funny things he had just imagined, along with that spell. Ridiculous. Neville struggled to pronounce the spell, and with a crackling sound, the Dementor seemed to be thrown into a washing machine, spinning several times before landing on the ground. Transformed into a burlap cloak. When it was Harry's turn, who was hiding at the back because he was afraid of the boggart turning into a Dementor. Professor Lupin stepped in front of him before the boggart could take shape. Look at this. Professor Lupin's boggart turned into a silvery round ball, which transformed into a deflating balloon with a ridiculous from Professor Lupin, bursting into a cloud of smoke amidst everyone's laughter, disappearing completely. Very well done. Professor Lupin clapped and smiled at everyone. The students all performed admirably. Let me give Gryffindor 5 points because everyone has subdued the boggart. Additionally, I'll give Hermione and Harry 5 points each for answering my question. Although Harry was awarded points for Gryffindor, he didn't feel particularly happy about it. While he was indeed scared of the Dementor, he wondered why Professor Lupin had deliberately not let him deal with the boggart. After class, everyone was still excitedly discussing each other's boggarts and the funny forms they had taken. The strangest one was Adam's boggart, which turned out to be the corpse of Cedric Diggory. It had been said before that Cedric was well-liked and had a wide circle of friends. And although they were not in the same year, it was reasonable to assume there would be someone in their class who knew him, so Cedric's identity was naturally recognized. However, Adam and Cedric didn't actually know each other, so why did his boggart take the form of a stranger's corpse? When curious classmates asked Adam about it, he generally just brushed them off, saying it was merely a coincidence that he had a nightmare about it the night before. He was rarely approached by classmates after class, so this question led to a lot of speculation. If it was a dream, dreaming of someone unknown yet real was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? Adam chose to ignore it, letting the rumors circulate for a while. Speaking of which, Cedric really was a nice guy. Once the rumors were overshadowed by news from Sirius, and no one was paying attention to this matter, Cedric came to ask him about it, claiming he didn't want to cause him any trouble. It must be said that although saving Cedric was a personal decision made by Adam and his intentions weren't pure, the fact that the person he wanted to save had such a character still made Adam feel good. In the following days, Adam visited the headmaster's office and successfully received Professor Dumbledore's guidance on the Goblet of Fire. After that, he spent a long time practicing and researching in his suitcase. Of course, he would occasionally feed Athena and also went to the Forbidden Forest to give Osto some meat strips. Originally, Adam had canceled his research on the absorbing spell and Dementors, but on the night he controlled the boggart with the spirit-repelling charm. He unlocked an achievement called Master of the Non-Existent. This achievement required the manipulation of all 3 known types of non-existence. Before this, there was no need to say much about Dementors and boggarts. He had also used the spirit-repelling charm on Peeves. As the saying goes in Hogwarts, if you walk around alone for too long, you will eventually encounter Peeves. Adam had encountered him in various situations. If it was just a passing encounter, he wouldn't do anything. If Peeves intended to play a prank on him, he would inevitably use the spirit-repelling charm to make him run far away and not bother him. Unexpectedly, what seemed like a trivial action back then brought him an unexpected surprise now. Master of the non-existent. Those entities that are neither alive nor dead exist and disappear due to emotions, are not threatened but can be utilized. Achievement goal: manipulate all 3 known types of non-existence. 33. Achievement reward: abilities of the 3 non-existents. Chapter 110. Abilities of the non-existent. The abilities granted by this achievement reward are not spells, but rather special abilities similar to the Fire Breath Adam, learned through Animagus or Fox Rebirth and Apparition, belonging to magical creatures. The 3 abilities are the absorption of Dementors, the transformation of boggarts, and the telekinesis of the poltergeist, along with the shared ability of sensing emotions. The absorption of Dementors goes without saying. Adam previously had a reduced version of the absorbing spell for wizard research, and now he directly obtained the authentic ability of the Dementor, meaning his research on upgrading the absorbing spell could be cancelled. Unlike the absorbing spell, the absorption of Dementors does not absorb the life force of living beings. It can absorb positive emotions and convert them into magical power, absorb despair and negative emotions and convert them into life force, and absorb souls to enhance the soul and prolong life. When Adam realized this ability, he was taken aback. The Dementor, as a non-being, absorbs emotions merely to sustain its own existence, much like eating. He never expected that when a living being acquired such power, it would become so terrifying. How should he put it? He liked it. On the way to the Forbidden Forest to see Ostro, he casually caught 2 acromantulas and a regular spider to test it out, and he soon understood that the emotions of animals are just as effective as souls, without that disgusting setting where overconsumption leads to antibodies. After all, Dementors treat this like food. He had never heard of anyone developing antibodies from eating. The only downside was that the souls of regular spiders were too weak, and their emotions were also quite thin due to their limited intelligence. But that's okay. Little by little adds up, and besides, he wasn't going to be sucking spiders forever. When the time comes, he could raise more livestock in his manor and absorb their souls during slaughter. If he couldn't finish them himself, he could raise more magical creatures to feed them. Who knows, he might actually live to the day he got tired of living. Look, what did he say? If he wanted longevity, he might as well wait for the interface. And here it is. The ability to absorb from Dementors is one of the most useful abilities Adam has ever acquired. But he was quite disappointed with the transformation of Boggett. Adam originally thought this ability would allow him to transform perfectly, making him a universal animagus disguise magus. After all, the transformations of a Boggett are incredibly lifelike, and the transformation of a Dementor truly has the ability to suck away happiness. However, it turned out he was mistaken. The powerful source of the Boggett's transformation comes from the fear of the other party, meaning that a Boggett can only transform into what the other person fears. The greater the fear, the more powerful the transformation. Just the fact that he cannot actively transform made Adam dismiss this ability. It was even less useful than a Boggett's passive perception of what the other party fears. The Boggett's transformation was disappointing, but the mischief of a poltergeist was surprising. It should be noted that poltergeists usually have no physical form, with Peeves being an exception. This means that normal poltergeists cannot do things like Peeves, such as stuffing gum into a keyhole, knocking over armor, or throwing desks and chairs into a mess. So how do they play pranks? They rely on their ability to manipulate objects using magic, allowing them to move physical items, such as blocking doors with tables and chairs, throwing water balloons, creating banging noises on doors and windows, and even performing delicate actions like writing with chalk. What is this? It's telekinesis. Back in the movie, the subtle telekinesis of the Blackthorn left a profound impact on many magic fans, showcasing the elegance of magic, which has nothing to do with appearance. That night, after Adam confirmed the effectiveness of this ability, he tried to move the cup on the bedside table itself, and even the four-poster bed beneath him. He concluded that he could move the four-poster bed without feeling any effort. Simply lifting it and putting it down consumed even less energy than a life-taking curse. After all, this was the instinct of a mischievous spirit, and mischievous spirits are almost always engaged in pranks. If the consumption were significant, they wouldn't be so keen on mischief, even if they were born from chaos. Moreover, compared to the mischievous spirits born from the emotions of chaos, mischief, and pranks of teenagers, his magical power was much greater. Indeed, wizards can achieve similar displacement effects directly with their magical power. Even a minor wizard's magical surge can move objects or even shatter them. However, compared to the efficiency of a spell that can move 1,000 pounds with just a few ounces of effort, this behavior could be likened to moving 1,000 pounds with a few ounces, which is utterly inefficient, and controlling such a quantity of magical output is also difficult. Therefore, even adult wizards mostly just use their magic to stir a spoon in a cup or turn a page in a book. If you see a wizard extending their hand and having something float into it, it is most likely a silent, wandless levitation spell, rather than them directly using their magic to move that object. Only a very small number of powerful wizards have enough resources to indulge in such a laborious and challenging trick. Now, Adam could perform such tricks, and for him, it was neither difficult nor effortful. However, this also meant that the power within Adam, which did not belong to humanity, had increased. On that weekend, when Adam was feeding Osto in the Forbidden Forest, he used his telekinesis to throw the meat strips high and far. And Osto always managed to turn in midair to catch the meat strips and then look up to eat them. Adam feels that he is really fated to be with Ostro. During this time, he has fed Ostro, but he has also casually fed other griffins. However, they all watched him warily, and Ostro even ignored him for a whole half hour out of jealousy. Adam would never be good at coaxing anyone, let alone a griffin. Left with no choice, he could only pat Ostro beside him, moving from feathers to fur. Finally, Ostro relaxed and nudged his robe with its pure black beak. How terrifying! Holding Ostro's head, Adam sighed inwardly. If coaxing a simple magical creature was this exhausting, how would he survive coaxing a partner? He couldn't understand how Karen and the others managed to be together every day. It seemed that being single was indeed better, due to the interface, crossovers, and other reasons. Adam had too many secrets. He originally planned to live alone for a lifetime, and after becoming a wizard, that thought became even more resolute. But he had never felt as determined as he did at this moment. You two have such a great relationship. A somewhat airy voice suddenly rang out. Adam turned his head to look over, and there was a little girl who seemed to be his junior. with dark golden brown hair and a pair of large silver eyes. This junior looked like she was in a state of surprise. Chapter 111. The Crazy Girl. This was already the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Although Hagrid patrolled the area regularly, there was still a possibility of encountering danger. Adam has sensed someone, but he didn't pay much attention to the appearance of this junior, only kindly reminding her, "Aren't you here too?" This sounded somewhat provocative, yet the junior remained calm, with a hint of curiosity, as if she was merely stating a fact and asking a question. "I can protect myself, and, besides, I have Osto." Adam turned his head to glance at the majestic Ostro, who cooperatively raised his front foot like an eagle's claw and flapped his wings, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to rustle in the wind. "Your relationship is really enviable." The junior was blown back a couple of steps by the wind, but abruptly changed the subject. Adam blinked at her. "What's your name, and why are you in the Forbidden Forest?" The younger girl blinked her big eyes. "Luna," she said. "Luna no. I'm in the Forbidden Forest to see if I can find a crumplehorn snorkack." Adam's eyes revealed a sense of inevitability. This strange, whimsical way of speaking was indeed her, the crazy girl from Ravenclaw. "My name is Adam Smith." Adam also introduced his name. We exchanged names. Luna looked a bit surprised, although her big, slightly bulging eyes often made her look surprised. "Are we friends now?" "I think so." Adam nodded with pleasure. Luna and Hermione are completely opposite types of people. If Hermione bases her understanding of the world on rationality, then Luna relies on intuition, in which she is extremely talented. In other words, Luna has an exceptional gift in the spiritual dimension, which makes her seem somewhat out of touch with the people and events in reality. Her way of speaking can appear disjointed, and she steadfastly believes in things that seem absurd to others. However, this gift also gives her keen insight, often allowing her to pinpoint the essence of things or to solve problems in seemingly illogical ways. Don't forget, she is a wise Ravenclaw. As someone who also possesses a strong spiritual gift, Adam can keep up with Luna's thought process, though he does not discard information from the reality dimension as much as she does. Speaking of which, having a friend like Luna is definitely worthwhile. Although she seems yet to have found the crumplehorn snorkack, she will become a famous magizoologist in the future. Her husband will be the grandson of Newt Scamander. Adam felt that his plan for the various magical creatures in the future estate could basically rely on the friendship lines with Cedric and Luna. Moreover, Luna, like Cedric, valued friendship. Even if the initial intentions weren't entirely pure, Adam was still willing to invest his genuine feelings when making friends, knowing that only sincerity could earn sincerity in return. However, this had a prerequisite. The other party must be someone who would reciprocate his sincerity. Otherwise, how foolish would Adam be to use his warm face to stick to someone else's cold backside? Was a Dementor's kiss not effective? After receiving Adam's affirmation, Luna smiled happily. She kept her gaze fixed on Adam while speaking, even while laughing. Generally, this would make the other person feel a bit uncomfortable, but Adam was clearly not in the ordinary category. "Well, Luna, you should go back. It's not very safe here, especially during this time, with the Dementors stationed around the school." Adam patted the feather on Osto's neck, a gesture of farewell. "I should go back too." "Well," Luna sighed and turned to look into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. "It seems I'll have to come back next time to find the Bowtruckle. There will be opportunities." Adam comforted her with a few words. "But you should be careful. It's best to have enough strength before entering the Forbidden Forest." To be honest, he wasn't really sure if creatures like the Bowtruckle or the crumplehorn snorkack or even the Snargaluff really didn't exist, just as he couldn't truly determine whether Professor Trelawney's prophecies were misleading, even if she believed she was deceiving herself. For someone like Luna, who had exceptional talent in the spiritual dimension, it was entirely possible that she could see magical creatures that others couldn't. Or perhaps it was something akin to a prophecy, a vision that transformed into the image of a magical creature in Luna's eyes. In the spiritual dimension, all of this could very well happen. Making a new friend hadn't brought much change to Adam's life. In fact, he and this Ravenclaw Jr. had hardly interacted on a daily basis. From the time they became friends until early October, Adam had only encountered Luna 3 times in the Great Hall. This girl truly lived up to her nickname of the Crazy Girl, as not only was her speech peculiar, but her outfits were strange as well. Sometimes she wore earrings made of carrots, other times she had a necklace made of bottle caps around her neck, and she also liked to tuck her wand behind her ear. Despite this, Adam greeted her every time they met and chatted about how things have been going lately. "Have you been dating anyone recently?" Adam greeted Luna, who was about to leave after finishing her lunch. Just as he sat down, Ron curiously pulled him aside to ask. "Huh? No, not at all." Adam picked a small plate of stew and added 2 sausages. "That was Luna, a student from Ravenclaw, a year below us, We are friends. I knew Ginny had mentioned her to me, the crazy girl from Ravenclaw, and I heard she was a strange person. Ron glanced at Luna's back. But she didn't seem that strange, did she? Luna wasn't strange. Her view of the world was just different from most people's. After hearing Adam's explanation, Ron thought for a moment. Well, it did still sound quite strange after all. Adam looked at him speechlessly. If we're talking about strange, is there anyone in the whole school stranger than you guys? Since the beginning of the school year, Haven TU violated hundreds of school rules? Hearing this, Harry quickly clarified for himself. But what we did were all good things. Professor Dumbledore even gave us extra points. That is indeed true. Adam Shuruk. After dinner, Harry and the others were going to the library to prepare for their elective assignments, while Adam returned to the dormitory. The practice of Goblet of Fire was still ongoing. But Adam had other things to do, so he wouldn't have much time to practice. As one of the very few eternal fires that could be maintained and continue to burn after a wizard's death, the difficulty of this spell was also extremely high. So even though Adam's talent had been strengthened again and again, he could now only intermittently release a small flame of Goblet of Fire. Adam's current goal is to be able to use the Goblet of Fire spell fairly proficiently before the Christmas holidays. As for mastering it completely, Adam thinks it would be good enough if he could achieve that within this school year. However, he feels that it isn't really necessary to practice the spell to near maximum level, since one of the reasons he is learning this spell is due to his collector's obsession with the limited types of advanced flames in the wizarding world. And another reason is that the Goblet of Fire looks really cool. Therefore, Adam thinks it's sufficient to learn it for now, and he can practice it more when he has free time later, but there's no need to spend too much time on it right now. After all, things will get busier starting next year. Chapter 112. Not all magical creatures can drink besides the busy Adam. Harry has also been quite busy lately, as the first Quidditch match of the season is approaching quickly. Before that, Wood spent most of the day looking for Adam and pulled him into a deserted corridor, tearfully explaining how important this year's Quidditch is for Gryffindor. Gryffindor hasn't T1 in 7 years. Yes, we really are the unluckiest. Harry suddenly got injured, and then last year's match was cancelled. Wood wiped away the tears from the corner of his eye. For the past 2 years since Harry joined the team, I always thought we could win the championship and have our names written on the Quidditch Cup. Wood choked up at this point, almost unable to speak. This year is my last chance. Next year, Wood will graduate. He has been at school for 7 years. In other words, since this senior's enrollment, Gryffindor has not won the Quidditch Cup. All right, I understand. Adam sighed and took out a pack of tissues from his bag, stuffing it into Wood's arms. Wood quickly pulled out a few sheets to wipe his tears and snot, though his body still trembled with excitement. I'll set up soundproofing magic around my bed, so you can take Harry to practice whenever you want, no matter how early, he said. Thank you so much, Adam, Wood sniffled as he walked away. Thus, aside from the 3 nights of practice each week, Harry was surprised to find that on weekends, Wood would burst into his dorm room and drag him off. While there was no commotion from Adam's side, it just didn't add up. It wasn't that Harry was unwilling to contribute to Gryffindor. He had repeated what Wood said to Adam, but Adam's behavior was just too unusual. Driven by curiosity, one Saturday morning, before leaving, Harry lifted the specially crafted curtain that Adam had made to perfectly block sound and light. As a result, that day, Harry and Wood once again experienced the rush of arriving at the Quidditch pitch in record time. After turning the bat back into a wizard chessboard and returning the character cards, Adam was no longer sleepy and decided to get up and go to the Great Hall for breakfast. He would also feed Athena in the Ollery and check on Osto in the Forbidden Forest, returning to the castle by lunchtime. The afternoon schedule included practicing gobbledygook fire and feeding the Dementors with Fong, while Ron was at the library catching up on homework. After dinner, it was time to relax, reading books, watching shows with divination, and enjoying some cookies and small cakes made from ingredients he had gotten from the kitchen using cooking spells, along with some wine brewed from grapes grown in his estate. What? Underage drinking? Oh, come on. It was homemade wine that had only fermented for a few days. If it had 10 degrees of alcohol, it would be impressive. How could he get drunk? Besides, Adam wasn't drinking for the first time. He had done so at the estate before, whether it was due to Adam's body or the low alcohol content of the wine. He didn't even feel tipsy after drinking 2 bottles that day. Speaking of which, this year, the birthday gift Adam sent to Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick was this wine. He wondered if they liked the taste. By noon, Adam returned to the castle just as lunch was about to end. He had a sudden idea. The Norwegian Ridgeback could drink brandy mixed with chicken blood, so surely Osto could drink too? He mixed half a bucket of wine with raw meat strips to feed Osto, while the remaining half bottle of wine was diluted with grape juice. He sat on a branch reading while sipping. However, while he was reading, Osto down below went on a drunken rampage, crashing around until Adam used a transform chain to bind him in place and splash him with cold water for a long time before he finally sobered up. It seemed that different magical creatures had different tolerances for alcohol, or perhaps individual creatures of the same species did too. In any case, Osto was now firmly established as a lightweight in Adam's mind, and he couldn't feed him alcohol anymore. Rushing to finish his lunch, Adam prepared to return to his dorm to feed Fong to the Dementors. As he passed the Gryffindor common room, he noticed everyone gathered around the notice board. What had happened this time? Adam walked over to take a look and found that it was the announcement for the first weekend trip to Hogsmeade at the end of October, just before Halloween. During the summer, the permission slip to visit Hogsmeade had been sent to Adam's home along with a book list. Karen and the others only asked Adam for his opinion on whether he wanted to go and what kind of place Hogsmeade was, reminding him to be careful. And then they signed their names. Speaking of which, Adam's safe house number 4 was located in a corner of Hogsmeade. It was originally a somewhat dilapidated house, which Adam had repaired and hidden using the Fidelius charm. Since Hogwarts had protections against apparition, Hogsmeade was the fastest way to get to Hogwarts aside from the fireplaces, which was the purpose of safe house number 4. Silently leaving the notice board, he returned to the dormitory and unexpectedly found Crookshanks at the door. This ginger half-Kneasel looked a bit strange. Its face seemed a bit flat, as if it had bumped into a wall, and it was a very lively and active cat. "What are you doing here? Are you looking for Tom?" Crookshanks looked up at him, meowing twice, its tail swishing anxiously. "It's okay. I know his identity. At least at Hogwarts, he won't harm Hermione." Adam pushed the door open while responding to Crookshanks' words. "Meow, can you understand me?" Crookshanks' footsteps froze in place, staring at Adam in shock. "Meow, what a fuss." Tom was napping on Neville's bed, with sunlight streaming in through the window and warming him. At that moment, he was awakened by one person and one cat, lazily letting out a sound. Then he shook his fur, stretched, and curled back up, stepping on Neville's pillow that was underneath him before doing so. Adam shrugged his shoulders and didn't engage in more conversation with the stunned Crookshanks. Due to his fondness for cats, he didn't specifically go out to kill a cat to cast the Speak with Animal spell. However, during the holiday, he happened to encounter a deceased stray cat by the roadside, and before the cat's soul completely departed, he cast a spell on it. After setting down his backpack, Adam picked up Tom and threw him on his bed, then cleaned up Neville's bed and pillow before putting them back in place. "Don't just jump on someone else's bed, Tom." This was said in cat language, and Adam didn't even pretend anymore, directly meowing. At the same time, with a flick of his finger, the spotted cage was opened, and the spotted creature, already under the control of the soul-snatching spell, was levitated over to Adam's side. "But Adam, your bed is in the corner and doesn't see any sunlight. Besides, you and Neville get along well. You won't mind me." Tom rolled over on the bed. "If you want to sunbathe, you can sleep on the windowsill. I remember I prepared a mat for you. In any case, you can't sleep on someone else's bed, especially Neville's." Adam opened his suitcase, switched to the 5th gear, and before entering, he lifted his head to stare at Tom. "If I ever see Leaf lying on my bed because of you, I will turn you into Neville's sleeping mat, understand?" After saying this, Adam entered the suitcase, which snapped shut with a click. Was he joking? Crookshanks, who silently observed everything, looked at Tom sitting on the bed. No, he was serious. Tom flicked his lion-like tail, leaped up, and, after a push off the bedpost, landed on the mat by the window. Then he nestled in the sunlight, his calls becoming lazy. "Considering you also have the bloodline of a cat spirit, don't provoke him. Also, remember what he specifically said to you if he does that. So why are you still following him?" Crookshanks tilted his head in confusion. Cat spirits are intelligent and proud magical creatures. They choose their own masters and display remarkable abilities. So coercion will never win their loyalty, because as long as I obey him, he treats me really well, and what he asks of me isn't unreasonable. Tom shifted on the mat, turning his head halfway to glance at Crookshanks as if he were a fool. Which cat spirit could refuse a cat climbing paradise bigger than this room, with countless scratching posts, cardboard boxes, and various magical creature feathers made into self-flying cat toys? Not to mention all the delicious food. Tom turned his head back, his meow becoming dreamy due to sleepiness. Why hasn't Adam graduated yet? I really hope I can keep living in that big house. Adam had no idea what Tom and Crookshanks had talked about outside. By the time he emerged from the suitcase with Scabbers, who had nearly been sucked to death by the Dementor, Crookshanks was already gone. The next day, Adam and the others were learning how to handle bubotuber pus in herbology class. What happened to Ron and the others? Adam, Neville, and Simon were sitting around a bubble tree, continuously picking pink pods and chatting. It seemed like Ron and Hermione had a fight because of Ron's rat. I heard him talking to his rat all night long. Neville had a handful of shiny beans that he carefully placed into a bucket. If these beans fell to the ground, they would bloom immediately and could no longer be used. I didn't hear anything. While peeling the beans, Adam inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had helped his mom pick vegetables in a past life. His hands moving skillfully in a way that was almost painful to watch. I had already put down the curtain early on. Then, inside the curtain, I hugged Tom while binge-watching shows, drinking, and snacking. After lowering the curtain, Adam even cast a space modification spell, making it incredibly enjoyable inside. I hope they can make up soon. Simon glanced over at Harry's group. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were in the same group. It was awkward for Harry since two of his friends were in a spat. After class, Adam and the others hurried back to Gryffindor Tower to wash off the dirt on themselves, but when they arrived at the transfiguration classroom, they found some commotion in front of the classroom door. What was happening? Adam curiously asked Hermione, who was standing beside him. Lavender's rabbit was killed by a fox, and she believed it was Professor Trelawney's prophecy coming true. The thing you fear most will happen on October 16th. However, her rabbit wasn't killed today. It was yesterday, and clearly, she couldn't have been constantly fearing her rabbit being killed. Her boggart wasn't that. Hermione had a look as if she had seen through Professor Trelawney's trick. It was just a little trick. As long as something bad happened to Lavender that day, anything could be interpreted as the prophecy coming true. This made her prophecy seem very accurate, didn't it? Lavender shouted sadly. Don't listen to Hermione, Lavender. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically at Hermione. She didn't care about other people's pets at all. Hermione was choked with anger at these people. Why couldn't they think rationally? Hermione, not everyone can be as rational as you. They only think that since it didn't happen to you, you can be so rational. Besides, changing someone's mind is very difficult, especially when their thoughts are the opposite of yours. Adam looked at Hermione with a face full of sympathy. Sometimes seeing too clearly and looking too far ahead wasn't a good thing. Just like now, as if Hermione would later establish a society to promote the rights of house elves. But even if Hermione knew that this would lead to her being ostracized, she would still do it. At this moment, Professor McGonagall opened the classroom door. Throughout the class, the atmosphere between Hermione and Ron became even tenser, and it was hard to tell what Harry, who sat between them, was feeling. When the bell rang, Professor McGonagall said before everyone left, "Please wait a moment. You're all in my house, so please hand in your permission slips to visit Hogsmeade before Halloween. Those who do not submit the forms cannot go, so don't forget." Some students took the forms out of their bags and directly handed them to Professor McGonagall. Like Adam and Hermione, others who didn't have the forms silently reminded themselves to remember to bring them to the next transfiguration class. Neville, who was putting his book into his bag, stiffened and raised his hand shakily with a pained expression. "I am sorry, Professor, I forgot. Your grandmother has already sent the form to me." Longbottom, Professor McGonagall nodded at him. She seemed to think that was safer. "All right, that's it. You can go." "Adam, what do you plan to do in Hogsmeade?" After leaving the classroom, Neville curiously looked at Adam. "I plan to check out Honeydukes to see if there are any new products and buy some snacks." Adam has recently gotten a bit tired of the cookies he made himself and is thinking of changing things up. Speaking of which, although everyone is looking forward to going to Hogsmeade, there aren't many interesting places there. There are only a few shops: Zonko's Joke Shop, Honeyduke's Sweet Shop, Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, and the Dervish and Bandit Shop. As for entertainment venues, if you count places like the pub that doesn't serve minors and Madame Putafoot's tea shop, which is a famous dating spot, there are barely 3. Aren't you planning to visit Zonko's Joke Shop? Simon seems quite excited, and then Dean eagerly lists a bunch of things he intends to buy, most of which are well-known items on the prohibited list. It's clear that they are really happy. No, I'm not interested in those things. Besides, if I really wanted that kind of stuff, I'd rather take care of Fred and George's business. Adam shook his head. At the very least, their clever ideas were endless, and the prank props they created were much more interesting than those in Zoko's Joke Shop. Speaking of which, how long has it been since Zoko updated his merchandise? Oh, George, guess what I heard? It seems to be praise from someone. So who is he? Chapter 114. Wesley surprised Adam was talking about Fred and George when he unexpectedly bumped into them around the corner of the hallway. Adam heard their voices and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wow, Adam, you never said you supported us this much. Seriously, you could totally say such compliments in front of us. The two of them exchanged glances and leaned in closer, bumping Adam with their shoulders from both sides. Do you really think our prank props are great? Which one is your favorite? Last time Ron mentioned the voice-changing candies you played with in the dorm? Or the popping fireworks we showed you during the holidays? Seeing their smug expressions, Adam couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fred, George. Okay. Someone is shy. The two exchanged a look, quickly backed away from Adam, raised their hands in a surrender gesture, and then turned around and ran off. We have a surprise for you when we go to Hogsmeade. Remember to come. We'll be waiting for you at Honeydukes. Even as they ran far away, they didn't forget to turn back and shout at Adam. Adam rubbed his temples with a slight headache. Adam, what's wrong? Neville looked over with concern. It's nothing, let's go. He was just a bit embarrassed about being overheard by those so-called friends praising them behind their backs. Ever since the announcement allowing trips to Hogsmeade, the students of Hogwarts, especially the third years who were going for the first time this year, had entered a state of excitement. Before they knew it, it was the day before Halloween, the day to head to Hogsmeade. Filch stood at the entrance of the hall, glaring at every student passing by, while checking the almost dragging list in his hand, making sure no student not on the list could sneak out. As Adam passed by, he noticed Ron and Hermione comforting Harry in the entrance hall because the Dursleys refused to sign for him, preventing him from going to Hogsmeade. And Professor McGonagall was also unwilling to make an exception for him. For this reason, they temporarily forgot their arguments with each other. After waiting outside the castle for a while, Filch closed a large door leading from the entrance hall to the outside of the castle and led this group of students towards Hogsmeade. Those who came down this early were mostly third-year students, and once they left the castle, everyone couldn't wait and rushed towards their planned destination. Adam trailed behind at a leisurely pace, surprised to find that some classmates had actually entered the Three Broomsticks. Can students really go in there? Didn't Professor McGonagall say that you can't drink until you're of age? Huh, no way, I need to go criticize this. Originally heading towards Honeydukes, Adam suddenly changed direction and walked straight to the Three Broomsticks. About half an hour later, having enjoyed 3 large mugs of butterbeer with a critical spirit and bought 2 barrels to put in his satchel, Adam walked out of the Three Broomsticks feeling satisfied and continued towards Honeydukes. Hey, Adam, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Fred and George were already at Honeydukes, accompanied by Lee Jordan. Huh, you smell like butterbeer. You went to the Three Broomsticks first, didn't you? George immediately recognized the scent on Adam as he approached, suggesting they had also frequented the place. All right, I forgive you. The temptation of butterbeer is indeed hard to resist. Come on, look at this. Pulling Adam over to a shelf, Fred dramatically picked up a fizzing whiz-bee from a sample box on the shelf and held it in his hand. After a series of flashy gestures that made Adam suspect Fred had learned this from Lockhart, Fred opened his palm to reveal 2 identical candies lying on it. Guess which one is the prank candy? Both of them. Adam reached out, took the candy from Fred's small pocket in his sleeve, wiped it, and tossed it into his mouth, the sweet taste of honey instantly spreading in his mouth. Oh, you really have no sense of fun if you need to use divination for this. Fred looked disappointed. While Mr. Weasley was learning about the Muggle world, they also watched a bit and were very interested in this trick called magic, but they didn't expect to fail on their first practical attempt. I didn't use divination. It's your technique that's not sophisticated enough, and your intentions are too obvious. Next time, try eliminating those unnecessary movements and replace them with distracting others. Adam's neighbor's grandfather can perform magic tricks, like the 3 immortals returning to their cave. Even if you know how he does it, you still can't figure it out without grabbing his hand. Now it's a skill. Well, it seems like you know me too well, Fred sighed. So, can you guess what surprise we have for you? These 2 candies? Adam glanced at the candy in Fred's hand, which looked exactly like a Zizzybee candy. How is that possible? We are Fred and George, the greatest pranksters in the history of Hogwarts. Fred and George put their arms around each other's shoulders, and then suddenly pulled apart, revealing a paper bag that had been hidden between them. Tajda. Adam glanced at Lee Jordan, who was standing behind the 2 of them, realizing that he was the one playing this role. Adam clapped his hands appreciatively. Very nice, much better than turning into candy. Everyone knows to find a stooge. The magic didn't have the intended effect, but the 2 didn't mind, walking up to hand the bag to Adam and giving him a big hug. This is the Weasley Mischief Package, dedicated to the first friend who supported us. Ever since that summer, we've realized that you truly believe what we're doing now is a serious matter, not just idly playing around. You're the first person we know to think that way. Since then, we've been preparing this gift, and we've been at it for quite a while. However, you'll have to figure out the specific ways to use these props on your own, and don't cheat with divination. Fred and George suddenly switched to a light, low voice. The real gift is hidden inside. We believe you will definitely find it. With that, they let go of Adam. Adam glanced at the paper bag in his hand, bulging and filled with who knows how many prank props. He had no idea how much sweat and tears Fred, George, and their classmates, who were forced to be test subjects, had put into this. Thank you all. I will make good use of it. Adam carefully placed the bag of goodies into his satchel. Unfortunately, the candy would negate the effects of the Wolf's Bane potion. Otherwise, he could have tried it out on Professor Lupin. Chapter 115. Hogsmeade Village. After delivering the gifts, Fred and George went off to Hogsmeade Village with Lee Jordan, likely heading to the Three Broomsticks. Adam, after buying some familiar candies that suited his taste, also picked up some new fudge from Honeydukes and prepared to head straight back to Hogwarts. Before that, he found a corner to cast the disillusionment charm, returning the Dementor to the Ministry of Magic. The sudden drop in temperature made the surrounding students tighten their cloaks. Of course, the effect of the Patronus charm remained. Once the disillusionment charm wore off, Adam couldn't resist walking into the Three Broomsticks to buy 2 barrels of butterbeer. Originally, he didn't like beer due to its bitterness, but butterbeer offered him a unique taste experience. The rich aroma of butter masked the bitterness of the beer, while the beer's refreshing scent and bubbles countered the greasiness of the butter. Yes, butterbeer is a hot drink. It's made by heating the beer and adding butter, which is what Adam bought. Strictly speaking, it's beer, and the butter is packaged separately. Of course, both are special recipes from Madame Rosmerta. Unlike the richness of milk tea and coffee, butterbeer is relatively refreshing, giving that feeling of not lingering too long in the mouth after a sip, making it more suitable for a binge-watching session. Just imagine, in the upcoming winter, tucked away in a 4-poster bed, snuggled in blankets, watching a series while holding a large cup of steaming butterbeer with a cat curled up in her lap. Life is wonderful. Harry? When Adam returned to the dormitory, he was surprised to find Harry there as well. It made sense. Hermione and Ron were still at the Three Broomsticks drinking butterbeer and likely wouldn't return until closing time. Without Hermione and Ron around, Harry probably didn't have many places to go for fun. Adam? Why are you back so early? Harry forced a smile. Was Hogsmeade fun? Not much to do, but there are definitely more things to enjoy than at school and plenty of delicious food. Harry looked quite pitiful, and Adam sighed as he pulled out a bag of Honeydukes candy from his satchel. This is for you. This was a bag of assorted candies the shopkeeper had given him as a freebie after he bought various gift bags. Although it was called a freebie, it was really just a little sample of each kind. And unlike the sample candies in the store, these were personal. Customers would eat them even if they weren't interested. Big customers like Adam, who buy a lot at once, might find something they like and buy more next time. Harry took the bag and glanced inside. The candies were nothing like Adam's usual choices, but rather a mix of various kinds. Clearly Adam had bought a bit of everything, unsure of what Harry would like. Harry was instantly moved, his eyes glistening with tears, and his glasses fogged up. And there's butterbeer. I saw Hermione and Ron drinking it, and I thought it was pretty good too. You should like it. A cup floated from Harry's bedside to Adam, who tapped the rim with his wand. And a cup of butterbeer was filled from the wooden barrel in his satchel, steam rising from the cup's opening. Food cannot be conjured out of thin air. This is the first rule of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. The refill charm was originally for transferring drinks, but Adam modified it to also handle beverages, like milk tea, coffee, and butterbeer, which all require mixing and processing. Thank you, Adam. Harry set down the candy and reached for the cup, warmed by the butterbeer within. Taking a gentle sip, the refreshing and mild malt flavor combined with the sweetness of honey instantly filled his mouth. The temperature was just right. The butter completely melted, yet not scalding, flowing down his throat and warming his entire body. Since he preferred sweeter drinks, Adam had added a bit of brown sugar to the butterbeer refill charm. It seemed Harry liked the taste as well. Watching Harry start to enjoy the butterbeer, Adam returned to his 4-poster bed, lowered the curtains, and happily resumed his binge-watching. After all, he had already played around all morning. Studying could wait until tomorrow. The next day was Halloween, so he could continue on the day after. When Adam came out from behind the curtain, there was no one left in the dormitory. He walked to the Gryffindor common room and found that most of the returning students had gathered there, waiting for the dinner that was about to begin. Adam was just in time, as he had barely stepped out of the dormitory when Percy came to inform everyone that they could head down. Following the flow of people, Adam passed by the portrait of the fat lady and entered the decorated Great Hall. The Great Hall during the Hogwarts feast was as beautiful as ever, adorned with hundreds of pumpkins lit by candles, a large group of transformed bats flying around the ceiling, and many orange banners with flickering flames. The food at the feast was also more delicious than usual, such as the specially offered pumpkin pie from Hogwarts on Halloween, sweet but not cloying, which Adam could easily finish in one go. He sighed, wondering why he hadn't been sorted in a Hufflepuff. Thinking once again of the Hufflepuff dormitory right by the kitchen door, Adam took a bite of his pumpkin pie. The entrance to Gryffindor Tower was on the 8th floor, while the kitchen was underground. By the time he ate his fill in the kitchen and walked back to the dormitory, he would have digested most of it. After a hearty meal, the end of the feast featured performances by the ghosts. They emerged from the walls and tables, forming various formations. And nearly headless Nick even reenacted his beheading experience, which was a big hit. Everything today was just too wonderful, and every student left the great hall with a smile on their face. However, when they reached the 8th floor and prepared to return to their dormitory, they found that the students ahead were stuck in front of the fat lady's portrait, unable to move. Adam sighed wistfully at the unopened portrait ahead. His peaceful sleep tonight. "Excuse me, let me through." Percy's voice rang out, his face wearing a serious and proud expression as he pushed through the crowd. "Why is everyone stuck here? You can't all have forgotten the password, right?" "Sorry, I'm the student council president." Percy's figure slowly made its way to the front of the crowd, and his voice suddenly stopped as a chilling silence spread with his stillness. Suddenly, Percy's voice rang out again, now extremely sharp. "Who is going to call Professor Dumbledore? Quick!" Chapter 116. Do not disturb the sleeping dragon. The fat lady's portrait had been destroyed. The canvas was covered in scratches from sharp objects. Fragments of the canvas scattered on the ground, and a large piece of the canvas was simply taken away. Professor Dumbledore arrived quickly. Casting a swift glance at the wreckage left at the scene, his expression grave as he looked toward Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lupin, who had followed him. "We need to find her first," Professor Dumbledore said. The shattered canvas bore no sign of the fat lady, indicating she was still in another portrait within Hogwarts. Dumbledore then instructed Professor McGonagall to notify Filch and have him search every portrait in Hogwarts for the fat lady. "Good luck to you all." At that moment, Peeves the poltergeist jumped out from around the corner, floating above the crowd with a gloating smile on his face. "What do you know, Peeves?" Professor Dumbledore calmly looked at Peeves, and the smile on Peeves' face immediately faded. "She is shy, headmaster. She doesn't want to be seen right now." In a terrible state, Peeves adopted a fawning tone. "I saw her run to the landscape painting on the 5th floor, sir, hiding in the bushes, crying her heart out." Peeves was about to break into a grin when he saw Professor Dumbledore's face and quickly restrained himself, insincerely adding, "What a poor thing." "So, did she say who did it?" Professor Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. "Oh, she did. She said she wouldn't let him in," and he got very angry. Peeves did a somersault in the air, hanging upside down while looking at Professor Dumbledore. "His temper is really scary, that little Sirius Black." Professor Dumbledore did not react to this response, only commanding the students to return to the Great Hall immediately. A few minutes later, students from the other 3 houses returned as well. "Professor, and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle. For your safety, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here overnight," Professor Dumbledore said solemnly as he walked to the podium, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick closed all the doors of the Great Hall, leaving only one open. "I expect the heads of houses to guard all entrances. Additionally, I've entrusted the male and female student council presidents with managing the situation. If anything happens, report to me immediately and send a ghost to convey the message." Professor Dumbledore looked at the male and female student council presidents, among whom the male president was the smug Percy. After Professor Dumbledore finished speaking, he prepared to leave, but suddenly remembered something and took out his wand. "Oh, right, you need." He waved his wand, and the long tables and chairs in the hall flew to the walls in place. With another wave of his wand, hundreds of soft purple sleeping bags appeared on the ground. "Sleep well," Professor Dumbledore said, then left the Great Hall through the door left by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, closing it from the outside. Immediately, the hall was filled with chattering discussions, mainly from Gryffindor students sharing what they had just seen and heard with students from other houses. None of this concerned Adam. He only felt that they were noisy. Adam used a transformation spell to make his sleeping bag bigger, softer, and more comfortable, and change his skin into pajamas before crawling in. It's a pity that no matter how comfortable the sleeping bag became, it couldn't compare to the 4-poster bed that Adam had modified multiple times. But Adam couldn't just openly transform the sleeping bag into his 4-poster bed. Otherwise, if everyone used transformation spells, the hall would be overcrowded. "Merlin," Simon was vividly explaining something to a Ravenclaw student when he saw this scene and immediately gasped. Initially, he was a bit excited about such a novel thing in the sleeping hall, but he never thought of this. With Adam's personality, after this night, when Professor Dumbledore opened the door the next day, he would probably find the number of sleeping bags on the floor nearly doubled. "Don't make such a fuss. I've said it many times, I'm not a devil, and this special situation is unavoidable." Adam glanced at Simon. "Good night, world." Adam shrank his head, and the whole person disappeared into the sleeping bag that was larger than he was. When he pulled from inside, even the opening tightened, making it impossible to see any movement inside. Inside the sleeping bag, there was a space enlarged by a space transformation spell, and in the center stood a four-poster bed. Adam lifted the blanket and laid down inside, his hand grasping at the air. Without Tom in his arms, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Thinking of this, Adam ground his teeth. It should have been a perfectly relaxing sleep to enjoy, but it had become so troublesome because of Sirius Black. One day, he would make Sirius Black remember their school motto. Amid Adam's grievances, an entire night of searching passed, and unsurprisingly, the professors did not find any trace of Sirius Black. Clearly, a simple human presence charm could have solved the problem. Yet Professor Dumbledore insisted on mobilizing the professors to search the entire school, which already spoke volumes. In the following days, the entire school was left with only one topic, Sirius Black. Due to the fat lady being attacked, no one was willing to take on the job of guarding the Gryffindor common room door, except for the brave Sir Cadogan. He was a portrait of a small knight with his plump gray horse, spending almost half his time provoking the surrounding portraits into duels, and the other half probably thinking of his absurdly complicated passwords, which he changed at least twice a day. This made things even worse for Neville, who already had a poor memory, feeling embarrassed to ask Adam to record the passwords in the memory ball each time. Neville had to carry a piece of parchment with him, jotting down the new passwords whenever Sir Cadogan changed them. One day, Adam hurried back from the Forbidden Forest with his magically held umbrella. The weather had been getting worse, with heavy rain almost every day, and in a few days, it would reach storm levels. The weather at Hogwarts was always like this. Last year, Adam had utilized his divination skills to complete his Animagus training. Speaking of divination, putting away his invisible umbrella and using a silent, wandless spell to dispel the chill of moisture on him, Adam looked towards the tall boy beside the entrance hall, who seemed to be waiting for him. "Hello, Upon seeing Adam, the boy stepped forward to introduce himself. Cedric Diggory. Adam sized up the other person. This was their first official meeting in the material world, so to speak. Although they had definitely encountered each other in places like the hall before, he had never specifically sought out the other. To be fair, he was indeed a handsome guy. The captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, right? Cedric showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The previous captain had graduated, and to take advantage of this opportunity to adjust the team and new tactics, they had nearly submitted the new captain and team list just before the deadline. In fact, he had only handed the list to Professor Flitwick this morning. How did Adam know? Thinking back to Bogut's earlier mention of Adam, and the bit of information he got from the pair of twin batters in Gryffindor when he asked around about Adam, Cedric's voice carried an added weight. Do you have time to chat privately? Chapter 117. Conversation in the Astronomy Tower. To ensure the conversation's secrecy, Cedric and Adam went to the Astronomy Tower. Although you already know, let me introduce myself. I am Cedric Diggory. I am Adam Smith, and you should already know that. After a brief greeting, Cedric stared at Adam and said, "Perhaps you remember, in your first defense against the Dark Arts class this semester?" "I certainly remember." Adam revealed a hint of unnaturalness at the right moment. "Did you come here for that matter? Today, months after it has passed? In fact, I originally just wanted to meet you, to understand why your Bogart would be me, and I don't even know you. But when I inquired about you, I found that you seemed very keen on studying and had little contact with other students." Cedric took a deep breath. "So I found the Weasley brothers from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, your few friend besides your roommate, to ask them how you knew about me and how to find you. However, they seem to have different opinions on this matter. What do they all say to you?" Adam pretended to inquire without knowing. "In fact, they said nothing at all." Cedric looked somewhat perplexed. "They just seriously told me not to make hasty decisions and warned me not to overlook those who truly have foresight because of the divination class." It seemed like an incredibly obvious hint, but upon closer thought, the two seemed to have said nothing useful at all. And even the conversation he had with the twins that day could be said to have nothing to do with Adam. Even how to find the elusive Adam was something Cedric had to ask a Hufflepuff Jr. to accomplish. If the twins' hints were true, then the outcome was something Cedric dared not and did not want to believe. Not to mention that the twins had a notorious reputation for pranks. But if they were just playing a joke, then how could Adam's boggart be explained? This was the most important and irrefutable evidence. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, he and Adam were even strangers. Why would Adam's boggart be his own corpse? Besides the terrifying speculation derived from the twins' hints, Cedric couldn't find any other possibilities. So, if that speculation were true, that Adam possessed the gift of prophecy and had foreseen his death, what should he do? Unknowingly, Cedric had already tacitly accepted this speculation as the truth. Death, something all intelligent beings instinctively fear, still belonged to the realm of normal students, no matter how excellent Cedric was. When faced with his own death, he still felt a chill and a sense of helplessness. And those abnormal students, like a certain guy with the same name as Adam's cat, turn out to be the ones most afraid of death. Death, the final farewell to everything in the world, when truly confronted with it. How many of those who claim they can face death calmly are genuinely calm? And how many are merely putting on a facade out of helplessness? In this regard, Adam, who naturally picked up on a bit of Cedric's thoughts through the Patronus charm, rejected deep contemplation. Even with the fully mastered and refined Patronus charm, he could still obtain a glimpse of the other person's unmasked surface thoughts without actively using it. He looked down on the possession spell and the philosopher's stone, but that was just because he didn't want to live in such a disgusting or fragile way. It wasn't that he didn't want to live long. Wasn't he quite satisfied with the abilities of the Dementors? Even without the abilities of a Dementor, when his time truly approached, would he really use the possession spell? Adam himself couldn't really be certain. Cedric guessed correctly. The boggart is indeed irrefutable evidence that senses the target's fear and transforms into it. This is the boggart's instinct and nature. What it transforms into is something it cannot control itself. Just as Adam couldn't make the Dementor feed on despair to bring joy. Even if Adam's exorcism charm could only control the boggart to show part of its fear, only turning into Cedric's corpse and not any other corpse, it couldn't make the boggart transform into something that wasn't part of his fears. Otherwise, the shape-shifting ability of the boggart he acquired wouldn't be so useless. In the end, just as Adam had foretold, since Adam had never told anyone that he had divined Cedric's death, and considering the twins' vague hints, Cedric believed that Adam probably didn't want his prophetic abilities to be widely known. This thought was only natural, so he decided to wait until the influence of this matter completely faded before approaching Adam privately to clarify. Even if the rumors said the boggart turned into his corpse, which looked remarkably similar to his current appearance, Cedric still maintained restraint. In the shadow of impending death, he waited until the topic of Sirius Black completely buried the topic of the boggart before seeking out Adam. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, Cedric looked at the silent Adam, also remaining silent for a long time. "I'm going to die, aren't I?" As the words left his mouth, Cedric realized his voice had become hoarse without him noticing. Everyone will eventually die. Adam did not answer directly. Cedric's body shook violently until he reached out to hold onto the railing beside him. Adam averted his gaze from Cedric's face, filled with sorrow. It may sound cruel, but when something is given freely, people tend not to cherish it. "How did I die?" Cedric asked in a breathless voice, tears unknowingly streaming down his face. "My parents, will they be safe? I'm not sure about your mother, but your father, Mr. Amos Diggory, is very heartbroken. Yes, he always thought of me as his pride." Cedric wiped his face haphazardly, but aside from making his face redder and his hair messier, it didn't help at all. In the end, Cedric left the astronomy tower in a daze, but at least he remembered to stop by the restroom to wash his face and tidy himself up. Otherwise, who knows what rumors might spread if others saw him in such a state. Adam silently watched Cedric leave. Once he calmed down after returning, Cedric's intelligence and sharpness would reveal Adam's unease. He had deliberately avoided the topic of Cedric's death during their conversation, and the fact that his boggart was Cedric's death indicated Adam's fear regarding it. Of course, Cedric had no idea that Adam's boggart was a mountain of corpses. In Cedric's understanding, the greatest possibility for Adam's fear was that he knew how to prevent his death, but chose not to say anything. When that time came, it would be Adam's opportunity to help Cedric and become friends with him. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, Cedric did indeed avoid death. So Adam didn't feel he had wronged him. As for how Cedric would think about it, he would never know the truth. It was enough for Adam to be at peace with himself. After Cedric left, Adam took a few steps forward to the spot where Cedric had just stood, leaned against the railing, and looked down. The familiar figure of Professor Dumbledore seemed to flash before his eyes as he fell. For a moment, their gazes met, and Adam's fingers brushed against the railing thoughtfully before he left the astronomy tower. Chapter 118. Quidditch in the Rain. 3 days after that day, Cedric found Adam again, this time still in private, but since it was a school day, they were inevitably seen. Adam and Cedric communicated privately after leaving, and no one knew what they talked about. After that conversation, Adam and Cedric suddenly transformed from having little to no interaction to becoming friends. It's not that Adam and Cedric were particularly close, but it was evident that they had increased their interactions. One Saturday during lunch, Ron, with a serious expression, tapped his plate with a spoon. "You must uphold the honor of a Gryffindor." This statement was quite puzzling. Adam looked up in confusion, as he still had food in his mouth, and just blinked at him to indicate he should continue speaking. Slytherin claimed they couldn't participate in the match because their Seeker's injury hadn't healed. Ron exchanged a glance with Harry at this point, They both knew it was an excuse, as Malfoy's injury had healed long ago. Slytherin simply didn't want to compete against them in such heavy rain. So, our first Quidditch match's opponent suddenly changed from Slytherin to Hufflepuff. You can't cheer for Hufflepuff's captain just because he's your friend. You know, Harry is your friend too. And there's Fred and George and... Stop, stop, stop. Adam swallowed the food in his mouth and quickly called for a stop. It was clearly an ordinary thing. Why did Ron have to say it in such a tone as if he were a scumbag who starts and abandons? Of course, I still remember that I am a Gryffindor. Don't worry, I will still cheer for Harry and the others. Not to mention that he is also a Gryffindor. Just on that day, when we came to find him with a runny nose and tears, he couldn't go cheer for Hufflepuff either. In the following days, as the match drew closer, Wood's urgency and nervousness became more apparent as he started to seek Harry out during break times to give him advice. As the star of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Harry's mission was undoubtedly the most important. He had to face off against Hufflepuff Captain Cedric to seize the Golden Snitch. For this, Wood was eager to tell Harry how to respond to any moves Cedric might make. The day before the Quidditch match, Wood called Harry away again, even making him late for defense against the Dark Arts class. Unfortunately, this class was the hardest one to endure this semester. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Sit down. Professor Snape said coldly, reprimanding the late Harry. However, Harry stood still and asked, "Where's Professor Lupin?" He said he was unwell today. Professor Snape looked at Harry with a sneer. "I believe I told you to sit down, didn't I?" Glancing at the visibly unstable Professor Snape at the podium, Adam silently sighed and focused on himself. What was wrong with him? Harry still hadn't returned to his seat. No life-threatening danger. Professor Snape's expression looked somewhat regretful. Gryffindor loses another 5 points. If I have to tell you to sit down for the third time, it'll be another 50 points. Only then did Harry slowly walk back to his seat. Throughout the class, Professor Snape criticized Professor Lupin's teaching progress and quality, humiliated Hermione for being a know-it-all, even though it was a Gryffindor student who first used that nickname, put Ron in detention, and deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. Finally, Professor Snape reviewed everyone's previous assignments and gave them another harsh criticism, then assigned a 2-roll parchment essay on werewolves, which he had discussed in class. Finally, the class ended. Professor Snape kept Ron behind to inform him of the detention, and everyone walked out of the classroom. It wasn't until they reached a place where Professor Snape couldn't hear them that they began to chatter. "Neville, do you want some chocolate?" Looking at Neville, who seemed somewhat dazed from the scolding, Adam opened his mouth but said nothing, just took a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Neville. Ferrero again. Provoked, Professor Snape had gone crazy today. Even Adam couldn't say a word to explain for him, and if he were to explain the truth, Professor Snape would probably go even crazier. As for Adam, perhaps because the wolf poison potion that Professor Lupin was drinking at this moment came from his hands, he wasn't much affected. Neville trembled as he unwrapped the chocolate and took a small bite, still with tears in his eyes. Adam believed that if a Boggett were brought before Neville at that moment, it would certainly take on the appearance of Professor Snape, rather than transforming into a Dementor like before. The next day, the day of the first Quidditch match of the season, a dull thunder echoed continuously among the clouds, and the strong winds whipped the raindrops against the castle walls. When Adam lifted the curtains, the scene he saw through the window was just that. He could even hear the branches in the forbidden forest creaking in the distance. Even in such weather, Quidditch would not be cancelled. In fact, this was just a campus Quidditch match, and wizards were quite adept at treating ailments without magic, which is why the game continued. If there were a situation like last school year, where student safety was not guaranteed, the match would be cancelled. If it were the World Cup, even if hail caused players to be struck down, they would simply replace them with a substitute. The match would absolutely not be cancelled. Adam couldn't understand why wizards were so passionate about this one sport, even in such terrible weather. Despite the conditions, nearly all the faculty and students braved the wind and rain to reach the stands. Some umbrellas were blown away, and the dark robes surrounding the circular stands made it impossible to see any corners. "Are they in the arena?" Neville squinted and raised his voice to ask Adam beside him. The rain blurred their vision, and the thunder muffled the sounds. Neville could only see what seemed to be a hint of red on the field, and he had to raise his voice to talk to Adam right next to him, not to mention Lee Jordan's commentary, which had long become unclear amidst the howling wind. Yes, Adam also raised his voice. As the raindrops landed less than an inch from him, it seemed as if they fell onto an invisible raincoat, sliding off to the sides. In this weather, umbrellas were practically useless, and Adam had to use his telekinesis to create an invisible force field to block the rain. Of course, this wasn't true telekinesis. So he only cast a waterproof spell on nearby Neville and Simon, allowing them to use their robes as raincoats. The match began, and 15 brooms rushed into the curtain of rain. In such conditions, seeing who relied entirely on luck. Bang! Ron suddenly slammed his fist against the railing. It was Cedric. His large stature was proving advantageous now. The original requirement for a seeker was agility, and the slender Harry met that requirement perfectly. But in this weather, Cedric's tall frame allowed him to maintain his balance amid the torrential winds and rain. Chapter 116. The third Quidditch mishap. As time passed, the match continued, and the sky gradually darkened, making it increasingly difficult to see the situation on the field. They couldn't even see the scoreboard. Thankfully, in Quidditch, the score wasn't that important. It was rare for a game to see more than 150 points scored with the Golden Snitch, a situation unlikely to occur in a Quidditch match of Hogwarts scale, or else the students would be complaining. In the heavy rain, most of the spectators were unusually silent, each person straining to discern the blurry figures that just flew by, trying to analyze the situation on the field. However, apart from the colors of the uniforms, they could hardly make out any of the players' distinctive features. In the stands, Ron appeared very excited. Who saw the Golden Snitch? Has either seeker started moving? Have you seen where Harry is? He kept asking the people around him. Damn, can't you be quiet for a moment? Simon shouted at him irritably. But just as he turned back, a sharp whistle sounded from the field. What happened? Did I miss something? Quiet. It seems like there's a timeout. Hermione peeked over, faintly seeing the colors on the field converge and slowly descend. I have an idea. I'll go help Harry. With that, Hermione pulled her hood down low and jogged through the crowd toward the spot where the Gryffindor Quidditch team was gathering to land. At that moment, Adam lifted his head, squinting in the direction outside the field. Was this joy attracting the Dementors here? Hermione returned shortly, speaking excitedly. Adam, you inspired me. I cast a waterproof spell on Harry's glasses. I knew he wouldn't be able to see clearly in this weather. After she finished speaking passionately, she noticed Adam frowning. What's wrong? What are you looking at? The game might not go smoothly. Adam Sigit. The Dementors were coming. What? Hermione's eyes widened in shock. How could they? Didn't Dumbledore say? Hermione didn't continue, feeling a chill more piercing than the cold rain surrounding them, and a sense that the sounds around her had become distant. She looked up, and sure enough, Dementors were approaching from the sky, hovering above the crowd, slowly consuming the positive emotions gathered here. Wait, Dementors feed on happiness and other positive emotions, and, at this moment, besides the audience, some people's emotions were also quite agitated. This was bad. Harry, on the train. Harry had a strong reaction to the Dementors. He was in danger. Hermione turned pale and looked down. At least 100 of those cloaked dark creatures had somehow arrived beneath the venue, floating above the ground but not rising. Instead, looking up at the Quidditch players in the air. Just as Hermione had feared, the Quidditch players were all affected by the Dementors, their flying forms distorted. And Harry, who hadn't brought the protective charm Adam had given him because of the match, was affected even more severely than he had been on the Hogwarts Express. It was worse than Hermione had imagined. Harry fell directly from his broomstick, which then plunged into the endless curtain of rain and disappeared from sight. Hermione let out a sharp scream. Adam squinted, took out his wand, and pointed at the field. Expecto Patronum. A silvery substance surged forth, and the Dementors below desperately retreated, not only because of Adam's Patronus charm, but also because Professor Dumbledore, standing on the field with a face full of rage and his wand held high, was present. Unlike Adam's newly manifested Patronus, Professor Dumbledore's Patronus could even be used to convey messages. Even if it was only used to spread out and drive away the Dementors, it demonstrated his power as the most powerful wizard of the century. If Adam's released form was a cloud of silver mist, then Professor Dumbledore's was a tidal wave made of silvery substance. The Dementors were almost like rags, being torn and expelled from Hogwarts. After driving away the Dementors, Professor Dumbledore turned to Harry behind him, anger still evident on his face. Before casting the Patronus charm, he had already cast a spell to slow Harry's descent, which prevented him from suffering serious injuries, aside from the psychological trauma caused by the Dementors. Students in the stands rushed down, and the two teams of Quidditch players descended on their broomsticks. Cedric caught the Golden Snitch, his face still showing excitement from victory mixed with confusion about the current situation. Fudge, I think we need to have a serious talk, Professor Dumbledore murmured, waving his wand to conjure a stretcher, placing Harry on it, and then levitating the stretcher. He didn't directly levitate Harry to ensure a smoother ride. Continue with what you need to do, Rolanda. I need to take Harry to the hospital wing. After speaking to Madame Pomfrey, Professor Dumbledore walked towards the castle with the stretcher. Madame Pomfrey stayed on the field to maintain order and loudly announced that Hufflepuff had won the first Quidditch match. Cedric requested a rematch because Harry had clearly fallen under the influence of the Dementors. Madame Pomfrey found herself in a difficult position, as the Quidditch rules did not specify how to handle situations involving Dementor influence. At this moment, Wood stepped forward. He stated that he recognized the outcome of the match. Hufflepuff had won fairly, even though he looked as if he might cry. No, he was already crying. As the match concluded, heavy rain continued to fall from the sky, and with the recent incident, students hurried to the castle, leaving only Wood standing in the center of the field. He looked up at the sky, letting the rain wash over him, tears mixing with the cold rainwater as they rolled down his cheeks. The Gryffindor Quidditch players stood at a distance, watching him with concern, but no one approached to comfort him. They all knew how much Wood valued this match. "We only lost by 100 points, Fred said in a voice loud enough for George to hear. "As long as Hufflepuff loses to Ravenclaw, we can beat Ravenclaw and Slytherin afterward," George chimed in. "We still have a chance to win." The two high-fived and looked in Wood's direction. He remained motionless, like a statue. Fred looked to Adam for help, but Adam just rolled his eyes. "Get him some cold medicine," he said before joining the crowd back to the castle. In a corner of the entrance hall, he spotted Cedric, who didn't seem to be in a great mood despite just winning the Quidditch match. "Well played, Cedric." "Thanks," Cedric instinctively replied, only then realizing that it was Gryffindor's Adam speaking, causing his face to turn awkward. I mean, it's nothing. You really did win beautifully." Adam waved his hand. Cedric indeed won fair and square. Even if Harry had not been affected by the Dementors, he wouldn't have been able to catch the golden snitch before Cedric. If it weren't for that, Wood wouldn't have admitted to Hufflepuff's victory. His love for Quidditch made it impossible for him to dishonestly claim they lost the match because of the Dementors, even if he desperately wanted to win. "Originally, I should have celebrated your victory, but given that the losing side is Gryffindor, I can only offer you a verbal congratulations." Seeing that Adam still had the mood to joke, Cedric let out a sigh of relief and playfully replied, "So, should I bring some pumpkin pie to comfort you?" Upon hearing pumpkin pie, Adam narrowed his eyes. If it could come with some apple tart, that would be even better. Who would have thought that Hufflepuff students had such a secret tradition? A food spell passed down from the founder, Helga Hufflepuff, corresponding to her recipe. It's known that nearly all dishes at Hogwarts come from the recipes left by Hufflepuff, and the Halloween special pumpkin pie is certainly among them. Unlike the cooking spells included in Adam's household magic kit, which can create a variety of dishes, Hufflepuff's food spells correspond to specific dishes. This means that a food spell can only produce one type of food, although in terms of variety, food spells cannot compare to Adam's cooking spells that can prepare a whole table of dishes with just a few spells, in terms of precision. Since Adam's cooking skills are only at the level of making simple home-cooked meals to avoid starvation, it is clear that Hufflepuff's food spells are superior. "No problem." Cedric placed a hand on his chest, resembling a restaurant waiter. After joking, a look of concern appeared on Cedric's face. Why did the Dementors invade Hogwarts? It can't be, right? By now, they had walked from the side door of the Great Hall into the corridor, which was empty, and outside, the rain poured down. Cedric spoke the second half of his sentence very softly, and even Adam, who was right beside him, could barely hear it, but he wasn't worried about being overheard. This was an accident. Adam shook his head. In order to get Cedric to cooperate with his plan to save him, Adam had limitedly informed him about the return of the mysterious person. Of course, he used the excuse of divination. He had mostly forgotten the specific details, but it was indeed based on a glimpse of the future he saw through divination, so it couldn't really be considered lying to Cedric. Quidditch had everyone too excited, which must be a feast for the Dementors. At this time, Fudge must be feeling quite troubled, right? Adam looked out the window, looking up in that direction, unaware of what was happening in the brightly lit headmaster's office. I had never seen Professor Dumbledore so angry. Upon hearing that it had nothing to do with the mysterious man, Cedric visibly relaxed a bit. "You're too tense." Adam glanced back at him. "Sorry, I try not to think too much." Cedric let out a sigh, leaning wearily against the damp, cold wall beside him. The fact that his own death was somehow connected to the mysterious man made him think that if it weren't for that, he would have believed Adam was just making excuses to refuse to help him. Cedric unconsciously covered his arm. Recently, he had been relying on Quidditch practice to exhaust his physical energy to avoid thinking about those things. But now that the first match was over, those thoughts naturally surged back uncontrollably. He would have to face the mysterious man. "I originally wanted to wait a bit longer, but it seems you need it now." Adam and Cedric exchanged a glance, carefully examining Cedric's mental state. After a moment of thought, Adam took out a thin booklet from his bag. Is this brain closure technique? Cedric took it and immediately widened his eyes. You can do this too? Not just me. You need to know this as well. Adam said lightly. Voldemort's legitimacy has reached an extraordinary level. When you face him, although he will be incredibly weak, your obvious thoughts will still be exposed to him. Besides, practicing occlumency requires clearing your mind of thoughts and emotions, which is perfect for your current state. I heard how important occlumency is, and Cedric's Adam's apple bobbed. What if I don't succeed then? I mean, what if my occlumency fails to block the Dark Lord? As long as you put your heart into learning, you will definitely succeed. Adam looked into Cedric's eyes and slowly extended his palm. Believe in yourself. Believe in me. Cedric took a deep breath, calmed down, and reached out to tightly grasp Adam's hand. Cedric left with the booklet on the brain closure technique, leaving Adam alone in the corridor. He looked at the heavy rain outside, watching his reflection on the glass, and exhaled a puff of white breath. The white mist slowly dispersed in the air, settling on the window and covering the glass with a layer of fog, obscuring Adam's face. Maybe I should give it a try. The vague words seemed to be spoken with something held in his mouth, and the indistinct sound drifted amidst the storm. Adam didn't linger for long before turning and hurrying towards the school infirmary. Enough. That kid needs quiet rest the most right now. Adam had just reached the door of the school infirmary when he saw Madame Pomfrey kicking Hermione and Ron out. It seemed that everyone else had already been sent away by Madame Pomfrey, leaving only the two of them to hold on until now. Madame Pomfrey. Adam stepped forward and, under Madame Pomfrey's gaze, took out a bunch of grapes with water droplets and a few pieces of chocolate from his bag. I thought Harry could also use some nourishment. Eating chocolate and those things is really tormenting, especially for someone who has been hurt. Who can argue with that? Adam's action of not requesting to enter the infirmary clearly improved Madame Pomfrey's attitude. She took Adam's gifts and held them in her arms. All right, you should leave now. I'll give these to him. You all go. The patient can't handle more disturbances. With that, Madame Pomfrey turned and went back into the infirmary, closing the door behind her. Sigh. I want to talk to Harry for a while longer. Ron turned away with a grimace, feeling somewhat regretful as he patted Adam. Adam, you took too long to get these things. Otherwise, we could have said a few more words to Harry. I think Adam did well. What he brought was exactly what Harry needed. Hermione clearly disagreed. They had comforted Harry for so long with little effect, while Adam's gifts should be more effective, at least beneficial for Harry's recovery. But eating something so sweet at night is not good for the teeth. Hermione, if you're willing to drink potions, wizards don't have to worry about cavities. Adam did have. It wasn't a pity that he didn't TC Harry. Rather, it was more accurate to say that he had chosen this moment to come. When visiting a patient, it's enough to bring a gift. He really was good at making small talk. Chapter 121, Cedric in Love. Madame Pomfrey insisted that Harry spend the entire weekend in the hospital wing, and Harry obediently lay in the hospital bed for 2 days. In Monday's defense against the dark arts class, Professor Lupin returned, and he canceled the 2 parchment essays assigned by Professor Snape, allowing Harry to return to class. The school seemed to have returned to its usual calm. Adam still practices Goblin Fire every day. Sometimes when he gets tired of it, he will also practice the Guardian spell and occasionally go feed Osto. His life is regular and pleasant. Cedric sometimes comes to find Adam to test the progress of his mental shielding technique. The specific method is that he silently thinks of a number and asks Adam to use thought reading to see if he can read what that number is. Although he has never successfully defended against Adam's thought reading, Cedric is not discouraged at all. On the contrary, his mental shielding technique has been steadily improving. He truly is an excellent student. Chewing on the egg tart brought by Cedric, Adam watched as Cedric, who had just finished a test, began to close his eyes and reflect. He silently thought to himself. A few minutes later, Cedric opened his eyes. Thanks, I think I know what to do next. Don't push yourself too hard. It can have the opposite effect. With 1 egg tart in his stomach, Adam picked up another one. Speaking of which, you lost to Ravenclaw in last week's match, didn't you? Was it because you spent too much time on the mental shielding technique? Not really. I was very serious during my practice. Ravenclaw has indeed become stronger this year. Cedric seemed to recall something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly. What's going on? Adam's eyes slightly glazed over as he flipped through the information about the Ravenclaw Quidditch team in his mind, and he immediately identified the key point. Oh, it seems Cedric is thinking about Cho Chang, right? Seeing an opportunity, Adam quickly put down his tart, cast a silent cleaning charm on his hands, and walked over to Cedric, quietly asking Which girl are you thinking about? What girl? Cedric jolted, looking at Adam in shock. The test is already over. Don't use legitimacy on me. Adam curled his lips and glanced up and down at Cedric. With that expression you just had, you might as well have love written on your face. Was there a need to use legitimacy? Is it that obvious? Cedric rubbed his nose with his finger. All right, it's the Ravenclaw Seeker. Her name is Zhang. So you're feeling unsatisfied for losing to her and planning to win her back? Adam chuckled teasingly and said, So, what are you planning to do? I asked her to go to Madame Putafoot's tea shop together the next time we go to Hogsmeade. You're really planning to take her on a date? That straightforward? Adam was taken aback for a moment after hearing that. He knew that foreigners were open-minded and that some of his classmates had started dating, but wasn't a bit too soon to go on a date after just getting to know each other? And to a famous dating spot, no less. Shouldn't they first improve their relationship? Huh. Cedric was also momentarily stunned, but then he realized what Adam meant. No, I've already been dating her, Cedric said, a somewhat shy yet sweet smile spreading across his face, with a blush rising to his cheeks. In fact, after the Quidditch match that day, when we shook hands, I talked to her for a bit, and it seemed like she had a good impression of me, so later I want to find her. Stop. I'm not interested in the specifics of how you pursued her. Thanks. Adam felt a pang of toothache and had no interest in hearing how Cedric had won the other person over in just a week. However, during their time together, Adam discovered that although Cedric appeared to be honest and straightforward, he was actually witty, humorous, and graceful, which explained his wide circle of friends. When it came to pursuing girls, Adam guessed that Cedric was also quite charming. So it was no wonder that the young lady agreed to go on a date with him in such a short time. Adam calculated that the next trip to Hogsmeade Village would be on the last weekend of this semester, which is the weekend before the Christmas holiday, and there's just a little over a week left. So, I wish you happiness. Speaking of which, Cedric looked at Adam with some curiosity. Adam, can you help me with a divination? Adam raised an eyebrow, knowing what Cedric was trying to do, and decisively rejected him. No. Before Cedric could ask, Adam explained, no matter how much two people love each other, there will always be adjustments in their relationship. How to handle and manage this relationship during that time depends on you both. Divination will not provide any practical help. Adam gave another example. Even if divination reveals that the other person is your soulmate, if you keep tolerating their flaws and the things you're dissatisfied with without bringing them up, it will ultimately wear down your love. Even if you are together for a lifetime, it will be a life filled with suffering. Or does Adam need to use divination to figure out the best way to gain affection, like saving and loading a game before making friends with classmates? If you truly don't get along, then there's no need to force a friendship. Being acquaintances who nod to each other is also quite good. Why force yourself? Cedric nodded repeatedly as he listened, then curiously looked at Adam. Adam, you understand love so well. How many relationships have you had to come to this conclusion? I haven't had any relationships. Who says you need to be in a relationship to understand love? Adam said it naturally. Cedric blinked in surprise, and then remembered that although he and Adam were about the same height, he was actually 2 years older than Adam. With that thought, it made sense that Adam had never been in a relationship. However, Cedric's gaze towards Adam suddenly changed. With such a rich theory about relationships despite never having been in one, plus Adam's condition, who knows what might happen? Don't look at me like that. I have no intention of dating or getting married. Adam rolled his eyes. With these eyes of mine, I can see too much, making it unsuitable for such an intimate relationship. Cedric initially couldn't grasp Adam's meaning. Why would seeing too much make it inappropriate to date? Adam, seeing that he couldn't understand, asked a question. Can you accept that Zhang can predict the future, see what you're doing at any time, and even read your thoughts? Cedric immediately stiffened, realizing what situation Adam was in. In fact, living alone can be quite nice. Cedric patted Adam on the shoulder. Look at Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster, and the deans of our 4 houses. Haven't they all been single for a long time? Adam rolled his eyes. It's better not to bring up this example at all. Professor Flitwick has difficulty finding a partner due to his unique physique. Professor Snape's first love ended in heartbreak and became a lifelong pain. Professor McGonagall is not single. She is a widow. Professor Dumbledore's situation is also special. Among the 5 of them, only Professor Sprout truly decided to live alone, but she had been in a relationship before that. Chapter 122, The Marauder's Map. Before leaving, Cedric hesitated for a moment. He couldn't let such a good resource as Adam go to waste, so he pulled him aside to ask for help in choosing a good seat that would aid their romantic development. If they couldn't rely on divination to determine the outcome, then a little assistance should work, right? Adam did a divination and found a good spot for him, precisely indicating which side Cedric and Zhang would be sitting at the table. It wasn't really about helping the romance progress in any mystical way. It was just that from a certain angle, combined with lighting and other factors, Cedric would appear even more handsome in Xiaozhang's eyes. As if there was an extra filter. It was also his investment for his good friend's future. If Cedric's application for raising magical creatures got stuck at the Ministry of Magic for a day in the future, it would be a disservice to his contribution. Days passed, and the date for going to Hogsmeade drew closer, with the Christmas atmosphere starting to permeate the castle. On the evening before they could head to Hogsmeade, which was that Friday, Adam called Harry to a deserted corridor. "Do you need something, Adam?" Harry asked, a bit listless. The closer they got to the day everyone would go to Hogsmeade, the more uncomfortable he felt, especially when he thought about the candies and butterbeer Adam would bring back for him. He wished he could go to Hogsmeade too, and buy sweets at Honeyduke's with Adam and the others, or drink butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. That way, he could treat Adam to butterbeer or some other snacks, instead of pitifully waiting at school for Adam to bring back the goodies. "I think you'll need this." Adam took a piece of parchment out of his bag. "Here you go." Harry took it, carefully examining it. It was a square piece of parchment, heavily worn, with nothing written on it. Harry looked at the parchment with a puzzled expression for a while before raising his head to look at Adam. "Thank you." Although he didn't understand why Adam gave him this seemingly useless piece of parchment, Harry still thanked him sincerely. Adam had always put a lot of thought into the things he gave him before, so this time, the parchment probably has some unknown purpose as well. Adam was stimulated by Harry's obedient appearance, and his paternal instincts began to stir again, even contemplating whether to adopt a child in the future. However, thinking about the times when Harry acted impulsively and foolishly, Adam squashed that fleeting thought. Children have their own blessings. Without children, I can enjoy my own fortune. It's still better to be alone, yes? Take out your wand and point it at him. Adam began to guide Harry in using the Marauder's map. Yes, the Marauder's map, which was originally meant to be a gift from Fred and George to Harry. Adam didn't expect that they mixed this in with the prank items as their so-called true surprise, which was indeed the Marauder's map. I have to say, it was indeed a surprise. This map showcased the depth of a pure-blood family. Adam could cast the human presence revealing spell, and he could even perform the counterspell to it. Permanently embedding spells on the map wasn't difficult, and hiding the text and setting a password was even simpler. But it's important to note that this was based on Adam's current abilities, while the creators of the Marauder's map were genuine 5th or 6th year students. Moreover, what truly surprised Adam about the Marauder's map was the detection magic that worked in conjunction with the human presence revealing spell, which could even detect an animagus capable of evading Dementors. The detection ability of the human presence revealing spell itself is quite limited. Adam could cast the counter-invisibility spell against it early on, not to mention breaking through the disguise of an animagus, which was a complete transformation that even altered magical power and could deceive Dementors. But the detection magic on the Marauder's map was different. It could even overcome a certain degree of spatial interference. Adam could still see his location within Hogwarts from his suitcase, which meant the fidelity charm was still effective. Otherwise, Adam would have felt insecure. When the fidelity charm outside the safe house could no longer provide Adam with a sense of security, he had to resort to more traditional methods, using dark magic to set traps to ensure the safety of the safe house. For this reason, the Marauder's map, which initially seemed unimportant to Adam, had been studied by him for so long. It wasn't until Adam thoroughly researched that spell, even developing a corresponding counterspell, that he decided it was time to present the map to Harry. Harry obediently took out his wand and pointed it at the parchment in his other hand, saying, "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." Was this the password? Harry's eyes lit up with interest, and he promptly repeated, "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." The moment Harry finished speaking, fine ink lines spread like a spider's web from the tip of Harry's wand to the point where it touched the parchment, connecting and intertwining until it filled every corner of the parchment in a blink. At the top of the parchment, in elegant green cursive, it read, "Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs offer their assistance to all who ask for it. The Marauder's map is proudly presented." Harry only took a quick glance at the text before looking at the main part of the map. This map depicted all the details of Hogwarts Castle and other locations. In addition, there were many small black dots moving on the map, each labeled with names in very tiny font next to them. Were these the locations of people currently in the castle? Harry observed the details on the map with amazement, noticing that aside from the names and familiar castle terrain, there were many passages he had never traversed. Some of them even led to Hogsmeade Village. Adam seemed to know what he was thinking. In fact, he always seemed to know what others were thinking as he pointed towards the statue of the one-eyed hunchback which on the 4th floor. "Take this secret passage. Some are broken, some aren't very safe, and you might run into Filch and Mrs. Norris. Also, remember to restore it to its original state after using it. Just tap it with your wand and say, "Prank's over," and it will be fine. Harry excitedly tried it, and the parchment indeed returned to its originally unremarkable appearance. He looked at Adam with excitement. "Thank you, Adam. This is truly the best gift I've received this year. So, I won't be giving you another gift this Christmas." Adam nodded. Harry clearly had no objections either. He excitedly jumped up and hugged Adam. He was just so fond of this map, especially since he had the invisibility cloak. And he could finally go to Hogsmeade. If it weren't for Adam not liking too much physical contact, Harry would have planned to give him a kiss. The fully leveled legilimency picked up something strange. After being hugged by Harry for a few seconds, Adam managed to calm him down a bit and pulled him off his body. "Remember not to be too obvious with your excitement tomorrow. It will be troublesome if we get suspected." "Okay." Harry carefully rolled up the Marauder's map and put it into his wand sheath for safekeeping. He planned to carry this map with him from now on. Watching Harry, who was so happy he almost danced back, Adam couldn't help but mourn for the scare he received tonight. After all, staying up late to sneak a look at the Marauder's map out of excitement, and then discovering there was another name on Ron's bed beside him was quite a shock. Chapter 123. Eavesdropping the next day, when Adam returned to Hogsmeade, he found he didn't have many places left to go. The Honeyduke sweets were still far from finished, and obviously, Honeydukes wouldn't release any new flavors in such a short time. It would be too unethical to go to Madame Putafoot's tea shop as a third wheel. After thinking it over, he could only go to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. At the Three Broomsticks, Adam didn't see anyone he knew, so he found a warm spot by the fireplace to sit down. Fred and the others, being in the same year as Cedric, had already explored Hogsmeade thoroughly due to their personalities, so they didn't come every time. Adam ordered a mug of butterbeer without hesitation and also ordered a roast chicken, planning to have his lunch right there in Hogsmeade. However, just as Adam finished his first mug of butterbeer and was about to order a second, Hermione and Ron walked in, followed by Harry. Adam. Harry was the first to spot him and jogged over with an excited smile on his face. "Hello." Harry sat down right next to Adam, and of course Hermione and Ron also took a seat at his table. Watching Hermione and Ron separated from him, Adam inexplicably felt like a third wheel. Well, at this moment, there were no signs that things were developing in that direction, but it would be soon. Noticing that Adam's glass was empty, Harry generously ordered him another mug of butterbeer. Ron took everyone's money to pay at the counter, and before long, he returned with 4 large mugs of steaming butterbeer. "Merry Christmas." The 4 mugs clinked together, and the foam swirled and splashed out. Unlike the last time when they sipped it in the dormitory, Harry raised his mug and took a big gulp. Just then, a chill swept through as the door of the Three Broomsticks swung open again, letting in a cold breeze. Harry glanced over casually, and the next moment he choked on his drink. Walking through the door was Professor McGonagall, followed closely by Professor Flitwick and Hagrid, who was talking to a familiar plump figure. Minister Fudge from the Ministry of Magic. This was bad. If he got caught, whether he broke school rules or laws, he could be directly sentenced right there. And because he had the Marauder's map, he and T brought his invisibility cloak. Ron quickly pressed Harry's head down, forcing him under the table, then shifted his mug to take Harry's original spot. Adam glanced down and saw that Harry had just choked a bit, with butterbeer still dripping from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he didn't have time to wipe it off and was holding his empty cup, trying to curl up into a ball. Adam tapped his fingers on the table, and a chill suddenly spread from the top of Harry's head as he sat beneath the table. It felt as if he had put on an invisibility cloak. He raised his head and saw Adam making a be quiet gesture with his hand near his mouth. Adam turned his head, and for some reason, several professors and Fuchi, who were originally walking towards the bar, were now approaching their direction. This wouldn't do. The illusion spell only provided a visual invisibility effect, which couldn't withstand close scrutiny. Just as Adam was about to do something else, switching places, Hermione whispered, and the Christmas tree next to their table silently moved over, positioning itself in front of their table just before the professors and Fudge turned the corner. The sound of chair legs scraping against the floor was heard as the professors and Fudge sat down at the table separated from them by the Christmas tree. Then, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor was heard, followed by Madame Rosmerda's voice from the Three Broomsticks, a small glass of violet water. "My." It was Professor McGonagall's voice. "For pints of mead." "Thanks, Rosmerda." Hagrid's voice. "A cherry syrup soda with ice and an umbrella." That was Professor Flitwick, accompanied by the sound of him smacking his lips. "Then you must be having the red currant rum, Minister." "Thank you, Rosmerda dear. I must say, it's so nice to see you again. You should have one too, all right?" Come and join us. An unfamiliar voice that was Fudge. Adam held the wand and silently cast a soundproofing spell around their table, then took a sip of butterbeer. There were quite a few types of drinks at the Three Broomsticks, but unfortunately, only butterbeer was available to students. The others could be tried on another visit. Besides that, it seemed that Neville's future wife would be the future owner of the Leaky Cauldron, so he could give them a suggestion about hygiene and also experience the specialty drinks of the Leaky Cauldron. Just as Adam was about to swallow, the table began to chat. "What brings you here, Minister?" At Madame Rosmerta's question, the chair nearby creaked as Fudge seemed to check if anyone was eavesdropping. After looking around and confirming there was no one, Fudge lowered his voice and said, "What else could it be, dear, but for Sirius Black? I guess you've heard about what happened on Halloween Eve at Hogwarts? I've heard some rumors. Did you tell the whole bar, Hagrid?" Professor McGonagall's irritated voice rang out. When word got out about Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall's first suspicion fell on this colleague, who had a reputation for being loose-lipped. Adam did not hear Hagrid's movements. He only heard Madame Rosmerta's quiet question. "Do you think Black is still around here, Minister?" "I believe he is," Fudge replied briefly. "Do you know that the Dementors have searched my pub twice?" Madame Rosmerta's tone began to sharpen. "They scared all my customers away. It's bad for business, Minister." "Oh, Rosmerta. Dear, I don't like them either." Fudge's voice sounded somewhat awkward. "It's just a necessary precaution. It's unfortunate, but you see, I just ran into a few, and they're very angry with Dumbledore for not letting them enter the castle grounds." "I can see why not." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out again, sharply. "How can we teach if those dreadful things are wandering around the school?" Exactly. Professor Flitwick chimed in immediately. "But they are here to protect everyone from even worse threats. We all know what Black is capable of," Fudge defended. The table next door fell silent for a moment. "You know," Madame Rosmerta mused, "of all the people who have joined Voldemort's ranks, Sirius Black is the last one I would have expected. I mean, I remember what he was like at Hogwarts. If you had told me back then that he would turn into this kind of person, I would have said you drank too much mead. However, you don't know the half of it. Rosmerta," Fudge said gruffly. "Very few know the worst things he has done." "The worst?" Madame Rosmerta's voice took on a curious tone. "You mean worse than killing so many innocent people?" "Of course," Fudge replied. And then Adam heard him take a sip of his drink. "I can't believe there could be anything worse than that." Chapter 124. Old secrets. "You say you remember what he was like at Hogwarts, Rosmerta." Now it's Professor McGonagall speaking. "Do you remember who his best friend was?" "Of course I do." Madame Rosmerta chuckled lightly. "I never saw them apart, did I? Those few times they were here, oh, they had me laughing, like they were performing a play, Sirius Black and James Potter." A sharp clink sounded from under the table. Harry had not steadied his goblet. Hermione and the others jumped, but found no reaction from over there. As for Harry, his mind was completely absorbed in the matters of his father and Sirius Black, long past caring about anything else. "I set up a soundproofing charm, a variant of the Muffliato spell." Adam took another sip of butterbeer. They couldn't hear it. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Exactly." Professor McGonagall confirmed Madame Rosmerta's words. Black and Potter were the leaders of their little group. Of course, both were extremely clever, but I don't think we've ever seen a pair of troublemakers like them. I think Hagrid chuckled at this moment. Fred and George, those two Weasleys, could certainly compete with them. Anyone who didn't know would think Black and Potter were brothers. Professor Flitwick also said they were inseparable. Fudge spoke up at this point, sighing. Indeed, Potter trusted Black more than any of his other friends, and that didn't change after graduation. Black was the best man at James and Lily's wedding, and later they made him Harry's godfather. Of course, Harry was completely unaware. Can you imagine the torment it would bring him to know these things? Under the table, Harry bit his lip tightly, not missing a bit of sound coming from next door. "Because Black and the Dark Lord are in cahoots?" Madame Rosmerta asked softly. "It's worse than that, dear. Not many people know that the Potters were aware the Dark Lord was after them." Fudge lowered his voice and muttered darkly. Dumbledore was, of course, tirelessly fighting the Dark Lord at that time. He had some capable spies, one of whom revealed the information to him. He immediately warned James and Lily, advising them to go into hiding. Fudge's voice was heard again as he took a sip of his drink. Of course, avoiding the Dark Lord wasn't that easy. Dumbledore told them that the best way was to use the Fidelius charm. "How do you use that charm?" Madame Rosmerta asked curiously. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat and spoke up. "It's an extremely complex spell that hides a secret within the soul of a living person. That secret is kept in the heart of the chosen person, the secret keeper, and therefore can never be discovered, of course, unless the secret keeper chooses to reveal it. As long as the secret keeper doesn't say anything, the Dark Lord could search for 1,000 years in the village where Lily and James lived and still wouldn't find them. even if he pressed his nose against the window of their living room. Professor Flitwick, Voldemort can't do that action. He doesn't have a nose. Adam took another sip of butterbeer. So, is Black Potter's secret keeper? Madame Rosmerta softly inquired. Naturally. At this, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but take a sip of her violet water. James Potter told Dumbledore that Black would never reveal where they were, and that Black himself was prepared to hide. Yet Dumbledore still wasn't at ease. I remember he suggested personally becoming the Potter's secret keeper. Did he suspect Black at that time? Madame Rosmerta asked in surprise. No. He simply concluded that someone close to the Potters had been reporting their movements to the Dark Lord. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded somewhat gloomy. In fact, for some time prior, he had already suspected that there was a traitor among us providing the Dark Lord with a lot of information. But James insisted on Black. Yes, Fudge said heavily. The Fidelius charm had barely been cast for a week when Black betrayed them. Yes. Bang. Harry, in excitement, bumped into the bottom of the table, but he didn't notice the pain at all. He knew what had happened afterward. He had dreamed of his parents dying under that green light after being affected by the Dementors during the Quidditch match. His mother pleading with the Dark Lord to spare them, and the Dark Lord's laughter. Black grew tired of his double agent role. He was ready to openly support the Dark Lord, and seemed to plan to announce it at the moment the Potters died. Fudge spoke of the entire wizarding world's view of Sirius Black. But we know that the Dark Lord was defeated in front of little Harry Potter. He lost his powers, became incredibly weak, and could only flee. This left Sirius Black in a very awkward position. Just when he exposed the traitor's nature, his master fell. He had no choice but to escape in disgrace. Adam put down his empty wine glass and let out a long sigh. What does this indicate? When it comes to secrets, one should really keep them to oneself. Furthermore, it's best to manage secrets privately and not share them with anyone. Even if you trust someone's character, you can't prevent them from possibly doing something foolish, or from trusting another person, or being betrayed by someone important to them, or even failing to live up to your trust due to lack of ability. Just like Hagrid, who carelessly spreads secrets everywhere, or trusting Sirius Black, who is a friend of Peter Pettigrew, or Xenophilius Lovegood, who delays Harry and his group to confront the Death Eater for the sake of his daughter, or being forced to reveal information about Dumbledore's army under the influence of a truth serum by Cho Chang. Despicable. A vile traitor. Hagrid suddenly erupted with a loud roar, shaking the floor, and half the patrons in the bar fell silent, unable to help but look over at their table. Shoo. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but remind him. I ran into him. Hagrid was still very agitated. I must have been the last person to see him before he killed those people. After Lily and James died, I was the one who rescued Harry from their house. I just pulled him out of the rubble, the poor little thing with a long scar on his forehead. And his parents are dead. Hagrid blew his nose loudly. At that moment, Sirius Black appeared, riding his old flying motorcycle. I never even thought about what he was doing there. I didn't know he was James and Lily's secret keeper. I thought he had just heard about the attack and came to help. That guy looked pale and was trembling all over. At this point, Hagrid excitedly slapped the table again. And do you know what I did? I even comforted that murderous traitor. Hagrid, please, lower your voice. Professor McGonagall urged him repeatedly. However, it was no use. Adam doubted that Cedric, who was currently on a date at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, could hear what Hagrid was saying. Hagrid was still loudly recounting stories from years ago, including how he took Dumbledore's advice to personally deliver Harry to his aunt and uncle's house, and how he got that motorcycle from Sirius Black when he was young. Then they talked about how Sirius Black was captured, and a name that sent chills down Harry's spine emerged from their mouths. Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 125. A chilling realization. Sirius died heroically, Fudge lamented. The eyewitnesses were all muggles, and we later erased their memories, saying that Pettigrew had intercepted Black, crying out, Lily and James. Sirius, how could you do this? And then he pulled out his wand. Of course, Black was quicker than him, blowing Pettigrew to pieces. Professor McGonagall wiped her nose. She was feeling guilty about her harshness towards Pettigrew back then. Silly boy, silly boy. He never stood a chance in a duel. He should have been turned over to the Ministry of Magic. A friend of his parents who went alone to hunt down the murderer for the death of his parents. Hearing this, Harry should have been moved. But now he only felt a chilling terror, a wave of numbness washing over him from head to toe. Peter Pettigrew? Was that the name he saw last night on the Marauders map, the one with Ron? Just seeing two names where only one should be was already terrifying enough. Harry had nearly lost sleep last night, fearing that if he pulled back the covers, he would see a stranger lying next to Ron. Now, he discovered that the name belonged to someone who had died over a decade ago. A chilling realization. Besides that, The secret that his parents had died due to the betrayal of their best friend initially made him very angry. He even wanted to rush over and demand clarification. But now Harry couldn't help but doubt. Was that really the truth? If it was true, why could he still see Peter Pettigrew's name on the Marauders map? If it was false, Harry didn't listen to the rest of the conversation. His mind was filled only with a buzzing sound. Harry? Harry! After the professors left, Hermione was the first to notice that something was off with Harry, who was under the table. She didn't suspect anything, as it would be strange if Harry had no reaction to the conversation they just had. With such a thing happening, no one had the energy to continue having fun. Adam, although he already knew about these matters, pretended to be shocked by the secret they just learned since he didn't plan to stay long in Hogsmeade and return to Hogwarts with the three of them. Until dinner, their atmosphere remained somber. Ron and Hermione didn't dare to discuss what they had heard earlier in front of Harry. After dinner, Harry quickly called Adam and rushed to a corner. He could only ask Adam about the Marauders map for now. A dead person's name appearing on the Marauders map? Adam was a bit surprised that Harry would come to ask him directly. Shouldn't he figure out such obviously secretive matters on his own? How did he learn to take shortcuts? He had never shown this kind of awareness before. If he had this awareness all along, he should have reported any trouble directly to Professor Dumbledore. Even if they cut down to 7 movies, it would be hard to make it last only an hour. As for this, I'm not very clear either. Adam thought for a moment and said, "This was given to me by Fred and George. I've only studied it for a while, and I can only say, Harry, as long as this map still works, even though it doesn't show everything about Hogwarts, the content it does show must be accurate. This kind of fail-safe magic has also been integrated by Adam into the enchantments of alchemical items, effectively preventing objects like port keys from being tampered with in the hands of others. If it undergoes any secondary modification, it will be rendered completely useless. Is that so?" Harry pondered as he walked, heading in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. "Be careful, Harry." Suddenly, Adam's voice came from behind. Harry turned back in confusion and saw Adam staring blankly at him, as if looking past him. "Be careful." Adam repeated it again. Adam's state was clearly one of divination. For Adam's divination, Harry was obviously not as skeptical as he was when facing Professor Trelawney. He wanted to ask more, but remembering what Adam had said during the divination, he ultimately decided not to say anything more to Adam. "Okay, I'll remember," Harry responded loudly, then turned back to continue walking to the dormitory. What he had wanted to do earlier, was there anything that needed extra caution? He wanted to go back and look through the album Hagrid had given him to find a picture of Sirius Black, because Hagrid said Sirius Black was his parents' best man, and the album had photos from his parents' wedding. This clearly didn't require any caution. What danger could a photo pose? Besides that, Harry suddenly felt a chill. In the vision of the future, the scene where Harry took out the Marauders map in front of Peter Pettigrew vanished, replaced by Harry hiding under the invisibility cloak, looking at the Marauders map and then at Peter Pettigrew. Seeing this, Adam nodded in satisfaction. However, it must be said, "Harry, your head is really hard. The matter of Peter Pettigrew is about to be exposed, and the main act is about to begin." Adam walked alone in the corridor, his hands rubbing against the white wand he carried. "Harry, you know I haven't treated you badly usually, so when the time comes, it's understandable if I go a bit hard on your godfather, right?" With new grievances, sleep being disturbed, and old grudges, Professor Snape, weighing on him, Adam could hardly wait to see Sirius Black. Besides that, the Black family also held the Horcrux that Regulus Black had switched out, the Slytherin locket. That was one of the relics of the 4 founders, capable of unlocking achievements. At the end of the last school year, the achievement reward from activating Gryffindor's sword had made Adam feel it was worth it. If the rewards for the 4 achievements were of the same standard, Adam believed that the achievement reward for activating the Slytherin locket might be even more lucrative. After all, Salazar Slytherin's treasure shouldn't be as outrageous as the swordsmanship left by Godric Gryffindor. In addition to these 2 relics, there were the relics of the other 2 founders, which were located in the Room of Requirement. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem and Helga Hufflepuff's golden cup, found in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. Adam should have obtained Ravenclaw's diadem a long time ago, but the problem was that the storage room was just too big and dirty. Adam had initially intended to use the summoning charm, but Horcruxes were unaffected by it. With no other choice, he had to search himself, though he was too lazy to dig through the pile of junk to find out where Ravenclaw's diadem was. He was trying to discover and touch Ravenclaw's diadem, not just to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux. Otherwise, he could just burn it all down with a fire spell and avoid all this trouble. Thinking of this made Adam's head ache. Besides wanting to activate the achievement, he also didn't want to destroy Ravenclaw's diadem out of selfishness, using some other methods to destroy the Horcrux. Even if it meant making the diadem's original magical ability disappear, it was still a relic left by the founder of Ravenclaw. And he believed Professor Flitwick would appreciate this gift. Therefore, finding that diadem was a must, but Adam didn't want to search for it himself. So he needed to find someone to help. This raised the question of how Adam knew that Ravenclaw's diadem would be in the room of requirement. And there was also the issue involving the Horcrux, which could not be leaked. So, the question was, where could he find someone who wouldn't leak the information, wouldn't gossip, and could be trusted to help him find that diadem? Chapter 126. Ravenclaw's diadem that night in the room of requirement. Adam looked at the silver, shining diadem in his hand with satisfaction. From its shape, the diadem resembled an eagle in flight, with the body being a large, translucent sapphire and the outstretched wings encrusted with perfectly cut crystals. Although it seemed like a lot of work at the time, it actually didn't take long to find. Speaking of which, after admiring it, Adam finally took out his wand and pointed it at Ravenclaw's diadem, casting a series of protective spells on it. Then he put away his wand and turned to look at the house elf, Peeves, who had been controlled by the banishing charm, searching the room of requirement from afternoon until deep into the night. Thank you for your hard work. Peeves had a lot to say to Adam, but unfortunately, the banishing charm restricted him. This is quite important, and I'm afraid if I call someone else for help, the news might leak out, so I can only inconvenience you a little. Adam showed a hint of apology and Pepigi. You are non-existent, so it's hard for others to truly pose a threat to you, so you will definitely keep this secret, right? After a few seconds, a stiff smile appeared on Pepigi's face. Of course, I'm Pepigi. There's no one in all of Hogwarts with a tighter lid on secrets than me. That's good. Adam revealed a satisfied smile, slightly lowering his head and taking a deep breath. Wisps of black mist emerged from the silver crown, representing the resentment and despair of the innocents killed during the creation of the soul device, which Adam inhaled and transformed into pure life force. This life force, derived from negative emotions through the power of the Dementor, invigorated the physical body, allowing the aging form to regain youth but not extend lifespan, and could be used to heal physical injuries, repair fatigue, and more. Compared to the effect of absorbing souls to prolong life, it was somewhat lacking. A practical aspect was that the healing provided by this life force was comprehensive, not only mending severe wounds and fractures, but also addressing issues like tanning, hair loss, acne, and dark circles. This meant that Adam could confidently stay up late in the future without worrying about the common baldness phenomenon among the English. It should be noted that Karen was considered well-maintained in their vicinity, yet Adam thought his hairline had already receded to a precarious level. Just as Adam was reflecting on this, he was unaware that Peeves was on the verge of popping his eyes out. Did that terrifying little ghost just use the Dementor's power? But he was clearly human. A mischievous poltergeist shouldn't be unable to tell the difference. Peeves suddenly recalled his years at Hogwarts, where he had heard that an ancient wizard gained the power of Dementors after sacrificing a large number of them. Could this little ghost be the same? That was a non-being just like him. What had this little ghost done to them to master their power so skillfully? In an instant, Peeves, who had been forced to submit to Adam due to his exorcism spell, suddenly became as obedient as a quail. After Adam came to his senses, he looked at the overly obedient Pippi Ghost with some suspicion. What was this guy trying to do? However, Adam soon stopped caring about Pippi Ghost's thoughts. After all, he was still maintaining a minimal spirit-repelling spell, so he wasn't afraid of Pippi Ghost really going off and saying something. All right, you can leave now. And thank you again for your help. Adam had just put away the Ravenclaw crown when Peeves had already slipped away without a trace. It's really rude not to let someone finish their thanks. Adam walked out of the room of requirement and headed towards the dormitory. It was already past curfew, but Adam clearly had the confidence not to be caught. Just around the corner from the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, Adam waved his fingers, and Sir Cadogan's portrait swung open from within. Upon waking, Sir Cadogan found himself facing the wall. Coward, sneaking up from behind is no skill. If you have the guts, duel me face to face. The portrait was quietly closed again, and Sir Cadogan, fuming, cursed at the empty corridor for a while before dozing off again. Back in the dormitory, moonlight streamed in through the window between Harry's and Neville's beds. Everyone was asleep except for Harry. He must have already figured out that Peter Pettigrew was Scabbers, right? Adam and Harry exchanged a glance and nodded as a form of greeting before switching into their pajamas and getting into bed. Adam's fingers tapped lightly, and the rope holding up the curtain naturally loosened, bringing it down. Just as Harry was about to say a few words to Adam and ask him to set up a protective charm for him, Adam had already lowered the curtain. Sitting on the bed, Harry blinked at the curtain Adam had put up and imagined what would happen if he called Adam, who was planning to sleep, back awake. With a sigh, Harry glanced at Ron's bed where Scabbers was and continued to toss and turn in insomnia. Although he speculated that Wormtail wouldn't expose himself voluntarily. Ever since he found out that Scabbers was Wormtail, and knowing there were surely hidden truths behind the events of that year, how could Harry possibly sleep soundly? Ultimately, he couldn't hold out any longer and fell asleep just as dawn began to break, and unsurprisingly, woke up the next day with dark circles under his eyes. This wouldn't do. Harry, tomorrow was Christmas. Adam was organizing his luggage. He was going to continue decorating the manor during this holiday. Additionally, because it had gotten too late yesterday, he left the achievement of activating Ravenclaw's diadem unread, and figuring out how to arrange the new rewards was also something he needed to do this holiday. By the way, my gift for you has already been sent in advance this year, so don't expect too much. Got it, I haven't forgotten. Harry rubbed his eyes and yawned widely. No way, after breakfast, I need to sleep a bit more. No. At this moment, Ron, who had changed into his robes, spoke up. Harry, didn't you forget? Yesterday we promised Hagrid that we would help him win the lawsuit against the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. We need to go to the library to check the documents. Harry blinked his unfocused eyes and finally remembered what Ron was talking about. Yesterday, to keep him from overthinking about Sirius Black, Ron and Hermione took him to Hagrid's hut, where they unexpectedly learned that Lucius Malfoy had appealed to the Ministry of Magic to have the hippogriff that attacked his son killed. However, they all knew that Draco Malfoy had brought it upon himself. Therefore, they promised yesterday that they would definitely help Hagrid and the hippogriff named Buckbeak win this lawsuit. Adam, who had unconsciously read the name of the hippogriff, was a bit surprised. He was the first to come into contact with the hippogriff. And it was also a different hippogriff that Harry encountered. Yet it was still Buckbeak that ended up injuring Draco. It seemed that this hippogriff was destined to have a troubled fate. After recalling the important matter, Harry forced himself to nod and discussed with Ron about what kind of information they needed to look for. Once Adam finished packing, stuffed his suitcase into his bag, the group set off towards the Great Hall. Chapter 127. Dreamweaving Spell and Ravenclaw's Treasure after a simple meal. Adam said goodbye to Harry and the others who were heading back. On the way to the station, snowflakes were falling and the sun was shining, which put Adam in a good mood. He, along with Neville, Seamus, and Dean, chose a compartment to sit in, and the four of them filled it up perfectly. Adam took out the grapes, as usual, to treat everyone, and the three of them looked as if they hadn't grown tired of them, eating happily. Before long, Dean and Simo started chatting warmly, and their good relationship was not affected by not being in the same dormitory, so Simo often stayed in the common lounge. Neville, like Adam, began reading a book. It was about self-pollinating plants, a gift Adam had given to Neville last Christmas. Adam was holding a book on alchemical secrets, but his attention was not on it. Instead, it was focused on the interface in front of him. The diadem of Ravenclaw. You have discovered the diadem left by Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the four founders of Hogwarts. However, its magical wisdom has long since faded, leaving only a waning soul to maintain its former glory. Achievement goal: discover and touch Ravenclaw's diadem. 11. Achievement reward: 1 random max-level soul awareness spell, Rowena Ravenclaw's treasure. Adam lowered his eyelids, appearing to be immersed in the knowledge of the book, yet his heart was extremely excited. He never expected that the rewards from the relics of the four giants would not only include different treasures, but even the previous magic would be different. Soul consciousness magic is a collective term for soul magic and consciousness magic. The former includes the 3 unforgivable curses, the spells for creating Horcruxes, and the soul-binding curse, all of which belong to soul magic. The latter includes spells like Legilimency, Occlumency, the Forgetfulness Charm, and even the magic for creating portraits, all of which belong to consciousness magic. He wondered what it would unlock. Adam chose to accept the reward with anticipation. The Dreamweaving spell? As the name of the spell appeared in his consciousness, Adam felt a bit confused. From the name, it seemed to be a spell used to control one's own dreams. Isn't that something a dream potion could accomplish? Adam didn't think that a wizard capable of inventing a spell in consciousness would be unaware of how to brew a dream potion. Or was it possible that the era of this spell was before the dream potion was invented? However, as more and more information flooded into his mind, Adam couldn't help but gasp, and to hide his excitement, he deliberately turned a page back in the book he was holding. The dream weaving spell, seemingly a spell for weaving dreams, actually had effects that went far beyond that. In cases where the caster's ability was insufficient, the dream weaving spell could indeed only influence a person's dreams, but if the caster's ability was sufficient, it could affect a person's cognition and memory. What the dream weaving spell truly wove was not dreams, but consciousness. For instance, Adam, now at the maximum level of the dream weaving spell, could weave a false memory over the original memory of another person, and even trap that person's consciousness in a false dream, creating an alternate personality to replace them. However, achieving this with enough detail was still a significant undertaking. Weaving memories was not the same as weaving dreams. Those in dreams would overlook the illogical aspects. But memories were different. Memories could be detailed or vague, with some unclear aspects, but the illogical parts would be very obvious. Therefore, after some thought, Adam decided that using a thought stamp would be quicker. Designing it was not as troublesome as weaving memories, and it could be designed for repeated use. Thought stamp. By influencing the judgment mechanism of thought, it causes a preset reaction to specific information without judgment. For example, not being able to leave a certain place or following specific commands. Although this might result in significant changes in a person and the flaws would be quite apparent, there were some special circumstances where he wouldn't need to consider so much. For instance, he would soon need to capture a group of dark wizards as experimental subjects, which would come in handy. He could also test the effects of a dream-weaving spell on them. As he carefully contemplated the effects of this spell, its powerful control over consciousness, especially regarding memory, was perfectly suitable for a missing piece in his plan, prompting Adam to silently raise the priority of this experiment to the highest level. Taking out a cup, Adam poured himself another cup of tea, the bitter taste suppressing the swirling thoughts in his heart, while the refreshing aroma and lingering sweetness gradually helped him relax. There was no rush. He should first see what treasures Rowena Ravenclaw had left for future generations. Hopefully, it wouldn't be like that reckless duelist from Gryffindor. Choosing to accept once again, an unprecedented torrent of information surged into Adam's consciousness, and it took him about a minute to recover. My goodness, no wonder she is considered the wisest and most creative among the four founders. Adam raised his hand and rubbed his slightly aching forehead, internally exclaiming at the sudden influx of knowledge in his consciousness. Rowena Ravenclaw had directly left her laboratory to future generations. Countless experimental materials, along with the books she stored in the lab, were preserved as Rowena Ravenclaw's treasures, flooding Adam's mind. It's no wonder even Adam couldn't help but feel a headache. The books found in this laboratory were undoubtedly extraordinary. Adam only skimmed through them in his consciousness and was surprised to find that Rowena Ravenclaw was a versatile master. The text covered everything from magical scripts to alchemical potions, all containing the most profound content. Many of the books contained knowledge that Adam could only grasp partially, but fortunately, Rowena Ravenclaw's annotations provided clear explanations of the material. It seemed she had considered that those who found her laboratory would be Hogwarts students, and this knowledge might be too advanced for them. Indeed, anyone who could find Ravenclaw's laboratory must be a Hogwarts student, as this secret chamber was located in the Room of Requirement. Even the spells used to create the Room of Requirement, such as the one that senses a person's innermost thoughts, were included in the knowledge left behind by Rowena Ravenclaw, piquing Adam's interest. With a vast array of knowledge available, the opportunities for learning had increased. This was a good thing. Adam's studies of Goblet of Fire had gotten on the right track, and he would soon achieve his goal of mastering the basics ahead of schedule. For a moment, he really didn't have any other goals. A life without goals inevitably feels a bit aimless. However, having no tasks is one thing, while having important tasks and not doing them is another. The former leads to confusion, while the latter only brings the joy of slacking off. Adam silently used the recently acquired dream-weaving spell to organize the somewhat chaotic knowledge and tucked it away in the depths of his memory. After a whole semester of being busy, even if he was interested in this magic, he needed to take a break for a while, right? Anyway, he shouldn't get tired of living for the next few centuries. One day, he would definitely finish learning all of this. Chapter 128, Celebrating Christmas Together. As if making a holiday plan, Adam silently promised himself and turned another page of the book in his hands. At the same time, he began to mentally plan when he would visit Ravenclaw's laboratory after returning to Hogwarts. Actually, Adam didn't really need to go back to that laboratory, as the knowledge inside was already in his mind. However, there was a letter addressed to Ms. Grey, who was Helena Ravenclaw, that he needed to pass on to her. After all, Adam inherited the knowledge left by Rowena Ravenclaw, so this small matter still needs to be done. Thinking of the Room of Requirement, Adam couldn't help but think of the magic that could sense people's thoughts and switch connections. If this magic were used on doors, it would make the connections between his safe houses much more convenient. However, upon reconsideration, especially thinking about the experiment that he prioritized the most, Adam decided to give up on learning this magic for now. While it would indeed be more convenient, it would benefit others. For Adam, the safe houses were still interconnected. Adam created a design inside the door handle similar to that in Howl's Moving Castle. The turntable is divided into 7 sections, corresponding to the other 6 safe houses and the normal outside door. However, this turntable is completely enclosed within the door handle and lacks any mechanism to open it. This means that, aside from Adam, who can move the internal turntable with telekinesis, the only way to discover the turntable inside is to dismantle the door handle. Currently, only Adam can utilize this function to access the other safe houses. That is actually enough? ISNT it? With his thoughts racing, when Adam finished his tea, he looked out the window. King S Cross Station was just ahead. He put away his cup and book, then used a whirlwind to clean up the grape seeds and other trash left on the table. Adam and his 3 classmates exchanged Christmas greetings, just as the train came to a stop. Goodbye. Unlike Navi and Simo, who were heading home to their families, Adam and Dean exchanged a glance and walked toward a pillar on the platform. Passing through the brick wall, Dean found his family waiting for him, and Adam said goodbye again before hailing a cab to head home alone. Using his key to open the door, Adam was surprised to find Karen and Gracia at home. Perhaps his expression of surprise was too obvious, as both women couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment. "Welcome back, dear. Merry Christmas." They stood up from the sofa and walked over to greet him at the door. Although a bit confused, Adam stepped forward and hugged them both. At that moment, he looked around. The house was decorated entirely in a Christmas theme, and there was already a roast goose and a New Orleans-style roasted chicken on the table. Traditionally, they ate roast goose for Christmas, but after turkey became popular in America, their family had tried roasting turkey as well. However, since turkey is both dry and large, it turned out to be tough to chew and hard to flavor. Therefore, after Adam expressed his dislike for it as a child, the family naturally switched to New Orleans-style roasted chicken, and sometimes even whole fried chicken. "Dinner is ready, just waiting for you to come back." Gracia ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes that had been kept warm in the pot, while Karen took out a steaming pizza from the oven. Sitting at the dining table, Adam felt a bit overwhelmed. "Dad, Mom, what is going on today? Did you do something to upset me?" But what could they possibly do to upset him? Have another child? Adam had divined this before. It was impossible at this time. "What are you talking about? We're just having a normal Christmas together as a family. Didn't we do the same last year?" Gracia placed the dishes on the table, and couldn't help but pat Adam on the forehead. "By the way, where are Tom and Athena? I prepared some festive cans and beef for them." "Yes, last year you came back just as the clock struck midnight and brought me a candy from the corner store." Adam let out a soft sigh as he took Tom out of the suitcase, along with Athena. Speaking of Athena, one can only say that she truly lived up to her upbringing on interface-produced food. After Adam made his fortune by selling 8-eyed giant spider venom, he increased her feeding frequency, and now this girl has grown even larger than a normal adult owl. Over 1 meter tall, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. She reigned supreme in the owl enclosure. When Adam went to fetch her, he found her proudly standing on the window without glass, facing the wind, while the smaller ones around her were squeezed into the corners. With such a significant size change, the original cage could no longer accommodate her, and Athena herself showed a desire not to stay in the cage. Since Adam's language spell included owl language, he simply let her fly into the suitcase on her own. He let Tom go drink water and eat canned food, and helped Athena tidy her feathers. The family officially began their Christmas dinner. "Merry Christmas." The 3 clinked their glasses, with Karen and Gracia having red wine, while Adam's glass contained lemon-flavored sparkling water, a soda he quite liked. After dinner, Karen and Gracia started tidying up to head out. They had booked tickets for a midnight movie and wouldn't be able to return before midnight. Sure enough, Adam rolled his eyes and turned to go upstairs. He needed to tidy up his attic. Although Karen and the others regularly cleaned the attic when he was not home, he always felt that using magic to clean would be much more effective after acquiring his powers. Besides that, Adam took out some meat strips to give Athena a little extra treat. Tom glanced at Athena, who was enjoying her snack, then quietly returned to his cat bed to scratch around, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and then jumped onto Adam's bed. He wasn't jealous of Athena at all, because she would be working all night to help Adam deliver Christmas gifts to the professors at Hogwarts and to the students who stay behind, as well as to a few classmates' homes who had already gone home. Indeed, being a cat was an easy job. All he had to do was keep Adam company during his free time and rest, act cute and playful, occasionally serve as a pillow or a warm companion, and make Adam happy. After Adam finished feeding Athena, he changed into his pajamas, pulled back the covers, and got into bed. The next moment, a fluffy ball burrowed into his arms. Adam instinctively pulled Tom into his embrace. "Meow," Tom rolled contentedly in Adam's arms, curled up, and rubbed his head against Adam's hand. His two big ears twitched, brushing against the palm of Adam's hand. Adam's fingers curled slightly as he stroked Tom's soft fur, producing a purring sound. Chapter 126. Back to school. A holiday quietly passed during Adam's balance of work and rest. This time, Adam did not set up a plantation. Instead, the newly built greenhouse was arranged as a breeding ground for livestock, such as chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep, as well as for future magical creatures. Adam had read plenty of magical creatures, where to find them, and although he didn't know how many types of magical creatures he would raise in the future, he had already prepared their living environments for creatures like nifflers and mooncalves, which he definitely intended to keep. The former was too adorable, which is why Adam had his eye on it, while the latter was chosen for its high nutrient manure, which could enhance the quality of the estate's crops and help them mature faster. In addition, Adam had also prepared for Ostro's future arrival at his home, just waiting for him to graduate. On the day of his return to school, Adam went directly to the hall to enjoy dinner since he didn't have any heavy luggage. It was still early, and being the last day of the holiday, most people were busy moving their luggage back to the dormitory, leaving only a few in the hall. However, Adam found a familiar face among the few. "Good evening, Luna. How was your Christmas?" Luna had just finished dinner and was about to head back when she heard his voice and turned around. Today, she was wearing a necklace made of what looked like animal teeth. "The roast chicken was great, and your gift was wonderful." The gift Adam gave her was a large handful of shimmering unicorn tail hair, which Adam found while on his way to find Ostro, the owner of this hair. However, the unicorn, which only allows pure maidens to ride it, showed no mercy to Adam and even intended to attack him when he paused to look at it. The outcome was quite evident. The unicorn was struck by Adam's swift and unseen blow. Although it wasn't actually harmed, it quickly ran away without a trace, leaving Adam with a handful of unicorn tail hair. "That's good. It seems Athena didn't go to the wrong place." Adam Chakrit. The Lovegood family lived in Ottery St. Catchpole, and the Weasley family's humble abode was nearby. Besides that, the Diggory family also resided in that village. It was quite convenient for Athena, as she didn't have to fly all over the place when delivering gifts. "Speaking of which, I am quite curious about the gift you sent me." Adam Bidinkit. "Is that me?" Luna had given him a painting, which wasn't particularly realistic, but from the hairstyle and eye color, it was clear it was Adam. What caught Adam's attention was that the version of himself in the painting actually had a pair of wings, and they were dragon-like wings. Of course, Luna looked at it as if it were a matter of course, though her expression still seemed a bit surprised. "I'm not particularly good at drawing, but it does look quite a bit like you, doesn't it?" "Indeed, I really like it." Adam couldn't help but marvel at Luna's extraordinary talent. It was truly unbelievable. Luna laughed happily. "Enjoy your dinner." With that, she directly ended the conversation and bounced away. One of the benefits of chatting with Luna was that she could clearly tell when you were done speaking, and once you were, she would say goodbye and leave, sparing you the trouble of figuring out how to end the conversation or continuing with awkward small talk. After eating his fill, Adam returned to the Gryffindor Tower. Just as Adam was about to say the password, Sir Cadogan's portrait swung open and would rush past him like a gust of wind. Adam looked at him strangely as he walked into the common room, where Harry and Ron were sitting by the fireplace playing wizard's chess. "What's wrong with Wood?" "Oh, Adam, you're back." Harry looked over happily, and upon hearing Adam's question, he sighed. "I received a firebolt for Christmas, but Professor McGonagall thought it might have been sent to me by Sirius Black, so she took it away and said she would take it apart to check it." Oliver rushed to find Professor McGonagall after he found out about it. "I see." Adam nodded knowledge. With Wood's obsession with Quidditch, it seemed that Harry would soon be able to get his firebolt back. Speaking of which, it seemed that his firebolt had hardly been used since he brought it home. Well, he could order a wall-mounted rack for the flying brooms display to the Quidditch shop later and put that firebolt on the wall as decoration. After the start of the second semester, since the Goblet of Fire could now be used normally, Adam focused on how to destroy Voldemort's soul on the Ravenclaw crown without damaging it, but that was difficult. The soul-binding curse could indeed temporarily sever the connection between the soul fragment and the Horcrux, but did not completely sever it. Otherwise, the soul-binding curse would have to be called Death Curse 2.0, as only the dead have their connection between soul and body completely severed. Moreover, if the connection between the Horcrux's vessel and the soul fragment could be easily cut, the Horcrux wouldn't serve its purpose of anchoring the soul. Sitting in the laboratory, Adam divined one result after another, each one disappearing. His divination ability was based on deriving future outcomes from existing causes. He could only propose hypotheses and then divine the results, but could not directly divine answers to questions he had no direction for. For example, He couldn't divine what someone would think next. Perhaps Professor Trelawney could get it right once she got into the zone, but Adam had no way to divine the answer. Adam picked up Ravenclaw's diadem and examined it. A silent, wandless curse of destruction fell upon the diadem. Unlike the killing curse, which would destroy both the diadem and its essence, the curse of destruction could weaken the soul within the diadem while leaving the diadem itself unaffected. Putting down the diadem, Adam sighed. He still couldn't think of a solution. Was it really only possible to burn it with fire? Even using the basilisk's venom would yield the same result. The silver body of the diadem would be scorched and melted. The gems and crystals would dim and shatter, effectively declaring it useless. Adam angrily drew out his wand and tapped the crown on the table, casting several piercing curses at it. After venting his frustration, Adam tidied up and walked out of the suitcase. There was no other choice. If he still couldn't think of a solution by then, he would have to destroy it along with the crown. Upon exiting the suitcase, he saw Harry lying on the bed, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Harry? You can't do this. You're still young. Being so indulgent is bad for your health. Adam knew he had become this way because he learned the Patronus charm from Professor Lupin, but that didn't stop him from teasing Harry. Adam, what are you saying? Harry's face turned red. I'm practicing how to deal with Dementors. This shocked Adam. Harry actually understood. Chapter 130. New hobby. Perhaps foreign kids are really more open-minded. As Harry didn't seem to think this was too embarrassing a tease, he just replied and didn't delve deeper into the topic. Supporting himself on the bed, Harry struggled to sit up. Adam, do you still have that chocolate with nuts and wafers? Harry sighed, looking troubled. To resist the effects of the Dementors, I ate 3 chocolate frogs today. Too much plain chocolate feels a bit too rich. What you ate wasn't plain chocolate. If it were, you wouldn't be able to swallow it. Even so, Adam took a bag out of his backpack, which contained about 20 to 30 Ferrero Rocher. This is all I have for now. You didn't tell me during Christmas, and now I have no place to buy more. It's time to get the magical food assembly line going. We need to design the food spells, fix the spells to the food-making tools, and pair them with the summoning spells for ingredients. Other than figuring out the food process, there aren't many difficulties, mainly the ratio of wafers and ingredients. And the initial setup of the assembly line is a bit troublesome. However, if we don't count the wafers, we can get nuts and chocolate from the kitchen. Even if the kitchen can't get them, I believe Cedric can. Making nut chocolate or crispy rice should be fine then. Yeah, sounds promising. Thank you, Adam. Harry gratefully took the chocolate and carefully placed it on the bedside table. Has your firebolt been returned yet? Since no one else had returned and mealtime hadn't arrived, Adam simply got into bed and started chatting with Tom and Harry. Not yet. Oliver is still working hard. Harry sighed again. But it's okay. The first match of the semester is Slytherin against Ravenclaw, so I won't have to use that shooting star against Ravenclaw. The shooting star is what Hogwarts uses for teaching. Even the brooms are unevenly made. If the players really don't have flying brooms, they can borrow one. If Professor McGonagall still hasn't returned the firebolt to you by then, you can use mine for now. Adam, you're really kind. Perhaps because the Dementors had made Harry feel vulnerable. He couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten upon hearing those words. Adam didn't think much of it. Anyway, Professor McGonagall would return the crossbow to Harry. If Wood was the first person wanting Gryffindor to win the Quidditch Cup, then Professor McGonagall must be the second. Such promises that don't require real effort can easily be made. Of course, Adam hadn't done any divination. If Professor McGonagall really didn't return the crossbow to Harry due to some unexpected event, he would indeed lend it to Harry. God knows. If Gryffindor really missed the Quidditch Cup this year due to a different timeline, Wood would definitely cry his eyes out. Last time, Wood refused to go back with them in the heavy rain, and according to Fred and George, he ended up fainting in the downpour and was discovered and carried back by Hagrid. Their exact words were that Wood intended to drown himself in the rain that day. But Hagrid ruined it just as he was about to succeed. A week into the new school year, the first Quidditch match of the semester concluded, with Ravenclaw losing to Slytherin. After feeling down from their last defeat, Wood seemed to come back to life. As long as they could defeat Ravenclaw, they would rank second. And if they beat Slytherin, the Quidditch Cup would still be theirs. To this end, Wood not only started running to Professor McGonagall more often, but also crazily increased the number of Quidditch practices to 5 times a week. Adding in the weekly visit to Professor Lupin to learn the Patronus charm, Harry ended up going out 6 days a week, leaving him only one evening to complete his weekly homework. At times like this, Harry's quill and parchment were almost sparking from friction. Snape's essay. Finally lifting his head, Harry glanced at the parchment and didn't want to look at it a second time. He pushed the parchment in front of Adam. Adam, can you take a look at this essay for me? As long as I don't get 8 from Snape and have to rewrite it, that's fine. Not getting scolded was the least of Harry's worries. he knew that no matter how seriously he wrote, he would still be reprimanded. Snape could always find an excuse to berate him if he wanted to. And then he'd deduct points. In all of Gryffindor, only Adam could avoid Snape's criticism. Saying this, Harry began to struggle with another piece of parchment. "Harry, how did you do it?" Ron suddenly nudged Harry with his elbow. Harry looked up in confusion. Following the direction, Ron was pointing with his chin. Even amidst the busyness, there was someone in the common room busier than Harry, and that was Hermione, who was taking all the elective classes. She was almost always in the corner of the common room at night, surrounded by tables piled high with books and essays from various subjects. The stack of books borrowed from the library was so high it nearly blocked her entire person. "What are you talking about?" Harry didn't understand what Ron meant. "Taking all her classes. This morning I heard her talking to Professor Vector, the one who teaches arithmancy. They were discussing yesterday's class, but Hermione couldn't possibly attend class." Ron pulled out his timetable. "Look, at that time, she was in care of magical creature class with us. Also, Ernie Macmillan told me that Hermione has never missed a single Muggle studies class, but half of them clash with divination, and she hasn't missed a single divination class either. Ron, you care about Hermione a lot." Adam discovered the blind spot, not the highlight. Just now Ron, who had a curious and puzzled expression, suddenly turned red, as if he had been choked, unable to speak. After a few seconds, he mumbled, "I'm just curious about how she did all this." "Oh right, just curious." Adam revealed a mysterious smile. After binge-watching shows, Adam developed another hobby, shipping couples. This hobby originated from his soul-deep enthusiasm for gossip, budding when he was initially scrolling through the old principal's love history, and it took shape recently. Because of his rich theoretical knowledge, Cedric sometimes sought him out as a strategist, sharing interactions between himself and Xiao Zhang, discussing how to nurture and develop this love. Adam did not disappoint. He effortlessly recalled various sweet nothings, little surprises, and couple games he had seen online in his past life, leaving Cedric in awe, exclaiming that he had learned a lot. In this process, Adam also felt a unique sense of satisfaction and joy. In summary, after consuming so much dog food, not only was he full, but he also developed an immunity and savored the flavor. Ahem, just kidding. It was more like the satisfaction and joy of finally teaching the pig at home to root for the cabbage. After all, in his past life, he often saw people say that watching others fall in love was more interesting, and it truly was fascinating. Chapter 131. Retrieve the crossbow bolt. Compared to the boundless joy of shipping couples, Harry's mood was rather poor. Not only because he was too busy, but also because, until February, he had not retrieved his crossbow bolt. Things were looking grim for Harry. After training one day, Wood dejectedly sat down next to Harry. "I've been going to Professor McGonagall about the crossbow bolt issue for a while now. She, kinda got mad at me. She told me I had misjudged the priorities of the situation. She seems to think I care more about winning trophies than whether you can survive," Wood said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "It's just because I told her as long as you can catch the golden snitch first. I don't care if you get knocked off your broom." Harry coughed, as if he had choked. "Oh my God, if you saw how she yelled at me. You'd think I said something ridiculous." "Is that really what he said?" Adam couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Well, that really is Wood's style. If anyone else had said that, it would have been nonsense, but somehow it seemed reasonable coming from him. Indeed, Harry leaned against the bedpost, speechless, because Wood would undoubtedly not care about falling off his broom while chasing the golden snitch. He even had experiences of falling off his broom while trying to catch a bludger, and not just once. So at that moment, Harry didn't know how to respond. Wood said he might not be able to get my firebolt back before the match, and Harry looked at Adam with some hesitation. Adam. The suitcase next to the nightstand opened automatically, and the fire crossbow bolts flew into his hand. Adam threw the fire crossbow bolt over Neville's bed and into Harry's arms. "If it really couldn't be brought back later, you can use this one first." With Adam backing him up, Harry finally let out a sigh of relief and then began to nervously caress the fire crossbow bolt in his hands. Hopefully, the competition would go smoothly this time. Even if the Dementors came again, he hoped that the skills he learned from Professor Lupin during this time would be useful. If something happened to the broom again, he didn't know if the gold in his vault would be enough to compensate Adam. In fact, it was enough. The wealth accumulated during the Potter family's time was more than sufficient to buy a fire crossbow bolt. The only problem was that Harry had never spent so much money at once, and he didn't have a concrete concept of how much 5,000 galleons looked like stacked together. It was like he had seen 100 galleons before, but fewer people could estimate how much a stack of 100 would be just from a glance. And even fewer knew how much a box of 100 contained. Lost in thought, Harry's expression suddenly became strange. He suddenly remembered that once when he went to Professor Lupin to learn the Patronus charm, Professor Lupin had looked pale and told him that it was best not to run around in the dormitory, though he didn't know what that meant. Since Harry couldn't figure it out himself, he decided to ask Adam. Oh, Adam seemed surprised and let out no. Perhaps he was worried that you might hurt yourself running around in the dormitory, which could lead to the Gryffindor Quidditch team losing the match. Professor Lupin is also a Gryffindor alumnus, didn't he, you know? Is that so? Harry was first surprised by Professor Lupin's background, then began to wonder if his reputation had deteriorated to the point where even Professor Lupin would suspect he might injure himself in the dormitory. But thinking about it, there really wasn't any other reason for Professor Lupin to say that, right? Moreover, Harry had an idea of how outrageous the events he faced in the past 2 years had been. A normal student would never encounter such high-risk situations in their lifetime, yet he faced one each year. One could only say that Madame Pomfrey sees so many students each year. It's not without reason that she remembers him so well. Seeing Harry speechless, Adam struggled to suppress his laughter, even resorting to a mental blocking spell. Even Lupin couldn't help but remind Harry. It seemed the mental damage caused by last month's stinky sock potion was quite significant. However, even if Lupin had guessed that Adam was on Snape's side when he had him brew the Wolfsbane potion and suspected Adam was deliberately causing trouble for Harry, he could only assume that Harry's carelessness allowed Adam to take advantage of him. If he had been a bit more careful, he could have avoided this situation. Little did he know that under Adam's divination, even if Harry were extra cautious, mistakes would still happen when the time came. Not to mention whether Harry even had a cautious personality. So, Professor Lupin, you'd better just accept the remaining semester's worth of Potter's multi-flavored Wolfsbane potion. That night before going to bed, after using the bathroom, Harry kicked off his wet slippers, which slid across the floor to the corner, knocking the cauldron there slightly. Harry glanced at the curtain that had already fallen on Adam's side, and accustomed to it, hopped over on one foot to put on his slippers, then used tweezers to fish out the ball of yarn that had fallen into the cauldron because of him and returned the cauldron to its original position. After doing this, Harry looked at the cauldron and felt something was off, then glanced at the ball of yarn next to the cauldron and suddenly realized. It turned out the ball of yarn had absorbed the potion from the cauldron. No wonder it looked like there was so much less. Harry looked next to the cauldron, grabbed Adam's dragon leather gloves and put them on, then twisted the ball of yarn above the cauldron like wringing out a towel, allowing the potion absorbed by the yarn to drip back into the cauldron. After twisting several times, Harry looked at the cauldron again, and the potion level was about the same as before, which made him breathe a sigh of relief, putting all the tools back in place as if nothing had happened. This year, Adam brewed a pot of this potion every month, but it was unclear whether Harry was truly careless, as he always seemed to accidentally bump into something. However, Adam wouldn't get angry. When he apologized, he only said it was nothing, that it was easy to bump into things on the floor, and that it didn't matter since it was just an experimental product. Over time, Harry got used to it, and he could even manage some simple rescue work without bothering Adam to do it himself. At this moment, Harry had no idea that starting next month, Professor Lupin would suffer from a prolonged coughing fit, all caused by his actions. However, before that day arrived, Harry first welcomed some good news. Professor McGonagall, after numerous checks, finally confirmed that Harry's crossbow was safe and returned it to him. Awesome. Harry rushed back to the dormitory, carrying his crossbow, and returned Adam's crossbow to him. It's worth noting that during this time, he couldn't help but worry. He even dreamt of riding Adam's crossbow to the Whomping Willow, only to have it smashed, and he would have to use all his savings to compensate Adam, which was a terrifying scenario. Of course, there were even scarier thoughts, like not being able to afford to compensate Adam, and then Adam transforming him into a crossbow with a sinister grin. Harry shook his head, pushing those terrifying fantasies out of his mind. Adam, once again forced to read Harry's strange thoughts, silently put his crossbow back in his suitcase, swallowing the congratulations that were on the tip of his tongue. What kind of image did he have in Harry's eyes? Aside from possibly being a bit unstable when forced to get up, hadn't he ever treated Harry unfairly? Chapter 132, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. It was just that sometimes he would tease Harry a little and occasionally pull a few pranks on him. And then there were the various props sent by Fred and the others that he used on him, right? Didn't Ron experience that too? Wasn't T. Neville there to share the ups and downs with him? Was Seamus the only one who got away unscathed? Adam began to quietly reflect on the reason why Nawi hadn't been walking with him lately. It turned out it was still because he felt embarrassed to ask me to record the memory ball, afraid that I would find out he was using a note to remember the command, so he was avoiding me. Adam confidently said with a fist. Before long, the news about Harry's firebolt arrow spread among Gryffindor, and everyone excitedly gathered, refusing to leave the dormitory door. To make it easier for everyone to see, and not wanting to disturb Adam and cause any awkward incidents, Harry took his firebolt arrow and went to the common room with everyone. In contrast to Harry's triumphant mood, the relationship between Ron and Hermione had reached a freezing point. Scabbers was missing. Clearly, Ron suspected Hermione, or more precisely, Crookshanks, believing that Crookshanks must have eaten Scabbers. However, Hermione obviously disagreed. Although Crookshanks had targeted Scabbers before, it had been a long time since that happened, and moreover, Ron had no evidence. Although Ron presented a few strands of ginger cat fur as evidence, Crookshanks had been to their dormitory before, and since Ron and the others never cleaned, Hermione believed that didn't count as evidence. Additionally, both of their attitudes were extremely poor. Ron was upset about Scabbers being gone, while Hermione was overwhelmed by her increasingly unmanageable coursework, leading to a fierce argument between the two. While they were fighting, Harry was surrounded by excited classmates, and when he returned to the dormitory and learned about the situation, he thought Ron and Hermione's friendship was over. After thinking it over, Harry decided to tell Ron about Scabbers, so he dragged Ron out of the dormitory. It's unclear what exactly Harry told Ron, but when Ron returned, his complexion was pale and fluctuating, looking disoriented and not quite right. Inside the curtain, Adam watched the scene of Ron vomiting into the toilet due to a memory he had woven for Peter Pettigrew using the Dreamweaver charm, resulting in Scabbers' disappearance. So far, the effects of the Dreamweaver charm seemed quite good. However, whether deeper influences like thought imprints would still have such strong effects remained unknown and would require further testing. Time quickly passed to the day of the competition. Harry's firebolt arrow undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. Malfoy came to mock Harry, as usual, but was retorted due to his past performance not being as good as Harry's. That really is an excellent broom. On the way to the stands, Adam walked alongside Cedric, who couldn't help but exclaim that he had just gone to see that firebolt arrow. Since they had been keeping a distance lately, and Cedric was busy dating, he had avoided Adam's wrath, thus letting his guard down. After all, 5,000 galleons for a broom is quite worth it. Reaching the front, Adam placed his hands on the railing and looked down at the Ravenclaw Quidditch team nearby. I heard your girlfriend's injury just healed not long ago. Do you really not want to switch players? Of course, she has fully recovered. Cedric glanced at Adam with suspicion. You wouldn't be saying this just to keep Cho Chang from playing, would you? Am I that kind of person? Adam rolled his eyes. No matter who they switched out, Gryffindor was going to win this match. Did you have a premonition? Cedric frowned. Just wait and see. Seeing Adam's confident expression, Cedric could only start preparing his comfort speech for his girlfriend in advance. Both teams were ready, and after the handshake, with Madame Hooch's whistle blowing, 15 brooms soared into the sky. Among them, Harry's firebolt demonstrated exceptional performance, clearly flying faster and higher than the others. Harry circled in the sky above the field, squinting to spot the golden snitch while also listening attentively to the commentator's commentary. The match had begun, and the biggest highlight of this game was the firebolt, with Harry Potter riding it to represent Gryffindor. No wonder it's Lee Jordan. The first thing he said after grabbing the microphone was biased. Jordan, can you tell us about the match situation? Professor McGonagall's voice came through the speakers. No problem, Professor. Let me introduce the background information of the players. By the way, the firebolt is not only the broom of choice for the national team in this year's World Cup, but it also has a built-in automatic braking system, which, Jordan, all right. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was about to lose her temper, Lee Jordan immediately became serious. Gryffindor is currently in control of the ball, and Gryffindor's Katie Bell is preparing to shoot. No wonder she's friends with those twins. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. Adam raised his hand and stuffed a grape into his mouth, then casually handed the bunch of grapes he was holding in Cedric's direction. Cedric grabbed the stem of the grape, tore off a small piece, and started eating it. A few days ago, Adam had a whim and stabilized the spell that Lockhart had previously used to remove the arm bone from Harry. What was originally a mispronounced spell by Lockhart had now become a legitimate spell, which Adam named the bone removal spell. When used on fruit, it could also be called the seed removal spell. Having already used this spell on seedless grapes, boneless chicken feet, boneless fish, and boneless roast chicken, Adam considered it the greatest spell invention of the century. Besides these, there were also the seedless varieties he couldn't eat in his previous life. Once his estate grew mangoes, mangosteens, custard apples, and pomegranates, he would definitely want to experience what it felt like to eat these fruits seedlessly in one go. On the field, the match was tense. Xiuzhang's strength was indeed formidable. Even though her broomstick's performance was not as good as Harry's, she still closely followed him. If they got too far apart, with the firebolt's performance, If Harry spotted the golden snitch first, she would certainly lose. During this process, Harry almost caught the golden snitch once, but was interrupted by a bludger hit by a Ravenclaw beater, causing the golden snitch to vanish again. In response, George angrily hit another bludger towards that beater, who managed to dodge it by flipping in midair. Chapter 133. Victory. Gryffindor leads 80-0. After Gryffindor scored another goal, Lee Jordan's excited voice rang out across the field. Look, the Firebolt's agility. Potter is testing its performance now. Did you see that turn? Cho-Chang's comet can't compare at all. Lee Jordan's voice, filled with excitement, echoed from the speakers. The Firebolt's precise balance ability is particularly evident during long flights. Jordan, did the Firebolt pay you to advertise for it? Hurry up and commentate on the match. Accompanied by Professor McGonagall's angry shout, Ravenclaw, perhaps feeling a bit ashamed of the score, suddenly exploded with a wave of 3 consecutive goals. Gryffindor's lead was now only 50 points. Just as Harry spotted the golden snitch again, Cho-Chang's broomstick blocked his path between him and the golden snitch, and Harry couldn't help but lose sight of it again. Harry, this is not the time to be a gentleman. Wood, who was guarding the goal, shouted angrily at this scene. If necessary, knock her off her broom. Hearing this, Adam couldn't help but shake his head. Senior Wood, behaving like this won't help you find a girlfriend. But Senior Wood probably wasn't planning to find a partner anyway. Adam felt he could live his whole life with those Quidditch supplies. Speaking of which, Cedric, if you were to face Cho-Chang now, would you knock her down in such a situation? Adam turned his head curiously to Cedric. Of course he would, and he would do it without hesitation, charging right in. Cedric raised an eyebrow. Cho-Chang is also a seeker, and one of the best at that. If I let her down, she would be angry. Adam Bilinkit glanced at Cedric, and then looked at the flying Cho-Chang on the field. Well, I don't really understand you Quidditch players. But thanks to the Wizarding World's good medical potion system, like last time when Cho was attacked by Slytherin's Draco Malfoy and Marcus Flint and fell, breaking several bones, she's still bouncing around now. Moreover, in Cedric's words during that time, there was only dissatisfaction regarding Slytherin's malicious fouls in terms of sportsmanship, and no hatred. However, at that moment, Cedric suddenly frowned. Why do I feel like Potter's expression towards Cho seems a bit off? Really? I didn't notice that. Adam turned his eyes away from the center of the field, avoiding the topic. I can only say your girlfriend is indeed beautiful. Harry really did fall in love with her at first sight. On the field, Harry had already noticed that Cho-Chang was preparing to follow his tactics closely, and he played it up. A sudden downward acceleration made Cho think he had spotted the golden snitch and chased after him relentlessly, only to turn back and climb up. Harry demonstrated what it meant that going fast in a straight line wasn't everything. It was the ability to turn quickly that truly mattered. Faced with the sheer performance gap of the flying broomsticks, Cho could only watch the distance widen in silence and sigh. Just then, Harry really spotted the golden snitch. He accelerated sharply, charging towards the snitch when he suddenly heard Cho's gasp. In his peripheral vision, he noticed Cho pointing in a certain direction. Harry turned to look, and his pupils constricted as he saw 3 Dementors in black cloaks standing there, looking up at him. Without time to think, Harry drew his wand, which he had prepared earlier, pointed it at the Dementors, and cast the Patronus charm, sending a silvery stag charging towards them. However, Harry didn't focus all his attention on the Dementors. Once he confirmed he had successfully cast the Patronus charm, he dashed towards the golden snitch. He fixed his gaze on the tiny golden ball, reached out with his wand hand, and managed to catch the struggling snitch on his fingertips. With Madame Hooch's whistle, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor side, and Cedric couldn't help but applaud Harry's neat and decisive move. Congratulations! Cedric clapped while looking at Adam. However, considering that the losing side had my girlfriend, he limited it to just words. After saying this, Cedric hurriedly ran towards the Ravenclaw team, obviously to find Cho. Adam looked at him speechlessly and then turned to Harry, who was excitedly surrounded by classmates and teammates in the center of the room celebrating. Instead of pushing through, he headed towards the direction of the 3 Dementors. How dare you? Professor McGonagall's angry voice could be heard from afar. In front of her, 3 black cloaks were writhing on the ground, and after a while, for people struggled to emerge from inside. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, to disguise themselves as tall Dementors. Malfoy had been standing on Goyle's shoulders. Shameful trick! Professor McGonagall shouted at them, her anger evident. Despicable, cowardly, pretending to be Dementors to sabotage Gryffindor's seeker. I will have each of you in detention, and Slytherin loses 50 points. I will also have a serious talk with Professor Dumbledore about this. Here he comes. Professor Dumbledore walked over slowly, seemingly having come after hearing the news of more Dementors breaching the grounds. But he might have realized earlier than Professor McGonagall that those Dementors were fake, or he might have known from the start. After all, if Fudge allowed Dementors to enter again, it would mean he was disregarding what he had said last time. After watching the commotion, Adam pretended to sigh dramatically like a cat mourning a mouse and turned to leave. On his way back, he spotted Harry, who was brought in by Professor Lupin. However, Adam didn't go over to greet him. He just smiled and nodded at Harry before heading straight back. In the Gryffindor common room, the celebration party went on until midnight. Fred and George even ran through the secret passage to Hogsmeade to bring back a bunch of butterbeer, pumpkin fizz, and honeydew sweets. Adam always thought pumpkin fizz was an abomination. The carbonated pumpkin juice made him feel uncomfortable after just one sip. However, for the sake of the free butterbeer, Adam surprisingly stayed and celebrated with them until midnight. After clinking cups with his dorm mates, Adam took his butterbeer and a new cup of it to a corner where Hermione was still buried in her homework. At this rate, you're going to crack, he thought. Adam placed the butterbeer not far from Hermione, within reach but not interfering with her writing. I know, thanks. Hermione rubbed her forehead, picked up the butterbeer, took a sip, and then resumed writing with her quill. Chapter 134. The intruder. Harry and Ron had said something similar before. After Harry and Ron explained that Scabbers was actually Peter Pettigrew, showed the Marauders map, and suggested that Pettigrew had run away out of fear of Sirius Black finding him, Ron found it hard to accept and felt a bit awkward about the earlier argument with Hermione. Ron, unable to bring himself to apologize, appeared to Hermione as if he no longer harbored such deep hostility towards her. Sometimes he even stumbled over his words to show concern for her. Hermione, who had come to understand Ron's character, recognized that he was clearly trying to soften his stance, so she generously forgave him. However, although she usually got along better with Harry and Ron, Adam, who in Hermione's mind was just as much of a top student as she was, clearly had a different perspective. I will definitely finish them, Ron said. His brother Bill had received 12 certificates upon graduation, and Percy had also taken all the electives. I could do it too. In terms of knowledge, which had no boundaries, Hermione felt there might still be a gap between her and Adam, who seemed to have found his direction in life and was advancing toward his goals. However, in the realm of exams, where there were set criteria and no upper limits, Hermione Granger had no reason not to accomplish what others could. I guess you only use the time turner for attending classes, right? When Hermione heard Adam mention the time turner directly, she quickly looked around. Don't look around. They're all celebrating the Quidditch victory. Who will be interested in you doing homework? Adam waved his hand to get Hermione's attention. Of course. We swore an oath, didn't we? Yeah. We promised to only use the time turner for studying, not for skipping classes, which means including doing homework. Adam pointed at the 4 books and a stack of filled parchment in front of Hermione with his finger. There was no way to complete these assignments with the required quality in such a short time, right? Even Miss Know-It-All was overwhelmed, and no one in the world could do it. Hermione let out a laugh at Adam's teasing. The term Miss Know-It-All was originally used by her classmates in Gryffindor to mock her. She had even cried when Professor Snape called her that. However, the way Adam used the term was clearly complimentary. After laughing, Hermione felt enlightened by Adam's suggestion. Yes, why couldn't she use a time turner for her assignments? Similarly, she could also use it for her break time after finishing her work. Adam set down his empty cup and reached out, and a cup of butterbeer floated from the distant table into his hand again. Otherwise, this will only make you less rushed with your homework. But you'll still be very tired. The total time you spend on your homework has improved and may even lengthen because of this. After taking a sip of butterbeer, Adam looked directly at Hermione. To be honest, I still suggest you drop the extra classes, especially the divination class that you're not interested in. The time turner takes you back to the past by folding your time, and it still uses your own time and lifespan. Don't you think it's a waste to spend this on classes that are useless to you? I have to say, Adam's persuasion is logical and clearly much stronger than Harry and Ron's advice to her to drop the class, given their lack of interest in studying. Hermione fell into deep thought. Of course, I'm just offering advice as a friend. Ultimately, it's your life, and you need to make your own decisions. Just make sure you don't regret it in the future. Adam shrugged and stood up. All right, it's getting late. Good night, he said as he bid farewell to Hermione and went straight back to his dormitory to go to bed. As for his roommates, they were going to celebrate until 1 in the morning, and Professor McGonagall would come to tell them to go to sleep then. Unfortunately, Adam forgot to look a little further down during divination, and when Harry and Ron pulled back the curtains and dragged him out of bed, he had no sense of caution at all. Well, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say he had none. When Adam reflexively gripped his wand, Harry and Ron held on to him tightly from both sides, not daring to let go. Adam, calm down. Look, Professor McGonagall is here too. Adam shook his head to clear his mind and saw the situation in front of him. Everyone was in pajamas, their faces filled with terror rather than sleepiness. Professor McGonagall was standing at the dormitory door, wearing a hairnet and a plaid pajama set. Interestingly, this pajama set was a birthday gift from Adam. The white squares were separated by black lines, with black cats posing in various positions within some of the squares. Adam, wake up and come out quickly. Let the other students tell you what happened, Professor McGonagall said in a serious tone before hurriedly turning to leave. After changing into his school uniform, Adam followed everyone to the common room. What happened? He asked. Once seated, he noticed Neville was wiping away tears. At this point, he remembered what had happened. But he and T realized it was today when he had done the divination. Unfortunately, the images from the divination were synchronized with reality, meaning that if Adam saw a day's worth of content in his divination, a day had also passed in reality. Therefore, Adam usually only focused on the important parts and often overlooked specific time points or dates. This was also why Adam wanted to create that pocket watch, to clearly know the exact time when something would happen in the near future during divination. Don't mention it. Because of him, we almost died. A classmate rolled their eyes dramatically. What was he thinking, writing the week's password on paper and throwing it around? Neville wiped his tears even more vigorously. Adam ignored the man's words. Next time, just remember to keep in the memory ball. Neville nodded randomly. Adam pondered with his head down, thinking that Neville's forgetfulness was innate, possibly due to the mental trauma caused by his parents being driven mad by Death Eaters when he was young. There was nothing he could do about it. However, he could perhaps improve the memory orb, maybe by using the dream-weaving spell, staying in the common room, even if he wanted to transform into a sleeping bag. It would look very strange, so Adam decided not to continue sleeping and directly took Neville's memory orb to start working on it. On the other side, Harry and Ron were discussing the incident of Sirius Black breaking in. He had a knife, and if you noticed him, why didn't he kill you? How should I know? I was scared to death at the time. Ron looked around and whispered the second half of his sentence in Harry's ear. Why do you think Black didn't go to lift Adam's curtain, but came after me? Waking Adam would definitely have subdued him, just like that time he made a cut on Lockhart. Chapter 135. Filter of the Old Father. Yeah, that's true. Responding casually, Harry lowered his head and began to think deeply. Sirius Black's behavior increasingly aligned with his suspicions. But if it was true, then why didn't this wronged godfather defend himself and reveal the truth? Surely the Ministry of Magic couldn't have arrested him without even questioning him and just thrown him in Azkaban? The next day, Professor McGonagall, after conducting another search of Hogwarts, was furious with Neville. She forbade Neville from going to Hogsmeade again, put him in detention, and didn't allow anyone to tell him the password to enter the Gryffindor Tower. Now, every time Neville entered the Gryffindor Tower for the first time each day, he had to stand at the door, eagerly waiting for other students to say the password, then record it in his memory orb. After Adam's modification, the memory orb was now more like a consciousness-based memo, which was essentially a blank false memory. For those who couldn't use the dream-weaving spell, they could only treat this memory as a canvas to write or draw on, which was what Adam hoped to see. The memory orb no longer directly displayed any text or color. Instead, when users focused on it, that memory would appear in their minds, containing what they had recorded. Of course, the user had to be previously bound to it. The recording method was also straightforward. As long as they thought about what to record when a memory appeared, it would work. Now, Neville didn't need to feel embarrassed about frequently asking Adam to record things in the memory orb. He just needed to find Adam to clean it up once the canvas was filled. Even so, every time Neville entered the Gryffindor Tower for the first time each day, before the first classmate passed through the fat lady's portrait, he still had to endure the relentless mockery of the trolls around him and the disdainful glances from passing students. Because allowing Sirius Black into the Gryffindor Tower, even though he had the password at the time, Sir Cadogan was still dismissed and sent back to that desolate platform. As a result, the fat lady returned to her original position, but she had become neurotic after the last attack. At her request, a group of troll security guards was hired to protect her. They patrolled around the fat lady in groups, comparing the sizes of the clubs in their hands in a rough manner, and loudly mocked Neville while he stood dumbly in front of the portrait. However, this was not what terrified Neville the most. His fear arrived on the third day. In the morning hall, as usual, a flurry of wing flapping sounds welcomed the arrival of owls carrying letters, publications, and packages. When Neville saw a giant barn owl drop a large red envelope in front of him, he was so shocked he almost choked. A howler. Ron also glanced at the letter in fear, memories he didn't want to recall flooding uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. Run, Neville. Neville grabbed the envelope and was about to run outside when Adam held him back. It wouldn't help to run anywhere. Adam pointed his wand at Neville and the Howler. The sound was muffled. As he spoke, Adam used his other hand to pull off the ribbon from the Howler. In the eyes of the surrounding students, whether in terror or schadenfreude, the Howler transformed into a large mouth, roaring silently. Except for Neville, who was directly facing the Howler. Even Ron beside him couldn't hear a word. Covering his ears, Neville realized that others seemed unable to hear the content of the Howler. And his terrified expression gradually softened as he looked gratefully at Adam, even as the Howler made him shrink his neck in fear. Adam, when I received the Howler 2 years ago, you weren't like this. Ron looked at Adam with a resentful expression. Ahem. That was also my first encounter with a Howler 2 years ago, you have to understand. Adam put away his wand. Last year, it was just to watch the excitement. What did Ron have to do with the Howler? But this time he knew that Sirius Black would use Neville's note to enter the dormitory. Although he didn't feel guilty for not reminding Neville. After all, it was Neville's own note that he lost. And having Sirius Black confirm that Peter Pettigrew was not around Ron aligned with Adam's expectations, he still felt he should help Neville at this moment. As one of the driving forces that helped Neville transform from an incredibly introverted child to someone who is now a bit more confident, Adam viewed Neville through a filter that made him seem like a father figure, even thicker than the one he had for Harry. Although when he had previously pranked Neville using joke props, that fatherly filter felt like it was sliding down a mountainside. Adam still couldn't stand to see Neville being maliciously bullied. It was indeed Neville's fault for losing the note. He had to own up to it and face punishment, like Professor McGonagall's detention. However, in the case of unreasonable malice, if he could resolve even a little of it while being present, he would do so. Adam glanced back at the Slytherin long table, where a group of Slytherin students looked over here with a hint of regret. Adam wouldn't let the Howler letter go silent directly, because it was sent by Neville's grandmother, who had the right to scold him. The Gryffinder's eye rolls towards Neville didn't bother Adam either, because they genuinely believed their safety was threatened because of Neville. But these Slytherin students simply wanted to see the Gryffindors make fools of themselves. Just like now, even though they couldn't hear what Neville was being yelled at about, they were still saying that it was definitely his grandmother who sent the Howler and speculating on how Neville was being scolded, while laughing and occasionally glancing over at Neville. At that moment, Harry noticed he had also received a letter. Though it wasn't a Howler, it was from Hagrid. The letter said that Hagrid wanted to have tea with Harry. Since Harry couldn't leave the school, Hagrid asked him to wait in the entrance hall that afternoon, and he would come and pick him up. Maybe he heard about Black. Ron speculated. Harry nodded, wondering if he could get more information about Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and his father from Hagrid. Adam, are you coming along? I won't go. Swallowing a mouthful of chips, Adam shook his head in refusal. Although the weather had stopped raining, it was still damp and cold, with melting snow creating muddy roads. That afternoon, Adam was lazily sitting by the fireplace in the common room. Holding a hefty book on spell theory, his empty gaze was fixed on the romantic history of the old headmaster in Grindelwald. He no longer had any study plans. The experimental subjects he had scheduled for the future wouldn't arrive until the Quidditch World Cup, and subsequent plans depended on those subjects, so he was just taking a break. It had been mentioned before that the scenes Adam divined were synchronized with real time. Back when he was brewing the dragon blood potion, he had been too focused on the key parts. Now that he had some free time, it was the perfect opportunity to catch up on the complete storyline from the moment the two met and revisit the content he had previously seen. So wonderful. Chapter 136, It's Not Me That's Wrong. On the day they were able to go to Hogsmeade, Adam was still binge-watching, nestled by the fireplace. He watched the young Grindelwald and Dumbledore exchange sweet nothings, getting more intense as they got closer. At that moment, a sobbing sound felt particularly disheartening. What happened, Hermione? Stopping his divination, Adam helplessly looked towards the little witch wiping her tears nearby. Is it some assignment you didn't do well on and got criticized by the professor? Oh no, it's not that, Hermione choked out. It has nothing to do with you. Don't let it ruin your good mood. Just then, Harry and Ron returned with grim expressions. Seeing Hermione's state, they couldn't help but pause. Hermione, why are you crying? Hermione rubbed her face, stood up, and took out a piece of letter paper from her pocket to hand to them. Hagrid lost the case. This is what he sent. Adam recalled what had happened. It was about Buckbeak's trial. They can't do this. Taking the letter, Harry recognized the words blurred by tears and said in disbelief, Buckbeak is clearly not in danger. They can see that easily. It was Malfoy's father who coerced the committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures to do this. Hermione wiped her eyes again. You know what he's like. The committee is made up of a bunch of cowardly old fools. They're afraid of him. But we can appeal. We always can. It's just. I don't see any hope that we can change anything. We can change it. Ron snatched the letter from Harry's hand and crumpled it up. This time, you won't do it all alone, Hermione. I'll help too. Oh, Ron. Hermione completely lost her composure and burst into tears in Ron's arms. Ron seemed startled, stiffening up, his face turning bright red, awkwardly patting the top of Hermione's head. Adam watched this scene with a pleased smile. I'm really sorry about Scabbers. Hermione actually knew about it, understood that Crookshanks was targeting Scabbers, and knew what a cat would do to a mouse. Mentioning Scabbers made Ron freeze up, his entire face twisting in discomfort. We haven't had the chance to tell you about that. Ron had initially been too embarrassed to mention it to Hermione, but now that she had apologized about it, he felt he couldn't keep it from her any longer. Upon hearing that Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew, Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, with tears still clinging to her eyelashes. They had eavesdropped on that day, and Hermione was there too. Ron didn't need to explain much, as Hermione immediately thought of what was wrong with this situation. Besides, why are you only telling me such an important thing now? Hermione released Ron and gave him a light smack on the back of his head, then glared at Harry. Harry's gaze wandered. He couldn't just say that Ron had asked him not to say anything to maintain his pride. Let us get to the point. The Buckbeak trial. What we need to investigate. Honestly, I don't know. Speaking of Buckbeak, Hermione reluctantly let them off the hook and returned to a somewhat melancholic state. According to the previous records, the evidence and testimonies I organized should be sufficient. I just don't know how to get the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures to change their minds. Although the three of them spoke openly, they didn't seek out Adam, perhaps because, as Hermione said, they thought it didn't concern him and didn't want to involve him. Adam was very satisfied with this. After that day, they got busy comforting Hagrid during the Magical Creatures Protection class, since after Sirius Black's return to Hogwarts. Even with Hagrid there to pick them up, Harry and the others couldn't leave the castle at night, while also taking time to review previous records. Although a large part of it had already been gone through by Hermione, they were still determined to appeal again. Time passed slowly as they either busied themselves or relaxed. You weren't focused. In Charms class, Neville recited the spell for the happiness charm, but Adam didn't feel any change in mood. Maybe it's because you're already happy. Neville sighed and put down his wand. Well, that could be possible. Neville had decent talent, but his spells often didn't work well because his wand belonged to his father, with a core made from unicorn tail hair, which is loyal and stable. Even though Neville was the son of the first owner, the wand wouldn't be very compliant with him. However, knowing the issue, Adam didn't want to say much. After all, that wand was left by his father, though Neville might not know what that represented. Neville's grandmother had used a forgetfulness charm on him when he was young to make him forget the moments when his parents were tormented by the Cruciatus curse, which also led to Neville's forgetfulness today. Adam shrugged and raised his wand towards Neville. Filled with joy, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and happiness surged in Neville's heart, and he couldn't help but smile. With this good mood, Neville tried for half a lesson, barely managing to bring a hint of joy to Adam. Adam could clearly feel that this was a level of conscious influence that was rougher by countless times compared to the dream-weaving charm. This was quite interesting. Adam suddenly recalled his first year of school when he had proposed an ingenious idea to Professor Snape. Since potions couldn't create false emotions to aid in spellcasting, what about the dream-weaving spell? If it were possible, Adam Bidinkit, where is he supposed to find someone to test this out? Himself? But he could cast dark magic without emotional support, and he already knew the Patronus charm. Was there any magic that was neither dark magic nor required emotional support? Maybe he could use an opportunity to let Little Star Peter give a try. If he could cast the Patronus charm, it would indicate that using the dream-weaving charm for emotional support in casting is feasible. However, it couldn't be completely guaranteed. After all, a villain might still be able to cast the Patronus charm. How about waiting for Little Star Peter's experiment to succeed before trying it on Cedric? If his personality could manage to cast the Cruciatus curse, then forget it. It would be better to experiment with the Fiendfire curse. Cedric didn't have the ability to cast dark magic without being discovered, and it would be troublesome to explain how he could calmly conduct an experiment with an unforgivable curse. Speaking of which, had he completely stopped worrying about the unforgivable curses? Adam couldn't help but reflect on himself, rubbing his fingers over the patterns on his wand. He didn't want to, but the environment was too harsh. Under Voldemort's shadow, he had no choice but to take the path he was on today. Yes, that's right. It's not me that's wrong. It's this world. Chapter 137. The finals approaching. Starting over. Searching for documents among the vast amount of material in the library clearly placed a heavy burden on Hermione. I've had enough. I'm giving up. You're right. I'm wasting my time. I'm going to drop divination right now. That day, after yet another clash with Professor Trelawney over divination, An angry Hermione said to Adam at the dining table. Harry, sitting next to them, looked somewhat out of it. He had once again been predicted by Professor Trelawney to face imminent doom. Although Professor McGonagall had already said that Trelawney's predictions were unreliable with the Quidditch finals approaching, he really didn't want to face another mishap this year. Although he had long known that Quidditch could be a dangerous sport, and he would accept if he were knocked down by a bludger. The problem was that the greatest dangers he faced often came from outside the field. Even before the Quidditch finals, Easter break was approaching. But third-year students were not having an easy time during this holiday. They had never had so much homework before. Is this really called a holiday? Seamus shouted in the common room. The exams are still far away. What are the professors doing? Even Seamus felt this way, and Hermione was even busier. Even though she used the time turner at Adam's suggestion to do her homework and rest, she still inevitably ended up with dark circles under her eyes. The task of helping Buckbeak with the appeal was completely taken over by Ron. When he wasn't doing homework, Ron was always buried in those books thicker than the history of magic textbook, such as the Manual of Hippogriff Psychology, Are Fantastic Beasts Still Beasts? Studies on the brutality of hippogriffs, and so on. As for Harry, although he also wanted to help Buckbeak a bit, he was helpless. With the Quidditch finals approaching, whether Gryffindor could win the Quidditch Cup depended on this, and Wood was almost going crazy, training them day and night and discussing tactics. Harry barely found time to squeeze in his homework. In the common room, Adam pulled out a book on hippogriff behavior from the stack Ron had just finished and began to read. He was probably one of the few who could still be relatively relaxed. Also relaxed was Neville, who, like Adam, had only taken divination. He was practically falling in love with the class. Now he could skillfully come up with various ways to die for himself. Adam, is it really okay for us to be like this? Sitting on a small sofa, Neville looked at his classmates who were diligently working, feeling a strange sense of anxiety for being idle. Normally, students could choose 1 to 3 elective courses based on the timetable if there were no conflicts. To have more options in the future, Hogwarts students generally chose at least 2 elective courses, making those who only chose one like them very rare. What's wrong with that? Adam rested one hand on his chin. A grape floated from the plate into his mouth, and the book in front of him turned a page by itself. Even if you have taken those classes, will you actually work in those fields? If the answer is yes, then all the extra classes you chose are just a waste of effort. As for other classmates, it doesn't matter. But Neville definitely won't be doing any arithmetic divination or muggle studies. The only thing that might relate to him is magical creature protection, though he personally prefers herbology. So Adam casually analyzed it for him. There are many career options in herbology for the future, not just staying at Hogwarts to become a professor, but also going to specialized herb-growing plantations, among other paths. And with Neville's grades in herbology, he is basically qualified for all these options. So Neville really doesn't need to worry at all. After hearing Adam's words, Neville felt much more at ease, took a grape from the plate, and popped it into his mouth, squinting his eyes in delight. Adam glanced at Neville's hand, reaching for the grapes, thinking that he must have just held on to Leaf this morning and hadn't washed yet. Just as he was about to speak, Neville had already tossed a grape into his mouth, forcing Adam to silently swallow the reminder that was on the tip of his tongue. And he no longer touched the plate of grapes. Neville usually held Leaf without any issues, so it seemed Leaf should be harmless. On the day of the Quidditch finals, the Gryffindor Quidditch team was welcomed with enthusiastic applause, and students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also clapped for them, while only Slytherin booed loudly. Slytherin is currently leading us by 200 points, Wood emphasized again at the table. Harry, remember, you must catch the golden snitch, but make sure to catch it only after we score 50 points. After saying that, Wood urged Harry to eat more before going to motivate the other players. As the Gryffindor Quidditch team left the hall, there was another round of applause. Good luck, Harry. Cho Chang's smile was radiant, making Harry blush uncontrollably, while Cedric, who was also clapping, gradually stopped his hands. I'm sure Potter is definitely interested in Cho. Cedric whispered confidently to Adam as they headed to the stands. Really? What does it matter? Adam glanced at Cho Zhang not far away. She likes you, you like her, that's enough. Why you care about whether others like her? Besides, having such a beautiful girlfriend, isn't it normal for others to like her? Don't you have many girls who like you now? Cedric quickly glanced in Xiao Zhang's direction. What's wrong? Because the one who likes her is the chosen boy. Are you feeling insecure? Adam laughed. How is that possible? Well, maybe just a little. Cedric held on for less than a second. I just don't really understand what Xiao is thinking. Don't think like that, man. You should have a bit more confidence in yourself. Adam Xiao raised his chin slightly in Zhang's direction. You can just talk to her directly. Are you crazy? Cedric's eyes widened. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't do something like that. Who told you to directly ask her what she thinks about Harry liking her? Adam rolled his eyes. Just talk to her about this Quidditch match, discuss tactics, talk about Harry chasing the golden snitch. From her tone, won't you be able to tell how she feels about Harry liking her? Does Cho know that Harry likes her? Cedric was taken aback with Harry's demeanor. Even you noticed it. How could she not? Cedric frowned, feeling that Adam's words seemed to imply something more. All right, I'm going. But there wasn't much time to think about it now. He nodded and jogged towards Chiozhong. Watching Cedric's figure fade away, Adam inexplicably felt he was a bit silly. How did this guy's IQ seem to drop when he was in love? How did he manage to pursue Chiozhong like this? Are young girls these days that easy to chase? Chapter 138. The reason for Slytherin's poor reputation with Madame Hooch's whistle. The Quidditch final of the academic year finally began. Gryffindor was in possession of the ball. Gryffindor's Alicia Spinnet was racing toward Slytherin's goal with the quaffle. Looking good, Alicia. Oh no, the quaffle was intercepted by Warrington. Lee Jordan's tense and excited voice echoed over the field. Slytherin's Warrington charged forward, and George Weasley executed a beautiful move. Warrington lost the quaffle, which was seized by Johnson, and the quaffle was back in Gryffindor's hands. Adam glanced at the situation on the field absent-mindedly. Having seen it so many times, although he still didn't love Quidditch, he could at least understand it a bit better. When his gaze inadvertently swept to the side, he was unexpectedly startled by the figure next to him. Luna. Hi. Luna turned her head, wearing a hat shaped like a lion's head as she looked at Adam. The hat was almost as large as a real lion's head and looked incredibly lifelike, as if Luna's entire head were being held in the lion's mouth. Adam once came across this hat while divining for a script, but that moving hat seems to make its appearance a few years later. And Luna currently does not have the skill for that transformation spell. Adam pointed his wand at Luna's lion head hat, and the lion blinked its eyes, letting out a mighty roar. Oh, Luna adjusted her hair, which had been tousled by the roar. Thank you. Luna smiled at Adam and continued to watch the match. Beautiful. Angelina dodged Montague careful. Angelina, go for the quaffle. A loud bang echoed from the speakers. It was Lee Jordan excitedly banging on the table. She scored 10-0. Gryffindor is in the lead. A wave of cheers erupted from the Gryffindor side, and Angelina proudly glided around them for a bit. Ouch. Slytherin's Quidditch captain Marcus Flint came charging out and collided with her hard, nearly knocking her off her broom. Sorry, Marcus Flint said with a malicious grin, apologizing insincerely amidst the boos from the crowd. Sorry, didn't he see her? Immediately after, he was hit on the back of the head by a bat swung by Fred, and his nose smashed hard against the broom handle. When he dazedly lifted his head, he could clearly see the broken mark on his nose, with 2 streams of blood running down from his philtrum and upper lip. Enough, Madame Hooch shouted sternly. She zoomed in on her broom between the two and yelled at them. Unprovoked attack on a chaser, penalty for Gryffindor. Intentional harm to a chaser, penalty for Slytherin. This is why I don't like Quidditch. Adam Seekit. If I were to go up and battle Slytherin, I would definitely make them swear an unbreakable oath before the match. That would probably be the most brutal Quidditch match in Hogwarts history. Luna responded somewhat dreamily, shaking her head as she spoke, causing the lion's head hat to continually shout towards Flint, while her own gaze was fixed on a distant point. On the field, Gryffindor's Aaliyah broke through the goalkeeper's block with a penalty shot and would lived up to expectations by guarding the goal. Gryffindor was leading Slytherin 20-0. At this moment, Harry was still in the air, searching for the golden snitch to prevent Malfoy from catching it first. To catch the golden snitch, especially after Gryffindor had a 50-point lead, the one under the most pressure on the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team was Harry. Look, it's Katie Bell. Good girl. Gryffindor's Katie Bell has caught the bludger and is flying on the field. This is intentional. Accompanied by Lee Jordan's furious banging on the table. A roar and boos erupted from the crowd as Slytherin's chaser Montague circled in front of Katie but didn't intercept the bludger. Instead, he went for her head. Katie flipped sideways in the air, fortunately managing to stay on her broom, but the bludger slipped from her grasp. Luna saw this scene and clapped her hands hard against the railing, letting out an angry roar along with her hat. Although she tried her best to mimic a fierce expression, it seemed that in terms of intimidation, she still fell a little short compared to her hat. Adam couldn't help but press his lips together to avoid laughing out loud. It wasn't funny at all. Luna suddenly turned around, looking at Adam with a serious expression. Even though Adam didn't actually laugh or make a sound, and Luna hadn't turned around just now, she somehow knew. Yes, that's right. Adam also became serious. Looking at Montague, who shamelessly shook his empty hand with a hint of regret, his eyes clearly showing disdain. This was a rather despicable foul. Just think about this morning, when the students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were cheering for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and you could basically understand Slytherin's reputation at school. Slytherin could thrive at Hogwarts largely because whenever they had a hard time, the other three houses would celebrate. And the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team throughout the years were undoubtedly to blame. After all, if you were to play tactics seriously, targeting an opponent, at most you'd just be annoying. But to commit such a blatant foul, and with such shameless means, which house could tolerate their team being treated this way? Madame Hooch was also quite angry. She flew in front of Montague and sternly reprimanded him, then penalized Gryffindor with a free shot. Katie, filled with anger, scored as expected, putting Gryffindor ahead by 30 points. 30-0. Lee Jordan's voice was incredibly excited. Just hearing that voice, Adam could almost feel he was already 1 foot on the commentary platform. Learn your lesson. You despicable, shameless Jordan, if you can't commentate neutrally. I'm being factual, Professor. Professor McGonagall's voice ceased, clearly persuaded. At that moment, Harry suddenly accelerated in one direction. The Slytherin side naturally thought he had spotted the golden snitch and rushed to pursue him. Draco Malfoy closely followed Harry, while the Slytherin beaters, Bull and Derek, sent a bludger toward Harry. After the bludger grazed Harry, they simply pursued him themselves. Just as they raised their bats, Harry almost stepped on that instant, turning his firebolt upwards rapidly, and Bull and Draco collided fiercely with each other as they swung their bats. Ha ha ha, from Lee Jordan's laughter. That gloating face almost seemed to push through the speaker to the Slytherins. Sorry guys, if you want to outpace the firebolt, you'll have to get up even earlier. Chapter 136, we won. Subsequently, perhaps due to a sense of relief, Lee Jordan fully showcased his racial characteristics in the commentary against Slytherin. His insults were so harsh that Professor McGonagall almost took his microphone away. I'm sorry. Professor, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. You could hear Lee Jordan struggling to negotiate with Professor McGonagall, but he did tone it down a bit afterward. Now, Gryffindor led by 30 points, 30-10. That's right, during this time, Slytherin scored a goal. As the game progressed, it gradually became more aggressive, with both sides increasingly heated and willing to resort to anything. Especially the Slytherin team, seeing Gryffindor quickly take a 2-goal lead, started committing even more fouls. Bull hit Alicia with his bat, and his lame excuse was that he mistook her for a bludger. George then retaliated by elbowing him in the face as he flew by. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, angrily awarding both teams a penalty, and would made a daring dive to bring Gryffindor and Slytherin's score to 40-10. The situation returned to Gryffindor leading by 30 points. The Slytherin team clearly became anxious. Katie Bell scored again. Oh my goodness, I absolutely love her. Gryffindor led 50-10. Lee Jordan was so excited he almost broke into a rap. With the previous lesson in mind, Fred and George took their bats and circled around Katie to protect her in case the Slytherin team lashed out at her again. Unexpectedly, while the Slytherin team couldn't attack Katie, they still chose to launch a sneak attack, but this time taking their frustration out on Wood, hitting him with 2 bludgers. Wood was struck hard enough that he nearly fell off his broom, struggling to hold on to it while rolling in the air, looking as if he was in pain and gasping for breath. Madame Hooch flew over to the Slytherin side, blowing her whistle repeatedly, witnessing such atrocious behavior. She was almost driven mad. The bludger was outside the scoring zone, Slytherin attacked the goalkeeper, and Gryffindor was awarded a penalty. Angelina, with the intention of venting for her teammates and herself, scored again, making it 60-10. Gryffindor was leading by 50 points, and it wasn't over yet. Just as Harry was wholeheartedly starting to look for the golden snitch, Fred ambushed Warrington with a bludger, and Alicia seized the opportunity to snatch his bludger and scored in Slytherin's goal. 70-10. The Gryffindor screams and cheers almost echoed to the skies, especially from the one at the front who had leaned so far over the railing, likely losing his voice. Yes, I'm talking about you, Ron. Feeling a bit warm, Adam took a piece of candy wrapper from his pocket and transformed it into a wine glass, refilling it with chilled red wine mixed with grape juice, and added a lid to prevent the wine aroma from escaping. Unexpectedly, Luna immediately turned her head, her eyes curiously fixed on him. Aren't you watching the game? Adam averted his eyes and silently took a sip. Who knows if Luna will act drunk after drinking? The professors are all watching. My alcohol tolerance is actually pretty good. My dad let me drink mead when I was 3, although he just wanted to add a bit of honey to the punch at that time. Luna blinked and whispered, "But I don't like mead. It's too sweet, so please don't add grape juice, okay?" Adam's eyelid twitched, and he uneasily glanced at the divination, waiting for things to go awry before quietly pouring Luna a glass of pure grape wine. "Thank you." Luna took it without any hesitation and generously took a big sip. The cup the size of a thermos, was half empty in no time. She didn't even blush after downing that amount, proving that her claim of having a good alcohol tolerance was indeed true. Free throw. Gryffindor gets a free throw. At that moment, Madame Hooch's sharp voice rang out. I've never seen anything like this. Just then, when Harry was about to catch the golden snitch, Malfoy, seeing he couldn't catch up, directly grabbed the tail of Harry's firebolt. Naturally, Harry missed the golden snitch, which disappeared from the field once again. Shameless rogue. Lee Jordan's voice echoed through the speakers above the field. Despicable, unprincipled scum. Following this was a segment that needed to be muted. At this point, Professor McGonagall should have appeared to scold and intervene, but unfortunately, she was busy shaking her fist and cursing at the Slytherin team. Adam glanced over and, with his inhuman eyesight, could clearly see her face turning red with anger, her hat falling off in her excitement. This time, Aaliyah failed to score on the free throw. She seemed so upset that it affected her aim. No, it should be said that the entire Gryffindor team was thrown off their game due to their anger. On the other hand, the Slytherin team was boosted in morale thanks to Malfoy's play. I could hardly watch anymore. Adam Seagit. Don't worry, Gryffindor will win this round. Luna turned around to comfort Adam. Adam was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Then he smiled wryly. I know it's just that this process makes people frustrated. I know we are a certain kind of people. Luna's eyes were vacant, as if Adam were divining, and she seemed lost in thought, murmuring with her ethereal voice. Do you know? You are the only person I've seen who doesn't have any pesky flies around them. It's really enviable. Oh, Adam was drawn to Luna's words. What kind of animal is that? It's an invisible little creature that floats into people's ears and messes with their minds. Luna seemed to snap back to reality, her gaze refocusing on Adam. People always get entangled with them, even Professor Dumbledore, although there are rarely any pesky creatures around him. But you have never had pesky creatures around you. They even avoid you. Luna looked at Adam with her big eyes, waved her hand in the air as if trying to guide a pesky creature in Adam's direction, and then exclaimed, Look at you, you're really amazing. Adam blinked and glanced at the air where Luna had just waved. Thank you for the compliment. The pestering fly, according to Luna, seemed to be a manifestation of some kind of annoyance, but he clearly had his own troubles. Could it really be some sort of spiritual dimensional creature? It seemed he didn't have the talent in that area, as he couldn't see this pestering fly. Luna turned her head back, and it was at that moment that she caught it. Harry dove forward, his hands leaving his flying broom, and snatched the golden snitch before Malfoy could. Gryffindor 1. Chapter 140. The Golden Crown returning to its true form. Adam came back to his senses and joined the surrounding people in applauding. After 7 years, Gryffindor was finally able to lift the Quidditch Cup again, and almost all Gryffindors were extremely excited. The Gryffindor Quidditch players embraced in the air, shouting hoarsely for a while before slowly descending back to the ground. The Gryffindor students pouring into the field formed a flowing wave of red, cheering as they surrounded them, especially the great contributor Harry, who was directly lifted up by everyone. In the stands, Professor Dumbledore smiled as he held the huge trophy, looking at them, and handed the trophy to the sobbing Wood. Professor McGonagall sat not far from him, crying even harder than Wood, using a nearby Gryffindor flag to wipe her tears. Wood was speechless, excitedly accepting the trophy, tears in his eyes as he ran over to Harry and the others to celebrate this moment with his teammates. Adam turned the wine glasses in the hands of the two people back into candy wrappers and put them away, nodding at Luna to join in the celebration. The upcoming feast was definitely worth looking forward to. As usual, they celebrated until midnight. After Adam had eaten and drunk his fill, he returned to the dormitory first. He walked straight to the head of the bed and opened his suitcase to dive in. How about trying this? Adam stood once again in front of the experiment table, pointing his wand at Ravenclaw's diadem. During this time, Adam wasn't just binge-watching dramas for entertainment. Grindelwald and Dumbledore, as the top figures in the wizarding world, had their youthful pasts that were quite valuable for academic research. For example, now Adam was trying to learn a type of magic from Grindelwald's youth. Soul-splitting. The dim red glow fell upon Ravenclaw's diadem, and the soul fragments, which had been tortured by countless Cruciatus curses to an incredibly weak state, instantly split in half, becoming even more shattered. Of course, the magical connection of a Horcrux couldn't split into two along with the soul division. It naturally remained connected to just one fragment. Although the initial soul splitting and subsequent transfer still inevitably incurred some wear and tear. As the magical connection was severed, the other nearly shattered soul fragment instantly became lost and wandering. Seeing this, Adam's eyes lit up and with a powerful soul snare curse. He collected that soul fragment and gave it a new home by attaching it to a cockroach. Indeed, to untie the bell, one must have tied it. Why hadn't I thought of this before? However, when it comes to dark magic, Durmstrang is indeed more specialized. They even have manuscript from wizards of the era of Heilbo. The spell for soul splitting is recorded in a spell that Grindelwald brought from Durmstrang, found in Heilbo's manuscript. According to the records, this is a spell created during Heilbo's work on making Horcruxes, invented while researching how to split the soul. Adam thought, at the time, that since this curse was also invented by Erbo and was created during the making of the Horcruxes, it was uncertain whether it could have an effect on the Horcruxes. It was hard to say whether a dark wizard like Erbo would consider that the methods for creating Horcruxes might fall into the hands of others and create some countermeasures. The current result is clear. Although it is unknown whether this curse can truly restrain the Horcruxes, it at least has an effect on the soul fragments within the Horcruxes. Adam tapped the experiment table with his wand, and the cockroach, which was attached to a fragment of Voldemort's soul, crawled under the control of the soul-reaping curse to the side of Ravenclaw's diadem, watching the still shimmering silver diadem alongside Adam. Now, Tom, it's time to say goodbye to this golden crown. In the dormitory outside, Tom, who was curled up sleeping in bed, suddenly jolted awake, raised his head to look around the pitch-black surroundings, and after a while, he stepped on the mat beneath him and slowly lay back down. Soul fragmentation, soul fragmentation, soul fragmentation. A barrage of soul fragmentation curses rained down onto Ravenclaw's diadem, and Voldemort's soul fragments were split again and again, with the drifting parts all being transferred to the cockroach by Adam. The Horcrux was sturdier than Adam had imagined. Souls are not like things in the material world. In a state of being halved, they can indeed remain inexhaustible for generations, even if they are too weak to withstand any external influence. Even if they have lost their rationality and ability to think under the magic of the Horcrux, they still maintain a state of a flickering candle in the wind that will never extinguish. Unfortunately, while the protective magic had not been halved, it could not last forever. After Adam's repeated wear and tear, the connection between the soul fragment and the diadem finally broke. In mid-May, on a sunny afternoon, accompanied by the whales Adam imagined, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, which had become less valuable than the trouble it caused, was scoured of its memories by Adam's legitimacy and vanished in the flames along with the cockroach's body, leaving not even ash behind. Adam lifted the diadem of Ravenclaw. Without the function of a Horcrux, it returned to its original form, no longer possessing the enchanting power that made it so tempting to wear. Time had dulled its body, but the gems on it still shimmered brightly. Should it be repaired, perhaps polished again? Adam thought for a moment and decided to give up this option. After all, in his past life, restoring artifacts meant repairing them to their original state. This crown isn't something meant to be worn. After all, it's a crown, a rather personal item that would only be passed down to future generations, unlike Gryffindor's sword, which stays directly in the academy. As of now, the only person besides Rowena Ravenclaw who is qualified to wear it has become the ghost of Ravenclaw and has left no other descendants. Thinking of artifacts, Adam blinked and suddenly remembered this matter. If the Death Eaters went crazy and attacked the British Museum, resulting in a large loss of artifacts inside, that should be quite reasonable, right? Thinking about it this way makes it a bit wasteful for Voldemort to just die at Hogwarts. He could definitely travel around to various countries. Never mind. Human greed knows no bounds, and it's better not to let it get too big to handle later. It's best to just stir things up around Britain. Coincidentally, I was planning to catch some Death Eaters during the summer vacation, so it's just right to leverage a bit of that after the experiment. I wonder if donating such a large batch of artifacts could give me a seat at a state banquet, or even better, could I get an introduction for him to hire a few royal chefs to come work at his manor? No need to go abroad. He could use the space transformation spell to pick them up. The dishes I make are still quite homey, not strong enough, not comprehensive enough, and not professional enough. Just thinking about all kinds of delicacies from the East makes Adam salivate. Otherwise, should I just change my nationality, live in China, and eat there every day? No. Then I'd have to develop new relationships. So forget it. Getting a visa-free pass would be enough. Besides, distance creates beauty. Living too close later on would actually be less beautiful. Chapter 141. Adam and Adam what? If the Ministry of Magic catches the Death Eaters and finds that the lost artifacts are missing, who knows what Voldemort wants those things for? You could go ask Voldemort in the mysterious illusion, or if that doesn't work, go ask the Darkheart Wizard. How could the honest and kind Adam know? But thinking of the Darkheart Wizard, this alias I haven't used in a long time, Adam couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. which had been lifted at the thought of food. Clearly, he had only seen Grindelwald's manuscript of the Heir of Slytherin before, and he planned to chat with him about other collections before Grindelwald died. Unexpectedly, the future he saw during divination was actually like this. Does this count as digging his own pit? Forget it. If next year is busier, then it's busier. After all, I still have a long time not to be at Hogwarts. Rubbing his brow, Adam sorted out the plans disrupted by the suddenly divine future. Although there were significant changes from what he originally expected, the general direction remained the same. If they're S-Wool, then shearing it is a must, in a serious battle. The further away from Karen and them, the better. Besides that, the information obtained for Voldemort is also quite interesting. Other dark magic is just filler, but the method of making Horcruxes is unexpectedly more interesting than he originally imagined. Initially thought to be just his whimsical idea, but now, it seems there really is a possibility of success. Adam pressed his lips together and took out a drawing from the drawer of the experiment table. It was slightly larger than the size of a palm, depicting Adam himself drinking cola. After being taken out, the Adam in the drawing glanced at the real Adam, blinked, and raised his cup to clink with his real counterpart through the canvas. How does it feel? Adam opened his mouth, surprisingly talking to the version of himself in the painting. It was evident that something was off. The Adam in the painting burped and said, "The dream-weaving spell can indeed influence the image, but after all, the painting is not the wizard himself, nor does it possess the wizard's soul. What truly animates the painting are the traces left by the wizard in the world and the magic infused within it. The thoughts of the wizard in the painting can hardly affect the image in a meaningful way. To be honest, the cola flavor that was woven is quite realistic. It doesn't go flat." Adam nodded, and then said, "So do you think that using a method similar to a soul vessel could make the painting more independent?" The Adam in the painting blinked. "Are you planning to turn the painting into a soul vessel? It's similar, but it doesn't break the rules of life and death." "I'm not that greedy." Adam emphasized that although the Adam in the painting reacts differently than the real person, the way he weaves thoughts into the image is the same as his own, and he quickly understood what Adam meant. Anchoring memory, well, he murmured for a while, and the painted Adam looked at him with a strange expression. "You actually managed to come up with this? Do you think it's feasible? Is it feasible? Why not try divination and see?" The painted Adam rolled his eyes. "That won't do. I don't have a specific experimental plan yet. Besides, if I were to divine everything, what fun would life have? I might as well just lie on the couch and immerse myself in divination forever. The plan has potential. At least theoretically, there's no problem," Adam said, clearly in a much better mood. Now I feel it's even more necessary to pay a visit to Mr. Grindelwald. What if I'm too late?" Remembering a few initial encounters with this powerful wizard who is also a diviner, Adam couldn't help but smile with interest. "I don't mind. Just use me when conducting experiments and don't disturb my enjoyment." The painted Adam shrugged and went back to drinking soda, squatting down to pull out a plate of snacks like potato chips, corn chips, and onion rings from the part of the frame that was painted, munching away. After putting the painting back in the drawer, Adam sighed. For the current headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps a trip to Grindelwald wasn't enough insurance. Maybe he should add a little more to it? When Adam walked out of the suitcase, he ran into Harry waiting outside. "What's wrong?" Adam looked around and saw that besides Harry, only Ron was there. "Adam, it's like this," Harry said in one breath, explaining the reason for their visit. In short, the appeal time for Buckbeak was about to arrive, right on the last day of exams. However, there were not only members of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, but also an executioner present. They seemed to have already decided to execute Buckbeak without intending to wait for the appeal's outcome. Although Hermione was reluctant to believe it, and we didn't want to believe it either, we felt it was very likely. So, we planned to prepare for two scenarios. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and continued speaking to Adam. If they really intended to ignore the appeal and go after Buckbeak, we would let Buckbeak escape in advance. So what now? Adam closed the suitcase and placed it on the bedside, then picked up Tom and petted him from head to tail twice. "Are you planning to ask me for help?" No. We know you don't like to meddle." Harry quickly shook his head, afraid that Adam would refuse before he finished speaking. "I was actually hoping you could help me retrieve the invisibility cloak. Last time I tried to use the secret passage, I almost got caught by Snape. So, I hurriedly closed the passage and left the invisibility cloak under the statue of the one-eyed hunchback, which I suspect Snape will keep an eye on that spot, but if you go, it will definitely be fine. He won't suspect you." "Oh, that's okay then." "Well, all right. The statue of the one-eyed hunchback, which is on the 4th floor, and I'm going up and down there frequently lately, so it's just a matter of passing by and grabbing it." Adam nodded in agreement to Harry's request. On that Saturday morning before exam week, Mrs. Gray was, as usual, looking out at the scenery from the window in the hallway. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and just as she was about to leave to find a quieter place, the student spoke up. Miss Helena Ravenclaw, a title that had not been used for many years. It acted like a spell, leaving Mrs. Gray frozen in midair. She then turned to face the student, whose expression could hardly be described as kind. But upon seeing the object in the student's hand, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock and raised her hand to cover her mouth. I have come here to present your mother's relic as per her instructions. Adam held a yellowed piece of parchment in both hands, on which rested the somewhat dimmed golden crown of Rowena Ravenclaw. Chapter 142, Helena Ravenclaw, Mother. For a moment, Adam's figure seemed to disappear from Helena Ravenclaw's sight. She reached out a trembling hand to pick up the crown, and when her phantom fingers passed through it, her consciousness suddenly returned to reality. Where did you find this crown? The implication was clear. She acknowledged that she was Helena Ravenclaw, but she seemed to still have doubts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked this question or displayed such a look of long-lost reunion. She knew that Ravenclaw's crown was placed in the room of requirement, but as a ghost, she could not enter the room of requirement alone. This meant that at least after Voldemort placed the crown in the room of requirement and before Adam retrieved it, she must have entered alongside someone else when they accessed the room of requirement storage area and discovered the crown. Would someone who found the room of requirement only enter once? It can be imagined that although Helena Ravenclaw couldn't simply see the crown whenever she wanted, she definitely wouldn't, nor should she have such a strong feeling as if she had been apart from it for hundreds of years. In the room of requirement, my lady, Adam glanced at the empty corridor. How about we go to the chamber left by Lady Rowena Ravenclaw? There's also a letter she left for you. Without Adam saying much, Helena had already directed most of her attention to the parchment, though she could no longer pick it up. Upon hearing Adam's words, Helena nodded and vanished directly into the ceiling. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the room of requirement. Adam shook his head helplessly, put the items in a shoulder bag, and walked towards the 8th floor. When Adam arrived on the 8th floor and reached the wall opposite the tapestry of the giant clubbing the silly Barnaby, he walked back and forth 3 times along that wall, revealing a complex pattern that formed a portal completely different from usual room of requirement. This was where Helena emerged from the wall, the secret chamber left by Rowena Ravenclaw, the wisest of the 4 founders. Adam reached out and gestured, please. Although she felt a bit hesitant inside, Helena still floated forward. Passing through the doorway, the interior was not adorned with luxurious decorations, but rather exuded an elegance that revealed simplicity. There were bookshelves lined against the walls, several experimental tables for different purposes, and scattered sheets of manuscript paper on the tables. The familiar feeling that hit her made Helena unable to doubt that this must be the secret room left by her mother. Helena slowly approached the corner of the secret room, next to the bookshelf, by a wooden table covered with a blank parchment. She floated beside the chair, quietly observing the set of table and chairs. Not far from the parchment, the ink on the quill and the pen holder seemed as if it had just been dipped not long ago. It was almost as if Rowena Ravenclaw had only stepped away for a moment and would soon return to continue writing the next line. This letter was originally right here. Adam took out the parchment and placed it on the table, the blank parchment on top. Helena nodded at him and approached the letter, her thoughts completely immersed in the words on the parchment. Although she could no longer physically touch it, she still made a sitting gesture, floating in that chair. Adam left enough space for the conversation between the mother and daughter that spanned 1,000 years. He slowly walked to the corner on the other side and opened the cabinet. Inside were originally a few robes left by Ravenclaw, but now most of them had decayed. Only a few, which had been enchanted, remained intact, although the magical fluctuations on them were also nearly dissipating. Adam took out an item, drew his wand, and transformed an empty bottle on the table into a solid wood mannequin. He then draped it with a robe and put a crown on the mannequin's head. Adam thought for a moment, then picked up the wand to make adjustments to the dummy's face. Following the description of Ravenclaw from the spellbook, he conjured a long mane of hair and slowly refined the features. His mother's eyes weren't that big. At some point, Helena, having finished reading the letter, approached Adam from behind, but they were very deep. When she looked at you, you felt that any thought in your mind was laid bare in her eyes. Adam blinked, and before he could speak, Helena continued. It was not the effect of mind reading. In fact, my mother did not like that kind of magic. Slytherin preferred it, but there was a sense of clarity, as if she could see through everything in the world. Nevertheless, Ravenclaw clearly did not see through her daughter. Adam didn't speak, only making adjustments to the Ravenclaw statue under Helena's occasional verbal reminders. There is a Ravenclaw statue at Hogwarts, but it is located in the common room of Ravenclaw House. And that statue was completed under Helena's supervision, likely making it more lifelike unless the other statue was crafted by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. After completing the final adjustments, Helena fell silent as she gazed at the wooden statue and took a long time before turning to Adam. I don't know how you dealt with the dark magic on this crown, but thank you for allowing me to see the crown as it should be, and for my mother's letter. At this moment, Helena had regained her former demeanor, but the lingering melancholy and sadness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a kind of indescribable tranquility. However, I'm sorry that this world has changed so much. I have nothing left to repay you, but I am about to leave. And regardless of which house you belong to, since you were able to enter the chamber left by my mother, you must have a strong sense of curiosity. Perhaps you'll like to see it? Are you leaving? Adam was somewhat shocked. Yes. Helena revealed a faint smile. Since death, I've been afraid to see my mother. So I chose this path that belongs neither here nor there. Forever wearing the shackles of guilt, donning a false name, drifting in this sorrowful place. Now, I have to make a decision. I am ready to move forward. Perhaps I can see my mother again? Adam hesitated for a moment about whether to mention the Bloodman Barrow, but it seemed that guy was just infatuated and had even killed Helena. So it was better not to bring it up and ruin the mood. He was more interested in what Helena had said about the departure of ghosts. In a sense, ghosts are quite similar to portraits. Both are driven by the traces left by the wizards in their lifetime. However, compared to portraits that can only interact passively with people, ghosts clearly have much stronger initiative in interacting with humans, as they embody the true consciousness of the wizards themselves. Chapter 143. Perfect magic. Their souls linger in a hazy illusion, unwilling to move forward towards true death, yet unable to retreat and relive their lives. Thus, their consciousness is anchored in the traces they left behind in life, appearing in a state of neither living nor dying. Note that it is not a state of non-life and non-death, but of not living and not dying. The former lacks the concept of life and death, while the latter cannot revive and is not completely dead. Similarly, while both are not completely dead, compared to the powerful effect of soul vessels that allow one to continue living regardless of how damaged their soul is, ghosts, which cannot come back to life, seem to be in a more tragic situation. They cannot cast spells because their souls and bodies have already departed from them. They cannot touch the material reality, even though this allows them to pass through walls. They cannot enjoy the delicacies of the world. Only the intense smell of decay can provide them with a slight change in taste. However, now Adam heard that Helena could actually choose to move forward, which changed his perception of ghosts, making it seem not so bad compared to soul vessels. At least that Voldemort guy did not have the right to choose to move forward after death. He could only drag his damaged soul, forever wailing in the hazy illusion. But he still needed to confirm. Can all ghosts choose to move forward? Helena looked at Adam in surprise and nodded. Yes, but I would recommend you choose to stay. After all, it goes against the laws of life and death, and it's not a good experience. I understand. I'm just curious. Adam similet faintly. Given his situation, the day he died was basically the day he had grown tired of living. How could he possibly hesitate in the end? If his interface could slowly take effect during his idle moments, like achieving something related to lifespan, perhaps he could even arm wrestle with the Grim Reaper when he died. Of course, assuming there really is a Grim Reaper. In fact, you know that this treasure was once subjected to dark magic. Upon hearing this, Helena's calm and relaxed smile suddenly revealed a hint of disgust. Of course I know. That little thief who deceived me and tarnished my mother's crown. Helena sighed, lightly raising her delicate hand to signal Adam to continue. I gained a bit of inspiration from that dark magic, but not from the parts involving murder or soul-splitting. Adam quickened his pace and emphasized his point with a wave of his hand. A blank parchment and a quill dipped in ink floated over from a distant table, and he began to write swiftly on the parchment. You see, Helena Ravenclaw may say that her wisdom is not as great as her mother's, but that's just something for them to say. Her own intelligence is still above that of the vast majority of people in the world. Moreover, she has had the excellent educational background of growing up beside Rowena Ravenclaw, with all 4 founders of Hogwarts still alive. Most importantly, Helena is about to leave, and she will do so completely. Such will should not be shorn. It's simply against natural justice. Sure enough, Helena looked at the symbols and formulas that Adam was writing while explaining, showing no signs of discomfort with the complex principles that intertwine spells, alchemy, and magical texts, which involve the intricacies of will and thought. Instead, She listened with great interest. The idea of a thought entity is truly brilliant yet selfish. After a long silence, Helena gazed deeply at Adam and said, "Cough. I'll take that as a compliment." Adam rubbed the tip of his nose with his index finger. Of course, this was a compliment. Helena gazed wistfully at the parchment. No one could refuse such magic, but unfortunately, the conditions were too harsh. "Can you really do this?" Helena couldn't help but look at Adam. "I'm not saying it's about using your memories of others as anchors to hide within the soul. Your theory is already quite perfect with no flaws. But can you really completely strip away a person's entire life? It's a matter of copying, my lady." Adam emphasized that the thought form is merely a copy. Their original selves cannot move forward with only blank memories. "I would rather you say is a separation." Helena glanced at Adam again with a complex expression. This confidence, so reminiscent of her mother, made it hard for her to doubt whether what Adam said was a lie. The life of a replicant, or more accurately, the personality of a replicant, must include memories, feelings, thoughts, and everything related to will that makes a person who they are. All of it must be replicated. Those aspects are inherently complex and elusive. They cannot simply be produced like a printed page. If Adam's plan is separation, then Helena could at most lament Adam's selfishness, genius, and cruelty in stripping away everything from the deceased to satisfy his own desires. But Adam truly can bring back those who should be dead. Although they live in a portrait, the will of the wizard is intact. While the wizard does not share the viewpoint of "I think, therefore I am," the exploration of will and thought is certainly not shallow on Helena Ravenclaw's part, especially since she is now a ghost acting through the traces left in her life. The biggest difference between a thought form and a ghost residing in a portrait is that they can enjoy food, which is clearly a good thing. Of course, there are drawbacks, such as not being able to fly around like a ghost, but ghosts can only walk the paths they traveled in life. While portraits can enter landscapes they have never visited, you can go wherever you want, just paint it. Moreover, because its core principle, the realization of all anchor points, actually comes from soul vessels and the unbreakable vow, portraits possess the durability to last until the anchor point person dies. This also leads to the issue that this magic cannot create thought forms of living people, and if the anchor point person dies, the thought form will also perish. Which is why Helena calls this magic selfish. It is not a resurrection, but merely magic cast to fulfill the caster's wishes. In addition, there are parts Helena has not mentioned. The created thought form exists entirely because of the caster, and a wizard capable of casting this magic can obviously fabricate non-existent memories. Such a perfect magic makes Helena unable to help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Adam's genius and madness. As she said, no one can refuse such magic. Who doesn't want to recover someone or something? However, this feeling is fleeting. Helena has long accepted the truth, and even in life, she did not possess the ability to replicate a personality like Adam. I understand now. I will try to control it and clearly show you the process of dissolution when the time comes. Adam's plan is quite well developed in pure theoretical terms, but some real data must be collected to continue. It is equally clear to Helena, who understands the experimental processes, what Adam means by demonstrating this magic to her. By the way, she took a last look at the wooden Ravenclaw statue before leaving. Please help me pass this on to Professor Flitwick, and also ask him to select another house ghost. I will leave after Ravenclaw has a new house ghost. Chapter 144, Gryffindor Truemore. Oh, in the office. Adam hadn't had the chance to explain to Professor Flitwick in detail yet, and just seeing the Ravenclaw crown that Adam took out of his bag made Professor Flitwick scream and fall straight off his chair. Professor Flitwick? Professor. Adam quickly helped him up. Wait, don't worry about me. Let me see. Professor Flitwick struggled to stand up, trembling as he pulled out his wand, taking a breath to steady his movements. Then, he silently cast an unknown spell at Ravenclaw's diadem. Clearly, the feedback from the spell made Professor Flitwick even more excited. He stood by the table, staring at the diadem, his hands trembling in the air but hesitant to move forward, as if afraid to damage it. How many years have we searched for you? Ultimately, Professor Flitwick lifted the diadem, and his previously shaky hands became remarkably steady the moment he held it. His actions resembled holding a feather that would vanish with a gust of wind, yet his expression seemed to convey that he was supporting a great mountain. As he gazed at the diadem in his hands, a tear slipped from the corner of Professor Flitwick's eye. Each head of Ravenclaw, upon passing the baton, takes on the responsibility of recovering the diadem. Great wisdom is the greatest treasure of humanity. Look, that's our Ravenclaw motto. It's engraved right here. Wiping his eyes, Professor Flitwick looked at Adam. Child, how did you find this treasure? Well, it's like this. Adam accidentally discovered the room of requirement, and one day, when he happened to think of Ravenclaw, he spoke about how to enter Ravenclaw's secret chamber. Yes, the method to enter Ravenclaw's secret chamber is that simple. Yet no one has discovered it over the years, because anyone who knows how to enter the room of requirement wouldn't think of unrelated matters when entering it. Who would think of wanting to meet a long-deceased founder of the school when entering the room of requirement? The current Adam is no longer the Adam of the past. His mastery of brain-blocking spells and dream-weaving charms allows him to control his emotions and reactions very well, even when telling a few lies. Adam wouldn't make mistakes in the details of microexpressions because he truly believes that what he is saying is real at that moment. Coupled with the previous positive impression of Adam, Professor Flitwick naturally believed his words. The room of requirement. Yes, I knew about that place back in my day. At the time, I thought it must be the work of Ravenclaw, but I never considered that it might hide her secret chamber. Professor Flitwick sighed. Professor, besides that. Adam told Professor Flitwick about what happened after meeting Ms. Grey. Hearing that Ms. Grey was Helena Ravenclaw, Flitwick remained relatively calm. After all, the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw was right in the Ravenclaw common room, and although they were not exactly alike, the mother and daughter bore a strong resemblance. Students in Ravenclaw would see them every day, and over the years, they could basically recognize that Ms. Grey was related to Ravenclaw. And there was only one person connected to Ravenclaw. It wasn't until he heard that Helena was preparing to leave, prompting him to find another Ravenclaw ghost, that Flitwick couldn't help but be taken aback. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Professor Flitwick felt relieved and was happy for the daughter of the founder of the house to continue her journey in life. She had lingered too long, and now that she was willing to let go, it was certainly a good thing. I understand. I will handle this matter carefully. There had been precedents for the ghosts of the 4 houses being replaced after the previous ones left. And now, the 4 house ghosts of Hogwarts were even not from the same century, so it wouldn't be chaotic. Finally, regarding the diadem, Professor Flitwick looked a bit embarrassed at Adam. This is what you found. It should belong to you, but no, Professor. This diadem is a relic of Lady Rowena. I have already returned it to Miss Helena. It was Miss Helena's decision to leave it at Ravenclaw, and I was just passing it on. Adam had a face full of bravery, kindness, and integrity. Moreover, I am also glad that Ravenclaw's relic can return to Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick was about to cry once again. I truly feel honored that the child could become your professor and that I brought back the diadem of Ravenclaw from Mr. Adam Smith. Gryffindor gets 500 points. Professor Flitwick transformed into a piece of velvet, carefully wrapping the diadem of Ravenclaw and holding it close. This is the maximum score I can add. However, I will explain this matter to Professor Dumbledore. Child, your actions deserve more gratitude than this. But I'm sorry. I have to go share this good news with everyone now. That's natural, Professor. Adam stood up and pushed the door open, stepping outside first. However, I must remind you that tomorrow is the first day of exam week, and being too excited might affect the grades of the Ravenclaw students. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. Professor Flitwick continued on his way. Even so, I must go speak to the headmaster about this, as well as the former head of house. My old friends from Ravenclaw, he muttered as he ran off with the velvet bag. He is really excited. Watching Professor Flitwick's retreating figure, Adam couldn't help but sigh. It's understandable. Helena slowly floated out from the wall, also watching Professor Flitwick. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you once again, and I apologize for my earlier doubts about you. Helena turned to Adam and curtsied, lifting her skirt. You are a true Gryffindor, brave, upright. A hero just like Godric Gryffindor, yet without the common flaws found in Gryffindors. After standing up, Helena looked at Adam with great emotion. If Godric Diggory could see you, he would surely be very pleased. It should be said that, apart from Salazar Slytherin, the other 3 founders of Hogwarts would be comforted by your presence. As one of the first students of Hogwarts and the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, no one is more qualified than Helena to say these words. Adam mentally went through who the real Gryffindors were. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville. Although his thoughts were swirling inside, Adam still maintained a good student appearance, showing a smile that met societal expectations. You're too kind. Chapter 145. The Invisibility Cloak. Speaking of Salazar Slytherin, Adam suddenly felt curious. Did Salazar Slytherin really harbor hatred for half-blood students? Helena, who lived in the same era as Salazar Slytherin, should be the one who can provide the most accurate evaluation of this matter. Actually, it can't be said to be hatred. The two of them, a person and a ghost, wandered aimlessly forward, with Helena slowly drifting along and Adam following behind her. Slytherin was a blood purist. He believed that purebloods were more gifted than half-bloods, but at that time, there was a rising belief that half-bloods were more talented than purebloods. They arrived at an empty corridor, where Helena stopped and continued to recount that past to Adam. Slytherin didn't like such statements and publicly claimed that they were completely unfounded. Therefore, half-blood students might have thought that Slytherin disliked or even hated them. Moreover, at that moment, Helena was momentarily immersed in her memories. The situation for wizards was not very good, and compared to the purebloods who had been wizards for generations, half-blood wizards with Muggle relatives seemed less trustworthy. In fact, Hogwarts had indeed faced attacks because of this during that time, so Slytherin always held some wariness towards half-blood students, which couldn't be entirely blamed on him. In the end, Helena also emphasized that despite this, he was still a responsible professor and headmaster who cared for every student and was a person with a sense of justice. Far from the terrible things some people say today. Adam nodded, not too surprised by Salazar, Slytherin's true nature. After all, the four founders were once close friends. Even when their ideals clashed, Slytherin simply left on his own instead of resorting to a violent fallout with the other three. If Slytherin were truly an irredeemable villain, wouldn't Gryffindor and the others have seen it? As they were about to part ways, Adam suddenly posed another question to Helena. Miss Helena, do you believe that purebloods are more talented, or that half-bloods are more talented? Helena thought for a moment without any discrimination and gave her answer. Based on my observations over the years, it should be half-bloods. Pureblood wizards do generally possess strong magical energy, but they tend to be paranoid, aggressive, and lack rationality. In contrast, half-bloods can think more rationally, which allows them to achieve greater success. Adam casually nodded. He was just asking out of curiosity. After all, there are only so few wizards, and magic is so subjective that it's hard to say how much bloodline plays a role in the differences between individuals. After bidding farewell to Helena, Adam was ready to head back. As he passed the 4th floor, he took a detour to the statue of the one-eyed hunchback which, left and right separated. With the exam tomorrow, Adam was the only one still bold enough to wander outside at this hour. He glanced around, and, sure enough, no one would come until he emerged covered in dust. Adam recited the incantation directly. The secret passage leading to the Duke of Honey revealed itself to Adam for the first time. Adam didn't jump in because he didn't want to get covered in dust. Instead, he reached out and flicked his finger. After a while, a strange cloak was pulled out of the secret passage by telekinesis. It was described as strange because the front side was not visible. Only the back side, revealed by its folds, was in the air, looking almost like a few pieces of tattered cloth. An invisibility cloak, a Deathly Hallows item with practicality between the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand. Although it only renders the wearer visually invisible and can be detected by magical eyes or footprints, it has no usage threshold, is not controlled by the levitation charm, and is indeed perfectly invisible from a naked eye perspective if one doesn't observe the footprints. The moment he touched it, it felt chilly, and Adam thought that this cloak would be very comfortable to use as a blanket in summer. Besides that, Adam glanced at the interface and saw another activated collectible achievement. Sure enough, the surprise on his face when he emerged from the divination was clearly meant for another version of himself. It made no sense. The relics of the four founders were one thing, but the Deathly Hallows could definitely be confirmed as just a fairy tale, having nothing to do with the Grim Reaper. Even the invisibility cloak could trigger a collectible achievement. Why couldn't Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes trigger one? Was Voldemort really that unremarkable? Complaining about the interface, Adam grabbed the invisibility cloak, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into his pocket before heading back to the dormitory. Harry and the others were studying in the common room. A large group of people hunched over their books, hoping that what they saw now would be on the exam tomorrow. When they saw Adam return, Harry immediately closed his book and followed him back to the dormitory because Adam had said he would bring back his invisibility cloak. Here, take it. Thanks, Adam. After returning the invisibility cloak to Harry, Adam went back to his bed, pulled down the curtains, and began checking the interface. Invisibility cloak. You have discovered the invisibility cloak among the Deathly Hallows. Legend has it that whoever unites the 3 Deathly Hallows will become the Master of Death. But in the end, legends are just legends. Is it really just a legend? Achievement goal. Discover and touch the invisibility cloak among the Deathly Hallows. 11. Achievement reward. Invisibility cloak sitting on his bed. Adam stared at the interface for a long time, scratching his head. Was that it? He originally thought the reward for this achievement would be something like a max-level disillusionment charm, but when he saw the achievement description, his heart sank a little. The interface wouldn't give him a third of the power of death, would it? And then he saw that the reward was this. Is false advertising really that rampant these days? However, putting aside that misleading description, Adam thought the reward was still decent. The items produced by the interface were generally not defective, as evidenced by his suitcase. So this invisibility cloak was likely the same as Harry's, and in that sense, it seemed even better than a max-level disillusionment charm, although he wouldn't really need it. But that didn't stop him from keeping it as a collectible. With that in mind, Adam chose to claim the reward, and a hooded cloak appeared in his hands. This cloak looked quite different from Harry's. Harry's was invisible on the outside with a patterned linen interior, while this one was black on both sides. Yes, both sides. How is this invisible? This was just a cloak. Adam thought for a moment. Maybe this is where the interface upgrades the invisibility cloak? Harry's invisibility cloak made it easy for him to bump into things, because he couldn't see his invisible self. So this one that doesn't make him invisible to himself is pretty good. After putting on the invisibility cloak, Adam looked down and saw that he still looked the same as before, just with an extra cloak on. Of this, Adam leaned back, feeling a bit reluctant to try lifting the curtain to ask Harry if he could see him. After all, it might be a bit cruel to use a memory wipe on Harry right before the exam. Just as Adam was about to predict the outcome of such an action, a tail swished past his eyes. "Tom, stop it." Adam was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped. He turned to Tom and realized that part of his arm was overlapping with Tom, who had somehow crawled under the curtain and onto the bed. Chapter 146. It really happened. What is going on? Adam quickly retracted his hand, grasped it, and still felt the sensation. Countless thoughts flashed through Adam's mind in an instant, and ultimately his gaze landed on the cloak he was wearing. If there was anything about him that raised suspicion, it was this cloak. Blinking, Adam reached out to Tom again. This time his hand firmly landed on Tom's back, the furry texture still there. Feeling Adam's hand, Tom instinctively rubbed against it before continuing to nestle down. As Adam felt Tom beneath his palm, he contemplated. Why couldn't he at work this time? What was the difference between this time and the last? It seemed that only this time did he know Tom was there, while he didn't know last time. Is that the reason? Thinking this, he suddenly felt a void beneath his hand, as his palm effortlessly passed through Tom's body and into the mattress. Sure enough, it was a matter of perception or subjective intention. Last time, when he passed through Tom to touch the bed, it was because he subconsciously thought there was a bed there and couldn't he pass through, while Tom, who was unnoticed, could pass through directly. This time, he believed Tom couldn't he be penetrated, so naturally, he couldn't he either. And this time, as long as he thought he could pass through, he could even go through the mattress. Adam conducted several more tests. He first tried to pass his palm through his body, but was unsuccessful. Then, he used telekinesis to lift himself up, directly passing through the top of the four-poster bed. After looking around the dormitory, he sat back down on the bed. He confirmed that this invisibility cloak could actually eliminate physical collisions. Adam immediately believed that this cloak could make a person invisible. Isn't the effect of eliminating physical collisions harder to achieve than invisibility? Adam tried divination a few more times. The flying spell was ineffective against this invisible cloak, and ordinary spells seemed to cause no damage to it. However, this cloak appeared to have no resistance to powerful destructive spells. The cutting curse easily severed a corner of the cloak, and the death curse directly blew it into a pile of torn fabric. Yet, what caught Adam's attention the most was its ability to conceal. Adam took out a piece of parchment and gently tapped it, causing an image to appear of the architectural environment surrounding him, along with small dots representing people's names. In the center, where Adam should have been, there was now an empty space. Adam curled the corners of his mouth. While eliminating physical collisions is interesting, it is merely that, interesting. In divination, it cannot help one evade curses, unless the curse involves manipulating objects for pure physical strikes. No matter how strong one's defense against curses is, it cannot withstand the unforgivable curse, which is inferior to his max-level iron armor charm. Only this invisibility is the most important ability of an invisibility cloak. One must understand that even Harry's invisibility cloak cannot escape detection under the same magic as the Marauder's map, while Adam's cloak can evade this detection magic. Furthermore, tests have shown that this invisibility cloak seems to only make the wearer invisible, not itself. The user can still see themselves, and parts like hands and feet can still be exposed from under the cloak, making invisibility effective while allowing the user to do more without feeling restricted. So, the so-called Deathly Hallows are merely fairy tales based on the alchemical items created by the three brothers. Their effectiveness is inferior. To truly evade death, one must possess something like this. Adam's smile suddenly froze on his face. No way, right? The introduction of the achievement resurfaced in his mind, and looking at the question presented on the interface, it seemed to carry a completely different meaning this time. He glanced down at the cloak on his body and suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Could it be that he had really obtained a deathly hallow? That cloak made from the Reaper's robe? After thinking for a moment, Adam used divination on the cloak, seeing that it had no past before he acquired it. Adam finally breathed a sigh of relief. Adam divined again, this time envisioning the scene of the creation of the Deathly Hallows. On a somewhat rustic and simple alchemical table, the three brothers were each crafting their respective Deathly Hallows from the story. Not only that, but beside the three brothers were also piled some other creations. From the divination alone, Adam couldn't discern their functions. It seemed there was a mirror from the vanishing cabinet. Was it a two-way mirror? In any case, the truth about the Deathly Hallows finally relieved Adam. He thought to himself, this world's magic, while interesting, was just that. How could it possibly conjure up a Grim Reaper? It was absolutely terrifying. It's all this morbidly amusing interface's fault. Adam grumbled to himself while putting away the invisibility cloak. Well, grumbling aside, the rewards produced by the interface were indeed of consistently high quality. Although Adam still had little use for this invisibility cloak, who knows? Maybe one day it would come in handy? If nothing else, it would be quite impressive as a collectible. As a heavy collector who loved to collect items when playing games in his previous life, and now able to enjoy a significantly long life in this one, Adam felt he could set up a collection room to play with. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't get his hands on Gryffindor's sword among the relics of the four founders, even if he had to forcefully keep it, he would still be missing one of the four. Adam might not have so readily returned Ravenclaw's diadem to Helena. At the same time, this achievement and reward led Adam to speculate that the interface might replicate the legendary Deathly Hallows as rewards for him. This piqued his interest. How powerful would the old wand replicated by the interface be to match the effect of making its owner invincible in duels? As for the Resurrection Stone, even in Legends, it was considered the least useful of the Deathly Hallows, so it would depend on what kind of effect the interface would attribute to it. Of course, this was just Adam's speculation. The interface might swap the old wand for a powerful spell or replace the Resurrection Stone with something else related to souls. Anyway, since it was all free, Adam wouldn't be picky. Anything would do. Starting from the next day, with the arrival of exam week, the entire school fell into a gloomy atmosphere. What made Adam happy was that the hourglass in Gryffindor's scoreboard did not suddenly increase by a large chunk, indicating that Professor Dumbledore had temporarily suppressed the 500 points awarded by Professor Flitwick. Whether Professor Dumbledore was considering everyone's grades, planning for a thrilling twist at the end, or intending to give a reward greater than 500 points all at once, at least Adam now had a significantly longer period of relaxation. After the first transfiguration exam, Adam walked out of the classroom feeling refreshed. Synopsis: with a golden finger, no female lead, a protagonist from Gryffindor, experiencing the joys and sorrows of a mortal, not following a heartless and ungrateful plot. After crossing over, Adam, who originally planned to live a laid-back life, suddenly received a letter from Hogwarts, which made him realize he was in a magical world, and this letter also activated the golden finger he thought he had no connection to.